Today, I confessed my feelings to the prettiest girl in the whole school, but she dumped me in front of everyone, saying I was never good enough for her. 10 minutes later, 10 luxury cars rushed into the campus, and all the men in black knelt in front of me, shouting, "Young master." What I've longed for most in this life is a real home, because I've known since I was little that I was adopted. So I worked hard to earn money and to be good to her, believing that as long as I tried, one day I could give her a future. Today, I mustered up the courage to confess my feelings. But she admitted in front of everyone that she had chosen the young master of the Zhang group. She said he gave her shoes worth 10,000 yuan every 3 days, while I could only afford to buy her jeans worth 200 yuan a year. The whole school watched. I became a laughingstock. She smashed the birthday present I gave her, calling me poor and saying I was dreaming. Standing in the crowd, even my rebuttal seemed cheap. Just as I was about to leave, 10 black luxury cars drove straight into the campus, the one in the middle being a Rolls-Royce. Everyone was guessing which top-tier wealthy family had arrived. Then the car door opened, and an imposing old man walked towards me. The next second, all the men in black bowed in unison. "Greetings, young master." I stood there, stunned, as if the air around me had been compressed. My classmates gasped, wondering if I was secretly a millionaire or if I was acting. But I was even more confused, because I didn't know whether it was all real or fake. I've known since I was a child that I wasn't their biological child. My adoptive parents told me the truth before they passed away. But I never dared to hope that my biological parents would come looking for me. More than 20 years have passed, and I've been lost in the vast sea of people. I even wondered if I was abandoned because I was rejected. I'd fantasized about who they were late at night, but I never actively sought them out. Then, suddenly, they appeared the moment Lu Li abandoned me. My instinct was to refuse. I feared it was a joke, a new way to humiliate me. But the old butler smiled and said, "Once you see that person, all your doubts will vanish." Those words were like a hook, pulling me towards the Rolls-Royce. I walked over step by step, my heart pounding even faster than when we were arguing. Lu Li stood there, sneering. She didn't believe any of this. She thought I was just a poor boy. How could I have such a wealthy background? But even I couldn't believe it myself. The old butler opened the back door for me, and the whole place fell silent. A middle-aged man stepped out of the car, dressed in a simple Zhongshan suit. The moment he took off his sunglasses, I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. That face looked so much like mine. The contours of his eyebrows and eyes, even his jawline, were like a mirror image. His eyes were red-rimmed, and his lips were trembling, as if he had been holding back for many years. The students around him exclaimed in surprise, saying that this was definitely his biological father. I heard them talking, saying I'd be flying to the top of a tree any second now. But my mind went blank. He patted my shoulder with trembling hands and said, 24 years, 5 months, and 6 days. This is the second time we've met, father and son. My heart skipped a beat. He even knew the dates so precisely. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. I wanted to ask him why he abandoned me, and where he had been all these years. I have formatted it exactly as you requested, without changing a single word of the original text, only redividing it into paragraphs, each paragraph being around 80-110 words, and it's ready to use. But faced with that face that looked so much like mine, I couldn't say a word. He said, "Don't say anything, none of this matters." He told me to get in the car, so he could take a good look at me. He pulled me into the car, and the moment the door closed, it felt like the world was shut out. The crowd outside erupted in cheers, saying I really was a rich kid. Some regretted not meeting me sooner, others mocked Lu Li. Lu Li stood there, stunned, her face pale, yet still trying to comfort herself. She kept saying it was impossible, that it was all a lie, but the facts were undeniable. In the car, he held my hand, as if afraid I would disappear. I could feel his hand trembling. I met my biological father for the first time, completely unprepared. I thought today was the lowest point of my life, but in the blink of an eye, my identity was completely reversed. Just then, the roar of a sports car came from afar, the sound of a Ferrari, one I had heard countless times. A smug look appeared on Lu Li's face. She thought Zhang Jianren had arrived, and she thought her choice was still correct. But just as the car door closed, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding, Congratulations to the host for triggering the Super God system. The system notification was still echoing in my mind, saying that my identity and abilities were severely mismatched. I had just reunited with my biological father, and the next second the system judged me to be too useless. This disparity made me want to laugh. Ding! Super God system successfully bound. Newbie gift pack issued. My heart pounded, and I felt like my life had been put on fast forward. My father gripped my hand tightly, his eyes filled with a fear that I would disappear again. He cried and said that for over 20 years, he thought he would never see me again. He said that God had been kind to the Lin family and had finally sent me back to his side. I looked at this man I had just recognized as my father, and my throat tightened. I had imagined countless times what my biological parents would look like, but I never thought it would happen on the day my girlfriend dumped me. Suddenly, it dawned on me. Since Luli disliked me for being poor, why should I turn back? Dad, I'd held that one word in for 24 years. He was stunned, then hugged me and broke down in tears. He said he'd finally heard that address, and in that moment, a void in my heart was filled. Ding! Newbie gift pack issued. Special Forces Physique, proficient in Wang Shiji's calligraphy, proficient in the Suona. A surge of heat rushed from my dantian to every part of my body. I could clearly feel the power surging within me, instantly filling my previously exhausted body with explosive energy. The moment I clenched my fist, my knuckles cracked slightly. The system explained that as long as I created shock, I would gain shock points. He wanted me to become the center of attention, a male god admired by all. I suddenly realized that the world was about to change. After my father calmed down, he said he would take me home to meet my mother and grandfather. He said that my mother's health had been poor because of my disappearance. Hearing the word mom, my heart skipped a beat. But before I could respond, a piercing voice came from outside the car. Lin Yin, you penniless wretch, come out here. My eyes instantly turned cold. I was already ready to put down, but she was about to kick me while I was down. A cold glint flashed in my father's eyes. He was preparing to intervene personally. I stopped him, saying I would handle it myself. He said that woman was not good enough for me and that I should resolve the matter as soon as possible. He even offered to introduce me to a real heiress from a prestigious family. I nodded, then got out of the car. Lu Li stood in front of the car, arm in arm with Zhang Jianren. Zhang Jianren had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, looking at me with disdain. She boasted that this was her current boyfriend and told me not to bother him, or I'd end up in the hospital. Zhang Jianren sneered, saying I rented a luxury car to stage a scene to win her back. He said a poor wretch is still a poor wretch. He pressed the Ferrari key, and the roar echoed throughout the campus. The onlookers began to whisper again. Some envied, some scorned, and some mentioned that he had driven a girl to suicide. I listened to these words, but felt strangely calm. The old butler came to my side and asked in a low voice if I needed any help. I asked him a question. Uncle, is my family very rich? He answered without hesitation that our monthly expenses could buy 10 Zhang Group companies. The whole room burst into laughter. Zhang Jianren laughed the loudest, saying I had hired actors to brag. But I looked at his Ferrari and told the butler, call a car that's more expensive. He hesitated for a moment, and I repeated, the more expensive, the better. The command came through the walkie-talkie. 5 minutes later, to everyone's astonishment, an ultra-cool, top-of-the-line sports car slowly drove into the campus. A silver-gray supercar slowly pulled into the dormitory building, its streamlined body gleaming coldly in the sunlight. A deep roar silenced the commotion, its presence overwhelming even the Ferrari. The butterfly doors opened slowly, as if flaunting its innate prestige. A man in black approached me, presenting the keys with both hands, saying, Young master, here's your car. He said his father had ordered it 3 months in advance, just to wait for me to come home. At that moment, a chord deep within me was struck. The students watching erupted, saying the car was a Bugatti Silver Dragon, with some shouting that it would start at 50 million yuan, a globally customized one-of-a-kind. The system frantically alerted me to a surge in shock. I stood in front of the car, experiencing for the first time the feeling of awe in others. Lu Li's face was pale, but she stubbornly refused to admit defeat. She didn't want to admit that the person she had shaken off was stronger than she had imagined. Zhang Jianren's face was grim. He clearly saw that this was no ordinary situation, but in front of everyone, he couldn't back down. Rich kids are most afraid of losing face. Lu sneered, saying that the car might be a modified minivan. She said there were Zodi cars online that were modified into Porsches to scam women. Zhang Jianren immediately took the opportunity to criticize me, saying, "Stop acting, you poor bastard." He said that I had to work as a food delivery driver for 3 years to afford a 30-square-meter apartment, which wasn't even as big as his bedroom and bathroom. A burst of laughter erupted around me. Suddenly, I felt a little bored. I walked up to his Ferrari, pretending to look at it curiously. Lu immediately mocked. "Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? I can drive a food delivery truck for at least another 10 years. I stared at her, then reached out and placed my hand on the hood of the car. "So what if I touched it?" Her face lit up with delight, thinking she'd caught me red-handed. I deliberately slapped it hard, and the hood dented instantly. A collective gasp filled the room. Zhang Jianren's face darkened instantly. Lu shrieked, demanding compensation or she'd call the police. She looked at me like I was an enemy. I looked at her calmly and asked how much the car cost. They laughed so hard they almost fell over, telling me I was putting on airs. Zhang Jianren quoted over 2 million, saying he'd sell it to me for 1.6 million. His words were sarcastic, but his eyes were probing. He was betting I couldn't come up with the money. Just then, an armored truck drove into the campus. Several heavily armed guards jumped out. They shouted, "Young master, the money and goods have been delivered." The air froze completely. I said calmly, "Give him 2 million. Don't try to take advantage of him, lest he go around saying we're bullying the poor." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianren's face turned ashen. The armored truck driver opened the door, revealing burlap sacks full of cash. The 2 bags of cash were dumped directly onto the ground, the piles of red banknotes covering the concrete floor like bricks. The scene fell completely silent. The moment the 2 bags of cash hit the ground, the entire room fell silent. System notifications blared incessantly, and the level of shock surged like a torrent. For the first time, I realized what it felt like to shock someone. The students watching stared wide-eyed at the 2 million in crisp new banknotes. Some said they'd never seen so much money in their lives. Others regretted not meeting me sooner. Lu's face turned green, and Zhang Jianren's expression stiffened. She already knew in her heart that I had truly turned my life around, but she refused to admit it. Because if I was doing well, it would prove she was blind. She'd rather I be poor my whole life. Zhang Jianren also started to waver. He could tell I wasn't acting. The system notified me that he'd contributed 100 shock points. I looked at him and suddenly felt he wasn't so important anymore. 2 million's here, the car's mine, right? My tone was calm, yet it felt like a trial. He gritted his teeth and nodded, saying the car was mine. The bodyguard handed him an agreement to sign and confirm the sale. I said this was to prevent him from backing out. His eyes darkened. He had clearly considered calling the police and turning the tables, but now, he had no choice but to sign. The moment the agreement was signed, the Ferrari was officially mine. The crowd gasped again. Some said it was the most extravagant car purchase in history. Others felt sorry for Lu, saying the car originally belonged to her. Her expression was complex as she looked at the passenger seat where she had once sat. Suddenly, she mustered her courage and looked at me. "Lin Yin, give me this car, consider it a breakup fee." The entire room fell silent instantly. Even Zhang Jianren's face turned green. She dumped me, and now she wants my car. I looked at her and suddenly smiled. Okay. Her eyes lit up instantly. She thought I would still have a soft spot for her. But she didn't understand my okay. I turned and walked towards the armored truck. Several bodyguards followed, carrying a giant stone hammer. The air suddenly became oppressive. Her face began to turn pale. Bang! The first hammer blow struck the hood, and the metal instantly crumbled. The sound of breaking parts was clear and piercing. She screamed, as if struck in the heart. She yelled at me, saying I had promised to give it to her. I swung the hammer a second time, smashing the windshield, shards scattering everywhere. I looked at her, my voice icy cold. Give it to you? Are you out of your mind? Or am I crazy? Smash it. Smash it into scrap metal. Your bonus this month is 100,000. The bodyguard swung the hammer wildly, as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. The engine, doors, and rear of the car were all smashed and twisted. The $2 million luxury car was reduced to scrap metal in front of everyone. The crowd went completely mad. Some called me outrageously extravagant. Some said this was what real wealth looked like, and some said I was suppressing too much anger. Luli was pale and trembling. She finally realized that I really wasn't going to look back. Zhang Jianren stared intently at me, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The system notifications were flashing wildly. Shock value from the public plus 999. Shock value from Luli plus 10. Shock value from Zhang Jianren plus 200. I stared at the pile of scrap metal. This hammer blow wasn't just about smashing the car. It was about shattering the entire past. In front of the whole school, I hammered the Ferrari again and again. Every bang was like a thunderclap. Everyone felt sorry for the car, and the air was filled with gasps of shock. But I knew this wasn't just about smashing the car. It was about smashing the past version of myself that had been trampled underfoot. The moment the hammer fell, my heart was unusually calm, while Lu Li's face gradually paled. She probably never imagined that I, who used to hesitate for ages even to buy her an ice cream, would now smash a luxury car in public. She didn't believe I could turn things around. She was even more afraid that I actually could, because that would make her a laughingstock. She stared at me intently, her eyes filled with resentment, as if she wanted nothing more than to trample me back into the mud. But reality was already laid out before her, and I was determined not to bow my head again today. Zhang Jianren stood to the side, his face grim. He stared at the Ferrari, now smashed to pieces, his fists clenched. He knew in his heart that buying an LV bag wasn't difficult for him, but smashing a Ferrari was something he couldn't do. I, on the other hand, had done it, and that in itself was a challenge to his status. Half an hour later, the Ferrari was reduced to a twisted pile of steel, and the crowd erupted in chaos. Some frantically filmed videos, some posted on social media, and some even fantasized about confessing their love to me. Their attitude changed so quickly that even I found it ironic. Just hours ago, I was a poor student who had been dumped, but now I'm at the center of a storm. My girlfriend dumped me, and my biological father, whom I hadn't seen for over 20 years, suddenly reappeared. Even more outrageous, judging from the scale of the event, my biological family is far more powerful than anyone imagined. Fate took a dramatic turn in a single day, and I didn't even have time to process it. But I realized one thing. Luli's true colors had been completely exposed. Rather than saying I lost her, it would be more accurate to say I escaped a disaster. Just then, Zhang Jianren received a phone call, and his expression changed from impatience to shock. He stared intently at the old man in the Rolls-Royce Wraith, his face growing increasingly grim. The person on the other end of the line repeatedly reminded him of one thing. This is someone you can't afford to mess with. If this continued, the Zhang Group would go bankrupt. I saw cold sweat beading on his forehead. It was fear, not anger. He had just wanted to confront me directly, but now he was starting to regret it. Lu Li, completely oblivious to the danger, was still desperately trying to start the fire. She clung to Zhang Jianren, pouting and accusing him of hiring actors to vandalize her car and bullying her. The surrounding classmates' gazes changed. Their contempt was like knives falling on her. To be so materialistic and capable of twisting the truth, she had utterly destroyed her last shred of dignity. I stared coldly at her. She still hadn't grasped reality. Everyone waited for Zhang Jianren's reaction. The air was thick with tension. The next second, a sharp slap rang out. Zhang Jianren had slapped Lu Li across the face in front of everyone. The entire room fell silent. Even I was stunned for a moment. Lu Li covered her face, tears instantly streaming down her cheeks. She had never expected this outcome. She asked him why he hit her, her voice trembling. Zhang Jianren, however, immediately turned hostile, saying she had almost killed him. He said that if he hadn't received advance warning, the Zhang Group would have been finished. At that moment, I understood. Someone had already informed him of my background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to back down after I humiliated him. For wealthy young men, face is more important than money. I was prepared to take his challenge, but unexpectedly, they started fighting amongst themselves. Lu Li finally realized that Zhang Jianren was unreliable, but she still refused to back down. She'd rather tear off the mask than admit defeat. But Zhang Jianren suddenly put on a smiling face and walked towards me. He shook my hand, his attitude becoming so respectful that he seemed like a completely different person. He said it was a misunderstanding, that Lu Li had instigated it all. He said he would treat me to a meal another day to apologize, and even handed me his business card with both hands. Looking at him, my opinion of him improved by 1 point. A person who can bow their head in front of everyone is no ordinary person. Lu Li, however, completely broke down. She couldn't believe her current boyfriend was behaving so humbly in front of me. The pride in her eyes shattered, but she still tried to hold on. She yelled at me, saying she would expose my true colors and make me crawl out of Shanghai University. I just looked at her calmly, without responding. The next second, she pulled out her phone, her voice suddenly becoming coquettish. "Godfather, I've been bullied, come quick." The moment Lu Li uttered the word Godfather, the surrounding area erupted in a commotion. Some were shocked, some excited, and some began whispering about when she had become acquainted with such a person. As I watched her holding up her phone, acting all coquettish and sweet, the last vestige of emotion in my heart vanished completely. Zhang Jianren's face, however, turned utterly green. He stood there, his expression even more unpleasant than when he'd been slapped. He was still her boyfriend, and she was publicly calling someone else Godfather. What was this if not humiliation? In this circle, everyone understands the meaning of the term Godfather. A complex feeling welled up inside me for a moment. My former goddess had become so pragmatic. But then I thought, she's no longer my concern, so why should I grieve for the past? More and more people gathered, some eating their meals while watching the spectacle. The story was getting bigger and bigger, and everyone was waiting for the Godfather to show up. I stood next to Zhang Jianren. He was trying to find topics to talk about, and I gave casual responses. Across from me, Lu Li stared intently, her eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. She glanced every now and then at the supercar and bodyguards beside me, her expression beginning to waver. She actually believed it, but she refused to admit it. To admit it would be tantamount to her being blind. To admit it would be tantamount to her losing to someone she once looked down upon. She was fiercely competitive from a young age, striving to get into a prestigious university in Shanghai. But this very competitiveness has now become her greatest obsession. Just as everyone was growing impatient, an imported Mercedes slowly drove into the campus. Its stable body and imposing presence instantly silenced the crowd. Lu Li's eyes lit up when she saw the car from afar. She was as excited as if she had grasped at a last straw. The Mercedes screeched to a halt, the door opened, and an elderly man with gray hair slowly stepped out. Lu Li practically pounced on him, calling him Godfather in an cloyingly sweet voice. The surrounding boys' legs went weak at the sound, and the scene briefly spiraled out of control. Someone recognized the face, saying it was Zhang Mingyuan, the chairman of the Zhang Group. I looked up. The old man had a composed demeanor, clearly someone who had seen it all. For the past 3 years, Lu Li had been my free meal card at school while she went out looking for sugar daddies. She had been very shrewd in her calculations, even managing to save a considerable amount of money. Little did she know, her calculations were about to backfire. Zhang Mingyuan stood beside her, his demeanor restrained, befitting a public figure. He frowned at her and said, "Whoever bullied you, I'll stand up for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Li became smug. She looked at me, her eyes full of provocation. She thought reinforcements had arrived, that I would panic. But I just watched quietly, even feeling a little amused. What I want most right now is to completely sever all ties with her. How she plays her game is her own choice. Lu Li pointed at me in public and said that if I admitted that all of this was done by hired actors, she would let me go. Her tone was arrogant, as if she had already won. Before I could speak, Zhang Jianren suddenly turned to look at the old man. His expression changed from confusion to shock. The next second, he blurted out, "Dad?" The old man paused, then looked at him. "Son." The scene erupted instantly. Everyone was stunned by the cry of "Dad" and "Son." Exclamations of surprise filled the air, and the expressions of amusement turned to shock. Lu Li froze on the spot. Her trump card had become a laughingstock in that instant. Zhang Jianren was completely dumbfounded. He never dreamed his father would appear here. In his heart, Zhang Mingyuan had always been a role model, a figure high above him. But today's scene shattered all his illusions. Zhang Mingyuan was equally embarrassed. He usually couldn't even be bothered to come to school. Now, to be caught in this situation by his son in public, he wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Lu Li was the most devastated of all. Her godfather turned out to be her current boyfriend's biological father. This blow was more brutal than a slap, putting her practically on the hot seat. She tried to pull Zhang Mingyuan aside to explain, but the father and son had already moved to the side and were speaking in hushed tones. Zhang Jianren asked him why he had come, his tone full of probing. Zhang Mingyuan retorted, "Why are you here?" "That's why I'm here too." They exchanged a glance, both understanding without saying a word. But the next second, Zhang Mingyuan couldn't help but glance at Lu Li. That look in his eyes was nothing like that of an elder. He immediately adopted a serious expression, saying he was there to avenge his goddaughter. He even emphasized his loyalty to his wife, his guilty conscience evident in his tone. Zhang Jianren sneered, "Do you think Mom would believe that?" His words hit the nail on the head, and the air became tense. Zhang Mingyuan knew he wouldn't be able to explain things when he got home tonight. He lowered his voice and stated his terms. "I'll give you 500,000 yuan, just don't tell your mother." Zhang Jianren nodded rapidly, his eyes full of smugness. Father and son reached an agreement, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Mingyuan composed himself and walked back to Lu Li's side. He feigned concern and asked who had bullied her. Lu Li pointed to Zhang Jianren, only to receive a dismissive reply. "That's my son. You know him." Her face paled even more instantly, but she dared not delve any further. She could only turn her anger back on me. She cried, saying that I was harassing her and affecting her studies. Her voice was weak, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Zhang Mingyuan frowned, completely drawn into the emotion. He glanced around at the luxury cars, his gaze finally settling on the Wraith. Even he couldn't afford that kind of car. He was visibly shaken. But to maintain his composure, he still walked up to me. He sized me up, my clothes plain, his eyes filled with disdain. He said a man shouldn't bully a woman, that I was a disgrace. His tone seemed like advice, but it was actually condescending. He tried to pat me on the shoulder, but two bodyguards immediately stepped in front of him. He paused for a moment, then smiled and said the people I hired were quite dedicated. I gestured for the bodyguard to step aside. I wanted to hear him finish. He continued lecturing me, saying that the most important thing for a young person is to make money. With money, you can have any woman you want. He even glanced at Lu Li after saying that. On the surface, he was advising me, but in reality, he was showing off. The meaning was clear. If you don't have money, don't even think about relationships. He was trying to provoke me, so that if I made a move, he would have a reason to punish me. I saw it all clearly. The butler's face turned cold. He had obviously seen through his plan. The old man in the car, however, gently shook his head. He was observing me, to see if I still couldn't let go of this relationship. I laughed. Not a bitter laugh, but a calm one. I looked at Zhang Mingyuan and slowly said, "Lu Li's current boyfriend is your son, Zhang Jianren." I was just watching the spectacle, but the next second Zhang Mingyuan's face turned pale, as if the sky had fallen. He turned to look at Zhang Jianren, who nodded, and the scene instantly became utterly absurd. The person he had been mocking for so long turned out to be his own son. Even I found this slap in the face ironic. The onlookers burst into laughter, and the atmosphere exploded. The company CEO tried to put someone down, but ended up getting shut down with just one sentence. "That's ruthless," someone quipped in a low voice. His son's girlfriend is his sugar daddy. This plot is more outrageous than any TV drama. Zhang Mingyuan finally looked at Lu Li with a stern face. He wanted to get angry, but seeing her feigning pitifulness, he hesitated. He beckoned Zhang Jianren over, his tone suppressing anger but revealing panic. Zhang Jianren stepped forward, but had no intention of explaining Lu Li's matter. In his eyes, she was merely a pawn to be discarded at any time. The real troublemaker is me. He already knew that the Zhang group couldn't afford to offend me, and he hadn't even had a chance to apologize. He was afraid of my retaliation, because most people who gain power will settle old scores. But he misjudged one thing. I'm not even bothered to get angry right now. I'm just waiting. To my surprise, Zhang Mingyuan still wanted to stand up for Lu Li. which was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Looking at the row of luxury cars, bodyguards, and butlers, he finally realized something was amiss. Who exactly are these people? He whispered to his son. Zhang Jianren gestured for him to look to the side. A pile of scrap metal lay on the ground, his own Ferrari. They bought my car in an armored truck, then smashed it on the spot. The kick to the cash was even more jarring than the smashing of the car. Zhang Mingyuan's expression changed. The money wasn't the problem. It was the sheer force of their actions. He remembered Uncle Zhou's warning. If this wasn't handled properly, the entire Zhang group could be in trouble. At that moment, he finally started to panic. He secretly observed our car and vaguely saw a small flag through the windshield. The driver simply straightened the flag, as if to tell him not to pretend he didn't see it. Beside a white lotus flower, an ancient sword stood silently. His pupils constricted sharply as he finally remembered where he had seen it before. It was the same design on the metal in his father-in-law's study, and his father-in-law was one of the most distinguished generals in the Xia Kingdom. The reminder from years ago suddenly exploded in his ears. You must treat people with this kind of pattern with respect. If a conflict breaks out, even I can't save you. Zhang Mingyuan's legs began to go weak. He thought he would never encounter such a person in his life. But today, he bumped into one on the university campus. What's even more terrifying is that he and his son were just mocking me. The system notifications in my mind were going off like crazy. Shock value from Zhang Mingyuan plus 999. Shock value from Zhang Mingyuan plus 999. To be honest, this notification was even more pleasant than a payment notification. Zhang Mingyuan could barely stand and was helped by Zhang Jianren to the steward. He clasped his hands in a fist and asked tentatively, "May I ask your honorable surname, sir?" This was the way of asking between ancient families, and he finally remembered the etiquette his father-in-law had taught him. The butler stared coldly at him, his anger still simmering. Just moments ago he was mocking me, and now he's trying to curry favor. But rules are rules. The Lin family cannot lose face. Our family name is Lin. Zhang Mingyuan's heart tightened. He was still uneasy. Is it the Shuangmu Lin? The butler's voice was steady. Exactly. At that moment, his face turned completely pale. Shock value from Zhang Mingyuan plus 999. Shock value from Zhang Mingyuan plus 999. The system notifications continued to pop up while I stood there, watching all of this slowly unfold. The moment Zhang Mingyuan heard the answer, he seemed to have lost his soul, standing there blankly. He almost stopped breathing, his face deathly pale. I could see clearly that he was truly terrified. Zhang Jianren panicked, repeatedly calling out, "Dad," but his own legs were trembling. Lu Li rushed over, her face feigning concern, but her mind was calculating her escape route. She knew Zhang Mingyuan was her only trump card. If this card fell, she was finished. She hadn't even made enough money off him in the past 3 years. How could she let anything happen to him? "Godfather, are you all right?" She squeezed out tears, pinching her thigh hard with her right hand. The next second, she suddenly pointed at me and shouted hoarsely, "It's all your fault. You're the one who made my godfather like this." I looked at her coldly, feeling only 2 words in my mind: disgust. Everyone saw what happened, yet she tried to twist the truth with a single sentence. The onlookers began to whisper, her facade gradually crumbling. A student on the surface, a shrew inside. Someone muttered, "Her backer is about to fall. Of course she's panicking." She even pretended to be a victim, which almost attracted several men to come forward and comfort her. I retorted directly, my voice devoid of any warmth. "It's one thing to be a snob and a gold digger, but now you're turning around and blaming others. You've wasted your education. You're an insult to Shanghai University." Her face turned pale, but she still tried to pretend. At that moment, Zhang Mingyuan finally came to his senses and opened his eyes to see her crying. His gaze changed, from pity to coldness. He understood. He had almost been dragged into the abyss by this woman. The next second, a slap resounded in the air. Smack! Lu Li staggered from the blow, blood dripping from her teeth as they fell to the ground. She covered her face, staring at him in disbelief. The onlookers were also stunned. No one had expected that the first thing he did upon waking was to slap her. "Let go." Zhang Mingyuan shook off her hand. He pointed at her, his voice sharp as a knife. "You eat my food. wear my clothes, sleep in my bed, and you still want to harm me. One more word, and the Zhang group will be ruined by you. From now on, you have nothing to do with me." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at his son, his tone even colder. "You can play around with this kind of woman, but don't bring her home." Lu Li was completely stunned. Both slaps were because of me. For the first time, she realized that I was not someone she could trample on. Zhang Mingyuan straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and walked up to me. What happened next shocked everyone. He knelt down, bowed his head, and admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, I was blind to your greatness." Zhang Jianren also knelt down, his voice trembling. The onlookers gasped in shock. The chairman of the Zhang group was actually kneeling. I stood there, momentarily stunned. Their company had once been my dream job. Now, they were kneeling before me. My instinct was to help him up, but the butler grabbed my hand. "Young master, you deserve this kneeling. Only when he kneels will he feel at ease." Zhang Mingyuan echoed, afraid that I would be dissatisfied. The butler looked at me, his voice calm. "Young master, how should this matter be handled?" My father, sitting in the back of the Rolls-Royce, was watching me, waiting for my decision. I glanced at the Zhang family, then looked at Lu Li in the distance. Her pride had shattered. I waved the business card in my hand, my tone casual. "Some other time, heaven on earth." After saying that, I turned and got into the car, not looking back again. Zhang Jianren's voice trembled with excitement. Definitely, I'll arrange it personally." Zhang Mingyuan immediately added more, afraid that his sincerity wasn't enough. "Clear the venue. 20 million to start, and we'll add more if the hospitality is up to standard." Their hearts finally settled down because I hadn't pursued the matter. But Lu Li's world completely collapsed. She rushed forward to speak, but was immediately berated by the father and son. "Move out of the villa tonight, or don't blame me for being impolite." The Mercedes drove away, and Zhang Jianren carried the cash away. She was left standing there alone. "Lin Yan, I hate you," she screamed hysterically. I sat in the car, completely unmoved. Just as I was about to close the window, a pair of slender hands suddenly grabbed it. I looked down at those familiar hands, and without even guessing, it was Lu Li. She looked up, her face streaked with tears, her knees on the ground as if she felt no pain. "Lin Yan, listen to me. I know you still love me. Give me another chance, just one more." She clung desperately to the car window, but the glass wouldn't roll up. Her father, sitting in the back, frowned at the scene but remained silent. This was her business. He was waiting for her to handle it herself. If she couldn't even manage her feelings, she wasn't worthy of the Lin family. I took a deep breath, knowing I couldn't leave today. She'd gone mad. Dragging things out would only make things worse. She wouldn't let go because she'd seen my family background. How could she possibly give up such a wealthy and powerful man? She knows me too well. Before, I'd soften up if she just played the victim. Thinking back to the day she wanted an iPhone, and I took out a loan to buy it for her, I feel a pang of irony. Now she's trying the same trick. I turned to my father, my tone serious. "Dad, you go back first. I'll finish dealing with this." My father nodded. He never liked this woman to begin with. Even if this hadn't happened today, he would have advised me to break up with her. The Lin family wouldn't accept someone like her. The convoy slowly drove away, but I felt uneasy. The sudden appearance of my father, the sudden revelation of my family background, I was actually afraid. The Lin family was so powerful, while I was just a college student delivering food. The gap was like a deep chasm, making me feel insecure. I looked down at Lu Li, who was clinging to my leg, my brow furrowed. "Get up, we're over." She cried even louder, as if trying to wake the entire dormitory building. "We've broken up. Don't you have any self-respect?" She suddenly stood up, wiping away her tears, and said, "I didn't say we broke up, we're still together." A commotion erupted around them. Everyone was stunned. She had left so easily before, but now she said we hadn't broken up. A surge of anger welled up inside me. I kicked her away, my voice as cold as ice. "I didn't want to ruin things, to save face for both of us. But you're clinging to me like this. Do you really think I can't live without you? You can break up with me whenever you want, and get back together whenever you want. What do you take me for?" I pointed at myself, almost yelling. "You've been having an affair behind my back, and you even have someone else as your goddaughter. Those two are father and son. Don't you find that disgusting? The thought made my stomach churn. I spat, my last bit of patience gone. Zhang Jianren stood to the side, his face embarrassed, but he didn't dare to utter a word. He used to settle everything with money, but now he didn't even dare to interrupt. I raised my hand, wanting to slap her, but she slowly stood up, her eyes suddenly turning strange. You really don't love me anymore? She stared at me, her voice low. Then I'll make a bet. If you win, I'll never bother you again. She paused, a flicker of madness in her eyes. If you lose. I frowned, watching Lu Li's sudden hardening. What trick was she up to now? If a competition could completely shake her off, I'd be happy to oblige. I lost. What do you want to do? I asked her coldly. She cried even harder, but her voice was clenched. We can't break up. Those words instantly caused an uproar. She had initiated the breakup, and now she wanted to use a competition to tie me back. The onlookers cursed her for being shameless, but I stared into her eyes. What kind of competition? I didn't immediately agree, waiting for her to reveal her hand. She feigned remorse and started spouting platitudes, talking about love, about the future, and that I was her only partner. I could only sneer inwardly. I was sick of hearing those words. Her pretense was utterly shattered in my eyes. Seeing that I remained unmoved, she suddenly dropped her trump card. In calligraphy, Wang Shiji's running script. This statement caused another uproar. She had won second prize in a calligraphy competition last year. This was her strongest asset, and everyone thought I was doomed to lose. My face darkened, and my body even trembled slightly. In their eyes, I was shaking with anger, utterly embarrassed and unable to refute. But inside, I was laughing hysterically. I hadn't even used the gift package the system had given me, and it had actually taken the initiative to set me up. It feels so good to have someone hand you a pillow when you're sleepy. I suppressed my joy, lowered my head and pondered for a moment, then looked up at her. Okay, I agree. You lost, so don't bother me anymore. She nodded, but a calculating glint flashed in her eyes. I won't hold a grudge if I lose, but you have to show some sincerity. I knew she was setting a trap again, trying to blackmail me, but I was no longer afraid. I calmly uttered a single word, speak. Her gaze drifted to the Bugatti Silver Dragon, and she feigned innocence. You lost. We'll get back together. Give me the car, and give me another 300 million. She also said she wasn't greedy for money, but just keeping it for me, saying that I didn't have time to drive because I worked as a food delivery driver and spent money recklessly. I was embarrassed for her to hear those words come out of her mouth. I looked down at my 10 yuan cloth shoes and almost burst out laughing. She has a huge appetite, but that's typical of her always only caring about profit. I deliberately feigned anger, pretending to be provoked, to make her feel like she had already won. Fine, you lost. Apologize to me in front of the whole school. We high-fived to seal the deal, outwardly calm, but inwardly each with our own agendas. The news spread quickly throughout the university town, and my calligraphy duel with Lu Li became the focus of attention. Zhang Jianren watched Lu Li from the side, his eyes changing. For the first time, he realized that this woman was even more cunning than him, calculating every step she took. From throwing a tantrum to force me to accept the challenge, to setting harsh conditions, every step she took was meticulously planned. But he couldn't understand why I, with no chance of winning, would fall into this trap. In his eyes, I was just asking for trouble and humiliation. But he didn't know that I had the system as my biggest trump card. Back in my dorm, I didn't say a word and collapsed onto my bed. The most important thing now wasn't the competition, but figuring out how to use the system and familiarizing myself with my resources. The next second, a 7-story pagoda appeared before me. A huge number lit up on the right, 25900. I instantly understood that it was the accumulated shock value. The upper levels of the pagoda were shrouded in mist. I could only see the contents of the lower levels. The first tier consists of life skills, including cooking, traditional Chinese painting, and plumbing, which require 10,000 shock points to exchange. The sixth tier consists of common social skills, such as driving cars and airplanes, and hacking, which require 50,000 shock points to exchange. The fifth level is military-grade skills, covering tank and warship operation, stunt driving, etc., requiring 500,000 shock points. Looking at my pitiful stats, I felt a surge of excitement and looked forward to tomorrow's competition even more. As night fell, the entire university town was buzzing with talk of my calligraphy bet with Luli. They were all waiting to see me fail, to see me make a fool of myself, to see a joke unfold, while I remained in my dorm, quietly awaiting tomorrow's stage. Meanwhile, Luli, still in her school uniform, quietly left her dormitory. Instead of going to the library to practice calligraphy, she headed towards a row of old teachers' dormitories. Those buildings were over 20 years old and housed many retired teachers. She knocked 3 times, her voice soft but purposeful. "Who is it?" came an aged voice from inside. "It's me, Luli," she whispered, glancing around nervously, as if afraid of being recognized. The door opened a crack, and she quickly slipped inside. Inside, an elderly man in his 60s was practicing calligraphy. His wrists were steady, and his strokes were skillful and mature. He was clearly an expert who had been immersed in calligraphy for decades and had a profound foundation. She walked over with a smile, her tone familiar. "Old Sheen, practicing calligraphy again?" The old man nodded, but his eyes lingered on her, scrutinizing her with a hint of ill intent, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. She took off her coat, walked to the desk, and deliberately leaned closer. "I haven't seen you for a few days, and your calligraphy has improved again. Your brushstrokes are becoming more and more elegant." The old man smiled, but his gaze grew increasingly greedy, fixed on her and refusing to look away. She was wearing a V-neck sweater, and the old man's aging eyes almost seemed to pierce through them. "Come on, I'll teach you," the old man said with a smile, his tone clearly probing. She felt a deep sense of disgust, but still forced herself to comply and agree. If it weren't for the bet tomorrow, and her desire to secure a victory by relying on the old man's skills, she wouldn't have bothered coming here at all. She held the calligraphy brush, and the old man pressed himself against her from behind, his hand covering hers, his breath hot against her ear, making her very uncomfortable. Her face flushed, and her body involuntarily went limp, but she forced herself to cooperate despite the discomfort. 10 minutes later, she straightened her clothes, stood up from the bedside, and said respectfully, "I'm counting on you for tomorrow's betting match." As she spoke, she stuffed 100,000 yuan in cash into the blanket. The night was dark, and she dared not linger, leaving quickly for fear of being caught in this shameful scene. She thought her plan was flawless, but little did she know, everything was under my control. The next day, the sky was clear, and the arena was set up in the school's small square. 2 desks were placed opposite each other, complete with writing brushes, ink, paper, and ink stones, resembling a battlefield about to begin, creating a tense atmosphere. More and more people gathered, forming layers upon layers, and even the dormitory buildings started selling spectator seats. Each seat cost 100 yuan, and the boys were scrambling for them like madmen, all eager to witness this seemingly one-sided contest. They claimed they were there to appreciate calligraphy, but each had their own agenda. Some wanted to see me embarrass myself, some wanted to curry favor with Luli, and others were simply there for the spectacle. At that moment, Luli slowly walked onto the stage, exuding an aura of authority. She changed into a light blue cheongsam, which perfectly accentuated her figure, exuding a gentle and refined air. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her makeup was exquisite, as if she had already celebrated her victory. Many people were stunned by her appearance, forgetting her tantrum the day before. "She's so confident today, you can tell she's got it all figured out," someone whispered, their tone tinged with admiration. "After all, it's a second-place prize in the calligraphy competition. Lin Yan definitely can't beat her. This bet is a foregone conclusion. Lin Yan's going to lose this time." More people sighed. They thought I couldn't do calligraphy, let alone running script. But they didn't know I was prepared. I stepped onto the stage and glanced at her. Her exquisite attire made it even clearer that she was well prepared for this duel and determined to win. "When does it start?" I asked calmly, wanting only to end this farce quickly and get rid of her completely. She spoke softly, her voice as gentle as a docile kitten, but her eyes held a calculating glint. "Every bet needs a referee. Look, here she comes." The crowd parted automatically, and an elderly figure slowly approached. "Elder Qin," someone exclaimed. Elder Qin was the former president of the Shanghai University Calligraphy Association, a figure of immense fame and prestige in the calligraphy world. People were whispering that Lu Li and Old Qin had a close relationship and were seeing each other frequently in private. I instantly understood that she had secretly left the dormitory last night to see Old Qin. The referee was her man. She was determined to win this round. Old Qin walked to the center of the arena and sat down, a kind smile on his face. He slowly said, "This competition will be fair, just, and open, and will not favor any side." He spoke in a grand and righteous manner, but no one dared to question him. After all, his status was undeniable. There are no absolute standards in calligraphy. Laymen can only watch the spectacle, unable to discern the true essence. The real winner, in fact, lies in a single sentence from Master Qin. Whoever he declares the winner is the victor. I stared at Lu Li across from me. Her eyes were filled with undisguised confidence. She thought that as long as she got rid of the referee, she could lock me down and make me lose without a doubt. But little did she know that I already had my trump card. 10 minutes later, the small square was packed with onlookers, 3 or 4 layers deep. Even the walls were full of people, all waiting to see this seemingly one-sided bet. Just as Old Qin was about to announce the start of the match, a voice rang out from behind the crowd. "Old Qin, you actually kept the calligraphy competition a secret and didn't even tell us. That's not like you." The voice was old but confident, instantly attracting everyone's attention, and the noisy square gradually quieted down. Following the sound, everyone looked and saw 4 white-haired elderly men walking into the square with vigorous postures and extraordinary bearing. Those who could address Old Qin by his name and make him appear reserved were certainly no ordinary people. Upon seeing the 4 people, Old Qin immediately stood up, his kind smile turning somewhat restrained, and his tone unconsciously lowered. "What brings you esteemed guests? You are truly rare guests. Please have a seat." His reaction caused an uproar among the students present. Leading the group was Chairman Zhao, president of the Xiagua Calligraphy Association, considered the foremost master of running script, and a highly influential figure in the national calligraphy world. The other 3 were also core members of the association, possessing profound calligraphic skills and far surpassing those of Elder Qin. What was originally just a school duel instantly escalated into a grand affair with the arrival of 4 elders. I stood on the stage, a slight smile playing on my lips. Everything was going according to plan. Lu Li's face tightened instantly, her eyes filled with panic. What she feared most was that the situation would spiral out of control and ruin her plans. Old Qin gave her a reassuring look, and she managed to calm down, forcing herself to appear composed. Chairman Zhao walked to the head of the judges' table and sat down. With a wave of his hand, he said decisively, "The competition topic is set as preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion. The competition will be conducted using a 5-judges voting system. The judge with the most votes will win. The entire process will be open and transparent, and there will be absolutely no favoritism." The students applauded, feeling that this was a fair rule, and they no longer had to worry about Old Qin favoring Lu Li. An incense burner was placed in the center of the arena, and a stick of incense slowly burned. The rules stipulated that the writing must be completed before the incense burned out, otherwise the student would lose. Lu Li was the first to pick up her pen. She gently tossed her long hair, her posture elegant, every movement deliberately crafting a gentle and graceful demeanor. Her brushstrokes were fluid and skillful, as if she had rehearsed countless times, displaying complete confidence. Many people were drawn to her demeanor and calligraphy, gradually forgetting her tantrums and blatant lies from the previous day. Her writing flows smoothly, her skills are solid. She truly deserves the second prize in the calligraphy competition, someone murmured in admiration. I stood there, hesitant to write. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, assuming I was stage frightened, that I couldn't write at all, and that's why I was afraid to pick up a pen, waiting to see me embarrass myself. They didn't know that I wasn't stage frightened. I was waiting for the perfect opportunity. To truly defeat someone, you must strike them decisively where they are most proud and confident, leaving them speechless. When the incense had burned down to 1/3 of its length, Lu Li calmly put down her brush, looked at the judge's table, and said confidently, "Judges, I'm done." The whole audience was in an uproar. No one had expected her to finish so quickly, and they all crowded around to watch. Only then did I slowly pick up the brush, ready to begin writing. In that instant, the Wang Shiji calligraphy mastery granted by the system fully awakened, and I felt my soul being pulled back 1,000 years, as if I were standing in the scene of the calligraphy master wielding his brush. The moment the pen touched the paper, my entire aura changed, and I was enveloped in a calm, scholarly air. The ink spread slowly across the paper, the brushstrokes flowing like dragons and snakes, like clouds and water, like a rushing river, full of momentum. The surroundings fell completely silent. The once bustling square was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Someone rubbed their eyes, as if witnessing the reappearance of the sage of calligraphy, their face filled with shock and disbelief. Just as the incense stick burned out, I calmly put down my brush and said in a composed tone, "I'm finished." The 5 judges were the first to walk to Lu Li's desk and carefully examine her copy of the preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion. Beautiful calligraphy. Beautiful calligraphy. Solid structure, precise strokes, full of charm. No wonder you won second prize in a calligraphy competition. Several elderly people praised her one after another. When Lu Li heard these praises, her eyes instantly lit up. She seemed to already see the Bugatti Silver Dragon and the 300 million, and she envisioned her own comeback. A smile involuntarily crept onto her face. The onlookers began to sigh for me. They felt the outcome was already decided, and I had no chance of winning. But when the 5 elderly men walked up to my desk, their previously calm expressions changed instantly. The air seemed to freeze, and even the wind seemed to stop. Chairman Zhao's breathing became heavy, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How could there be such characters? Chairman Zhao muttered to himself, his tone filled with shock. The other 3 elders exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes, their expressions solemn. Old Qin stood to the side, his face instantly turning pale, his body trembling slightly. He never expected that I could write such words, completely shattering his plans. In my mind, system notifications rang frantically. Shock level from Chairman Zhao, plus 999. Shock level from an elder of the association, plus 999. Shock level from an elder of the association, plus 999. Shock level from an elder of the association, plus 999. Shock level from Elder Qin, plus 999. The 5 judges' expressions suddenly changed, and the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was guessing what I had written. It felt like the air itself was being held down, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Some people started jeering, saying that I probably didn't write calligraphy at all, but instead drew a picture of chickens pecking at rice, trying to make a comeback in this way. The more they talked, the more outrageous it became, and laughter gradually broke out in the room, all mocking me for overestimating myself. Lu Li, standing opposite me, almost burst out laughing. She was convinced that I had written a bunch of rubbish, which was why the 5 elderly people had lost their composure. Victory was firmly in her hands, and she was filled with thoughts of the wealth and status that were about to be hers. Her mind was filled with images of the Bugatti Silver Dragon and 300 million yuan. She felt that as long as the referees officially announced her victory, she could completely turn her life around, never have to look after anyone again, and rise to the top in one step. Chairman Zhao trembled all over, his right hand hovering a centimeter above the paper, as if afraid of soiling the words. His voice trembled as he read out the beginning, word by word. The 9th year of Yonghe, the year of Guichou. Chapter 21, A Beautiful Misunderstanding. On the road leading from the music academy to the school gate, 2 girls walked hand in hand, attracting the attention of a large group of boys. Wow, those must be Lin Xian from the music education department and Zhao Jiejie from the piano department. Yes, it's quite a sight to see the 2 most beautiful girls from the department walking together. Sigh, I just wonder which pig will benefit from this. I heard that Wang Lu is planning to confess his feelings to Lin Xian today. Yes, I heard that too. It's around 8 p.m. The 2 listened to the conversations of passers-by, exchanged a smile, and said nothing. They've gotten used to hearing these kinds of comments. Their ears are practically calloused from them. Qianqian, Wang Lu wants to confess his feelings to you. What are your thoughts? At this moment, Zhao Jijia spoke up and asked. Lin Xian kept glancing towards the school gate, trying to find Lin Yan. I have no feelings for him, and I don't like him. I just want to graduate peacefully, then go home and become a music teacher, teaching music to children. Hearing this, Zhao Jijia didn't say anything. That's true. Wang Lu seems to be a rich second generation. His family has been involved in music for 3 generations. I heard he's already had several girlfriends. It's good that you think that way. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Wang Lu is just playing around. As Lin Xian's best friend, she was relieved to see Lin Xian think this way. After all, nowadays all the girls are throwing themselves into Wang Li's arms, hoping to rise to the top in one step. However, without exception, they broke up in less than a month. A moment later, the two arrived at the school gate. Look, my brother's over there. Lin Xian shouted happily and pulled Zhao Jijia along as they jogged over. At this moment, Zhao Jijia glanced at Lin Yan's back and instantly felt that his face was familiar, but she just couldn't remember where she had seen him before. Upon hearing the familiar voice beside him, Lin Yan immediately broke into a familiar smile. He turned to look at his sister with a smile, but the person next to her made him tense up again. It's you? So it was you. The two looked at each other in disbelief. After Zhao Jijia finished speaking, she was about to pick up her bag and throw it at Lin Yan. At this moment, Lin Yan wasn't stupid. He immediately hid behind his sister. Pervert, what are you doing here? Why are you asking me this? Is this road your property? You're here, so why can't I be here? You. Fine, I'll beat you to death today. After saying that, the two of them immediately surrounded Lin Xian and started fighting. In an instant, people from all over the school gate gathered around. Wow, I never knew our department's most beautiful girl had this ability. Yeah, I never would have guessed. I always thought she was gentle and virtuous, but now it seems she has a violent streak hidden inside. Who is that man? Although he's only slightly less handsome than me, he's managed to get together with Zhao Jijia. Lin Xian was stunned. She couldn't understand how her brother could know her best friend. Most importantly, judging from the scene, the two seemed to be enemies. All right. Then, Lin Xian let out a loud shout. Stop it, all of you. Seeing that Lin Xian was a little angry, the two stopped and looked at each other with disapproval. Can you tell me why all this is happening? Logically speaking, you two shouldn't know each other. Just as Lin Yan was about to speak, Lin Xian pulled Zhao Jijia aside. You go first. Lin Yan looked at his sister speechlessly. He never expected that once she had a best friend, she would abandon her older brother. For a full 10 minutes, Zhao Jijia recounted the entire process 3 times over. Lin Xian looked at her brother with a strange expression. Based on her understanding of him, he shouldn't be that kind of person. Qianqian, you have to believe me. I really didn't lie to you. Zhao Jijia said from the side, and after speaking, she did not forget to glare fiercely at Lin Yan. Lin Xian grabbed Lin Yan's hand and walked to the side, looking at Lin Yan. Tell me what's going on. Don't you have a girlfriend? Lin Yan looked at his younger sister speechlessly. Qianqian, don't even you believe me? Afterwards, Lin Yan recounted the whole story, and Lin Xian gradually came to believe him. After Lin Xian's explanation, Zhao Jijia finally decided not to pursue the matter any further. However, Lin Yan had to spend a lot of money on this, treating the two of them to a meal and taking them out for an afternoon before finally letting him off the hook. In the evening, Lin Yan planned to take Lin Xian back to her dormitory and then take a taxi home. When I arrived at the school gate, I saw many people rushing towards the girls' dormitory. Look quickly. The saxophone prince, Wang Lu, is about to confess his love to Lin Xian. Yeah, didn't Wang Lu just confess his feelings to a girl from another department last month? TCH, you only know the old almanac. The two broke up a long time ago, and now he's set his sights on Lin Xian. This is promiscuity. He changes girlfriends every month. I can't figure out why he's so shameless. He changes girlfriends as frequently as he changes clothes. Well, what can you do when his family is rich? Besides, he won first prize in last year's year-end saxophone competition. He's talented. Every girl would like him. Lin Yan watched everything quietly. At this moment, Lin Qian took Lin Yan's hand and whispered, "Why don't you go back first, brother? I can handle this." "Yes, Lin Yan, why don't you go back first? With me here, Qian won't be bullied." Although Zhao Zhejia hasn't gotten over what happened on the bus yet. However, his attitude towards Lin Qian never changed. He always acted like a big sister. Lin Yan smiled slightly and gently patted Lin Qian's hand with her right hand to reassure her. "Don't worry. I've got everything covered." Hearing this, Lin Qian felt inexplicably at ease. She took Lin Yan's arm with one hand and Zhao Zhejia's arm with the other and walked towards the dormitory. Although she had known for a long time that Lin Yan was not her biological brother, he had always taken better care of her than a real brother since she was a child. It can be said that with her parents gone, Lin Yan is her only family in this world. At this moment, the girls' dormitory was deserted, and a large number of people gathered together. A large heart-shaped candle is placed on the ground in the center, covered with red roses. There was also a Western band playing love songs nearby. Which girl could resist such temptation? At that moment, a man in a suit, holding roses, shouted loudly towards the girls' dormitory through a megaphone. "Lin Qian, I love you." Chapter 22, Teasing the Little Saxophone Prince. The passionate love and the enthusiastic atmosphere made many girls silently lower their defenses. Wow, if the little prince confessed his love to me, I would definitely say yes. Yeah, it's a pity. He only has eyes for the most beautiful girl in the department, and he won't flirt with anyone else. Don't think you're so great now. Have you all forgotten that the most beautiful girl in the department got pregnant last month? Didn't he just say he wanted to break up with her? Yes, this kind of scum is absolutely disgusting. Lin Yan frowned as she listened to the discussions around her and looked at the man holding flowers in the crowd. She felt that he was a second Zhang Jianren. No, this guy is even more arrogant than Zhang Jianren. Elder brother. At this moment, Lin Qian stood beside Lin Yan, nervously watching him. It would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid. Judging from the scale of the crowd, it was clear that Wang Lu had brought a large number of people. Lin Yan smiled slightly and comforted Lin Qian. "Stay here and don't move. Wait for me to call you when you come out." Afterwards, Lin Yan straightened his clothes and squeezed into the crowd. "Lin Qian, you have to believe me. I will definitely treat you well." "Lin Qian, please come down." "Forest." Just as Wang Lu was about to shout again, a tall figure blocked his way and snatched the megaphone from his hand. A cold glint flashed in Wang Li's eyes as he frowned and looked at the newcomer. At the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, no one dared to pluck Wang Li's beard. This person was clearly not from the conservatory. "Who are you? You don't look like you're from our college." Lin Yan looked at Wang Lu with great interest. He was damn handsome, and it was no wonder he kept succeeding. Moreover, he came from a musical family. He was extraordinary. Seeing that Lin Yan didn't speak, Wang Lu prepared to grab the loudspeaker back. "Wait a minute, do you like Lin Qian?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's question, Wang Lu paused for a moment before giving an abrupt answer. "So what if it is? And if it isn't, it doesn't really matter." Lin Yan nodded and smiled slightly. "Yes, that's good. 10,000 yuan, I'll pay it for you." Wang Lu was stunned. Who was this person? How dare they say such a thing? Could it be that he is very familiar with Lin Qian? That shouldn't be the case. I haven't heard of Lin Qian knowing any boys in over a year. I only heard that she has an older brother who works as a food delivery driver and always wears a yellow jacket when he comes. The guy in front of me shouldn't be Lin Qian's brother. However, Wang Lu thought for a moment and decided that 10,000 was fine, since he had been calling for so long without any response. If he could really get Lin Qian to come down, what harm would it do to give him 10,000? Okay, 10,000 is fine, but you have to promise to get Lin Qian down. If you don't yell it down, I won't let you off the hook. After saying that, he gestured to the people next to him, indicating that if Lin Yan wanted to cheat him out of money, he wouldn't believe him unless he beat him half to death. "Okay, transfer the money." Lin Yan smiled and showed his WeChat payment QR code. Without hesitation, Wang Lu transferred 10,000 yuan directly. Lin Yan was overjoyed when he heard that 10,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Haha, I earned 10,000 yuan just by saying a few words. How could I not be excited? Can we begin now? Wang Lu urged. What's the rush? Let me think for a minute. At this moment, the surrounding classmates were all curious about who this guy was. Who is this person? I've never met him before. Could he be from outside the school? Very likely, but he's quite handsome. It would be great if I could get his WeChat. Oh dear, you silly girl, you're in heat again. You get all alluring just by looking at a man. It's because there are so few boys in our college. I'm planning to go check out Jiangnan University next door another day. I heard they have a lot of boys. A minute later, seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Yan coughed twice and picked up the megaphone to talk to the girls' dormitory. Lin Xian, get down here. Wang Lu was tidying his suit, but after waiting for a long time, there was still no word from him. That's it. It's gone. Lin Yan answered very seriously. Wang Lu was furious. 5 words for 10,000 yuan. That is, 2,000 yuan per word. This is truly a word worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The money was spent, but no one saw it. Where are they? You said you could call her down. Wang Lu was about to grab Lin Yan's collar, but he was shorter than Lin Yan. He gestured with his right hand in front of Lin Yan for a long time, but did not make a move. I'm telling you, if you mess with me, you won't be leaving the academy tonight. Wang Lu took a step back and pointed his right hand menacingly at Lin Yan. At that moment, someone was heard saying something. Look, Lin Xian really came down. Wow, that really is Lin Xian, dressed in a white dress. She looks like a pure white lotus. Oh no, Lin Xian is coming down. How are we going to get away? You know, Wang Lu has been eyeing her for a long time. Wang Lu turned his head and saw that Lin Xian had actually come down. Brother, you're awesome. I'll treat you another day. Wang Lu immediately changed his demeanor, acting as if he were very familiar with Lin Yan. He leaned in with a sly grin, ready to take Lin Xian's hand. At this moment, Lin Xian skillfully cut through the gap, came to Lin Yan's side, and expertly took Lin Yan's arm. Upon seeing this, Wang Lu was furious. He stared at Lin Yan with extreme anger, as if he was about to beat Lin Yan up at any moment. Wang Li's lackeys were about to make a move, but Lin Xian's words stopped them in their tracks. Elder brother. A soft shout stunned everyone. Wow, so he's Lin Xian's brother. No wonder he came down as soon as I called him. No, I saw Lin Xian and Zhao Jiejie with a man this morning. It turns out it was her brother. I thought Lin Xian wasn't coming down because she had a boyfriend. I think Lin Xian's brother is a money grubber. He sold his sister to Wang Lu for 10,000 yuan. Yes, poor thing, Lin Xian is really unlucky. Wang Lu was stunned. The guy in front of him was actually Lin Xian's brother, so he had just been about to beat him up. Wouldn't that be shooting yourself in the foot? Suddenly, he changed his tune and prepared to get closer to Lin Yan. Oh, it's my brother-in-law. He's one of us, one of us. Please don't take offense at what happened earlier. Lin Yan wasn't angry and simply said, You like my sister? Wang Lu was taken aback by Lin Yan's direct question, then nodded heavily, as if he were a lovesick fool. Okay. Lin Yan pondered for a moment, then spoke. Hearing this, Wang Lu could hardly believe that the matter had been resolved so easily. Isn't this too fast? However, Lin Yan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Brother-in-law, please feel free to make any requests you may have. My future brother-in-law must be a capable man, and his capabilities must even surpass mine. What do you have to offer that you're proud of? Hearing this, Wang Lu sneered inwardly. Everyone knew he was the little prince of the saxophone. I play the saxophone, and I won first prize at the end of last year. Wang Lu mentioned it casually, but his expression seemed rather smug. Lin Yan looked serious, but he was secretly overjoyed. Another chance to rack up points had come his way. No, my Qianqian prefers traditional Chinese musical instruments and doesn't like Western things. When Lin Yan said he looked down on Western musical instruments, everyone around him burst into laughter. Everyone knows that Western musical instruments are now dominant, and traditional Chinese musical instruments simply do not have the strength to compete with them. Hearing this, Wang Lu was displeased. Having lived for over 20 years, no one has ever dared to say to my face that Western musical instruments are inferior. Lin Yan glanced at Wang Lu indifferently, then said, I know you're not convinced, so here's what we'll do. 3 days later, in the square of your college, you will have a saxophone duel with my Swana. If you win, I will let Qianqian be your girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu was overjoyed. Wasn't this just a convenient opportunity to slap him in the face? Okay, Chapter 23 Lin Yan's Scheme, Lu Li's Trick. When Lin Xian heard that Lin Yan wanted to compete with Wang Lu in musical instruments, she got anxious and grabbed Lin Yan's arm and shook it. Elder brother. Lin Yan turned to look at Lin Xian tenderly, stroked her little head, and said slowly, "Don't worry, trust me. From childhood to adulthood, when have I ever let you down?" Hearing Lin Yan's powerful words, Lin Xian felt inexplicably at ease and nodded heavily. Afterwards, Wang Lu and the others didn't linger and simply packed their things and left. As he left, he didn't forget to give Lin Yan a knowing look. For Wang Lu, this would both increase his fame and win the heart of a beautiful woman, why not? A moment later, the people around left. At this moment, Zhao Jiejia could no longer hold back and launched into a tirade against Lin Yan. "Are you even Qianqian's biological brother? How can you act like a brother like this?" However, Lin Yan's next words immediately stunned Zhao Jiejia. "We weren't siblings to begin with." Ah! Zhao Jiejia looked at Lin Qian in disbelief, wanting to confirm again, only to see Lin Qian nod heavily. "Wow! I don't understand. If you're not blood siblings, are you half-siblings or half-brothers?" Zhao Jiejia immediately realized something, as if she had guessed correctly. Immediately, Lin Yan and Lin Qian shook their heads at the same time. "Although we are not blood-related siblings, we are definitely closer than blood-related siblings." Lin Yan reiterated his statement, and Lin Qian felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this, and smiled knowingly. "Forget it, let's not dwell on this. You should know that Wang Lu is a musical genius in our entire music academy. His saxophone skills are unmatched in the entire academy. What musical instrument do you play? And you deliberately criticize others for not playing Western instruments well. You're pushing Lin Qian into a fire pit." Zhao Jiejia was extremely excited. She had never seen Lin Qian so excited since she met her. Seeing that Zhao Jiejia had even disregarded her usual ladylike image for her sake, Lin Qian felt a warmth in her heart and quietly held Zhao Jiejia's hand in her right hand. Lin Yan didn't say a word the whole time, but just smiled at Zhao Jiejia. It seemed that Zhao Jiejia cared a lot about Lin Qian's matter, and Lin Yan wasn't angry. "From what you're saying, Wang Lu is quite well known at your music academy." Lin Yan's thoughts were all on Wang Lu, so she couldn't help but ask. "That's true, and the most important thing is that he's extremely strong. What musical instrument do you play?" Zhao Jiejia seemed to have gotten tired of scolding and crossed her arms in front of her chest. From Lin Yan's perspective, a cleavage was quite obvious. As a man, Lin Yan instinctively swallowed. However, Zhao Jiejia saw this scene, glared at Lin Yan fiercely, raised her fist, and gestured that if he looked again, she would punch him. Lin Yan then turned his head to look elsewhere and casually said, "Don't worry, no matter what kind of little prince he is, we'll see in 3 days. I'll give you a prince turns into a frog show then." Afterwards, Lin Yan waved goodbye to the two women and left. Zhao Jiejia glared fiercely at Lin Yan's retreating figure, then grabbed Lin Qian's arm and returned to the dormitory. "Your brother said he can play the suona? Did you know that?" Lin Qian smiled knowingly and said nonchalantly, "He doesn't know any musical instruments. When he was a child, he could even whistle and scare away the birds. Not to mention he knows any musical instruments. He's never even touched one." Hearing this, Zhao Jiejia was even more puzzled. Why would someone who doesn't know how to play any musical instruments agree to this bet? Could it be that Lin Yan wanted to befriend Wang Lu because he was rich, but that doesn't necessarily mean he had to compete against him? Zhao Jiejia thought and thought, but she still couldn't figure out what Lin Yan wanted to do. On the way back, Lin Yan sat on the bus, watching the bright lights and bustling city lights flash by. Today, the reason for provoking Wang Lu to fight is mainly for 2 reasons. First of all, he knew that even if Lin Qian rejected Wang Lu this time, what about next time? Impossible. Like today, every time Lin Yan is present. To solve the problem once and for all, Lin Yan decided to take a gamble with Wang Lu and defeat him by targeting his strongest point. So what right does Wang Lu have to be arrogant in front of Lin Yan? He's just a defeated opponent, not worth mentioning. Secondly, and most importantly, it's about building up your fear level. Because he felt that if he returned to the Lin family, it might be like an earthquake for the Lin family now. In order to handle this family reunion well, Lin Yan must be fully prepared. The shock value is a good thing. Only with enough shock value can Lin Yin be invincible, and he can even buy skills temporarily. At this moment, Lin Yin opened the school forum on WeChat, and an announcement caught his attention. A moment later, Lin Yan's eyes gradually turned cold, and a chilling aura emanated from his body, causing the surrounding passengers to feel a cold wind blowing past. It turns out that Lu Li posted an apology statement on the school forum, admitting that she had used any means to make money and had been too timing. However, in the end, the tone shifted, and he said that he mainly earned money for his family. Her family was very poor, living in a small mountain area. Her parents were bedridden for many years and took medicine every day. There are 4 younger siblings who need to go to school, and the whole family depends on Lu Li to earn money and support them. Lin Yin could easily see that Lu Li was trying to clear her name with this announcement. Lin Yanhui would not know about Lu Li and her family. Lu Li has been an only child since she was a child. Although her family lives in the countryside, they have now escaped poverty and become wealthy, and they even own a car. Although he wasn't the richest man in the village, he was definitely not poor at all. Lin Yin also found a WeChat payment QR code below the announcement. Seeing this, Lin Yin understood Lu Li's thoughts. First, take the opportunity to clear your name, then make a profit. The most important thing is to clear your own name. So, who became the sinner? Naturally, it was Lin Yin. In other words, Lin Yin, who originally did nothing wrong, is now seen as a cold-blooded ex-boyfriend. Clearly, Lu Li's move was quite sophisticated. At this moment, the forum exploded. Damn, Lu Li's situation was understandable, but Lin Yin is a real scoundrel. That's right, I could tell just by looking at Lin Yin. He looks decent enough, but he's really not that good looking. Don't let me see Lin Yin again. Every time I see him, I'll curse him. Seeing this, Lin Yin wasn't angry. What angered him the most was that Lu Li posted a comment and pinned it to the top of the chat. Please don't talk about Lin Yin. I don't know what his purpose is in doing this, but as his girlfriend, I have never blamed him. Yin, I still love you. Lin Yin quietly looked at the comments on her phone, opened her contacts, and found the housekeeper's number. Young master, rest assured, it will be taken care of within 3 days. After finishing these tasks, Lin Yin went straight back to his dormitory. At this moment, he remembered that Chairman Zhao had asked him to attend some ceremony 3 days later. In other words, Lin Yin is only free tomorrow. Looks like I'll have to go to the music store tomorrow to see if they have any better swanas. Chapter 24, Exploring the Old Shop for the Swana. Music Street is one of the most famous streets in Shanghai. This place is famous throughout Shanghai and even the entire Xia Kingdom for its musical instruments. Of course, in this era when Western musical instruments were popular, 90% of the shops on this street sold Western musical instruments. As Lin Yin walked along, looking at the dazzling array of Western musical instruments, he even wondered if he had traveled to Europe. Lin Yin doesn't have much affection for Western musical instruments. Although the violin, as a representative of Western musical instruments, is favored by countless young girls for playing a piece on it. However, Lin Yin was not interested. He preferred the grand and majestic sound of the swana. When the trumpet blared, it seemed to have an overbearing aura that invited people from all directions to join in the festivities. Furthermore, the things that have evolved from our more than 5,000 years of Chinese history are absolutely no less than Western musical instruments. Lin Yin slowly walked from the street into the music district, becoming more and more alarmed and terrified with each step. Because most of the instruments here are Western, and there is very little trace of classical Chinese instruments. Are Chinese musical instruments really so insignificant? Could it be that the musical instruments invented by our ancestors over countless years have simply been abandoned by later generations? Does this mean that classical Chinese musical instruments truly have no future? At this moment, Lin Yin felt deeply heartbroken, and at the same time, he secretly vowed to make Chinese musical instruments stand proudly at the top of the world's musical instruments once again. Half an hour later, Lin Yin had given up the idea of buying the swana. Because, although we saw some ethnic musical instruments along the way, most of them were crudely made. It might fool a complete novice, but for Lin Yin, even touching it would be too dirty for his hands. Just as Lin Yin was about to leave, his right eye caught sight of a small alleyway with what appeared to be an old musical instrument shop. Jinhua Musical Instruments. Lin Yan looked at the shop's name. Its sign was hanging vertically on the right side of the door, while a suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, hung above the door on the left. Upon seeing this, Lin Yan stopped and slowly walked into the shop. He felt that there must be something he liked in this shop. As soon as Lin Yan entered the shop, he felt an ancient aura wash over him. The shop was filled with all kinds of musical instruments, which dazzled Lin Yan, making him happier and happier as he looked at them. All the musical instruments here are classical Chinese instruments, including the eru, guzheng, large gong, and xiao, among others. At this moment, an elderly man slowly walked out of the room. He slightly raised his eyelids, and after seeing Lin Yan's appearance clearly, a glint flashed in his eyes. It's worth noting that very few young people play Chinese musical instruments these days, let alone come to a shop like this. "Young man, what would you like to buy?" The old man in the gray robe sounded like he was about to die, and Lin Yan couldn't help but worry about whether he could finish the deal. Lin Yan looked around at the dazzling array of musical instruments and said earnestly to the old man, "I need a suona." "Suona?" The old man in the gray robe muttered to himself, asking the question casually. "You can play the suona?" Upon hearing the gray-robed old man's question, Lin Yan smiled slightly and answered modestly, "A tiny bit." "A little bit?" "Oh." The old man in the gray robe sighed deeply, thinking he had met someone who was proficient in playing the suona, but it turned out he was just a suona enthusiast. However, upon thinking of this, the old man in the gray robe smiled self-deprecatingly, realizing that judging from this person's age, it was impossible for him to be proficient in playing the suona. "Okay, I'll get you one." Then, the old man in the gray robe slowly walked to the counter, picked up a suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, at random, and handed it to Lin Yan. "Here you go, 2,000. Lin Yan frowned as he looked at the suona that the old man in the gray robe handed him. He had originally thought that this shop would give him a surprise. But, unexpectedly, it was also a roadside stall. Lin Yan glanced at it, but didn't take it, and prepared to turn and leave. At this moment, the old man in the gray robe looked at Lin Yan with a puzzled expression. "This, the suona, you don't want it." Lin Yan turned his head, glanced at the gray-robed old man, and then said, "Old man, this kind of suona might fool a little kid. But it doesn't even deserve to be touched by me." Upon hearing this, the old man in the gray robe was deeply shaken. Were all young people these days so arrogant? "Okay, wait a minute." Then, the old man in the gray robe walked shakily into the inner room, where the sounds of rummaging through chests and cabinets could be heard. Lin Yan was very curious. Could there be something good inside? 10 minutes later, the old man in the gray robe slowly walked out carrying a small box. Lin Yan was wondering what was inside, but he was stunned the moment the gray-robed old man opened the box. Suona horns. A whole box of suona horns. The poles of varying lengths were neatly arranged together. There was also a row of copper bowls next to it, arranged from smallest to largest. There were also various whistles, air cards, and green cards placed together. Lin Yan took a deep breath and counted carefully. There were no fewer than 10. Moreover, you can tell from its color and brightness that it's been around for some time. At this moment, the old man in the gray robe looked up and glanced at it. "Do you know anything about the suona?" Lin Yan stared intently at the suona inside the box, but paid no attention to the old man in gray robe's words. He knew that the old man in the gray robe was testing him. Suona is generally divided into 4 types: large, medium, small, and also a C flute. The smaller the suona, the higher the pitch. The small suona, also known as the 3 squeaks, has a neck length of 22-30 centimeters. Its tone is ethereal and melodious, and it is mostly used for solo performances. The zhong suona is called hei ganzi, black pole, and the pole is 32-40 centimeters long. Its sound is melodious and gentle, and it is often used to accompany singing and dancing. The large suona, also known as the large pole, has a pole length of 40-57 centimeters. It produces a majestic and powerful sound and is often used to play large-scale musical pieces. At this moment, Lin Yan carefully picked up one of the smallest suonas and solemnly looked at it. The last one is called the C flute, and the pole is less than 23 centimeters long. Don't let its small size fool you. Its voice is powerful and soars to the heavens. The old man in the gray robe stared blankly at Lin Yan, never expecting that this young man knew so much about the Suona. For so many years, no one has understood the Suona like this. I originally thought it would accompany me to my coffin and be buried underground forever. The old man in the gray robe looked down with deep affection in his two old eyes and gently stroked the rows of Suonas inside the box with his wrinkled old hands. Lin Yan felt a pang of sadness upon seeing the old man's appearance. He reached out and firmly grasped the old man's aged hand, saying earnestly, "Old man, believe me, the Suona will not be buried in the dust of history. It will surely reappear and stand at the pinnacle of the world music scene." There is an old saying among the people of China: 10 years for the flute, 100 years for the shao. A single eru soars to the heavens. The pipa has been around for 1,000 years, the zither for 10,000, but only the Suona can shake the heavens and the earth. At this point, Lin Yan slowly walked to the front door, pointing the loudspeaker towards the sky. Beep, beep, beep. A melodious, high-pitched sound came from the Suona in Lin Yan's hand. The old man in the gray robe stared blankly at everything before him. At that moment, an elderly man with a white beard, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, heard the voice on the main street and looked shocked. Chapter 25, I Don't Like Others. Beep, beep, beep. The sound rose and fell, sometimes sinking into the deepest abyss, sometimes soaring through the clouds, as if it could take people into a different world. On the street, more and more people were curious about where the sound was coming from. Before long, the alleyway where the Jinhua musical instruments store used to be located was packed with people. Everyone looked at Lin Yan, who was standing at the door playing the flute, with admiration. Who is this person? He can actually play the Suona, and he plays it so well. Yes, I haven't seen anyone play the Suona for 20 or 30 years, especially someone so young. I think it must be from the nearby music academy. I never imagined that our traditional musical instruments would finally rise to prominence. It's unbelievable. I think I saw my deceased mother. I miss her so much. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. As the sound spread, pedestrians along the main street stopped in their tracks. What they want to do now is to stop and quietly experience the world that the Suona brings to them. At this moment, the white-bearded old man in the Zhongshan suit still looked shocked. Although he didn't act as dramatically as the pedestrians, his heart was in turmoil. As an outstanding ethnic musician, he has wanted to develop ethnic music for many years. However, there is currently a prevailing trend of worshipping foreign things in society, and very few young people are learning traditional Chinese musical instruments. Even the ethnic musical instrument department he led is now down to just one person, his own granddaughter. However, with only average looks, he was simply not up to the task of shouldering the responsibility of the rise of a great national musical instrument. The white-bearded old man slowly squeezed through the crowd, watching Lin Yan still playing the Suona with effortless ease. It's like a general leading his soldiers across the battlefield, constantly fighting and defeating one enemy after another. The white-bearded old man immediately sensed that the voice was exceptionally strong and resonant, unlike that of an elderly person. Everything was just as he had guessed, yet also different. Originally, I thought that even if she wasn't very old, she was at least in her 30s or 40s. However, when he saw Lin Yan's appearance, he was shocked again. 20-something? How could he only be 20-something? The old man kept muttering to himself. His aged right hand trembled as he pointed at Lin Yan, his teeth chattering incessantly. At this moment, he couldn't stop the tears from streaming down his face again, 2 lines of clear tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. However, she quickly wiped her eyes dry and stared intently at Lin Yan with her 2 exceptionally bright eyes. Seeing Lin Yan was like seeing the rise of traditional musical instruments. He knew that the success of the rise of folk music depended on this young man. At this moment, system notifications kept ringing in Lin Yan's mind, but he was so engrossed in his music world that he didn't notice them at all. It was as if I was particularly familiar with the Suona, as if it were an instinct of my body. This time, Lin Yan once again felt the power of the system. He knew he had never played the Suona before. He had only seen others play it. This was his first time playing the Suona. However, Lin Yin felt that playing the Suona was his instinct, and he followed his nature in everything. At this moment, Lin Yin felt as if he had returned to the powerful Qin dynasty 2,000 years ago, a time of constant warfare, driving a chariot and charging continuously on the battlefield. Suddenly, he felt as if he had traveled back to the prosperous Tang dynasty and witnessed the scene of all nations paying tribute. Then, he witnessed the tragic invasion of the Eight-Nation Alliance, and the more than 100 years of humiliating history continued to stir in Lin Yan's heart. At this moment, Lin Yin played the flute with increasing enthusiasm, as if he wanted to vent all the anger in his heart. Beep, beep, beep. The Suona continued to play music, but the music was quite different from before. If the previous music was a shy, budding young girl, then the current music is like a dashing, spirited young man, giving people endless hope. Once again, everyone appreciated the beauty of the Suona and couldn't help but look at it with admiration. It's amazing. I feel like my insomnia is cured. I'm going home to get some sleep now. Yes, look at my autistic child. His eyes are so bright. Could he be cured too? I was originally planning to learn the piano, but now it seems that the piano isn't even worthy of carrying the shoes of the Suona. The white-bearded old man quietly watched everything before him, his shock being refreshed once again. Legend has it that music can heal the soul, that is, the mind. However, in the last 100 years, no one has learned traditional musical instruments, let alone used them to heal psychological wounds. Sometimes, even the elderly themselves can't help but doubt whether all of this is just a legend, a story made up by their ancestors, and that it simply doesn't exist. But today he believes it. He believes that music can truly heal the soul and open up a closed heart. Beep. As the last note faded, Lin Yin finally finished. At this moment, everyone had recovered and looked at Lin Yin with reluctance. Then, the group slowly left. At this moment, the old man in the gray robe also snapped out of his shock as the boss. He never imagined that the young man in front of him was so proficient in playing the Suona and played it so well. Reluctantly, the old man in the gray robe, braving the Suona horn inside the box, made an important decision. Smack! Lin Yin slowly put the Suona back and casually asked, "How much?" The old man looked at Lin Yan's appearance carefully, as if he wanted to etch Lin Yan's appearance deeply into his mind. "Money? I don't want it. Don't want." At this point, it was Lin Yan's turn to feel frustrated. This is not how business should be conducted. Bargaining is a matter of course. The old man picked up the reddish box and handed it heavily to Lin Yin, saying very seriously, "Truly good things can only reveal their value when they encounter someone who understands them. It's yours." Lin Yin glanced at it with suspicion, but finally took it. Then he took out a wad of banknotes from his pocket and placed them in the old man's hand. "I don't like owing people. Here's 10,000. That's all I have." Then, Lin Yin turned around and left. However, an old man with a white beard walked towards them, his eyes fixed on Lin Yin. Lin Yin instinctively hugged the box, nodded slightly, and brushed past the old man. Hey, young people." The white-bearded old man quickly called out to Lin Yin, but Lin Yin had already disappeared around the corner of the alley. "Stop shouting, they're all gone." At this moment, the gray-robed boss looked at the white-bearded old man with a grin. "Do you know him? Is he the one who bought that box of Suonas?" The white-bearded old man quickly asked. The gray-robed shop owner slowly walked into the shop and answered leisurely. "Yes, that's right. I was going to give it to him, but he insisted that he didn't like owing people, so he gave me 10,000 yuan instead." The white-bearded old man stared in disbelief at the gray-robed old man, whom he had known for over 20 years. "Every time I wanted to buy that box of Suonas, this old guy wouldn't buy it. And he was also an extremely stingy person. He would calculate every penny, even down to a single yuan. Today, for the first time ever, I gave away that box of treasures. I offered you 1,000,000 to sell it to me, and you wouldn't even budge." At that moment, a voice came from inside the room. "You don't deserve it. The white-bearded old man was immediately enraged. Chapter 26: The Induction Ceremony of the Calligraphy Association. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yin took a bus directly to the Calligraphy Association to attend the membership ceremony. As the saying goes, children from poor families learn to be independent early. Moreover, Lin Yin has become even more diligent since starting university. After all, I used to earn money by delivering food, so there was no such thing as sleeping in late. It's 9 a.m. When Lin Yin saw the sign for the Calligraphy Association, he even wondered if he had come to the wrong place. The Xia State Calligraphy Association in front of me is practically a small garden town, with its quaint courtyards, long corridors, and artificial hills. Lin Yin was overwhelmed by the sights, and even wondered if he had come to the wrong place. Just then, Lin Yin felt as if someone had patted his shoulder. When I turned around and saw the person in front of me, it was actually her. "What are you doing here?" "I should be asking you that. What are you doing here?" A man and a woman stared at each other in disbelief, each believing it was impossible to meet the other, yet they had. Lin Yin and Zhao Jijia stared at each other, wide-eyed. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" Zhao Jijia looked at Lin Yin suspiciously. In her opinion, Lin Yin should be somewhere learning the Suona at this time, not here. This is the Xia Kingdom Calligraphy Association, a sacred place for calligraphy enthusiasts throughout the Xia Kingdom. This place is home to 80% of the greatest calligraphers in the entire Xia Kingdom. It can be said that it directly represents the level of calligraphy in the entire Xia Kingdom. However, Lin Yin has absolutely nothing to do with calligraphy, so why would this guy come here? This made Zhao Jijia suspicious. Zhao Jijia looked at Lin Yin suspiciously and asked in confusion, "You know calligraphy?" Lin Yin noticed Zhao Jijia's question and, without hiding it, nodded very seriously. "It's all right. I can do a little bit. I quite like it." "A little bit." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jijia immediately showed a look of disgust, but after thinking for a moment, her eyes lit up. "You didn't come here specifically because you heard that a great calligrapher is attending the induction ceremony today, did you?" Lin Yin was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what he meant and nodded. "I heard that guy is from your university, and his calligraphy is even better than the president's. I don't know if you know him or not." "Well, with so many people at Jiangnan University, how could you possibly know him? However, you can't get in without identification." "Fine, since you're Lin Xian's brother and we know each other, I'll take you in." After saying that, Zhao Jijia led the way, and Lin Yin watched as she swayed her slender waist as she cleared the path. "However, it's just right. I was just worried about not being able to find the place, but now that someone is showing me the way, why not? Hey, why isn't Qianqian with you?" Lin Yin took the opportunity to inquire about his sister's condition. "Qianqian had class today, so she didn't come with me." Hearing this, Lin Yin didn't say anything more. "By the way, be careful, there are many great calligraphers inside. Otherwise, even if I could save you, it would be very troublesome." Zhao Jijia said very seriously that if Lin Yin were not Lin Xian's brother, she would not care at all. After all, she could tell that Lin Yin was not very bright. Otherwise, why would he use his own sister as a bet? That's ridiculous. After walking down a long corridor, the two saw that there were already many people around. Most of the people were elderly men with white beards, and each of them had a smile on their face. Grandpa Li, Grandpa Wang, Uncle Zhang. Along the way, Zhao Jijia kept greeting people, which made Lin Yin feel annoyed. Holy crap, who exactly is this Zhao Jijia? She seems to know everyone here. Could it be that she is also a member of the Calligraphy Association? Zhao Jijia seemed to sense Lin Yin's confusion and then explained. "My grandfather is a member of the Calligraphy Association. I come here often, so I know almost everyone here." Upon hearing Zhao Jijia's explanation, Lin Yin nodded in understanding and stopped asking questions, continuing to walk with his head down. A moment later, the two finally arrived at a large hall. This hall is only about the size of a regular conference room. However, a banner was hanging above the lobby. "Wow, the calligraphy master who's joining the club today shares your name. Lin Yin, you're so lucky." Zhao Jijia stared at the name on the list in disbelief, then turned to look at Lin Yin. Lin Yin was surprised to see the name on the list. He hadn't expected Chairman Zhao to be so formal. "I heard he's from your university too. I never imagined there would be someone from your university with the same name as you. That's quite a surprise. I'll definitely get to know you if I have the chance. Who knows, you might be my brother." Zhao Jijia then made a joke, and Lin Yan could only smile helplessly. 10 minutes later, everyone took their seats. Lin Yan and Zhao Jijia also found a seat and sat down in the back. At this moment, Chairman Zhao, dressed in a black robe, slowly walked onto the podium and nodded seriously in Lin Yan's direction. Zhao Jijia waved excitedly, but at that moment, she was puzzled. When she comes to visit, Grandpa won't even glance at her. Today, for the first time ever, he took the initiative to greet me, and most importantly, it seemed to carry a hint of respect. Zhao Jijia felt something was wrong the more she thought about it, but she couldn't figure out what the problem was. At this moment, Chairman Zhao looked completely surprised. He was surprised to find that his granddaughter knew Lin Yan, which made him feel quite proud. Haha, I didn't expect this kid to be so quick. She's truly worthy of being my granddaughter, Zhao Deshang. There's a kind of courage in me. At this moment, Zhao Deshang could even imagine the furious looks on the faces of the other old men. Cough, cough, cough. Today is a very important day. For the calligraphy community of Xia Kingdom, it is a completely new day. I think everyone has already heard about the specifics. Whoosh! Then, someone slowly unfurled a calligraphy scroll. It was Lin Yan's preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion. Look closely, everyone. Doesn't it give you a feeling of seeing Wang Shiji? Zhao Deshang said with a happy smile. At this moment, everyone stood up to look, and some quickly put on their reading glasses and crowded around to see what was going on. Wow, this handwriting. It's even better than the rubbings at home. Indeed, if I hadn't seen the signature below, I would have suspected that it was the original of the preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion. It's exactly the same. He's practically a reincarnation of the Sage of Calligraphy. A reincarnation of the Sage of Calligraphy. Humph. With Lin Yan, the champion of the next World Calligraphy Competition will definitely be us. Little Japan, they still want to stand on our heads and pee. Yes, that's right. Seeing that the time was right, Chairman Zhao waved his hand to signal for quiet. All right, everyone has had their opinion on the items. Now, please welcome our calligraphy master, Lin Yan. Slap, slap, slap. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Yan. Just as Lin Yan was about to stand up, Zhao Jijia grabbed him and said rudely, "They're calling him a master calligrapher. Why are you standing up?" Lin Yan shook his head helplessly, spread his hands in front of Zhao Deshang, indicating that it wasn't that he didn't want to get up. At this moment, Zhao Deshang slowly walked to Lin Yan's side, and Zhao Jijia saw that her grandfather had actually come to Lin Yan's side. At that moment, a bold idea popped into my head. Could it be that Lin Yan really is Lin Yan? Zhao Deshang solemnly addressed Lin Yan, saying something that made Zhao Jijia break down. "Master Lin, please." A score farming monster appears halfway through chapter 27. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Jijia was completely stunned. She couldn't understand how Lin Yan could actually be such a great calligrapher. However, what she saw before her forced her to believe that it was all real. Zhao Jijia's shock level plus 666. At this moment, a system notification sound appeared in Lin Yan's mind. Seeing Zhao Jijia's adorable and clueless expression, Lin Yan couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Zhao Jijia was still not recovered from the shock she had just experienced. However, the quick-witted woman immediately took a picture with her phone and posted it on Douyin with the eye-catching title, "The First Young Person in the Xia Country Calligraphy Circle." However, Zhao Jijia's unintentional act made Lin Yan extremely happy, so much so that he didn't get any rest in the days that followed. At this moment, Lin Yan walked to the podium and looked at the 99% of the people below who were old men of grandfather age. Suddenly, my heart skipped a beat. Looking at the group of old men with such admiring expressions, Lin Yan suddenly felt a little nervous. After all, it was the first time I had spoken to this group of old men. "I am Lin Yan. I am very happy to join the Calligraphy Association and to discuss calligraphy with my seniors." Upon hearing this, all the elderly people looked at Lin Yan with approval. Not bad, not arrogant or impatient. He's a talented person. He's more than just talented. His calligraphy is something we can't even come close to. That's right, it's normal to be a little arrogant. No great person has ever been without their own pride. But now it seems this kid is definitely going to be a pillar of society. I wonder if he has a girlfriend yet. Haha, you're too late. I just saw him come in with old Zhao's granddaughter. Zhao Deshang could also tell that Lin Yan didn't know what to say since it was her first time on stage. Immediately, he stood to the side, picked up the microphone, and stepped in to defuse the situation. As you can see, this is also Lin Yan's first time speaking on stage, and he is very nervous. I hope everyone understands. Bang! Just then, the hall doors slowly opened. An elderly man with a white beard stood beside a refined young man, both looking at the crowd with arrogance. Humph, you all say his calligraphy is amazing. Then let him write one himself here, otherwise I won't agree. Everyone glared angrily at the newcomer, and Zhao Deshang's face was ashen. This man is the vice president of the Calligraphy Association, and he has always been at odds with my grandfather. The person behind him is his grandson, Qian Xiaohao. His calligraphy is unparalleled among the younger generation. At this moment, Zhao Zhejia came to Lin Yan's side and slowly explained. Lin Yan glanced at it knowingly. It turned out that when gods fought, mortals suffered. Old Qian, today is an important day. You'd better not cause any trouble. Otherwise, I will absolutely not let you off. Zhao Deshang was unusually serious, trying hard to suppress his anger. I'm not looking for trouble. At this moment, the man surnamed Qian said something slightly more conciliatory. However, I question his calligraphy. What makes him think that his calligraphy has surpassed ours? Besides, we never saw him write that calligraphy in person, so it's possible that someone put it out to fool people. At this moment, the man surnamed Qian looked around. Some of the people present even looked at the words on the document with suspicion, and they all looked at Lin Yan with doubt. Look at him, everyone. He's only in his 20s. How could he possibly write such beautiful characters? I ask you all here, what level of calligraphy did you reach when you were in your 20s? Then, what makes him capable of achieving that? At this moment, everyone in the hall stood up. Although he didn't say anything, he agreed with what Old Man Qian said. At this moment, Zhao Deshang was furious, his whole body trembling, and his old right hand pointed shakily at Old Man Qian. You! Let me do it. Lin Yan slowly withdrew Zhao Deshang's hand, gently patted the old man's hand, and handed Zhao Deshang to Zhao Zhejia. I am Lin Yan. I heard you doubted my calligraphy. Lin Yan glanced indifferently at the old man who was a head shorter than her with her cold eyes. Old Man Qian was startled, but he mustered his courage and spoke. Young man, you should speak to the elderly with respect. Who taught you to be so disrespectful? Hearing this, Lin Yan let out a cold snort in his heart. Snort. If you want to be respected, you must first respect others. Don't try to act tough just because you're old. Others might fall for that, but I won't. Old Man Qian was furious when he heard this. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of me showed no respect whatsoever. Just as he was about to say something, Qian Xiaohao stepped forward and spoke to Lin Yan. I've heard your calligraphy is practically divine, like a reincarnation of the sage of calligraphy. But you don't seem like a sage of calligraphy at all. You're more like a bookworm. After saying that, Qian Xiaohao burst into laughter, and the others almost laughed out loud as well. Lin Yan looked coldly at the guy in front of him, but was overjoyed. Another chance to rack up points has come. They're practically giving him no chance to rest. It seems you're not entirely convinced. How about we have a contest? Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaohao immediately perked up. His purpose in coming here was to climb to the top by stepping on Lin Yan's shoulders. I had previously analyzed the calligraphy of this preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion with my grandfather. Through their analysis, they both concluded that this painting could not have been created by someone of Lin Yan's age. It would have taken 50 years of dedicated practice to achieve. And so, what happened next was the scene we just witnessed. First of all, Old Man Qian was never satisfied with Zhao Deshang becoming the chairman, and Lin Yan was discovered by Zhao Deshang, which means he was essentially one of his people. Now that there's a chance to compete, not only can I defeat Lin Yan, but I can also enhance my reputation. Then, by suppressing Zhao Deshang's reputation, he could gain an advantage in his own election for president the following year, a two birds with one stone strategy. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao and Old Man Qian exchanged a smile, thinking that Lin Yan had taken the bait. Little did they know, the seemingly harmless Lin Yan was actually a ruthless tycoon. Alright, let's have a match. Take Wang Shiji's preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion, for example. Didn't you say you wrote it? Let's compete in this. I want you to be defeated where you're most proud. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin smiled and nodded. Some people just won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Okay. Lin Yin readily agreed. At this moment, Zhao Jejia, looking worried, quietly asked, "Are you even capable? If you can't, don't try to act tough, or you'll be embarrassed later. Don't worry, you have to trust your boyfriend." Zhao Deshang grabbed his granddaughter and smiled mysteriously. Zhao Jejia was stunned. What the hell? Lin Yin became her boyfriend? How come she didn't know? Grandpa, it's not what you think, we didn't. Zhao Jejia tried her best to explain. How can you joke about something like this? It could kill someone. Zhao Deshang gave Zhao Jejia a reassuring look, then said, Grandpa understands. He's been through this before, and he won't tell anyone. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhao Jejia went crazy, feeling that coming here today was a mistake. Subsequently, all the tables and chairs in the hall were removed, leaving a large open space in the middle. They even set up 2 tables specifically for them to compete. At this moment, everyone started discussing it. Chapter 28. A million in bets. Let's make some money first. I think it must be Lin Yin. Look at the handwriting of that preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion. Even if you had 20 years of my skills, you couldn't write it like that. Yes, the preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion is certainly beyond our reach, but whether he actually wrote it is still debatable. No one would believe it if I told them. He's only in his 20s, yet he has this level of skill. To be honest, deep down I don't believe it either. It's all right. We'll find out what's good for us once we put it to the test. True gold fears no fire. At this moment, all the bigwigs took their seats. In the center of the hall, 2 young people stood facing each other. Qian Xiaohao looked arrogant and didn't take Lin Yin seriously at all. In his opinion, the calligraphy on the wall was not written by him at all. Even his grandfather, old Qian, couldn't write that character, let alone this kid who appeared out of nowhere. He, Qian Xiaohao, learned to read at the age of 3 and began practicing calligraphy at the age of 4, a practice that has lasted for more than 20 years. It can be said that, apart from the older generation, no one here has more exquisite calligraphy than him. The guy on the other side, you can tell he's a fake just by looking at his hands. There are no calluses on them at all. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao could already see his victory, with numerous honors bestowed upon him. Can we begin now? Qian Xiaohao asked dismissively. He was extremely confident about the competition and wanted to end it as soon as possible. Lin Yin glanced at the other person indifferently, and he could see the other person's contempt. However, Lin Yin didn't care and immediately said, Wait a minute, it's supposed to be a competition, but why isn't there a prize? Hearing this, Qian Xiaohao smiled and didn't expect this guy to actually be serious. Tell me what you want to bet, but don't go too far. I'm afraid you'll lose too badly. Ha ha. Qian Xiaohao laughed arrogantly, showing no regard for the venue. Lin Yin coldly stared at Qian Xiaohao, who was smiling so brightly now, but would soon be crying so tragically. 1 million. Then, Lin Yin expressionlessly extended one finger. 1 million. Bet with him. At this point, old man Qian made the final decision and gave a serious answer. Don't worry, grandson-in-law, I'll pay for it. Zhao Deshang patted his chest, as if he were making a guarantee, knowing that he had personally witnessed Lin Yan's calligraphy. To be honest, he might be worried about it compared to other forms of calligraphy. However, compared to Wang Shiji's preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion, the Qian family would definitely lose in terms of underwear. Grandpa, what did you say? At this moment, Zhao Jejia's face turned red, and she looked very frustrated. What was going on? She had only met Lin Yin twice, and they weren't familiar with each other at all. How could her grandfather possibly play matchmaker? Okay, I got it. I won't say any more. Zhao Deshang stroked his beard, looking all smiles. In his opinion, his granddaughter must be embarrassed. Besides, his granddaughter is lucky to be able to date Lin Yan. You should know that the night before Lin Yan's match with Lu Li, he received a mysterious phone call, which is why he invited a few friends to watch the match. Thump. A person nearby rang a small bell, and the competition officially began. Qian Xiaohao grabbed a brush and began writing rapidly on the rice paper, his brushstrokes flowing like dragons and snakes. Lin Yin continued to sip his tea at a leisurely pace. For him, there was no rush. The entire hall fell silent instantly. Those present were mostly renowned calligraphers from the entire Xia kingdom. Naturally, I also understand that the most important thing when practicing calligraphy is to be quiet. Shua shua shua. The sound of the brush rubbing against the rice paper echoed throughout the hall. Everyone craned their necks to look at Qian Xiaohao's desk. Excellent calligraphy, truly excellent. It shows exceptional skill. Yes, very few of the younger generation have this level of skill. I wonder if that Lin Yin is the real deal. I'm really looking forward to it. At this moment, Zhao Zhejia looked nervous as she heard so many people praising Qian Xiaohao. If things continue like this, Lin Yin might really lose. A moment later, Qian Xiaohao finished writing the last word and was about to check where Lin Yin had left off. However, when he saw that the Xian paper in front of Lin Yin was still clean, he smiled in surprise. You don't know how to write, do you? Or do you not know the preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion? How about this? You can just copy this calligraphy of mine. Everyone looked at Lin Yin with disappointment. I originally thought that even if Lin Yin hadn't finished writing it, he had at least written it pretty much. But this guy didn't even touch the brush. How can they compete like this? Grandpa, at this moment, Zhao Zhejia also became nervous. Don't worry, don't worry. Zhao Deshang and the other old guys all had smiles on their faces. They knew how fast Lin Yin could go. Lin Yin remained calm, glancing briefly at Qian Xiaohao. Have some water first, I'll be right there. Upon hearing Lin Yin's words, Qian Xiaohao immediately smiled, looking completely unconvinced. Lin Yin slowly picked up the calligraphy brush, and the moment he did so, everyone noticed that his entire demeanor had instantly changed, as if the sage of calligraphy from 1,000 years ago were standing right in front of them. Whoosh! With a single stroke, the entire sheet of Xian paper shimmered, as if glowing with gold, accompanied by clusters of golden flowers that flashed across the paper. Everyone was immediately shocked, not understanding what had happened. Even Chairman Zhao looked surprised. You know, this didn't happen last time when we competed in the square. How is that possible? Such brilliant writing. I can hardly believe it. I think I saw the Sage of Calligraphy. The Sage of Calligraphy has appeared. It really is the Sage of Calligraphy. This is incredible. Just how skilled has he become? Could he have truly reached the level of the legendary Sage of Calligraphy? At this moment, Old Man Qian was shocked, and even Qian Xiaohao forgot to drink from his teacup. The shock level from the crowd plus 999. The shock level from the crowd plus 999. The shock level from the crowd plus 999. As Lin Yin continued writing, the entire Xian paper was covered with golden flowers. A moment later, as Lin Yin stopped writing, the Xian paper finally returned to calm. At this moment, no one in the entire hall dared to speak, for fear of provoking public anger. Just then, Zhao Deshang flashed to Lin Yan's desk, and many other big shots also came to Lin Yan's desk, wanting to know what level this guy's calligraphy had reached. When he saw Lin Yan's second copy of the preface to the poems composed at the Orchid Pavilion, he was once again astonished. If the first time his calligraphy was very similar to that of Wang Shiji, the Sage of Calligraphy, then this time it can be said that it has already subtly surpassed the sage's calligraphy. However, Zhao Deshang doubted how such a bold idea could have come to his mind. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I am no match for you. The Sage of Calligraphy is alive today. He is simply the Sage of Calligraphy alive today. I never imagined that after practicing calligraphy for 50 years, I would still be inferior to a kid in his 20s. These past 50 years have been a complete waste. Many bigwigs were amazed, and some even nearly fainted. The shock level from the crowd plus 999. The shock level from the crowd plus 999. The shock level from the crowd plus 999. At this point, the Qian family grandfather and grandson were beginning to believe it. However, without seeing the writing on the Xian paper, they would never admit defeat, no matter what. The Qian family grandfather and grandson slowly approached Lin Yan's desk, and when they saw Lin Yan's handwriting, splash! Grandpa! Chapter 29 is astonishing. It truly shows the presence of a calligraphy master in the world. Suddenly, The situation that occurred stunned everyone. Old man Qian glanced at Lin Yan's handwriting and immediately fainted. Everyone was surprised and wanted to go up and check. After all, a competition is a competition, but it can't end in someone's death, otherwise it would be a huge problem. At this moment, old man Qian finally came to his senses. With Qian Xiaohao's help, he slowly stood up, staring incredulously at the words on the desk, then turned to look at Lin Yan again. How is this possible? How is this possible? He kept muttering to himself, his eyes wide open, and his right hand, gripping the cane, trembled incessantly. Old man Qian's shock level plus 999. Old man Qian's shock level plus 999. Old man Qian's shock level plus 999. He originally thought that Lin Yan's level was at most similar to his grandson's, and his grandson came from a prestigious family and had very good learning conditions. Therefore, it's certain that his grandson will win. However, when I saw Lin Yan's handwriting, he knew that his grandson had lost completely, lost utterly, with no hope of victory whatsoever. At this moment, old man Qian slowly looked at his grandson and asked, "What do you think of Lin Yan's handwriting?" Qian Xiaohao was very puzzled. Why would his usually strong-willed grandfather suddenly ask such a question? However, he did not answer immediately, but looked at the words on the desk again. Qian Xiaohao carefully examined Lin Yan's handwriting. To be honest, the moment he saw the handwriting, he sensed that the words before him were not written by Lin Yan at all, but by the great calligrapher from 1,000 years ago, with ink still wet on them. When he had this thought, he was terrified, wondering when he had started having such thoughts. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao knew he had lost. The two people's handwriting is incomparable. Qin Shuho's shock level plus 999. Qin Shuho's shock level plus 999. Qin Shuho's shock level plus 999. Grandpa, I lost. Qin Shuho is not a petty person. Although he is a bit arrogant, he is well-mannered and speaks his mind. He would never lie through his teeth. Old man Qian looked at his grandson with satisfaction. He knew his grandson was a child prodigy, and few young people could rival him in calligraphy. This resulted in an arrogant and self-righteous personality. In fact, besides the two purposes mentioned above, old man Qian had another, more important, purpose for coming here today. That is, if Lin Yan's calligraphy has truly reached an extraordinary level, then he hopes his grandson will experience what failure feels like. He had already figured it out in the previous few years. My grandson's calligraphy has reached a bottleneck, but it is extremely difficult to break through it. In recent years, old man Qian has been taking his grandson to compete with various calligraphy masters. However, although his grandson lost every time, the effect was very small, almost useless. He knew that Qian Xiaohao had no shame in being treated as an elder by his family. Therefore, he didn't feel any pressure. Moreover, the calligraphy of all these masters is on par with that of Mr. Qian, and it does not affect Qian Xiaohao's bottleneck at all. However, when he saw this calligraphy a few days ago, he knew his opportunity had arrived. However, he couldn't be sure that the calligraphy was Lin Yan's, so he raised questions on the spot. Let Lin Yan have a match with his grandson. Although it was his grandson who lost, and 1 million was just a small amount of money, he saw hope for his grandson to break through his bottleneck. He believed that only if his grandson studied calligraphy with Lin Yan could his calligraphy skills truly improve. Moreover, Lin Yan's calligraphy has reached the pinnacle of calligraphy in the entire Xia kingdom, transcending the ordinary and attaining sainthood. Go away, don't tell me. Old man Qian turned to look at Lin Yan and gestured for his grandson to speak to Lin Yan. When Qian Xiaohao heard this, he understood what his grandfather meant, but he was torn. Considering that Qian Xiaohao is among the best calligraphers of the younger generation and has never lost a calligraphy competition. But he lost today. Originally, he looked down on Lin Yan and thought that this guy was a hypocritical liar. However, looking at the words on the desk, Qian Xiaohao had already admitted defeat. His face turned bright red, his fists were clenched tightly and trembling, and his teeth were clenched tightly. Qian Xiaohao slowly walked up to Lin Yan, lowered his head sharply, and said forcefully, "I'm sorry I lost." Looking at the grandfather and grandson in front of him, Lin Yan seemed to understand the intention behind it all. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao respectfully handed over a check for 1 million with both hands. Lin Yan slowly took the check, gently blew on it, and said it was what he deserved. At this moment, Zhao Jiejia was stunned once again. Although she didn't have much of a relationship with Qian Xiaohao, they were about the same age, and she knew this guy. He was arrogant and conceited from a young age, especially in calligraphy, where he never took the younger generation seriously. But now, this guy actually obediently admitted his defeat in front of Lin Yan. Zhao Jiejia couldn't understand Lin Yan at all. She couldn't understand how Lin Yan suddenly became skilled in calligraphy, and how he had reached the point of conquering the entire calligraphy world of Xia Kingdom. At this moment, Zhao Jiejia suddenly remembered her grandfather's misunderstanding and seemed to think to herself, "That's not necessarily a bad thing." Zhao Jiejia was startled by her own thought, and quickly blushed as she looked at Lin Yan. "How could I have such a thought? I've only met Lin Yan twice. I'm really ashamed." The shock level from the crowd plus 999. The shock level from the crowd plus 999. Zhao Jiejia's shock level plus 999. A series of system notification sounds rang in Lin Yan's mind, like a pleasant piece of music. Lin Yan looked at his shock value, which had reached 110,000, and felt a surge of pride. He touched the check in his hand again. It smelled wonderful. "Originally, I didn't plan to attend this ceremony. But to my surprise, today's trip was really worth it. I gained both fame and fortune." In fact, Lin Yan's biological father had transferred several million yuan to his account, but Lin Yan was still quite averse to relying on his parents. Moreover, she has hands and feet, and can support herself and her sister entirely on her own. Although Lin Yan did not refuse the money, he did not use it. Just as Lin Yan was about to leave, Old Man Qian made a surprising move. Everyone was surprised and couldn't understand why Old Man Qian would do such a thing. Splash! Grandfather. Chapter 30, Events from 20 years ago. Lin Yan looked at the old man, Qian, kneeling in front of him, unable to understand why he was doing this. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao supported his grandfather with one hand, trying to help him up. However, Old Man Qian, with a strength he didn't know he possessed, remained kneeling on the ground and refused to stand up. At this point, even Zhao Deshang couldn't stand it anymore. Although the two don't get along and can't stand each other. However, Old Man Qian's act of kneeling was a bit excessive. "Old Qian, no matter what happens to us, that's an internal matter for the association. But it's not good if you do that. Get up quickly." After saying that, she prepared to help him up. However, Old Man Qian remained very stubborn, and he said very seriously, "Lin Yan, to be honest, I didn't mean to interrupt your initiation ceremony. I hope you can forgive me." An aged voice echoed throughout the hall, and everyone admired Old Man Qian. Surprisingly, this old guy was able to take it all in stride. He knelt down before a young man in front of these old guys. It has to be said that he has great courage. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not give Lin Yan a good look and would instead rely on their seniority and act shamelessly. But they were different. They openly admitted it. One word: awesome. Lin Yan glanced indifferently at the old man kneeling on the ground, making no move to help him up. After all, it was all Old Man Qian's doing. What was supposed to be a perfectly good initiation ceremony has come to a successful conclusion. However, because of Old Man Qian, we have all ended up like this. You could say we brought it upon ourselves. I'm mainly doing this for Xiaohao, whose calligraphy has been stuck at a bottleneck for several years. Then, Old Man Qian slowly recounted the story. Everyone understood and looked at Old Man Qian with admiration. No wonder. This old guy always asks me to spar with his grandson. Old Qian has had a tough time too. He's poured all his energy into this grandson. So what does Lao Qian mean by doing this? Everyone felt they had guessed what Old Man Qian was going to do, but they weren't sure. Ultimately, it depends on whether Lin Yan agrees or not. If Lin Yan doesn't agree, even if he kneels down and dies, it won't make a difference. After all, calligraphy is a private art, and whether someone wants to teach it depends on their mood. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Qian Xiaohao could no longer contain his excitement. Tears streamed down his face. He knew that in recent years, his grandfather had traveled far and wide, pleading with countless people for his calligraphy. However, his calligraphy skills never improved. He knew that his grandfather had high expectations for him, and from a young age he had been taught to study calligraphy diligently with the goal of revitalizing Chinese calligraphy. Because the entire calligraphy world of Xia Kingdom is now suppressed by Japan. They were once arrogant and self-righteous, having inherited the true calligraphy tradition of China, while the people of Xia today have only learned a little bit of it. He has made arrogant remarks on the world's internet more than once, claiming that the Xia Kingdom of today is no longer the Huaxiao of the past. The orthodox style of calligraphy today is in Japan. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I'm useless. My calligraphy just won't improve. I have no way to defeat those people from Japan. I am sorry for the training you have given me. At this point, the elderly people in the hall all shed 2 lines of tears. At this moment, Zhao Deshang explained to Lin Yan. Qian Zhongshu was a genius. His calligraphy skills were even more profound than mine. However, in a competition with a great calligrapher from Japan 20 years ago, his right wrist was crippled by the opponent through a conspiracy. As a result, Xiagua has always held a grudge against Japan for losing that competition. He had wanted to pick up his pen and fight again countless times, but his hand just wouldn't work. So he always regarded Xiao Hao as his successor, hoping to redeem himself in the calligraphy competition a year later and vindicate China. However, Xiao Hao's calligraphy never improved, and over time it became a mental obsession for him. Upon hearing Zhao Deshang's words, many elderly people burst into tears. Keep in mind that these people are only in their 50s or 60s, and 20 years ago they were in the prime of their youth. Their greatest pride was their calligraphy, but the Japanese defeated them in their most prized area. Hearing this, even Zhao Zhejia cried until her face turned red. She couldn't believe that her grandfathers had such a humiliating history. At this moment, Zhao Deshang patted Lin Yan's shoulder heavily and said in a very serious tone, Lin Yan, although we haven't known each other for long, I hope you can shoulder your responsibilities. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Now, your responsibility is to defeat Japan in the competition next year and avenge China. To restore the orthodox tradition of Chinese calligraphy and bring glory to our nation. At this point, everyone in the hall looked up to Lin Yan. They knew that if anyone in China could defeat Japan, it was Lin Yan. Only Lin Yan's extraordinary calligraphy can restore the face of China. Lin Yan, just say yes to Grandpa. It's what you should do as a Chinese person. At this moment, Zhao Zhejia, holding Lin Yan's arm, sobbed as she spoke. Lin Yan took a deep breath. He knew that this was no longer just his problem. As a member of the Chinese nation, my childhood dream has been to learn skills and bring glory to the entire nation. Now that he has the ability to bring glory to China, he will absolutely take the lead without hesitation. Sir, please get up. Lin Yan gently helped old man Qian up, looked around, and then said, I understand how everyone feels. I am also Chinese. For China, I am even willing to give up my own life. Therefore, I have the ability, and of course I will rush forward and fight with my last ounce of strength for China. Don't worry, I'll definitely be on the field next year. Hearing Lin Yan's affirmative words, many elderly people beamed with joy. For them, life is only a few years away, and what they can't let go of is that they haven't been able to avenge their humiliation. Now that Lin Yan has said this, they are all much more relieved. Slap, slap, slap. Everyone clapped and applauded, believing that with Lin Yan's participation, next year's championship would definitely be in China. If we can completely defeat Japan, they can vindicate China, and the orthodoxy of calligraphy will forever belong to China. Lin Yan, can I ask you for a favor? At this moment, old man Qian begged Lin Yan. Lin Yan looked at the old man who had gone through so much and felt a pang of pity. No matter what wrong he had done before, his love for China remained unchanged. Please say it. Then, old man Qian directly ordered Qian Xiaohao to kneel in front of Lin Yan. I hope you can take Xiao Hao as your apprentice. Chapter 31. You must have your own people in key positions. Everyone was shocked when these words were spoken. Zhao Deshang squinted at Qian Zhongshu. As his old rival, how could he not know what Qian was thinking? He knew that Lao Qian had 2 main purposes in wanting Xiao Hao to become Lin Yan's apprentice. First of all, if Lin Yan really does take Xiao Hao as his apprentice, it will be of great help to Xiao Hao's calligraphy. It is believed that under Lin Yan's tutelage, Xiaohao's calligraphy will make rapid progress in a short period of time. Of course, Zhao Desheng also saw through Lao Qian's most important goal, which was to get on good terms with Lin Yan. As long as Xiaohao becomes Lin Yan's apprentice, the two families will have a very deep relationship. Judging from Lin Yan's calligraphy, he will definitely become a leading figure in the literary world in the future. Therefore, the Qian family will definitely benefit a lot from their relationship with Lin Yan. Of course, although Zhao Desheng saw through it, he didn't say anything. He glanced at Zhao Jiejia, who was holding Lin Yan's arm, and felt secretly pleased. Humph, when it comes to building connections, no one beats my Jiejia. Fortunately, I have a granddaughter. When the time comes, Lin Yan will be my granddaughter's husband. Thinking of this, Zhao Desheng's old eyes narrowed into slits with a smile. At this moment, Zhao Jiejia also noticed that her grandfather seemed to be grinning foolishly, and she always felt a chill down her spine. Before she knew it, she found herself taking Lin Yan's arm. She immediately withdrew her two delicate hands, humbly looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that no one had noticed. At this moment, everyone lowered their heads and began to discuss among themselves. Damn, Lao Qian's eye for talent is really sharp. He killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Yeah, how come I didn't think of that? He beat me to it. If we're talking about sharp eyes, it has to be old Zhao. Didn't you see his granddaughter holding Lin Yan's arm? Wow, I saw it too. Looks like old Zhao was quick on the uptake. Lin Yan frowned, looking at Qian Xiaohao kneeling on the ground, and then at the old man's pleading eyes. Lin Yan was caught off guard by this sudden action. Get up first. I have no intention of taking on any apprentices. Lin Yan's calm words echoed throughout the entire hall. For a moment, the entire hall fell silent. No one else spoke, and even Zhao Desheng did not try to persuade Lin Yan again. After all, whether or not Lin Yan accepts disciples is his own business, and it's not something they can say. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Qian Zhongshu's face showed deep disappointment, but he said nothing. Just as they were about to help Qian Xiaohao up, the guy refused to get up. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao looked at his grandfather very seriously. The thought of my grandfather's graying temples and aged face filled me with heartache. Grandpa, please let me make the decision for a while. Seeing his grandson's sincere words and attitude, old Qian instantly felt that his grandson had grown up. Old Qian patted his grandson's shoulder heavily and nodded vigorously. Fine, you decide for yourself. Then he stopped talking. Qian Xiaohao felt really bad seeing Zi kneeling in front of Lin Yan, who was younger than him. Regardless of the circumstances, he was, after all, one of the few calligraphy geniuses among the younger generation in Xia Kingdom. But now, however, the thought of Lin Yan's extraordinary calligraphy filled Qian Xiaohao with excitement. Immediately, Qian Xiaohao kowtowed 3 times to Lin Yan with great seriousness. Master, please accept my bow. Bang! 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 He kowtowed 3 times, finishing the task decisively under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Even Lin Yan, who was standing in front of him, was surprised by Qian Xiaohao's actions. Is this guy just bold or shameless? Wow, old Qian's grandson has even more guts than old Qian himself. That's right, they used to be so arrogant, but now they've bowed their heads. They have a bright future ahead of them. If Lin Yan really teaches him calligraphy, then even we old guys won't be a match for him. Lin Yan remained expressionless, and simply said something indifferently. You kowtowed willingly, I didn't force you. We'll discuss the apprenticeship later. Hearing Lin Yan's words, everyone burst into laughter. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao stood up with a happy expression. Yes, master. Not directly refusing is tantamount to acquiescence, meaning that Lin Yan did not reject Qian Xiaohao. Once the relationship is established, there will be many opportunities to learn calligraphy in the future. At this moment, even Lao Qian looked surprised and extremely happy. Seeing that things were mostly resolved, Lin Yan bid farewell to everyone. In fact, Zhao Desheng had also prepared a banquet, but seeing the current state of affairs, was he perhaps preparing a ceremony for Lao Qian's grandson to become an apprentice? He ate too much. No sooner had Lin Yan left than Qian Xiaohao followed, looking like a little follower. At this moment, Zhao Jiejia was about to say goodbye to Zhao Desheng, but her grandfather grabbed her and pulled her aside. "Grandpa, what are you doing so mysteriously?" Zhao Jieji was very puzzled. What was wrong with her grandfather today? He was whispering to her behind everyone's back. Zhao Deshang glanced at Lin Yan secretly, then looked at his granddaughter with a smile and asked directly, "How far have you progressed in your business?" Zhao Jieji was stunned. What kind of question was her grandfather asking? Then she saw her grandfather looking at Lin Yan. Instantly, she understood what her grandfather meant by asking the question, and her face turned bright red. "Grandpa, what are you asking me?" When Zhao Deshang saw that his granddaughter was pretending to be confused, he was furious, but he didn't know what to say. He only gestured to Zhao Jieji by holding her two hands together and making a gesture of greeting with his two thumbs. When Zhao Jieji saw her grandfather's gesture, she instantly understood what he was going to say, and she was so shy that she almost wanted to disappear into the ground. "Grandpa, Lin Yan and I are nothing. Don't overthink it." The more Zhao Deshang looked at his granddaughter, the more certain he became. Humph, how come young people these days are so shameless? They're even more thin-skinned than I was when I was young. Looking at his granddaughter's shy expression, Zhao Deshang felt it was necessary to give her a reminder. "Jieji, Lin Yan is a good boy. You must cherish him. Moreover, as you have seen today, Lin Yan has a very bright future, and his future achievements will definitely surpass those of many people. So you must hurry up and make sure you hold on to Lin Yan's heart." The more Zhao Jieji listened to her grandfather, the more shy she became. What kind of grandfather would push his granddaughter away? "Grandpa, I have to go now. Lin Yan is waiting for me." At this moment, Zhao Jieji prepared to find an excuse to leave. However, Zhao Deshang grabbed her and very seriously handed her a black gold card. "Take it, and don't ask Grandpa for it again. Be generous when you go on a date with Lin Yan. We also buy him gifts during holidays. Our family isn't short of money." At this moment, Zhao Deshang pointed to Zhao Jieji's stomach with his right hand and said mysteriously, "You must have your own people in key positions. Only then will your position be secure. Go." Zhao Jieji was confused. What did her grandfather mean by that? However, Zhao didn't give her time to think and pushed her directly to Lin Yan's side, indicating that they could leave. Thinking back, Zhao Jieji suddenly remembered her grandfather's words and blushed deeply. What did Grandpa say? At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly asked a question. Zhao Jieji glared at Lin Yan and retorted shyly, "Nothing." Chapter 32. I treated you like a best friend, and you actually want to be my sister-in-law. On the bus, the two sat on the same chair. Looking at Lin Yan's profile, Zhao Jieji noticed that his fair face had such distinct features. She suddenly realized that Lin Yan was actually quite handsome. The most handsome moment of his was when he held a calligraphy brush and freely wielded it on paper, as if he were pointing out the landscape. I originally thought that Lin Yan was just good at studying. However, to her surprise, Lin Yan's calligraphy was so amazing that even her grandfather praised him highly. Previously, when Zhao Jieji heard her grandfather mention Lin Yan, she thought that this Master Lin should be at least 70 or 80 years old, an old man. However, I never expected that he was a young man in his early 20s. Moreover, she and he did have some kind of relationship. Thinking of this, Zhao Jieji recalled the scene of their first meeting and how Lin Yan had actually touched her chest. At this moment, Zhao Jieji felt a mix of shame and indignation, as well as a hint of secret joy. Moreover, she felt a tingling sensation in her left chest, and for a moment, Zhao Jieji found herself unable to hold on any longer. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she seemed to slump into the chair, leaning against Lin Yan. The scent emanating from Lin Yan lingered around her nose, captivating her completely. Just as Zhao Jieji was indulging in her pleasure, Lin Yan turned around and looked at her calmly. Seeing that Lin Yan had caught her red-handed, Zhao Jieji blushed deeply with embarrassment. Just as they were about to find a place to crawl inside, Lin Yan spoke up. I've arrived." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jieji realized that they had arrived at Lin Yan's university. He quickly covered up the situation and let Lin Yan leave. Just as Zhao Jieji was about to say something, Lin Yan had already disappeared from sight. Zhao Jieji muttered to herself. They left pretty quickly, without even saying goodbye. Back in her dorm, Zhao Jieji's mind was filled with images of Lin Yan. At that moment, she felt like she wasn't herself anymore. When have I ever been like this? You know, there have been countless men who have pursued me since I was a child. However, Zhao Jiejie didn't like any of them. And now, she actually feels a strong liking for Lin Yan, whom she has only met twice, and that guy even touched her chest. Thinking of this, Zhao Jiejie smiled dreamily. Just then, Lin Xian returned from get out of class. Seeing Zhao Jiejie lying on the bed, grinning foolishly, was quite strange. I had never seen her like this before. Jiejie, what's wrong? Lin Xian quickly came over and looked at her with concern. Only then did Zhao Jiejie realize that her good friend had returned. If my best friend knew I was thinking about her brother, would she beat me to death? The thought of this made Zhao Jiejie feel like a thief. At this moment, Lin Xian reached out and touched Zhao Jiejie's forehead with a smile. Jiejie, do you have a fever? Then he touched his forehead, looking very puzzled. It's not burning. What's going on? Zhao Jiejie slapped Lin Xian's arm away in annoyance and explained in an equally annoyed tone. It's nothing. I was just thinking about some things. Hearing this, Lin Xian became very curious and sat down next to Zhao Jiejie, asking excitedly, Are you thinking about men? Are you really thinking about men? Zhao Jiejie wanted to explain herself to Lin Xian's question, but she didn't know what to say. Seeing her best friend, she actually didn't say a word. Lin Xian knew that her sister must be in heat and had her eye on some man. At this moment, as her best friend, she really wanted to know who this guy was that her sister missed so much. Tell me, who is it? Who has stolen my best friend's heart? Zhao Jiejie was speechless after Lin Xian's question. She wanted to explain, but didn't know how. Could it be that, yes, I've fallen for your brother? Isn't that nonsense? Okay, stop shaking me. My neck is about to break. At this moment, Zhao Jiejie tried her best to change the subject and avoid Lin Xian's question. However, Lin Xian wasn't so easily fooled. The two had been best friends for over a year. She wouldn't know what the other person is thinking. Tell me, did you meet him at the Calligraphy Association ceremony you attended today? At this moment, Lin Xian asked curiously. After all, she knew that Zhao Jiejie went to the Calligraphy Association. She had heard it from Zhao Jiejie herself. Zhao Jiejie was speechless for a moment, and then spoke directly and bluntly. Yes, we met at the Calligraphy Association. His calligraphy has reached the pinnacle. Even my grandfather is no match for him. Hearing Zhao Jiejie praise that person so highly, Lin Xian finally realized that her best friend was really like a man. How old is he? He can't be 70 or 80, can he? I've heard you say that people who are skilled in calligraphy tend to get older as they get older. Lin Xian looked at her sister with some suspicion. Could it be that she had really fallen for the old man? Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Zhao Jiejie spat in annoyance. What did you say? He's only in his early 20s, and he's a student at Jiangnan University. As she said this, Zhao Jiejie looked out the window with her beautiful eyes, as if she could see Lin Yan's face again. Hearing this, Lin Xian couldn't help but wonder who could possibly have captivated her best friend. Okay, I'm done talking. Any news about tomorrow's match? At this moment, Zhao Jiejie deliberately changed the subject, because she knew that if she continued talking, she would give herself away. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian looked worried. Well, Wang Le sent someone to inform us that it will be at the Academy's auditorium at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. At this point, Lin Xian made a silent vow. If her brother really couldn't do it, she wouldn't let him suffer. Seeing her best friend like this, Zhao Jiejie could tell that she was worried about Lin Yan. At this moment, Zhao Jiejie hugged Lin Xian and comforted her. Don't worry, even if your brother can't, I will protect him. Hey, by the way, is your brother single now? Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled knowingly and answered without hesitation. Yes. Upon hearing this reply, Zhao Jiejie smiled slightly. She felt that the biggest gain from coming to this music academy was meeting her good friend Zhao Jiejie. They always help me without hesitation when I am at my most helpless and down on my luck. If we were to say who else in this world, besides Lin Yan, would be most worthy of Lin Xian's remembrance? So, without a doubt, it's Zhao Jiejie. However, if Lin Xian knew that the man Zhao Jiejie was thinking about was Lin Yan, would she jump up and down in anger? At this moment, Lin Yan had already returned to school, but was shocked by what he saw. Chapter 33 Lu Li's Self-Inflicted Injury. At this moment, the area downstairs in the boys' dormitory was packed with people shoulder to shoulder. Lin Yan looked at everything in front of her with suspicion. Was someone about to confess their feelings? However, when he got closer, he saw Lu Li standing there holding flowers, her face streaked with tears, looking heartbroken. Behind him, two girls were holding a banner high. When Lin Yan saw the banner clearly, he was immediately furious. Lin Yan, I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Yan even wanted to turn around and leave. At that moment, someone suddenly spotted Lin Yan. Look, Lin Yan is here. I wonder if he will forgive Lu Li. It's hard to say. After all, no man would forgive her. That's not necessarily true. Lu Li has no choice. Her family is poor, so she has to find ways to earn money. According to you, this is all Lin Yan's fault. That's ridiculous, cheating and still acting like it's okay. At this point, the men and women present were basically divided into two factions, with many speaking up for Lu Li. Lu Li's self-inflicted injury was a ruse. Hearing the words of those around her, a glint of light flashed in Lu Li's eyes, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. She's acted in so many dramas, and this is the effect she wanted. By placing yourself in a vulnerable position, you are sure to gain the sympathy of most people. Because many people are jealous of those who are better than themselves, and even more so, they sympathize with those who are more pitiful than themselves. Lu Li successfully positioned herself as the victim, thus gaining public sympathy naturally. At this moment, Lu Li walked briskly to Lin Yan. Clutching the fresh flowers, her face streaked with tears, she looked at Lin Yan, her voice trembling. Yan, I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me. As long as you forgive me, I will definitely be a good woman. Even if I have to beg on the streets, I will never do such a thing again. Lu Li not only cried her heart out, but also spoke very pitifully, as if she was willing to do anything to win Lin Yan back. At this moment, Lu Li's actions and words were already kept to a minimum. Lin Yan looked around calmly. Many girls were urging Lin Yan to reconcile with Lu Li. After all, Lu Li had no choice. Now that Lin Yan had money, he didn't need to go out to work anymore. The two reconciled, and everyone was happy. Lin Yan looked at Lu Li kneeling on the ground with disgust in his eyes. He knew that it was all an act by Lu Li, who had previously portrayed herself as a vulnerable group on the school forum. Therefore, many people will sympathize with Lu Li's plight and will downplay or even forget about her infidelity. At this point, everyone will only remember that Lu Li was forced to do that, which is understandable. Since the circumstances are understandable, they should not be pursued further, and the matter will be perfectly resolved. Lin Yan coldly stared at Lu Li kneeling on the ground without saying a word. He knew that no matter what he said now, public opinion would label him cold-blooded, heartless, and a scumbag. Seeing Lin Yan's unmoved attitude, Lu Li knew that if she didn't take drastic measures, she might not be able to force Lin Yan to give in. Moreover, what she can rely on now is the power of public opinion. If she waits until everyone has dispersed, she is even less likely to achieve her goal. Rub. Lu Li stood up pitifully, looking at Lin Yan with tears in her eyes, and slowly said, I know you won't forgive me. I know I'm no longer good enough for you. Then I will die right here in front of you today. Upon hearing this, everyone was deeply shaken. Is Lu Li trying to kill herself? She's not worth it for this heartless man. That's right. Lu Li even knelt on the ground begging him, but he was still unmoved. He's simply cold-blooded and heartless. I have a feeling Lu Li is incredibly scheming. From being universally despised at the beginning, now some people are actually speaking up for her. Does that mean Lin Yan will be the villain tomorrow? Then, Lu Li glared fiercely at the wall next to her and slammed her head against it. Bang! A tremendous crash echoed through the crowd, leaving everyone astonished that Lu Li would prove herself through her death. At this moment, the female classmate who had been holding the banner ran over quickly and helped Lu Li up. When everyone saw Lu Li's forehead, they were immediately shocked. Her forehead was covered in blood, which was still flowing down. Wow, Lu Li is really ruthless. Could it be that she really loves Lin Yan very much? This woman is extraordinary. She actually used her death to prove herself. I wonder what Lin Yan is planning to do now. Lu Li has gone through all this, and he still won't forgive her. Lin Yan looked at Lu Li's actions with surprise. Based on his understanding of Lu Li, this woman would never do such a thing. She values her own face more than her own life. She'll need it to make a living in the future. If her face gets stained, it would be a devastating blow to Lu Li. Lu Li sat helplessly on the ground, secretly glancing at Lin Yan. She knew that if Lin Yan didn't forgive her now, it would be too late. People will definitely talk behind her back, which is exactly what Lu Li wants. She used the power of public opinion to force Lin Yan to forgive her. As long as Lin Yan forgave her, then even if she could not enter the Lin family in the future. Now, we can also make a big deal out of Lin Yan's girlfriend. Moreover, the Lin family's reputation is very useful. That day, Zhang Mingyuan only saw the family crest and knelt down without hesitation. It's easy to imagine how much power the Lin family wields. At this moment, Lin Yan slowly walked up to Lu Li. Seeing this, Lu Li was overjoyed, feeling that she was only one step away from success. Lin Yan, just apologize to her now. So, they will reconcile today, and Lu Li will become Lin Yan's girlfriend again. Just then, Lin Yan received a call from the housekeeper, and soon after, his phone received a lot of photos. Lin Yan looked at the photo in his hand, then stared coldly at Lu Li, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Lin Yan squatted down in front of Lu Li, looking at her with a smile, and slowly said, I have to admit, you're a very cunning woman. However, lies cannot stand the test of time. So, I've got a big gift for you, right here on the school forum. Upon hearing this, Lu Li's eyes narrowed. What did he mean by that? Did the forum have some negative information about her? When she opened the forum, her apology was still pinned at the top, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lin Yan directly pressed the publish button on his phone, and soon a line of text appeared on the school's forum, along with several photos. When Lu Li saw the things on the forum again, she went completely crazy. Chapter 34 One Punch shocked everyone. At this moment, everyone was curious about what news Lu Li had heard that made her so crazy. Look, everyone, it's the school forum. At this moment, a classmate shouted loudly. Everyone opened their phones to browse the school forum, and immediately, everyone was astonished. Is this Lu Li's house? It's a 3-story rural villa, and there's even a car. The environment here is so nice. Could it be that Lu Li has been lying all along? She even said that her family was very poor and that she had younger siblings. Look at her family photo. She's an only child. It's unbelievable that we've all been fooled by Lu Li. She's been lying to us the whole time, exploiting our sympathy to whitewash herself and try to clear her name. This woman's cunning is truly astounding. She's completely outmaneuvered us. A moment later, the situation changed drastically, and everyone looked at Lu Li with righteous indignation. Some people even started swearing and cursing, showing extreme anger. At this moment, Lu Li knew she had lost, utterly lost. The carefully constructed persona has crumbled. At this moment, Lu Li looked at Lin Yan with hatred, knowing that Lin Yan was behind all of this. Why? All I wanted was to turn my life around. Why are you doing this to me? Don't you have any feelings for us anymore? Were our past feelings just a lie? Why won't you leave me alone? Why are you treating me like this? All I want is to be rich, is that wrong? Lu Li screamed hysterically, her roar echoing throughout the entire campus, as if Lin Yan had done something to wrong her. Lin Yan coldly looked at Lu Li, who had gone mad, and knew that Lu Li had gone insane. Moreover, they didn't even realize their own mistakes, blaming Lin Yan for the root of all the problems. It was as if all of this was Lin Yan's fault. I see you still haven't realized your mistake. I didn't even hold it against you for losing the bet. But why did you pretend to be poor and use this self-inflicted suffering to gain everyone's sympathy? You're really cunning. Not only can you clear your name, but you can also use public opinion to force me to admit my mistakes. How come I never noticed before that you were so cunning? You can try to clear your name, fine, but you didn't involve me. Do you really think I'm made of clay? Lin Yan bluntly revealed Lu Li's thoughts. It was as if it were a fig leaf, tearing away Lu Li's last shred of dignity and trampling it on the ground. Upon hearing this, everyone felt indignant on Lin Yan's behalf. Most importantly, everyone was also deceived by Lu Li, who originally thought that Lu Li had no choice but to do such a thing. However, it was all a pretense by Lu Li, all in order to clear her name and force Lin Yan to reconcile with her. I really couldn't tell. This woman is absolutely heartless. Exactly. I had been speaking well of her all along, and she even insulted my idol. People like her shouldn't be pitted. It's all an act, a way to deceive our feelings. It's disgusting. At this point, Luli knew she had lost. Then, he slowly stood up, his eyes filled with hatred as if he wanted to kill Lin Yan immediately. Yes, that's who I am. What can you do about it? I just want to make money, am I wrong? Now that you're rich, am I not allowed to be rich too? At this moment, Luli started cursing at Lin Yan, and it had gotten out of control. Lin Yan looked at Luli calmly. He knew this woman was no longer reasonable. We have nothing to do with each other anymore that day. If you want to be rich, fine. But it has nothing to do with me, so don't drag me into this. Even if you were to steal or rob, I would wholeheartedly support it. Once you, Luli, become rich, you can buy your younger siblings clothes and shoes whenever you have time. Lin Yan vented all his pent-up anger in one breath, and at the end, he didn't forget to make a sarcastic remark about Luli's lies. After saying that, Lin Yan prepared to enter the dormitory. He didn't want to see this woman for even a second longer. I was in a really good mood today. Now that I've come back, it's turned into this mess. Looks like I need to find a place to stay outside. When Luli saw Lin Yan turn to leave, she immediately grabbed his clothes and shouted frantically. You can leave if you want, but you have to give me a breakup fee, compensation for the loss of my youth. Otherwise, I'm definitely staying with you today. Luli knew that things had gotten to this point with Lin Yan, and there was no way for them to continue their relationship. So, he wanted to make some money off Lin Yan. He's now a member of a wealthy family, and he can easily make her rich overnight with just a little pocket money. Upon hearing this, everyone present stared at Luli in astonishment. Damn, Luli is utterly shameless. She was the one who suggested breaking up, and now she's demanding a breakup fee. As expected, shameless people are invincible, without a trace of shame. Luli is such a shrewd woman. She even thought of this. Why didn't I think of this when we broke up yesterday? I was really at a disadvantage. What are you saying? You're acting like your ex is some rich kid. Lin Yan looked at Luli in disbelief. This woman was still thinking about making money even now. She was truly extraordinary. Money? How dare you bring up money? You were the one who broke up with me, and now you're talking to me about money. Even if I did have money, do you think I would give it to you? The rich guy might as well find another girlfriend. Believe me, if I were looking for a girlfriend right now, most girls would be willing. Lin Yan said without any politeness. At this moment, all the girls present were overjoyed to hear Lin Yan's words. They all crowded in front of Lin Yan, wanting to strike up a conversation with him. After all, now all the teachers and students in the school know that Lin Yan is a rich kid. If you become Lin Yan's girlfriend, you can ride in a Bugatti Silver Dragon whenever you want, and money will be nothing to you. Moreover, there is a 10% chance that she will become the daughter-in-law of the Lin family. When that happens, it will be a case of one person achieving success and all their relatives and friends benefiting. Lin Yan, I have a great figure. You'll definitely like me. Choose me. I'm a dance student, incredibly flexible. You know what I mean. And me too. I don't mind how many girlfriends you have, as long as you treat me well. At this moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Lin Yan was stunned, and Luli was completely panicked. She forgot that Lin Yan is now a golden bachelor for girls, and any girl with a modicum of sense would choose Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't know what to say at that moment. Bang! The right fist slammed solidly into the stone pillar, instantly creating a huge hole. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Sorry, I was just saying that in anger. And also, don't mess with me again. Lin Yan glared at Luli, then gently wiped her forehead with his right index finger and said casually, "The tomato juice is from last week. Remember to buy fresh next time. It smells better." Then, he turned and left. At this moment, Luli realized that her little tricks were no match for Lin Yan. At that moment, everyone was stunned by Lin Yan's punch, and Luli was completely terrified. When did Lin Yan's fists become so powerful? Lin Yan, we're waiting for you. Tell us if you want a girlfriend. Yes, we'll always wait for you. Lin Yan, I love you. I want to have your babies. Chapter 35, A Powerful Entrance. 9 o'clock in the morning, at the auditorium of the Music Academy. By this time, the place was packed with people, a veritable sea of people, mostly women. At this moment, Wang Lu looked relaxed in the direction of the main entrance, his face full of smugness. He glanced at the green submariner in his hand and said to Lin Qian opposite him, "It's already 9 o'clock. Did your brother oversleep?" Upon hearing this, most of the students laughed, and some even echoed the little prince's words. Haha, that's possible. Maybe her brother is too scared to come, since he'll lose in the end anyway. That's right. How could someone who has never even touched a musical instrument possibly be a match for our idol? Do you think Lin Qian's brother really ran away and abandoned his own sister? A chorus of mocking voices echoed throughout the auditorium, and Lin Qian glared angrily at everyone. However, for a moment, they were speechless in rebuttal. After all, Lin Yan did not show up, but Lin Qian did not show any worry on her face. From childhood to adulthood, Lin Yan has always been the kind of person who keeps his word in Lin Qian's heart. Shut up. You're all sycophants and clowns. All you do is make snide remarks behind people's backs. If you're so capable, why don't you stand up yourselves? It's hilarious. At this moment, Zhao Jiejia, her best friend, couldn't stand it anymore. Besides, they were talking about Lin Yan, which made Zhao Jiejia even angrier than Lin Qian. Just as everyone was about to retort again, a series of booming sounds echoed throughout the entire music academy. Boom, boom, boom. A tremendous roar reverberated in everyone's ears. As the roar grew closer, everyone realized that the car's destination was the Great Hall of the People. Go out and see who's so arrogant. At this moment, Wang Lu looked displeased. After all, even someone known as the Prince of Music wasn't this arrogant. Judging from the sound, it seems even better than his car. This is incredible. I don't know. Is the Music Academy his territory? The crowd crowded to the entrance of the Great Hall, wondering which rich young master was putting on an act again. In an instant, the entrance to the Great Hall of the People was packed with people, mostly girls. At this moment, a silver-gray supercar slowly appeared from around the corner. Its streamlined appearance and high-tech tires attracted a lot of attention. Boom! The deep, melodious engine sound tells you that it is definitely not ordinary. Then, the butterfly-shaped left and right doors slowly opened, just like a butterfly preparing to take flight. So beautiful. At this moment, many students stared wide-eyed, including Wang Lu. I know this car. It's a Bugatti Silver Dragon, one of only one in the world, worth 50 million. I never thought I would actually see the real thing today. Wow, what kind of family background does someone have to afford to drive this car? Who could it be? Could it be Lin Yan? How could that be? You mean Lin Qian's brother? He looks like a rich man, right? I heard he used to deliver food every day and could make more than 10,000 yuan a month. But his annual income is only enough to wash a car. Everyone unanimously agreed that it could not possibly be Lin Yan. In their eyes, Lin Yan was just an ordinary college student. Compared to those who study music, their family backgrounds are simply incomparable. The displeasure in Wang Li's eyes had vanished. The car in front of him was enough to show that the person who had arrived was definitely no ordinary person. At least, his family doesn't have the financial means to buy that car. Wang Lu was even thinking about how to strike up a conversation with the newcomer. A moment later, a man wearing sunglasses slowly got out of the car. At this moment, everyone was curious about who this person was. Wang Lu squinted at the guy in front of him, feeling that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Wow. He's at least 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure. Although he doesn't have explosive muscles, he definitely has abs. So handsome. I wish he could take off his sunglasses. He has such a great body, so his face must be really handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Wow, he's practically my ideal husband. I wouldn't mind if he had other girlfriends. At this moment, a large group of girls were staring at Lin Yan with infatuation. Wang Lu was no longer appealing to them. After all, in the real world, talent is something you can only admire but not consume until it's converted into money. The man in front of her looked like someone from a very wealthy family, a rare find even in the entire city of Shanghai. A moment later, a young man got out of the sports car behind and quickly ran to Lin Yan's side, looking very respectful. Master, we've arrived. Qian Xiaohao was puzzled by Lin Yan's sudden appearance at the music academy, but he didn't dare to refuse. After all, this was the first time his master had asked him to do something, so he had to do it beautifully and perfectly. The appearance of Qin Shuho stunned everyone. Look, it's Qin Xiaohao, the campus heartthrob of Jiangnan Art Academy. He's so handsome. That's right. But the guy that Qin Xiaohao calls master must be even better at calligraphy than him. No, what would someone who studies calligraphy do here at our music academy? Do they want to learn calligraphy? That's ridiculous. At this moment, Lin Qian and Zhao Jijia also came out. However, when Zhao Jijia saw the figure of the man in front of her, and then saw Qin Xiaohao's respectful appearance, she was surprised. She knew that the guy showing off in front of her was definitely Lin Yan. Yes, Lin Yan. Lin Qian looked at her brother with a puzzled expression. After all, they had been together for over 20 years, and she would recognize him even from behind. Really, it's my brother. But who is that person next to me? And why is he being so respectful to my brother? Zhao Jijia smiled gently upon hearing this. He then explained, that's Qin Xiaohao, the most handsome guy at Jiangnan Art Academy, and now Lin Yan's apprentice. Lin Qian was shocked to hear this. Everyone around burst into laughter, looking at the two with mockery, and Wang Lu looked particularly contemptuous. Haha, that's hilarious. You actually said this guy is Lin Qian's brother, that guy who can't even play music. This joke isn't funny. After all, if he weren't your own brother, you wouldn't go up and hug him and call him brother, would you? Sigh, now that my own brother isn't coming, even my sister has started lying. When did the quality of students in our college start to decline? Numerous sarcastic remarks echoed throughout the entrance of the great hall of the people. At this moment, many referees also looked over, including the white-bearded old man from that day. Just then, Lin Yan slowly took off his sunglasses, and Qin Xiaohao tactfully put them away. Hi everyone, I'm Lin Yan. Chapter 36 Classical Beauty, Li Chuyao. At this moment, everyone stared at the guy in front of them in disbelief. This guy really is Lin Qian's brother. I was there that day. How is that possible? How could his brother afford such a car? I don't believe it even if you beat me to death. Yeah, I don't believe it either. Could it be rented? That's impossible. You can't even see a car like that anywhere else, let alone rent it. You're overthinking it. Regardless of whether Lin Qian's brother is musically talented or not, this display of swagger is absolutely perfect. The white-bearded old man standing behind him stared intently at Lin Yan's face, feeling that Lin Yan's face was somewhat familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen him before. At this moment, Lin Yan didn't say anything else, and directly took out an old red box from the passenger seat. At this moment, the red box had been cleaned spotless by Lin Yan, but the traces of time were still so obvious. In many places, the red paint has peeled off, and in some places, you can even see the wooden planks underneath. At this moment, the white-bearded old man was extremely excited, grabbing his old friend beside him and muttering to himself. I found it. I finally found it. At this moment, his old friend gently comforted him. Ever since he returned that day, he has been talking non-stop about discovering a prodigy who can revitalize Chinese folk music. Of course, my old friend just smiled. By this time, the great hall of the people was filled with people again. Everyone turned to look at the two people on the stage. Qin Xiaohao, being quite tactful, plopped down next to Zhao Jijia and greeted Lin Qian warmly. However, Zhao Jijia's words immediately stumped him. Call her master sister. What? Qin Xiaohao was stunned for a moment, looking at Zhao Jijia in confusion, wondering what this was all about. Lin Qian is Lin Yan's younger sister. You call Lin Yan master. So Lin Qian is naturally your master aunt. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaohao was stunned, but due to his age, he couldn't bring himself to speak. At this moment, Lin Qian stepped in to smooth things over. It's okay, just call me by my name. Zhao Jijia's eyes darted around, and she said to Qin Xiaohao in a strange way. Lin Yan dotes on his sister a lot. Besides, Lin Yan hasn't officially acknowledged you as his apprentice yet, so it's hard to say whether he'll even teach you calligraphy. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaohao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said to Lin Qian, Master Aunt, Xiaohao greets you. Qin Xiaohao's behavior startled Lin Qian, who quickly stood up to return the greeting. At this moment, Zhao Jijia pulled Lin Qian to sit down and said, You deserve it. He's your brother's apprentice, so it's perfectly normal for him to call you Master Aunt. Hearing Zhao Jijia say this, and Qin Xiaohao insisting on it as well, Lin Qian went back to her original position. Come here, call me Master Ant, and let me hear it. Zhao Jijia looked at Qian Xiaohao with amusement. She had been bullied by this guy a lot when she was a child, and now she finally had a chance to get revenge. Qian Xiaohao glanced at Zhao Jijia with a look of disdain. Come on, I won't call you Master Ant. You. Zhao Jijia suddenly jumped up, but then thought about it and sat down, staring fiercely at Qian Xiaohao, silently chanting in her heart. Humph, you won't call me Master Ant now, but I'll make you call me Master's wife from now on. At this point, the competition was ready to begin. On the platform of the Great Hall of the People, Lin Yin and Wang Lu looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Of course, if they both looked down on each other, then who is truly stronger? Just as the host announced the start of the competition, a girl's voice rang out from the audience. Wait! At this moment, everyone looked around, wanting to know who it was. A girl with an oval face, long hair, and wearing a blue dress slowly walked up the steps and onto the stage, carrying a guzheng. As he walked up to Lin Yin was also puzzled as to who this person was. This is Li Chuyao, a classical girl from our college. She has been learning the guzheng, a traditional Chinese musical instrument, since she was a child. Wow, it's so beautiful. It's a pity that there's no future in learning the guzheng in this era. Only Western instruments can gain international recognition. Does she want to go up and beat Wang Lu? That's impossible. You know, she lost to Wang Lu in last year's competition. At this moment, the white-bearded old man looked at his granddaughter with a nervous expression. He knew that his granddaughter had gone up there for the sake of the reputation of the national musical instrument. Lin Yin looked at the woman beside him, who exuded a natural fragrance, with a puzzled expression. To be honest, she was quite beautiful, and she was the kind of classical woman who seemed to have stepped out of a painting. Get down. You're no match for him. Li Chuyao stared intently at Wang Lu, but her tone was clearly directed at Lin Yin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin almost laughed, but then he thought about it and realized it made sense. After all, no one knew he could play the suona, so they were absolutely certain he couldn't. Just as Lin Yin was about to step aside, Li Chuyao said something inexplicable without even turning her head, which ignited a fire in Lin Yan's heart. Don't misunderstand, I didn't do this for you. I did it for the honor of national musical instruments. After all, it's extremely important. Hearing this, Lin Yin was furious. It was as if going on stage would preserve national honor. Lin Yin just heard someone say that Li Chuyao was only second last year, and Wang Lu was definitely better than her. Without waiting for Lin Yin to say anything, Li Chuyao looked at Wang Lu with icy eyes and said very seriously, Wang Lu, if you want to compete, what kind of skill is it to bully someone who can't play music? Upon hearing this, Wang Lu smiled, though he was quite enamored with Li Chuyao. However, Li Chuyao had no liking for Wang Lu at all, and disliked Western musical instruments. Every time Wang Lu tried to get close to her, he was slapped in the face by Li Chuyao. Humph, Li Chuyao is now in a competition between me and Lin Yin. You'd better not get involved, or I'll make you taste defeat again. Upon hearing this, Li Chuyao swayed slightly, and Lin Yin was about to go up and help her up. This shows that the blow was very significant for Li Chuyao. After a moment, Li Chuyao slowly said, I admit I'm not as good as you, but I absolutely will not allow you to trample on traditional musical instruments. I, Li Chuyao, absolutely will not agree to this. At this moment, a spirit of self-sacrifice for the sake of national musical instruments emerged from Li Chuyao. Lin Yin stared intently at Li Chuyao in front of him, feeling that Li Chuyao truly meant what she said. Wang Lu glared at Li Chuyao through gritted teeth. He had previously put a lot of effort into getting to know Li Chuyao. However, this woman was completely unmoved by reason or persuasion. Fine, today I'll let you taste defeat once again. Upon hearing this, Li Chuyao's thin body trembled again, and she uttered words that only Lin Yin could hear. Perhaps I really don't have the talent to revitalize traditional musical instruments. However, it's better to lose by our own hand than to have it all destroyed by that kid. Chapter 37 Exchange Guzheng Skills. No one said anything about Li Chuyao going on stage. After all, Wang Lu had no objections, so the audience members had even less to say. At this moment, Lin Yin also noticed 8 elderly people with white hair and youthful faces walking in the front row. Lin Yin suddenly felt that one of the old men was very familiar, as if he had met the same person on the street that day. The white-bearded old man smiled warmly at Lin Yin, and Lin Yin smiled back. Clang! Li Chuyao sat on a stool with a guzheng in front of her, her hands moving nimbly across the instrument, like a graceful sprite. At this moment, pleasant sounds rang out in the great hall, and everyone showed satisfied smiles. Clearly, this wasn't the first time the students had heard Li Chuyao play the guzheng. In the eyes of most of her classmates, her guzheng playing was definitely the best in the academy. Unfortunately, she met Wang Lu, a musical genius. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, Wang Lu glanced at Li Chuyao with disdain, his deep eyes filled with a hint of fervor. As the saka began to play, the melodious music filled the great hall. Instantly, it completely covered Li Chuyao's guzheng. Upon seeing this, everyone sighed. Sigh? Wang Lu is really Li Chuyao's nemesis. No matter how hard Li Chuyao tries, she just can't beat Wang Lu. That's right. I always see Li Chuyao practice very diligently, but Wang Lu just plays casually and completely defeats her. Wang Lu is truly my idol. Even his sitar's playing sounds so cool. As the saxophone music continued to fill the entire auditorium, everyone's eyes turned to Wang Lu. Only a few people looked at Li Chuyao. Even the 8 judges looked at Li Chuyao with regret in their eyes. Although Lin Yin didn't understand the guzheng, she could tell from everyone's reactions that she was clearly inferior. However, Li Chuyao had no intention of admitting defeat. At this moment, she bit her lip tightly, and her hands kept moving across the guzheng. At this moment, Lin Yin could clearly see the beads of sweat, the size of soybeans, slowly trickling down her forehead. Wang Lu casually played the saxophone while looking at Li Chuyao with disdain. For him, defeating Li Chuyao is no longer a difficult task. One can even multitask and defeat her with ease. At this moment, Zhao Zhejia looked at everything on the stage with a worried expression, repeatedly saying, Li Chuyao is going to lose. This woman is really stubborn. She won't let go even if it kills her. Qian Xiaohao looked at everything in front of him with suspicion and asked in confusion, How do you know? This is just the beginning. The outcome is still uncertain. Zhao Zhejia glanced at it disdainfully. What do you know about music when you're just a writer? The difference in their levels of understanding is huge, so it was clear from the beginning that Li Chuyao had already lost. Hearing this, Qian Xiaohao did not refute it, but looked at Li Chuyao on the stage with regret. A moment later, Lin Yin noticed that Li Chuyao's fingertips were already dripping blood. Lin Yin frowned as he looked at everything before him, then went up and said, If you keep going like this, your fingers will be ruined. Just give up. Li Chuyao turned her head and gave Lin Yin a stubborn look, without saying a word, her fingers continuing to move. Lin Yin squinted at everything in front of him, his consciousness instantly entering his mind. Before him stood a skill tower, a tower that possessed all the skills in the world. If you can think of it, you can find it here. Lin Yin looked at the 7-story skill tower in front of him and was filled with emotion. However, the top 3 layers seemed to be shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see what skills they contained. This was Lin Yin's first time entering this skill tower. He had only heard about it from the system before, but had never used it. The 7th level consists of daily life skills, such as cooking and gardening, which can be redeemed with 10,000 shock points. The 6th level consists of more advanced skills, such as calligraphy, suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, passenger planes, various vehicles, high-speed rail driving skills, and the use of various common equipment. The shock value is 50,000. The 5th level involves skills and equipment rarely seen in normal times, or those related to the military field, such as operating various war equipment, including shooting, tanks, and warships. The shock value is 500,000. The 4th level contains even rarer items, such as space stations and space carriers, with a shock value of 1 million. Lin Yin was deeply shocked. If he had these skills, he would be amazing. Of course, Lin Yin is now eager to acquire the guzheng skill. Immediately, the search bar above was filled with the words guzheng, and a moment later, guzheng skills appeared. The first part is the name, the middle part is a brief introduction, and the last part is the shock value. Lin Yin glanced at his shock value. It was only 30,000, not much. With his current shock value at 130,000, Lin Yin immediately clicked the exchange button. In an instant, all the information about the Gujing appeared in Lin Yan's mind, from the appearance of the first Gujing to its development, prosperity, and decline. At this moment, Lin Yan opened his eyes with satisfaction and glanced at the field. At this moment, everyone was drawn to Wang Li's saxophone, and no one paid attention to Li Chuyao's Gujing anymore. Li Chuyao's back was soaked with sweat. Standing behind her, Lin Yin could clearly see the white underwear underneath through her blue clothes. Her entire S-shaped figure is so clearly defined. Lin Yin coughed awkwardly and looked at Li Chuyao's hands, which were now stained with blood. She bit her lip hard with her pearly teeth, and a trace of blood slowly flowed from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, those who were paying attention had already seen Li Chuyao's condition and felt extremely sorry for her. Hiss, look, Li Chuyao is bleeding. How can she push herself so hard? Well, maybe it's this kind of dedication that made her so good at playing the Gujing. What a pity. How can one person compete with the trends of society? Human strength has its limits. The white-bearded old man looked at his granddaughter with a pained expression. Since she was a child, his granddaughter had loved the Gujing and vowed to contribute to the rise of traditional Chinese musical instruments. However, in this era where everyone idolizes foreign things, it is extremely difficult to lead the rise of traditional musical instruments. Lin Yin slowly walked up to Li Chuyao, his body blocking her view. Everyone was puzzled. What was Lin Yin going to do at this moment? Was he going to stop Li Chuyao? What is Lin Yin doing? Is he planning to compete? Of course. Is he going to play? Definitely. He couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to do it himself. Lin Yin stretched out his large, rough hand and placed it directly on the Gujing, uttering words that shook Li Chuyao to her core. That's not how you play the Gujing. Chapter 38. Do you even understand the Gujing? This is how you treat it. Seeing that Lin Yin had placed his hand on the Gujing and stopped playing, Li Chuyao looked at him with a questioning expression and said something coldly. You can't. Hearing this, Lin Yin just smiled. Wang Li looked at Lin Yin with displeasure. He had originally estimated that as long as he defeated Li Chuyao again, if he uses a few more tricks, Li Chuyao will submit to him. At that time, as the school beauty of the music academy, she will be his possession. Lin Yin, what do you mean? Your match hasn't even started yet. Wang Li shouted angrily. What? Are you looking for death so soon? At this moment, everyone frowned and looked at Wang Li. Saying such things in this situation was not the demeanor one would expect from a little prince. Lin Yin glanced coldly at Wang Li and said without any politeness, You stay right there. You. Wang Li was furious, but Lin Yin went straight to Li Chuyao's side. Li Chuyao frowned immediately and instinctively took a step back. She hated it when strange men were so close to her and felt a strong aversion to it. At this moment, everyone noticed Lin Yan's unusual behavior and was very puzzled. Holy crap, is this guy having a mental breakdown, trying to do that kind of thing in public? That can't be right. She's pretty, she shouldn't lack girlfriends. But Li Chuyao is a school beauty, so it's understandable. It's over. Our college is going to be in scandal. Tomorrow's headlines will be about a man from another school openly harassing the school's most beautiful girl in the music academy. Seeing Li Chuyao take a step back, Lin Yin didn't hesitate and stepped forward. At this moment, Li Chuyao's chest was heaving, clearly indicating that she was in a state of great turmoil. Surprisingly, this guy actually had the nerve to harass her, an injured girl. What a scumbag. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao looked at Lin Yin with a nervous expression and was about to step forward to stop him. What are you doing? Zhao Jijia frowned and glanced at Qian Xiaohao, asking in confusion. I have to stop him. I absolutely cannot let my master do such a disgraceful thing. Otherwise, the Chinese calligraphy community will lose all face. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao spoke with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jijia smiled gently and grabbed her arm. Come back. What are you thinking about? You really think Lin Yin is just driven by lust? Look at you. Yes, I believe my brother. After Zhao Jijia said that, Qian Xiaohao decided not to go anymore. At this moment, Zhao Jijia looked at Li Chuyao with a jealous expression, muttering to herself. You got off easy. Even Lin Yin didn't treat me like this. At this moment, Lin Yin had already extended his right hand and slowly approached Li Chuyao, looking directly at Li Chuyao's left breast. At this moment, all the teachers and students in the auditorium stood up in shock. The white-bearded old man looked worried and immediately said, "Hey classmate, you have to calm down." At this moment, Li Chuyao had already closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling incessantly. Her screams suddenly echoed throughout the entire auditorium. Ah! Everyone was stunned. A moment later, Li Chuyao felt a pain in her scalp and slowly opened her eyes. Lin Yin was no longer in front of her. Instead, he was fiddling with her guzheng. Seeing that her clothes were still intact, Li Chuyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lin Yan's calm voice rang out throughout the entire auditorium. "Do you know how many strings a guzheng has?" Li Chuyao knew that Lin Yin was asking her a question and answered subconsciously. 21 strings, each 1.63 meters long. Seeing this, Lin Yin shook his head, but didn't stop what he was doing. They took 2 strands of hair that had been plucked from Li Chuyao's head, tied them together in a knot, and connected them. Then, she placed the long, thin hair directly in the center of the guzheng and secured both ends with Li Chuyao's hair clips. Legend has it that during the Warring States period, a scholar made a 22-string guzheng to win his wife's favor. His wife loved it after playing it. Later, Heaven sighed that the sound of the guzheng was so beautiful that mortals were not qualified to hear it. So it sent down lightning and broke one of the strings, which is why the guzheng exists today. After Lin Yin finished speaking, the guzheng in his hand was also fixed. Everyone stared at the guzheng in front of Lin Yin, their faces full of doubt. Damn, is what this guy is saying true or false? It sounds like a myth. Regardless of whether it's a myth or not, the key question is what he meant by adding a hair on top. Does he think that way he can defeat Wang Lu? That's ridiculous. Someone who knows nothing about the guzheng is messing around with it. I heard this guzheng is worth around 1 million yuan and was Li Chuyao's 18th birthday present. Li Chuyao stared blankly at her guzheng, which was now completely ruined, and then glared angrily at Lin Yin. Do you even understand the guzheng? How can you treat it like this? Do you know that for me, the guzheng is more than just a tool? It's my friend. You touched my guzheng without my permission. What right do you have? Li Chuyao cried hysterically to Lin Yin, completely heartbroken. Not only did he fail to defeat Wang Lu, but his favorite guzheng was also completely destroyed. At this moment, Wang Lu looked at Lin Yin with amusement. If you're incompetent, then keep quiet. You insisted on showing off, and now you've made a mess of things. This is karma. At this moment, a chorus of condemnation against Lin Yin rang out in the hall. Who is this guy? He was partly responsible for Li Chuyao's rise to power, and this guy is causing trouble. That's right. I don't think he has any skills at all. He probably can't even play the suona. This kind of person should be expelled from our college. I'm even starting to suspect that the car he drove here was stolen. At this moment, the white-bearded old man looked at Lin Yin with a suspicious expression. He couldn't believe Lin Yin was like this, but he couldn't understand how Lin Yin could possibly play the guzheng. At this moment, Li Chuyao was heartbroken and took one step at a time, without moving forward. Staring blankly at his guzheng, he slowly sat down. Thinking that her guzheng, which had been with her for several years, had been broken, 2 lines of tears immediately streamed down her face. Her hands trembled as she stroked the guzheng, and when she touched that strand of hair, a strange sensation ran through her fingertips. Li Chuyao stared at her hair in disbelief, wondering if what he said was true. Just then, a few boys prepared to go on stage and drag Lin Yin away. Get out of here. You're not welcome at our academy. That's right, get out of here right now. At this moment, Li Chuyao, still filled with doubts, sat down again and adjusted her mindset. He was carefully moving his right index finger, touching his own hair. Zheng. Suddenly, a soul-stirring voice resounded throughout the entire auditorium, and everyone stared at Li Chuyao in disbelief. To be precise, it should be her guzheng. Chapter 39. Wang Lu was unconvinced and challenged Lin Yin to a suona duel. At this moment, Li Chuyao's 10 fingers, like fireworks from the Tianshan Mountains, moved back and forth on the guzheng. As the sound rang out, everyone stared at Li Chuyao in disbelief. If the sound of Li Chuyao playing the piano just now was merely pleasing to the ear, Therefore, the music we hear now can absolutely cleanse our souls and minds. Shock level from Li Chuyao plus 666. Li Chuyao's shock level plus 666. Li Chuyao's shock level plus 666. At this moment, system prompts kept appearing in Lin Yan's mind. Hearing such a pleasant sound, Lin Yan's lips curled up slightly. At this moment, Wang Lu had already noticed something amiss. Although he didn't understand the Guzheng, he believed that music was interconnected. He could sense that Li Chuyao had already surpassed him. Beep, beep, beep. Unwilling to give up, Wang Lu picked up his saxophone again and began to play it with all his might. This time, he blew even harder than before, his face turning red and his chest heaving. It's clear that he has exerted his maximum effort. At this moment, everyone in the entire auditorium was immersed in Li Chuyao's Guzheng music. Is this Li Chuyao? She seems like a completely different person. If I didn't see her sitting there, I would doubt that she is Li Chuyao. Yes, I can't believe it. Lin Yan just added a single hair, and the music became so beautiful. It's unbelievable. This Lin Yan is no ordinary person. He actually has this talent. It's unbelievable. The white-bearded old man looked at Lin Yan with great excitement. He had originally thought that Lin Yan was only talented in playing the suona, and that he played it well. Unexpectedly, he knows how to play the Guzheng. Although I don't know if he can actually play it, at least he can repair it. Originally, the Guzheng had 22 strings. This was the first time in his more than 60 years of life that he had heard of such a bizarre thing. However, facts have proven that the sound produced by a 22-string Guzheng is hundreds of times better than that of a 21-string Guzheng. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. Lin Yan looked at everything in front of him with a smile on his face. As the shock value on the virtual interface kept increasing, he was overjoyed. Originally, I thought I would have to go on stage myself, but now it seems that I don't need to perform. I can still garner shock points. At this moment, although Li Chuyao's fingers were still stained with blood, they miraculously stopped bleeding. Her complexion instantly improved dramatically, as if she were immersed in a sea of music, swimming endlessly. Li Chuyao was deeply shocked by Lin Yan. She couldn't understand how Lin Yan could elevate the sound of the Guzheng by simply tying up 2 strands of hair. At this moment, Li Chuyao was very curious about Lin Yan. But she didn't know. When a woman is curious about a man, it's a sign that she's falling in love. At this moment, Wang Lu kept playing the saxophone, but no matter how he played it, it still couldn't withstand the power of the Guzheng. At this moment, a voice deep within Wang Li's heart, one that he was unwilling to acknowledge, resounded. Li Chuyao's Guzheng playing is better than her saka. A moment later, the last sound faded away. Li Chuyao finally stopped playing, and at this moment she couldn't wait to thank Lin Yan. However, out of a young lady's modesty, she only nodded slightly to Lin Yan. At this moment, Wang Lu also stopped, but his face was extremely pale. It seems that his duet with Li Chuyao just now had exhausted a lot of his energy. Slap, slap, slap. At this moment, enthusiastic applause rang out throughout the auditorium, and everyone looked at Li Chuyao in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Li Chuyao actually defeated Wang Lu. The white-bearded old man was especially excited, knowing how much motivation this would be for his granddaughter. After deliberation, all the referees unanimously decided that Li Chuyao was the winner. Wait, I disagree. At this moment, Wang Lu looked unhappy. Logically speaking, Li Chuyao already lost the first time, so this victory doesn't count at all. Everyone nodded in agreement with what he said. Everyone turned their attention to Li Chuyao, wanting to hear her say a few words. At this moment, Li Chuyao didn't care at all. Her eyes were fixed on the Guzheng, and she was stroking it very gently. Wang Lu has won. Once these words were spoken, everyone understood. In fact, everyone had guessed Li Chuyao's thoughts. In everyone's eyes, Li Chuyao was a very pure person, born entirely for the Guzheng. She cares about nothing but the Guzheng, and she doesn't even know how to lie. At this moment, Wang Lu was not happy, but stared at Lin Yan with resentment. If it weren't for Lin Yan's interference, he would have already broken down Li Chuyao's mental defenses. As long as he adds fuel to the fire, Li Chuyao will almost certainly be his plaything. However, Everything was disrupted because of Lin Yan. It could be said that at this moment, Wang Lu wished Lin Yan were dead. It's over now, it's your turn. You're not going to hide behind women forever, are you? Wang Lu looked at Lin Yan with a sinister smile. In his opinion, Lin Yan's improvement of the guzheng was just a coincidence. How could he possibly know how to play such an ancient instrument as the suona? Wang Lu was furious and just about to vent his anger, and Lin Yan was the perfect tool for that. Lin Yan glanced indifferently at the reckless Wang Lu and simply said something. Given your current condition, I'm afraid that if I play the suona horn, it'll send you on your way. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted throughout the entire auditorium. Everyone burst into laughter unexpectedly. Haha, Lin Yan is really joking. Judging from Wang Li's expression, he might really have been sent away by a suona. Do you think Lin Yan can play the suona? Is he just trying to scare Wang Lu by saying that? That's possible. The suona is so difficult to play. There are hardly any people in our entire music academy who can play it. How could a student from Jiangnan University like him possibly play the suona? At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Yan couldn't play the suona. Wang Lu was so angry after Lin Yan retorted that he was furious. He grabbed a bottle of mineral water, gulped it down, and smashed the bottle on the ground. Pointing at Lin Yan without any politeness, he said, "If you can get rid of me today, then you've got guts. But if you can't send me away, you have to kneel before me and call me Grandpa 3 times. And also, if you lose, your sister is mine." Wang Li's arrogant words echoed throughout the great hall of the people, causing everyone to frown. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Originally, according to Lin Yan's plan, he had already achieved his goal of reaping shock points today. Fine, we won't compete then, but this Wang Lu is persistent and clingy, and most importantly, he's dragging his sister into it. This is something Lin Yan cannot tolerate. Lin Yan placed the red box on the table, his eyes flashing coldly, and his chilling words echoed throughout the entire auditorium. 10 years for the flute, 100 years for the shao. A single eru soars to the heavens. The people lasts 1,000 years, the zither a 10,000-year-old instrument, but only the suona can shake the heavens and the earth. Chapter 41 Man takes on the entire band. At this moment, Lin Yan's entire demeanor underwent a dramatic change. If Lin Yan was just a handsome young man a moment ago, he is now a wise man bearing the marks of time, as if one can witness miracles through him. Bang! A crisp sound rang out throughout the great hall of the people. Everyone turned their eyes to the red box in front of Lin Yan, the marks of time clearly visible on its surface. At this moment, Lin Yan had already opened the red box, and a dazzling array of suonas instantly came into view. Wow, this is a suona. It looks so old. I thought it was an antique shop. Don't talk nonsense. This is a suona. I didn't expect Lin Yan to actually have a suona, and such a complete one at that. Could it be that Lin Yan really knows how to play the suona? Wang Lu is a genius in our academy. Can he compare to him? The white-bearded old man was the most excited. When he saw Lin Yan's actions, he knew that he would hear music that could cleanse the soul once again. At this moment, Li Chuyao saw the suona in front of Lin Yan, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. Wow, Qianqian, when did your brother get a suona? Why didn't you tell me? Zhao Jieji grabbed Lin Qian's arm and kept asking questions. Lin Qian looked on with a puzzled expression and slowly shook her head. I don't know either. He doesn't know how to play the suona at all. Did he start learning it recently? At this moment, Qian Xiaohao became even more curious about his master. Wang Shiji's calligraphy was so good. Could his suona also be as legendary as the past and present? Lin Yan slowly picked up the smallest sea whistle and said softly, "Such a wonderful thing passed down from our ancestors, yet no one knows how to use it. What a pity. You know, when the suona appeared, the ancestor of the saxophone was nowhere to be found. I don't know who gave you the courage to not learn from our ancestors' traditions and instead learn the trashy stuff from outsiders. You unfilial descendant." When Lin Yan said the last sentence, he glanced at Wang Lu. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu was so angry he was about to explode, pointing his right index finger at Lin Yan. You. However, I couldn't think of a reply for the time being. At this moment, Lin Yan's words reached the ears of many students, and many of them lowered their heads in shame. Now, the judges all looked at Lin Yan with satisfaction, regardless of whether he could play the suona. At least he doesn't idolize foreign things and loves traditional Chinese music, which shows he's a good kid. At this moment, Li Chuyao also looked at Lin Yin with curiosity, and a terrible thought appeared in her mind. Maybe he really can play the suona. Li Chuyao was also stunned by her own thought, and quickly said to herself, "Impossible, impossible." However, considering that Lin Yin helped her earlier, she decided to let it go. If Lin Yin loses, Li Chuyao will definitely not stand idly by. It's just a musical instrument, don't flatter yourself. Wang Le glanced at Lin Yin with disdain and continued. Does he really think he's someone important? If he wants to revitalize traditional musical instruments, he'll have to get past me first. You can't even beat me, and you're still thinking about all sorts of things. Didn't your elementary school Chinese teacher teach you the meaning of ambitious but unrealistic? Lin Yin didn't respond to this, but just looked at Wang Lu and casually asked, I'm giving you a chance to call a few more people. No, I'm afraid you'll be unhappy about losing. The people in the hall looked at Wang Lu with displeasure because Wang Li's words had already angered them. So many students, although most of them are learning Western musical instruments. However, their patriotic fervor has never changed. Wang Li's words have turned him into a stumbling block to the rise of Chinese musical instruments. Furthermore, many referees showed displeasure upon hearing Wang Li's words. Clearly, Wang Lu has forgotten that he is Chinese. However, Wang Lu actually listened to Lin Yan's words at this moment. He knew his current condition. Although he had recovered most of his strength, he absolutely could not afford to lose again this time. Moreover, we absolutely cannot lose to that good-for-nothing Lin Yan. In order to ensure their own success, and because it was the opponent who took the initiative to propose it. As the saying goes, it's a fool not to take advantage of a good deal. You said it yourself. Then, Wang Lu picked up his phone and dialed the number, looking at Lin Yan with a cold smile. Just then, Li Chuyao was about to speak up to remind him, but she saw her grandfather slowly shaking his head at her. She couldn't understand why her grandfather wanted to stop her. Hadn't he been looking for a genius who could play the suona? Thinking of this, Li Chuyao instantly realized what was happening and looked at the red box again. Could it be that Lin Yan is the genius Grandpa is looking for? At this moment, the white-bearded old man wanted to see where Lin Yan's limit was. In a one-on-one situation, Lin Yan would definitely win. So, what if it were one person against a whole band? At this point, the white-bearded old man was very curious, even excited. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Lin Yan's idea. Holy crap, this Lin Yan is incredibly audacious. He wants to take on an entire band all by himself. Wow, Lin Yan is incredibly ambitious. If this actually happens, it'll be a miracle. It might just turn out to be a joke. At this moment, Lin Xian also looked at her brother with a nervous expression, and both girls' palms were sweating. Does your brother really not know how to play the suona? He seems pretty good at it from the way he's doing it. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Hearing this, Zhao Zhejia looked helpless. She had already prepared for the worst. So what if Lin Yan can't play the suona? His calligraphy is so extraordinary. Does he need to know how to play the suona? It's a joke. A moment later, four people slowly entered through the main entrance of the Great Hall of the People. Moreover, everyone carried their own tools, such as violins, flutes, and drums. At this moment, everyone's expression changed drastically upon seeing these people. Damn, I should have known Wang Lu would call them. They're the strongest Western band in the entire music academy. Wow, the Edward Band, they actually came. It seems Wang Lu is taking this competition very seriously. Of course, he lost to Li Chuyao last time, so no matter what, he's going to get his revenge on Lin Yan this time. At this moment, Wang Lu looked at Lin Yan with a smug expression and said arrogantly, You asked for this. Don't blame me for losing. Thump. As the jazz drums began to play, Wang Lu and his group of 5 started their performance without prior notice. At this moment, Wang Lu and the others were fully immersed in the music. Now, for them, it's not only about defeating Lin Yan, but also about regaining the momentum they lost to Li Chuyao. Lin Yan's gaze sharpened, and he slowly placed the C flute in his hand to his lips. Beep-e, a sound that resounded through the heavens burst forth from the suona. At that moment, the entire auditorium was completely drowned out by the sound of the suona horns. Chapter 41. Lin Yan, I hate you. The long, drawn-out sound echoed throughout the entire auditorium, and everyone stared at Lin Yin in shock. The voice seemed to come from the heavens above, or from the netherworld below. It was as if each person spoke a different voice. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Lu and the others were immediately shaken and realized something was wrong. They knew that this music had surpassed the limits of ordinary people, and it could be said that this was the strongest opponent they had encountered in recent years. The more knowledgeable a musician is, the more they can hear the horror in the music. Thump, beep, buzz. The drums and other instruments were played even harder as they tried to drown out the sound of the suona with their music. The people sitting in the auditorium all looked at Lin Yin with amazement. Wow, Lin Yin really can play the suona. Yes, it's incredible. He can play such an ancient instrument so skillfully. However, I feel Wang Liqiang is a bit stronger. So what if he can play the suona? At this moment, the people in the Great Hall of the People split into two factions, one supporting Wang Lu and the other supporting Lin Yin. Overall, Wang Lu is still more popular. After all, this is their home turf, and Lin Yin is just an outsider. Moreover, Western musical instruments have been popular in Xia for many years, and young people are more accepting of them. However, these were not difficult tasks for Lin Yin at all. At this moment, even Lin Xian, Zhao Jiejia, and Qian Xiaohao were stunned. Qian, when did your brother start playing the suona? I don't know either. He didn't know how to play the suona at all before. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao looked at Lin Yin with admiration, repeatedly saying, Master, you are truly a divine being. At this moment, everyone noticed that Wang Li's Edward band was starting to pick up the pace, and its rhythm and melody were perfect. Moreover, the music is more pleasant to listen to and better suits the interests of young people. At this moment, the scales of victory were subtly tipping in Wang Li's favor. Lin Yin frowned as he glanced at them. He hadn't expected that this Edward band would actually have some talent. It seemed that they would have to show some real skill to succeed. At this moment, the white-bearded old man looked at Lin Yin with a suspicious expression. He was there when Lin Yin first played the suona. This performance is definitely not Lin Yin's usual skill. Could he have other intentions? At this moment, Wang Lu glanced at Lin Yin with a smug look on his face. I thought this guy was incredibly strong, but it turns out he's a eunuch. He has nothing down there. At this point, it was clear to most people that Lin Yin was bound to lose if things continued this way. Haha, that's hilarious. Only the first part works. Is he the legendary 3-second guy? Sigh. I thought I could hear some suona playing, but it turns out they're just a half-baked player. It's over. Lin Yin has really lost face this time. Lin Xian will never be able to hold her head up in the academy again. After calmly surveying everyone, Lin Yin instantly focused his energy in his dantian, and a powerful surge of energy rushed from his chest toward the suona. Beep! With its soaring momentum, it instantly broke through the limitations of the Great Hall of the People and spread outwards. Suddenly, a light and melodious tune came from the suona. Just as everyone was wondering what Lin Yin was up to, figures came from outside the Great Hall. Chirp, chirp. Splash, splash. Everyone recognized the bird song, but there seemed to be far too much of it. At this moment, Wang Lu had a bad feeling, but he just couldn't figure it out. Call out. Just then, a little sparrow flew from outside the window of the Great Hall of the People to Lin Yan's side and kept circling around him. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Why is this sparrow circling around Lin Yan? That's right. Could it be that it understands Lin Yan's music that it's acting like this? No way. I didn't understand anything. I just thought it sounded nice. A moment later, what happened next shocked everyone. Countless birds flew in through the windows and doors, circling around Lin Yan incessantly. In particular, the various rare birds appear colorful and exceptionally beautiful. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The shock level from the crowd plus 999. The shock level from the crowd plus 999. The shock level from the crowd plus 999. As Lin Yin played the instrument, notification sounds kept ringing in his mind, and his shock level was increasing rapidly, like a rocket. The white-bearded old man stared blankly at everything before him, originally thinking that Lin Yin would play a soul-cleansing melody like last time. However, to his surprise, Lin Yang was even more outrageous this time. The music played caused hundreds of birds to sing in unison, a spectacle rarely seen, even once in 1,000 years. Even the 8 referees couldn't help but stand up and lean forward, seemingly wanting to get closer to Lin Yan. The white-bearded old man was extremely excited. He told his old friends about it when he returned that day. However, none of them believed it, insisting that Whitebeard had developed delusions. At this moment, the white-bearded old man listened while saying to his old companion beside him, "See, I didn't lie to you." At this moment, his old buddies couldn't hear what he was saying. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Yan like those of vicious wolves. Li Chuyao's beautiful eyes seemed to be frozen on Lin Yan. Now it's reversed. Just now Lin Yan was looking at her back. Now, she's looking at Lin Yan's back. She couldn't understand how this guy, who was somewhat handsome, could play the suona, such an ancient instrument. Moreover, the fact that it was described so highly, attracting hundreds of birds to surround it, is simply a rare and extraordinary event throughout history. At this moment, Wang Le glanced at everything on the scene and knew he was doomed to lose. Even if he found 10 bands and practiced for 100 years, he couldn't achieve this level of success. At this moment, the entire Great Hall of the People was almost filled with birds, and some people even took videos and uploaded them to Douyin, TikTok. Beep e. As the last note faded, Lin Yan slowly took the suona out of his mouth. He stared coldly at Wang Lu and slowly said, "You lost." A flat and cold voice echoed throughout the Great Hall of the People, and Wang Lu trembled upon hearing it. He stared at Lin Yan with red eyes, unable to understand why a student from Jiangnan University would know how to play the suona, such an ancient instrument. Why are you still praising it so highly? Why could it attract so many white birds singing? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would have been unimaginable. Smack! Wang Lu angrily slammed the saxophone in his hand to the ground, glared at Lin Yan with hatred, and turned to leave. At this point, everyone could no longer stand by and watch. You were the one who should have been competing, and now that you've lost, you're leaving without saying a word. You have no class at all. Wait a minute. At that moment, Lin Yan casually called out. As Wang Lu walked, he glanced at Lin Yan with displeasure and asked impatiently, "What are you doing? You won, but do you still want to humiliate me?" After saying that, he walked straight down the stairs. At this moment, Lin Yan slowly said, "I just wanted to warn you, there's bird poop." Before Lin Yan could finish speaking, a scream came from Wang Li's mouth. Lin Yan, I hate you." Chapter 42. What is the most precious thing about a music academy? Music academy, conference room. Lin Yan sat on one side, with Lin Qian sitting to her right, and then Zhao Jijia next to her. Qian Xiaohao was even to her right. However, to Lin Yan's surprise, Li Chuyao actually took the initiative to sit on Lin Yan's left. Lin Yan glanced at Li Chuyao with a suspicious look. He didn't seem to have any relationship with Li Chuyao, yet this woman actually took the initiative to sit on his left. At this moment, the white-bearded old man also looked at his granddaughter with a surprised expression. Unexpectedly, Li Chuyao took the initiative to sit on Lin Yan's left. As Li Chuyao's grandfather, he knew that Li Chuyao was very averse to strange men. Not to mention sitting together, she rarely even spoke to them. At this moment, Zhao Jijia glanced at Li Chuyao with a wary expression. As a woman, my first instinct was that Li Chuyao was interested in Lin Yan. Lin Yan was someone she knew first, and at this moment, Zhao Jijia looked at Li Chuyao as if she were seeing an enemy. Li Chuyao also felt Zhao Jijia's gaze, but she did not avoid it, instead meeting her gaze openly. From Zhao Jijia's eyes, Li Chuyao sensed that Zhao Jijia was like a wolf guarding its prey. Sitting opposite Lin Yan were the big shots from the music academy, 8 of whom were the judges from earlier. At this moment, the old man sitting in the middle looked at Lin Yan with excitement, as did the other old men. Well, let me introduce myself first. I am Zhang Huaxing, the Dean of Jiangnan Conservatory of Music. After speaking, the old man stood up first and extended his hands to shake hands. Lin Yan smiled slightly, but also politely returned the gesture with both hands, and said very courteously, "I am Lin Yan. It's a pleasure to meet you and all the professors." Upon hearing this, the 9 old men looked at each other and nodded. Clearly, the old guys were very satisfied with Lin Yan's performance. Nowadays, young people with even a little talent are incredibly arrogant. They not only disrespect their teachers and elders, but sometimes they also show no respect for professors. However, the young man in front of them not only played the Suona well, but his temperament also suited the tastes of the old guys. At this moment, the white-bearded old man leaned close to Zhang Huaxing's ear and said, "How was it? Not bad, right?" At this moment, Dean Zhang Huaxing stroked his beard, laughed heartily, and jokingly said, "Not just good, it's masterful. You know, all of us can play the Suona, but none of us have ever reached his level, even after playing it our whole lives." At this point, the other old men nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied with Lin Yan. At this moment, Dean Zhang Huaxing asked first, "I heard you're a student at Jiangnan University. That's great. Jiangnan University is very difficult to get into. It's really not easy for you to get in." Zhang Huaxing immediately started praising Lin Yan to the skies, something the old guys knew. This guy has never praised his own grandson like that. When his grandson entered Jiangnan University, he just said, and that was it. But today, for the first time ever, he praised an outsider, which made the other old guys quite amused. Lin Yan was flattered by Dean Zhang's praise. You should know that he had never even met the president of his own Jiangnan University, yet he was praised to the skies by the dean of the music academy. Several old men squinted, their 18 eyes fixed on Lin Yan, their faces lewd. Lin Yan felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the events unfold. From the great hall of the people to the conference room, he sensed that things were not as simple as they seemed. "Yes, I am a student at Jiangnan University." Lin Yan didn't try to hide it, and simply admitted it directly. Of course, he chose not to respond to the dean's praise. Hearing Lin Yan's simple answer, the old men nodded repeatedly, quite satisfied. At this moment, Zhang Huaxing leaned forward and asked, "What do you think of the environment in our college?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was stunned for a moment, unable to react immediately. He could only nod subconsciously, repeatedly saying, "Excellent, very good." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the old men's faces instantly lit up with smiles. At this moment, Dean Zhang Huaxing leaned over again and asked, "So, do you like our college?" Lin Yan didn't hesitate. After all, the music academy was quite good, and his younger sister was studying there. You can't just say in front of everyone that the music academy is no good and rubbish. "It's great, I really like it." Hearing this, Zhang Huaxing was delighted and gestured to the old men. He agreed. At this point, Lin Yan was dumbfounded. He had only offered 2 compliments. What did it mean to agree? There was something he didn't understand. "What do you think the professors and their group want to do?" Zhao Zhejia asked Lin Qian in confusion, noticing that none of them understood what was going on. "What exactly are the dean and professor up to?" "I don't know. I don't understand either. Do they want to keep my brother here?" Hearing this, Lin Qian was surprised that someone had become so bold as to have such thoughts, and that it had even happened to her. Then, Dean Zhang Huaxing took out a contract and a pen from his drawer and placed them in front of Lin Yan. Moreover, he personally turned to the page for signing the contract, then stood up, placed the pen on Lin Yan's right hand, and kept saying, "In that case, let's sign it. From now on, we're colleagues." Lin Yan was stunned, completely stunned this time. Now he understood why these old guys had dragged him to the conference room. It was all for this reason. "Dean, I'm still a student. Isn't it inappropriate for me to do this?" When Zhang Huaxing and a few other old men heard Lin Yan refuse, they quickly stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, your treatment will be the same as mine, with an annual salary of 1 million yuan, and your position will be the vice dean and professor of the Department of Ethnic Music at Jiangnan Conservatory of Music. 1 class per week, any day, as long as students are notified in advance. Moreover, our college provides meals and accommodation. Every professor has a 50 square meter apartment, while vice deans and above have 100 square meter apartments, which would be worth 5 million in Shanghai. So, are these conditions satisfactory to you?" The old guys looked at Lin Yan with confidence. You should know that apart from the dean, half of the 9 of them did not earn an annual salary of 1 million, and their apartments were only 50 square meters. At this moment, Lin Yan was completely stunned. It turned out that he was to become a professor at the academy. Wow, it's for real. They're really going to hire Lin Yan as a professor in our college. Zhao Zhejia looked at Lin Yan with shining eyes. She never expected that this guy would be so capable, managing to win over the dean and several senior professors. Lin Qian stared at her brother in shock, completely speechless. Although Li Chuyao sat calmly, her whole body trembled when she heard the dean, her grandfather, and others say that they wanted to hire Lin Yin as a professor, and specifically as a professor in the Department of Ethnic Music. You should know that the current professor in the Department of Ethnic Music is her grandfather, if Lin Yin becomes that professor. In other words, Lin Yin will be her mentor from now on. Thinking of this, Li Chuyao's cheeks flushed slightly, her breathing became rapid, and her heart raced. The old men became nervous when they saw that Lin Yin remained silent. Lin Yin is a real talent. Not only can he play the suona, but he can also play the guzheng, and he might even be able to play other instruments. Keeping him at the music academy was definitely a wise choice. The dean and several old men became anxious and looked at each other, wanting to keep Lin Yin here. At this moment, the white-bearded old man said to Lin Yin, "I am Li Guosheng. Besides the conditions mentioned above, do you know what else our college values most?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yin pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. At that moment, a sweet voice rang out in the conference room. "Me too." Chapter 43: The War Between Two Women. At that moment, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone turned to look in the direction from which the sound came from. Even the 9 old men were surprised. Lin Yin was no exception. He never expected that Li Chuyao, who hadn't said more than 10 words in total, would say such a thing at this moment. Li Chuyao slowly stood up and looked at Lin Yin with a smile. Since uttering those 3 words, he hasn't said anything more. The 9 old men gave Li Chuyao a deep look, then turned to look at Lin Yin. In an instant, I understood what was going on. Li Guosheng frowned as he looked at his granddaughter, then glanced at Lin Yin with a hint of anger. He absolutely adored this granddaughter. From childhood to adulthood, she was treated like a precious gem, and most importantly, she never showed any affection towards boys. Even a music prodigy like Wang Lu never gave him a kind look. Wang Lu had shamelessly pursued Li Chuyao several times, but Li Chuyao always rejected him. But today he realized that his granddaughter was a little different. The first time I looked at the man with a strange gaze. It was the first time I had ever sat next to a strange man. This was the first time he had ever spoken such bold words. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would never have believed that these words had come out of his granddaughter's mouth. At this moment, Zhao Jiejia looked at Li Chuyao with hostility, never expecting that this woman would have the audacity to say such a thing in front of everyone. Zhao Jiejia was so angry that she almost choked. According to her idea, if anyone should be speaking, it should be her. When did it become Li Chuyao's turn to speak? You should know that you and Lin Yin have had physical intimacy. At this moment, Lin Yin was stunned, but he also understood what was going on in an instant. However, even if Lin Yin could see through this situation, he couldn't say it. After all, it's acceptable for a girl to say that in front of a large audience, but a boy shouldn't respond in a similar way. Moreover, there are so many old men here. If you actually show a hungry look, they will definitely despise you in their hearts. Besides, Lin Yin has no interest in thinking about that kind of thing since she was hurt by Lu Li. Therefore, in any case, it's best to avoid it for now. Dean Zhang, is it common practice in your college to give people away as gifts? Upon hearing this, Zhang Huaxing and everyone else were speechless, staring at Lin Yin with blank expressions. Can't you see it yourself? Li Chuyao has feelings for you, yet you're pretending to be crazy. What exactly do you want? Don't you think it's good enough? You know, Li Chuyao is the most beautiful girl in our music academy. Of course, these words couldn't come out of the mouths of those old guys. Otherwise, if they got out, it would definitely damage their professional ethics. Others will definitely use this as an opportunity to attack him, saying that the music academy professor used women to seduce others. At this moment, Zhang Huaxing's smile remained, but his mind was racing, trying to figure out how to answer Lin Yan's question. It seems that Lin Yan is actually immune to Li Chuyao, which is simply unbelievable. Li Chuyao is the goddess who, if you go out now and randomly grab 10 men, 9 of them will be attracted to her. Lin Yan's feigned madness was something he hadn't anticipated. Lin Yan, what do you think? Zhang Huaxing could only stammer and say, unable to say clearly, what he thought of Li Chuyao, whether he liked her or not. Lin Yan slapped his forehead in frustration. It seemed that if he didn't agree to Zhang Huaxing's request today, he would definitely not be able to leave. At this moment, Lin Qian also noticed her brother's predicament, but she didn't say anything. Ultimately, it's his own choice to make this decision. However, Lin Qian had never met Li Chuyao before, so she couldn't say whether she was a good or bad person. Just as Lin Yan was about to say something, Zhao Jiejia stood up with a serious expression and said, "I don't think it's very good." Everyone looked at Zhao Jiejia with confusion, especially Dean Zhang Huaxing and a few old guys, who looked at her with disappointment. In their view, Zhao Jiejia is a student of their college, so it is only natural for her to support the college's work. However, Zhao Jiejia actually stood up to object at this moment. What does this mean? Is she dissatisfied with the college's arrangement? Logically speaking, this is none of your business. Even if you don't help, you shouldn't cause trouble. At this moment, Zhang Huaxing was getting a little impatient, but this expression was only directed at Zhao Jiejia. He then said, "Zhao Jiejia, you are a student of the college, and I hope you can consider the college's interests. And why are you objecting?" Lin Yan didn't say anything. At this moment, Li Chuyao still had a smile on her face, but as a woman, she naturally understood why Zhao Jiejia had stood up for her. However, this time she did not compromise and stood there upright, as if showing off her beautiful figure to Lin Yan. At this moment, Zhao Jiejia gritted her teeth, made up her mind, glared fiercely at Li Chuyao, and muttered to herself, I absolutely cannot lose to this woman at this time. Otherwise, Lin Yan will definitely be bewitched by her." Bang! Zhao Jiejia stood up straight from the chair, puffing out her chest. "I feel that the college includes not only her, but also me." Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood. Originally, Zhao Jiejia's opposition was not to the college, but to Li Chuyao. The old men immediately felt relieved. It was good that no one objected. Besides, both girls are students at Jiangnan Conservatory of Music. No matter which one Lin Yan chooses, they will both be from the conservatory. Seeing what was happening before him, Lin Yan was completely bewildered. What on earth was going on? The hiring process was going well, but now the whole atmosphere has changed. Of course, Lin Qian was the most shocked of them all. Zhao Jiejia, her best friend, actually had designs on her brother. "I treated you like a best friend, and you actually want to be my sister-in-law." At this moment, Lin Qian finally remembered that Zhao Jiejia had asked Lin Yan if he had a girlfriend because of her. Seeing the pleading look in Zhao Jiejia's eyes, Lin Qian's heart softened. She gently tugged at Lin Yan with her left hand and whispered, "Elder brother." At this moment, Qian Xiaohao stared at his master in disbelief, muttering to himself, "Master, you truly live up to your reputation." Lin Yan knew what his sister was thinking, so he patted her arm to indicate that she didn't need to worry. He signed the contract with a flourish, and for him, being a professor in the Department of Ethnology wasn't so bad. Moreover, he needs more terror points, and that's one way to achieve that. Then, he quickly pulled Lin Qian away from the conference room. At this moment, Zhao Jiejia and Li Chuyao stared at each other, neither willing to give in. "I met Lin Yan first. There has to be a first-come, first-served order." Li Chuyao glanced at Zhao Jiejia indifferently and said calmly, "I don't understand what you're saying. I just want to keep Professor Lin here, so he can lead our national music to rise again." Finally, Li Chuyao slowly walked out of the conference room. At this moment, her heart was racing and her palms were sweating. She knew that while her words seemed righteous, she actually had ulterior motives. Chapter 44 The Academy is in turmoil, and students are demanding to change departments. At the entrance of the music academy, Lin Yan drove away after Lin Qian saw him off. He knew that once word got out that he was going to teach there, he might not be able to leave today. At this moment, Zhao Jiejia also came out and asked Lin Qian, "Where's your brother? He didn't leave, did he? I'd also like to ask him how he plays the guzheng." At this moment, Zhao Jiejia appeared very calm on the surface, but inside she was panicking terribly. She knew that her performance in the meeting room would definitely not be hidden from her best friend. At this moment, her biggest worry was that Lin Qian would object. If Lin Qian objects, then there is a high probability that Lin Yan will not accept her. After all, Lin Qian was Lin Yan's most beloved younger sister, and Lin Yan didn't care about her at all. "Oh, I think I heard that someone studied music composition. When did you start wanting to learn the guzheng? This is such a rare thing. At this moment, Lin Qian said sarcastically. Zhao Jijia could see through Lin Qian's thoughts. This girl was angry with her for not telling her. Qian, don't be angry anymore. I'm sorry, okay? Zhao Jijia skillfully linked arms with Lin Qian and deliberately rubbed her chest against Lin Qian's arm. Please help me, and I'll buy you meals for a week. A month is the most I can go. If that's really not possible, then add a month's worth of washing underwear. Is that all right? At this moment, Lin Qian smiled gently and then said, You little hussy, get your big waves off me. What's the point of rubbing against me? If you're so capable, go rub against my brother. Hearing this, Zhao Jijia looked smug and thought to herself, Your brother has already touched you willingly. Why would I need to rub against him? At this moment, the entire Jiangnan Conservatory of Music was shocked by a piece of news, and everyone was incredulous. What? The dean actually hired Lin Yin as a professor in the college's Department of Ethnic Music? That's unbelievable. Wow, I've met Lin Yin. He's such a handsome guy, and he's a student at Jiangnan University. No way, I want to change my major. I want to go to Lin Yan's department. My idol has become a professor. I want to switch majors too. What a load of rubbish Western musical instruments. At this time, a wave of students changing majors swept through the entire college. In the boys' dormitory, Wang Lu sat on a stool with a gloomy expression, his eyes looking as if he wanted to devour someone. At this moment, a classmate walked in and said anxiously to Wang Lu, Brother Wang, something bad has happened. Many students are clamoring to quit our club. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu couldn't sit still. The Little Prince Club was something he painstakingly set up, all for his own convenience. What? Someone wants to leave the club. At this moment, Wang Lu stood up abruptly from the stool, his entire being filled with extreme anger. Just because I lost to Lin Yin, that guy? They only won by chance with a broken suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, and these people are already quitting. They're completely disregarding me. Bang! Wang Lu slammed his right hand on the table with force, the powerful vibration causing his henchmen to feel fear. After venting his anger, Wang Lu finally calmed down and casually asked, How many people are there? Upon hearing this, the man stammered in response. Yes, there are many. Wang Lu frowned, wanting to know exactly how many there were. He then went straight to the window and was immediately shocked. There, hundreds of people surrounded the entrance to his dormitory, shouting incessantly. I'm leaving the group. I want to leave the group. What a trashy little prince. Exactly. If they can't even beat a broken suona, they might as well not join this club. Like trash. He used to brag that he could easily beat Lin Yin, but now he's gotten completely thrashed. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu became furious. He had only lost to a suona player. As for such a strong reaction, it's simply unbelievable. Tell me, what is the purpose of this? Wang Lu grabbed the lackey next to him and questioned him. In his opinion, even if he lost to Lin Yin, it shouldn't be enough for someone to leave the group. There must be a reason behind it. At this moment, one of the lackeys said, The college has already issued a notice appointing Lin Yin as the college's vice dean and professor of the Department of Ethnic Music. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu was stunned. He stood there blankly, without saying a word. However, his eyes were wide open, his breathing was very heavy, and his fists were clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Bang! Suddenly, Wang Lu kicked over the stool in front of him, angrily saying, Well done, Lin Yin. A suona player has actually become the vice dean of the academy. I've won major national awards for my saxophone, but the academy hasn't given me any special treatment. They just gave me a token medal. Then, Wang Lu impatiently said to the people around him, Didn't they want to leave the group? Let them leave. Tell them, don't regret it if you cancel. I will definitely defeat Lin Yin and make him kneel down and kowtow to me. At this moment, Wang Li's roar echoed throughout the entire boys' dormitory. At this moment, several voices rang out from the crowd. What an ungrateful wretch. He's Chinese, yet he's learning the Western saxophone. He's a disgrace to the Wang family's ancestors. That's right. If you want to learn it, then learn it. But you actually want to destroy the suona, the instrument of our ancestors. Isn't it good for traditional musical instruments to rise up? Why do you have to worship foreign things? I really don't understand how I could have admired him before. I must have been blind. I want to go to the Department of Ethnic Music. I want to study the Swana and fight for the revitalization of China. At that moment, a series of provocative words exploded in Wang Li's ears from the crowd. The more people said this, the stronger Wang Li's hatred for Lin Yan became. In Wang Li's view, it was all Lin Yan's doing. If it weren't for Lin Yan, none of this would have happened. Wang Li's eyes were bloodshot. The veins on his hands were bulging, and he stared intently in the direction of Jiangnan University, muttering something harsh under his breath. Lin Yan, I'll make you pay. At this moment, Lin Yan drove to the real estate sales center, intending to buy a house. This was also part of his previous plan. He now had some money and a black card from his biological father, and since he happened to be passing by today, he decided to take a look. Since it was a bit of a walk from here to the parking lot, Lin Yan parked his car and walked over. After entering the lobby, looking at the house models on the walls, I casually asked the salesperson next to me a question. What's the approximate price range for this house? At this moment, a well-built female salesperson glanced at Lin Yan with disdain and said contemptuously, Our smallest unit is 240 square meters, priced at $50,000 per square meter, and we don't offer mortgages. Chapter 45 The adulterous couple tried to blackmail Lin Yan. These words immediately created a somewhat tense atmosphere. Lin Yan frowned slightly, but wasn't angry. She looked at her ordinary clothes with a self-deprecating smile. Unexpectedly, Master Lin, who was just making a big splash at the music academy, was now being looked down upon by the salesperson. Lin Yan shook his head and said nothing. However, Qian Xiaohao couldn't stand it anymore at this point. The master doesn't argue with women, but as the apprentice, I can't remain silent. Otherwise, people will really take advantage of us. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on us? Qian Xiaohao shouted with displeasure. He was not one to suffer losses since he was a child, but he never expected to be looked down upon today when he accompanied his master to buy a house. In Shanghai's calligraphy circles, who doesn't know his title of Little Prince of Calligraphy? As soon as a little word of it gets out, people line up to curry favor with him from the Jiangnan Art Academy to the Huangpu River. The female saleswoman was stunned by what Qian Xiaohao said. His eyes kept scanning the two people. Judging from their clothes, they were just ordinary working people. How could they possibly afford such an expensive house? She was convinced that Lin Yan and his companion were penniless. They must have come here to show off their wealth for no reason. Then, the saleswoman cleared her throat again and said, Hello, gentlemen. I'm just telling you the truth about the house. I didn't mean to look down on either of you. After saying that, he showed no intention of apologizing, as if he hadn't said those words himself. Lin Yan glanced at the model above, trying to get a clear look at the floor plan, but accidentally knocked it down. Splash! A loud noise echoed throughout the hall, and everyone turned to look, wanting to know what had happened. Lin Yan realized he had accidentally knocked over the model and prepared to apologize. At this moment, the female salesperson said with a gloating expression, This house model is very expensive. How could you be so careless? Now that it's damaged, can you afford to pay for it? Honestly, they can't afford a house, so they come here to cause trouble. Hearing this, Lin Yan became a little angry. It was his fault for knocking over the model, and he had even wanted to apologize. This saleswoman was actually sarcastic and didn't care about the customer at all. She just kept making sarcastic remarks. Bang! Qian Xiaohao slammed his hand on the table, angrily pointed at the saleswoman's face, and said without any politeness, Tell me how much. I'll pay you back. Do you have to be so rude? Is this the kind of service attitude a salesperson should have? What's the value of another model? It's not like we can't afford to pay for it. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao was furious. In his more than 20 years of life, he had never been so angry as he was today. It was simply outrageous. Upon hearing Qian Xiaohao's words, the female salesperson couldn't hold back her tears any longer and burst into sobs. Wah! At that moment, a sleazy-looking man in a suit walked out of the office. When the female saleswoman saw the lewd man approaching, she burst into tears. Honey, they're bullying me. Upon hearing this, all the customers around frowned and whispered among themselves. Damn, this woman is shameless. She clearly looks down on others, yet she accuses them of bullying her. Yeah, I heard that the man and woman were both married. It's disgusting to think that they got together. The man is the manager here. How could this happen? No wonder this woman is so arrogant. Hearing what everyone was saying, the man and woman weren't embarrassed at all. The lewd man spoke up directly. One model costs 1 million, pay up. Cold words echoed throughout the hall. Everyone thought the female saleswoman was already being unreasonable, but they didn't expect this sleazy man to make such an outrageous demand. They just bumped into the model and demanded 1 million. At this moment, Lin Yan's expression changed, realizing that this man was no good either and wanted to take advantage of her to make a killing. Qian Xiaohao was furious, as he had originally wanted to make a good impression on his master. If I perform well, my teacher will definitely teach me calligraphy. I originally thought I could easily handle this small matter. Unexpectedly, not only was the problem not solved, but the sleazy man even took advantage of the situation to rob people, which was simply outrageous. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao was furious. He looked at the lewd man again and asked decisively, "I'm asking you one last time. Are you sure you want 1 million for this tiny model?" Qian Xiaohao held the model in his hand and waved it in front of the lewd man, trying to remind him not to ask for an exorbitant price, otherwise. The sleazy man glanced at Lin Yan and his companion with disdain. He trusted his judgment. These two were just ordinary working-class people with no power or influence whatsoever. "Yes, that's right, 1 million. If you refuse to pay, I can call the police and have you arrested. Then you'll regret it." After saying that, the lewd man threatened Lin Yan and the other man fiercely. Upon hearing this, all the customers in the hall took a step back, fearing they might accidentally lose $1 million. This is a classic case of a big store bullying its customers. It's utterly lawless. That's right. But what can you do when it's Zhang's Group's real estate? You have to know that Zhang's Group is one of the top-ranked companies in the city. Yes, I've heard about it too. This manager has powerful connections, apparently a vice president, and he's incredibly arrogant. Oh, so you have powerful backers. No wonder. What a pity. Everyone felt sorry for Lin Yan and his companion. They hadn't checked the almanac before going out today and had actually run into such people. It was like they had the worst luck imaginable. Qian Xiaohao was so angry that he almost lost his temper. He took off his coat and rolled up his sleeves. Seeing this, the sleazy man and the female salesperson hurriedly backed away, warning him, "You want to hit someone? Let me tell you, there are security cameras here. We'll send you straight to jail for a few years." While threatening him, the lewd man hurriedly took out his phone to call the police. Just then, a salesperson hurriedly came to the lewd man's ear and whispered something. Immediately, the lewd man's expression changed drastically, and he became extremely flustered. Then, he shouted loudly at all the staff in the hall, "Quickly, line up to welcome the crown prince." He turned and glared fiercely at Lin Yan and the other man, saying, "You're lucky today, otherwise I would have killed you all. Get out of here if you don't want to die." After saying that, he grinned and jogged towards the door, as if to greet some important person. Lin Yan smiled gently and said to Qian Xiaohao, "Since he said that, I'd like to know how he's going to kill me." Then, a dazzling Ferrari slowly drove up to the entrance of the real estate sales center, and a young man in his 20s got out. At this moment, the employees of the real estate sales center, led by the sleazy man, shouted in unison, "Welcome, young master." The man was none other than Zhang Jianren, the heir to the Zhang Group. At this moment, Zhang Jianren frowned and did not respond to the shouts of the crowd. In the past few days, he has used up half of his brain cells trying to apologize to Lin Yan. However, in the end, I felt it wasn't working and I was in a very bad mood. Lin Yan glanced at him indifferently. It turned out to be an old acquaintance. He then found a chair and sat down, putting his feet up on the glass table in an extremely arrogant manner. At this moment, the sleazy man cautiously welcomed Zhang Jianren into the hall. Seeing Lin Yan's state, he flew into a rage, slammed his right hand on the table, and shouted angrily, "Slap! Do you guys have a death wish? Get out of here right now." Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled slightly and looked at Zhang Jianren. Zhang Jianren could hardly believe that he had actually run into Lin Yan here. However, he couldn't be happy at all, so he slapped him across the face. Smack! Chapter 46 left the sleazy man completely dumbfounded, and everyone was shocked. A loud bang echoed throughout the hall, leaving everyone in disbelief. The sleazy man was stunned, completely stunned. He couldn't understand why Zhang Jianren would hit him. He was Zhang's man, yet Zhang didn't say a word to him in front of two outsiders before slapping him. What kind of nonsense is this? Young master, why did you hit me? They broke our things, and they won't pay us back. At this moment, the lewd man endured the excruciating pain and poured out his grievances like beans being poured out. Zhang Jianren looked at Lin Yan with great apology. This was something he had not anticipated. Although Lin Yan had forgiven him for what happened last time, he hadn't even offered him an apology drink. These past few days, I've racked my brains trying to find a way to invite Lin Yan to dinner, all in an effort to dispel his misunderstanding of the Zhang group. Moreover, Zhang Mingyuan has already issued an ultimatum. If the matter is not resolved properly, he will not be qualified to become the heir to the Zhang group. Clearly, my main account is useless now, so I need to start creating a new one. Zhang Jianren didn't have time to listen to the lewd man's explanation and directly said to Lin Yan, "How would you like to handle this?" Lin Yan didn't say anything. She was in a good mood today and didn't care about what Zhang Jianren had done before. However, judging from the sleazy man's behavior today, he wanted to know if Zhang Jianren had tacitly approved of all of this. If Zhang Jianren truly tacitly approved of it, then this person would have to be marked with a big X in his mind. At this moment, the sleazy man didn't understand Zhang Jianren's words and laughed arrogantly. "My prince has said, how do you want to handle this?" Then, he snatched the model from Qian Xiaohao's hand and said to Zhang Jianren with a grin, "Young master, they ruined our model and they're not even going to compensate us. I think we should call the police and have them arrested." At this moment, Zhang Jianren's face was gloomy, and his expression became increasingly unpleasant. Everyone looked over, and they were all worried about Lin Yan. "This is terrible. We can't afford to offend the heir of the Zhang group." "That's right, they're birds of a feather. Those two young people are going to lose everything. This is utterly lawless. How can they slander someone like this in broad daylight?" At this moment, the sleazy man looked at Lin Yan and Qian Xiaohao with a smug expression. His arrogant demeanor was extremely disgusting. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao was about to speak when Lin Yan grabbed him and gestured for him to be quiet. Qian Xiaohao was very puzzled. He had only seen a little bit about Lin Yan so far. It's impossible not to be angry when someone bullies you to this extent, so why aren't you doing anything now? Could there be some hidden secret here? Bang! Another loud bang echoed in the hall, and everyone was stunned once again. Why did Zhang Jianren hit the perverted man instead of Lin Yan? At this moment, the lewd man was stunned again, having previously thought it was the young master's mistake. However, this time Zhang Jianren kicked the lewd man away, sending him sliding backward and slamming his back against the table. At this moment, the female salesperson was frightened and ran directly to the lewd man's side, saying to Zhang Jianren, "Young master, it's them. Why are you hitting your own people?" At this moment, Zhang Jianren became completely enraged and began to hurl insults at the two men. "That's what I'm doing. You bastard, you're demanding compensation for a tiny model? Are you out of your mind?" Zhang Jianren picked up the model from the ground and questioned the sleazy man. "Tell me, how much money are you planning to make the customer lose on this model?" When confronted with questions, the sleazy man's eyes darted around, seemingly unaffected by Zhang Jianren's two actions. The sleazy man had already figured it out. He absolutely couldn't mention 1 million, otherwise he'd definitely be kicked out today. However, he didn't know that the moment he uttered his first words, he had already been erased from Zhang Jianren's heart. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao said something directly. He demanded 1 million yuan in compensation from us, or he would call the police and have us arrested. Upon hearing this, the lewd man tried to explain, but Zhang Jianren rushed forward and began punching and kicking him. Immediately, a chorus of wails filled the entire hall. Zhang Jianren was furious. He never imagined his subordinates could be so heartless. A worthless trinket is being asked for 1 million? That's outrageous. They're obsessed with money. 1 million? Why don't you just rob someone? How dare you even ask for that? You're actually taking a salary from the Zhang group and tarnishing its reputation. Isn't an annual salary of 500,000 enough for you to live on? And why did you provoke Mr. Lin in the first place? Couldn't you have chosen someone else? I'd kill you. At this moment, Zhang Jianren's roar echoed throughout the hall. All the employees looked at Zhang Jianren in fear. Everyone knew that Zhang Jianren was very strict with work, but he was very kind to his employees. However, today they finally witnessed Zhang Jianren's violent side. He was simply a bloodthirsty madman. A moment later, the lewd man was bruised and swollen, lying on the ground groaning. At this point, Zhang Jianren could no longer control him. He straightened his clothes, slowly approached Lin Yan, and respectfully said, "Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry to have startled you." Lin Yan nodded slightly without refusing. From what had just happened, it was clear that this behavior was the lewd man's own idea and had nothing to do with Zhang Jianren. Moreover, although Zhang Jianren's name is rather obscene, his overall attitude is quite good. "Don't worry, I've already taught this guy a lesson. Are you here to buy a house?" At this point, Zhang Jianren realized that simply lecturing people wasn't enough. Lin Yan must have come here to buy a house. If you want to sincerely apologize, you need to show your sincerity. This incident is even bigger than the last one, since it involves extortion by one's own employees. If someone calls the police, today's events will definitely make headlines, and the Zhang Group's market value will absolutely decrease. Of course, these are minor matters for Zhang Jianren. Zhang Jianren's biggest fear is the Lin family behind Lin Yan. If they are determined to take revenge, even his maternal grandfather cannot save the Zhang Group. At that point, it won't be as simple as just apologizing. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao had been conquered by Lin Yan once again. He never expected that his master would do nothing but sit down and cross his legs. Qian Xiaohao didn't believe he had the skill to solve problems directly. At this moment, Lin Yan slowly stood up, walked outside, and casually said, "I was planning to buy a house, but now it seems like I should just forget about it." After saying that, he turned to leave. At this moment, Zhang Jianren panicked and blocked Lin Yan's path, pleadingly saying, "Lin Yan, I happen to have some apartments here. Choose whichever one you like, and I'll give it to you as a gift." Zhang Jianren clung tightly to Lin Yan's arm, looking utterly pitiful, as if he would commit suicide if Lin Yan left. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The guy who was just bullied by the lewd man was now being fawned over by the heir of the Zhang Group. Who exactly is this young man? Could his background be even more powerful than the Zhang Group? Yes, I can hardly believe it, but this person looks familiar. I saw a video of him practicing calligraphy on Douyin yesterday. What you're saying sounds familiar. His calligraphy had golden flowers growing on it. I thought it was special effects. It seems the Zhang Group has offended a powerful figure. If this isn't handled properly, the Zhang Group's market value could plummet. Lin Yan glanced at Zhang Jianren, stopped in his tracks, and casually said, "Okay, I'll take a look, but I don't like owing people money." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianren beamed and shouted to his subordinates, "Quick, bring me a cup of hot tea. Then, female salesperson, come out here. Whoever can persuade young Master Lin to buy a house will receive a tenfold bonus this month." Chapter 47, the shortest event in real estate history. At this moment, all the female saleswomen in the hall abandoned their customers and came to Zhang Jianren. A dozen or so female saleswomen, dressed in professional attire, stood in a row, smiling at Lin Yan. Those who knew the situation thought Lin Yan was there to buy a house, but those who didn't thought it was a nightclub and Lin Yan was selecting a hostess. At this moment, everyone could see that Lin Yan was no ordinary person. Their sales staff are even more shrewd. After all, their own young master calls the other party young Master Lin. This is an excellent opportunity for these salespeople to showcase their abilities. Who knows, I might even be able to get in touch with this young Master Lin. If that happens, it's not impossible for me to rise to a high position and become a phoenix. However, customers looking at apartments in the lobby are now complaining, as there aren't many female sales staff here to begin with. Now that Zhang Jianren has done this, how are they supposed to buy a house? "Hey, that's my salesperson. I didn't understand what you were saying. Why did you leave?" "Yeah, I was planning to buy a house, but now there's nobody here. What's going on?" Is this the typical service attitude at the Zhang Group's front desk? We're both buying houses. How can there be such a huge difference? At this moment, Zhang Jianren was not angry. He looked at everyone with a smile and said, "First of all, I want to say I'm sorry." To compensate everyone present, all customers who purchase a property at any of Zhang's Group's real estate sales centers today will receive a 50% discount. Of course, this only applies to those of you here today. Then, Zhang Jianren called over a male salesperson to register the others. Upon hearing this, everyone was excited. It's worth noting that the lowest price for a property under the Zhang Group starts at $50,000, meaning that buying a 240 square meter apartment would save you $6 million. Wow, the eldest son of the Zhang family is incredibly wealthy. He's practically a living Buddha. Yeah, I'm so glad I came today. It's like a stroke of luck. No, we benefited from it. We benefited from young Master Lin's influence. Zhang Jianren looked at the row of female saleswomen and said earnestly, "Today is your chance to shine. If you perform well today, I will promote you as appropriate." Moreover, what I just said is absolutely true. As long as young Master Lin buys a house through you, his bonus this month will increase tenfold. Alright, now it's up to you guys. Afterwards, Zhang Jianren naturally added hot tea for Lin Yan, as well as for Qian Xiaohao. Zhang Jianren, born into a merchant family, could tell at a glance that Qian Xiaohao was Lin Yan's man, so naturally he wanted to befriend him. Lin Yan didn't say anything. The purpose of buying this house was to avoid being disturbed. As his fame grew, he became increasingly annoyed by the harassment. Moreover, the property is conveniently located just a half-hour walk from the Music Academy and Jiangnan University, or about a 10-minute drive away. Lin Yan plans to invite her younger sister to come and live with them, since it's more convenient to have your own home. At this point, the salesperson had already begun their presentation. Lin Yan was initially in the mood to listen to a few words. After all, the current terminology used in the real estate industry is very sophisticated. But after listening to a couple of sentences, Lin Yan felt it was all over. This wasn't about buying a house. It was clearly brainwashing. I might impulsively buy it when the time comes. At this moment, Zhang Jianren was carefully serving Lin Yan, but he noticed that Lin Yan's expression changed from listening attentively at the beginning to being impatient now. Clearly, Lin Yan didn't want to hear this kind of ordinary introduction. Zhang Jianren's heart skipped a beat. If things continued to develop like this, forget about buying a house. It would be a miracle if Lin Yan didn't get angry. At this moment, Zhang Jianren felt that he had reached a dilemma. If Lin Yan is willing to accept it, then he can just give him a house. However, Lin Yan just clearly stated that he would pay. If he rashly gave away the villa, would Lin Yan think he was discriminating against him? In that case, things might backfire. At this moment, Zhang Jianren was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan running around in circles. At that moment, a male salesman whispered a few words in Zhang Jianren's ear. A moment later, Zhang Jianren was beaming with joy. Immediately, Zhang Jianren waved impatiently at the saleswoman and said, "Fine, fine. All of you get out of here." Turning to look at Lin Yan, she whispered beside him, young Master Lin, our Zhang Group Real Estate Sales Center is offering all villas starting at just 1 yuan. Why don't you take a look yourself? All our villas here are luxuriously furnished and ready to move in. You can move in tonight." Hearing Zhang Jianren's words, Lin Yan was quite surprised. When did the Zhang Group become so generous? All villas are being sold starting at just 1 yuan. This isn't just a bargain price. It's practically a price to jump into hell. Really? Lin Yan asked doubtfully. After all, he had never heard of such a thing in the real estate industry. It's real, really real, absolutely real, more real than real gold. With a sincere expression, Zhang Jianren guided Lin Yan to the model. At this moment, his forehead was covered with fine sweat, showing that he was very nervous. Qian Xiaohao was once again stunned by his master. The heir of the Zhang Group actually used this method to curry favor with his master. That's absolutely shameless. Of course, when Zhang Jianren said this, all the customers in the room heard it and were extremely excited, thinking that a windfall had fallen from the sky. Wow, villas starting at just $1? Really? Should we buy one too? TCH, don't you even consider your own status? Do you really think that's possible? Exactly. I certainly wouldn't dare buy it. Besides, you can tell he was talking to that young man. Of course, only a few people can see the situation clearly. Most people's first reaction upon hearing the news is to try and gain some advantage. After all, You'd never encounter a villa like this for just 1 yuan, even if you lived another 500 years. Many people excitedly gathered around, watching Lin Yan choose a house. At this moment, Lin Yan calmly looked at the villas on the model, which dazzled him and left him overwhelmed. Look, that's it. Lin Yan casually pointed to one of the villas, which was neither too big nor too small, and Zhang Jianren quickly wrote down the number of the building with a pen and paper. At this moment, Zhang Jianren felt a surge of excitement. The fact that Lin Yan accepted his proposal shows that Lin Yan has not yet grown to dislike him, which makes it possible to further ease the tension between the two. Okay, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin, please wait a moment. The formalities will be completed shortly. Then, Zhang Jianren said to everyone. All right, that concludes today's 1 yuan purchase event. We welcome everyone's participation. Thanks. These words immediately disappointed those who wanted to take advantage of the situation, while those who understood the situation earlier covered their faces and laughed. Holy crap, this is the shortest event I've ever seen. Hey, what's there to complain about? It's obviously for that young man's benefit. That's right, we have a 50% discount, which is thanks to that young man. We should be content. At this moment, the man and woman sitting on the ground were completely shocked. They never imagined that the person they looked down upon would be so diligently fawned over by their own young master. It's important to know that the cost of building a villa can range from tens of millions to hundreds of millions or even billions of yuan. But now it's been sold so readily for a price of yuan. At this moment, the lewd man glared at the woman beside him, then crawled up to Lin Yan and cried as he said, Young Master Lin, I was wrong. I didn't recognize your greatness. I hope you'll be magnanimous and forgive me, just like a fart. After saying that, he slapped the female salesperson across the face. You damn bitch, it's all your fault. At this moment, Lin Yan glanced at him indifferently and said something that made the lewd man collapse. Chapter 48. The sleazy man was dissatisfied and called in his backstage staff. Those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked as well. I don't want to see you, and you're not one of my people. Don't come begging me. After that, Lin Yan didn't say much, since this person had nothing to do with him. Zhang Jianren coldly looked at the sleazy man kneeling on the ground and the female salesperson and said to the people around him, Settle their wages in full, then give them another 500,000 yuan and let them go. Upon hearing this, the lewd man looked unwilling. It's worth noting that as the manager of the real estate sales center, his annual salary is 500,000 yuan, plus other perks, bringing his total annual income to over 1 million yuan. But now Zhang Jianren is actually throwing 500,000 yuan at him, wanting him to leave. Is this how you treat a beggar? Then, the sleazy man slowly stood up, looking at Zhang Jianren and Lin Yan with a fierce expression. I'm kneeling down to beg you because I'm giving you face. Now you're actually trying to discard them after they've served their purpose. How can you do this? After saying this, the lewd man spat at Zhang Jianren, and the spit landed squarely on Zhang Jianren's leather shoes. At that moment, everyone in the hall turned to look. Holy crap, is this a sign of things going to get messy? Of course, it's just a matter of who will lose. Let's just watch the show. This is a battle of gods, and mortals suffer. Zhang Jianren glared angrily at the lewd man, never expecting that this sleazy fellow would refuse to leave. Smack! Zhang Jianren slammed his hand on the table, pointed at the sleazy man with his right hand, and shouted, Chen Dong, in my capacity as general manager of Zhang's group, I hereby announce that you are fired. Lin Yan frowned as he looked at everything before him, never expecting that this guy named Chen Dong would still refuse to give up. Hearing this, Chen Dong was not surprised, and even looked at Zhang Jianren with an arrogant expression. General Manager Zhang, have you forgotten that I am the head of the real estate sales center in this region? To fire me, you need the signatures of 3 people at the vice president level or above. Do you really think you can remove me just because I'm a general manager? Aren't you being incredibly naive? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianren was instantly furious. Bang! He forcefully flung the teacup in his hand onto the ground. Zhang Jianren has gone mad. He originally thought that by making Lin Yan happy today, he could not only apologize but also build a good relationship with Lin Yan. But now, There's this reckless person who's actually acting wildly in front of him. This is absolutely intolerable. At that moment, a light, airy voice drifted in from outside the hall. What's wrong? Why is our young Master Zhang so angry? He deserves to die. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the main entrance. There stood a man in his 60s, dressed in a black suit, smiling at Zhang Jianren. However, his gaze fell on Lin Yan. Lin Yan also stared intently at the middle-aged man, a feeling of disgust rising from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Chen Dong quickly ran up to the middle-aged man, bowing and scraping as he said, "Mr. Wang, you've finally arrived. Did you know that General Manager Zhang actually sold our company's villa to an ordinary person for just 1 yuan? Do you know how much money our group will lose? Hundreds of millions. And look, he actually hit me." Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chen Dong poured out his grievances and directly reported Zhang Jianren's actions to the old man in front of him. At this moment, Zhang Jianren finally understood that Chen Dong must have secretly sent him the message. However, the other party was the vice president of Zhang's group, a veteran who had built the empire with his father. Zhang Jianren stepped forward with a smile to greet him. "Uncle Zhou, what brings you here?" When Zhang Jianren greeted him, Zhou Kai simply nodded slightly, displaying a very imposing manner. "I heard you sold one of the villas under the group to someone else for just $1. Have you even considered the group's interests? You should know that the group spent tens of billions to build these villas, and by giving them away, you've caused the group to lose hundreds of millions. What are you thinking? Do you want to bankrupt the Zhang group?" After saying that, Zhou Kai sighed and looked at Zhang Jianren with a disappointed expression. At this moment, Zhang Jianren was seething with anger. He knew that the guy in front of him was the group's vice president, a higher position than his own. Moreover, in recent years he has frequently fought with his father for power and profit, not to mention the past relationship between them. Clearly, Chen Dong, as the regional manager, was his subordinate. At this moment, Zhou Kai outwardly appeared disappointed and frustrated, but secretly he was overjoyed. They originally wanted to find something to hold against Zhang Jianren, then find a reason to remove him from the position of general manager and install their own people in his place. But I couldn't find it for a long time, and I never expected it to come to me today. At this moment, Zhou Kai glanced at Lin Yan indifferently, stepped forward and said, "Originally, we thought that the person who gave the villa to our general manager Zhang was a very important figure. I never expected him to be such an ordinary kid. Tell me, why do you, a young man, have to learn to lie? There are so many good things to learn." Zhou Kai spoke in a condescending tone, as if he believed that Lin Yan was deceiving Zhang Jianren. At this moment, Lin Yan frowned and glanced at Zhou Kai, feeling disgusted with him from the bottom of his heart. Whether he's a scammer or not seems to be none of your business. Besides, at your age you should be enjoying your retirement at home. What are you doing out here? There aren't many days left, so eat and drink more when you have time. It's not safe outside. Lin Yan retorted without hesitation. He had never been polite to people he disliked. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Lin Yan in disbelief. Wow, this guy doesn't even respect the president of the Zhang group. Yes, you know, he even gave the crown prince a severe scolding. Damn it, this guy doesn't respect the president. The Zhang group might call the police to arrest him. At this moment, Zhou Kai was so angry at Lin Yan's words that he trembled all over. He never expected that this guy in front of him would not take him seriously at all. Okay. I can't believe that young people these days dare to threaten me like this. When I was conquering the world, you were still breastfeeding. Now you don't even know any manners. At this moment, Zhang Jianren knew in his heart that he was no longer capable of fighting against Zhou Kai. At this moment, Zhou Kai slowly glanced at the two of them. "General Manager Zhang, I'll ask you one more time. Who exactly ordered you to sell a villa worth over 100 million yuan for just 1 yuan? Then, Zhou Kai pointed at Lin Yan and asked, "Is it him? If it is, I'll call the police and have him arrested right away." Lin Yan had already figured out what the old man meant. He was forcing Zhang Jianren to make a choice to sacrifice him or to sacrifice himself. If Zhang Jianren says it was his own decision, then the board of directors will remove him from his position as general manager tomorrow. If Zhang Jianren says it's Lin Yan, then regardless of whether it's Lin Yan or not, the two of them will definitely become enemies. Moreover, Zhou Kai had already realized that Zhang Jianren wanted to befriend Lin Yan, so now he was directly sabotaging their relationship. After all, the friend of the enemy is the enemy. This move, killing two birds with one stone, was absolutely brilliant. At this moment, the hall was completely silent, and everyone dared not breathe. At that moment, an aged voice came from outside the hall. It was my decision, and you have a problem with that? Chapter 49 Clash between two group bosses. Everyone turned to look at the entrance to the hall. Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Jianren instantly smiled, breathed a sigh of relief, and jogged over to call out. Dad! That's right, the person who came was Zhang Mingyuan. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan looked at his good-for-nothing son with disdain, but since they were in public, he couldn't say anything. Zhang Mingyuan quickly approached Lin Yan and bowed deeply to her with great apology. I'm sorry, it was my negligence. I failed to manage my subordinates properly. Lin Yan looked at Zhang Mingyuan, who still exuded charm, and slowly said, Your attitude is very good, but now they're going to call the police and have me arrested, saying I lied to your son. I bought one of your villas for 1 yuan. If this matter isn't handled properly, I won't feel at ease living here. Zhang Mingyuan stood there respectfully, beads of sweat the size of soybeans constantly streaming down his forehead. At this moment, everyone in the hall felt incredulous. Who exactly is this young man? Why is the chairman of the Zhang Group so afraid of him? Yeah, could he be the eldest son of some tycoon? It's over. If that's really the case, Vice President Zhou is finished. At this moment, Zhou Kai looked puzzled. He knew Zhang Mingyuan's character well. He was fearless and ruthless, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to build such a vast business empire. But today is unusually quiet. He was actually standing there obediently. That wasn't the Zhang Mingyuan he knew. At this moment, Lin Yan stopped speaking, and Zhang Mingyuan glanced at Lin Yan apologetically once again. Turning around, Gulai gave Chun Dong a dark look and said in a stern voice, I am now, in my capacity as chairman of the Zhang Group, announcing your dismissal. Upon hearing this, Chun Dong immediately collapsed to the ground. He knew that the chairman's word was always law, even if the matter went to the board of directors. The old man upstairs wouldn't disrespect the chairman. After all, he was just a regional manager. Mr. Zhou, please help me. I still need to earn money to support my family. I have an 80-year-old mother to support and infants to feed. If I don't have a job, my whole family will die. At this moment, Chun Dong knelt on the ground like a pitiful worm, kowtowing repeatedly to Zhou Kai, hoping that Zhou Kai could put in a good word for him. At this moment, Zhou Kai had not yet recovered from the shock he had just experienced. Moreover, he knew that Zhang Mingyuan's words were always as good as nails. However, Chun Dong was Zhou Kai's man, and he also had leverage over Zhang Jianren. How could he possibly let Zhang Mingyuan easily remove his men? Zhou Kai gave Zhang Mingyuan a deep, sinister look and casually said, Mingyuan, we've been brothers for decades. Please give me some face. Besides, even if Chun Dong didn't achieve anything, he still put in a lot of effort. So let's forgive him this time. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan looked coldly at Zhou Kai, thinking of his brother of several decades who had been openly and secretly vying for power and profit with him in recent years. Moreover, Zhang Mingyuan had always known that Chun Dong was one of his men, but he just couldn't find a good excuse. Today, with such a good opportunity, how could he possibly let it pass him by so easily? Old Zhou, you yourself said we've been brothers for decades. You should know my temper. Zhang Mingyuan looked at Zhou Kai with a deep gaze and continued speaking. Moreover, I have evidence of this guy lining his own pockets here for so many years. I didn't call the police to arrest him. I'm doing you a favor. His biggest mistake was offending Mr. Lin Yan. After saying that, Zhang Mingyuan quickly lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. By this time, Zhou Kai had already heard the deeper meaning behind Zhang Mingyuan's words. I know Chun Dong is one of your men, and I haven't touched him all these years because of you. Moreover, I also have evidence of your secret dealings. If you don't want to escalate things, it's best not to say anything more. In these words, Zhang Mingyuan also revealed that Lin Yan had a very powerful background, and even he dared not offend him. At this moment, Zhou Kai knew that if he didn't stand up for himself today, his subordinates might really be fired. Minuan, Jinren actually sold a villa worth hundreds of millions to that guy for just 1 yuan. I don't care about his identity, but Jinren's actions have clearly harmed the group's interests. Let's see how you explain this to the board of directors. At this point, Zhou Kai brought up the board of directors, believing that Zhang Mingyuan would definitely back down. Because he has 6 of the 10 board members, he controls the majority of the voting rights. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of the large crowd to knock Zhang Mingyuan down. However, the group's profits have increased significantly in recent years, and Zhang Mingyuan has not made any major mistakes, so he has never had an opportunity. But today he knows that this is a golden opportunity. As long as this matter is brought to the board of directors, even if it doesn't bring Zhang Mingyuan down, it's still possible. Zhang Jinren will definitely step down from his position as general manager. When that happens, we can just put our own people in the position. It's a win-win situation. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan's face was ashen and blood-red. I never imagined that brothers who have known each other for decades, who usually fight for power and profit, would actually try to sabotage me at this critical juncture. He knew that he absolutely could not back down today, and if he did, it would be a disaster. This means that Zhang Jinren's sale of the villa to Lin Yan for 1 yuan is null and void, which means he has truly offended Lin Yan. Bang! Zhang Mingyuan slammed his right hand on the table and said angrily, "That's right, it was my idea. Mr. Lin Yan is my guest, and I'm willing to sell the villa to him for 1 yuan. Go ahead and sue me at the board meeting." Then, Zhang Mingyuan turned his head and showed the back of his head to Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai was quite surprised at this moment. He never expected that Zhang Mingyuan would rather offend the board of directors than offend Lin Yan. This made him even more curious about Lin Yan's identity. However, Zhang Mingyuan's choice brought a blush to his face. "Fine, you just wait for the board to hold you accountable." Then, he took a deep look at Lin Yan's appearance, and then turned and left. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan was about to kneel down in front of Lin Yan again, but Lin Yan helped him up. "Young Master Lin, I'm so sorry, you must have found this amusing. Would you like to come over to my place for a bit?" Lin Yan smiled slightly, watching Zhou Kai walk away, and said, "Forget it, I'm not in the mood today. Let's do it another day." Then, Lin Yan prepared to leave. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan caught up with him and said, "Young Master Lin, you'd better be careful. Zhou Kai is a rather cunning guy. I'm afraid he might resort to underhanded tactics. How about I give you a few bodyguards for self-defense?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan slowly shook his head and turned to leave. Chapter 50, $8 billion deal. After leaving the real estate sales center, Lin Yan and Qian Xiaohao headed towards the parking lot. At this moment, the parking lot was quiet, and Lin Yan frowned as he looked at everything in front of him. Just as they turned a corner, 2 men in black suits blocked their way, glanced at Lin Yan with disdain, and spoke in an unquestionable tone. "Our boss wants to see you." Lin Yan glanced indifferently at the 2 tall and burly men. Clearly, they were bodyguards. At this point, Qian Xiaohao refused to accept it. "Who are you? Tell my master to go see him and make him come out on his own." Before Qian Xiaohao could speak, one of the bodyguards shoved him aside. Just as Qian Xiaohao was about to roll up his sleeves and get to work, Lin Yan slowly said, "Wait for me here." Lin Yan remained calm. After all, he possessed the special forces physique rewarded by the system, so even if 2 more burly men came, he wouldn't be afraid. At this moment, he wanted to know who it was that wanted to see him. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce slowly drove up, and a bodyguard opened the back door. Lin Yan was not afraid and got in directly. Qian Xiaohao looked at everything in front of him with a nervous expression, but he was helpless in the face of the burly man who was a head taller than him. However, the phone screen was already lit up, and the emergency number had been entered. As soon as the situation seemed wrong, the call to the police would be made immediately. At this moment, Lin Yan had just entered the car and was surprised to see the person sitting inside. He didn't expect it to be him. "So it was you." Lin Yan was slightly surprised, but then sat down without any hesitation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai smiled without getting angry, but a glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Zhou Kai carefully examined Lin Yan. Only then did they realize that this young man was no ordinary person. From the sales center just now to here, He still maintained an expression that remained unchanged even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Moreover, even when facing a big shot like him, Lin Yin did not show any unusual behavior, nor did he have any intention of currying favor. It's not simple. It's really not simple. He thought Lin Yin was just a smokescreen put out by Zhang Mingyuan to mislead him. However, it now seems that this young man may have a very important background. Of course, this is just his guess, since it has not been actually verified. Hello, I'm Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai extended his right hand with a friendly expression, ready to shake hands with Lin Yin. He felt that Lin Yin was different from ordinary young people. However, everyone must be excited. After all, he is the vice president of Zhang's group. Taking the initiative to shake hands with him is a way of giving him face. Lin Yin glanced indifferently at Zhou Kai's aged right hand, let out a cold snort, but made no move whatsoever. I don't like shaking hands with people I don't know well. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. After saying that, he prepared to open the car door and leave. At this moment, a flash of anger appeared in Zhou Kai's eyes. He couldn't believe that he had been so shameless in his pursuit of him. This guy actually refused, as if I were begging him. However, thinking of his plan, Zhou Kai took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Young man, don't go yet. I have a big business deal to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin turned to look at Zhou Kai with a puzzled expression. I'm really puzzled. I don't even know him, so what business could we be doing? It's ridiculous. However, Lin Yin was curious about what Zhou Kai wanted to say. Zhou Kai looked at Lin Yin with a smile, but his heart was full of contempt. As expected, he was just an ordinary person. If you're willing to do me a favor, I'll give you 500 million if you succeed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai looked at Lin Yin with a smug expression. In his view, 500 million was an amount Lin Yin could never earn even if he worked for 10 lifetimes. But now, you can earn 500 million just by helping out. It's like a windfall. However, Zhou Kai was disappointed. He didn't see Lin Yin's overjoyed expression. Instead, he was met with only a cold laugh. That villa is already worth hundreds of millions, and your offer isn't necessarily higher than Zhang Mingyuan's. Lin Yin said coldly. I never expected that Zhou Kai would actually set his sights on me. Does he really think I'd be after 500 million? However, he didn't see his Bugatti Silver Dragon, which was worth 50 million. At this moment, a sinister glint flashed in Zhou Kai's eyes. He hadn't expected this young man to actually raise the price on the spot. Did he realize that I was determined to win him over? However, Zhou Kai knew this opportunity was rare. He had been looking for Zhang Mingyuan's weaknesses for the past few years, but had made no progress. Today, he finally realized that as long as he brought Lin Yin to the board meeting tomorrow, he would succeed. If Lin Yin tells the truth, then I will definitely have a chance to oust Zhang Jianren through a vote, and it's not impossible that I could even remove Zhang Mingyuan from his position as chairman. Zhou Kai took a deep breath and slowly said, You think it's too little? Fine, here's 1 billion. At this point, Zhou Kai simply raised the price to 1 billion, believing that even Lin Yin wouldn't have that much money to buy lottery tickets. 1 billion, that's the most you can give. You need to know that this might be your only chance to turn your life around. Just say a few words for me, and 1 billion will be deposited into my account immediately. You have to understand, even for celebrities, earning 1 billion yuan is not an easy thing. They have to deal with all sorts of unspoken rules. Zhou Kai explained slowly, confidently believing that anyone with a slightly normal mind would know how to choose. Lin Yin glanced at Zhou Kai in surprise. He hadn't expected Zhou Kai to be so generous, offering 1 billion yuan to defeat Zhang Mingyuan. This shows just how much he wanted to get rid of Zhang Mingyuan and his son. However, he failed to see through Lin Yin. Money was the most useless thing to Lin Yin. Then, Lin Yin glanced at Zhou Kai with disdain and casually said, I have no interest in or concern myself with your affairs. Take that billion as your own coffin money. And one last piece of advice. Don't mess with me, or you won't even have a chance to cry. Bang! Lin Yin got out of the car and casually closed the door. At this moment, Zhou Kai angrily broke the cigar in his hand. In his view, he came to discuss cooperation with utmost sincerity, but this kid didn't give him any face at all. Zhou Kai watched Lin Yin's departing figure through the car window, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the driver turned around, looked out the window, and asked, "Master?" Zhou Kai lit his cigar again, exhaled a smoke ring, and said fiercely, "Send a few men to teach him a lesson. I want him to come back begging to me." Chapter 51. Hello, I'm Qianqian's sister-in-law. The next day, Lin Yin was woken up by a phone call while he was sleeping, and answered it groggily. "Hello." Immediately, my sister's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Brother, are you up?" Recognizing Lin Qian's voice, Lin Yin slowly opened his eyes and saw that the sun was already high in the sky. "Get ready. Is there anything I can help you with?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiejia, who was on the other end of the phone, clasped her hands together and kept pleading with Lin Qian. Actually, it was Zhao Jiejia's idea to make this call today. These past few days, Grandpa Zhao Desheng has been asking her how things are going with Lin Yin and what stage they've reached. Last night, we talked on the phone until midnight, and he specifically told Zhao Jiejia that she should make a move on a man as outstanding as Lin Yin as soon as possible. If we wait any longer, someone else will snatch it away. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiejia recalled Li Chuyao's attitude towards Lin Yin and realized that Li Chuyao was now keeping a close eye on Lin Yin as well. That's why we have telephones now. Lin Qian looked at her best friend, sighed, shook her head, and then said, Isn't today the weekend? I'm planning to go shopping. Will you come with me?" When Lin Yin heard that her younger sister wanted to go shopping, she realized that the last time she went shopping with her sister was last month. Moreover, because of Lu Li's phone call, he left Lin Qian halfway, and Lin Yin felt very ashamed. Thinking of this, Lin Yin didn't hesitate and said it. "Okay, I also have something to give you. Is it just the two of us?" Upon hearing this question, Zhao Jiejia's heart leaped into her throat. She clasped her hands together again and pleaded with Lin Qian. Lin Qian smiled slightly and gave her a reassuring look. "And Jiejia too, the two of us together. Your car is too small, but she has one. We'll take you there." Lin Yin frowned slightly and said casually, "All right, then." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiejia was so happy she almost jumped up, grabbed Lin Qian's head, and kissed her on the lips. After a while, she finally let go. "Wow, Qianqian, she's really my best friend. Don't worry, I'll cover your clothes, shoes, and underwear for a month. As your sister-in-law, I will definitely take good care of you." As she spoke, Zhao Jiejia patted her ample bosom with conviction. Lin Qian looked at her best friend's excitement with a helpless expression and then took a napkin to wipe her cheeks. "Your makeup is ruined." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiejia quickly went to the mirror. Her face immediately contorted with grief as she touched up her makeup. In order to see Lin Yin, Zhao Jiejia specially wore a tight-fitting short skirt that just reached above her knees, which showed off her figure without being indecent. Don't underestimate this outfit. Zhao Jiejia spent more than 3 hours tinkering with it in the dormitory at 6 in the morning, disturbing Lin Qian's sleep. Choosing clothes, getting dressed, and putting on makeup took more than 3 hours. Lin Yin hung up the phone and immediately started packing her luggage. She had originally planned to move today. But Qianqian actually wants to go shopping, fine. Lin Yin had very few belongings, just a box and a backpack. He didn't want anything else. It's like saying goodbye to the past. Afterwards, Lin Yin called a designated driver and drove his Bugatti Silver Dragon to Tianshan Rinjian. Tianshan Rinjian is the community where Lin Yin bought the villa yesterday. If we have time today, I'll take Qianqian to see it. At 10:30, Lin Yin arrived at the main gate of Jiangnan University as promised and waited. At this time, there were many students coming and going, and those with sharp eyes recognized him immediately. Isn't this Lin Yin, the one who got cheated on by Lu Li? Ever since Lu Li dumped him, he stopped delivering food. He's really feeling much more relaxed. That's right. Let me tell you, dating someone is for idiots. The idea that a guy earns 18,000 a month and a girl earns 2,000 a month, and that we earn 20,000 a month together and live a great life, is all bullshit. Yeah, I saw on Douyin yesterday that Lin Yin actually beat Wang Lu, the little prince of the music academy, by playing the suona. I never thought he could play the suona. Yes, I saw it too. At first glance, I thought I was seeing things, but it really was him. Did he explode after being dumped by Lu Li? Lin Yin simply smiled faintly at the comments from passers-by and said nothing. In the past few days, Zhao Zhejia's calligraphy videos have gone viral on Douyin. Moreover, videos of him playing against Wang Lu also went viral. Lin Yan is now a minor celebrity, and what makes him happiest is the surge in his shock value, which is now close to 500,000. This is definitely good news for Lin Yan. As long as he has enough fear points, he won't be afraid of any problem. Even if it were the end of the world, Lin Yan was confident he could survive it, let alone the little troubles in everyday life. At this moment, a red Mercedes slowly pulled up in front of Lin Yan, and the window slowly rolled down. "Brother, over here." Lin Xian waved to Lin Yan from the back seat. Lin Yan glanced into the car, looked at his sister with a smile, and then looked at Zhao Zhejia with a surprised expression. However, Lin Yan was truly amazed by the two women's outfits today. Lin Xian was wearing a light blue long dress, looking very pure and lovely. Zhao Zhejia, dressed in a black short skirt, looked very mature, a significant improvement over her previous outfits. At this moment, Zhao Zhejia saw Lin Yan's surprised expression and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. It was clear that her outfit had caught Lin Yan's attention. At that moment, Zhao Zhejia suddenly let out a scream. "Ouch, my stomach hurts a little. I can't drive." "Someone drive, I really can't." Without waiting for the two to react, he quickly sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then gave her best friend a meaningful look. "Who's driving? My stomach really hurts." Zhao Zhejia continued to pretend. At this moment, Lin Xian looked at Lin with an innocent expression and said, "Brother, I haven't gone to learn to drive yet." Lin Yan looked at the two of them speechlessly, then sat directly in the driver's seat. At this moment, prompted by Zhao Zhejia, Lin Xian said to Lin Yan, "Brother, this is my best friend, Zhao Zhejia. Zhejia, this is my brother." Lin Yan looked at the two of them with a sense of frustration. She felt that the two of them were a little different from before, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was different. Faced with their enthusiasm, Lin Yan smiled slightly at Zhao Zhejia and said, "Hello, I'm Qianqian's brother." At this moment, Zhao Zhejia was extremely excited. You see, she had dressed up specially to see Lin Yan. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhao Zhejia blurted out, "Hello, I'm Qianqian's sister-in-law." Chapter 52 Blue Whale, 50% off. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the car instantly froze, and the Lin siblings stared at Zhao Zhejia in disbelief. Lin Xian was quite surprised. When did her best friend become so bold? More importantly, she felt a little uncomfortable, as if someone had stolen her favorite toy. Lin Yan was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. Without saying anything, he stepped on the gas and drove off. At that moment, Zhao Zhejia realized that she had said the wrong thing. The key point was that she was in front of Lin Yan, and Zhao Zhejia suddenly felt like she wanted to die because she had suddenly said such a thing. This isn't like her at all. Zhao Zhejia buried her face in her chest, her face flushed red, like an ostrich, thinking that if she couldn't see it, Lin Yan couldn't see it either. Lin Xian looked at her best friend speechlessly, a person who usually seemed particularly shrewd. Why does she say nonsensical things when she sees her own brother? Keep in mind that they weren't even friends at this point, yet they said such things. The car sped along the road, and at this moment, Lin Yan said, "Where are we going now?" The two women looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Lin Yan frowned, shook his head, and slowly said, "How about this? We go shopping first, and then get something to eat when we're hungry." The two women had no objection to Lin Yan's words. An hour later, the three of them finally arrived at the largest commercial street in the city. At this moment, Lin Xian and Zhao Zhejia were standing at the exit of the underground parking lot, while Lin Yan went straight to park his car. Lin Xian looked at Zhao Zhejia meaningfully, which made Zhao Zhejia feel humbled. "You brat, why are you staring at me like that?" Zhao Zhejia tickled Lin Xian's waist, which startled Lin Xian, who immediately pushed back, as she was very ticklish. "You also said that when I told you to sit in the front, you told me the front was dirty and told me to sit in the back. Then, you pretended to have a stomachache and sat in the passenger seat yourself. So, this was all your conspiracy." At this moment, Zhao Zhejia felt embarrassed and grabbed Lin Xian's arm tightly with both hands. "Okay, Qianqian, please help me. I'll wash your clothes for another month if necessary." At this moment, Lin Qian squinted her lips and looked angry, but did not reply. Seeing Lin Qian like this, and knowing that Lin Yin would be out soon, Zhao Jijia hardened her heart and said, "Plus a month of free meals. That's the most I can offer. Qian, please help me, even if it's just for my happiness." Just then, Lin Yin happened to walk out of the underground parking garage and casually said, "Whose happiness is this? You have a boyfriend." Looking at Zhao Jijia with surprise, but thinking about it, it makes sense. She's a young woman in her 20s. It's normal for her to be in a relationship. At this moment, Zhao Jijia was speechless. If Lin Yin really misunderstood, then she would definitely have no chance. Zhao Jijia said in a panic, No, I'm still single. Nobody wants me." As she spoke, she pleaded with Lin Qian, who, seeing her best friend's behavior, immediately responded, "No, we're discussing what to eat later." Hearing this, Lin Yin didn't say anything and walked towards the commercial street. At this moment, Zhao Jijia and Lin Qian followed closely behind. At first, the two held hands, with Lin Qian walking in the middle. However, after walking for less than 5 minutes, Zhao Jijia made an excuse to tie her shoelaces and casually made a gesture on her high heels. Then, it mysteriously appeared on Lin Yin's left hand. At this moment, people on the street also saw this scene, a man with a woman on each side. Wow, this man is so lucky. He's shopping with 2 girls at the same time. Don't the 2 girls fight? I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before, but I can't quite place it right now. What a jerk. He's always eyeing what's in the pot while pointing at what's in the bowl. If he were my boyfriend, I would have kicked him to the curb long ago. Hearing this, Lin Yin was speechless. He was innocent, okay? However, Lin Qian and Zhao Jijia smiled and covered their mouths when they heard the comments from passers-by. Afterwards, the 3 of them strolled through 2 streets and bought several outfits. During this time, Zhao Jijia openly and subtly showed off her figure in front of Lin Yin, making Lin Yin feel quite embarrassed. If you don't want to look, her own sister is trying on clothes with her, and the worst part is that the 2 of them are even changing clothes in the same fitting room. Moreover, they all appeared at the same time, leaving Lin Yin unsure whether to look at them or not. This was pure torture for Lin Yin. 5 hours later, it was already past 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Lin Yin led the 2 to a high-end restaurant for dinner. It was a Chinese restaurant that was very simple, elegant, and charming. Just as Lin Yin was about to enter the private room, a voice called out to him. "Lin Yin, is that you?" Lin Yin turned around and saw a group of old men coming out of the private room. At this moment, Zhao Jijia rushed forward and hugged the old man at the front. "Grandfather." Lin Yin was quite surprised to run into Zhao Desheng in this place, so he politely stepped forward. "President Zhao, I never expected to meet you here." At this moment, Lin Qian also bowed politely, having heard from Zhao Jijia that Lin Yin knew calligraphy. Lin Qian didn't believe it. After all, she had grown up with her brother since childhood, and she wouldn't know if he knew calligraphy. But today she finally believed that her brother really could do calligraphy. Zhao Desheng was also surprised to run into Lin Yin here today, and then happily said, "I never expected that we would meet here. What a coincidence. Are you here to eat?" Zhao Desheng glanced at Lin Yin, then at Lin Qian beside Lin Yin, and continued, "You must be Lin Yin's younger sister, Lin Qian. I often hear Jijia mention you." Hearing Zhao Desheng say this, Lin Qian was overjoyed, knowing that the person opposite her was the president of the Xia Kingdom Calligraphy Association. It can be said that his calligraphy is the best in the entire Xia Kingdom, although Lin Yin is currently the best. "Hello, Grandpa Zhao." Lin Qian bowed respectfully. Zhao Desheng was a shrewd man. He could tell at a glance that his granddaughter was with Lin Yin and had a smile on her face. Then, quite tactfully, he said, "All right, since you're eating, I won't disturb you. Come over to my place another day, and we'll have a good drink together." Lin Yin responded readily to Zhao Desheng's words. Before leaving, Zhao Desheng pulled Zhao Jijia aside and said, "Good, not bad. You've made progress. But why hasn't anything been done with the card I gave you? It's all been used to buy clothes and cosmetics. Can we even eat these things? We need to win Lin Yin over." Afterwards, Zhao Desheng left after saying something that made Zhao Jijia blush with embarrassment. "My card gets me a 50% discount at the Blue Whale Hotel, so you'd better try harder." Zhao Jijia watched Zhao Deshang's departing figure speechlessly, and in her heart, she really wondered if he was really her grandfather. Chapter 53, A Deadly Intent in the Dark. Who is it? Inside the private room, the three of them sat down and ate quietly. However, this time Zhao Jijia learned her lesson and sat next to Lin Qian, but she never dared to look at Lin Yan, and her whole face was flushed. At this moment, Lin Qian realized that the matter must be related to her brother. However, since Zhao Jijia isn't saying anything, it's not convenient for her to ask right now. During this time, Lin Yan gave the villa's access card to Lin Qian, and the two women looked at the access card in their hands. Brother, when did you buy a villa? Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled slightly and recounted what had happened yesterday. Of course, Lin Yan avoided mentioning the conflict, because there was no need for his sister to worry about it. She might even become anxious. At this moment, Zhao Jijia's eyes darted around, and she secretly tugged at Lin Qian's arm, saying pitifully, Qian, you're living in a villa now. I'm staying here alone. How can I bear the loneliness? Then I'll have nightmares and wake up in the middle of the night. Lin Qian rolled her eyes at Zhao Jijia. The two had been roommates for over a year, so how could she not know what her best friend was thinking? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Qian said to Lin Yan, Brother, how about we let Jijia live with me? That way we'll have someone to keep us company on our way to and from get out of class. Lin Yan remained remarkably calm. After a moment's hesitation, he casually remarked, Fine, that's your own business. I have no objection. Hearing this, Zhao Jijia was overjoyed and couldn't help but recall Li Chuyao's words in the college conference room. So what if you're pretty? I'm in a prime position to get what I want. After finishing his meal, Lin Yan drove to the music academy, as usual, and walked back home. It was already 10 p.m. Lin Yan followed the navigation and headed towards the residential area via a small road. On the dimly lit road, a few figures and cars occasionally passed by. This road was relatively remote, and by this time, there were very few people around. At this moment, a dilapidated van was slowly driving about 100 meters behind Lin Yan. Lin Yan frowned as he listened to the car behind him, which was swaying back and forth. A sense of foreboding crept into my heart. Logically, if a car wanted to pass by, it could simply accelerate and overtake it. Who has time to drive slowly with nothing to do? At this moment, Lin Yan had a new suspicion in his mind. Looking up, I saw a good grove of trees in front of me, very dark, and without a single streetlight. Lin Yan heard the van rapidly approaching him, and the roar of its engine was getting louder and louder. Boom! At this moment, the van was rapidly approaching. Lin Yan slowly walked to the side, just in case. Right now? Sizzle. The van braked suddenly and stopped in front of Lin Yan, the door opening directly. Bang! A fierce-looking bald man with tattoos on his arms got out of the car quickly, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and stared at Lin Yan with a menacing expression. You must be Lin Yan. After saying that, he took a deep drag of his cigarette, tilted his head, and said towards the car, That's him. Guys, let's get to work. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After he finished speaking, a large group of burly men got out of the van. Lin Yan glanced at them briefly and counted about 10 people. At this moment, Lin Yan smiled slightly and casually said, That's right, I am Lin Yan. I just don't understand. How can 10 strong men squeeze into a 6-seater minivan? Are you all supposed to be stacked on top of each other? After saying that, Lin Yan laughed heartily. Several men were stacked on top of each other, with one man sitting on another man's lap. It was quite an eyesore. Shut up. Originally, I just wanted to teach you a lesson, but it seems you really deserve it. Superior. The bald man took a deep drag on his cigarette, stomped the cigarette butt on the ground, and gave orders to the crowd. Boom! At this moment, apart from the bald man, the other 9 people all turned and attacked Lin Yan with the weapons in their hands. Lin Yan coldly surveyed everything, then dodged the attack from several steel pipes with a quick movement. Then, his right hand gripped one person's arm tightly like a vice, causing the person to scream in pain. Bang! Just then, Lin Yan used that person as a shield, and most of the attacks landed on that person. A moment later, the guy who was used as a scapegoat collapsed to the ground in pain. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. Even the bald man looked astonished. Isn't it said that he's just a college student? How could he possibly have such skills? Brother, it must be a coincidence. That's 100,000. Yeah, there are 9 of us. Are we afraid of him being alone? Hearing this, the bald man nodded to himself, agreeing. Moreover, the brothers spent 100,000 yuan over several days. Superior. After saying that, the crowd surrounded Lin Yin again, preparing to make another move. Lin Yin slowly took off his coat and threw it onto the car mirror, a slight smile on his face. That was just a warm-up. Now the real work begins. At this moment, Lin Yin was extremely excited, although he was actually a little worried at first. Although the system's features had been verified before and were very effective. But this time it's different. This is a fight. You could get beaten up in the next second. However, after the activity just now, he knew that he already possessed abilities beyond those of ordinary people. With the physique of a special forces soldier, even if 10 or 8 more people joined the fray, it wouldn't be a problem for Lin Yin. Boom! Immediately, Lin Yin moved with his will, circling left and right, then circling again. Before long, the remaining 8 burly men were all knocked down by Lin Yin, howling in pain on the ground. At this moment, the bald man looked at Zhong Lin Yin with a horrified expression, shouting incessantly. Don't come any closer, I have a knife. Otherwise, if we end up with blood on our hands and knives, that's no joke. Shock level from the thugs plus 466. Shock level from the thugs plus 466. Shock level from the thugs plus 466. At this moment, system notifications kept ringing in Lin Yan's mind. But what frustrated Lin Yan was, why is this shock value so low? Does the system also rely on the data reported by the user? Of course, at this moment, Lin Yan smiled slightly and walked towards the bald man without stopping. Rub. At this moment, the bald man's forehead was covered in fine sweat, and a fruit knife appeared in his right hand, flashing a cold light in the night sky. Lin Yan looked at the fruit knife in the bald man's hand and glanced at the steel pipe, which was about the thickness of a wrist, right at his feet. Smack! Lin Yin deftly stepped onto the steel pipe, forcefully pulled his foot back, and used his toes to lift the steel pipe up, allowing the thick steel pipe to land steadily in his hand. Ah! At this moment, a fierce glint flashed in the bald man's eyes as he brandished a fruit knife and charged toward Lin Yin. Bang! Lin Yin smiled faintly, and with lightning speed, slammed his fist into the bald man's right wrist. He wouldn't hold back at this moment, since these people were there to teach him a lesson, and to be soft-hearted at this time would be cruel to himself. Ah! A tremendous scream rang out in the night sky, just as a line of police cars sped up from a distance. The bald man's right wrist immediately swelled up into a large lump, and he knelt on the ground, writhing in pain. Shortly afterward, police cars arrived nearby. Lin Yin frowned as he looked at everything before him. He had originally wanted to press the mastermind behind it all, but it seemed he had no chance now. Chapter 54. Lin Yin is attacked, and the old master is furious. The capital city, in the suburbs. This is at the foot of the famous Great Wall, where you can see one of China's greatest historical buildings just by looking up. At the foot of the mountain, there is a simple and elegant Chinese-style courtyard house, with ivy climbing all over the mottled walls. It looks very clean and tidy, but there are few people around. In the hall, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, nearing 70, sat silently in a grand chair, coldly looking at the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. At this moment, a middle-aged man knelt obediently on the cold blue stone, as if he had made a mistake. Looking closer, the two men's faces were remarkably similar, with about 70% resemblance, and the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground looked exactly like Lin Yin. Bang! The old man slammed his hand on the table in anger, startling the middle-aged man who trembled all over. Where's our grandson? Didn't you repeatedly promise before you went that you'd bring him back? Where are they? The old man raised his booming voice again and roared at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man kneeling on the ground looked helpless. Facing his father, even if he had 1,000 reasons, he had nowhere to speak. Well, Yinner said he has something to take care of. He'll come in person another day. At this point, the old man became even more furious and shouted at the middle-aged man. What do you mean by personally visiting? This is his home, This is home. Is it because you, as his father, aren't paying enough attention? I heard he was bullied at school. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately realized something was wrong. He hadn't expected the old man to know. Then, he mumbled something under his breath. Well, it's nothing much. It's just that his girlfriend cheated on him with another man. The middle-aged man glanced up slightly at the old man, afraid that the old man would be angry. At this moment, the old man's face turned ashen, but then he beamed with joy. Haha, if you want to make a living, you have to wear a green hat. It's nothing. Hearing this, the middle-aged man finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the old man hated being cuckolded the most when he was young. What? You've suddenly changed your mind today? Bang! To everyone's surprise, the old man slammed his fist on the table in a fit of rage, glaring at the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. Humph! How can the men of the Lin family tolerate such humiliation? How can you be such a father? You should take the initiative to deal with this kind of thing. Now, the thought of my poor grandson being bullied makes me so angry. After saying that, the old man stood up and looked around, as if looking for something. At this moment, the middle-aged man quickly stood up and asked curiously, Dad, what are you looking for? I'll help you find it. I'm looking for a whip. I won't feel comfortable unless I give you a few lashes. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately deflated. What kind of nonsense is this? Your own grandson is being bullied, so go and confront the bully. What kind of skill is it to beat your own son? You'd better kneel down right now. The old man, holding a whip, shouted at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man knelt on the bluestone with great ease, clearly the result of long-term practice. The old man, carrying a whip, quickly approached the middle-aged man, just as he was about to strike him. The butler came straight into the hall, panting and looking very anxious. The father and son looked at the butler with a puzzled expression and asked, What exactly happened? Young master was attacked. 10 thugs beat him up. Boom! The news was like a bolt from the blue for the two of them. The old man's face turned ashen, and his right hand, which was holding the whip, trembled uncontrollably. His 2 old eyes were fixed on the butler, and he slowly said, How are you? Are you badly injured? At this point, even a middle-aged father like himself felt uncertain. According to their investigation, the family that adopted Lin Yin was just an ordinary family. It's already a miracle that we can afford to send him to university, let alone teach him self-defense skills. After searching for over 20 years, I finally found him. But before we even met, this happened. This would undoubtedly mean the Lin family line would end for 9 generations of only sons. It is easy to imagine that this news was no less than a calamity for the Lin family. At this moment, the butler, having caught his breath, continued. Young master single-handedly took down 10 thugs. He's currently recuperating at the First People's Hospital of Shanghai. Upon hearing this, the father and son breathed a sigh of relief. After learning that his grandson was safe and sound, the old man's face finally softened. Let's go see my eldest grandson. At this point, the middle-aged man became anxious. What kind of grandfather would take the initiative to visit his grandson? Moreover, it was the head of the Lin family who took the initiative to come to their door. Dad, you should just wait at home. Believe me, I will definitely bring Yenner back. Upon hearing this, the old man, who was about to leave, looked incredulous and said bluntly, You said the same thing to me last time. Where are they? Where are they? We haven't seen anyone yet. Don't stop me this time. Smack! The old man grabbed his braid with his right hand and slammed it down on the table. He glared angrily at the middle-aged man and said to the butler, Get my military fighter jets out of the way. I want to see my grandson as quickly as possible. After saying that, he ran quickly toward the door, not forgetting to turn back and remind the middle-aged man. Before I arrive in Shanghai, I need to find out who has the audacity to target my Lin Fengzi's grandson. After that, only middle-aged people remained in the hall. At that moment, a voice rang out in the hall. Snap! The table that the old man had just chopped with his whip had split open in the middle and was scattered all over the floor. The middle-aged man stared in horror at the smooth gash above. Could it be that the old man's skills have improved again? Shanghai, the First People's Hospital. At this moment, Lin Yin lay speechlessly on the hospital bed, with Lin Qian and a few others sitting beside him, as well as Qin Xiaohao. Didn't I tell you? I'm really fine. At this moment, Lin Qian objected, crying as she said, Brother, just take good care of yourself. If something really happens to you, what am I going to do? At this point, Lin Qian could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Bang! At this moment, a robust old man with a full head of white hair walked in with a concerned expression. Chapter 55. The old master arrived, and Lin Yin was very apprehensive. The old man was followed by the butler who had come last time. The two strode in, and the old man's eyes were fixed on Lin Yin on the hospital bed. Grandson, are you all right? A loud yet aged voice echoed throughout the ward, and everyone stared in disbelief at the old man who had entered. At this moment, Zhao Jieja stepped forward and asked, Grandpa, you must have come to the wrong room. Your grandson isn't here. Lin Yin looked at the white-haired old man with trembling hands, feeling a strange sense of excitement deep inside. Upon seeing the butler behind him, he knew that the person in front of him must be his grandfather. Unexpectedly, his nearly 70-year-old grandfather rushed over as soon as he heard about the accident. Lin Yin quickly got off the hospital bed, not even having time to put on her shoes, and knelt directly in front of the old man. Seeing Lin Yin like this, the old man quickly stepped forward, his frail legs supporting Lin Yin, and kept saying, My dear grandson, get up quickly, the ground is cold. At this moment, Lin Yin choked up, knelt on the ground and refused to get up, kowtowing 3 times to the old man, crying and muttering incessantly. Your unfilial grandson, Lin Yin, pays his respects to his grandfather. Bang! 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 A tremendous tremor echoed throughout the ward, and everyone stared at the two of them in disbelief. At that moment, Lin Qian instantly realized that it must be her brother's biological family who had found him. Thinking about this, she felt both happy and disappointed. The good thing is that my brother will have someone to rely on now, and he won't have to work so hard all by himself anymore. What's disheartening is that his brother's biological family has found him. So what does that make him? Thinking of this, Lin Qian's face darkened considerably. The old man was so excited he didn't know what to say. When Lin Yin called him grandpa, he was speechless, and tears streamed down his face. For over 20 years, a full 20 years, I've finally seen my own grandson. I finally heard my grandson call me grandpa. At this moment, the old man helped Lin Yin up, but his 2 old hands sensed that Lin Yan's physical condition was extraordinary, and a glint flashed in his eyes. He insisted on helping Lin Yin to bed and said very seriously, You need to rest now. Go and lie down properly. Health is the foundation of everything, so you must take good care of yourself. Hearing his grandfather's words, Lin Yin did not refuse and obediently returned to his hospital bed. At this moment, Qin Xiaohao wisely moved a chair and placed it under the old man's bottom. Without the slightest hesitation, the old man took the seat with great stride. At this moment, the old man looked around at the group, and Lin Yin immediately began to introduce them. Grandpa, this is my younger sister, Lin Qian. Upon hearing this, the old man realized that this was Lin Yan's adoptive parent's daughter, and he stood up with great excitement. You must be the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Lin Yud, right? Good, good. If it weren't for your parents collecting the messages back then, my grandson and I might never have had the chance to meet again in our entire lives. Sometimes, when you have time, take me to your parents' graves to pay my respects. I want to properly thank them. Upon hearing this, the butler behind him immediately became nervous. Who was their patriarch? No one in the entire Xia kingdom was qualified to receive his courtesy, let alone an ordinary citizen. Grandpa, you mustn't. Upon hearing this, the old man frowned and replied impatiently. They deserve it. You know what finding Yenner means to the entire Lin family, and even the entire Xia kingdom. The old man's booming voice echoed throughout the ward, and everyone except the butler looked at him with confusion. Hearing the old man say that, the butler said nothing more. The old man looked at Lin Qian again and smiled happily. From now on, you are a member of the Lin family, and we are your relatives. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin immediately pushed his younger sister. Quickly call him Grandpa. Lin Qian was a little confused at this moment, but out of trust in Lin Yin, she bowed to the old man as well. Lin Qian greets Grandpa. Okay, get up now. The old man laughed heartily, looking at Lin Yin with a kind expression, then at Lin Qian, and kept saying. Unexpectedly, on his deathbed, he not only found his grandson, but also gained a granddaughter. It's truly a joyous occasion. Lin Yin then introduced Zhao Zhejia and Qin Xiaohao. Hello, Grandpa. Greetings, Grand Tutor. At this moment, the butler looked at the old master with tears in his eyes and said, For more than 20 years, the old man has never been as happy as he is today. Young master, for over 20 years, the old master has been searching for you. Now, heaven has eyes and we have found it. Hearing this, the old man felt a little embarrassed. After all, there were so many younger people around, and a man's love is deep and complex. It wouldn't be good to say it out loud. Why are you saying such things in front of a junior? At this moment, Lin Yin felt a mix of emotions, and he could imagine how his grandfather and father had lived through the past 20 years. And what about my mom? Lin Yin asked anxiously. I've seen my father and grandfather, but I haven't seen my mother. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the old man's smile immediately vanished, and he forced a smile as he said, Your mother is fine. I'll tell you the details when you get back. At this moment, the butler chimed in. Yes, young master, just listen to the old master. Hearing this, Lin Yin didn't know what to say. Then, after receiving a signal from the old master, the butler called out towards the door. You can come in now. At this moment, Lin Yin and the others looked curiously at the door of the ward, wondering what God had brought with him. Then, one by one, maids in uniforms and bodyguards carrying large and small bags walked in. The old man walked forward happily, pointed to the box in a bodyguard's hand, and said, These are 3 old ginseng roots from northeast China, all over 100 years old, and they are wild. And this one, it's a blackish purple from a mysterious tribe in Africa, and it's very effective for physical recovery. Look at this, it's ambergris. You should know that it's very effective at calming the mind and focusing the spirit. At this moment, Zhao Zhejia and the others were all astonished by the old man's extravagant gesture. This is something that even wealthy people, let alone ordinary people, may not be able to buy. Lin Yin was speechless. He was perfectly fine, yet his grandfather brought so many tonics. Was he trying to kill him with them? Just as Lin Yin was about to speak, a voice rang out from the doorway. Dad! Chapter 56 Lin Yan's Decision, the Old Master's Joy. Upon hearing that voice, Lin Yin knew it was his biological father's voice. However, since Grandpa was the most important person here, and he was calling him Grandpa, Lin Yin didn't say anything. Upon hearing this voice, the old man let out a cold snort, clearly displeased with the visitor. However, the old man thought that today was the first time he would see his grandson, and it was a day of great joy. So the old man sat back down in his chair with an air of authority and said in a low voice, Come in. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a Zhongshan suit, walked in from outside. That's right, this person is Lin Yan's biological father Lin Jigua. Lin Jigua looked at the hospital bed with concern. When he saw Lin Yin lying there unharmed and looking fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yin, are you all right? Perhaps out of caution, he asked again anxiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin didn't say anything, but simply stretched his body to indicate that he was completely useless. Lin Jigua was relieved to see his son lively and energetic. Just then, the old man, with a long face, casually said, You're a little late. Upon hearing this, Lin Jigua quickly took out an envelope from his pocket and respectfully handed it to the old man. Everyone was very curious about what the envelope in Lin Jigua's hand was. Lin Yin realized that his biological father was terrified of his grandfather, just like a mouse is afraid of a cat. Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, a violent aura emanated from the old man. In an instant, everyone seemed to see mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with endless floating corpses drifting in the Red Sea. However, this aura came and went quickly, as if it happened in an instant. Bang! The old man slammed the letter in his hand on the table in anger, his white beard trembling incessantly. What a clown! He actually dared to play dirty tricks. Lin Yin was very puzzled. Had his father already found out who was behind the attack on him? Grandpa, I want to see. The old man was still angry, But upon hearing Lin Yan's words, he immediately handed the letter to Lin Yan with a smile. At this moment, Lin Jigua wanted to say something, but the old man said, "This is his own business. Let's see what he thinks before we talk about it. Besides, as a descendant of the Lin family, he will inevitably come into contact with these conspiracies and schemes sooner or later. She's in her 20s now, so she can start making contact." Hearing his father say this, Lin Jigua didn't say anything, even though he had only just found his son. However, being missing for more than 20 years also means that he is far behind young people of the same level. On Earth, young people at the same level as the Lin family are already considered the elite of a nation. However, Lin Yan is currently just an unknown college student. There were also reports that he was skilled in calligraphy and playing the suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument. If Lin Yan were still the same Lin Yan as before, these things would be enough to ensure he would never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of his life. But things are different now. He is a descendant of the Lin family, the grandson of Lin Dingtian. His future is destined to be extraordinary, even if he only knows calligraphy and playing the suona. Therefore, he is destined to be ridiculed for the rest of his life. The Lin family's descendants are all useless. All they can do is write and play the suona. At this moment, Lin Dingtian and his son looked at Lin Yan nervously, wanting to know what information Lin Yan had seen inside. What should your first reaction be? Should you try to handle it yourself, or ask them for help? At this moment, Lin Yan calmly opened the letter and saw the portrait and other details on it. Lin Yan's lips curled up slightly as he slowly said, "So it was him. That's right. The person above is Zhou Kai, the vice president of Zhang's group." Lin Yan took a closer look at the detailed information on it. It even recorded what color underwear he was wearing today, and he discovered that this guy was not clean at all. Even now, as the vice president of the Zhang group, he still frequently engages in illegal activities. Having thought this through, Lin Yan had already made up his mind. If a mad dog bites you, you can't bite back, but you can kill the mad dog. And it has to be completely killed. Only then can it be guaranteed. What Lin Yan feared most was that if he didn't retaliate this time, would Lin Xian take action against him next time? If something really happens to Lin Xian at that time, how will I explain it to my deceased parents? At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Yan, wanting to know what he was thinking. Lin Yan casually placed the letter on the table, looked at Lin Dingtian, and said casually, "Grandpa, is it possible to collect evidence of his crimes?" Upon hearing this, Lin Dingtian and the butler exchanged a smile, and the butler confidently said, "Young master, there is nothing in Xia Kingdom that my Lin family cannot accomplish. Moreover, you should ask if we have any evidence against him. Collecting it is only a matter of time." Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened, and even Lin Yan was very curious. What kind of existence does the Lin family have in Xia Kingdom that a mere steward would utter such arrogant words? He's right, but I'd like to know what you think, or if there's anything you need Grandpa's help with. Just tell me. At this moment, Lin Dingtian smiled kindly at Lin Yan. Lin Dingtian doted on his grandson immensely, even lowering his expectations of him. As long as his grandson asks, he will do it immediately without hesitation. Only Lin Jigua looked worried. He didn't want his son to be a good-for-nothing who only knew how to rely on his family. Hearing his grandfather say this, Lin Yan felt a long-lost warmth, and then slowly said, "He's just a minor vice president. It's not worth it for you, Grandpa, to take action. As long as I have evidence of his crimes, I have the ability to make him beg for mercy on the ground." At this point, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Lin Yan's principle of life is very simple. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If they offend me, I will retaliate. No matter who you are, I'll still bring you down. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Lin Dingtian felt gratified. It seemed that he was still a member of the Lin family after all. "Okay, don't worry. The items will be handed over to you in the next couple of days, and you can do with them however you like. However, I only have one condition. It must be legal. Even the Lin family cannot transgress the laws of Xia Kingdom. All right, take good care of yourself these next few days. I'm going back now." After saying that, the old man got up and walked towards the door, followed by Lin Jigua and the butler. At this moment, Zhao Zhejia quickly stood up and asked enthusiastically, "Grandpa, Do you want me to walk you home? How are you going to get back? Upon hearing this, the old man's hearty laughter came from outside the door. I came by military fighter jet, very quickly. Upon hearing this, the 4 people in the ward were all stunned for a moment, clearly not believing what the old man said, thinking that he was joking. A moment later, a noisy sound rang out in the corridor. Chapter 57. 2 Women Clash. Lin Yin feels like he's going to die. Just as Lin Yin was about to lie down and take a nap, the door was pushed open again by the crowd. Lin Yin thought it was her grandfather returning again, so she quickly sat up. However, the sheer number of people who came was beyond his imagination. Lin Yin, I heard you were attacked by thugs, so I came to see you on behalf of Jiangnan Conservatory of Music. Yes, are you all right? Chu Yao heard you were injured and insisted on coming over. At this moment, Zhang Huasheng, the dean of the music academy, and Professor Li Guosheng came to Lin Yin's bedside to visit him. You know, Lin Yin is now a darling of Jiangnan Conservatory of Music. The old guys at the conservatory are counting on him to shine at the music festival in the second half of the year. How could they possibly get hurt? That's unacceptable to them. At this moment, Li Chuyao, dressed in a pink dress, slowly walked to Lin Yan's bedside, her eyes fixed on Lin Yan. After hesitating for a long time, a clear voice rang out in the ward. Lin Yan, are you all right? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan responded politely, spreading his hands. Yes, it's great. At this moment, Zhao Jieji frowned, a sense of crisis rising in her heart. Without realizing it, he picked up a fruit knife and an apple, and glared at Li Chuyao resentfully. Then, Zhang Huasheng took out a thick envelope and stuffed it into Lin Yan's hand, comforting her. This is a small token of our appreciation from our college professors. We hope you won't think it's too little. After saying that, he withdrew his hand without waiting for Lin Yan's response. Lin Yan subconsciously touched the thickness of the envelope, which was about 50 or 60,000 yuan. He looked at the dean and professor with embarrassment. I really don't have anything from this dean. I don't need these things. Upon hearing this, Dean Zhang Huasheng became displeased and pretended to be angry. Hey, Lin Yan, what are you saying? You need to know that you no longer belong to yourself alone. You are now a professor at Jiangnan Conservatory of Music. You should take good care of yourself for the sake of Jiangnan Conservatory of Music. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan knew that he couldn't refuse the gift and would have to find another way to return it. At this moment, Li Guosheng pushed Li Chuyao to Lin Yan's bedside and said with a smile, During your recovery period, let Chuyao take care of your daily life. If there's anything inconvenient, just let Chuyao do it for you. Hearing this, Lin Yan was stunned, and everyone else was also shocked. Lin Xian looked at Professor Li Guosheng and the graceful Li Chuyao in disbelief. You should know that Li Chuyao is a campus beauty. 90% of the male students in the college regard Li Chuyao as their goddess. However, now the goddess's grandfather actually wants Li Chuyao to take care of Lin Yan's daily life. This is practically humiliating the other guys by crushing them. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was immediately at his wit's end and quickly explained. Professor Li, I'll be discharged tomorrow. I really don't need it. And look, I can manage on my own right now. Lin Yan even got out of bed and took a couple of steps in front of everyone to show that he was perfectly fine and acted like a normal person. Li Guosheng ignored Lin Yan's explanation, pressed him down onto the hospital bed, and said sternly, Lin Yan, you need to know that this is the academy's decision. It's always more convenient to have a woman by your side, whether it's serving tea or water. Yes, please don't refuse. At this moment, Dean Zhang Huasheng also chimed in. Qian Xiaohao was stunned. His master's romantic encounter was too incredible. Lin Yan glanced at Zhao Jieji beside him, who was staring at him with murderous intent, and suddenly felt like he was facing 2 people at once. One woman was already annoying enough for him, and now another one has come along. The worst part is that these women were forced upon him by several old guys, and he couldn't refuse them no matter what. Just then, an old voice rang out from outside the door. Old Li, your granddaughter is the school beauty. How can she do the work of a nanny? Let my granddaughter do this kind of thing. She does it at home all the time. At this moment, everyone peeked out the door. Zhao Jieji was overjoyed. She knew that the voice belonged to her grandfather. Upon hearing that sound, Lin Yan felt like dying. These 2 old guys haven't been dealt with yet, and now another group of old guys has arrived. It's really a headache. Lin Yan can't wait to be discharged from the hospital. Then, Zhao Desheng and Qian Zhongshu walked in, carrying large and small bags. Looking at Lin Yan with concern, he said, "Lin Yan, are you alright? We're relieved to see you're alright." At this moment, Zhao Desheng and Qian Zhongshu put down their things and went to the other side of the hospital bed to visit Lin Yan. At this moment, a strange scene unfolded in the ward. Lin Yan had Li Guosheng and 2 others standing to her left, and Zhao Desheng and 3 others standing to her right. Only her closest sister was squeezed to the foot of the bed. Before Lin Yan could speak, Zhao Desheng pulled out 2 thick envelopes, placed them in Lin Yan's hand, and gave Li Guosheng a provocative look. "Lin Yan, this is a token of appreciation from some old guys in the Calligraphy Association. We hope you won't refuse it. It's only 100,000 yuan in total. It's not a lot of money, but you should still accept it." These words immediately enraged Zhang Huaxing, the dean of Jiangnan Conservatory of Music, and Li Guosheng, causing their mustaches to tremble violently. Clearly, Zhao Desheng overheard their conversation at the door, which is why he added an envelope at the last minute. However, it's not something I can say. At this moment, Zhao Jie gently handed the peeled apple to Lin Yan. "Here you go. I've peeled it for you, eat up." Lin Yan looked at the apple in Zhao Jie's hand. He hadn't eaten anything since last night and was indeed a little hungry. He hesitated for a moment before taking it. Just then Li Guosheng said, "Chuyao, Lin Yan is hungry. Peel a banana for him." Li Chuyao knew that now was not the time to pretend to be reserved, so she quickly peeled the banana and placed it in front of Lin Yan. At this moment, everyone in the room was looking at Lin Yan, especially the 2 women. No matter which side you accept, the other side will definitely be angry, meaning that no matter what you choose, it will be a mistake. At this moment, Lin Yan felt like dying. He wished he could just faint and all this would be over. Just then, Qian Xiaohao swiftly handed the cup to Lin Yan and casually said, "Master, I haven't had any water all night. Please moisten your throat first." "Yes, yes, yes." Lin Yan looked at his apprentice with gratitude. It was this apprentice who was truly useful in this crucial moment. My younger sister, Lin Qian, just stood there dumbfounded, not even trying to help me out of this predicament. I was so angry. After Lin Yan finished drinking the tea, he noticed that the 2 women were handing him apples and bananas. And neither of them backed down, standing right next to Lin Yan's mouth. At this moment, Lin Yan even contemplated suicide. Ring ring. Suddenly, a ringtone came from the phone. Lin Yan quickly picked up the phone, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, she couldn't help but smile. This is a timely help. It's a lifesaver. After hanging up the phone, he put on his shoes and walked out of the ward without looking back, Lin Yan's voice echoing in the air. "Qian, help me pack my things and get discharged from the hospital. We can go straight home now." Chapter 58. The police station shows its skills. Police station, office. In addition, Lin Yan was the victim in this incident, and someone from above had also made special arrangements for him. Therefore, it was specially arranged for Lin Yan to give a statement in the office. Lin Yan recounted the events in detail, and the 2 policemen looked at him incredulously. It's worth noting that they were on a joint mission at the time. When they arrived at the scene, all 10 thugs were lying on the ground groaning in pain, but Lin Yan was the only one standing there unharmed, without any external injuries. "All right, Mr. Lin, we will find out who's behind this as soon as possible. It's best for you to stay home during this time and wait for our news." After saying that, one of the policemen opened the office door and escorted Lin Yan out. Hearing this, Lin Yan had nothing to say. After all, the police investigation takes time, and since he already knew who was behind it, the outcome of the police investigation was no longer important. Lin Yan also got up, went out with the police, and prepared to go home. In the corridor, a young policeman approached from the opposite direction, carrying a wad of banknotes in his hand. At this moment, the policeman who was leading Lin Yan greeted the junior policeman. "Shaoli, are these all counterfeit bills? How did you find them so quickly?" Upon hearing this, the young policeman opposite him immediately looked bitter. "Brother Wang, you're oversimplifying things. Our team of 6 searched all night and only managed to find 6. He simply handed the banknotes in his hand to the 2 of them and continued. "Look, There are so many that it's impossible to tell whether they're real or fake. Even the experts brought in from above yesterday couldn't figure it out. Lin Yin was also drawn in by their conversation and looked over curiously. Just as the young policeman finished speaking and was about to withdraw his hand, an unexpected incident occurred. Splash! The banknotes he was holding were scattered all over the ground because he didn't hold them properly. At this moment, the two quickly squatted down to pick up the banknotes, and Lin Yin joined in. When Lin Yin touched the banknotes, out of curiosity, his entire consciousness immediately entered the male god skill tower. He searched for banknote identification skills and was immediately startled after taking a look. 50,000 shock points, and most importantly, this money skill is actually divided into 3 volumes, upper, middle, and lower. This made Lin Yin feel frustrated, and he kept cursing in his mind. Damn it, a banknote authentication skill is made to be almost like the Nining manual. However, despite his complaints, Lin Yin directly spent 150,000 shock points to exchange for the banknote appraisal skill. In an instant, Lin Yin realized the banknotes in his hand were counterfeit. He calmly held up the real banknotes and said, "This banknote has a weak watermark. It's fake." He picked up a few more bills from the ground and continued speaking to the two policemen. "These sheets are made of very good paper, but they are fake." The two policemen were stunned when they heard this, but neither of them believed it. The older policeman patted Lin Yin on the shoulder and said, "Young man, these banknotes are so valuable that even experts using specialized equipment can't identify them. How can you tell it's fake just by touching it with your hand? Stop arguing. I'll see you to the front door. I'll let you know if there's any news about the case." At this moment, the young policeman also looked at Lin Yin with disbelief. "Don't get involved in these kinds of professional matters if you don't understand them." Lin Yin simply shook his head at their conversation and said nothing more. After Lin Yin left, a policeman who was nearly 50 years old slowly looked at Lin Yin's back through the window next to him, a deep light flashing in his eyes. After leaving the police station, Lin Yin looked back and his intuition told him that he would come back. Lin Yin smiled confidently and prepared to take a bus back. "Elder brother." At this moment, Lin Xian's voice rang out from the front. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yin immediately glanced around nervously. Sure enough, Zhao Jieji waved to him from the driver's seat. Moreover, not far away, Li Chuyao was driving a pink supercar, smiling at Lin Yin. Clearly, both of them were there to pick up Lin Yin. At this moment, Lin Yin turned around and walked directly into the police station. At this moment, the old man guarding the gate calmly stopped Lin Yin. He had figured it out. "Young man, what are you doing? Do you still want to go in?" Clearly, the old man mistook Lin Yin for a young man who had made a mistake, and he said impatiently, "Go back quickly." After the old man said that, Lin Yin had no choice but to turn back, but looking at the 2 cars parked on the side of the road, Lin Yin was in a dilemma. "Lin Yin, over here." At this moment, Li Chuyao waved a signal. "Lin Yin, over here." Hearing Li Chuyao's call, Zhao Jieji also got out of the car and beckoned Lin Yin to get in. At this point, Lin Yin was speechless. Even though I had already made an excuse to avoid them, they still chased after me. Just as Lin Yin was speechless, a supercar pulled up in front of him, and a head popped out from the driver's seat. "Driver, get in the car." Lin Yin took a closer look and burst out laughing inwardly. He's truly a good apprentice. He really knows what his master is thinking. Bang! Lin Yinhao sat in the passenger seat without hesitation and said to the window, "I'm going home now. See you at home." Boom! Qian Xiaohao stepped on the gas and drove away with Lin Yin. Lin Yin patted him on the shoulder and said with relief, "Good. Accompany me to do something tomorrow. Then, I'll teach you calligraphy." Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaohao felt a surge of excitement. All that hard work and effort, isn't it all just to get this sentence? At this moment, Qian Xiaohao wanted to shout out loud that he had finally gained Lin Yan's approval. At this moment, Zhao Jieji and Li Chuyao watched Lin Yin leave speechlessly. The two gave each other a death stare, but it had no effect on the other. They drove away together, and Lin Qian watched it all without saying anything. Inside a luxury villa. What? 10 people can't even handle one college student. Are you people eating shit? Bang! At this moment, Zhou Kai angrily picked up the ashtray on the table and slammed it against the wall, instantly creating a large hole in the wall. I didn't expect that. It's quite a surprise that an ordinary college student would have such skills. Zhou Kai lit a cigar and stared fiercely at the city outside. Boss, should we send a few more people? At this moment, the bodyguard standing to the side asked. After a moment, Zhou Kai raised his hand in denial and said confidently, wait a couple of days, and while you're at it, investigate his background. I want to know, is this guy just acting, or is he really not tempted by $1 billion? Just then, a phone rang. Zhou Kai picked it up suspiciously, and a voice came from the other end. Hello, I am Lin Yan. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Zhou Kai's face. Chapter 59 Contacting Zhou Kai, Pretending to Cooperate. A villa in the Tianshan Mountains. Lin Yan sat calmly on the sofa, while Zhang Mingyuan and his son sat opposite him, both of them sitting there in fear. At that moment, Zhou Kai's confident voice came from the other end of the phone. You're quite pragmatic. It seems you've figured things out. At this moment, Lin Yan glanced at the Zhang family father and son opposite him, then pretended to have come to a realization and said, Yes, I was confused before. Please forgive me. Give me another chance. I promise I'll listen to you this time. At this moment, Zhou Kai on the other end of the phone looked smug. So what if you're a tough kid? You'll still obediently bow down and submit. Okay, as long as you do as I say, the reward will definitely be substantial. At this moment, Lin Yan pretended to hesitate for a moment before carefully saying, Mr. Zhou, could you pay me in advance? After all, this is the first time I've done something like this. If Zhang Mingyuan really finds out that I've been working on him with you behind his back, he'll definitely treat me horribly. Can you give me 500 million first? At this moment, Zhou Kai frowned, somewhat regretting saying 1 billion. It's easy to say, but when it comes to actually giving it to someone else, I'm reluctant to part with it. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Kai said reassuringly, I'm short on funds right now and don't have that much cash. Here's 100 million for you. The rest will be yours later. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Yan's reply. Zhou Kai slammed the cigar in his hand onto the new ashtray, his eyes filled with a fierce look. You'd better be lucky to get my money. Once I oust Zhang Mingyuan from office tomorrow, I'll make you cough up that 100 million yuan. After saying that, Zhou Kai walked out of the study with a smile on his face. Lin Yan looked at Zhou Kai, who had suddenly hung up the phone, and gave a cold smile. A short while later, the phone showed that it had received a transfer of 100 million yuan from Zhou Kai. Lin Yan said to the Zhang family father and son, Look how much Zhou Kai wants to get rid of you, just as much as I want to get rid of him. The Zhang father and son wore forced smiles, unable to understand why Lin Yan wanted to make peace with Zhou Kai. Logically speaking, since Zhou Kai was the mastermind behind this attack, Lin Yan should hold him accountable. At this moment, Lin Yan suddenly asked, I heard you went back to the hospital to look for me. Upon hearing Lin Yan's question, Zhang Mingyuan gave a very serious explanation. Originally, the two went to the hospital to see Lin Yan, but when they arrived, they were told that Lin Yan had been discharged. So the two of them rushed to the villa and met Lin Yan. When they saw that Lin Yan was unharmed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. You should know that when Zhang Mingyuan received the call this morning that Lin Yan had been attacked, he felt like he wanted to die. He knew very well how powerful Lin Yan's background was. If something really happens to Lin Yan, even his father-in-law might not be able to save him. After meeting Lin Yan last time, Zhang Mingyuan even made a special trip to see his father-in-law. I learned from my father-in-law that the Lin family had only one son for 9 generations, and Lin Yan was the only male heir. It's easy to imagine that if something really happened to Lin Yan, the entire Xia kingdom would be thrown into turmoil. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan and his son sat there anxiously. They had heard Lin Yan and Zhou Kai's conversation very clearly. I don't like bullying others, and I especially don't like being bullied. Since Zhou Kai is courting death, then I won't be polite. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan and his son did not calm down from their worries. Lin Yan, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault for not managing my subordinates properly, which has led to this situation. I'm calling the police right now to have him arrested. After saying that, he took out his phone, ready to make a call. At this moment, Lin Yan said impatiently, Stop, Stop, that's enough. I'm a pretty open-minded person. I won't hold a grudge against others. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan and his son exchanged a glance and finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment, Zhang Mingyuan stood up with a serious expression and said, "May I ask, what does Lin Yin need from my son and me? We will give our all, even unto death." At this moment, Lin Yin looked at the Zhang family father and son speechlessly and waved his hand impatiently. "Sit down. All of you sit down. What are you doing? Do you expect me to sacrifice myself for you? Is it really necessary?" Upon hearing this, the Zhang father and son awkwardly sat down again. "You all heard what we just talked about. Just follow my plan at tomorrow's board meeting." Humph. Instead of enjoying his retirement at home, this old fellow is out wandering around. "Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish." Then, he casually tossed a bag in front of Zhang Mingyuan, gesturing for him to open it and take a look. Zhang Mingyuan was very puzzled about what was in the bag. He slowly opened the bag, and when he saw what was inside, he immediately flew into a rage. That bastard, after all these years, he still can't change his ways. At this moment, Zhang Jianren also looked at the contents of the document with a look of horror. The above lists all of Zhou Kai's criminal records over the years, and there is a great deal of evidence. Originally, I thought he just liked the chairman's position and wanted to compete with me for power. I can't believe he would dare to do such illegal things. This is absolutely outrageous. Zhang Mingyuan even considered calling the police to have him arrested, but looking at Lin Yin across from him, he hesitated and asked, "Now that the evidence is conclusive, we can call the police and have him arrested." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin gave a cold laugh. "Hasn't he always wanted your position, to get his hands on the Zhang group? Then let him fulfill his wish. Otherwise he won't be content even if he goes to jail. Besides, don't you think it's a meaningful thing to elevate someone to great heights and then bring them down?" At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan looked at Lin Yin with a shocked expression. Who would have thought that someone in their early 20s would have such a deep and calculating mind? Truly a descendant of the Lin family. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan felt a deep sense of fear and secretly warned himself that he must maintain a good relationship with Lin Yin. "All right, you can go back now, but remember to use the back door. The real show begins tomorrow." The Zhang father and son quickly left the villa through the back door. Seeing Zhang Jianren shoveling into the car, Zhang Mingyuan was furious and kicked him. "Bang! Dad, why did you kick me?" Zhang Mingyuan remained silent, looking at Zhang Jianren with a disappointed expression. Both in their 20s, Lin Yin has such a deep mind, while her son only knows how to eat, drink, and chase girls. At most, they'll flatter and fawn over others, but that's all they do. They're not exactly shrewd or calculating. They're lucky if they don't sink to the bottom. Drive. Chapter 60, An Unexpected Move at the Board Meeting. The following day, at the Zhang Group building. After getting out of the car, Lin Yin looked at the towering skyscraper and felt a surge of pride. According to his original life plan, his greatest hope was to work for the Zhang Group after graduation, which would be his life's destiny. The Zhang Group is a powerful and well-paid company with excellent benefits, and everyone considers it an honor to work for the Zhang Group. Even a security guard in the Zhang Group has a much higher status than those in other organizations. However, Lin Yin entered the building today under a different identity. It can be said that everything today will change the landscape of the Zhang Group's top management, and Lin Yin is both the driving force and the terminator of this entire change. "Let's go." Lin Yin breathed a sigh of relief and said to Qian Xiaohao beside him. As soon as the two entered the building, a burly man led them to the top-floor conference room. At this moment, in the conference room, bang! A loud bang echoed throughout the conference room. Zhang Mingyuan slammed his fist on the table in extreme anger, his eyes bloodshot, but he stared intently at Zhou Kai. "Zhou Kai, don't make false accusations." Zhang Jianren, who was standing to the side, was also extremely angry. "Ha ha." Seeing Zhang Mingyuan's anger, Zhou Kai felt extremely pleased. Snort. "Zhang Mingyuan, your son sold the villa to someone else for 1 yuan. Is that really true? Right now, the entire group is discussing this matter. As the chairman, are you still going to cover it up?" Then, Zhou Kai looked around and continued. "Fellow shareholders, look at this. This is the chairman we elected. He disregards the interests of the group and even tries to cover up the truth. At this moment, 8 elderly men with white hair, dressed in bright clothes and looking very wealthy, sat on either side of an oval table in the very center. They were the shareholders of the Zhang Group. Many shareholders stared at Zhang Mingyuan in disbelief, pointing their fingers and discussing the matter with displeasure. Mingyuan, as the chairman of the group, how could you do such a thing? Do you know that this will cause the group to lose hundreds of millions? Yes, you sold the villa to someone else for $1 as a favor, but our money is still involved in it. I don't think your son is general manager material. Let him step down and let someone else do the job. Yes, he managed to sell the villa for $1 yesterday. He might sell the whole company for $100 tomorrow. We can't afford to play that game. That's right. At this moment, the atmosphere in the board of directors was one of condemnation of the Zhang family father and son. Zhang Mingyuan looked around in astonishment. He never expected that Zhou Kai had managed to persuade most of the shareholders in just one night. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan looked at Zhou Kai with a fierce expression. You say I sold the villa to someone else for $1. Do you have any proof? Show me the evidence. Zhang Mingyuan's roar echoed throughout the conference room. At this moment, Zhou Kai looked at Zhang Mingyuan with a smile. After so many years, Zhou Kai was overjoyed. He kept reminding himself to restrain himself at the last moment. If today passes, the Zhang Group will be renamed the Zhou Group, and from then on he will be the sole owner of the group. Good. You want evidence? I'll give it to you. I want you to give up. Smack. After saying that, Zhou Kai slammed a contract onto the table. The client's signature on it was Lin Yan. When Zhang Mingyuan saw the contract, he felt dizzy and involuntarily took a step back. Fortunately, Zhang Jinren caught him at the crucial moment. Dad, I'm fine. Zhang Mingyuan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. At this moment, the entire conference room was shaken as the contract was passed around among all the shareholders. TSK. This is utterly ridiculous. A villa worth hundreds of millions, sold for a mere $1. It's simply outrageous. This is not just nonsense, it's a complete disregard for our money. The gifts you gave us are indeed a favor to us. Where's the favor in this? I heard he's a poor college student with no family connections whatsoever. It's unbelievable. At this moment, all the shareholders erupted in curses, shaking the entire building 3 times. Ha. Zhou Kai had a big smile on his face and was extremely excited. Zhang Mingyuan stretched out his aged right hand, pointed to the contract on the table, and said with a strange expression, what's a contract? It's quite possible that you, Zhou Kai, had someone do it. You could have just found anyone to sign it. Do you really think you can fool me with such a simple trick? Zhou Kai looked at Zhang Mingyuan with a smile, knowing that Zhang Mingyuan would deny everything. However, he was not afraid. Otherwise, he would not have tried so hard to win over Lin Yan in order to defeat Zhang Mingyuan. I knew you wouldn't admit it. So come in. Zhou Kai smiled smugly at the Zhang family father and son and called out towards the door of the conference room. Upon hearing Zhou Kai's shout, everyone looked over curiously, wondering if the person who had arrived was the only evidence that could ultimately bring the Zhang family father and son to their deaths. Bang! A security guard opened the conference room door, and a figure appeared before everyone. Lin Yan looked calmly at everyone inside, and even gave Zhou Kai a special smile. At this moment, Zhou Kai looked smug, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. If we defeat the Zhang family father and son today, then Lin Yan will be of no use. If he's sensible, he'll just return the 100 million. If he's not, then he won't mind having another corpse sinking to the bottom of the Huangpu River. Lin Yan. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan pretended to be horrified, but Zhou Kai became more and more excited. Lin Yan, I've treated you well. How could you do this to me? Zhang Mingyuan was trembling all over, and his face was extremely pale. Lin Yan was worried. What if he had a sudden heart attack and passed away? That would be a huge disaster. Upon hearing Zhang Mingyuan's words, Lin Yan shrugged, indicating that he had no other choice. Mr. Zhou, even if you gave me $1 billion, I wouldn't want this. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingyuan coughed up a mouthful of blood and slumped into his chair, gasping for breath. At this moment, Zhou Kai pushed Zhang Mingyuan aside, plopped down in the chairman's seat, and said arrogantly, "From this day forward, I, Zhou Kai, am the chairman of the group." The entire conference room fell silent, and all the shareholders fell silent, clearly indicating that most of them had received benefits from Zhou Kai. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan stood up strangely and looked at Zhou Kai with a cold smile. He moved a chair over and respectfully addressed Lin Yan. "Young Master Lin, please have a seat." Lin Yan didn't stand on ceremony and plopped down on the table, arrogantly placing his feet on the conference table. They can be as arrogant as they want. At this moment, Zhou Kai looked surprised and impatiently said to Lin Yan, "Now, this is none of your business. You can leave." At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan, with a cold smile on his face, slammed a stack of documents on the table and said to Zhou Kai, "I also have a big gift for you. Chapter 61. If you finish eating, I won't pursue the matter." At this moment, an eerie atmosphere filled the entire conference room. According to the original plot, Zhang Mingyuan and his son should have obediently left the conference room by now. But now Zhang Mingyuan is acting unusually arrogantly, which is completely wrong. Zhou Kai stared intently at the file folder on the table, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. At this moment, the numerous shareholders suspiciously opened the document bag. After reading it, everyone's expression changed drastically, and they all looked at Zhou Kai in disbelief. A moment later, all the shareholders had finished reading and began to comment. "I can't believe you've done so many illegal things." Now, I have absolutely no connection with Zhou Kai. I was not involved in any of his illegal activities. This kind of person is actually a director. He's a disgrace to our group. At this moment, Zhou Kai heard the shareholders' discussion and looked a little flustered. He scrambled onto the table, grabbed the file folder, quickly opened it, and stared intently at the documents in his hand. A moment later, his expression changed drastically, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans kept dripping from his forehead. My entire back was instantly soaked with sweat, as if I had just been pulled out of the water. You all." At this moment, Zhou Kai's face was extremely flustered. He knew that what was recorded here were all facts of his illegal and criminal activities, and the key was that they were so clear, even clearer than he himself knew. He himself was unaware of some of the illegal and criminal activities, yet they were listed here. It's simply unbelievable. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan, with a smug look on his face, said with a smile, "You really think Lin Yan would be interested in your mere 100 million? Aren't you being incredibly naive? Moreover, after knowing you for over 30 years, I have never obtained any evidence of your crimes. Don't you find it strange that so much evidence has suddenly appeared today?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai immediately realized what was going on. If it were just Zhang Mingyuan alone, he wouldn't be afraid at all. After all, Zhang Mingyuan had been unable to do anything to him for so many years. The main problem is that we haven't obtained evidence of his crime. But today, Zhang Mingyuan actually dug up all his past secrets, which is simply unbelievable. At that moment, Zhou Kai instantly thought of something. The only variable so far is Lin Yan, who is sitting in the chair. Zhou Kai looked at Lin Yan with disbelief, his whole body trembling and his teeth chattering. "So it was you." Lin Yan looked coldly at Zhou Kai opposite her and let out a cold snort. "Snort? Originally, I had no interest in getting involved in your affairs. But you actually had the misfortune of provoking me, so if I don't respond, do you really think I'm a pushover?" At this moment, Zhou Kai was utterly shaken. He couldn't believe that the poor kid he had always looked down on actually had such power to get so much information about him. It was simply unbelievable. Zhou Kai's face turned deathly pale, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Who exactly are you?" Zhang Mingyuan and his son exchanged a smile and casually said, "Young Master Lin is not a big shot you can get close to. You can only blame your own poor eyesight for daring to send someone to attack young Master Lin. That's like an old man eating poison. You're asking for trouble. If this were abroad, you'd be drowned in the sea by now. You really think you have any right to stand here and speak to our young Master Lin? Bah, you piece of trash." At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan no longer cared about maintaining the demeanor of a chairman and vented his anger to the fullest. Zhou Kai saw Zhang Mingyuan roaring wildly, his right hand gripping the document, so tightly it was deformed. As he looked at the documents in his hand, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and then he made an unbelievable move. Snap, snap! In the conference room, Zhou Kai took the documents in his hand and began stuffing them into his mouth. His mouth was stretched wide open, and as he looked at the dwindling number of documents in his hand, a smile slowly blossomed on his face. Haha, evidence. There's no evidence here at all. Haha. At this moment, Zhou Kai's laughter grew increasingly maniacal, as if he had already won. At this moment, the Zhang father and son immediately became nervous. That document was evidence against Zhou Kai, but now that Zhou Kai has smuggled it in, what can they use to sue him? Without evidence, there's nothing we can do about him, and the evidence Zhang Mingyuan has is only enough to scratch Zhou Kai's itch. At this moment, Zhou Kai's laughter filled the entire conference room. Where's the evidence? Without any evidence, let's see what you have to use to sue me. Haha. Upon hearing this, the Zhang father and son were extremely annoyed that they hadn't protected the evidence in time. Snort. Do you really think that just because you ate the evidence, there's no more evidence? Lin Yan spoke to Zhou Kai in a strange tone, his whole demeanor unusually confident, as if he possessed something that Zhou Kai feared. Snort. Do you have any other evidence? Zhou Kai's face was full of confidence, but he was terrified inside. He was really scared of Lin Yan and his other criminal evidence. He said that only to test Lin Yan. If there was any other evidence, he would present it and take it all at once. Lin Yan smiled slightly. He had already guessed Zhou Kai's thoughts. Are you planning to swallow the evidence again after I produce it? Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai panicked at first, then pretended to be calm and said, that's right. I'll eat as much as you give me. Hearing Zhou Kai's answer, Lin Yan's smile widened. Okay, you said it. If you don't eat it then, I'll have someone stuff it into your mouth. After saying that, he nodded to Qin Xiaohao. Qin Xiaohao walked out of the conference room. At this moment, everyone in the conference room was puzzled. Did Lin Yan really have other evidence? At this moment, Zhou Kai was the most nervous, as he was genuinely afraid that there was other evidence. However, he's now made up his mind that if there's any more evidence, he'll eat it. A moment later, Qin Xiaohao slowly walked in carrying a large cardboard box, and there was sweat on his forehead, so it looked quite heavy. Bang! Qin Xiaohao placed the cardboard box directly on the table and quickly opened it. When everyone saw what was inside, they were stunned. The entire box of evidence was identical, and it was clear that it had just been copied, as it still smelled of ink. At this moment, Lin Yan grabbed a stack of photocopies and threw them hard in front of Zhou Kai. Eat. Go ahead and eat. If you finish eating this box of evidence, I won't pursue the matter. At this moment, Zhou Kai stared in disbelief at the entire box of evidence, his entire being descending into madness. He gripped his hair tightly with both hands, his expression one of great pain. He never expected Lin Yan to use such a trick. It was utterly despicable. Bang! At that moment, the conference room door opened, and two policemen entered, staring at Zhou Kai expressionlessly. Zhou Kai, you are suspected of multiple illegal activities. Come with us. Chapter 62 Zhang Mingyuan's Thoughts, Lin Yan's Warning. At this moment, in the conference room, everyone fell silent as they watched Zhou Kai being led away. All the shareholders stared in disbelief at what they were seeing. Originally, everyone thought Zhou Kai was the winner today. The Zhang family father and son will definitely leave the group with their tails between their legs, and the entire group will be completely transformed. The group had already booked a VIP room at the most luxurious hotel in Shanghai and were ready to celebrate their victory. However, what they saw before them shattered everyone's psychological defenses. Wow, where did the Zhang family find such a powerful figure? Exactly, it's a complete turnaround. This is no ordinary person, truly extraordinary. It seems that person is no ordinary individual. At this moment, many shareholders looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. They had already realized that it was this young man named Lin Yan who had brought Zhou Kai down. Otherwise, even if the Zhang family father and son had great abilities, they would have no way to turn things around. Cough. Zhang Mingyuan coughed lightly, a sound that seemed to declare him the ultimate victor of the day. All the shareholders sat up straight, looking at the Zhang family father and son with kind eyes, as if they were seeing their own parents, wishing they could immediately kneel down and fawn over them. It was originally thought that Zhang Mingyuan would go directly to the chairman's position, declare his sovereignty, and then the numerous shareholders would express their loyalty. After all, Zhang Mingyuan was able to get the mysterious young Master Lin to oversee things, and he also had information on Zhou Kai. So, investigating them is just a matter of a few words. After all, they didn't have Zhou Kai's abilities or skills. However, Zhang Mingyuan did not do that. Instead, he stood respectfully next to Lin Yin, looking at Lin Yin with admiration. "Young Master Lin, please." He gestured with his right hand, clearly hoping that Lin Yin could take the position of chairman. As long as Lin Yin can take the position of chairman, then what does it matter if their Zhang group changes its name? It should be noted that from this point on, the Zhang family will be considered subordinates of young Master Lin, relying closely on the powerful Lin family. At least within Xia, he rose rapidly and took off. By then, the Zhang group could even challenge for a place among the top 10 companies in Xia Kingdom, enjoying immense prestige. At this moment, Zhang Jianren also respectfully invited Lin Yin to sit down, clearly indicating that the father and son had already discussed it. "Young Master Lin, please don't refuse." "That's right, young Master Lin. Without you, my son and I might be sleeping on the streets by now." Zhang Mingyuan further advised that Lin Yin should be kept in the Zhang group no matter what. If Lin Yin is kept in the Zhang group, the Zhang group will definitely rise several levels. "That's right, young Master Lin. Please don't refuse, this is what you deserve." When Lin Yin saw the Zhang family father and son, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. He knew what the Zhang family father and son were thinking. On the one hand, they wanted to repay his kindness, and on the other hand, they wanted to take the opportunity to tie him to the Zhang group's chariot. At that time, we can leverage his reputation, or rather, the reputation of the Lin family behind him, to develop the group. At this moment, Lin Yin had to admire the Zhang family father and son's shrewdness, or more accurately, Zhang Mingyuan's foresight. After all, in Lin Yan's opinion, Zhang Jianren was an incompetent fool who had no foresight whatsoever. On the surface, Zhang Mingyuan suffered a loss, even though he defeated Zhou Kai and won. However, if Lin Yin were to be promoted to the position of chairman of the Zhang group, the Zhang family's interests would definitely be harmed, or even shrunk significantly. However, Zhang Mingyuan had a very long-term vision. He knew that Lin Yan's future would definitely not be limited to the Zhang group. At that time, the Zhang group will actually rise to great heights by taking advantage of Lin Yan's success. Lin Yan looked at Zhang Mingyuan calmly, a half-smile on his face. Zhang Mingyuan was terrified. At this moment, he even regretted his cleverness. A voice inside him kept telling him that Lin Yin had seen through his thoughts, but just hadn't said it. At this moment, the entire conference room was eerily silent. Everyone turned to look at Lin Yin, and no one dared to say a word, because Zhou Kai was already a cautionary tale. After all, scions of such large families are known for their eccentric temperaments, and a single careless remark could easily offend someone. Moreover, these shareholders are all shrewd people. They saw that the Zhang family father and son were trying to comfort Lin Xiao, but he didn't say anything. We outsiders have even less right to speak, so it's best to remain silent at this point. After a moment, Lin Yin smiled slightly, and then shook his head. Hee, never mind, I'm not interested in money. These words immediately embarrassed the bigwigs in the meeting. For a moment, Zhang Mingyuan felt uneasy. He didn't know if Lin Yin was just putting on a show, or if she was really thinking. It's worth noting that many big shots say they're not interested in money, but they're making money every day. Do you think they really don't like money? However, if Lin Yan's words were just an excuse, then Zhang Mingyuan should have simply sat down in the chairman's seat. Isn't this just trying to make Lin Yin look bad? Lin Yin was probably cursing Zhang Mingyuan in his mind. Damn it. I'm lying, can't you tell? But what if Lin Yin is telling the truth, and he really isn't interested in money? If Zhang Mingyuan tries to persuade him again, will it only anger Lin Yin further? At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan felt as if he were standing at a crossroads, unsure of which direction to take. At this moment, Zhang Jianren also noticed his father's dilemma, so he simply walked onto the stage and spoke in a serious tone. Since young Master Lin is not interested in this position, then Comrade Zhang Mingyuan will continue to serve as chairman. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan looked horrified upon hearing his son's words. Before Lin Yin could even speak, his son announced the results. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? At this moment, none of the shareholders clapped. Instead, they looked on with amusement, watching Lin Yan's reaction as if he wanted to know what he was. Slap, slap, slap. However, Lin Yan's reaction surprised them. Lin Yan was the first to raise his hands and clap, with a smile on his face. Clearly, Lin Yan was very satisfied with the result announced by Zhang Jianren. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan finally felt relieved. However, he knew that although Lin Yan was the absolute chairman of the group, he still had to give him the benefits he was entitled to. Otherwise, not only would Lin Yan be unhappy, but how could they also bind Lin Yan to the Zhang Group's cause? Alright, now I'm announcing a decision. All the group shares originally belonging to Zhou Kai will be unconditionally transferred to young Master Lin, plus my half of the group shares. Upon hearing this, all the shareholders were stunned and stared at Zhang Mingyuan in disbelief. It's important to know that Zhou Kai is the second largest shareholder of the group, and with Zhang Mingyuan's half of the shares, Lin Yan's shareholding has now reached 70%, making him arguably the largest shareholder of the entire Zhang Group. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. Alright, that's all for today. I'm leaving now. Then, Lin Yan walked straight out the door, and the Zhang father and son quickly ran to see him off. On the side of the road, Zhang Mingyuan respectfully opened the car door for Lin Yan. Lin Yan walked to the back seat expressionlessly, opened the car window, and looked at Zhang Mingyuan indifferently. Her eyes were quite terrifying. I don't like people below me making decisions for me, especially those who show off their cleverness. I hope this is the first and last time. Boom! The vehicle then slowly drove away. Chapter 63 Major Counterfeit Currency Cases. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan's entire back was soaked with sweat, and he looked at the departing vehicle with a look of terror on his face. He originally thought that Lin Yan was very satisfied with his performance and would praise him privately. However, the result was beyond his expectations. He did receive a warning from Lin Yan, telling him not to try to be clever, as Lin Yan had already seen through his thoughts. Zhang Mingyuan also knew that this was Lin Yan's first warning and also the last. If something like this happens again, you might not just receive a warning, you could be kicked out. From then on, Zhang Mingyuan could no longer use the Lin family's reputation to advance his group, and even seeing Lin Yan became very difficult. However, to his relief, Lin Yan did not refuse the offer of shares, which made Zhang Mingyuan quite happy. At this moment, Zhang Jianren walked over with an innocent look on his face and looked at the departing vehicle. At this moment, Zhang Mingyuan glanced at Zhang Jianren and then thought of Lin Yan's words. I was furious. They're all young people in their 20s, how come there's such a big difference between them? Lin Yan already exudes the aura of someone in a superior position, and even he was intimidated by Lin Yan. However, her son still looked naive and could only play with things that were not respectable. She really regretted not shooting him against the wall back then. Thinking of this, Zhang Mingyuan kicked him directly. Bang! Dad, why did you kick me? Zhang Mingyuan remained silent, looking at Zhang Jianren with a disappointed expression. Let's go back. Inside the car, seeing Qian Xiaohao's hesitant expression as he drove, Lin Yan knew he wanted to ask a question. Ask away, what do you want to know? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Qian Xiaohao immediately eased off the accelerator, and the car's speed noticeably decreased. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao knew that his master was speaking to him, so he hesitated and asked, Master, may I really ask? Lin Yan smiled faintly and nodded. I will definitely tell you anything I can. Hearing this, Qian Xiaohao was overjoyed. He knew that his master's words meant he already considered him one of his own, so how could he not be excited? Master, I just wanted to ask. Why did you say those things to Zhang Mingyuan before you got in the car? Wasn't it a good thing that he gave you the chairman's position? Hearing this, Lin Yan shook his head and said slowly, That's right. In your opinion, I got a huge advantage by handing over the chairmanship to him. But isn't his purpose obvious? He wants to use the name of my Lin family to propel his Zhang group to new heights. He did nothing wrong, and I benefited from it too. But don't you think a subordinate could make this decision for me? Don't you think he's incredibly bold? Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaohao seemed to recall some of the things he had heard about. What my mentor means is that if he helps you get to the chairman's position today, he might do something even bigger tomorrow without consulting you. At this moment, Lin Yan looked at Qian Xiaohao with a gratified expression. He hadn't expected this guy to have such a high level of understanding. He was a promising young man, right? If you don't give this kind of person a warning, they'll become increasingly unruly, and eventually they might be very difficult to control. So, today I'm giving him a warning, but also an opportunity. Hearing this, Qian Xiaohao felt deeply frightened by Lin Yan's cunning. They're both in their 20s, so why is there such a big difference? Look at myself, I'm only focused on calligraphy, and I want to surpass Lin Yan in calligraphy. However, Lin Yan is actually controlling people's hearts, which is simply terrifying. After a moment, silence fell over the car. Shanghai Police Station. At this moment, the conference room was filled with police officers, all of whom had serious expressions, and no one dared to show a smile. Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a full head of black hair, slightly mixed with white hair. At this moment, the man's face was ashen, terrifyingly gloomy, like a volcano about to erupt, ready to unleash tremendous power. A moment later, a tremendous sound shook the entire conference room. Bang! The middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table and began cursing at the group of police officers below. Humph! More than a dozen people have been working on it for half a month, and there's still no substantial progress in the case. Tell me, what are you all good for? Is this how you become good police officers? The deafening roar shook the entire conference room, and everyone below lowered their heads, refusing to speak. At this moment, the next young policeman said in a low voice, "You can't blame us. It's just that the technology used to make those banknotes is too advanced. We simply can't tell which bills are real and which are counterfeit." At this moment, Wang Shi, who was sitting to the side, nudged the young policeman with his hand, signaling him to stop talking. At this point, the bureau chief was furious. He grabbed the few counterfeit bills that had been identified next to him and started cursing at everyone again. To blame others for being too skilled when you can't identify it yourself, what kind of logic is that? It's just making excuses for your own incompetence. You dozen or so people have only identified a dozen or so cases in half a month. If this gets out, it will be a slap in the face for me, Wu Zhenghua. After saying that, the bureau chief slapped his face hard, which terrified those below. Tell me, what other methods are there to authenticate this batch of banknotes? At this moment, the entire conference room was completely silent. Everyone was quiet. If there really is a way, they already used it. They wouldn't come to this meeting room to get scolded. Seeing the silence of everyone, the bureau chief felt a chill in his heart. Is the entire Shanghai Police Department going to fall victim to this counterfeit money case? It should be noted that the police station led by Wu Zhenghua has consistently had the highest crime-solving rate in the entire Xiagua province, at the municipal level. The entire police station is now stumped by a pile of cash. It's an absolute disgrace. Moreover, a new minister will be selected in the second half of the year. If this case cannot be solved, then he will definitely lose the ministerial position. At this moment, Wang Shi looked at the pile of banknotes and fell into deep thought, the scene in the corridor that day suddenly flashing into his mind. Chief, I have someone in mind. He should be able to identify counterfeit money. Upon hearing this, Director Wu's eyes lit up as he looked at Wang Shi. Quickly tell me who. That young man who came to our police station last time. He'll definitely do it. Chapter 64. The first lesson at Jiangnan Conservatory of Music. Jiangnan Conservatory of Music. The entire college was shaken. News had spread that Lin Yan had fought off 10 thugs, and all the students found it unbelievable. Wow, Professor Lin, who looks so refined, is actually a martial arts expert. Yeah, I never would have guessed. He's practically my ideal guy. He can play the suona and knows martial arts. He's the perfect boyfriend. Oh, I heard Professor Lin is in the hospital. I really want to go see him. I wonder if he's injured. You're behind the times. I heard Professor Lin is coming to the college to teach today, at the same auditorium as last time. Upon hearing this, all the students rushed towards the auditorium. Keep in mind that the entire music academy has 5,000 or 6,000 students, while the auditorium can only accommodate a maximum of 4,000 people. In other words, if 1 or 2,000 people want to attend class, they will have to stand. At this moment, from the air, one could see a large number of students heading towards the auditorium. A moment later, an extremely cool Bugatti Silver Dragon slowly drove into the Music Academy and headed directly towards the auditorium. Smack! Today, Lin Yan even wore a brand new shirt, dress pants, and leather shoes. After all, today is my first day of class, and these things are absolutely essential. At this moment, the Great Hall was noisy and crowded with people, and the sound of talking could be heard everywhere. Lin Yan, why aren't you here yet? We've been waiting for ages. Hey, we should call him Professor Lin. He's a professor now. TCH, I'd like to develop a relationship with Lin Yan. From now on, you'll all have to call me Master's wife. These words immediately drew disdain from the girls around him. Look, Lin Yan is here. At this moment, everyone looked up at the gate. Bang! At this moment, the doors of the Great Hall of the People slowly opened. Lin Yan stood tall and straight at the entrance, dressed in clean white, instantly stunning everyone present. Wow, he's so handsome. He's totally my ideal guy. No, that's my husband. Husband, I love you. So handsome. I thought he was handsome because he played the Swana, but I didn't expect that he could outshine all the boys in the college just by dressing up casually. No, I'm afraid I'll be alone for the rest of my life. No one can understand me better than Professor Lin. At this moment, Zhao Jiajia, sitting in her seat, stared intently at Lin Yan with her beautiful eyes gleaming green, as if she were about to devour him at any moment. You're going to die, you little brat. Aren't you ashamed to look at my brother like that? At this moment, Lin Qian slapped Zhao Jiajia's butt. Zhao Jiajia stared at Lin Yan with a love-struck expression, while tightly hugging Lin Qian with both hands. Is this my fault? Look at the other girls. They're even crazier than me. Also, Li Chuyao seems to be here to compete for favor today, dressed so brightly. To be honest, I'm envious. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Chuyao was wearing a light blue cheongsam, her figure curvaceous and very attractive to men. Unfortunately, there are far more girls than boys at this music academy. Lin Yan stared blankly at everything in the hall, stunned by the scene before him. Originally, I thought that not many people would attend his classes. I had asked Li Guosheng before, and he said that his granddaughter, Li Chuyao, was the only student in the department of ethnic music. But now it's a huge, dark mass. It's not just one place, it looks like an entire college. Lin Yan even suspected that Dean Zhang Huasheng had canceled all the other departments in the college, leaving only the department of ethnic music, which was quite a surprise. At this moment, applause erupted throughout the Great Hall of the People. Lin Yan, Lin Yan, Lin Yan. A deafening sound echoed throughout the entire auditorium, and everyone stared at Lin Yan in a frenzy, mostly girls. At this moment, in a corner of the Great Hall of the People, Wang Lu coldly observed everything before him. Big brother, what do we do? This guy's popularity is even higher than we thought. Wang Lu snorted coldly. Snort. Let him be smug for a while. Once my brother returns from his studies abroad, he'll definitely bring him down to earth. Does he really think he's something special just because he can play the Swana? Lin Yan took another look, exhaled deeply, and slowly walked towards the podium. At this moment, Dean Zhang Huasheng came over, along with Li Guosheng. Haha, look how popular your ethnic music department is. At this moment, Lin Yan smiled awkwardly and asked in confusion. Dean, didn't you say that there are very few students in the department of ethnic music? But today. Upon hearing this, the two old men exchanged a smile. Haha, you didn't know that. You have to start from the day you performed at the Great Hall of the People. At this moment, the two old men watched what happened next with great interest, leaving Lin Yan stunned. Changing majors is simply unheard of. This actually happened at the Jiangnan Conservatory of Music, and the key point is that the school leaders did not object. At this moment, Li Huasheng patted Lin Yan's shoulder heavily. Lin Yan, the revitalization of Chinese national music depends on you. We old guys are just here to lend a hand. Yes, I really want to see you shine at international music festivals. After saying that, the two old men slowly left with their hands behind their backs. Looking at the two elderly people's hunched backs, Lin Yan's nose suddenly stung with tears. For many years, countless predecessors have dedicated themselves to revitalizing national musical instruments, one generation after another. It is conceivable that some of them went from youth to old age, and some even died in melancholy, never seeing this day. Suddenly, Lin Yin felt the burden on his shoulders grow even heavier. A moment later, Lin Yin calmed himself down and slowly walked to the front of the podium, looking at the densely packed students below. "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Yin." Before he could finish speaking, thunderous applause erupted throughout the auditorium, and some girls even shouted his name wildly. "Slap, slap, slap. Lin Yin, Lin Yin, I love you." Looking at the crazy girls, Lin Yin felt a little scared. He even felt that facing so many girls was not as good as facing an equal number of thugs. "Today is my first class, and I'm so glad everyone came. First of all, thank you everyone." After speaking, Lin Yin took half a step back and bowed deeply to the student in front of him. At this moment, Lin Yan's handsome appearance, coupled with his skill in playing the suona, and his surprisingly polite manners, were striking. He instantly won everyone's hearts, and most of the girls stared at Lin Yin in a daze. After all, their main reason for transferring to this department was to see such a handsome professor. It's worth noting that 90% of the professors at music conservatories are over 50 years old, and very few of them are handsome. However, Lin Yin is not only young and handsome, but also a professor, making him the ideal man for many girls. Just as Lin Yin was about to begin her lecture, Li Guoxing suddenly came to Lin Yan's side and whispered a few words to her. Lin Yin was stunned by what he heard. After a moment, Lin Yin addressed everyone. "I'm so sorry, something came up today." After saying that, Li Guoxing took Lin Yin and left, leaving thousands of students dumbfounded. Chapter 65. The police arrive, Lin Yan's decision. At this moment, the entire Great Hall was in chaos. Everyone waited all morning just to see the legendary male god. But now that our idol is gone, it makes everyone feel so bad. What's going on? The lesson hasn't even started yet. Why did they leave? Yeah, could something have happened? At this moment, a boy who had just come in from outside said breathlessly, "Something's wrong. 2 policemen have arrived, and they seem to be looking for Professor Lin." These words shocked everyone present. Normally, the first reaction of a person would be that you have done something wrong for the police to come knocking on your door. Otherwise, why would the police bother you for no reason? At this moment, Wang Lu said with a smile, "Haha, Lin Yin must have committed a crime. The police are coming to arrest him." Exactly. Someone like that wanting to be a professor at our Jiangnan Conservatory of Music is a disgrace to our institution. That's right, we should expel Lin Yin. This kind of scum, this kind of person, should absolutely not be allowed to stay in our academy. At this moment, the students learning Western musical instruments in the academy kept shouting, as if Lin Yin had become an unforgivable criminal in their eyes. "Jijia, what should we do? Has my brother really done something wrong?" At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely nervous and completely lost. Zhao Jijia grabbed Lin Xian's shoulder, her eyes resolute, and then spoke. "Let's go. I'm going to the dean's office." Li Chuyao frowned as she watched the discussion in the auditorium, then turned and ran straight to the dean's office. In the dean's conference room, as soon as Lin Yin entered, he saw 2 policemen chatting happily with the dean. However, he recognized one of the policemen as the one who had taken his statement that day. At this moment, Dean Zhang Huaxing saw Lin Yin enter, immediately stood up, went to Lin Yin, and said to the 2 policemen, "Here you are. This is Lin Yin, the man you've been looking for." At this moment, Zhang Huaxing said in a slightly more tactful way, "Could you 2 officers tell me what Lin Yin did wrong? If he did something wrong, I, as the dean, will take responsibility for him, but he absolutely cannot go in." Upon hearing what the dean said, the atmosphere in the dean's office became somewhat heavy, and Li Guoxing also spoke up from the side. "Yes, Lin Yin is a good kid. He would never do anything illegal. You must believe me. Yes, he's crucial to the rise of our Chinese national music over the past 5,000 years. He absolutely cannot be harmed." At this moment, Lin Yin looked at the 2 old people who had even put aside their pride and humbled themselves to beg him for his sake. Lin Yin felt uneasy. He had originally come to Jiangnan Conservatory of Music with the attitude of just having fun. If we have a good time, we'll keep playing. If we don't, we can simply part ways and go our separate ways. But today, seeing these two elderly people begging for help like this for his sake is truly heartbreaking. Lin Yin was moved. However, he firmly believed that the police coming to him was definitely not because he had committed a crime. The two policemen heard the dean pleading so earnestly for Lin Yin. They immediately exchanged a smile. "Dean, don't worry. We're not here to arrest Lin Yin, but to ask him for his assistance in solving a case." Upon hearing this, the two old people looked at each other with a puzzled expression and then looked at Lin Yin. He asked again, "You really didn't come here to arrest Lin Yin?" "Yes, we're here to ask Lin Yin for help." The two police officers reiterated this statement. Hearing this, the two elderly people finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly invited the two policemen to sit down. To them, Lin Yin was like their child, and they certainly didn't want anything to happen to him. Hearing the police's explanation, the two finally felt relieved. At this moment, Officer Wang, who was in charge, stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yan's hand, saying meaningfully, "Lin Yan, we meet again. I never expected that we would meet in this way. Please forgive us for not recognizing your greatness." After saying that, the two police officers bowed deeply to Lin Yan. They were very afraid that Lin Yan would refuse to help because of the time he was looked down upon last time. In this way, not only can they not go back to report, but more importantly, the case simply cannot proceed. Lin Yan glanced at the two policemen calmly, and then spoke. "I remember you. You're that Officer Wang from last time, right?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Officer Wang was immediately excited. Yes, it's me. You still remember me." Lin Yan smiled gently and said to the two elderly people, "This Officer Wang handled my last case." Hearing this, the two elderly people smiled happily. In their view, as long as the police looking for Lin Yin was not a bad thing, they were happy. After a moment, Officer Wang found it difficult to speak. After all, they had already demonstrated their abilities last time, but I was blind to their true worth. They assumed Lin Yin was talking nonsense, so they ignored him and looked down on him. But now we've actually ended up on someone else's territory. To be honest, Officer Wang didn't have the face to say that. After all, he had underestimated him, and now he was asking for favors. If there was a hole in the ground, he would want to crawl into it. At this moment, the entire conference room fell silent. Lin Yin looked at Officer Wang with amusement, but in reality, he didn't take the previous incident to heart at all. Moreover, he very much hoped to be involved in this counterfeit money case, because only by using skills obtained through the system can one gain shock points. As can be seen from what happened at Zhang's group yesterday, although everyone was shocked, Lin Yin did not gain any shock points. Therefore, Lin Yin deduced that the prerequisite for gaining shock points must be the use of skills. Bang! At that moment, the door to the dean's office was pushed open, and 3 girls entered. "Brother, you can't be hurt." Lin Xian buried her face in Lin Yan's arms and burst into tears. At this moment, Zhao Jiejia and Li Chuyao looked nervous. "Dean! Grandfather!" Lin Yan stared at the 3 of them speechlessly, clearly understanding that they had misunderstood. He thought he was in trouble and that the police were there to arrest him. Then, Lin Yan said earnestly to Officer Wang, "Officer Wang, you're here today because of the counterfeit money, right?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's response, Officer Wang immediately smiled, as if afraid that Lin Yan might be unwilling. Lin Yan comforted Lin Xian for a while, and then said, "Okay, I'm happy to help. After all, once counterfeit money enters the market, it will be a disaster for Xia Kingdom. As a Chinese person, I would absolutely do this without hesitation." At this point, Officer Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, the 3 women finally understood that the police had come to ask Lin Yan for help, not to arrest him. "Lin Yan, on behalf of the Shanghai Police Department, thank you." Chapter 66. Everyone questioned Lin Yan's abilities. The main gate of Jiangnan Conservatory of Music. Most of the students rushed to the door, wanting to know what had happened. "Hey, do you think Professor Lin really did something wrong that's why the police came after him?" "I don't think so. TCH. He's not calling himself Professor Lin anymore. He should be called Lin Momo now. He must have done something wrong." "That's very possible. Look at us. All year round we only get caught for illegal parking or riding electric bikes without helmets. But this guy is different. The police came to our door. He completely disgraced our college this time. Just then, a group of people slowly emerged from the dean's office. Officer Wang, please lead the way. I'll be right behind you. After greeting the two policemen, Lin Yin then gave some instructions to Lin Qian. After all, the investigation is ongoing and the time frame is uncertain. It's very possible that I won't be able to go home for 10 days or half a month. However, now that things are clear, there's nothing to worry about. Okay, bro, I'll be waiting for you at home. With tears in her eyes, Lin Qian said goodbye to Lin Yin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yin followed the police car towards his Bugatti Silver Dragon and quickly drove away. Wait a minute. Why did Lin Yin drive there by himself? Wasn't he supposed to have gotten into trouble? Yeah, not only did he not wear handcuffs, but he also drove himself, and the two policemen even looked grateful. Judging from all this, Professor Lin hasn't done anything wrong. It's all just rumors spread by certain people. At this moment, Wang Lu looked at the scene before him and figured out what was going on. At least, it proves that the police looking for Lin Yin wasn't a bad thing. Bang! Wang Lu angrily slammed his fist into the tree beside him, watching Lin Yin's supercar drive away, his chilling words echoing around him. That's fine. Let's wait for my brother to come back. I want him to grovel on the ground and beg me. The city of Shanghai, the police station. At this moment, the conference room was silent, and everyone kept glancing towards the door. Director Wu Zhenghua, in particular, had a furrowed brow. He knew this was the only chance the Shanghai Metropolitan Police Department had. If even Lin Yin isn't willing to help them solve the counterfeit money case. Therefore, he could only hand the case over to the police department and ask the higher-ups to solve it. However, this means that Wu Zhenghua is incompetent, so he should not even dream of becoming a minister. Director, are you sure Lin Yin is really that capable? He can tell if a bill is counterfeit just by touching it a few times. I know that. I was there that day. He just picked up a few banknotes and said they were fake. No way. Is it that mysterious? Even real experts can't figure it out. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua looked at everyone with a somber expression. Bang! What's all the noise about? If you're so capable, go find the counterfeit money for me. You can't do it yourself, yet you're questioning other people's abilities. I think you guys have been too idle lately. It just so happens that the contact person over there has been lost, and we need to find a new one. How about one of you volunteers to go? Upon hearing this, all the police officers panicked and fell silent. It's important to understand that the danger level of a contact person is only slightly lower than that of an undercover agent. If you slip up, you'll be taken down by the other side, which is very dangerous, and this kind of thing requires extremely rich experience. Upon seeing this, Wu Zhenghua felt a chill in his heart, but that was just what he said. The contact person in this case needs to have an extremely strong ability to identify counterfeit money. Most people simply can't do that. Just then, the conference room door slowly opened, and everyone stood up to look. Officer Wang Shi entered first, followed by a handsome young man. Upon seeing this young man, everyone was filled with doubt. He's so young. Could he be a college student? I doubt he has that kind of experience. Yeah, I have my doubts too. Is this guy even capable? Hey, we'll find out what it's like when we take it out for a spin. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua, his face beaming with joy, stepped forward, grasped Lin Yan's hands, and said happily, You must be Lin Yan. I am Director Wu Zhenghua. On behalf of all the officers of the Shanghai Metropolitan Police Department, I warmly welcome you. Hearing this, Lin Yan retorted, Director, you're too kind. You all work so hard for the people. Hearing this, Wu Zhenghua looked pleased. I originally thought that the young man would be a bit arrogant and speak in a very immature way. However, looking at the young man in front of me, he was very polite and didn't have that arrogant attitude. He was quite unusual. Okay, you're very good. You're much better than some of my officers. I heard you're a student at Jiangnan University. Wu Zhenghua pulled Lin Yan to sit down, trying to get closer to her with polite words. Lin Yan remained calm, plopped down, and began talking to Wu Zhenghua. His speech was calm and measured, as if he had forgotten that he was the director of the Shanghai Metropolitan City Bureau. Lin Yan became more and more satisfied with Wu Zhenghua. You should know that even if ordinary young people were to stand and talk to him, their voices would tremble, let alone have a pleasant conversation. Moreover, Lin Yan's behavior was very unusual, as if he didn't care about his identity at all. Lin Yan, you should know why we invited you here today, right? Wu Zhenghua finally got to the point, because the case couldn't be delayed any longer. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan prepared to reply. However, at that moment, an unpleasant voice rang out in the conference room. Director, how about we witness Lin Yan's superb skills? Exactly. How will we know he can spot counterfeit money if we don't test him? That's right. As the saying goes, true gold fears no fire. Let's put it to the test and see what it's made of. We'll all know then. Bang! At this moment, Wu Zhenghua became very angry, slammed his fist on the table, and pointed at the police officer next to him, cursing loudly. People like you are just bored and have nothing better to do. Lin Yan came here specifically to help us. What are you all doing, questioning someone's abilities? If you're so capable, why don't you try it yourselves? If you're incompetent, shut up and stop nagging me all day long. After saying that, he kept apologizing. Hey, Lin Yan, don't worry about it. I just haven't been strict enough with them. Lin Yan smiled faintly. He had figured it out. In the entire conference room, the police chief played the good cop while the other officers played the bad cop. Their back and forth was like a double act. Lin Yan knew that if he didn't demonstrate his abilities, even the chief of police was probably worried, let alone the other officers. However, Lin Yan had no objections. After all, as long as you can gain shock points, everything else is trivial. Then, Lin Yan smiled faintly and said to everyone, Fine, give me the money. Chapter 67 Identifying Counterfeit Money shocks the entire audience. These words immediately caused a stir in the conference room. Then, a policewoman took out 3 stacks of banknotes from the side and quietly placed them in front of Lin Yan. At this moment, the bureau chief frowned. That's right, he secretly instructed his subordinates to do this test. This was to test Lin Yan's ability to identify counterfeit money, since this kind of thing is no joke. Therefore, just to be on the safe side, it was decided to conduct a test on Lin Yan. However, as the bureau chief, he felt awkward about questioning the person's abilities since he had invited them. What if they have real skills but a bad temper? If he said that, Lin Yan might turn around and leave. That's why we're in this situation now. Lin Yan looked at everything in front of him indifferently and picked up the thickest stack of papers and put it in his hand. Hiss! He tore off the cable ties with his right hand and kept touching them one by one. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the entire conference room fell silent. Apart from the sound of banknotes rubbing against each other, there was not a sound at all. Everyone stared intently at Lin Yan, their fingers constantly tracing the banknotes. At that moment, Lin Yan's entire feeling changed instantly, as if he could feel which banknotes were real and which were fake just by touching them. 10 seconds later, Lin Yan kept pulling out banknotes from above and placing them on the table, leaving the other police officers stunned. Damn, it can't be that fast, can it? I just touched it and glanced at it, and I already knew. Yeah, I can't believe it. Could it be a fluke? Do you think he used to work at a bank? Otherwise, how could he have progressed so quickly? At this moment, Wu Zhenghua's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The better Lin Yan performed, the happier he became. After all, this counterfeit money case concerns the honor of the entire Shanghai police force and is also linked to his promotion. However, until things are over, it's hard to say what will happen. A moment later, Lin Yan handed the banknotes he had just taken out to a policewoman, saying confidently, 100 bills in total, 26 of them are counterfeit. At that moment, the entire conference room fell silent. Everyone stared at the policewoman who took the banknotes, watching her constantly compare the serial numbers on the banknotes in a notebook. A moment later, the policewoman said happily to Chief Wu Zhenghua, All correct. Director Wu Zhenghua smiled, but said nothing, as the test was not over yet. After these words were spoken, everyone looked at Lin Yan differently. Wow, that's fast. Looks like he's got some skill. Yeah, it would take me at least 10 minutes, but he didn't even take 30 seconds. Lin Yan. Author, just to clarify, it's my speed at identifying counterfeit money, not that kind of speed, don't get the wrong idea. It's so fast, it's practically a money detector. Shock level from the police plus 666. Shock level from the police plus 666. Shock level from the police plus 666. At this moment, system notifications kept ringing in Lin Yan's mind, and the corners of Lin Yan's mouth turned up slightly. This further confirms his suspicion that the shock value can only be obtained through the system's skills. A moment later, the policewoman placed another stack of papers in front of Lin Yan and said, "Don't open this stack, pick it out." Lin Yan smiled slightly, picked up the stack of banknotes in front of him, and without stopping, said calmly, "All right, this time the difficulty has increased." After saying that, Lin Yan's hands did not stop. He kept pulling out a banknote from a stack of bills and placing it on the table. At this moment, all the police officers began to discuss the matter. "Do you think he can find them all this time? I think it's going to be difficult. I've been looking for half an hour already." "That's not necessarily true. They might actually be really skilled." A moment later, Lin Yan finished what he was doing and handed the 3 banknotes he had pulled out to the policewoman. "Give." At this moment, the policewoman looked at Lin Yan questioningly. "Just these 3? Are you sure?" Lin Yan smiled faintly, then said, "These 3 are the worst imitations. I'm referring to the paper quality." Upon hearing this, the policewoman asked again, "And what about the one you have in your hand?" Lin Yan smiled slightly, gently tossed the remaining banknotes onto the table, and said confidently, "It's all fake." At this point, the policewoman was still unwilling to give up and handed the last stack to Lin Yan, intending to show it to him. "Then look at these 3. Lin Yan answered without hesitation, "Fake." At this moment, the policewoman waved the 3 banknotes in her hand and asked defiantly, "You knew it was fake without even looking at it?" Lin Yan replied calmly, and after looking around, all the police officers no longer looked at him with the same disdain as before. "I guessed." He continued, "Your first one was genuine but mixed with fakes, so I can choose. The second one was a better imitation, to deceive me. The third one was the best imitation. He wanted to test me." "Right." Hearing this, the policewoman had nothing to say, but just glanced at Wu Zhenghua. At this moment, the entire conference room was completely shocked. Everyone stared at Lin Yan in disbelief and began to discuss among themselves. "Wow, this guy is really something else. Amazing. Yeah, it's incredible. I really want to know how he identified it. What a talent. It would be so great if he were one of the officers in our police station." At this moment, Director Wu Zhenghua looked at Lin Yan with shining eyes, as if he were looking at a treasure. Their police station is currently lacking someone like Lin Yan, who can identify counterfeit money with just a glance or a touch. The shock level from the police, plus 999. The shock level from the police, plus 999. The shock level from the police, plus 999. At this moment, the system notification sounded in Lin Yan's mind again, which made Lin Yan feel great. "I'd like to know how you identified these counterfeit bills. There are 7 different versions of counterfeit banknotes here, and even senior bank employees cannot distinguish them with the naked eye. Even if they could tell, they wouldn't be able to do it this quickly. How did you do that?" At this point, everyone listened intently, knowing that if they could learn even 1 or 2 tricks from this, they would benefit from them for a lifetime. Lin Yan smiled faintly, looked around, and saw everyone smiling at him. Clearly, Lin Yan's actions just now had completely won over these arrogant police officers. Moreover, the policewoman in front of Lin Yan was looking at him with a gleam in her eyes. "Actually, I don't know where the money is fake. But, as soon as it passes through my hands, just by touching it, I know whether the money is real or not." Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Intuition is the most mysterious thing, and it can't be learned at all. "Haha, great." Director Wu Zhenghua was the first to stand up and warmly shook Lin Yan's hand. "Lin Yan, I am now inviting you, on behalf of the Shanghai Police Department, to participate in a major counterfeit currency case. I hope you will not refuse." Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, all the police officers stood up and looked at Lin Yan with hopeful expressions. After all, their only key to solving the case right now is the lack of someone who can identify counterfeit money. Lin Yan is a perfect fit. Lin Yan smiled faintly and said to Director Wu Zhenghua, "Assisting the police in handling cases is the duty of every citizen, and I have no choice but to do so." Chapter 68, The Most Suitable Contact. Police Station, Conference Room. Director Wu Zhenghua sat at the head of the table, Lin Yin sat at the foot of the table, and there was also a policewoman from earlier sitting next to them. There were several police officers in charge of the case nearby, including Wang Shi. At this moment, the only sound in the entire conference room was Lin Yin constantly counting money. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Yin kept placing banknotes from a box on the floor and flipping through them. The banknotes seemed to possess a spirit in his hands. The crowd was dazzled by the sight and began to discuss it amongst themselves. Wow, that's fast. This is the first time I've ever seen that. Yeah, I think it'll be over in 10 minutes. Fucking fast. He's a genius. He solved a problem we couldn't resolve in half a month in just half an hour. There's no comparison. At this point, many police officers no longer underestimated the situation and began to express their admiration. After all, the better Lin Yin performs, the more helpful he will be to the case. Smack. After Lin Yin distributed the last banknote, he immediately addressed the crowd. There are 3,500 bills in total, 3,000 of which are counterfeit, and the other 500 are genuine. These words immediately silenced the entire conference room. All the police officers, including Chief Wu Zhenghua, frowned. At this moment, one of the police officers spoke up. Chief, this amount is far too large. This gang must be dismantled. We definitely have to fight. The key is how. That's right. Acting rashly will only alert the enemy. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua slowly stood up and paced around the conference room. This operation is very troublesome. We need a contact person to connect with the counterfeit money gang. However, this contact person needs to be able to identify counterfeit money and handle it with ease. Upon hearing this, all the police officers around turned their eyes to Lin Yin. If we're talking about who among us can easily identify counterfeit money, then it's only Lin Yin. At this moment, Lin Yin frowned as he looked around at everything, then innocently touched his nose. Chief, all I know how to do is handle banknotes. I really don't know anything else. Upon hearing this, the other police officers all agreed wholeheartedly. After all, he's just a college student. He rarely even sees any hooligans. If he were really to go out and confront the counterfeit money gang on the street, then, who knows, he might be killed by the counterfeit money gang the next moment, and his body might be sunk into the Huangpu River. At this moment, Director Wu Zhenghua plopped down next to Lin Yin, looking at him with shining eyes. I heard you took down 10 thugs all by yourself a few days ago. Although Wu Zhenghua used the word, I heard, Lin Yin could tell from his tone that it was true. Lin Yin gave an awkward smile, then said, that was a coincidence. They weren't very skilled, so I managed to handle it. Many police officers looked at Lin Yin with disbelief, and Officer Wang Shi even said, Chief, the bald guy who's the leader of those thugs is a ruthless man. He has several lives on his hands. It would take 3 or 5 policemen to handle him. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. That bald guy is indeed a ruthless person. Wow. So according to you guys, Lin Yin actually took down 10 thugs all by himself. Hearing this, Lin Yin was speechless. This was like forcing a duck onto a shelf. The director's gaze toward Lin Yin grew increasingly fervent, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. Lin Yin, I think you're perfect for this. Not only can you identify counterfeit money, but you're also incredibly skilled. 3 to 5 ordinary people are no match for you. Having said all that, Lin Yin already knew what was going on. Isn't this bureau chief being far too hasty? As you know, I'm just a college student, and I've never had any experience meeting with gangs before. My safety is a minor matter, but if we alert the counterfeit money gang, that would be disastrous. Hearing this, the bureau chief waved his hand, patted Lin Yin's shoulder forcefully, and said earnestly, Don't worry, you're not going alone. I'll find an extremely experienced police officer to go with you. Come on, take Lin Yin to change his clothes. After saying that, the 2 policemen, without further ado, dragged Lin Yin to the office next door. Hey, I haven't agreed yet. Didn't we agree on the salary beforehand? Are there any bonuses? We can't work for free. Lin Yin's last act of defiance echoed down the corridor. Director Wu Zhenghua watched Lin Yin walk away with a smile on his face, his eyes full of amusement. Dad, you're not really going to let him go, are you? At this moment, the policewoman leaned over and said, Wu Zhenghua, with a serious expression, glared at her and then said, "Snort, do you really think I'm senile and just randomly pick someone to go?" As he spoke, he stood up abruptly, his right hand trembling as he pointed at the police officers surrounding him. "Humph, if you were all reliable, would I have let some young guy take the field? Look at you, aren't you ashamed? People in their 30s and 40s. The youngest person here is older than Lin Yan. Now, we're actually relying on a college student to solve our cases. Don't you guys feel ashamed at all?" At this moment, Wu Zhengguo's roar echoed throughout the conference room. The surrounding police officers all lowered their heads and quietly looked at their toes. They didn't dare say a word, afraid that they might say something wrong and anger the bureau chief, thus incurring a severe scolding. Bang! A moment later, the conference room door was slowly opened. Outside the gate stood a young man who was 1.8 meters tall, with his black hair swept back and wearing a black suit. A pair of reflective sunglasses sat quietly on his nose, a large gold chain adorned his neck, and he wore a watch on his left wrist and Buddhist prayer beads on his right. At first glance, he was clearly a member of the underworld. Then, the sunglasses were slowly removed, revealing Lin Yan's handsome face to everyone. Lin Yan's roguish demeanor completely stunned the audience. At this moment, everyone in the conference room was shocked. It looks just like him, so much like him. If I hadn't known beforehand, I would have thought he was some thug. TCH, that's nothing. I was already getting ready to grab the handcuffs. Now that you mention it, I'm all set to go up for the routine check. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhengguo was first surprised, then overjoyed. Excellent, truly excellent. At this moment, Lin Yan looked at his outfit with an innocent expression, especially the big gold chain around his neck. To make the acting more realistic, they even went to a jewelry store to rent a real necklace, which was really heavy. Lin Yan felt like his neck was about to be bent over. "Director, what about your partner? You're not lying to me, are you?" Upon hearing this, Wu Zhengguo smiled slightly and then clapped his hands. Then, a woman slowly walked in from outside the door. Chapter 69, Everything is Ready. Slap, slap, slap. A moment later, a woman slowly appeared before the crowd. The woman was wearing a black trench coat, and the top was made of mesh above the chest. She was wearing black high heels, had long, wavy, brownish-yellow hair, and her lips were clearly painted with lipstick. At this moment, Director Wu Zhengguo stood up, walked up to the two men, and said to Lin Yan, "This is Comrade Zhang Fengwan, who has the most combat experience in our bureau. And this is Lin Yan, your partner this time." Lin Yan glanced at the older sister beside him with some reluctance. The older sister immediately reached out to greet Lin Yan. "Hello. Hello." Seeing that the woman in front of him was taking such a proactive approach to showing goodwill, Lin Yan had no choice but to respond by shaking her hand. However, Lin Yan found himself holding Zhang Fengjuan's hand tightly, which made him feel quite embarrassed. After all, this was in a conference room, and it was very awkward with so many people watching. Lin Yan tried to pull her hand away, but Zhang Fengjuan held it tightly, then smiled gently and let go. Seeing this, everyone smiled, surprised that Lin Yan remained so calm and composed in front of the bureau chief. It's surprising to see her so shy. All right, Lin Yan, I had no choice but to accept this case. Director Wu Zhengguo looked at Lin Yan meaningfully again, patted Lin Yan's shoulder forcefully, and continued speaking. "If I had even one person here who knew how to identify counterfeit money, I wouldn't let you take the risk." As he spoke, he pointed with his right hand at the police officers standing around him. Upon hearing the bureau chief's words, everyone stopped smiling and lowered their heads. Lin Yan could also tell that this bureau chief was an extremely concerned person with his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such things. This chief. Just as Lin Yan was about to say something, Wu Zhengguo grabbed Lin Yan's hand and said very seriously, "Don't worry, you'll receive the full amount of treatment you're entitled to, down to the highest possible level. Furthermore, after the case is closed, I will award you a medal for outstanding citizenship. By then, the entire city of Shanghai, and even the whole of China, will know of your heroic deeds." At this moment, Lin Yan was indeed somewhat tempted. After all, this would indirectly promote him, and the level of shock would definitely skyrocket. It should be noted that Zhao Zhejia's filming of his contest with Qian Xiaohao had caused his level of shock to rise continuously. Of course, Lin Yan doesn't care about reputation. Right now, only the shock value matters. As long as he has enough shock points, he can acquire countless skills. With skills in hand, I have the world at my fingertips. Okay. With your words, Director, I feel relieved. Hearing Lin Yan's answer, Wu Zhengguo was very pleased, and then turned to the surrounding police officers. Look at yourselves, then look at Lin Yan. I don't want to say anything more. A moment later, the slides in the conference room were turned on. Then, the image of a stranger appeared on it. This time, Director Wu Zhengguo personally provided the explanation. Lin Yan, this time you will be playing him, nicknamed Niu San, real name Chen Er Go. Of course, don't worry. This person has been taken into custody. Besides, the contact person has never seen him before, so you don't need to worry about being recognized. Hearing the director say that, Lin Yan had nothing more to say. At this moment, the bureau chief came to Lin Yan again and looked at him very seriously. Our investigation revealed that these counterfeiters are extremely cunning. Moreover, they only sell to experts, that is, industry insiders. Ordinary people don't even have the chance to see counterfeit money. Also, they will try to read people's expressions at first, but once they sense something is wrong, they will disappear immediately. Therefore, when you meet them, you must be careful and cautious, and the more carefree you appear, the better. At this moment, Director Wu Zhengguo gave Lin Yan a last-minute tutoring session. After all, Lin Yan's performance directly determined the success or failure of this case. If Lin Yan had shown even the slightest slip-up in front of the counterfeit money gang, the case would have certainly ended in failure. Moreover, this incident will surely prevent the counterfeit money gang from being fooled again. Therefore, it will be difficult to find the mastermind behind this again. Lin Yan, understanding the seriousness of the matter, said very earnestly, Chief, don't worry. I will do my best to be a genuine buyer of counterfeit money. Hearing this, Wu Zhengguo felt a surge of joy. The more he looked at Lin Yan, the more pleasing he became, feeling that this young man was much better than his subordinates. He is capable, responsible, and has a strong sense of justice. He exudes an air of self-assurance. After saying that, Director Wu Zhengguo patted Lin Yan's shoulder forcefully and slowly walked out of the conference room. Lin Yan knew what Wu Zhengguo meant. After all, the entire police station couldn't find anyone who could identify counterfeit money, so they had to force a college student to be the contact person. There was no other way this time. Finally, Zhang Fengwan was called into the director's office. Fengwan, no matter the outcome, even if the operation fails, you must protect Lin Yan's safety. After all, he came to help out of kindness. If something really happens to him, well, I really feel bad about it. Get out. After saying that, Wu Zhengguo walked directly to the window. To be honest, Wu Zhengguo himself had no idea what to expect from this operation. Even if Lin Yan can identify counterfeit money, he is still a college student after all. Although, it looks pretty good so far. However, dealing with counterfeit money gangs is not so simple, once something seems amiss. At best, the other party will disappear immediately. At worst, both sides may have to go to war. There are reports that the counterfeit money gang also has handguns on their person. In a bungalow in the city of Shanghai. Big brother, I have news. That Niu-san we talked about last time wants to buy something. At that moment, a man in his 30s walked up to the second floor with his mobile phone in his hand. Upon hearing this, the young man standing by the window, without turning around, slowly said, Then you go and make contact with the bald guy. Be very careful. The cops are cracking down hard lately. Furthermore, we must observe carefully, and if we find anything amiss, we must leave immediately. Upon hearing this, the bald man and the man in the suit nodded vigorously. After all, the worst thing about being in this underworld is getting caught by the cops. Everyone lives with their head on the line, so naturally they keep this kind of thing in mind. Go. Chapter 70: The First Encounter with the Counterfeit Money Gang. A small restaurant in the suburbs of Shanghai. A very ordinary car slowly pulled up in front of the tavern, and a man and a woman got out. The man had a roguish air about him, looking like a nouveau riche, especially with his black hair all slicked back and a large gold chain around his neck. As the saying goes, if a man wants to succeed, he must slick his hair back. The woman next to me looks like the type of woman from the night. That's right, The people who came down were Lin Yin and Zhang Fengwan. Lin Yin kept stirring the toothpick in his mouth, glancing sideways at the shop name on it. This is the restaurant. There's someone here. Then, the two looked at each other and slowly walked inside. When Lin Yin and his companion entered the restaurant, they found it completely quiet, as if no one was there. However, Lin Yin still caught a glimpse of someone peeking through the curtains inside. Smack! Lin Yin slammed his briefcase on the table, plopped down, crossed his legs, and arrogantly shouted. Where are they? Are they all dead? Nobody's here for a meal. What a disappointment. A tremendous roar echoed throughout the restaurant, as if he were the king of the place. Anyone who didn't know better would think some thug had come to bully them again. At this moment, the two people who were peeking from the inner room exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Nyo-san, you guys are too slow. At this moment, a cheerful voice came from the inner room. Lin Yin immediately realized what was happening upon hearing the voice. Haha, Baldy, it's not that we were slow, you guys were fast. Lin Yin said with a smile, trying to get close to him in a familiar way. At this moment, the man in the suit glanced at Zhang Fengwan next to Lin Yin and casually said, This must be my sister-in-law. Hearing this, Lin Yin knew that this was a test. According to intelligence from the police station, this Nyo-san, also known as Zhang Ergu, is a bachelor who has never been married and has no wife. Lin Yin pointed at the man in the suit and said with a smile, I, Nyo-san, have plenty of women. This is just one of my lovers. After saying that, he didn't forget to slap Zhang Fengwan's, but hard, which made Zhang Fengwan give Lin Yin a wink. However, in his heart, he cursed Lin Yan's ancestors for 18 generations. He was shy even shaking hands in the police station meeting room, but now he's patting his own, but in public. It's just pretentious. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the bald man and the man in the suit exchanged a glance. Then, the bald man said something very politely. Come, everyone sit down. At this moment, Lin Yin smiled but didn't say anything. He knew that he had now passed the first test from the counterfeit money gang, which meant that they were now getting down to business. Lin Yin originally thought that after sitting down, the two guys would get straight to the point. However, these two guys kept rambling on and on about floods here and droughts there, without mentioning the counterfeit money at all. Lin Yin was furious at the sight, and finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Bang! Lin Yin stood up abruptly, slammed his hand on the table, and arrogantly pointed at the two of them with his right hand. My older brother sent me to buy things, not to listen to your news. I'd rather go to a spa to get a scrub than waste that time. Let's go. Then, he simply kicked the door open and prepared to leave. Seeing this, not only were the two members of the counterfeit money gang nervous, but more importantly, Wu Zhenghua in the van a kilometer away was also nervous. If those two people really don't try to stop them, then should Lin Yin and his companion stay or leave? If they really leave, then today's operation will be considered a failure. If they don't leave, those two will definitely notice something amiss, and all their previous efforts might be in vain. The operation would fail, since the mastermind behind it all hasn't appeared yet. Thump, thump, thump. The distinct sound of footsteps echoed throughout the restaurant, making Zhang Fengwan, a veteran police officer, extremely nervous. After all, this was the first time she had ever seen someone take the initiative like this. At this moment, Lin Yin didn't turn his head and walked straight outside. He knew that the battle against the counterfeit money gang had already begun when he stepped into the restaurant. This is a crucial moment. He's gambling that these two guys will try to keep him. If someone tries to persuade the other person to stay, it means that most of their wariness has been eliminated. At this moment, the bald man and the man in the suit exchanged a smile and shook their heads. Clearly, they had not yet realized that Lin Yin was an imposter. Just as Lin Yin dared to step out the door with his left foot, the bald man strode forward and grabbed him. Brother Nyo, calm down, it was our fault. Afterwards, they invited Lin Yin back to his seat, but Lin Yin still acted rudely, pointing arrogantly at the two of them. Fine, I'll give you face today for my brother's sake. Upon hearing this, the two men's faces lit up with smiles, completely unconcerned about Lin Yan's arrogance. At this moment, Zhang Fengwan felt a sense of relief and looked at Lin Yin with disbelief. Could it be that this guy had already seen through the two of them? That was close. Sitting in the car, Wu Zhengwo wiped away his sweat and muttered to himself. He originally thought today's operation had failed, but unexpectedly, there was a turning point. He even suspected that Lin Yin had done it on purpose, but considering that the other party was only a college student in his 20s, it was unbelievable that he had such a clever and quick mind. Okay, put the things out. I have things to do back home. Lin Yin spoke to the two of them without any politeness. At this moment, the two looked at each other, and then the bald man took out a few banknotes from his pocket and placed them in front of Lin Yin. Brother Niu, the cops have been cracking down lately, so they only brought these out. Would you like to take a look? Lin Yin squinted at the few banknotes on the table. He knew the real test was about to begin. However, he wasn't worried at all. He has systematic counterfeit money identification skills. The few bills in front of him aren't even enough for him to warm up. Then, Lin Yin quickly picked up the banknotes on the table and kept touching them in his hands. At this moment, the atmosphere in the private room of the restaurant was unusually heavy. Zhang Fengwan knew that this was the most important test, and if she failed, a fight would definitely break out. Moreover, the bald man and the man in the suit were also looking at Lin Yin with serious expressions. If Lin Yin can't see the secret behind this, it means he's not someone in the industry. Therefore, there is only one possibility. He must have been sent by the police. At this moment, even Wu Zhenghua, who was sitting in the car, looked nervous. No matter how well you behave at the police station, you're putting on an act in front of a counterfeit money gang. If even the slightest mistake is made, all previous efforts will be in vain. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out on the dining table. Bang! Chapter 71 Determining the Transaction Time. The Cunning of the Counterfeit Money Gang. Bang! A loud noise immediately echoed throughout the restaurant, even overturning the wine glasses on the tables. Lin Yin gave the two of them a cold look, then slammed the banknotes on the table. Baldy, you're really cunning. Looks like my brother was right. You even dare to fool your own brother. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the bald man's eyes immediately lit up. 2 of these 7 are from a year ago, and I've used them. 2 of them were from out of town and have been out of stock for a long time. I really admire you for still having them here. At this moment, the bald man no longer dared to look at Lin Yan and kept rubbing his mustache with his fingers. Lin Yin picked up the last 3 cards and waved them in front of the 2 of them. And these 3 are genuine. What are you doing? Selling real ones as fakes? You've got some nerve. Upon hearing this, both of them fell silent, and for a moment the entire private room was completely quiet. Inside the van, Wu Zhenghua looked pleased, as one of the policemen remarked. Chief, did this kid sell counterfeit money before? Should we investigate him? Yeah, when I heard that, I felt like there was something wrong with this kid. That's right. If we weren't familiar with him, I would really suspect that this kid has a criminal record. Hearing his subordinate say this, Wu Zhenghua's face turned serious. If you're so capable, then come and get me. Stop your endless chatter. After Wu Zhenghua said that, the entire van fell silent. At this point, Wu Zhenghua grew to like this kid more and more. He was exceptionally outstanding. Inside the private room, the two were immediately embarrassed by Lin Yan's words. I'm so sorry. Brother Niu, look at me, I'm getting old. Doing this for so long has made my eyesight blurry, and I can't even tell the difference between real and fake anymore. Lin Yin listened coldly to the other party's apology, knowing in her heart that she had passed the other party's test. At this moment, Zhang Fengwan looked at Lin Yin with disbelief. From the moment she entered the room until now, she had managed to lead the 2 guys by the nose, with Lin Yin basically in control. Afterwards, the bald man and the man in the suit even took the initiative to raise their glasses and apologize to Lin Yin. Their attitude seemed very sincere and earnest. Of course, at this point, Lin Yin knew he had said enough. Once this glass of wine is drunk, the negotiation phase will officially begin. Come on, Brother Niu, let me toast you. The 4 of them raised their glasses and drank, creating a very peaceful atmosphere. After a few rounds of drinks, Lin Yin took the initiative to start talking. Baldy, as your brother, I can actually understand what you're doing. After all, we're all in this together, constantly risking our lives, so we all have to be careful. At this point, the 2 nodded in agreement. The man in the suit patted Lin Yin on the shoulder and said, Brother, I'm very pleased to hear you say that. In fact, many people were very opposed to our approach before. But what can we do? We only have one head, so we have to be careful to avoid disaster. A moment later, the three men, each with their own ulterior motives, became sworn brothers, as if everything that had just happened was a dream. At this moment, the bald man tentatively asked, "Brother Nyo, how much stock are you buying this time?" Hearing this, Lin Yin glanced at the two of them and then said, "That depends on how much stock you have, Baldy. How much do you have? That's how much I want." Upon hearing this, the bald man and the man in the suit exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with amusement. After all, previous buyers had only placed small orders, which wasn't enough to satisfy their needs. Unexpectedly, this Nyo-san was so bold as to finish the whole meal. After a moment, the bald man scratched his head awkwardly and said to Lin Yin, "Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the police are checking closely during the new year. Even though I have so much stock, my brother is only thinking about your safety." At this moment, Lin Yin picked up a peanut with his chopsticks, slowly put it in his mouth, and didn't say a word. Zhang Fengwan, Lin Yan's partner, was also a little confused, wondering what Lin Yan was up to. A moment later, another loud bang came from the private room. Bang! Lin Yan slammed his hand on the table, breaking the chopsticks in his hand. "Baldy, I came all this way to buy goods, and you're telling me you don't have that many? Are you guys deliberately messing with me?" At this moment, the entire private room was filled with Lin Yan's anger. The two guys were completely taken aback. They were just saying they didn't have that much stock, not that they weren't going to deliver it, yet they got so angry. However, seeing Lin Yan like this, the two guys were unsure of themselves. If we really anger Lin Yan and she stops buying, wouldn't we suffer a huge loss? After all, people in their line of work rarely encounter such wealthy and powerful buyers, let alone regular customers. "Hey, Brother Nyo-san, please don't be angry. We simply don't have that much stock. It's not like we're refusing to sell to you. Of course, we're definitely not trying to mess with you." After saying that, he didn't forget to add some white wine to Lin Yan's glass. Lin Yan looked unhappy, but of course, it was all an act, in order to further break down the two people's defenses. "Baldy, I understand you guys pretty well, but you have to understand me. If I don't bring enough goods, my older brother will really mess with me. You know what kind of person my older brother is." At this point, Lin Yan downed the liquor in his glass in one gulp. At this moment, the bald man and the man in the suit exchanged a glance, and then the man in the suit said, "Okay, this is the most we'll offer." Then, he held up 3 fingers in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan glanced at them, and a disdainful expression appeared on his lips. "Only 300,000. That's barely enough to eat. You can take it home and use it as a pillow." After saying that, he prepared to get up and leave. At this moment, the bald man suddenly pressed Lin Yan down into his seat, repeatedly saying, Brother, we're talking about 3 million. 3 million? That's for sure," Lin Yan said with a look of disbelief. At this moment, the two of them spoke. Sure. Hearing this, Lin Yan sat down again, playing with his lighter, and glanced at the two of them. "Just tell me how many locations you're offering." At this point, the bald man and the man in the suit exchanged a glance, and then spoke. 7 points. Hearing this, Lin Yan shook his head, thinking it was too deliberate. Too expensive, 5% at most. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit pondered for a moment. "Fine, I'll take the loss. We can't lower it by 6 points, or we'll lose our business." Lin Yan pouted and looked at the two of them with sharp eyes. "Baldy, you need to know that your goods have serious problems. The ink smell is too strong, and the braille dots are not raised enough. How dare you ask for 6 dots? 5 points at most. Any more, and I'll go to another place." After Lin Yan said that, the two of them were speechless. After all, they were experts. However, she is still a bit too inexperienced compared to Lin Yan. The man in the suit's expression hardened for a moment. Then he looked at Lin Yan with a smile. "Okay, 5 points. That's the lowest we can go. Otherwise, we'll really be starving." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan knew that the bargaining was about over. "Okay, 5 points it is. Please specify the time and place." The bald man and the man in the suit exchanged a glance and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. even though it was cheaper than usual at 5 o'clock. However, large volumes can still be profitable. Lin Yin also knew that the closer they got to the final step, the more careful they had to be. Especially sellers who do this kind of business. They won't reveal the specific location to the other party until the very last minute. We'll call you at 1 a.m. tonight. After saying that, the man in the suit led the bald man away from the restaurant. Chapter 72 Mining Deal, Operation Exposed. The entrance to the Blue Whale Hotel. Whether you go or not, I'm a woman and I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Zhang Fengwan looked at Lin Yin with disdain. She couldn't believe that the guy who had just been acting tough with the counterfeit money gang was now standing at the hotel entrance, too afraid to go in. No, Sister Zhang, there's no need for this. If word gets out, it'll have a really bad impact. Lin Yin looked at Zhang Fengwan with a helpless expression, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Besides, I'm a young, handsome guy. My girlfriend should at least be a woman in her 20s. Look at yourself. At this moment, Lin Yin showed a look of disgust on his face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengwan became furious. I'm a married woman, and I don't care about this. I never expected that I would be looked down upon by a young man today. I'm telling you one last time, that counterfeit money gang is very likely watching us from nearby. I'm going all out to complete this mission. What are you, a single guy, afraid of? It's not like we're really doing it. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yin to speak, she grabbed his clothes and walked towards the hotel lobby. At that moment, about 20 meters apart on the roadside, the two men exchanged a glance and then left. In the suite, puff, Lin Yin was pushed onto the bed by Zhang Fengwan, who gave Lin Yin a flirtatious look. Then, she turned around in front of Lin Yin, slowly took off her trench coat, and went into the bathroom. The bathroom glass is frosted, and you can see a blurry figure from the bed. At this moment, Lin Yan's face was filled with fear. No way. Could it be that I really lost my virginity to a woman in her 30s today? Thinking of this, Lin Yin felt a pang of bitterness. Just then, Zhang Fengwan came out of the bathroom, dressed neatly, but with both sleeves rolled up. What are you thinking? Then, she looked at Lin Yin with a smile. At this moment, Lin Yin felt a chill run down his spine. He realized he had indeed been overthinking things. No, it's nothing. At this moment, Zhang Fengwan plopped down in the chair opposite her and looked at Lin Yin with surprise. I just can't believe you have this ability. You have those two people under your thumb. To be honest, you're the first person I can't see through. Hearing Zhang Fengwan say this, Lin Yin smiled slightly. I learned all of this from movies. After all, people in this industry are insecure. The more arrogant you act, the more they will believe you. Besides, if we really started fighting, two people wouldn't even be enough for me to warm up. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengwan raised an eyebrow. To be honest, I'm even a little bit smitten with someone as outstanding as you. What a pity, I'm already married. Otherwise, I could introduce you to my cousin. Just as Lin Yin was about to reply, the landline in the room rang. Lin Yin didn't need to think too much to know that it was Director Wu Zhenghua calling. To ensure the mission was completed flawlessly, both men handed over their cell phones before the operation began. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the phone rang. Lin Yin picked up his phone, his voice very low. Hello. Abandoned mines in the east of the city. The call was then disconnected. Lin Yin knew this was the transaction location mentioned by the counterfeit money gang, so he put on his clothes, and Zhang Fengwan followed him out. Half an hour later, Lin Yin and his companion drove slowly to the mine and, sure enough, saw the 4 people in the car standing there quietly. 4 people in one car is simply not enough to hold 3 million. Hearing Zhang Fengwan say this, Lin Yin knew that this counterfeit money gang had no intention of making a deal this time. Lin Yin calmly got out of the car, lit a cigarette, and arrogantly said to the bald man, Baldy, this setup is even bigger than escorting real money. I almost turned around and ran away. Hearing Lin Yin say that, the bald man gave a sinister smile. Brother, you understand us. We had no other choice. After all, there are too many of them. If we don't send more people, I'll really have a hard time explaining if the goods get lost. Lin Yin took a deep drag on his cigarette and impatiently waved his hand. All right. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Did you bring the goods? Let's finish quickly and go home. At this moment, the entire mine was silent, as if there was no one else besides the two groups of people. However, the bald man did not make a move in response to Lin Yan's words. Moreover, he looked at Lin Yan without any politeness. "We need to see payment before we deliver the goods." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's gaze sharpened, and he stared at the bald man with murderous intent. "Hey, bald guy, are you planning to break the rules of the industry? You should know that in this industry, it has always been the case that you inspect the goods first and then pay. Those who break the rules of the game usually meet a terrible end." At this moment, Lin Yan was facing 4 people alone, and surprisingly, he had the upper hand in terms of momentum. At this moment, the bald man said with a troubled expression, "Oh dear, Brother Nyo, I have no choice. We're still rushing to finish the last batch." Lin Yan ignored his nonsense and turned to walk towards her car. After all, at this point, it's all about psychological warfare. If Lin Yan and the other person show even the slightest abnormality, the deal will end in failure. Even though Director Wu Zhenghua had already led his men to ambush near the mine. However, there was no evidence at the scene, so it didn't matter to these guys. Moreover, the mastermind behind this has not yet appeared. Just as Lin Yan was about to get into the car, the bald man gave a signal to one of his men, and then said to Lin Yan, "Brother Nyo, you're here? This time you're really here." Lin Yan slowly turned his head and saw a dilapidated van slowly driving towards him. Smack! Lin Yan slammed the car door shut and walked over with Zhang Fengwan. He knew that the real battle was about to begin. At this moment, 2 men got out of the van and carried 3 large boxes off the ground. "Brother Nyo, I didn't lie to you, did I? Can I see the money first? As long as I see the money, I'll inspect the goods as I please." At this point, the bald man acted unusually generously, and they also hoped to finish the transaction as soon as possible. Lin Yan looked at the 3 large boxes on the ground, a faint smell of ink wafting from them. It's obvious that the box contains counterfeit money. Okay. Then, the bald man followed Lin Yan to the trunk of the car. Click. Lin Yan deftly and quickly opened the box of money. The bald man stared wide-eyed at the box of money. However, having been in the underworld for so long, he still cautiously drew a few cards to verify them. After all, it would be all over if Lin Yan tricked them. If someone uses counterfeit money to buy counterfeit money, the boss will shoot him when he gets back. Okay. After the inspection, the bald man was relieved and led Lin Yan to his goods, preparing to have his men open them so that Lin Yan could inspect them. Just then, the bald man's phone rang, and a deep voice came from the other end. "It's the cops, let's go." Chapter 73, The Mysterious Black Gun. Lin Yan is enraged. Upon hearing this voice, the bald man was terrified and stared at Lin Yan in disbelief. Unexpectedly, after calling each other brother for so long, Lin Yan, who looked more like a gangster than him, turned out to be a policeman. At this moment, a surge of ruthlessness rose within the bald man, and he shouted at the remaining 5 people. "They're cops, let's go." After saying that, the thugs ran towards the 3 boxes, intending to take them with them and leave. At this moment, Lin Yan knocked down several thugs with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. Lin Yan heard the voice on the other end of the phone while the bald man was answering it. Moreover, Lin Yan's skills were far beyond what a few thugs could defeat. He was dealt with in no time. At this point, 3 thugs were already lying on the ground. Just as Lin Yan was about to reap the spoils, a sharp voice rang out from nearby. "Put it down, step back." At this moment, the bald man pressed a dagger directly against Zhang Fengjuan's throat, its cold light gleaming in the darkness, and a chilling aura emanating from it. At this moment, Lin Yan glared at the bald man and angrily kicked the thug on the ground. "Dude, you're amazing. So, after all this time, you're actually a cop. Okay, very good." The bald man was very agitated. After all, people in his line of work are most afraid of encountering the police. At this moment, Lin Yan vaguely saw a little blood slowly flowing down Zhang Fengjuan's neck. "Oof, I'll count to 3, then I'll release her. Otherwise, don't blame me for being polite." At this moment, Lin Yan was no longer deflated. In fact, he became even more arrogant. "And do you really think it's just the 2 of us? The entire mine is now under police surveillance. You can't escape." After he finished speaking, Police sirens blared throughout the entire mine. The three people who heard this immediately panicked. At this moment, the bald man quickly said, "What's the panic? We have hostages. Besides, it will take them at least 5 more minutes to get up here." At this moment, Lin Yin picked up a rock from the ground and hurled it at the bald man. Bang! A fist-sized rock smashed directly into the bald man's face, and a scream came from his mouth. Ah! Immediately afterwards, the dagger in the bald man's hand fell to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Fengwan elbowed him in the chest with her right hand, causing the bald man to stagger backward. At this moment, Lin Yin went straight up and threw 2 punches, knocking the other 2 thugs to the ground. He grabbed the bald man by the collar with his right hand and glared at him fiercely. "You're so tough now, huh? Now you show me how tough you can be." He kept slapping the bald man with his left hand, saying repeatedly, "Why did you have to answer the phone like that? Wouldn't it have been better if I had just caught you? Why did you have to pull this stunt? You made me sweat all over. You know, these clothes were borrowed. I have to return them. How am I supposed to return it to them after you've made me do this?" At this moment, the bald man was stunned by Lin Yan's attack. "I've been hitting myself for ages, and it turns out it's just a piece of clothing. Does that mean my life isn't even worth as much as a piece of clothing? I'll pay, okay." At this moment, the bald man knelt on the ground, his voice hoarse. Just as Lin Yan was about to handcuff the bald man, a voice rang out behind him, accompanied by his daughter's scream. "Hands up!" Lin Yan slowly turned around, and the scene before him made his expression change instantly. At this moment, a young man in a black suit, wearing a mask, escorted Zhang Fengwan. He pressed the pistol in his right hand directly against Zhang Fengwan's head, his eyes sharply fixed on Lin Yan. "You thought you were pretty good at fighting? Now, try turning it sideways." At this moment, Lin Yan looked at everything in front of him and was at a loss. Even if he has the physique of a special forces soldier, he can't be faster than a bullet. Moreover, Zhang Fengwan is still in his hands, so he doesn't dare to do anything reckless now. However, Lin Yan glanced indifferently at the man in black in front of him. "You must be the mastermind behind it all. I can't believe you dare show up today. There are so many police officers down the mountain. Do you think you can escape?" Lin Yan's words echoed throughout the entire mine, and the sound of police sirens grew closer and closer, indicating that they would arrive in a short while. The young man glanced coldly at Lin Yan and said to the bald man, "Run." Afterwards, the two of them, along with Zhang Fengwan, slowly left under Lin Yan's watchful gaze. At this moment, the young man turned around and glanced at Lin Yan. "Your name is Lin Yan, right? Go back and see if you can still get through to your sister on the phone. Remember to wait for my call." After saying that, the 3 disappeared into the night sky. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was shocked. Had something happened to his sister? At this moment, police cars arrived one after another and saw a mess on the ground. There were 4 other thugs, and Wu Zhenghua had overheard the conversation. Unexpectedly, it actually happened. The goods were found, and the mastermind behind them was exposed, but the person was not caught, and one of them was even kidnapped. Bang! Lin Yan slammed his right hand hard on the hood of the police car, coldly watching Wu Zhenghua whisper in his ear, "My sister has been arrested. There's a mole in the police station." Afterwards, Lin Yan drove directly to Jiangnan Conservatory of Music to confirm whether what that person said was true. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua realized the seriousness of the situation, and his eyes flashed with anger. "Fall back." Police station, conference room. Wu Zhenghua coldly looked at the dozen or so police officers who were carrying out the operation and knew the plan. If there's a mole, then everyone here is a suspect. The thought of the mole sent chills down Wu Zhenghua's spine. Meeting adjourned. Suddenly, Wu Zhenghua's words stunned everyone. He had been called in and hadn't said a word for a long time, and now he was like this. However, because Wu Zhenghua was in a fit of anger, no one dared to speak, and they slowly left the meeting room. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a furrowed brow, sat in the conference room. He knew the situation was extremely critical, if the mole wasn't caught in time. Therefore, their next move will still be discovered by the mastermind behind the scenes. Immediately, Wu Zhenghua took out his phone and dialed the name on it. "Hey, old Li, I need to borrow someone." At this moment, Lin Yin had already driven towards the location of Jiangnan Conservatory of Music, his right hand constantly scrolling through his phone. The list contains over 20 phone numbers belonging to Zhao Jijia, all from today. Lin Yin grew increasingly anxious. Numerous signs indicated that Lin Qian had indeed been kidnapped. Hello, is this Lin Yin? Qian has disappeared. Chapter 74. Wu Zhenghua is stunned, acting alone. At this moment, Lin Yin felt as if his heart was being burned by a raging fire, feeling extremely uncomfortable and indignant. Bang! Lin Yin slammed his right hand on the steering wheel, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and said fiercely, "If even a single hair on my sister's head is lost, I will make you wish you were dead." At this point, Lin Yan's car was already traveling at 100 miles per hour, speeding erratically throughout the suburbs, prompting numerous traffic police officers to give chase. However, he could never catch up with Lin Yan's speed. Sizzle! Lin Yan drifted straight to the dormitory of Jiangnan Conservatory of Music and rushed in, ignoring the dormitory supervisor's attempts to stop him. Seeing Lin Yan's hurried appearance, everyone started to discuss among themselves. Wow, why is Professor Lin rushing to the girls' dormitory? I heard that Lin Qian disappeared and hasn't been found yet. Yes, I've heard about it too. No wonder Professor Lin was in such a hurry. Bang! Lin Yan slammed his hand on the door of dormitory 526, and the scene that came into view made him even angrier. Zhao Jijia sat on the chair and cried. Even Ding Zhang came. At this moment, everyone stood up when they saw Lin Yan arrive. I'm so sorry, I've lost Qian. Zhao Jijia stood sadly in front of Lin Yan, her face streaked with tears. At this moment, everyone tried to comfort Lin Yan, but Lin Yan didn't want to listen to any of it. He then looked at Zhao Jijia seriously. Now, recount the events in detail, the more detailed the better. Half an hour later, Lin Yan sat silently in a chair, the floor littered with cigarette butts, the entire dormitory reeking of smoke. Lin Yan angrily threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground, then stomped it out with his right foot. He stood up abruptly and walked outside without looking back. At this moment, Ding Zhang Huaxing said to Lin Yan, "Lin Yan, don't be impulsive. We've already called the police." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan gave a cold smile, but did not reply and drove away. Police station. Director Wu Zhenghua sat in his chair with a somber expression, his cigarette never leaving his hand. He knew the situation was extremely serious. Not only were there spies within the organization, but 2 people had also been kidnapped. In other words, they were completely on the defensive and had to listen to the counterfeit money gang no matter what. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua knew that if this matter was not handled properly, the 2 hostages would be in danger. Moreover, if the spies aren't caught, the entire police station becomes a sieve, and the counterfeit money gang can know their every move at any time. More importantly, his own official position would also be in jeopardy. Bang! Just then, the door to the director's office was kicked open. Numerous police officers tried to stop Lin Yan at the entrance, but they were unable to. Wu Zhenghua looked at everything in front of him with a serious expression and then said, "You all get out first." At this moment, everyone realized that something was wrong. Seeing that the 2 of them were no longer speaking, everyone left the office. Lin Yan stared coldly at Wu Zhenghua, his eyes bloodshot and frightening, his hands bulging with veins, like an angry beast. At this moment, looking at Lin Yan, Wu Zhenghua suddenly felt a sense of fear. Then, he shook his head vigorously, stood up, and said awkwardly, "It was my negligence. They actually had people at the police station. It's my fault your sister got arrested. Don't worry, I've already asked my superiors to transfer police from other areas to carry out the operation." At this moment, Lin Yan didn't have time to listen to Wu Zhenghua's explanation and casually said, "I don't want to hear your explanation. Give me a weapon, and I'll handle my own affairs. Also, you'd better find the rats in the bureau before I get back." Upon hearing this, Wu Zhenghua was immediately put in a difficult position. After all, Lin Yan wasn't a police officer and had no right to carry a gun. If he rashly handed the gun to Lin Yan, he would be subject to severe disciplinary action. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua looked at Lin Yan with a troubled expression. "I understand how you feel, but you don't know how to use a gun at all. Moreover, we don't even know how many of them there are. Even if you're a great fighter, you can't win alone. Wu Jinghua's earnest words echoed in the office. He was trying to save Lin Yan. After all, in his opinion, even if Lin Yan was very good at fighting, if the other side had a gun and he didn't know how to fight, what could he use to fight the other side? If anything goes wrong, I'm afraid I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Lin Yan coldly stared at Wu Zhenghua, his eyes catching sight of the pistol on the desk. With lightning speed, he picked up the pistol and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Bang, bang, bang. The loud gunshots echoed throughout the police station. All the officers stared in disbelief at the chief's office before rushing towards it. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua stared in disbelief at the pistol placed on the table. Looking at the target on the wall, there are 3 clearly visible bullet holes in the very center. He witnessed Lin Yan fire the gun right in front of him. Moreover, the target was on Lin Yan's right hand, and Lin Yan didn't even look at the target when he fired. In that instant, he completed a series of actions, taking the gun, loading it, firing, and releasing it. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua looked at Lin Yan as if he had seen a ghost. It's worth noting that he won first prize in the national shooting competition when he was young. However, he couldn't guarantee that he could do what Lin Yan did. Bang! At that moment, the office door was kicked open. All the police officers looked anxiously into the office, wanting to know what had happened. After all, gunfire is not a good thing. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua looked at everyone with a serious expression. What are you looking at? Get out of here! Wu Zhenghua roared, startling all the police officers who fled the office. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua glanced at Lin Yan and knew that it was no use saying anything now. Then, he took 2 magazines from the drawer and placed them next to the pistol, and then took out a black electronic device from another drawer. This is a GPS tracking device. Once you find it, turn it on, and I'll bring people with me immediately. Then, Wu Zhenghua stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the target on the wall. Lin Yan quickly put away his pistol. He knew that no matter what the outcome, Wu Zhenghua's time as director was over. Such a serious incident has occurred, and he was even given a pistol. Regardless of the reason, he must step down. However, Lin Yan felt extremely grateful that Wu Zhenghua had taken such a great risk to give him the gun. I will pay you back. Then, Lin Yan walked straight out of the office. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Lin Yan's mind. Shock level from Wu Zhenghua plus 1,000. At the same time, Lin Yan's phone rang. Noon, Blind Man's Island. Also, bring 5 million. Remember, don't call the police, or you'll be collecting your sister's corpse. Chapter 75 Lin Dingtian's Speculation, Blind Man Island. The Lin family villa. 2 elderly people with white hair, who looked to be at least 70 or 80 years old, sat by a small pond. Move out. Fire. The 2 old men were locked in a fierce battle on the chessboard, their faces grim, as if they were fighting on a real battlefield. Every now and then, there was the sound of chess pieces hitting the chessboard, and there was even a scene of 2 old men fighting each other. Hey, Lin the Madman, you're still a leopard that can't change its spots. You actually took back your move. What do you mean by take back a move? My piece hasn't even touched the board yet. You old geezer. The 2 old men played chess while cursing each other, their expressions suggesting they wished the other would die immediately. Bang! Smack! Both sides gripped the chessboard, their 4 old eyes glaring at each other, each wanting the other to concede defeat. Just then, footsteps came from outside. Whoosh! The 2 elderly people immediately resumed their usual serious demeanor, and from the outside they appeared to be very friendly, taking turns walking. The back-and-forth exchanges were very harmonious. Sir, something terrible has happened. Miss Lin Qian has been kidnapped. Upon hearing this, Lin Dingtian's eyes narrowed, and he realized something was wrong. It's important to know that Lin Yan treats Lin Qian like his own younger sister. Now that Lin Qian is in trouble, her grandson Lin Yan must be very anxious. Just then, a telephone rang from the stone bench next to us. The butler looked down and said to Lin Dingtian, "It's the young master's call." Just as the butler picked up the phone, preparing to hand it to Lin Dingtian, Lin Dingtian made a decision and waved his hand to indicate that he would not accept the offer. The butler was puzzled when he heard the master say that, but he did not hesitate. "Hey, young Master Lin Yan. You want information about Blind Man Island?" The butler observed Lin Dingtian's actions, and after a moment's contemplation, Lin Dingtian nodded directly. Okay, sure. An extra 5 million, is that right? Sure. I'll send it to you in an hour. Lin Dingtian listened to the conversation and looked at the old man opposite him with a smile. So what? In the end, you're still a member of the Lin family. You've got guts. One man, one gun, daring to storm Blind Man's Island. Upon hearing this, the old man opposite him lit up, even though he found the man's appearance extremely annoying. However, Lin Yan's courage alone far surpasses that of his peers. That's true, but don't forget that Blind Man's Island is a den of thieves. There are at least 100 people in there, even if your grandson manages to get to the island. But taking 2 women away won't be an easy task. At this point, Lin Dingtian paused for a moment while holding the chess piece. I know that I originally planned to keep it for training special forces on Blind Island. But since my grandson wants to save people, then let's just flatten it. As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from Lin Dingtian's body. In his eyes, even a massive Blind Man's Island was nothing more than a matter of a word from him. It exudes an air of effortless power, as if a fleeting conversation could obliterate enemy ships and towers. This shows that in Lin Dingtian's eyes, Blind Island was nothing but a fart. Upon hearing this, the old man opposite him leaned over and looked at Lin Dingtian with amusement. From what you're saying, you're planning to use connections to get your grandson in school. That's not like you at all. Lin Dingtian slowly stood up, put his hands behind his back, looked at the fish in the pond, and said calmly, necessary training is still necessary, especially since he grew up in an ordinary family and has never been exposed to real conspiracies. I just wanted to see if he had potential, but judging from his performance last time, he was pretty good. However, I wonder where he got his skills and where he learned such superb shooting skills. At this moment, a piece of intelligence about Lin Yan firing 3 shots in the police chief's office appeared on the chessboard. The old man opposite him looked at the intelligence report with a suspicious expression. He knew a lot about Lin Dingtian's grandson. After all, he had been helping with the search for over 20 years. Looking at the intelligence in his hand, and then at Lin Dingtian's back, the old man slowly said, so you mean someone or some organization is secretly grooming Lin Yan? Upon thinking of this, the old man opposite him gasped. Hiss. If that's the case, then things are much more serious. To put it more bluntly, someone is manipulating Lin Yan behind the scenes. The 2 old men by the pond were horrified at the thought. After all, they knew that Lin Yan would eventually reach the level of Lin Dingtian. That mastermind behind it all must be terrifying. After a moment, Lin Dingtian slowly turned around, glanced at the old man, and then said, of course, this is all just my guess. After all, he's been behaving very strangely lately. Moreover, based on the intelligence gathered from the investigation and my own contact with them, there isn't the slightest trace. Hearing this, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. So what do you mean this time? After pondering for a moment, Lin Dingtian slowly said, let's keep testing him, and hopefully he'll grow up quickly. I also want to know how he became such a genius. If there really is a mastermind behind this, will they come to his rescue when he's in danger? At this moment, Lin Yan leaned against the car, cigarette butts scattered around his feet, and occasionally looked towards the end of the road. A moment later, an ordinary minivan quickly pulled up in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan didn't say anything, but simply took the intelligence report and 5 million in cash. To save time, Lin Yan drove his van away quickly. While driving, Lin Yan flipped through information about Blind Man Island. Beforehand, Lin Yan had already imagined Blind Island to be very powerful. However, he was still shocked when he saw the preparation information on Blind Man Island. Blind Man Island is located in the East China Sea, about 200 miles from the mainland. The entire island is about the size of 20 football fields. There are about 100 people on it. The young man leading the group was nicknamed Young Master, and no one had ever seen his true face. Smack! Lin Yan slammed the intelligence report in his hand onto the passenger seat and said fiercely, Young Master, the next time we meet, you'll be a slave. Chapter 76, A Shocking Plan. Infiltrating Blind Island. The sky was overcast, and a light drizzle was falling. On the coastal highway, A dilapidated van sped along, constantly overtaking the luxury vehicles around it. Seeing so many drivers cursing and swearing, they seemed to be in a hurry to be reborn. What should have been an hour's journey, Lin Yin completed in a full half-hour. Looking at the bustling dock, Lin Yin had no mood to appreciate it at all. A moment later, Lin Yin spent 50,000 yuan to buy a dilapidated fishing boat. Boom! Then, a loud roar. Lin Yin steered the fishing boat at high speed toward Blind Man Island, while simultaneously activating the location device that Director Wu Zhenghua had given him. As the fishing boats drifted further and further from the shore, the rain intensified. Moreover, the waves at sea were constantly rising and falling, which brought considerable difficulties to Lin Yin. Fortunately, the skills Lin Yin exchanged from the God of Men skill tower were all at the master level, so they were not too difficult for him. After 2 hours, Lin Yin finally saw what Blind Man Island looked like. One of the most famous features of Blind Man Island is a huge statue on the west side of the island. This statue depicts the world's earliest pirate captain, who is said to be a one-eyed blind man. Many people who make a living at sea like to erect such a statue on their own turf. I heard that after this statue was erected, everyone who went out would return with a full load of treasures. Lin Yin estimated that he was about 500 meters away from Blind Man Island. He knew that from the island, he would only be a blurry figure, and it would be impossible to see if there was anyone on it. After Lin Yin calmed himself down. Immediately, the throttle was turned up to the maximum, and the speed of the entire fishing boat increased rapidly. To prevent the gear shift from accidentally coming off, Lin Yin specifically used a rope to secure it. Moreover, he deliberately untied all the bags containing cash, believing that once the fishing boat reached the shore, the entire fishing boat shook and collided, scattering cash all over the ground. As the shore drew ever closer, Lin Yin took a deep breath and jumped into the sea. That's right, he planned to take advantage of the situation by sneaking into the island, so that he could turn the tables and take the initiative. On Blind Man Island, everything was unusually quiet. In the largest room at the top, a young man wearing a mask kept playing with a small knife in his hand, a cold smile playing on his lips. 3 people were kneeling in front of him, a bald man, a man in a suit, and a thug. At this moment, everyone in the hall fell silent, as if in deathly silence. The 3 people kneeling on the ground were already drenched in sweat, and their legs were trembling. Suddenly, a sound rang out in the hall. Bang! The young man slammed his right hand heavily on the table, his whole demeanor unusually fierce. Upon hearing this voice, everyone present lowered their heads even further, and the 3 kneeling on the ground trembled as if they had seen something terrifying. We sent you guys to sell goods, and you actually attracted the cops. Now the goods are lost, and we haven't even received our money. If I hadn't gone, you'd all be at the police station by now. At that moment, a cold wind seemed to suddenly sweep through the entire hall, and everyone instinctively covered themselves with their clothes. The young man stared coldly at the bald man and the man in the suit. Tell me, did you actually conduct the test when I told you to? Upon hearing this, both the bald man and the man in the suit nearly cried, their voices trembling as they said, "Boss, we really did test him. We started by asking if that woman was his wife. Then, they tested it again with counterfeit money." But, the young man looked at the bald man and asked in a low voice, "But what? Have you discovered something?" At this moment, the bald man nudged the man in the suit with his hand, signaling him to speak. The man in the suit quickly looked up at the young man, meeting his icy gaze. A shiver ran through him, and he slowly said, "But we found that this guy is more experienced than us. We've always thought this guy was involved in the underworld. Who would have thought this guy was a cop?" Upon hearing this, the young man was furious and grabbed a teacup, slapping it at the bald man. Bang! Are you 2 cowards? The 2 of you are almost 100 years old combined, and you can't even beat a young man in his 20s. How am I supposed to survive in this underworld after this? People will laugh at me if they find out. At this moment, the young man finally vented his anger, and the knife he had been playing with earlier reappeared in his hand. Everyone in the hall held their breath, afraid of getting into trouble, and they knew that what followed was the important part. Making mistakes must be punished. That's the rule on Blind Island. The young man slowly scanned the 3 of them, his voice icy. As the two people in charge of this matter, you not only lost the goods, but you also failed to bring back the money. One person, one finger. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald man and the man in the suit were terrified. They crawled directly in front of the young man, each taking one of his legs, and embraced him, weeping bitterly. "Brother, we know we were wrong. Please spare us." The young man looked calmly at the two people clinging to his legs, then glanced around. On Blind Man's Island, mistakes must be punished. That's the rule. Moreover, you've made such a huge mistake this time. You'll definitely have to suffer the pain of having your fingers cut off. Guards, carry out the execution. No sooner had he finished speaking than several burly men appeared, pinned the two men down, and forcefully stabbed their little fingers. Ah! Ah! After two screams, both of them fainted. The young man glanced at it indifferently, then said, "Take him away and bandage him up. The other man will go hungry for 3 days." Upon hearing this, the thug kneeling on the ground was overjoyed and kept kowtowing in gratitude. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Just then, a thug quickly entered the hall and shouted, "Boss, a lot of cash has appeared on the beach, at least several million." Upon hearing this, the young man became suspicious and rushed out of the hall, heading towards the seaside. Upon hearing the news of a large amount of cash, everyone rushed over. In an instant, everyone on the entire island knew about the cash. On the other side of the island, the terrain is rugged and easy to defend, making it virtually uninhabitable. At this moment, a figure slowly climbed up the damp mountain wall, and soon the man arrived at the island. Chapter 77 Rescuing the Two Women. What are the next plans? In a bungalow on an island. Ouch, that hurts so much. I feel like I'm about to die. Intermittent groans came from the room, sounding especially loud on this rainy day. You know, we've done so much for the boss, and just because a batch of goods was lost, he cut off our fingers? That's so cruel. At this moment, the man in the suit spoke without any restraint, his tone carrying a hint of resentment, but he dared not speak it out loud. Upon hearing this, the bald man's expression changed drastically. Ignoring his pain, he quickly stood up and looked out the window. He turned around and scolded the person. "Do you want to die? Watch out, the walls may be listening. What if someone reports us to the boss? Then we'll all be sunk to the bottom of the sea." The bald man endured the pain, closed the door, and returned to bed. At this moment, the man in the suit gritted his teeth and said disdainfully, "Humph, they've all gone to the beach now. I heard there's suddenly a huge pile of cash there, like several million. Right now, there are probably only the two of us on the entire mountainside. Wait, there are 2 more women." Hearing this, the bald man gradually calmed down. "Bro, the boss treats us like this. Are you still going to follow him so devotedly?" The man in the suit asked tentatively. The bald man gritted his teeth and said, enduring the pain, "I have no choice. Where else can I go if I don't stay here? But I will definitely leave if I have the chance. He's just too ruthless." Upon hearing this, the man in the suit immediately said, "Brother, if you're leaving, take me with you. Wherever you go, I'll go." "Okay, I'll definitely take you with me." After saying that, the two smiled at each other, but then were startled by the excruciating pain in their fingers. At that moment, a cold voice came from outside. "Oh, where do you guys want to go?" Upon hearing this, the two forgot the pain in their fingers, rolled off the bed, grabbed stools, and looked at the door warily. "Who says you can hide your true colors and be a hero?" At this moment, the two men exchanged a glance, their faces fierce and their hands bulging with veins. Once that person comes in, there's absolutely no way they can leave alive. If their conversation today were to reach the boss's ears, both of them would be dead. So, without further ado, deal with the person in front of you first, and then leave as quickly as possible. Squeak! The wooden door was slowly pushed open, and the person who appeared before them surprised the two of them greatly. Lin Yen, it's you." The bald man pointed at Lin Yen with a trembling voice. He never expected that Lin Yen would appear on Blind Man Island. Logically speaking, how could a lowly policeman dare to come to this Blind Man Island? You should know that in the eyes of outsiders, this place is a den of thieves. Ah! The bald man grabbed a stool and hurled it at Lin Yen, but Lin Yen dodged it with a quick movement. Lin Yin kicked the bald man onto the bed, and the man almost fainted from the pain. At this moment, the bald man shouted at the man in the suit. "Quickly, go and call someone. Tell them Lin Yin is here." Upon hearing this, the man in the suit prepared to seize the opportunity to run away. However, Lin Yin did not stop him, but just smiled disdainfully. "Go ahead and tell your boss that you want to betray us. Tell me, even if he's going to kill me, won't he kill you all afterwards?" Lin Yin glanced at the two of them indifferently, then leaned closer to the bald man and gave a cold smile. "Do you think he'll kill you all then?" At this moment, the man in the suit stopped moving, while the bald man looked at Lin Yin with lingering fear in his eyes. They've been with the boss for several years and are very familiar with his methods of dealing with traitors. "Whether you mean it sincerely or not, you'll be dead if he finds out." In his words, "It's better to kill the innocent than to let the guilty go free." At this moment, the two panicked and were at a loss for what to do. Bang! A loud noise rang out in the room. The two people who saw what was happening in front of them were so shocked that their jaws dropped, and they shrank back as fast as they could. Lin Yin punched through the entire wall. Their eyes were filled with terror. They never imagined that Lin Yan's strength was so terrifying. If that punch had landed on their heads instead of the wall, then, without a doubt, his head will be blown off. At this moment, the two looked at each other and knelt down in front of Lin Yin. "Grandpa Lin, ancestors, please save us. We'll do whatever you tell us to do." Lin Yin glanced indifferently at the two kneeling on the ground and casually said, "Just do as I say, and the police will handle your case accordingly." Hearing this, the two felt a pang of bitterness. They were perfectly fine, yet they were about to go to jail. Lin Yin also knew that the two of them were unwilling. "You're not satisfied? Fine, go now. Then I guarantee you'll all die here right now." Finally, Lin Yan's voice, filled with murderous intent, permeated the entire room. The two exchanged a glance and knew they had no way out. Lin Yan didn't wait for the two to speak before walking outside. "Take me there. Find the two people being held captive." Upon hearing this, the two quickly ran ahead to lead the way. By this time, they had already walked all the way to the end with Lin Yan. 10 minutes later, Lin Yan finally saw Lin Xian, who was being held captive, and Zhang Fengwan, elder brother. At this moment, Lin Xian was somewhat disoriented, but she still recognized Lin Yan. The two hugged tightly, and after a moment, Lin Yan forcefully handed Lin Xian over to Zhang Fengwan. "Okay, you guys go back first. I'll be back later." Following the bald man's directions, Lin Yan found a speedboat for the two of them. At this moment, the bald man and the man in the suit also wanted to get on the speedboat. Just then Lin Yan's calm voice came. "If you dare go up there, I'll kill you all here." Upon hearing this, neither of them dared to move. They knew that their lives were now entirely in Lin Yan's hands. Lin Yan watched the speedboat leave quietly, then directed the two men to cut all the mooring lines of all the boats. Watching the ship slowly drift away, the two shouted anxiously, "The ship has drifted away. What are we going to do?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan gave a cold laugh. "A boat? We don't need a boat." The city of Shanghai, the police station. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua stared anxiously at the screen in front of his computer. Suddenly, a 3D map appeared on the screen with a red dot flashing on it. Wu Zhenghua felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders and was overjoyed. "Finally found it. You have to hold on." Then, he picked up the phone and dialed. "Assemble the team immediately and prepare for action." Then, he grabbed a contract from beside him and quickly left the office. The contract was for a police officer appointment, and there was a large Lin character in the lower right corner. Chapter 78. No need to look anymore. I'm all alone. On the coast, the young man watched as the rain intensified, then glanced at his watch. It was almost midnight, just 5 minutes away. Looking at the cash that his subordinates had collected, he had a premonition that Lin Yan had already arrived on the island. However, when he thought of Lin Yan's resume, he shook his head. "I would never believe that a college student who only knows a little calligraphy and plays the Suona could have the ability to come to this blind man's island." "Boss, 5 million in cash." Upon hearing the number, the young man responded casually, but then thought about it. 5 million. That's exactly the 5 million he asked Lin Yan to prepare. What a coincidence. At this moment, the young man finally believed his inner guess. Lin Yin had already arrived on the island. If Lin Yin has already reached the shore, then have the police arrived as well? Thinking about this, he felt uneasy. If the police do find this place, then the entire Blind Man Island is surrounded by the sea, and there is nowhere to escape. But if the police really went to the island, why haven't they made any moves yet? Quickly, someone, go check the surrounding area for any suspicious vessels or personnel entering the island. Upon hearing this sound, everyone sprang into action. Something that could make their boss so nervous must be quite significant. Just as everyone was about to leave, a cold voice appeared in the sky above Blind Man Island. No need to look anymore. I'm all alone. Everyone looked in the direction from which the sound came, and saw a figure appear on the high place. Who the hell is that? Are they looking for death? How dare they say such a thing here, with the boss here? Yeah, this guy looks unfamiliar. Newcomers are all so arrogant these days. We should teach him a lesson. Hey guys, go up there and pull him down, make him beg for forgiveness in front of the boss. After saying that, the thugs rushed towards Lin Yan's direction. At this moment, the young man was horrified, although I had already suspected it before. However, when he saw Lin Yan standing alive in front of him, he was filled with immense fear. However, he wasn't afraid of Lin Yan. In his eyes, Lin Yan was just a young man who knew a little kung fu but couldn't even use a gun. He had a gun on him, so why would he be afraid of a mere college student? What he fears most now is that a large number of police officers have arrived and surrounded the entire island. If that were the case, then there would truly be no way out. At this moment, Lin Yan calmly watched the 5 thugs run towards him without making any move, then said to those behind him, "It's your turn. Do you expect me to deal with these 2 small fry too?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Yan with lingering fear. Could it be that this guy didn't come alone, but with a group? At this moment, the young man looked around very warily, his right hand slowly reaching towards his waist, gripping the pistol tightly. Bang! Suddenly, 2 people jumped out from behind Lin Yan and started beating the 5 thugs who had come up to him mercilessly. In no time at all, the 5 men were dealt with. Everyone was surprised to see this, and then it dawned on them. It's those 2 bald guys. They're betraying the boss. Oof, you traitor. You can't even do your job properly, and you actually want to betray the boss. Everyone, charge. Let's grab them all and make them kneel before the boss and regret it. Just as everyone was about to go up, a thug quickly ran up to the young man. Boss, no police are coming. Upon hearing this, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, and his gaze toward Lin Yan gradually turned cold. Lin Yan, you're a college student. Why aren't you studying properly at school? Why are you running around handling cases at the police station? The worst part is, you even traced it back to me. You're asking for it. Then, the young man slowly took out his pistol, lightly blew on it, and said, "However, I heard that you are particularly good at identifying counterfeit money. How about this? If you agree to come with me, I won't kill you today." After saying that, the young man smiled smugly at Lin Yan. In his view, no matter how good Lin Yan's skills were, he was no match for a gun. Lin Yan glanced calmly at the smug young man below, then said, "I'm willing to do things for you, but how do you want the salary? I'm a very greedy person." Hearing this, the young man felt extremely proud. Today, I not only received 5 million in cash, but also gained a talented person. It's truly a double blessing. Then, with a wave of his hand, he said readily, "Name your price. As long as you stay, everything else is negotiable." At this moment, everyone was shocked and looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the boss went to such lengths to keep Lin Yan. It should be noted that none of them received such generous treatment. Upon hearing this, the bald man and the man in the suit trembled involuntarily and instinctively stepped back. At this moment, neither of them could believe Lin Yan. After all, in the underworld, the only person you can truly trust is yourself. If Lin Yan really agrees to the boss's conditions, then the 2 of them will definitely be chopped up and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Just as everyone was wondering what conditions Lin Yan would propose, the young man was shocked by Lin Yan's words and almost exploded with anger. "Okay, the annual salary isn't much. 100 million will do. In addition, there are other luxury cars, mansions, and beautiful women, all indispensable. Upon hearing this, the young man realized that Lin Yin was playing a trick on him. Whoosh! He pointed the dark muzzle of his pistol at Lin Yin and grinned maliciously. Humph, I kindly invited you to make big money together, but you didn't appreciate it. Do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? You should know that you're all alone on this island right now. Do you think you can escape? There are so many people here. One person's pee could drown you. At this moment, the young man was speaking smugly about profound truths. Actually, it's very simple. You either follow me or you die. There's no other choice. Lin Yin looked at the large, dark crowd below, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. That's right, you outnumber them. And you have guns. But do you think I came alone? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deafening sound suddenly rang out from the sea. Wah! Wah! At this moment, everyone panicked. This is a Coast Guard vessel. How could they have found this place? It's over, run. At this moment, the entire island was in chaos. The young man's face was cold. He hadn't expected the police to actually come. Don't panic, everyone. We still have a boat. We can escape before the police arrive. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin gave a disdainful laugh. Are you guys cowards? Ask the people around here if they've seen a boat. I've cut all your ships in half. They've all drifted out to sea. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Without a boat, they had no chance of escaping. At this moment, after recovering, the young man pointed at Lin Yin and said, Grab him, take him hostage, we still have a chance. After saying that, everyone rushed towards Lin Yin frantically, each of them putting all their strength into trying to grab him. At this moment, more than a dozen police boats were rapidly heading towards Blind Man Island. Wu Zhenghua looked towards Blind Man Island through binoculars, muttering to himself, Kid, you absolutely mustn't get hurt. Chapter 79, Sign it, and you'll be a hero to our police station. Bang! At this moment, hundreds of people from the entire island surged toward Lin Yin, like a towering wave. Lin Yin kicked one person away with each kick. No one could withstand his power. Of course, the two who fought the hardest were the bald guy and his companion. After all, the two of them are now considered the leaders of the betrayal. If Lin Yin loses, then they will definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, they were both fighting back frantically, and driven by the will to survive. Their fighting power was off the charts, sweeping all in their path. Even those who were usually more skilled than them were stunned by the two of them and were no match for them. 10 minutes later, 50 or 60 people were lying on the ground, and the ground was full of people hugging themselves and groaning. Lin Yin stood quietly in the crowd, looking calmly at the young man, and slowly said, What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Even if you can't figure them out. The police will be here in 10 minutes, and then you won't have a chance. Upon hearing this, everyone panicked. They all looked at the young man, hoping he could come up with a solution. The young man had a fierce look on his face, his eyes seeming as if he wanted to devour Lin Yin alive. Go, don't be afraid. Only by catching him can we negotiate with the police. Hearing what the leader said, everyone hesitated. After all, half of them are now lying on the ground groaning in pain, with broken hands or feet. It's a truly tragic sight. Seeing that everyone hesitated and dared not step forward, the young man spoke again. You need to understand that if you get caught by the police, the sentence is at least 10 years. Would you rather lie in bed for 6 months, or spend your whole life in prison? At this point, the eldest brother explained the pros and cons. Upon hearing this, everyone understood, and their expressions gradually turned fierce. They knew that if they didn't catch Lin Yin within 10 minutes, so they were the ones who got arrested. Charge. Superior. Everyone surrounded Lin Yin and his companions, and their actions seemed even more ferocious than before. Moments later, both the bald man and the man in the suit were tackled to the ground. Before long, the two men were unconscious and seriously injured. Bang! On the entire coastline, only Lin Yin was constantly making moves, and with each move, someone fell. Moreover, Lin Yin didn't hold back at all this time. Everyone suffered fractures to varying degrees and collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. 8 minutes later, everyone had been dealt with by Lin Yin. Only Lin Yin and the young man stood facing each other. At this moment, the young man's entire eyelid twitched violently. He admitted that Lin Yin was very strong in individual combat, but looking at the thugs all over the mountain, not a single one of them could stand up. He knew he had underestimated Lin Yan's fighting prowess. Lin Yin was practically a human bulldozer. Wherever they went, the land was devastated and barren. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Yin coldly watched the young man slowly walk towards him step by step. As Lin Yin continued to approach him, the young man began to panic. He knew that he was no match for Lin Yin. If Lin Yin gets close, he will definitely be caught. At this moment, the young man's face turned fierce, and he directly raised his pistol and pointed it at Lin Yin. With a gun in hand, he seemed to have gained immense courage and became exceptionally arrogant. The dark, cold muzzle of the gun was pointed at Lin Yin from a distance. You thought you were pretty good at fighting? Go ahead and try moving again if you dare. I just want to know, are your feet faster or my gun? At this moment, the entire island was filled with the arrogant voice of the young man, as if he were already the final king. Wah, wah. Just then, the sound of police sirens grew closer and closer, as if they were right next to the two of them. Upon hearing the deafening sound, a cold glint flashed in the young man's eyes. Lin Yin, it's all your fault. Why did you have to go to university and meddle in other people's business? If you're dead, don't blame me. At this moment, Lin Yin realized from his words that the young man wanted to kill him. Snort. I also advise you, if you want to live, put down your gun. The police will be here soon. After saying that, Lin Yin walked towards the young man step by step, and her pace quickened with each step. At this moment, the young man felt a little scared. He knew that in terms of physical combat, he was no match for Lin Yin. His right hand, gripping the pistol, bulged with veins again, and his index finger snapped shut. Bang! The loud gunshots echoed across the entire island and surrounding area, the sound so clear and distinct. At this moment, the young man felt a sense of relief. With one shot, Lin Yin would definitely be dead. However, when he looked at Lin Yan's location again, he was suddenly shocked. Where Lin Yin had been standing, his body was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Moreover, there wasn't a trace of blood on the ground. At that moment, the young man felt a surge of panic and his eyes darted around, searching for something. At that moment, a cold voice appeared eerily behind him, startling the young man so much that he almost jumped up. Are you looking for me? Upon hearing this voice, the young man slowly turned around and looked at Lin Yin, who was about 10 meters away, with the dark muzzle of a gun pointed at his head. I was terrified, my whole body trembled, and my tongue felt like it was tied in knots. How do you have a gun? Upon hearing this, Lin Yin looked at him as if he were an idiot. You're allowed to have a gun, but I'm not allowed to have one. However, a moment later, the young man burst into laughter, becoming unusually arrogant. Haha, this is probably the first time you've ever encountered a real gun, you college student. Lin Yin did not deny it, and then said, That's right, this is the first time in my life I've pointed a gun at someone's head, so what's so funny about that? Hearing Lin Yan's words, the young man became even more smug. Haha, you can't even handle a gun. What are you trying to show off for? After saying that, he raised the weapon in his hand, ready to strike Lin Yin. Just then, a gunshot rang out, followed by a scream. Bang! Ah! The young man clutched his right wrist in pain, blood streaming from it. However, he looked at Lin Yin with even greater disbelief. How? How do you know how to use a gun, and so accurately? How could this be? Absolutely impossible. Lin Yin looked at him as if he were an idiot. I did say that this was the first time I'd pointed a gun at someone, but I never said I didn't know how to handle a gun. Ah! At this moment, the young man went crazy. Lin Yin was so unpredictable. Just then, a large number of police officers landed on the shore. Everyone was truly shocked by what they saw in front of them. They looked at Lin Yin as if he were a monster. At this moment, Wu Zhengguo walked up to Lin Yin with a serious expression. Seeing that he was unharmed, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I've committed a crime, arrest me, Lin Yin said calmly. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhengguo chuckled softly, then took out a contract and a pen, handing them to Lin Yin. Sign it, and you'll be a hero to our police station. Lin Yin stared blankly at the police employment contract in his hand, momentarily stunned. At this moment, system notifications kept appearing in Lin Yan's mind. Young Master's shock level plus 999. Shock level from Wu Zhenghua plus 1000. The shock level from the police plus 999. Chapter 80 Wu Zhenghua's persuasion, the minister's astonishment. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. At this moment, the system notification sound in Lin Yan's mind has never stopped since that moment. Moreover, as time goes by, more and more people know about it, as can be seen from the way it's called. Now, many ordinary people know about it. Lin Yan sat blankly in the chair, staring at the brand new uniform on the table and the contract he had signed on the island. He was still in a daze, unable to understand how he had suddenly become a policeman. It all seemed so sudden. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua sat on the sofa with a smile on his face. Looking at the contract he had prepared, he couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. Previously, we were worried about the existence of counterfeit money gangs, but now we don't have to. The counterfeit money gang has been busted. That's all. Moreover, both hostages returned unharmed. Of course, the most important thing about this contract is to exonerate himself and Lin Yan. Although Lin Yan was an ordinary citizen before, he did not have the right to own firearms. He will also be punished for giving the gun to others without permission. However, none of these issues are problems with this contract. The question is, what happens when Lin Yan becomes one of our own? Moreover, he made such a great contribution. Therefore, the issue of privately owned firearms simply does not exist. At that time, they would want to bestow all the honors upon Lin Yan. Of course, as the police chief, he would certainly be punished for giving guns to other police officers without authorization. However, the Shanghai police have cracked such a major counterfeit money case this time. Therefore, Wu Zhenghua, as the bureau chief, must have been a capable leader, and in the end, the matter will simply be dropped. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua looked at the half-signed contract on the table. Yes, it's half. There was only one large character, in the place where Lin Yan signed his name. That's all. Hey Lin Yan, being a policeman is pretty good. Wu Zhenghua smiled at Lin Yan again and said earnestly, Look, being a policeman is an honorable job. You can rid the people of evil. Didn't you single-handedly take down a thief's den yesterday? This indirectly confirms that you're cut out to be a policeman. Furthermore, isn't your counterfeit money detection technology designed to combat counterfeit money rings? You're absolutely deserving of being a police officer. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua kept talking about the benefits of being a policeman. Lin Yan glanced at Wu Zhenghua expressionlessly, then said, All right, stop trying to sweet-talk me. Hearing this, Wu Zhenghua was speechless. He admitted that he had ulterior motives for saying those words to Lin Yan. They wanted to keep Lin Yan, such a talented person, in the police station. You should know that Lin Yan's counterfeit money identification skills are so good that even the people at the banknote printing plant are not as good as him. Such a person, if not a police officer, can only become a criminal. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua kept gesturing to the other police officers, hoping that they would also offer their advice. However, if it were Lin Yan from before, they might have dared to say a word or two. However, when they saw the devastation on the island, they were all shocked by Lin Yan's abilities. These aren't police officers, they're demons straight out of hell. Therefore, when they saw Lin Yan's eyes, they all shut their mouths. I have no aversion to being a police officer. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhenghua and the other police officers all showed joy on their faces. Lin Yan's answer was exactly what they wanted. At first, Wu Zhenghua was worried that Lin Yan might not accept the conditions he proposed. After all, becoming a police officer is not something you can do casually. There are many constraints, both in life and at work. Just as Wu Zhenghua was about to try to persuade her again, Lin Yan's words made him take it very seriously once more. But being a police officer is such a hassle. My personality is simply not suited to be a police officer. Hearing this, Wu Zhenghua looked dejected. He hadn't expected that after trying to persuade him for so long, this kid would be so stubborn. At this point, Wu Zhenghua was completely discouraged. After all, we've already gone this far in persuading you. There's no point in saying anything more. However, does your police station have that kind of position? Upon hearing this, several police station leaders, including Wu Zhenghua, leaned forward, wanting to understand what Lin Yin meant. It's the kind of job where you don't usually go to work, don't clock in, and don't attend meetings. But it's a job that pays a salary and offers various benefits. The group finally understood what Lin Yin meant by those words. They want to take the money without doing any work, and they don't even go to work. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua was furious. He had been the bureau chief for more than 10 years and went to work every day. The guy in front of us is someone everyone's begging to become a policeman. And yet, he's so picky. He skips work, doesn't attend meetings, and doesn't clock in. Does he think the police station is his home? Everyone shook their heads when they saw Lin Yan's request. This is something that the Shanghai Police Department can no longer handle. It must be reported to the Ministry of Police and require official documentation. Seeing everyone's reactions, Lin Yan knew that it was all over. After all, one's time is limited and cannot be wasted in the police station, and cases like counterfeit money gangs are rare, perhaps only once every year or two. If he cannot meet the conditions Lin Yan proposed, he will never become a policeman. Just as Lin Yan was about to get up and leave, Wu Zhenghua grabbed Lin Yan's shoulder and said very seriously, "I'll submit a report right now. Even if it means losing face, I'll still report it." After Wu Zhenghua finished speaking, he walked directly out of the conference room. Just then, a dignified and upright voice rang out from outside the conference room. "No need for a report. I've approved it." At that moment, the conference room door burst open, and a tall figure blocked out all the light. Everyone stood up and bowed. "Minister Chen, what brings you here?" He came over and looked at Lin Yan with a smile, but when he saw Lin Yan's face, his expression changed drastically, but he quickly recovered. "You must be Lin Yan. I accept your conditions. How's it going?" Lin Yan looked calmly at the so-called Minister Chen in front of him, and then slowly said, "Since you've already agreed, I have nothing more to say." Upon hearing this, the entire conference room burst into laughter. Just then, a policeman ran in, panting, and said, "Chief, the reporters have all arrived. The press conference can begin." Upon hearing this, Minister Chen laughed heartily and said to Lin Yan, "Now, let's welcome our hero." After saying that, he didn't forget to make a gesture of invitation. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua saw that Minister Chen actually let Lin Yan go first, and a glint flashed in his eyes. He knew that at the ministerial level, even a casual little gesture could be a hint. Lin Yan did not refuse, knowing that his shock level was about to experience an explosive increase. Chapter 81. I really just want to earn horror points. Shanghai Police Department press conference. At this moment, hundreds of media outlets from across the Xia Kingdom had arrived, including reporters from television stations, newspapers, and other foreign journalists. The entire scene was bustling with noise and a constant stream of people. Have you heard? The person who cracked this counterfeit money case was a young man who went to an island. No way. Even the police had a hard time finding that place. How could he dare? Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable. It's too incredible. Is he Superman? That's impossible. Besides, the police haven't given an explanation yet. Just then, the door slowly opened. A weathered figure stood at the door. Indeed, this was Wu Zhenghua, the police chief of Shanghai's Magic City. Wu Zhenghua was beaming with joy, looking relaxed and smug. Just now, Minister Chen hinted to him before leaving that as long as he does a good job, his name will definitely be mentioned later. He knew that Minister Chen would be of retirement age in the latter half of this year. The organization still cares a lot about the candidates nominated by the incumbent leaders, as long as Minister Chen recommends his name to the higher authorities. So, Wu Zhenghua has already won half the battle in this election for ministerial position. However, Minister Chen's last words made him extremely wary. "Lin Yan, you are responsible for your territory. Even if he dies, not a single hair on his head should be spared." Wu Zhenghua still has those words echoing in his mind. You should know that he is the police chief of Shanghai's Magic City. In the entire Xia Kingdom, only the police chief of the capital city can be compared to him, and he is half a rank higher than him. Of course, he is also his biggest competitor in this campaign for minister. However, the minister actually said that even if he died, Lin Yan could not lose a single hair. This is combined with an action the minister just took in the meeting room. Wu Zhenghua deduced that this Lin Yan had a very powerful background and could even be described as having a terrifying identity. Just as Wu Zhenghua was still pondering, several voices interrupted him. Director Wu, I'd like to know if it's true that the police have recently cracked down on a major counterfeit money production ring. Yes, Director Wu. It's said that in this case, a college student went to the island alone and suppressed all the criminals on the island. Is that true? Also, can we meet that young hero? We should publicize this story to inspire patriotism among the people. In an instant, the entire hall was in chaos. All the reporters raised their questions, hoping Wu Zhenghua would provide answers. Wu Zhenghua walked slowly to the front of the stage and gestured for everyone to be quiet with both hands. After a short while, the entire hall finally quieted down. I know everyone cares about our police station, and we will definitely crack down on counterfeit money gangs. Also, you're right, a young man did make a great contribution to taking down the entire den of thieves this time. Upon hearing this, the entire hall was shaken. After all, they knew this was completely different from a regular police officer solving a case. It's amazing that someone who isn't a police officer could help the police solve a major case. That's truly a positive force in the world. Moreover, the entire Xia kingdom needs this kind of energy right now, so that ordinary people can feel the relationship between the country and its people. Chief, has that young man arrived? Can we see him? Yes, Chief, we'd love to meet that young hero too. This young hero is practically a modern-day, chivalrous knight-errant. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua looked at the passionate reporters below and knew that once the press conference was over, then Lin Yan's fame will spread throughout the entire land of China, from the Yangtze River to the Great Wall, and everyone will know him. Moreover, the reputation of the Shanghai Police Department will rise accordingly, and Wu Zhenghua, as the director, will naturally become famous as well. All right, since everyone is so eager to meet this young hero, please welcome Lin Yan. Bang! At this moment, the side door of the hall slowly opened. A figure appeared at the doorway. His young and tall stature immediately attracted the attention of many reporters. Countless cameras pounced on Lin Yan, as if they dared not miss any detail. Lin Yan, dressed in a police uniform, with his handsome face, looked even more dashing and heroic. Many of the female reporters present were already captivated by Lin Yan. So handsome. I never imagined this young hero would be so handsome. Yeah, I can't believe it. Compared to him, my boyfriend is a total jerk. Since they're police officers, they must be really skilled. If they're skilled, doing 500 push-ups is no problem. So their stamina must be amazing. I really want that. Lin Yan stood calmly on the stage, showing no sign of panic even though it was his first time facing so many reporters. It was as if none of this posed any problem for him. Moreover, he answered every reporter's question fluently and without any hesitation. Of course, there were also foreign journalists among them, who asked some tricky questions. What do you mean? Is he working so hard just for money? Furthermore, when he faced the criminal's gun, did he ever think of kneeling down to admit his mistakes, or even betraying the police and becoming one of them? Even Wu Zhenghua, the bureau chief, couldn't help but worry about Lin Yan regarding these issues. However, Lin Yan retorted without hesitation, hitting the foreign reporter where it hurt with every word. In the end, the foreign journalists were rendered speechless by Lin Yan's words and left in anger. Seeing this scene, many domestic reporters applauded Lin Yan's performance, and some even recorded it. It was titled, "Young Hero Stands Up to Foreign Journalist, Winning Glory for the Country." 3 hours later, the press conference finally ended. The system's notification sounds kept ringing in Lin Yan's mind. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. Moreover, Lin Yan also checked the shock value on the interface, which had reached an astonishing 900,000. He never imagined it would reach 1 million tomorrow. South Asia, rainforest. Finally, the old man, covered in tattoos, looked at the scene on the news and said fiercely, "Lin Yan, you kidnapped my son. I want you dead." Then, I made a phone call. 100 million. Take him down. Chapter 82. Zhao Zhejia's birthday banquet. She was looked down upon. The next day, at the villa, Lin Yin was awakened by a phone ringing, and only after hearing the voice did she realize it was her younger sister, Lin Qian. Lin Yin had always been worried that Qian Qian might have some psychological trauma, fearing that she might develop some kind of health problem. I'm still thinking about whether to find her a psychologist. However, judging from the girl's tone, it didn't seem like there was a big problem. Are we going to Zhao Zhejia's house for dinner tonight? It's her birthday. Lin Yin was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did he have to go to Zhao Zhejia's house for dinner? Upon hearing that it was Zhao Deshang who had invited him, Lin Yin immediately understood and looked through the phone numbers of several Zhao Deshang contacts in his hand. Older people tend to get up early. The latest phone call they make is at 8 a.m., and the earliest is at 6 a.m., with 4 or 5 calls in total. However, according to Lin Qian, Zhao Zhejia had been with her these past 2 days, which helped her gradually get better. Lin Yin thought about it and agreed. If it weren't for Zhao Zhejia, Lin Qian probably wouldn't have gotten over it yet. Just then, Zhao Deshang called again. Lin Yin quickly hung up Qian Qian's call and connected with Zhao Deshang. Hey, Lin Yin, you're amazing. I heard you don't have any relatives here. Come to my house tonight, and I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Yin had a rather favorable impression of Zhao Deshang. Therefore, when Zhao Deshang invited Lin Yin to his home for dinner last time, Lin Yin did not refuse. However, to be honest, Lin Yin should thank Zhao Zhejia this time. After all, Lin Qian recovered so quickly only because Zhao Zhejia was with her. Therefore, if anyone should be thanking someone, it should be Lin Yin thanking Zhao Deshang. President Zhao, if anyone should be inviting someone, it should be me. What kind of situation is it to have dinner at your house now? Hearing Lin Yin being so polite, Zhao Deshang was overjoyed. From the moment he received the mysterious phone call, he was puzzled by Lin Yan's identity. Therefore, the purpose of getting Zhao Zhejia as close to Lin Yin as possible was to build a closer relationship with Lin Yin. Of course, Lin Yin is indeed a very outstanding young man. Not only does he have beautiful handwriting, surpassing even his own, but I've also heard that this guy can play the suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument. Now he's a police officer in the Shanghai Police Department. He knew all too well how difficult it was to get into the Shanghai Police Department. Not only did you need connections, but more importantly, its various indicators were among the best in the entire Xia Kingdom. Many people have connections, but they are eliminated because they don't meet the requirements. However, Lin Yin not only went there for a few days but also cracked a huge counterfeit money gang and became a member of it. More importantly, it seems that the minister personally approved it. Therefore, Zhao Deshang decided that he could not delay any longer and quickly invited Lin Yin to his home. Taking advantage of Zhejia's banquet, I'll probe Lin Yan's thoughts. If Lin Yin really meant it, then it would be an incredibly joyous occasion for Zhao Zhejia and the entire Zhao family. Well, actually, let me tell you something. Today is Zhejia's birthday, and I've also heard that your sister Lin Qian is in a bad mood recently. So I think we should take her out to relax and see her friends. This will definitely be very helpful for her recovery. Originally, Lin Yin wanted to postpone it. After all, since someone helped you, you should treat them to a meal. However, upon hearing Zhao Deshang bring up Lin Qian's psychological problems, Lin Yin had no choice but to take it seriously. She only had one younger sister, so who else would she love more than her? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yin agreed. Upon hearing that Lin Yin had agreed, Zhao Deshang was overjoyed. He knew that bringing up Lin Qian would definitely work. Lin Yin got up immediately and tidied herself up quickly. The Zhao family. Although they are not a wealthy or powerful family, they are a scholarly family and live in an upscale neighborhood. Hang up the lantern for me. Yes, a little to the left. Go and wipe that couplet clean again. Make sure it's spotless. At this moment, Zhao Deshang was directing his servants to keep cleaning the courtyard. I was unusually excited and nervous. As a result, everyone thought the old man was on a high-energy rampage today. At this moment, the children were all filled with doubt. Although Zhao Deshang usually dotes on this granddaughter, he has never been as eager as he is today. Yes, it's about being eager. In everyone's eyes, the old man was a calm and composed person who would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed on top of him. But today, they've become unusually eager. It's truly astonishing. Dad, what's wrong? Is some important person coming today? That's right. You weren't like this in previous years. You never cared about these kinds of things. Dad, please tell me, what important person is it that has you so excited? Zhao Deshang smiled slightly, shook his head, and slowly said, You'll find out when he gets here. In short, he is a very important person, so you must treat him well. However, tonight is Zhao Zhejia's birthday party. Therefore, they would invite some talented young people to participate so that they could see the strength of the younger generation of each family, and more importantly, to arrange marriages. In fact, arranged marriages are not limited to top-tier wealthy families. They occur in all walks of life and are quite common. Various families strengthen their relationships and power through marriage alliances, which sometimes involved brutal annexation. It's 6 p.m. The Zhao family's gate was wide open, and the area in front of the gate was bustling with activity, with a constant stream of people coming and going. Lin Yin was dressed in a simple shirt and casual pants, and of course, on his feet were his ever-present cloth shoes. Everyone who went in was dressed smartly, while he was dressed so plainly. Lin Yin chuckled to himself for a moment, then prepared to go inside. At this moment, a strong figure stood directly in front of Lin Yin. Kid, you've come to the wrong place if you're looking for a free meal. Then, the man glanced at Lin Yin with disdain and walked straight inside. Lin Yin frowned, then relaxed. After all, I'm here to attend a banquet today. As long as that kid doesn't cause any more trouble, I'll let him go. At this moment, a murmur of discussion arose around Lin Yin. Wow, who is this guy? So arrogant. You don't know this? This person is Jiang Xia, who was known as one of the 4 young masters of Shanghai back in the day. He is very good at Go, but of course, he is even better at causing trouble. Oh, I heard that in order to get rid of this problem, the old master of the Jiang family used his connections to get him into the army. I didn't expect him to actually come back. You wouldn't know this. You should know that Jiang Xia was deeply in love with Zhao Zhejia back then, and even made a bold statement that he would break the legs of anyone who dared to take her away from him. Hearing these words, Lin Yin shook his head and slowly walked into the villa. After all, this kind of thing has nothing to do with me. At this moment, the entire villa hall was brightly lit and filled with the sounds of singing and dancing by young men and women. Chapter 83 You're not worthy to compare with my master. Beautiful music echoed continuously in the hall, creating a wonderful atmosphere. Everyone was already immersed in the singing and dancing, except for one person. That is Lin Yin. At this moment, Lin Yin was enjoying his meal and savoring the fine wine, looking like a wild man from a primeval forest. Many people frowned as they looked at Lin Yin, their faces showing disdain. Who is this person? He's practically a reincarnation of a starving ghost. Yeah, it's like we've never seen food before in our past lives. Damn, he must have gotten this by freeloading. Lin Yin heard the discussions among the crowd. However, he didn't care at all. As the saying goes, the most important thing in life is to be happy. The more you care about what others think, the more tiring your life will be. Actually, it's not Lin Yin's fault. He's been working on a case to crack down on a counterfeit money gang for the past few days. They just ate whatever they could find, never really had a proper meal. Today, there are so many delicious foods at the banquet, and Lin Yin has nothing else to do, so why not eat? If you don't eat it, you might as well eat it. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Yin. They felt that Lin Yin's presence here was simply lowering their own status. Just then, a few young men volunteered to pull Lin Yin away. A tray appeared directly in front of Lin Yin's table, accompanied by a sweet, crisp sound. Brother Lin Yin, you like to eat duck tongue, so I brought it to you. Yes, brother, there's also this. At this moment, Zhao Zhejia and Lin Qian each brought a plate of his favorite food and placed it in front of him. Lin Yin smiled faintly at the two of them and then continued eating. This scene astonished everyone. You should know that today's main character is Zhao Zhejia, and she is dressed very beautifully, just like a beautiful peacock. To their surprise, Zhao Zhejia actually served the plate to this ordinary-looking guy herself. Moreover, the way they address each other is so intimate. What's most striking is that people who are far away can only hear the 3 words, Brother Yin, which is just too affectionate. At this moment, Jiang Xia, sitting at the opposite table, turned fierce, his eyes fixed on Lin Yin as if he were about to devour him. Lin Yin slowly picked up a duck tongue and put it in her mouth, then looked up. Lin Yan's eyes met Jiang Xia's, and he saw a serious warning in Jiang Xia's eyes. However, Lin Yan didn't pay much attention to any of this. Lin Yan dislikes trouble, but is absolutely not afraid of trouble. Trouble? No problem, just wipe it out. Lin Yan glanced at Jiang Xia expressionlessly, then looked away, picked up another piece of duck tongue, quickly put it in his mouth, and slowly chewed it. At this moment, Jiang Xia's eyes were practically spitting fire. Unexpectedly, this guy in front of me doesn't take me seriously at all. Just as everyone was about to continue dancing, a loud bang resounded throughout the hall, stunning everyone. Bang! A tremendous tremor reverberated throughout the hall, and everyone turned to look at Jiang Xia. The porcelain plate in front of Jiang Xia had already been shattered by his palm. Those who are observant have already figured out why Jiang Xia got so angry. Haha, Zhang Baowang is angry. That guy is going to be in trouble. Of course, Zhao Jijia has never served Zhang Baowang a plate like this before. Now she's actually serving a plate to a guy dressed in ordinary clothes. It's simply outrageous. Haha, that's more than that. The key is that that person definitely didn't give Jiang Xia any face, and even ate a few in front of Zhang Baowang. At this moment, Zhao Jijia looked at Jiang Xia with an angry expression. She knew Jiang Xia's personality. He was the kind of person who was stubborn and single-minded. If a fight broke out, today's banquet would definitely be ruined. Jiang Xia, today is my birthday, please show some respect. At this moment, Jiang Xia slowly walked up to Lin Yan and glanced at him indifferently. Today, I'll spare you from beating up because of Jijia. Get out of here right now. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan glanced at Jiang Xia but did not reply. They ate all the duck tongues off the plate. At this moment, Zhao Jijia looked furious, pointed at the door with her left hand, and said to Jiang Xia, Jiang Xia, I'm letting bygones be bygones for what you just did, since your grandfather and my grandfather were old friends. Now you're actually kicking out my guests? What do you take me for? Lin Yan, you are the guest I invited. If you are leaving, then you are the one who should be leaving. Upon hearing this, everyone present stared at Lin Yan in disbelief. Who exactly is this guy? Zhao Jijia actually turned against Jiang Xia for his sake. It seems Zhao Jijia is really angry this time. She actually told Jiang Xia to get lost in front of so many people. Yeah, I'm really curious now, who exactly is that guy? Zhao Jijia is so protective of him. Could it be that she's fallen for him? Haha, this is going to be good. Zhang Baowang will definitely make a move. If he can swallow this kind of anger, he's definitely not Zhang Baowang. At this moment, Jiang Xia was furious. He couldn't believe that Zhao Jijia, whom he had always been in love with, would tell him to get lost for a man of unknown origin. In his view, all of this was because of the man who was still indulging in excessive eating and drinking. As long as that man disappears, then everything will return to normal. Jiang Xia's eyes blazed with fury, his right hand clenched into a fist, veins bulging, as if he could kill a bull with a single punch. Bang! Jiang Xia's right hand slapped towards Lin Yan's cheek with incredible speed. Everyone present looked at Lin Yan with amusement. In their eyes, the guy in front of them was no match for Zhang Baowang. Just as everyone was preparing to laugh at the spectacle, a bizarre scene unfolded. Lin Yan held a pair of chopsticks in his right hand and firmly clamped Jiang Xia's fist between them. This scene was frozen in time. A pair of ordinary chopsticks managed to clamp Jiang Xia's fist tightly. The key point is that Jiang Xia tried to break free several times, but to no avail. At this moment, Jiang Xia was filled with anger and horror. He never imagined that the kid he looked down on would actually grab his wrist with chopsticks. It was simply unheard of. Smack! A crisp sound rang out in the hall. Lin Yan loosened his right hand and flicked it again. Jiang Xia stumbled back several steps, his backside even bumping into the dining table. Are you convinced? Lin Yan glanced at him indifferently and asked casually. At this moment, Jiang Xia stood up straight, a hint of horror flashing in his eyes, then roared. I'm not convinced. If you're so capable, let's have a calligraphy competition. Jiang Xia once studied calligraphy for a period of time specifically to pursue Zhao Jijia. Although he may not be considered top among the younger generation, there are very few who can rival him. Moreover, I have learned new calligraphy techniques outside and made great progress. I'm back this time to defeat Qian Xiaohao, and win Zhao Zhejia's heart. Just then, a voice rang out in the hall. "You're not worthy to compare yourself to my master. I'll compete against you." Chapter 84. If you can't beat them in fists and feet, try calligraphy. At this moment, a Taoist figure slowly walked out from the crowd, and everyone was stunned. Isn't that Qin Xiaohao? Zhang Xia has met his match this time. Did you hear that clearly? Qin Xiaohao actually called Lin Yan master. Does that mean Lin Yan's calligraphy is even better? No way. I've never heard of this person before, and this is the first time I've ever seen him. Since most of the people who came today were young, they had no idea of Lin Yan's true strength. At this moment, Qin Xiaohao walked to the center of the hall with a serious expression. The two of them looked angrily at Zhang Xia and let out a cold snort. "Humph, Zhang Xia, it seems you haven't learned your lesson from my defeat last time. Today, I'll teach you a real lesson on what it means to respect your teachers." At this moment, Zhang Xia saw Qin Xiaohao come out to carry Lin Yan on a stretcher, and he immediately felt a surge of tension. After all, he had lost to Qin Shu Ho in their previous calligraphy competition. However, what Zhang Xia couldn't understand was that Qin Xiaohao actually called Lin Yan master. I say, Qin Xiaohao, have you gone crazy from studying calligraphy? You've taken a younger man than yourself as your master. If your grandfather knew you did this, he'd definitely chase you down with his cane and beat you. Hearing this, Qin Xiaohao smiled slightly and then said, "My becoming Lin Yan's disciple was with my grandfather's permission, so you don't need to worry about that. Can we begin now?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xia's heart tightened. He may be stubborn in his approach, but that doesn't mean he's stupid. However, Zhang Xia thought about the new calligraphy he had learned outside, and the fact that he had come back this time to regain his pride. Therefore, even if Qin Xiaohao doesn't step forward today, he will still challenge Qin Xiaohao to a match. "All right, I'll let you try my calligraphy. However, the difficulty of the competition will be increased." Upon hearing this, everyone looked over curiously, wanting to know what Zhang Xia was trying to say. Zhang Xia smiled slightly at the curious looks on everyone's faces, turned around, and pointed her right index finger at the two large pillars in the center of the villa. "There are two large pillars here. We will each write the upper and lower lines of a couplet. The one who receives the most votes wins." Then, Zhang Xia took out a large calligraphy brush, about 50 centimeters long and as thick as two thumbs, from the side. Everyone stared in disbelief at what Zhang Xia was holding, and was immediately astonished. Wow, what new trick is Zhang Baolang playing now? Such a huge calligraphy brush. Yeah, I've never seen anyone write with such a huge brush before. Is it real? Qin Xiaohao is probably in trouble this time. It's possible that Zhang Xia specifically learned this trick from outside to deal with him. At this moment, Qin Xiaohao stared in disbelief at the large calligraphy brush in Zhang Xia's hand. He knew that Zhang Xia had been holding a grudge about losing to him last time, and he never expected that she would seek revenge in this way. Qin Xiaohao looked around. He knew that not only could he not back down today, but he also had to win spectacularly. This was his first battle since becoming Lin Yan's apprentice. If he lost today, he suspected he might be kicked out of the school by Lin Yan. Not only did he lose, but Lin Yan also lost face. Okay, sure. Then, the two looked at Zhao Zhejia, wanting to ask for her opinion. After all, this is the home of Zhao Desheng, the president of the Calligraphy Association. When you're in someone else's home, you should definitely ask for their opinion. At this moment, Zhao Desheng calmly observed everything from the second floor, and then said something indifferently. "I agree." Upon hearing this, everyone present excitedly moved back, making way for the two of them. Before long, a piece of land in the center of the hall was vacated. At this moment, the servants of the Zhao family placed the calligraphy brushes used in the competition in front of the two people respectively. Zhang Xia then bowed slightly towards Zhao Desheng on the second floor and said, "Grandpa Zhao, please give us the question." Upon hearing this, everyone glanced at each other in dismay. It's unbelievable that Zhang Xia, who is usually so stubborn, is so sensible this time. Zhao Desheng smiled slightly. How could he not see through Zhang Xia's thoughts? If Lin Yan hadn't appeared, then Zhang Xia would definitely have been a good candidate for the Zhao family's grandson-in-law. However, He wasn't even qualified to carry Lin Yan's shoes. Zhao Desheng's next words infuriated Jiang Xia. I'm too old. I don't understand you young people's stuff. Then, Zhao Desheng turned his gaze to Lin Yan, who was eating and drinking heartily, without showing any disgust. On the contrary, I think Lin Yan is a very genuine and open person. Brother Lin, why don't you come up with the questions for this competition? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room turned to look at Lin Yan, completely baffled as to who he was that Chairman Zhao was being so polite to him. They even called him Brother Lin, which is quite unusual considering that Chairman Zhao is in his 60s or 70s. This way of addressing someone usually means that the other person is considered an equal. Who exactly is this guy? Chairman Zhao actually calls him little brother. I don't know, but judging from his age, he's probably in his early 20s. I don't think this guy has any real skills at all. He hasn't stopped eating since he walked in. He must have been a pig in his past life. Lin Yan stuffed a large piece of meat into his mouth, then took a sip of red wine and stood up incredulously. With her cheeks puffed out, she looked at Zhao Desheng questioningly, as if to ask him if he had made a mistake. Zhao Desheng nodded firmly at Lin Yan, still with a smile on his face. She didn't feel embarrassed at all by Lin Yan's rudeness. He knew that Lin Yan was able to attend the banquet mainly because Lin Qian and Jiejia were best friends. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for an ordinary person to get him to come. Just as everyone was looking at Lin Yan made a startling move. Gurgle. A slow burp escaped from Lin Yan's throat, eliciting surprise from everyone present. Lin Yan patted his belly with satisfaction, then said, All right, since Chairman Zhao is being so kind, then I'll be the one to set the questions this time. At this moment, Jiang Xia felt extremely frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. After all, it was Chairman Zhao who offered it to Lin Yan, and he was the one who proposed this competition. How could he possibly give up the competition just because the question setter changed? Jiang Xia stared coldly at Lin Yan, muttering to herself, If you set the question and your apprentice loses to me, then there will be a good show. Lin Yan picked up the wine glass in his hand, took a small sip, looked at the starry sky outside the courtyard, and slowly spoke. 5,000 years of history, a peaceful and prosperous age awaits us today. Let the harmonious sounds of bells ring out, and let us all drink to the revival of our nation. Spanning 9,000 miles, the magnificent land of China creates its future. Witness the vigorous dragon and lion dance, as the world joins in singing the song of development. Chapter 85 Madman's Calligraphy, Jiangxia's Reliance. The moment these two couplets were displayed, the entire hall fell silent. Wow, did he come up with this couplet? I feel my whole body getting excited. Yes, I've never heard of it before. This person is truly remarkable. To come up with such a couplet, he must be extraordinary. At this moment, a few people in the crowd began to look at Lin Yan differently, although most of them thought that Lin Yan had copied his two couplets from someone else. At this moment, Jiang Xia suddenly uttered a cold remark. The couplet is good, but unfortunately, it definitely wasn't your own idea. Upon hearing this, before Lin Yan could retort, Qian Xiaohao gave him a cold look. Whether it was my master's idea or not is none of your business. Your task is to write good calligraphy. Jiang Xia was furious. She never expected that Qian Xiaohao would say such rude things so soon after she left. Fine, you just wait and see. Jiang Xia gritted her teeth, and then saw two people carrying a bundle of things walk up to the second floor. At this moment, everyone in the hall watched with curiosity. What is Jiang Xia doing? What is he up to? Yeah, wasn't it supposed to be a calligraphy competition? Why are two people going up there? Zhang Baowang may be domineering, but he's definitely not stupid. He's probably up to some strange trick again. A moment later, a sound suddenly came from outside the corridor on the second floor. Splash! Suddenly, a large bundle of rope rolled down from the second floor, and everyone finally saw what it was. It turned out to be a rope ladder, and the rope ladder was located on the left side of the pillar. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao was immediately shocked by Jiang Xia's opportunistic trickery. The rules don't say anything about not being able to use rope ladders. After saying that, Jiang Xia climbed up the rope ladder and prepared to start writing. At the beginning, He gave Lin Yan a deliberately provocative look, as if warning Lin Yan not to sneak away. Lin Yan coldly observed everything before him, without uttering a word. He knew that the most important thing in this competition was calligraphy, not who could finish writing first or write the fastest. Of course, Lin Yan also believed that this small problem would not be difficult for Qian Xiaohao at all. Otherwise, this guy really will have to go home and take care of his kids. A moment later, Qian Xiaohao also found a solution. He asked someone to bring 5 square tables and stack them up one by one. Before long, Qian Xiaohao was on par with Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia's gaze sharpened when he saw that Qian Xiaohao had come up with a solution so quickly. However, his expression didn't change at all. After all, his real specialty hadn't even begun. At this moment, everyone in the hall held their breath, not daring to utter a single shout, for fear that their shouts would cause an accident for the two of them. Wow, those two guys are ruthless. They're willing to risk their own safety just to win. Exactly. I'm afraid that someone will end up in the hospital before the competition is even over. That would be ridiculous. You're overthinking it. Let's continue watching the competition. At this point, Jiang Xia, having started writing first, had already reached the point of writing about year. These characters are all written in running script. Qian Xiaohao's work, being written later, has only progressed to the horizontal section, making his progress slower than Jiang Xia's. Lin Yan calmly observed everything before him, writing Jiang Xia's name in running script. He had already guessed Jiang Xia's plan. He wanted to defeat Qian Xiaohao in his most triumphant moment. In this way, they can regain their glory. At this point, Jiang Xia had already written down the character Sun, and after finishing, he even glanced at Qian Xiaohao. Qian Xiaohao's calligraphy felt both familiar and unfamiliar at first glance. Of course, now is not the time for him to think about it, and he firmly believes that he will be the ultimate victor. Throughout the hall, everyone looked at the two calligraphers with curiosity and kept expressing their opinions. Writing calligraphy on a wall or pillar is very different from writing on a flat surface, and it is a huge challenge to one's brushwork skills. Yes, it's much harder than writing at a desk. The brush also has a certain weight, and after writing for a long time, my wrist gets very tired, which makes it impossible to write the characters with any expression. That makes sense. Also, you can't use too much ink when writing, otherwise the ink will just flow down and you'll lose without even writing anything. At this moment, Zhao Deshang and several elderly members of the Calligraphy Association were quietly watching everything unfold on the second floor opposite. At this moment, one of the old men looked at Jiang Xia's calligraphy and was immediately astonished. Hey, where did Jiang Xia learn this calligraphy? He's improved a lot since then. At this moment, Qian Zhongshu stroked his beard and frowned. Yes, if Xiaohao were still the same Xiaohao as before, he would definitely have lost today. Jiang Xia's calligraphy is only 1 point worse than ours, the old men's. Zhao Deshang's gaze sharpened, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Xia's statement. Madman's running script. I never thought Jiang Xia would actually learn Madman's running script. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall looked at Zhao Deshang with curiosity, wanting to know what he meant. 20 years ago, a madman came to Shanghai. His calligraphy was extremely good, especially his running script. Moreover, he took pleasure in challenging others, and countless calligraphers were defeated by his calligraphy. In the end, it was my teacher who defeated him, and then he disappeared without a trace. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Jiang Xia in disbelief, never expecting that the calligraphy Jiang Xia studied had such a prestigious background. Judging from Chairman Zhao's demeanor, it's clear that this madman's calligraphy is extremely terrifying. Upon hearing all this, Jiang Xia's lips curled into a slight smile. Clearly, he was satisfied with everyone's reaction. A moment later, Jiang Xia finished writing first, and Qian Xiaohao followed suit. At this moment, a couplet appeared on the stone pillars in the hall, and some people even read it aloud. 5,000 years of history, a peaceful and prosperous age awaits us today. Let the harmonious sounds of bells ring out, and let us all drink to the revival of our nation. Spanning 9,000 miles, the magnificent land of China creates its future. Witness the vigorous dragon and lion dance, as the world joins in singing the song of development. What a grand ambition. It gives one the feeling that the world is in their hands. Many people looked at the two couplets with different characters and were incredulous, finding it difficult to choose between them. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhao Deshang and the others. After all, none of the people present are as skilled in calligraphy as they are. The longer one immerses oneself in calligraphy, the higher one's skill becomes. At this moment, Zhao Deshang and his companions slowly walked down the second floor and came to the front of the couplet. Chapter 86. A Madman's Calligraphy Showdown, Wang Shiji's Calligraphy. At this moment, everyone in the hall was looking at Zhao Deshang and the other three old men. After all, within the Xia kingdom, Zhao Deshang and others were considered top-notch calligraphers. Among them, Zhao Deshang's calligraphy skills were the highest. At this moment, everyone in the hall began to discuss the matter. Between Jiang Xia and Qian Xiaohao, whose calligraphy is better? It's hard to say. I watched their last match, and Jiang Xia has improved a lot. You can't see the difference between them anymore. It's impossible to tell who's better from this. The difference in their calligraphy is beyond what the naked eye can discern. Lin Yan gently exhaled a smoke ring, gazing calmly at the two lines of text on the stone pillar. It must be said that Jiang Xia's calligraphy is very beautiful, although the term madman's calligraphy is not very elegant. However, Jiang Xia also did a very good job in both brushwork and finishing strokes. It's fair to say that if Qian Xiaohao were still the same Qian Xiaohao, he would definitely not be a match for Jiang Xia. However, after being trained by Lin Yan, Qian Xiaohao has improved a lot in both wrist strength and penmanship. Jiang Xia was not satisfied with the comments from the crowd. In his view, he was using madman's calligraphy, so he could absolutely crush Qian Xiaohao on the ground, without a doubt. Zhao Deshang glanced at the two calligraphers indifferently, then turned to look at the three old men around him. What do you think? The three old men naturally knew Zhao Deshang's character. He was absolutely fair in matters of calligraphy. After all, they are all the same kind of people, pursuing the highest level of calligraphy. Therefore, in Zhao Deshang's heart, although he had some reservations about Jiang Xia causing trouble at the banquet. However, judging from Jiang Xia's calligraphy alone, one has to admit that he is a talented person. This madman's calligraphy is unique and has its own distinctive features. Yes, if it were a madman who came today, he would definitely win. It's tough. I feel like their skill levels are about the same. At this moment, everyone in the room heard the conversation of the group. It's easy to see from the conversation that the elderly gentleman praised Jiang Xia. At this moment, Jiang Xia's lips curled up slightly, but he was not satisfied. What he wanted was to completely defeat Qin Shuho, not just be on par with him. At this moment, Jiang Xia clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Gentlemen, since you are all equally matched, then who is the elder and who is the younger? In ancient times, the order of seniority among sons in a family was called Bo, Zhong, Shu, and Ji. For example, Liu Bang's original name was Liu Ji, and he was the fourth son in his family. Upon hearing Jiang Xia's question, the elderly gentlemen were momentarily speechless. Several people glanced at Jiang Xia, their brows furrowing. Jiang Xia was quite displeased by this abruptness. When did players start questioning the referees like this? It's like they're completely disregarding the referees. At this moment, everyone in the hall heard their conversation. Wow, it seems Jiang Xia has improved a lot. He's probably going to defeat Qian Xiaohao this time. Not necessarily. Didn't the gentleman just say they were evenly matched? TCH, I just don't like Jiang Xia. He's so rude, questioning the referee so directly. Doesn't he have any manners at all? At this moment, everyone turned their last gaze to Zhao Deshang. Zhao Deshang looked at Jiang Xia's calligraphy, then at Qian Xiaohao's calligraphy, with an expression of appreciation. The madman's calligraphy is the strongest calligraphy in modern times. It can be said that if the teacher had not relied on his many years of calligraphy skills, he might have lost to the old madman. Even now, I would avoid a madman's calligraphy. These words immediately shocked everyone present. Everyone stared at Jiang Xia in disbelief, never expecting Zhao Deshang to have such a high opinion of Jiang Xia's calligraphy. It should be noted that Zhao Deshang is the president of the Xia Kingdom Calligraphy Association, and his calligraphy skills are definitely among the top 3 in the entire Xia Kingdom. However, Even when faced with the calligraphy of a madman, he had to politely say that he should avoid it at all costs. At this moment, Jiang Xia looked smug. That's exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted to prove to everyone that he could not only defeat Qin Shi Huo, but was better than anyone else. Zhao Zhejia was immediately unhappy when she heard her grandfather give Jiang Xia such a high evaluation. After all, Jiang Xia is here to cause trouble today, so how can we boost others' morale and diminish our own? Grandpa, really, you're still so serious at a time like this. I'm so angry at him. Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled faintly and said casually, Your grandfather hasn't finished speaking yet. What's the rush? After hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhao Zhejia remained silent. You still won't admit defeat. Does Grandpa Zhao have to announce it himself? Jiang Xia shouted at Qin Xiaohao, his whole demeanor unusually arrogant. At this moment, most of the people in the hall started discussing it again. Wow, Chairman Zhao's evaluation of Jiang Xia's calligraphy is so high. It's rare to see such a high opinion in the world. That's right, it seems like Jiang Xia has won this time. Oh, what a pity. I heard that Qin Xiaohao had found a powerful master to be his teacher, but it turns out he's a complete idiot. Not only has he not improved, but he was even defeated by Jiang Xia. Just then, Zhao Deshang's voice rang out again in the hall. Therefore, I think Qin Xiaohao's calligraphy is better. At that moment, Jiang Xia's smiling face froze. He never expected that Zhao Deshang, who was always fair, would say something so unexpected and shocking. How could that be? You must be biased towards him. My calligraphy is definitely better than his calligraphy. How could I possibly lose to him? At this moment, Jiang Xia, now furious, abandoned all her previous politeness and questioned Zhao Deshang with a face full of anger. Jiang Xia, watch your words. My grandfather is the president of the Calligraphy Association. The fact that he can say that means Xiaohao's calligraphy is definitely better than yours. At this moment, Zhao Zhejia called out to Jiang Xia with a joyful expression, her heart filled with gratitude for her grandfather. Zhao Deshang looked at the furious Jiang, shook his head slightly, and slowly said, While the madman's calligraphy is impressive, it is only the strongest in modern times. In the entire history of China, even the calligraphy of madmen wouldn't make it into the top 10. Take a close look at what kind of calligraphy Qin Xiaohao is using. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia and the others slowly looked up. At this point, those who were observant finally noticed. Wow, this is the sage of calligraphy's running script. It's truly masterful. Wow, how come I didn't notice? This calligraphy is exactly the same as the rubbing at home. Perfect. This is the first time I've ever seen such perfect running script. At this moment, Jiang Xia looked at Qin Xiaohao's calligraphy in disbelief. He never imagined that Qin Xiaohao could imitate Wang Shiji's calligraphy so realistically, not only with accurate characters, but also with great spirit. Compared to his own, it's already pretty good, but it's still 1 point behind Qin Xiaohao. At this moment, Jiang Xia knew he had no face to stay there any longer and prepared to turn and leave. At that moment, an old hand slapped him hard on the shoulder. What's the panic? Your greatest skill is Go. Chapter 87. A Go match, 1 million appearance fee. At this moment, an aged voice resounded throughout the hall, and everyone turned to look at the center of the hall. This old guy is the patriarch of the Jiang family. I heard that his Go skills are the best in the entire Xia kingdom, but why is his right hand missing? It really is him. I can't believe he's here. Hearing him say that, it suddenly occurred to me that Jiang Xia's calligraphy was something he learned later in life. His greatest skill is Go. At this moment, Zhao Deshang was also quite shocked, never expecting that Jiang Xingtian, the president of the Xiagua Go Association, would actually come here. President Zhao, please forgive my uninvited visit. No, I would be more than happy to welcome you. The two presidents greeted each other with smiles. Normally, the two different associations rarely contacted each other. Zhao Deshang believed that Jiang Xingtian wouldn't have come if Jiang Xia hadn't failed. Although Jiang Xia is somewhat headstrong and reckless in his actions, Jiang Xingtian is not someone to be trifled with. Hearing his grandfather's words, Jiang Xia suddenly realized that he had been comparing his own weaknesses with other people's strengths. You should know that your greatest skill is Go. So why do you keep focusing on calligraphy? At this moment, Jiang Xia even had the urge to slap himself. I want to play Go with you. Jiang Xia walked up to Lin Yan, pointed at him arrogantly with his right hand, and said, if you don't dare to compete, you're not allowed to see Jia again. At this moment, Jiang Xia's words echoed throughout the hall. Zhao Jia never expected that Jiang Xia would use this as a condition to challenge Lin Yan. You have to understand, Lin Yan doesn't know how to play Go at all. He doesn't even know how to move. How could he possibly be a match for Jiang Xia? Lin Yan looked coldly at Jiang Xia, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Is this guy possessed? Just because Zhao Jia served him a plate, he's clinging to him and won't let go. What are you doing? At this moment, Zhao Jia was furious. She couldn't believe that Jiang Xia was so shameless as to challenge Lin Yan to a Go match. Zhao Jia shoved Jiang Xia aside and stood angrily in front of Lin Yan. At this moment, everyone in the hall was looking at Lin Yan. Do you think he knows how to play Go? How could that be? You're overthinking it. Go is extremely difficult. Yeah, this guy really embarrassed himself today. Lin Yan smiled lightly at everyone's comments, not caring at all. However, he knew that he had no choice but to agree to today's competition. After all, so many people are watching, if he doesn't agree. So, some people will definitely say that it's fine to compete with others in calligraphy, but now that others want to compete in Go, he actually refuses. What kind of good thing is that? Moreover, others are competing against you using their weaknesses, and your apprentice was there to shield you earlier. That won't do anymore. How can I be someone's mentor if I always hide behind them? At this point, Qian Xiaohao couldn't stand it anymore. I've never seen such a shameless person before, and I've never heard of my master knowing anything about Go. Just as Qian Xiaohao was about to step forward again, even though he didn't understand Go, he thought that losing was better than his master losing. At that moment, a hand landed on Qian Xiaohao's shoulder, and a calm and composed voice slowly rang out from the hall. Although I've never studied Go, since you want to have a match, I'll grant your wish. However, my time is very precious, and I can't stay here to play with you. So, you should produce something otherwise. At this moment, Lin Yan's words echoed throughout the hall. Lin Yan's words were quite clear. He was willing to challenge him to a duel, but he would have to pay. No money, no job. Jiang Xia was so angry that his face turned green. He had challenged him to a duel, and now he was being asked to pay him. It felt like he had invited Jiang Xingtian to compete against him. Just then Jiang Xingtian's voice rang out. All right, here's a check for 1 million. It's yours if you agree to compete with my grandson, win or lose. A freshly written check floated slowly to Lin Yan's feet. Lin Yan smiled slightly, picked up the check on the table, glanced at it, and indeed it was 1 million. The last person to donate 1 million was Qian Xiaohao's grandfather, Qian Zhongshu, and this time it's also a grandfather. I've already mastered half of the 4 arts: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Should I find some time to challenge the other 2? But once you have the money, you have to compete. And you also have to keep your promise. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan understood perfectly. If I lose, I don't plan to see Zhao Jia again. Lin Yan smiled faintly, then nodded in agreement. Seeing Lin Yan so deftly put the 100 watts into his pocket and so readily agree to it, it was quite a sight. Zhao Jia felt a chill in her heart. Did he really hate her that much? She immediately covered her face and burst into tears. As everyone in the hall watched Lin Yan's every move, they immediately began to discuss it. Sai, another one who's only interested in money. He lost a mountain of gold for 1 million. That's right. Anyone with eyes can see that Miss Zhao is interested in him. If he just puts in a little more effort, he can win her heart. You know, Zhao Jia is the only granddaughter in the 3rd generation of the Zhao family. Won't tens of millions of dollars in assets be his in the future? What a pig. I think this guy is really short-sighted. Qian Xiaohao actually became his apprentice. He must be blind. At this moment, Lin Qian also looked at Lin Yan nervously. She knew that Lin Yan had never learned Go before, so how could they compete? Brother Lin, it's okay if you don't know how to play Go. I'm here for you. Zhao Deshang stepped forward to comfort him, saying that he didn't care at all that Lin Yan didn't know how to play Go. After all, a person's energy and time are limited, and it's impossible to be good at everything. You got the money, come up here. Stop dawdling. Jiang Xia looked at Lin Yin with disdain. It was clear that he had figured out that Lin Yin didn't know how to play Go at all. Therefore, defeating Lin Yin would be as easy as eating and drinking. Jiang Xia seemed to see the glory of becoming the victor, and that Zhao Zhejia would definitely give up Lin Yin and throw herself into his arms. At this moment, Lin Yin glanced at Jiang Xia indifferently, then took out the check from his pocket and slowly said, "This check is just my way of agreeing to a contest with you. But don't you think you're being too domineering? If I lose, I have to agree to your demands. And what if you lose?" Upon hearing this, laughter erupted throughout the hall from the guests. Haha, is he crazy? He doesn't know how to play Go, yet he thinks he'll win. Yeah, do you want to bet or something? I think he's just trying to extort money from me. At this moment, Jiang Yi asked impatiently, "We can grant your request. Just say the word." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin smiled faintly, then glared fiercely at Jiang Xia. "If you lose, you'll have to cut off your penis. Do you dare? I'm just asking you, do you dare?" Swoosh. Jiang Xia was immediately startled by Lin Yan's words, and for a moment felt a chill in her lower body. Without even thinking, he shook his head. Even if he can guarantee that he can defeat Lin Yan, what if he loses? This request must absolutely not be granted. Young man, a competition is a competition. You should watch your words. At this moment, Jiang Xingtian stared intently at Lin Yan with his old eyes, looking extremely displeased. Then, he slowly took out an item from his pocket. When Zhao Deshang saw the item, he was immediately shocked. Chapter 88. Go Genius or Go Idiot. Everyone was curious about what old Master Jiang had taken out. Jiang Xingtian's left hand was clenched and stretched forward, as if it contained something important. The aged hand slowly opened, and 2 chess pieces lay quietly in Jiang Xingtian's palm. These 2 chess pieces are black and white, 2 colors, and their colors are very bright and slightly reflective. Moreover, 2 Chinese characters are engraved on the chess pieces: Heaven and Earth. Jiang Xia looked at the 2 chess pieces in his grandfather's hand in surprise. He never expected that his grandfather would take out such a precious thing for him. Smack! Jiang Xingtian slowly placed the 2 chess pieces on the table, his old eyes fixed on Lin Yan. These 2 Go pieces were used by Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, and are valued at around 100 million. If you win, it's yours. These words shocked the entire audience. Wow, 100 million. If only I won. You're overthinking it. Old Master Jiang was certain that Lin Yan would lose. That's why he put this up for betting. Do you really think old Master Jiang didn't consider the consequences? That's right. This shows how much Grandpa Jiang loves his grandson Jiang Xia. The 2 chess pieces on the table immediately caught Lin Yan's eye. He hadn't expected the Jiang family to have such valuable items. Okay. Lin Yan readily agreed. How could he possibly let something delivered to his doorstep go? Moreover, they were the ones who took the initiative to gamble, so they can't blame themselves for that. Subsequently, the servants of the Zhao family had prepared the Go set, with a Go board placed on a square table. To the right of the 2 players are 2 jars of chess pieces, 1 black and 1 white. The moment the 2 sat down, the atmosphere in the entire hall became serious. At this moment, Jiang Xia looked at Lin Yan with a relaxed expression and then said, "I see this is your first time playing chess, so I'll let you go first." Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled faintly and, without any ceremony, picked up the black chess piece and placed it on the chessboard. Smack! Once it takes root and settles, the game is over. What? Tianyuan. Jiang Xia was completely flustered this time, and then burst into laughter. Looks like you really don't know how to play chess. Your first move was on the center point. Zhao Deshang was also unsettled when he saw Lin Yan place the center point on his first move. It seemed that Lin Yan really didn't know how to play Go. At this moment, everyone in the hall wore a mocking expression. Wow, the first move was on the center point. What kind of move is that? Does the player even know how to play Go? Wow, this guy isn't even a complete beginner at Go. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut is utterly disgraceful, forcing us to watch someone who's worse than a beginner play Go. Everyone in the hall looked at Lin Yan with disapproval. After all, anyone who knows even a little bit about Go would not place the center point, Tianjin, as their first move. Tianjin is a Go term referring to the star point in the very center of the board. Haha, that's hilarious. Jiang Xia mocked again, originally thinking that this guy at least knew a little about Go, but seeing this, he immediately felt relieved. It turns out that Lin Yin was a complete novice when it came to Go. What are you laughing at? Let's play chess. At this moment, Lin Yin spoke in a serious tone, his expressionless face revealing his earnestness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia did not stop laughing, but immediately placed a move on the star position closest to his right hand. Lin Yin also descended to the star position. A few moments later, the two exchanged more than 20 moves. Hey, do you even know how to play chess? You're actually imitating me now. At this point, Jiang Xia was a little angry, having already made nearly 30 moves. He discovered that Lin Yan's strategy was exactly the same as his. Wherever he placed his bet, Lin Yan would place his bet in the same spot. Because the entire chessboard is symmetrical, no matter which point Jiang Xia places his move, Lin Yan can place his move at a symmetrical point. From what we can see now, Lin Yan's moves, except for the first move at the center position, are exactly the same as Jiang Xia's. Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled faintly. Is there a rule that forbids me from doing this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia was furious, but he couldn't say anything, since there was no rule against doing things this way. After a moment, Jiang Xia exhaled the pent-up frustration in his heart, shook his head, and started to fall again. Smack! My hands are covered in it. Smack! I'll get some too. At this moment, everyone in the hall realized what was happening. Damn, this is already 77 moves, and the style is still exactly the same. Yeah, I think this guy is a complete Go idiot. Humph. Do you really think that just because you know a little calligraphy, you know everything? The way of Go is profound and complex. Zhao Jijia and Lin Qian huddled together tightly, Zhao Jijia's face ashen. I had guessed before that Lin Yin didn't know how to play Go, and now it seems that he really doesn't. Grandpa Jiang remained calm, and even nodded to Zhao Desheng. At this moment, Zhao Desheng only gave a perfunctory reply. His entire plan has been disrupted by the Jiang family grandfather and grandson. Originally, he might have already arranged Zhao Jijia's marriage. But now all of this has happened. His biggest worry was that Lin Yan's failure would implicate the Zhao family. After all, he had gone to great lengths to invite Lin Yan to the banquet, but now he had been humiliated at the banquet. Anyone would be unhappy. At this moment, Jiang Xia was annoyed by Lin Yan's cheating tactics, but there were no rules that clearly stated that such a way of playing chess was not allowed. Jiang Xia's eyes darted around, and he immediately thought to himself, Humph, if you want to imitate, then imitate. I will make you die in imitation, and let you taste the pain of being strangled like a dragon. Smack! Jiang Xia made a move immediately, and then stopped looking at the chessboard. In his opinion, Lin Yan's next move would still be to counter him. Lin Yan calmly observed Jiang Xia's moves, knowing that his time had finally come. Smack! At this point, observant viewers noticed that Lin Yan was no longer with Jiang Xia this time. The pieces have changed. Look! What? The game has really changed? I thought he would just keep imitating and fill the board. This is going to be good. This time they've finally reached the newbie level. Hearing the murmurs around him, Jiang Xia quickly looked at the chessboard, staring at it in disbelief. What? The game has changed. Jiang Xia couldn't understand it. Did Lin Yan have studied Go before? But judging from his first move, he didn't seem like someone who knew Go. Then, the two continued to exchange blows, one after the other, like two generals constantly deploying troops, all for the purpose of defeating each other in one move. It seems Lin Yan has seen through Jiang Xia's weakness, so with the 151st move, he launched a direct attack on Jiang Xia's heartland. Jiang Xia isn't giving an inch either. Look at his dragon, it's incredibly powerful. It seems that although Lin Yan knows Go, his skill level is still a bit weak. He can't compare to Jiang Xia. At this moment, Jiang Xingtian looked at the two chess pieces on the table, then at the chessboard, and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Smack! Lin Yan pulled another trick. At this moment, Jiang Xia said smugly to Lin Yan, Haha, I deliberately used a crossing move on my 170th move, and sure enough, you started to change your stance. Hee hee, it's too late for you to regret it now. After saying that, He picked up a white piece and pressed it onto the chessboard. Smack! Some people in the hall had already figured out Jiang Xia's layout. Wow, experience really pays off. This Jiang Xia's chess skills are amazing. That's right. Lin Yan has absolutely no chance of turning things around now. They lost. They lost. Lin Yan is no match for Jiang Xia. At this moment, everyone in the hall had come out, and Lin Yan had lost. Even Zhao Desheng, who doesn't know how to play Go, looked ashen-faced, and Zhao Jiejie was on the verge of fainting. Jiang Xingtian, however, had a bad feeling as he looked at the chessboard, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. Just then, a strange smile appeared on Lin Yan's lips. He picked up the black characters with his right hand and pressed them hard on a single point. Smack! Snap! At this moment, Jiang Xingtian stared incredulously at the chessboard with his old eyes, the teacup in his left hand already crushed in his hand. Chapter 89 Go Prodigy Lin Yan. Jiang Xingtian's shock value, plus 1,000. Lin Yan was not surprised to hear the system notification in his mind. After all, among everyone present, Jiang Xingtian had the highest chess skill, so it was only natural that he could see it quickly. At this moment, Jiang Xingtian's old eyes had already seen it. Lin Yan's move completely pinned down Jiang Xia's dragon, leaving it with no chance to move. He couldn't believe that a young man who knew nothing about Go could have such amazing skills. You should know that Jiang Xia is his own grandson, and he has received all of his true teachings in Go. With just a little practice, he can reach his level. However, now his own grandson is being completely suppressed by this young man. Jiang Xia stared blankly at the chessboard. The situation had been very favorable, and he could have easily crushed Lin Yan's large group of stones. Now, his dragon was being completely dominated by Lin Yan, unable to move an inch. Lin Yan looked at Jiang Xia calmly, and then said, "Actually, I knew all along that you were deliberately giving me an opening. Every move you make now is within my calculations." At this moment, Jiang Xia was completely stunned. He never expected that Lin Yan would see through his trick. Jiang Xia was a little embarrassed and angry. Not only did revealing the trap have no effect, but on the contrary, the dragon he had been preparing was actually suppressed by him. How could he not be furious? Bang! Jiang Xia slammed her hands on the table, glaring angrily at Lin Yan, her eyes seemingly spitting fire. Humph, didn't you say you'd never played Go before? What is this? You're actually suppressing my baron. Lin Yan looked at the other person coldly, a hint of disdain on his face. I admit this is my first time playing Go, but I never said I didn't know how to play Go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia was so angry that he vomited blood. What kind of talk is this? Does it mean it's innate? That's impossible. Jiang Xia gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Yan, her gaze returning to the chessboard. At this moment, a few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. If Lin Yan had looked like a little white rabbit just now. Therefore, Lin Yan is definitely an exceptionally fierce tiger. Umph, I absolutely cannot lose to you. Smack. After struggling for half a day, Jiang Xia made another move. At this moment, everyone in the hall realized the situation on the chessboard, and everyone was surprised. That's 205 moves. Lin Yan has Jiang Xia's dragon firmly trapped. Yeah, that's right. It's completely unbelievable that this guy actually knows Go, and his skill level seems to be even higher than Jiang Xia's. Could he be another young prodigy? I heard that this Lin Yan is not only good at calligraphy, but also at playing the suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, and is a professor at the Jiangnan Conservatory of Music. Wow, from what you're saying, this man seems to know quite a lot. He's a real genius. At this moment, Zhao Desheng and the others stared at Lin Yan as if they had seen a ghost. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan knows Go, and judging from the current situation, he has already gained the upper hand. Jiejie, do you know when Lin Yan learned Go? Zhao Desheng looked at Lin Yan incredulously and asked, turning his head to the side. At this moment, tears welled up in Zhao Jiejie's eyes. She had thought there was no hope left. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan actually suppressed Jiang Xia, which was completely beyond his expectations. I don't know either. Qianqian, do you know? At this moment, Lin Qian slowly shook her head. She was also stunned. She couldn't understand why her brother seemed like a completely different person since the breakup. It seems like he knows a lot of things, and suddenly he knows a lot of things. Jiang Xia's shock level plus 999. Zhao Deshang's shock level plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. At this moment, system notification sounds kept appearing in Lin Yan's mind, like a beautiful piece of music. The noise in the hall had completely died down. Everyone knew that things were different now than before. Just now, everyone thought that Jiang Xiao would have no difficulty in achieving victory. But now things are different. His dragon has been completely suppressed. If he doesn't retaliate, then defeat is all that awaits him. Tick-tock. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the hall, and everyone looked in the direction from which the voice came. A drop of sweat the size of a bean fell onto the table in front of Jiang Xia. Looking up, one could see that Jiang Xia's entire face was covered in fine sweat, the beads of sweat clearly visible. Moreover, his back was already soaked with sweat. In contrast, Lin Yan appeared calm and composed, with not a trace of sweat on his face, let alone anything else. Judging from their performance, Jiang Xia's situation is extremely critical and cannot be resolved in the short term. Judging from the chessboard, Jiang Xia doesn't have many opportunities left. If he can't make an effective counterattack, then he can only lose. Yes, I think his skill level is only slightly weaker than the top 5 national masters. It's unbelievable. I originally thought Jiang Xia was already a Go genius, but I didn't expect Lin Yan to be even stronger than him. It seems we were all blind today, actually mistaking a Go genius for an idiot. How ridiculous. No, on the contrary. We are witnessing the birth of a Go genius, aren't we? At this moment, Jiang Xingtian slowly shook his head, reluctant to look at the 2 chess pieces on the table. He knew that Jiang Xia was going to lose today, but he just refused to admit it. Splash! Jiang Xia's right hand trembled as he took the white piece out of the jar. His right hand was shaking uncontrollably. He knew that his chances were slim, but he refused to admit that he had actually lost to Lin Yan, who was playing Go for the first time. Moreover, he is her love rival, and it seems that he doesn't like Zhao Zhejiu at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Xia spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! A simp is just a simp in the end. He ends up with nothing, and most importantly, he can't even defeat his rival. He's a failed simp. Smack! I lost. As Jiang Xia's white piece landed on the floor, words of resentment came from his mouth. He immediately lost his energy and spirit, his previous boundless enthusiasm gone. As the number of people in Jiangxiao increased, a wave of shock surged through Lin Yan's mind. The shock level from the crowd plus 999. The shock level from the crowd plus 999. The shock level from the crowd plus 999. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan simply smiled faintly. Jiang Xia is going to be devastated this time. Being defeated by his love rival in his most proud field is even more painful than killing him. If Jiang Xia is discouraged by this competition, what will happen to the upcoming Go tournament? Jiang Xia is a key player among the younger generation. Yes, our Xia Kingdom's Go has been suppressed by Japan and South Vietnam for more than 20 years. We originally thought that with Jiang Xia, we would be able to regain our former glory next year, but we didn't expect this. Seeing his grandson like this, Jiang Xingtian felt a pang of pain in his heart. He also knew that his grandson, under his tutelage since childhood, had developed an amazing skill in chess. Moreover, things have always gone smoothly for them, and they have never suffered such a big blow before. Although Jiang Xingtian was old, he still walked with the stride of a dragon and the gait of a tiger. He went straight to Jiang Xia and slapped him across the face. Smack! Chapter 90 Jiang Xingtian's Sharp Eyes. A tremendous noise echoed throughout the hall. Everyone was surprised that Jiang Xingtian would actually hit his own grandson. What kind of crazy move was this? You can't let it go just because you lost once. As a son of the Jiang family, you must broaden your horizons. There will be many more failures waiting for you in the future. If I, your grandfather, had been like you back then, would I have committed suicide instead of just losing my right hand? No matter what, the first thing you must do in life is to overcome yourself. So what if you lose this time? You can always win next time. Jiang Xingtian's roar instantly echoed throughout the entire hall. At this moment, Lin Yan also came down and looked at Jiang Xingtian's empty right sleeve with a strange expression. Zhao Deshang seemed to sense Lin Yan's confusion and then said, 40 years ago, when Jiang Xingtian was in his 20s, he was just participating in the World Go Championship. In the tournament, the Japanese player won by a narrow margin of half a point, but Jiang Xingtian was unwilling to accept defeat. In the end, he risked his right hand to fight again, and finally, in the end, even his right hand was cut off by the Japanese player. Lin Yan stared sharply at Jiang Xingtian's right hand and slowly uttered the answer in his heart. Yes, that's why Jiang Xing poured all his energy into training Jiang Xia, hoping he would once again lead the army and defeat Japan. Hearing this, Lin Yan felt a sense of admiration for Jiang Xingtian. The most terrifying kind of person is the one who would risk his own arm for the sake of Go. This kind of courage is something that not everyone can do. Compared to Jiang Xingtian, Jiang Xia lacked courage considerably. He was so discouraged by losing a game of chess that he seemed to have no energy or spirit left. At this moment, Jiang Xia's left cheek was already swollen from the beating. It's clear that Jiang Xingtian wasn't holding back at all. Jiang Xia subconsciously touched her left cheek, her eyes first blank, then incredulous. He never imagined that his grandfather, who had doted on him since childhood, would slap him hard across the face in front of everyone. But then I thought about what Grandpa had just said, and then I looked at his empty right sleeve. Jiang Xia immediately felt ashamed. I only lost one game of chess, and I'm already feeling completely demoralized. My grandfather lost his entire arm over 40 years ago. You can only imagine how he survived. Smack! Jiang Xia slapped herself across the face, then looked at Lin Yan with bright eyes. You won, but I'll come back to see you again next time. Then, she prepared to help Jiang Xingtian leave. Lin Yan was quite surprised to see Jiang Xia recover so quickly. He hadn't expected this guy to still want to defeat him. Then, she smiled gently. However, at this moment, Jiang Xingtian stared intently at Lin Yan with his old eyes. Young man, I see that your chess skills are quite good, but your technique is immature and you don't use many techniques. You must have learned it while playing Go with Xiao'er, right? I have to admit you're an even more outstanding Go prodigy than Xiao'er. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was startled. Surprisingly, this old guy actually figured it out. That's right, Lin Yan exchanged for the Go skill from the Male God Skill Tower. Since it was his first time playing Go, his technique was still quite immature, and he didn't use it skillfully. However, none of the others present noticed, but this old man actually did. At this moment, Lin Yan had to admire Jiang Xingtian's dedication and skill in Go. Upon hearing Jiang Xingtian's words, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Everyone stared at Lin Yan in shock, as if they had seen a monster. Wow, so this guy didn't know how to play Go at all before? That's too outrageous. That's terrifying. This is the first time I've ever seen someone like this. They learned something new and then used it to win. This person has an incredible talent for Go. He was practically born to play Go. At this moment, Jiang Xia stared wide-eyed at Lin Yan. If he had ever suspected that Lin Yan was hiding his weaknesses, he must have studied Go. But when he heard his grandfather's words, he understood. Why was this guy imitating me from the very beginning? It turns out he was learning. However, the thought of losing to someone who was learning chess for the first time immediately made his face turn pale. How to put it? It's like an ordinary person who doesn't know martial arts fighting a martial arts master for the first time. Then, as the fight went on, he defeated the martial arts master. If I told anyone, no one would believe me. Lin Yan's expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. He then bowed to Jiang Xingtian with his hands clasped. Sir, you think too highly of me. The way of Go has been passed down in China for more than 2,000 years. It is profound and extensive. I have only learned a little bit of it today. From now on, I must humbly learn from my seniors. Although Lin Yan didn't like Jiang Xia, who was a simpleton, he respected Jiang Xingtian quite a bit. Just for the fact that he dared to wager his right hand to compete with the Japanese in Go. This spirit of winning glory for the country, living for Go, and dying for Go deserves Lin Yan's respect. Jiang Xingtian felt an immediate sense of goodwill towards Lin Yan, who was polite and courteous. After all, there aren't many young people in this era who are both capable and polite. Even his own grandson, Jiang Xia, is arrogant and disdainful of others. as if his high level of Go skills gives him the right to look down on everyone. However, the young man in front of me was neither arrogant nor impatient, neither happy nor sad, as if he were a gentle spring breeze, making people feel close to him. Okay, you're very good. Then, Jiang Xingtian walked to the table, picked up 2 chess pieces, and sighed with admiration. He then looked at Lin Yan with an appreciative expression. I obtained these 2 chess pieces by chance. I originally thought that with these 2 chess pieces, I could represent the Xia kingdom and sweep away all Go masters. But 40 years, a full 40 years, Xia's Go is no match for foreign Go masters. Then, he turned his gaze to Jiang Xia, and then looked at Lin Yan, reluctantly touching the chess piece in his hand. I never expected to lose it in this kind of situation today. Perhaps this is fate. Now it's yours. Then, he forcefully placed the 2 chess pieces in Lin Yan's hand and turned to leave. Looking at Jiang Xingtian's flowing sleeves, Lin Yan was filled with emotion. The older generation of people in Xia Kingdom always held the Chinese family in their hearts. Fortunately, Jiang Xia's opponent today is you. If it were a foreigner, Jiang Xingtian would risk his life and reputation to take the pawn away. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt a mix of emotions. Did his defeat of Jiang Xia mean that all of Jiang Xingtian's hard work over the years had gone to waste? Just then, Jiang Xingtian's aged voice came from outside the door. Come visit my Go Association sometime, when you have time. Chapter 91 Zhao Deshang's Intentions, Lin Yan's Thoughts. With the departure of the Jiang family grandfather and grandson, the entire hall returned to its usual tranquility. Lin Yan returned to the corner and savored the delicious food on the table. At this moment, everyone in the hall no longer underestimated Lin Yan. After all, Lin Yan has already proven his strength, and now Lin Yan is not only exceptional in calligraphy, but also outstanding in Go. For most people, having even one of these things is already quite remarkable. Moreover, Lin Yan actually possesses 2 extraordinary skills, making him a true genius. At this point, many people had already seen Lin Yan's potential, as long as he continued to develop peacefully. So, from now on, he will be a big shot in both the Calligraphy Association and the Go Association. You should try to befriend this kind of person as soon as possible, but because of Lin Yan's cold and aloof demeanor, many people are too embarrassed to go up and say hello, and can only watch from afar. TSK, that old fox Zhao Deshang saw Lin Yan's potential a long time ago. No wonder he invited him here. I told you long ago, Zhao Deshang has been protecting Lin Yan. He must have something on his mind. Now I finally understand. He wants to find a son-in-law. However, this young man is truly outstanding. Even Qian Xiaohao and Jiang Xia are no match for him. Perhaps only those guys from the capital can rival him. I disagree with what you say. Those guys aren't necessarily better than Jiang Xia and his group. Lin Yan listened to the crowd's discussion indifferently, neither getting involved nor wanting to. His purpose in coming today was for Qianqian. He wanted her to have a good time at the banquet. Seeing handsome men constantly chatting with Lin Qian, Lin Yan felt a little uncomfortable, but seeing Lin Qian's radiant smile made him feel better. He felt that anything he did for Lin Qian was worth it. At this moment, Zhao Jijia walked towards Lin Yan with a smile on her face, though there were still tear stains on her cheeks. Then, she looked at Lin Yan shyly and said, "My grandfather is looking for you." Lin Yan did not hesitate upon hearing this. After all, Zhao Deshang was the host, and it was he who invited me here. He couldn't refuse to come to me, so I had to give him face. Then, led by Zhao Jijia, Lin Yan arrived at the study on the 2nd floor. Lin Yan slowly walked into the door and saw that there was a rubbing of Wang Shiji on the wall. Judging from its age, it was quite old. At this moment, Zhao Jijia had no intention of leaving. Zhao Deshang glanced at her and said with a serious expression, "Go down and greet the guests. I need to talk to Lin Yan." Hearing her grandfather scold her so harshly, Zhao Jijia immediately became unhappy, but seeing his attitude, she awkwardly went out and closed the door. However, Zhao Jijia did not leave, but instead hid outside the door to eavesdrop. At this moment, Zhao Deshang brought over a chair, gesturing for Lin Yan to sit down, and slowly said, "My granddaughter has been spoiled since she was little and always throws little tantrums." Lin Yan responded politely when he heard Zhao Deshang say that. Jia is fine. Girls always like to throw little tantrums. Actually, it's nothing. Qianqian sometimes does that too. Upon hearing this, Zhao Desheng chuckled happily, his gaze towards Lin Yin growing increasingly fond. Whoosh! Zhao Desheng even opened his tea canister and brewed 2 cups of tea, handing one of them to Lin Yin. I bought this tea when I went to Wui Mountain. It is said to be the tea leaves from the tea tree on the top of the mountain. It tastes pretty good, and it also has calming and sobering effects. You should try it. At this moment, Lin Yin saw Zhao Desheng enthusiastically handing over a teacup and quickly accepted it with both hands. Moreover, they hadn't yet gotten used to Zhao Desheng's enthusiasm today. Lin Yin was surprised. Could it be that Zhao Desheng had encountered some difficulties and wanted his help? He knew that the higher a person's status, the less likely they were to lower themselves to ask for favors. Moreover, it was a request to him, a junior. However, Lin Yin has always had a good impression of Zhao Desheng, and he will help him as much as he can if Zhao asks. After Zhao Desheng sat down, he took the framed calligraphy from the ground and placed it in front of Lin Yin. These are the 2 pieces of calligraphy you wrote last time. I noticed you didn't take them with you, so I framed them for you. What do you think? Lin Yin looked at the 2 pieces of calligraphy in front of him, not expecting that Zhao Desheng had gone to such lengths to frame them. Thank you very much, Chairman Zhao. Lin Yin gratefully accepted the 2 calligraphy scrolls. Just then, Zhao Desheng slowly spoke. However, yours is really quite good. I always gain a new understanding when I look at these 2 pieces of calligraphy every day. Hearing Zhao Desheng say this, Lin Yin, who wasn't stupid, understood what he meant. He placed one of the calligraphy pieces he was holding directly on the desk. President, it is my honor that you like my handwriting. Hearing Lin Yin say this, Zhao Desheng looked at Lin Yin with a gratified expression. This kid is too quick to understand. He immediately grasped what I meant after I only said a few words. That's really impressive. He's far more outstanding than his peers. However, Zhao Desheng found it difficult to talk about what happened next. After all, it concerns Lin Yin's own thoughts. Lin Yin also saw Zhao Desheng's predicament, and then thought about how Zhao Desheng had always taken such good care of her. President, please speak frankly. If it's within my power, I, Lin Yin, will not refuse. Lin Yan's resounding voice echoed throughout the office. Zhao Desheng stared at Lin Yin with shining eyes. He had been waiting for Lin Yin to say these words. Otherwise, he would have been too embarrassed to say them. At this moment, Zhao Desheng carefully approached Lin Yin and slowly said, "What do you think of our Jia?" Hearing this, Lin Yin was a little suspicious, but he wasn't sure if he was sure of his guess, since Zhao Desheng hadn't explained things clearly. Therefore, Lin Yin simply responded politely. She's great, lively, cheerful, and poised, a really nice girl. At this moment, Zhao Desheng was overjoyed. It seemed that Lin Yin had a very good impression of Jia. So, they decided to strike while the iron was hot. Hearing this, Zhao Jia, who was hiding outside the door, felt a sweet sensation in her heart, and her face beamed with a smile. So, are you willing to marry her? Ah! Lin Yin was stunned for a moment, then understood. Zhao Desheng was going to marry his granddaughter to him. For a moment, Lin Yin didn't know how to answer. I know that our Zhao family is lucky to be associated with you. But don't worry, as long as you marry Jia, the Zhao family's assets will all be yours. Moreover, the position of the next president of the Calligraphy Association is definitely yours. At this moment, Zhao Desheng continued to use his ultimate move to lure Lin Yin. Of course, most people would be overjoyed and wouldn't possibly refuse. However, Lin Yin watched as Zhao Desheng vigorously promoted his granddaughter. However, he treated Zhao Jia as an ordinary friend and had no such thoughts in his mind, at least not now. At this moment, Zhao Desheng was talking non-stop, afraid of missing a single word. President, you've heard me. Afterwards, Zhao Desheng finally sat down at Lin Yin's insistence and looked at Lin Yin with longing. This student council president, Jia, is a good girl. I like her a lot. Upon hearing this, Zhao Desheng immediately beamed with joy, but Lin Yin's next words chilled him to the bone. However, I don't have that idea in mind at the moment, so I appreciate your kindness. Zhao Jia, who was eavesdropping at the door, burst into tears upon hearing this and ran downstairs. Knock, knock, knock. The two people sitting in the office heard the sound outside the door and instantly understood that Zhao Jiejia must be at the door. The two then went downstairs. Lin Yin grabbed Lin Xian's hand and prepared to leave, saying casually, "President Zhao, that's all for today. I'll be leaving now." Just as Lin Yin and his companion reached the door, a very faint gunshot rang out. Bang! Elder brother. Chapter 92: The Mysterious Black Gun, Lin Yan's Fury. The sudden gunfire threw the entire Zhao family villa into chaos. Lin Yin went berserk when he saw Lin Xian lying on the ground, shot. Then, Lin Yin picked up Lin Xian and carried her into the villa, where the door was tightly closed. At this moment, Zhao Deshang was shocked when he saw Lin Xian's chest covered in blood. The sky is about to fall. At this moment, Lin Yin roared furiously. "Quickly, call an ambulance. Quickly." Then, he laid Lin Xian down, held her delicate hands tightly, tears and snot streaming down his face, and kept saying, "Qianqian, you'll be all right. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Don't worry, I will definitely kill him." When Lin Yin uttered the last word, the entire villa was filled with a tremendous killing intent, and everyone felt like they couldn't breathe. However, this murderous aura came quickly and went quickly as well. Lin Yin knew that the shot was definitely aimed at him, but luckily Lin Xian blocked it for him. Otherwise, he might already be a corpse. Lin Yin couldn't understand who wanted to kill him, and why they would use a sniper rifle to do so. At this moment, Zhao Deshang frantically dialed a phone, while Zhao Jiejia knelt in front of Lin Xian, crying with a heartbroken expression. "I'm sorry. If I hadn't been being petty, you wouldn't have done this. Sorry." At this moment, the entire villa was in chaos, and everyone hid inside, afraid to go out. "Hiss, how come there are snipers outside? Are they trying to kill us? Quick, call the police, or we'll all die here." Luckily, I wasn't the first one to go out, otherwise we would have been the ones dead. 5 minutes later. Woo! Woo! A wailing of sirens came from outside, and everyone looked happy. Bang! The villa's gate was opened, and a group of police officers stood at the entrance. Wang Shi was the first person to be seen. When he saw Lin Yin kneeling beside Lin Xian with a pale face, he realized that the one who had been shot was Lin Yan's sister, Lin Xian. "Quick, quick, doctor!" A moment later, Lin Xian was put into an ambulance. Lin Yin didn't follow the car. Instead, he rushed alone towards the building across the street because he knew the bullets were coming from there. At this moment, Wang Shi led several policemen to give chase. News of the shooting at the Zhao family villa spread quickly. 5 minutes later, at the Guangmao building, Lin Yan's face remained ashen as he ran from the first floor to the 78th floor. He didn't have any difficulty breathing at all, as if it were an extremely ordinary thing for him. At this moment, Wang Shi and the others climbed up the stairs, panting, and looked at Lin Yin with disbelief. "Brother Wang, do you think Lin Yin is a monster?" He ran straight to the 78th floor. "Exactly, and why didn't he go to the top floor, the 100th floor, to check? Why did he choose the 78th floor? This is simply incomprehensible. He hasn't studied detective work. He's just guessing." At this moment, Wang Shi watched as Lin Yin kept knocking on the door of the room, while he was knocking on the window facing the side of the Zhao family villa. "Go and notify the management to open all the rooms on the south side of floors 86 to 75. Hearing this, Wang Shi didn't understand why Lin Yin was so sure the murderer was hiding on these floors. However, looking at Lin Yan's expression and his behavior these past few times, he did not refute it. "Quickly call for help." Lin Yin banged on the door while showing his police ID. The customers, who were initially furious, fell silent upon seeing Lin Yan's police ID. Some of them, even feeling a little guilty, immediately checked out of the hotel. 10 minutes later, Wang Shi told him that he had found some traces on the 79th floor. When Lin Yin and the others arrived at room 79001, they saw a clean room and an untouched bed. As is customary among police officers, everyone knew that the client in this room was definitely not there to sleep. After all, it's already past 10 p.m. Even if the guests don't plan to sleep, they'll at least take out their slippers to wear. However, upon inspection, the slippers in the guest room were still neatly arranged in the cabinet. "Look, there's a pillow here." A policeman stood up by the window and said. Lin Yin ran over quickly and looked at the dent on the pillow. There was also a pile of cigarette ash on the ground. Lin Yin slowly picked up the broom next to him, holding the broom handle with both hands, resting it on the pillow, bending the left leg, and kneeling on the right knee. The person kneels there in an aiming posture, and the pile of cigarette ash at his feet was right between his legs. At this moment, everyone finally realized what was happening. The sniper rested his rifle against the window with a pillow underneath because the recoil of the sniper rifle was strong, and without the pillow, it would leave a mark on the windowsill. As for the pile of cigarette ash at his feet, that's even easier to explain. It's just everyone's own habit. While waiting, the sniper liked to smoke, leaving behind a pile of cigarette ash. Then, everyone crouched down to look at the Zhao family villa from the sniper's perspective. From this angle, it aligns perfectly with the Zhao family villa halfway up the mountain, making it an ideal spot for shooting. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Yin had changed. They never imagined that Lin Yin had actually deduced everything. At this moment, Wang Shi spoke to a policeman. Go. Take the hotel's video footage and the room's registration information back with you all. Police station, conference room. Bang! Wu Zhenghua slammed his fist on the table in anger, looking down at the large group of police officers below, his anger palpable. What are you all doing? Hundreds of police officers let a criminal slip through our noses. I think you've all been living too comfortably lately, and you're all thinking about retiring. Do you know that this shooting has already caused significant negative impacts throughout Shanghai and even the entire country of China? At this moment, one of the policemen below began to mutter to himself. If anyone is to be held responsible, it should be the customs. How could such a large sniper rifle have been brought in through customs? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhenghua was immediately enraged. Humph, I don't care where the guns came from. I only care about you. This kind of person is extremely dangerous. You must arrest him and bring him to justice as soon as possible. Let's all get moving. Seeing Wu Zhenghua's expression, everyone left the meeting room. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua suddenly asked, Lin Yin, where are you now? He went to the armory. What? Wu Zhenghua's expression changed drastically, and he ran out of the conference room in one stride. Chapter 93 Arms Room Admonition, Target Locked In. Police Station, Armory. An old man in his 50s sat in a room with welded iron railings, drinking tea and reading a newspaper. Police officers who work in the armory are usually older officers who are close to retirement. They can't get promoted, their physical strength is not what it used to be, and they haven't retired yet. They mostly work in the armory, maintaining and storing firearms, and helping out when the police are on duty. I want a gun. A deep voice sounded in front of the old man, making his heart tremble. Then, I looked up. It's Lin Yin. Come in, come in. The old man then unlocked the door from the inside. Only the police officer on duty and the chief and deputy chief of police had the keys to the armory. Anyone else who wants to get a gun has to wait for the people inside to open the door before they can go in. However, since the last counterfeit money incident, Lin Yin has become a celebrity in the entire Shanghai Police Department. Many people know Lin Yin, and this shooting incident was clearly aimed at Lin Yin. Moreover, Lin Yin's possession of the gun was in accordance with regulations, so the old man in the armory opened the door without hesitation. Of course, the injured person was Lin Qian's sister, and the news had already spread throughout the entire police station. Lin Yin strode into the armory, and the scene inside caught his eye. The three walls of the armory were covered with all kinds of weapons. On the wall to Lin Yin's right, there was a rifle at the top and rows of pistols below. The cabinet was filled with all sorts of grenades, smoke grenades, and tear gas. On the far left wall are rows of bulletproof vests, below which are combat uniforms, suitable for combat in various complex situations. On the wall directly in front of them are rows of very powerful sniper rifles, with tremendous firepower. Lin Yin took off his outer clothes and put on his combat uniform, instantly exuding a heroic aura, as weapons were continuously deployed. A moment later, to the old man's astonishment, Lin Yin was fully armed. At this moment, Lin Yin was dressed in a black uniform and wore a baseball cap. Only the armband on his left arm and the number on his chest revealed his identity. He held rifles in both hands, a pistol slung over his right thigh, and various throwing weapons hanging from his waist. At this moment, the old man looked at the dashing Lin Yin and murmured to himself, Youth is fucking wonderful. Just as Lin Yin was about to leave, an old and anxious figure appeared in front of him. Stop right there. Do you think you can take on criminals just because you can shoot a gun? You have to understand that since the other party is a sniper, he must also be able to use other rifles. All you know is a pistol. Even if you find him, do you really think you can catch him with just a small pistol? At this moment, Wu Zhenghua gave Lin Yin a scolding. Although Minister Chun had previously reminded him that Lin Yin had a powerful background and that he should be careful. However, he had known Lin Yin for quite some time, and he had always admired Lin Yin. Therefore, he absolutely could not let Lin Yin go to find that criminal so rashly. The danger involved was extremely high. Most importantly, if anything were to happen to Lin Yin, his career might be over. Lin Yin felt a warmth in her heart when she saw Wu Zhenghua, who came in with a face full of anger. He knew that Wu Zhenghua was concerned about him. After all, such a dangerous operation was too dangerous for him to do alone. However, Lin Yin did not reply and prepared to walk around Wu Zhenghua and leave. Stop right there. Old Lu, come quick and help. Wu Zhenghua grabbed Lin Yin's shoulder and casually handed him over to the old man on duty in the armory. At this moment, a strange scene unfolded in the armory. One of the two old men pressed on Lin Yan's shoulders, while the other hugged Lin Yan's waist, refusing to let go no matter what. Lin Yan, you should know that since that person can use a sniper rifle, he is very likely a mercenary. Do you know what mercenaries are? Mercenaries are retired soldiers from some countries. They are very skilled in both combat and firearms, and they are just as good as our special forces. All you know is a pistol. Do you really think you can handle that criminal? At this moment, Lao Lu from the armory also offered his advice. Lin Yan, just listen to the director. We're doing everything we can to catch that guy. Once we find him, we'll work together and bring him to justice. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan stared intently at Wu Zhenghua with his two bloodshot eyes. You mean, someone hired him to kill me? At this moment, Wu Zhenghua heard Lin Yan speak and finally breathed a sigh of relief, returning to normal. However, looking at Lin Yan's blood-red eyes, I was immediately terrified. What kind of eyes were those? They looked like those of a demon from hell. Wu Zhenghua swallowed hard and said slowly, That's right. Based on my more than 30 years of experience in handling cases, this is a very high-quality mercenary. They usually kill people for money, and the price is generally over 10 million. After all, it's pointless to do something so dangerous if the money is too little. Moreover, and most importantly, I suspect the buyer is likely not in China. Even if you catch and kill this person, he will still pay others to come. At this moment, many police officers arrived and were shocked by what they saw. After all, it's hard to believe that two men in their 50s were holding a young man in his 20s. Lin Yan found Wu Zhenghua's analysis very reasonable. After all, it was worth listening to the experience of a veteran police officer with over 30 years of experience in handling cases. However, not taking the initiative to contact him is simply not Lin Yan's style. Just then, a policeman ran in, panting, and said to Wu Zhenghua, Director Wu, there's news. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Wu Zhenghua, since such a big case still required the bureau chief's approval. Quick, to the conference room. Afterwards, everyone headed towards the conference room. With a target in mind, the next step was to determine the operation plan and capture the criminal. At this moment, only Lin Yan and Lao Lu remained in the armory. Old Lu paused for a moment, looked at the empty room, and slowly said, Oh, isn't that person going to try to persuade him anymore? At this moment, Lin Yan also received an email on his phone, which was even more detailed than the information obtained from the police investigation. Lin Yan looked at the yellow-skinned face and then at the nationality listed above. It turned out the person was from Southeast Asia. His eyes turned bloodshot again, and he said fiercely, Jin Zixing, I'll make you wish you were never born. Bang! Lin Yan kicked open the door to the armory and left quickly. Chapter 94 Lin Yan versus Jin Zixing. The city of Shanghai, in the suburbs. The rain poured down, as if curtains of rainwater were hanging between heaven and earth, looking so beautiful. It's an ordinary-looking hotel from the outside, but it has a great location at a three-way intersection. It's perfect for observing the surroundings, and the hotel is connected to a large vegetable wholesale market at the back, making it ideal for an escape. In a room on the 5th floor of the hotel, a middle-aged man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth watched the police cars rushing past outside, a slight smile playing on his lips. Last month, I unexpectedly saw a bounty offer on the dark web overseas, and at first I thought it was a scam. After all, with a bounty of 100 million, and only the life of an ordinary person was involved, this person was like a chicken in the eyes of many mercenaries, easily killed. However, the target was located in Xia Kingdom, a forbidden area for mercenaries. Therefore, very few people dare to take on this business. After all, the fact that Xia Kingdom is a forbidden zone for mercenaries is not just empty talk. It was built up by the bloody heads of numerous mercenaries. If I weren't a little short on cash lately, I definitely wouldn't have taken this job. However, to Jin Zexing's relief, after he agreed to the deal, the employer actually arranged for someone to transport his sniper rifle to Shanghai, which he considered very good. After all, carrying a sniper rifle through Xia country is a very dangerous thing. However, what troubled him was that he hadn't managed to take down his target last night. Therefore, Jin Zexing planned to rest for half a month, to experience the customs and culture of Xia Kingdom, and then look for an opportunity. At that moment, a very ordinary minivan slowly drove up to the hotel next door. A slightly thin figure slowly emerged from the van. However, he was wearing a raincoat, so you couldn't tell who he was from the outside. Oh, Jin Zexing looked at the figure, smiled faintly, and did not feel any suspicion. After all, it was raining outside, so it was normal to wear a raincoat in broad daylight. Immediately, Jin Zexing closed the window and drew the bed curtains. A moment later, a knock came at Jin Zexing's door. Upon hearing the sound, Jin Zexing jumped up and grabbed the fruit knife beside him, placing it behind his back. For a seasoned mercenary, knowing which weapon to use in which situation is also very important. A small room is more suitable for close combat, making a sniper rifle useless. A fruit knife is now the most suitable weapon. Who? At that moment, a woman's voice rang out from outside the door. Sir, I'm here to deliver towels. Upon hearing this, Jin Zexing did not let his guard down. As a seasoned mercenary, one must always be vigilant in order to survive long. Jin Zexing slowly walked to the door and, through the peephole, saw a pretty waitress standing at the door, holding a stack of towels. Moreover, there was no one around, and seeing this, Jin Zexing gradually relaxed his guard. Snap! Jin Zexing slowly turned the doorknob with his left hand, while his right hand gripped the fruit knife behind his back. At this moment, the waitress was very nervous because a young man was pressed tightly against the wall to her right. This person was Lin Yan, but he had removed his rifle in order not to expose himself. Smack! The door opened. Seeing everything calm, Jin Zexing finally relaxed his guard a little. Just then, the sound of police sirens came from outside the window. Wah! Wah! Just then, the towel in the waitress's hand flew directly onto Jin Zexing's face. Oh! Amidst a scream, the waitress was pulled aside by a large hand. Bang! Lin Yan, dressed in combat gear, kicked Jin Zexing directly. The powerful kick landed squarely on his chest, sending him flying backward. However, Jin Zexing was a mercenary. The moment the sirens sounded, he was in full combat mode. However, to his surprise, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, Jin Zexing used the powerful force to retreat, and the fruit knife in his right hand was already exposed in front of him. Who are you? Jin Zexing stared sharply at the unfamiliar man in the police uniform. Lin Yan did not make a move immediately. Instead, he slowly raised his baseball cap, looked directly at the other person, and his cold words echoed throughout the room. You came to kill me, and you actually asked me who I am. Have you lost your mind? At this moment, Jin Zexing finally saw the appearance of the person who came out and was shocked. Lin Yan, it's you? Jin Zexing was completely stunned. He couldn't understand why a college student would be wearing a police uniform. Most importantly, the immense power he displayed just now was not something an ordinary person could possess. Rather, it resembled that of a special forces soldier. Thinking of this, Jin Zexing shook his head vigorously. How could that be? He's just a college student. It can't be that complicated. Lin Yan stared coldly at Jin Zexing, preparing to draw his gun and kill him. Seeing Lin Yin preparing to draw his gun, Jin Zixing grabbed the chair next to him and smashed it at Lin Yin. Oh! Bang! At this moment, because the chair was about to smash towards Lin Yin had no choice but to give up drawing his gun and use both hands to block the chair. Base! Jin Zixing, expressionless, leaped into the air, gripping a fruit knife tightly in his right hand, and stabbed at Lin Yin. He knew he couldn't stop. He couldn't let Lin Yin draw his gun. After all, no matter how fast a knife is, it's not as fast as a pistol. Lin Yin saw Jin Zixing lunging at him with a knife in his right hand and quickly used a chair to block him. As Jin Zixing watched the knife pierce the chair, he immediately wanted to yell, "Fuck your mother." In matters of the heart, the chair you threw away ended up helping your enemy. Rub. Smack. Of course, Jin Zixing did not give up, but continued to increase his speed. Lin Yin gripped the chair tightly with both hands, constantly making blocking motions. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. However, Jin Zixing was already deeply shaken, and the more he fought, the more alarmed he became. This guy is no ordinary person. His skills are incredible. It should be noted that Jin Zixing was a special forces soldier from a Southeast Asian country, and after retiring, he worked as a mercenary. His fighting skills are among the top 10 in Southeast Asia. But the guy in front of him actually fought him for so long using only a chair. I simply can't believe it. Just then, the sound of sirens came from outside the window, and the voices of police officers could be heard from time to time. Woo! Woo! Quickly, surround him completely. We absolutely cannot let him escape. Upon hearing this, Jin Zixing became extremely anxious. Run? If you don't run, you'll miss your chance. Lin Yin stared coldly at Jin Zixing, determined to catch him today. Jin Zixing did not answer. He knew that the most important thing now was to find a chance to escape, not to waste time talking. At that moment, Jin Zixing saw from the window that a truck loaded with vegetables had already set off from the vegetable market behind them. Without hesitation, Jin Zixing broke the window and jumped. Bang! As he went down, he casually gave Lin Yin the middle finger, as if to say, "Come and catch me if you dare." Lin Yin went to the window and looked at Jin Zixing walking into the truck. Even with a pistol, he couldn't see him. Without hesitation, Lin Yin jumped down. Chapter 95 Truck Fight, Lin Yin's Thoughts. Boom! A deafening roar came from the car's engine. The driver inside the truck pressed the accelerator hard, and it started moving quickly. Lin Yin leaped into the truck, and the moment he landed, the truck drove away from its original spot. Just then, a gleaming fruit knife slashed past Lin Yin's eyes. Lin Yin was startled. He turned around instantly to dodge the fruit knife attack, and then flipped over to get into the carriage. At this moment, Lin Yin was inside the carriage, while Jin Zixing was standing at the carriage door. The truck was loaded with cabbages, and the two stood on top of the cabbages, looking at each other from afar. Jin Zixing swallowed hard, spitting a disgusting stream of saliva onto the cabbage, his forehead covered in a fine sheen of sweat. His eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Lin Yin with murderous intent. It seems the intelligence was wrong. You actually have such good skills. Great job, you're very good. But you must die today. Lin Yin looked at the mouthful of yellow saliva on the ground and almost felt nauseous. Then he looked coldly at Jin Zixing. They're from abroad. Can't they at least be a little hygienic? If you spit on a cabbage, how are others supposed to sell it? That's so unhygienic. Jin Zixing was immediately shocked by Lin Yin's words and almost fainted from anger. Keep in mind, the two are currently engaged in a life or death struggle, and this guy still has the confidence to say that he's unhygienic. It's just that young people are too carefree. Then, Lin Yin continued. Aren't you thinking too soon? Even after fighting for this long, you might not be able to kill me. You idiot. Lin Yin then launched into a tirade of insults, revealing that he never showed mercy to his enemies. Hearing this, Jin Zixing became even more enraged and grabbed the fruit knife in his hand, charging towards Lin Yin. Whoosh! Lin Yin calmly watched Jin Zixing charging towards him, then drew his gun and aimed it at Jin Zixing, looking at him with a cold expression. Aren't you usually so arrogant? Come on, give me a sideways stance. Believe it or not, I'll shoot you right now. At this moment, Lin Yin pointed his gun at Jin Zixing in front of him, looking at him with murderous intent. Smack! Jean Zixing stared calmly at the dark muzzle of the gun. He knew guns better than anyone else. But now he's more afraid than anyone else. He knew that if he made any move, Lin Yan would definitely shoot him dead. Let me go, and I won't hunt you down anymore. Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled coldly. If he didn't need to find out who the employer was, he wouldn't have bothered to say so much. But this guy actually used the promise of not chasing him as a bargaining chip. Are foreigners all stupid? Are you foreigners out of your minds? If I kill you, you won't be able to hunt me down. Why would I let someone who wanted to kill me go? I'm not that stupid. Tell me, who is the employer who posted the bounty? Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Jean Zixing's face. After all, the most important rule for a mercenary is that they must never reveal their employer's name, even if it means death. Otherwise, who would dare to post bounties in the future? With no one posting bounties, what will these mercenaries eat and drink? They'll have no business to do. Smack! Lin Yan looked at Jean Zixing, who remained silent, and without hesitation, shot him in the thigh. At this moment, Jean Zixing was in great pain, and his facial features were all scrunched up. Just then, the truck braked suddenly, and Jean Zixing ignored the pain. With his right hand holding the fruit knife, he slashed directly at Lin Yan's right hand holding the gun. Lin Yan lost his balance due to the truck's sudden braking. This led to Jean Zixing's sneak attack, which resulted in a bloody gash on his right arm. The intense pain caused him to drop his pistol into the cabbage. At this moment, Jean Zixing revealed a cruel smile. Now that you're out of guns, let's see what you're going to do. After saying that, he endured the excruciating pain and attacked Lin Yan. Lin Yan remained calm. Although he lost his pistol, it wasn't a big deal to him. Do you really think he only knows how to use a pistol? At this moment, the two people inside the truck were back to being evenly matched. Jean Zixing, although he was lame, had a knife in his hand. Although Lin Yan has all his hands and feet, he has no tools. Even the cabbages on the truck are no match for a fruit knife. The entire truck, except for the cargo box at the bottom, was covered with tarpaulin on top and all sides. At this moment, inside the carriage, Jean Zixing, limping, kept stabbing at Lin Yan. Lin Yan, on the other hand, used his agility to constantly dodge Jean Zixing's attacks. As Jean Zixing continued to swing the fruit knife in his hand, the entire canvas was slashed with holes everywhere. Lin Yan looked at Jean Zixing with a relaxed expression, occasionally making a sarcastic remark. Your leg is lame, yet you still work so hard in business. It's really not easy. How about this? You sit down and rest for a bit, and I won't kill you. Just tell me your employer's name, and I'll let you go. Jean Zixing looked at Lin Yan with a look of fear on his face. He seemed to be able to sense it. The young man in his 20s in front of him seemed to be making fun of him. Yes, it's like a cat playing with a mouse, that's it. At this moment, Jean Zixing was extremely angry. He had been a mercenary for more than 20 years and had never felt so frustrated as he did today. He was always the one playing tricks on his enemies. No enemy had ever dared to play tricks on him. It was simply outrageous. Sizzle. Jean Zixing angrily slashed at the canvas beside him, and the entire canvas was blown away by a strong gust of wind. Lin Yan and Jean Zixing were directly exposed to everyone's view. At this moment, a large number of police officers chased after the truck. Looking at everything before him, Jean Zixing knew that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to leave at all. Moreover, with his thigh injured and blood flowing out continuously, he will faint sooner or later. By then, I'll definitely be caught by the police. Jean Zixing's greatest strength is his decisiveness. He is extremely decisive. He grabbed the fruit knife in his hand and threw it at Lin Yan. Then, in pain, he jumped off the truck and ran into the alley. Lin Yan saw the fruit knife flying towards him, and he flipped over to dodge it. When he finally came to his senses, he could only watch Jean Zixing's retreating figure from afar. However, Lin Yan did not give up and ran into the alley. By this time, the police had already stopped the truck, and a 5-kilometer perimeter had been secured. Therefore, Jean Zixing will definitely not escape. Chapter 96: The Traitor in the Police Station. At this moment, only Lin Yan's clear footsteps echoed through the alley, without making a sound. Lin Yan stared intently at the clearly visible bloodstains on the ground as he continued walking deeper into the alley. The bright red bloodstains continued to extend towards the corner ahead. At this moment, Lin Yin had a bad feeling, which made him run inside quickly. Just then, from a corner deep in the alley, the sound of a motorcycle starting up was heard, followed by a scream. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Yin hurried toward the corner of the alley, and the scene that came into view surprised him greatly. There stood a policeman, nearly 50 years old, whose hat had fallen off and whose black hair was streaked with gray. He lay hunched over on the ground, blood flowing continuously from his stomach. Ouch, it hurts so much. It hurts. He kept shouting, as if afraid that others wouldn't hear him. Lin Yin walked up to the man, looked at his wounds, and then looked at the other end of the alley. Then, a man dressed in black rode away quickly on a motorcycle. Lin Yin knew that the man in black was Jin Zixing. His trouser leg was rolled up at the thigh, which was done to stop the bleeding. Where are they? Lin Yin stared at the policeman on the ground with red eyes, and heard Lin Yan's cries. The fallen policeman finally spoke. He ran away, and my stomach was slashed. Call an ambulance immediately. Lin Yin looked at the policeman lying on the ground with suspicion, a question lingering in his mind. A minute later, all the police officers rushed over, following the trail of blood. What they saw before them was truly unexpected. Logically speaking, the criminal already had a gunshot wound to the leg, and there were police officers stationed nearby. How could we let him escape? Bang! Lin Yin angrily punched the wall, then looked at the fallen policeman with suspicion. Police station, chief's office. You mean you suspect that Lao Zhao is involved in releasing fugitives? Wu Zhenghua sat in his chair with a somber expression, smoke rings constantly drifting through the office. He looked at Lin Yin with a serious expression, wanting to know what Lin Yin was thinking. Smack! Lin Yin picked up a cigarette from Wu Zhenghua's table, lit it for himself, and said slowly, How's the investigation into the mole from last time going? Upon hearing Lin Yin suddenly bring up this matter, Wu Zhenghua immediately frowned and slowly shook his head. Since I came back last time, I have been searching non-stop, but I have no clue whatsoever. Immediately, Wu Zhenghua's two old eyes widened, and his whole body leaned forward. You mean you suspect Lao Qin is the spy? That's impossible. Old Qin arrived here 2 years earlier than me, and he's usually a kind and honest person. More importantly, he lives in an old neighborhood and commutes to work by bicycle. I only have one daughter studying abroad, so studying abroad is nothing new these days. At this moment, although Wu Zhenghua had a slight doubt deep down, he still did not believe Lin Yan's words. After all, in his mind, Lao Qin had absolutely no connection with the traitor. Lin Yan turned and stood by the window, calmly gazing at the scenery outside, before saying, Logically speaking, a policeman in his 50s, although his physical strength is not as good as that of a young man. But surely we can't be so weak that we can't even withstand a single blow from a criminal? When I got there were no signs of a struggle on the ground, and his police uniform was still clean. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhenghua was deeply shaken. As a police officer with over 30 years of experience, he knew that these signs indicated Old Qin and the criminal didn't have any physical contact at all. Otherwise, his police uniform wouldn't have been so clean. So why was Lao Qin injured? Moreover, judging from his voice, there is something wrong with this Lao Qin as well. Sound. Wu Zhenghua looked at Lin Yin with suspicion, wanting to know what he wanted to say. Yes, at the time, I heard the motorcycle and his screams almost simultaneously in the alley, which is very unusual. Hearing Lin Yin say this, Wu Zhenghua took another deep drag of his cigarette and slowly said, That's right, everything happens in a certain order. If the criminal stabbed Lao Qin first and then escaped on a motorcycle. So, you must have heard the screams first, and then a few seconds later you could hear the motorcycle. At this moment, Lin Yin continued. More importantly, he didn't say a word when I first met him. Instead, I ask him questions and he answers, which is very abnormal. Upon hearing Lin Yan's analysis, Wu Zhenghua nodded involuntarily and then spoke up. Yes, as a police officer, after I fell to the ground and saw my colleagues. The first reaction should be to point out the criminal's escape route and urge you to catch the criminal, rather than crying and shouting on the ground. This Lao Qin has a big problem. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua took a deep drag on his cigarette and then stubbed it out fiercely. Then he spoke to Lin Yan. Let's go to the hospital. Then a policeman was called in. Go and investigate all of Lao Qin's assets, including information about his daughter abroad. The police officer's expression changed, but he said nothing and left. In the hospital, old Qin lay on the hospital bed with a smile on his face. The doctor said his injury wasn't serious and he could be discharged after a week of rest. My daughter abroad just called to say she's received a sum of money. Just then, the door to the ward was pushed open. Upon hearing the sound, old Qin lay down, his expression one of great pain. Then, Wu Zhenghua looked at Lao Qin with a complicated expression, stood by the bed, and said very seriously, Old Qin, we've been colleagues for over 30 years. Don't you have anything to say to me? Upon hearing this, Lao Qin's heart tightened, and seeing Lin Yan beside Wu Zhenghua, he suddenly felt nervous. However, he kept making a pained expression and then asked in confusion, Director, what are you asking? I was injured on duty. Do you still suspect me of letting a criminal go free? At this point, 2 tears streamed down old Qin's face, and a loud shout echoed throughout the ward. The 2 policemen standing outside exchanged a glance, but said nothing. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua's face turned completely black. He never expected that things would come to this point, yet Lao Qin would still refuse to admit it. However, it's understandable. After all, there is only suspicion without direct evidence to prove that he released the criminal without authorization or that he was involved with the criminal. There's nothing we can do about him then. The most we can do is suspend him from his duties. At this point, Lao Qin knew that as long as he couldn't find any evidence, Wu Zhenghua would be powerless against him. Just then, a policeman quickly walked in. He handed a form to Wu Zhenghua and saw the terrifying numbers on it. Instantly, Wu Zhenghua's eyes blazed with fury. He grabbed the form, slammed it in front of Lao Qin, and roared. Now, what do you have to say? Old Qin looked at the information sheet on the bed with a puzzled expression, seeing that it clearly indicated the amount, date, and account for payment. He knew in his heart that he was doomed. Chapter 97, An Unexpected Surprise, Jin Zixing's Shock. I'll confess everything. Old Qin burst into tears and snot, no longer caring about the pain in his stomach wound. He seemed to be constantly repenting. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua was extremely angry. He put his hands on his hips, turned to look out the window, and then came back to point at Lao Qin. Qin Guozhong, you're a veteran police officer. You should know the discipline of being a police officer. Didn't you think about the consequences of doing this? How can our entire Shanghai Police Department and your children hold their heads high after doing this? Wu Zhenghua gave his subordinate a furious reprimand, feeling utterly disappointed as he watched him embark on a path of crime. He was truly heartbroken. His subordinate had broken the law, and as the bureau chief, he bore a great responsibility. You should have his contact information, right? At this moment, Lin Yan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Qin Guozhong quickly took out his phone and handed it to Wu Zhenghua. Send him a message saying that things are tense right now, and we'll pick him up for the appearance later. Upon hearing this, a hint of suspicion flashed in Wu Zhenghua's eyes, and Lin Yan explained. Mercenaries like this, who live on the edge of crime year-round, must be very vigilant. If you ask him where he is without warning, he will definitely become suspicious. Upon hearing Lin Yan's explanation, Wu Zhenghua nodded involuntarily, his eyes constantly admiring Lin Yan, thinking to himself, this guy is born to be a cop. The Demon City, the border. Inside a cave, a campfire was burning brightly. A middle-aged man sat on a rock, his forehead covered with beads of sweat the size of soybeans. At that moment, looking at his bleeding left leg, he knew that if he didn't remove the bullet soon, then I would definitely die from excessive bleeding and my thigh would be ruined. Rub. Jin Zixing picked up a fruit knife, heated it over a flame a few times, and then aimed the tip at the bullet hole. That's right, he was going to use a fruit knife to remove the bullet. He slowly placed the fruit knife against the bullet hole in his thigh and pressed down hard with his right hand. Ah! A low groan of pain came from Jin Zixing's mouth, and he clenched his teeth tightly, sweat beading heavily on his forehead once again. As the fruit knife continued to press down, a light yellow bullet appeared in front of him. Rub! Jin Zixing stared fiercely at the bullet, and with a forceful flick of his right hand, he dug one out. Then, Jin Zixing placed the knife on the flame again to heat it, and even added a few more pieces of firewood. Humph. Lin Yan, I admit I underestimated you. At this moment, Jin Zixing looked towards the city center, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and said viciously, "Once I recover from my injuries, I will definitely kill you." The failure of this operation was unacceptable to Jin Zixing. According to his estimation, the target he was targeting was the weakest he had ever encountered since he became a mercenary. It's fair to say that the word failure never crossed his mind. However, reality was completely different from his expectations. Not only did they fail to eliminate the target in one go, but they were also shot back by the target. The more Jin Zixing thought about this, the more his eyes turned bloodshot, and a murderous glint emanated from them. A moment later, the blade of the fruit knife turned an unusually bright red in the flames. Jin Zixing's heart skipped a beat when he saw the bright red fruit knife, but he steeled himself when he saw the still bleeding bullet hole. Rip! Then he tore off his black sleeve and bit down hard on it. At this moment, Jin Zixing cursed Lin Yan in his heart. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. If only I had killed him from the beginning. So, I should be sunbathing on my private island now, not trying to save myself here. Jin Zixing held the red-hot fruit knife in his right hand with trembling hands, slowly aiming it at the bullet hole. However, to Jin Zixing's relief, the bullet hole was smaller than the blade. In other words, it can eliminate the bacteria inside in just one treatment and also stop the bleeding. At this moment, Jin Zixing could feel the scorching heat of the blade on his thigh. Immediately, he bit down hard with his big yellow teeth and pressed down hard with his right hand. Ah! A scream came from Jin Zixing's mouth and echoed throughout the cave. Jin Zixing pressed the fruit knife firmly against the bullet hole in his thigh. Suddenly, a whiff of meaty aroma wafted over, accompanied by a wisp of smoke. Jin Zixing's veins were bulging all over his body, and his entire back was soaked with sweat. The 5 fingers of his left hand were firmly gripping the soil. A moment later, it was finally over. Looking at the scars on his face, Jin Zixing angrily rebuked again. "Lin Yan, I'll make sure you die." Just then, a text message notification sounded from the phone. Jin Zixing endured the pain, took out his phone, and looked at the text messages on it. From the literal meaning of the information, there is no problem, and the coded message left behind is also correct. A moment later, Jin Zixing sent his location. Dragging his injured leg, he slowly walked out of the cave, looking at the bustling city of Shanghai in the distance. Snap! Jin Zixing snapped a nearby tree branch off sharply, saying fiercely, "Humph, I'll let you live 2 more days." Half an hour later, Jin Zixing squatted in the roadside bushes, watching the passing vehicles, with police officers passing by from time to time. It's clear that the situation is extremely dire. Without the help of acquaintances, he has no way to get out. At that moment, a dilapidated police car slowly drove from afar and was right in front of us a moment later. Seeing the police parked on the side of the road, Jin Zixing immediately tensed up, but then he heard the sound of a horn and burst into laughter. Beep, beep, beep. 1 long and 2 short horn blasts rang in Jin Zixing's ears. Hearing this voice, Jin Zixing finally relaxed. However, he did not immediately leave the bushes, but continued to observe from the spot. As a mercenary, this was a long-standing habit of his. It was never wrong to observe things carefully. 5 minutes later, the police car sounded its horn again, blaring 1 long and 2 short blasts. Moreover, from the outside, Jin Zixing could see that there was only one driver inside, who was obviously wearing a police uniform. Judging from the surroundings, there was no other movement, so Jin Zixing finally lowered his guard and quickly emerged from the bushes. Bang! Jin Zixing quickly got into the car and neatly closed the door. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice. Ouch, you've recovered completely in just 1 day. Chapter 98 Rescue My Son, Bounty of 1 billion. Lin Yan, it's you. Even if Jin Zixing were reduced to ashes, he would still remember whose voice it was. Jin Zixing's eyes widened in disbelief. He pointed at Lin Yan with his left hand while repeatedly pulling on the car door with his right. However, It seems that this car door cannot be moved no matter what. Don't struggle anymore. I specially modified this car door. It can only be closed, not opened. Of course, it can still be opened with a key. Lin Yan sneered and waved the key in his hand, making Jin Zixing furious. Rub. Jin Zixing was extremely tense. He grabbed a fruit knife from the bag with his left hand, ready to stab Lin Yan. At that moment, a dark gun barrel was pressed directly against the back of Jin Zixing's head, followed by a stern voice. Don't move. Police station, interrogation room. Lin Yan and Wu Zhenghua sat at the table, looking ahead with serious expressions. Jin Zixing was wearing a yellow uniform, handcuffs, and his eyes were full of resentment. Bang! Wu Zhenghua looked serious, slammed his right hand on the table, and pointed at Jin Zixing. Cheer up. Now tell me the details of the crime. Upon hearing this, Jin Zixing merely gave a cold laugh, then glanced at Lin Yan. If he hadn't revealed my location, how could I have possibly lost to you? After saying that, he roared at Lin Yan. He has come to terms with life and death. What he cares about most now is that he actually lost to this kid Lin Yan. Moreover, he was also his own assassination target, which is laughable. If word got out, and the mercenary world found out, he'd lose face and be unable to make a living. From now on, no one will dare to do business with him. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan gave a cold laugh. Humph. As a mercenary, he was actually fooled by a text message. I have to say you're a failed mercenary. If this were a battlefield, your body would already be pecked to pieces by vultures. Lin Yan ruthlessly ripped open Jin Zixing's deepest wounds, exposing them nakedly to the air. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Jin Zixing became extremely excited, and the chair he was holding almost moved. Fortunately, the two policemen next to him held him down firmly, which prevented him from yelling at Lin Yan incessantly from his chair. You've got guts. Go ahead and release me now. Let's see if you can catch me again. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan chuckled. Puff. Jin Zixing, have you lost your mind from anger? You need to understand that this is the Xia Kingdom. You have violated the laws of the Xia Kingdom. Do you think we will let you go? At this moment, Wu Zhenghua continued speaking from the side. Jin Zixing, I hope you can give a detailed account of the crime. Confess and you'll be treated leniently. Resist and you'll be punished severely. Bang! After saying that, Wu Zhenghua picked up the teacup and slammed it down on the table. He had lost all patience with Jin Zixing. If it weren't for procedural requirements, the fingerprints found at the scene, as well as the saliva on the cigarette, would have allowed him to be handed over to other departments. Ha. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter erupted from the interrogation room. Jin Zixing, with his wild and unrestrained demeanor, looked at the two of them with mockery. I am a foreigner. Your laws have no right to punish me. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhenghua angrily stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Jin Zixing said that this was precisely Wu Zhenghua's weakness. Foreigners who violate the laws of Xia Kingdom can only be handed over to foreign countries for processing. At most, they will be prohibited from entering the country. However, for a mercenary, creating a fake identity is too easy. This allows him to enter the country at any time, which is a headache for many. Looking at Wu Zhenghua, he felt helpless. Jin Zixing looked at Lin Yan with a provocative expression. I wanted to see Lin Yan's helpless expression when he wanted to kill him. But he was disappointed. Lin Yan remained expressionless throughout, at most giving a cold smile, without any of the gritted teeth he had hoped for. I advise you to release me right now, or else it'll be quite a sight. Jin Zixing shouted again, now feeling emboldened. Snort. Lin Yan slowly stood up and looked at Jin Zixing with a calm expression. I'm asking you one last time, who sent you to kill me? Upon hearing this, Jin Zixing slowly shook his head without answering, but instead shouted again. I advise you to release them immediately, otherwise. By this time, Lin Yan's patience had run out. If it weren't for the fact that this was a police station, he would have already taken action. We've never let this guy be so arrogant until now. Lin Yan slowly approached, his cold eyes fixed on Jin Zixing, and chilling words slowly escaped from his mouth. Believe it or not, tonight I'll seal you in a metal barrel with cement and throw you into the Huangpu River. By then, I hope you'll still have the courage to argue with me to the death. Jin Zixing looked at Lin Yan, who had a murderous look on his face, without a trace of doubt in his heart. Moreover, he felt his hands and feet instantly turn icy cold, as if an aura of death was enveloping him. A voice deep within him was screaming frantically, "Speak up! Compared to death, this is nothing." Lin Yan looked at Jin Zixing, who was struggling, and said to the police outside, "Someone, load it onto the truck, and get a metal drum and some cement." Upon hearing this, Jin Zixing was immediately terrified. Lin Yan was even more decisive than him. He killed without hesitation. If he were to be killed by Lin Yan like this, his death would be far too humiliating. He knew that he was keeping his employer's secret, and that his employer might not be grateful to him. Moreover, when employers receive messages about themselves afterwards, they will only berate them as a piece of trash. They wouldn't grieve for his death even for a moment, nor would they be willing to offer a single expression of pity. After all, having worked as a mercenary for over 20 years, he knew that his employers were either high-ranking politicians or ruthless drug lords. None of them were kind people. At this moment, Jin Zixing quickly shouted, I'll talk, okay. South America, an isolated island. This is a private island, and a villa sits halfway up the mountain, staffed entirely by armed men in black. On the third floor of the villa, a bald man in his 50s looked calmly at the photo in his hand and slowly said something. My son, your father will definitely take care of that guy. Then, I'll get you out. At that moment, a woman with a voluptuous figure quickly approached the bald man. Dad, the operation failed. Jin Zixing has been arrested. Upon hearing this, the bald old man gripped his cane with his right hand, veins bulging, and then a voice came from his mouth. Global announcement. A reward of $1 billion will be offered to anyone who can rescue my son. Upon hearing this, the woman looked at the old man with a strange expression, a hint of resentment in her eyes, but she said nothing. Yes, Chief. Chapter 99 Global Shock, Lin Yan's Considerations. At this moment, a shocking bounty appeared on the dark web of Blue Star. A bounty of $1 billion for saving one person in China. All the mercenaries or organizations that saw this message went crazy. Of course, only mercenaries or medium-sized organizations are usually interested in this. After all, large international organizations have their own stable revenue streams, and $1 billion is nothing to them. Moreover, China has always been a forbidden zone for illegal organizations. Offending China and affecting trade between the two countries for $1 billion is simply not worth it. China is no pushover either. Otherwise, why have there been so few mercenaries causing trouble in China over the years? This alone allows those large illegal organizations to sit back and watch the fight unfold. Although $1 billion is not much for a large organization. However, for mercenaries and small to medium-sized organizations, this is definitely a huge sum of money. Countless mercenaries are preparing to rush to China, hoping to rescue criminals and obtain $1 billion. The city of Shanghai, the police station. This illegal organization's offer of $1 billion reward for the rescue of criminals is a provocation against our Xia Kingdom's police force. It's blatant contempt. We must resolutely crack down on this group of illegal individuals and ensure that the criminals cannot escape. Seated at the head of the table is Chun Chien-kwa, the current Minister of Police, with Wu Cheng-kwa to his right. Upon hearing this, Wu Zheng stood up abruptly, saluted with his right hand, and the other police officers followed suit. Please rest assured, superiors, we will resolutely crack down on criminals and ensure that no criminal escapes justice. After that, the other police officers also said in unison, Please rest assured, superiors, we will resolutely crack down on criminals and ensure that no criminal escapes justice. Seeing the united and dedicated police force of Shanghai, Chen Jiangwo smiled. Then, she looked at Lin Yan sitting at the end of the table, and her heart skipped a beat again, but she recovered in an instant. Every time he saw Lin Yan's face, he was reminded of that once powerful old man. It can be said that the existence of that old man is what made the Xia Kingdom so powerful today. Moreover, he also learned from other sources that Lin Yan was the grandson he had been searching for more than 20 years. The more Chen Jiangwo thought about it, the more excited he became. Lin Yan, you've made the greatest contributions in these operations. What's your opinion on this aggressive situation? Everyone was surprised to hear Minister Chen say that. You should know that this is the second time Minister Chen has met Lin Yan, so why does he value Lin Yan so much? Moreover, his own family's director also groomed Lin Yan as his successor. The key is that Minister Chen is only 1 year away from retirement, so if this case is handled well, therefore, it is highly likely that Wu Zhengguo went up, which makes many police officers have to look at Lin Yan in a different light. Could it be that Lin Yan will be the next police chief of Shanghai's Metropolitan Police Department? His promotion speed is just too fast. Lin Yan found Minister Chen's question quite strange. Why was he being asked this out of the blue? You have to understand that in the police station, he's at most a low-level soldier and practically invisible at that. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Yan. He knew he had no choice but to answer. Cough. Lin Yan quickly stood up, ready to speak. At this moment, Minister Chen waved to him in a friendly manner. You can answer while sitting down. There's no need to be so reserved. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Lin Yan changed again, and even Wu Zhengguo looked surprised. Everyone knows that Chen Zhengguo is a very meticulous person who is particular about everything he does. But today, surprisingly, Lin Yan was allowed to sit down and talk. It should be noted that Lin Yan is currently just a low-ranking police officer, a far cry from Chen Zhengguo's position. However, Chen Zhengguo actually asked Lin Yan to sit down and talk. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan didn't stand on ceremony. I think the most important thing right now is to transfer the criminals. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at Lin Yan with confusion, and some even felt indignant. What kind of talk is that? Are criminals not safe being held in our Shanghai Police Department? That's right. The safety of our Shanghai Police Department ranks among the top in the country. Nowhere is safer than here. Yes, that's what I think too. We'll just sit back and wait for them to come to us. At this moment, Chen Zhengguo and Wu Zhengguo exchanged a glance, both of them understanding something from their eyes. Tell me your reasons. Chen Zhengguo gestured to Lin Yan, giving him a chance to explain. This left everyone puzzled. Lin Yan simply shook his head slowly, then walked to the large screen, which displayed all the buildings near the police station. He pointed to the red dot on the screen and said, "Look, this is our police station, and just across the street to the east of the police station is the #1 Central School of Shanghai. And directly to the west of his police station is a large pedestrian street near the city center, which is always packed with people. Furthermore, to the southeast of the police station is the high-speed rail station, with tens of thousands of people coming and going every day." At this point, Chen Zhengguo and Wu Zhengguo were startled, and some of the police officers even understood what Lin Yan was trying to say. If the criminals really did break into our police station, then everything around us. Lin Yan didn't say anything more. After all, the words had been said to this extent, and anyone who wasn't a fool would understand what it meant. If that's the case, once the criminals start breaking into the prison, countless people will die around here. This is terrifying. If the perpetrators were even more ruthless, they could use bombs to destroy the surrounding buildings, causing panic, and then rescue people in the chaos. That's impossible. The customs authorities are really bad at dealing with weapons. Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled dismissively. Have you guys forgotten about that sniper rifle? At this point, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. If that were the case, most of the people here might die in the line of duty. At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Zhengguo, because such matters still needed the leader's approval. At this moment, even Chen Zhengguo couldn't help but show a worried expression, and then he slammed his right hand on the table. The relocation is definitely going to happen. The key question is where to relocate. If the distance is too short, there is no point in moving. If the distance is too long, there is a risk of unforeseen events along the way. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. At this moment, Wu Zhengguo slowly spoke. There's a prison about 100 kilometers away from here. The security measures are decent. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengguo immediately changed his mind and shifted his focus. At this moment, Chen Zhengguo looked at Lin Yan with admiration. He hadn't expected Lin Yan to be so skilled, and even to think things through so thoroughly. However, Lin Yan was thinking about another problem. His shock value had already exceeded 1 million. Moreover, we've been busy solving cases lately, so there's simply no chance to increase the number of cases. After all, such large-scale cases are usually made public later, or even not at all. This resulted in only insiders knowing how capable Lin Yin was. Outsiders had no idea. However, this prison break gave Lin Yin a great opportunity. If he successfully prevents this prison break, his level of shock will definitely skyrocket. With this in mind, Lin Yin immediately requested permission to participate in the transfer operation. However, Chen Jingwo was extremely worried, as he knew Lin Yan's identity. How could I possibly agree to such a dangerous operation? At this moment, Chen Jingwo took out his phone and made a call. After all, this operation was extremely dangerous, and the Lin family had only one son for 9 generations. They absolutely could not afford to have anything go wrong. Chapter 100. The old man wants to help Lin Yin find a spouse. The capital city, in the suburbs. This is at the foot of the famous Great Wall, where you can see one of China's greatest historical buildings just by looking up. At the foot of the mountain, there is a simple and elegant Chinese-style courtyard house, with ivy climbing all over the mottled walls. It looks very clean and tidy, but there are few people around. In the hall, Lin Dingtian sat quietly, with a wealthy woman who looked to be in her 60s sitting below him. Hey girl, I'm getting on in years and I've never really asked you for anything. I called you here today because I really want to ask for your help. Upon hearing this, the noblewoman sitting below was startled. You must know that the old man in front of me is one of the top figures in the entire Xia kingdom, and he actually has a request for me. Moreover, I recently heard that my grandson, who had been missing for more than 20 years, has finally been found. That little guy will become a giant in the Xia kingdom sooner or later. Brother, why are we siblings saying this? I heard my grandnephew has been found, and I want to see him. This child, who had been missing for over 20 years, has finally been found. As she spoke, 2 tears streamed down the lady's face. I dreamed several times that my father asked me if Xiao Yinzi had been found, and I was too embarrassed to answer. Hearing this, the old man was deeply moved and then laughed heartily. At this moment, Lin Jigua, who was standing to the side, interjected. Aunt, Dad called you here because he wants you to help Yenner find a boyfriend. Hearing this, the noblewoman was overjoyed, but then the old man gave her a stern rebuke. Shut up, I haven't said anything yet. You've said it all, what can I say? I want to find a partner for my grandson myself. Upon hearing this, even Lin Jigua, the powerful figure in Xia Kingdom, dared not speak. He just kept muttering to himself. But I didn't do anything wrong by helping my son find a partner. I'm his father. At this moment, the old man was very angry and scolded him. I'm still your father. The noblewoman couldn't bear to watch any longer, so she stood up and went to the old man's side. As he spoke, he helped pour tea. Brother, really, Jigua is the leader of Xia Kingdom now. Why do you still scold him all the time? That makes him lose face so much. Upon hearing his sister's words, the old man merely glanced coldly at Lin Jigua before speaking. You know, this kid has never given me a moment's peace since he was a child, and now I don't care about anything else. I'm worried about my grandson's marriage, but he insists on competing with me for it. Can you believe how angry I am? After speaking, Lin Dingtian took a sip of tea and gestured for the lady to sit down. You're not feeling well either, so don't stand there. He then glared at Lin Jigua and shouted, Hurry up and help your aunt back to her chair. Upon hearing this, Lin Jigua quickly came over and helped the lady sit down. Girl, you know that the only men in the Lin family who can actually do anything right now are the 3 of us. So, I have no choice but to ask you for help. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent. At this moment, the noblewoman immediately asked, Ah-ing the usual? The old man took a sip of tea with a helpless expression, and then Lin Jigua helped to add some more tea. Auntie, you know that Ah-ing has been in a deep sleep ever since Yenner disappeared, and we can't wake her up no matter what we try. At this moment, the old man did not scold Lin Jigua, but continued the conversation. Yes, because Ah-ing has been asleep, and we don't know when she will wake up. However, my grandson's marriage cannot be delayed. He's 25 this year. When I was 25, Jigua was already old enough to run errands. Even when he was 25 years old, Yenner was born. At this point, Lin Dingtian couldn't help but get excited and walked closer to the noblewoman. When I went to the hospital last time, I saw two girls who seemed to have a bit of a crush on Yenner. So, I want you to go and see what those two companies are like. Hearing her brother say this, the noblewoman understood that he wanted her to help her nephew find a marriage partner. At that moment, Lin Jigua interrupted again. Dad, what era are we living in now? It's all about free love. What marriage proposal? You're so old-fashioned. Upon hearing this, the old man raised an eyebrow and stared intently at Lin Jigua with his old eyes. You little brat. What right do you have to interrupt when our elders are speaking? Kneel down. Bang! Lin Jigua knelt on the ground very swiftly, without the slightest hesitation. You know, I was the one who personally arranged your marriage back then. So what? You've been doing all this for Ah Ying alone, and Ah Ying has given our Lin family such an outstanding grandson. You dare say the marriage I arranged is bad? At this moment, the noblewoman looked at the father and son with a worried expression and sighed inwardly. All right, what's all the arguing about? We're talking about good news today. But I have to say something about you, brother. Hearing this, the old man was unhappy. He was so focused on arranging a marriage for his grandson. What had he done wrong? What did I do wrong by criticizing me? The noblewoman stood up and said slowly. Jigua is right. We have free love now. Your old methods don't work. You wouldn't want Yenner to marry a woman he doesn't like, would you? Upon hearing this, the old man immediately frowned and kept muttering to himself. That's true. If the eldest grandson doesn't like her, why marry her? The most important thing is that I like it. Lin Jigua was furious when he saw the old man's attitude change. Before Lin Yin was found, the two would eat together, and she would always put food on his plate. It's gone now. Moreover, whenever he came home, the old man's first words were always the same. What has my grandson been doing these past few days? Has he been attending classes properly? Sigh, Lin Jigua slowly shook his head at this thought. They've become attached to their grandson and have forgotten about their son. At this point, the noblewoman continued. Well then, I'll meet with Yenner another day and ask him about it. It's been over 20 years. I only took care of him when he was a child, and now he's grown into a young man. At this point, the old man also stood up. That's good. I haven't seen him in a long time either. I miss him too. Let's take a look together tomorrow. At this moment, Lin Jigua, who was kneeling on the ground, also spoke up. I didn't even talk to my son properly last time. I'm going too. Where are you going? Just looking at you makes me angry. The old man gave Lin Jigua a good scolding. Just then, a telephone rang. Old Master Lin Dingtian looked at the phone on the table. He knew that this phone would be gone for a long time, and only ordinary elderly people had this number. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Chun Jiangwo's number, one of his old subordinates. Hello. After a moment, Lin Dingtian stared sharply into the distance, then sighed. Let him go. The fledgling eagle must ultimately rely on its own strength to soar. The old man hung up the phone and said to the two of them, My grandson has grown up and has his own ideas now. This kid actually wants to fight the mercenaries. Is he a descendant of the Lin family? Police station. Upon hearing his former leader's words, Chen Jiangwo couldn't help but look at Lin Yin. As expected of the Lin family, one dared to participate in such a dangerous matter, and the other was even more ruthless and willing to let go. At this time, mercenaries from all over the world entered the Xia Kingdom through various channels. Chapter 101 Visiting Qianqian. Lin Yin also hates blind dates. Shanghai, First People's Hospital, VIP room. A woman in a hospital gown lay quietly on the hospital bed, her beautiful face pale with a sickly pallor. He looked peaceful, as if he were asleep. Lin Yin sat quietly in the chair, her eyes fixed on Lin Qian. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. It's my brother who's got you into this mess. Lin Yin held Lin Qian's left hand tightly with both hands and pressed her left hand against his face. She kept sobbing, and a single tear slowly slid down Lin Yan's cheek. At that moment, the door to the ward opened. Squeak! Zhao Jiejia walked gracefully in a white bodycon dress, carrying 2 lunchboxes in her hands. Looking at Lin Yan's heartbroken figure, I felt sad again. Lin Yan, don't be sad. Zhao Jiejia walked to the opposite side of Lin Yan, put down the lunchbox in her hand, and comforted him. Yesterday, the doctor said that he has passed the critical period and will wake up at this time tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin finally broke down in tears. For him, this is the best news he has received so far. Although he and Lin Qian are not biological siblings, they grew up together. Especially after their parents passed away, the brother and sister relied on each other for survival, helping each other grow up together. However, Lin Qian has now taken a bullet for Lin Yin and is still unconscious. These past few days, Lin Yin has been extremely anxious. His pain has not only not increased, but has actually grown stronger. Lin Yin hasn't slept at all these past few nights. As soon as he closed his eyes, the scene of Lin Qian being shot appeared in his mind. Moreover, there is a scene where the mother entrusts Lin Qian to him before she dies. She also specifically instructed him to take good care of his younger sister, because Lin Yin was her only family. Lin Yan's threats to Jin Zixing at the time were not a joke. Even if Jin Zixing is unwilling to reveal the information about his employer, Lin Yin still has a way to get it. However, this is Xia Kingdom, a place that values law, and even Lin Yin must abide by the laws of Xia Kingdom. Once the criminal has been apprehended, his life must not be endangered, otherwise it would be a crime. In fact, this is also why Lin Yin doesn't like being a policeman. There are constraints and restrictions, preventing one from being truly free and unrestrained. Jia, thank you so much for taking care of Qianqian all this time. Lin Yin stood up, smiled at Zhao Jia, and bowed solemnly to her. Seeing Lin Yin like this, Zhao Jia hurriedly waved her hand. Qianqian and I are best friends, so it's only right that I take care of her. So please don't feel guilty, otherwise I'll feel embarrassed. After saying that, Zhao Jia lowered her head shyly, glancing at her toes and occasionally stealing a glance at Lin Yin. At this moment, she noticed that Lin Yin was becoming more and more handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he also knows calligraphy, Go, and playing the suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument, and he's a policeman. The numerous honors bestowed upon him made Zhao Jia increasingly infatuated with Lin Yin. At that moment, a beautiful figure slowly walked into the ward. What are you doing here? Zhao Jia looked at the person, and her face instantly turned cold. I finally had a chance to be alone with Lin Yin, but it was interrupted in less than 10 minutes. How annoying. Most importantly, this person is his enemy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin slowly turned his head to see who it was. Lin Yin, has Qianqian woken up? Lin Yin looked at the person who had come in surprise. It was Li Chuyao, the school beauty of Jiangnan Conservatory of Music. Today, Li Chuyao was wearing a white shirt and a light blue skirt, and she was carrying a thermos in her hand. An elegant and refined air instantly appeared on Li Chuyao, and even Lin Yin, who was used to seeing beautiful women, couldn't help but take a second look. To be honest, Zhao Jia is indeed very beautiful, but Li Chuyao is more in line with the aesthetic standards of Eastern men, the kind of beauty that can only be admired from afar and not touched. The doctor said she'll wake up tomorrow. Lin Yin replied that although Li Chuyao looked very beautiful today, he was not in the mood to appreciate it. Hearing this, Li Chuyao didn't say anything. She had only heard about it from someone else, and then came to see for herself. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I made some chicken soup here, which I originally planned to bring to Qianqian, but since she's still asleep, you can have it. After saying that, Li Chuyao started fiddling with it. In an instant, the entire ward was filled with a fragrant aroma. At this moment, Zhao Jia stared wide-eyed at Li Chuyao in disbelief, never expecting this woman to become so bold. Judging from this posture, they're just short of feeding Lin Yin soup. Smack! Zhao Jia angrily opened the lunchbox, which contained the food she had just bought from Zuixinlu. Zuixinlu's food is famous throughout Shanghai. At this moment, Lin Yin suddenly realized a serious problem. The same scene unfolded before his eyes once again, with chicken soup on one side and fragrant dishes on the other. At this moment, Lin Yin was in a real bind. Just then, his stomach started growling uncontrollably. Gurgle. Although neither woman spoke, neither retreated, as if they were engaged in an invisible battle. Just then, an old voice came from outside. Grandson, Grandpa's here. Where are you? Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yin immediately realized that the old man had arrived. Then, the two elderly people slowly walked into the ward and saw the scene before them. Lin Dingtian and the noblewoman exchanged a smile, their eyes filled with satisfaction. At this moment, Lin Yan looked at his grandfather with gratitude. His arrival was just in time. He was practically his savior. Lin Yan even suspected that the wealthy woman in her 60s who was with her grandfather was his lover. "Grandpa, please sit down." Lin Yan quickly brought over a chair and smiled at the woman, who was over 60 years old. "Grandpa, who is this?" Lin Yan showed an understanding expression, but Lin Dingtian was furious when he saw his grandson's expression. The old man's right hand slapped Lin Yan's head directly. "You brat, what are you thinking? Call me auntie." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was stunned. When did his grandfather have a younger sister? He instinctively let out a scream. "Ah, what are you all about? Shout already." Upon hearing Lin Yan's surprise, the old man urged him on. "Brother, you've scared the child." The noblewoman gently patted the old man's arm, then walked up to Lin Yan, her aged hand touching his face, tears streaming down her face. "Sigh, the first time I held you in my arms, you had been born for less than half an hour. I can't believe how much you've grown since we last met." Before she could finish speaking, the noblewoman's tears fell onto the back of Lin Yan's hand. Okay, we're finally back." Seeing the old lady so excited, Lin Yan was overwhelmed with emotion. "Auntie, why?" The noblewoman responded kindly to Lin Yan's call. "Your great aunt and I have come to discuss a marriage for you. What are your thoughts?" Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged a glance, and the hostility in their eyes slowly faded. "Ah!" Lin Yan was surprised again. It turned out that the old man had come to urge her to get married. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan immediately felt immense pressure. At this moment, his only thought was to find an excuse to leave, otherwise he would really be driven crazy. Just as Lin Yan was at a loss, a phone rang. When the call connected, Wu Jingwa's voice came from the other end. A moment later, Lin Yan ran off, and his voice echoed in the stairwell. "Grandpa, auntie, I have something to do. I have to go now." Seeing the scene before him, Lin Ding was furious, pointing at the doorway. This kid is exactly like his father back then. He runs away the moment he hears about a marriage proposal. Lin Dingtian's next words brought smiles to the faces of the two women. "Hey girl, what do you think of these two young ladies?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiejia and Li Chuyao were stunned for a moment. Then the corners of their mouths turned up slightly. Chapter 102 16 seconds of speed, 20 shots, all hitting the bullseye. Shanghai, Police Station, Training Ground. This is the training ground used by the police, with various physical training facilities and a shooting range. As one of the top police stations in the Xia Kingdom, it can be said to be one of the largest in terms of scale. At this moment, Chen Zhengwo stood there with a serious expression, with Wu Zhenghua behind him. 6 burly policemen stood in front of them, motionless like pine trees. The entire training ground was quiet. The only sound was the heavy breathing of the participants. A moment later, footsteps came from outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Yan quickly came to the front of the group and joined the ranks. He glanced around and saw that there were 7 people with him in total. In other words, there were a total of 7 people involved in this special operation. Chen Zhengwo looked at Lin Yan with a complicated expression, but he had no doubt about Lin Yan's skills. However, as far as he knew, Lin Yan only knew how to use a pistol, so that wouldn't work here either. It's important to understand that the upcoming operation won't just be a pistol duel. It will definitely involve rifles, even rockets and sniper rifles. Thinking about this, Chen Zhengwo felt a surge of worry. He knew Lin Yan's identity. If something really happened to Lin Yan, the person above would definitely go crazy. However, that person has already agreed. Should he rashly prevent Lin Yan from participating? So, what will people think of him? Suddenly, Chen Zhengwo's eyes lit up, and he said to Lin Yan in a very serious tone, "Lin Yan, you know how important this mission is. You can't just rely on a pistol. What other weapons do you know? If they meet our standards, you can participate in this operation. If you can't meet the standard, don't blame me. I'm doing this for your safety." After he finished speaking, the entire training ground fell silent. At this moment, Wu Zhenghua understood from Minister Chen's words that Minister Chen did not want Lin Yan to participate. In fact, he didn't want Lin Yan to participate either. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes narrowed. and he understood that the minister was indirectly protecting him and trying to dissuade him from participating in the operation. However, for Lin Yin, participating in the operation was definitely the fastest way to increase his fear level. Moreover, he harbored an even more insane idea. Lin Yin didn't say anything, but just smiled slightly at everyone before heading to the shooting range next door. Everyone looked at him suspiciously, wondering what Lin Yin was up to. What do you think he wanted to do? Masturbate? If he doesn't shoot a gun, what else is he shooting? It seems like all he knows how to do is shoot a gun. This kid is something else. He might surprise us. At this moment, the other 6 people did not think highly of Lin Yin. After all, they were all selected from the military, but Lin Yin had only been a policeman for less than a month and was still a college student. Even if I know how to use a handgun, this mission can't be solved by just using a handgun. Lin Yin slowly walked to the table, where there was a complete pistol and a box of bullets with 50 rounds in total. Rip! Lin Yin tore off his sleeve and blindfolded himself. Seeing this, everyone wore amused expressions, and each of them knew what Lin Yin was thinking. After all, assembling handguns blindfolded and shooting blindfolded are things they do frequently. After blindfolding himself, Lin Yin placed his hands on the table, but instead of starting, he casually said something. "Excuse me, could you please time me?" Hearing this, the 6 team members, though not optimistic about Lin Yin, would still help him with this small favor. Then, one of the team members picked up his watch and said to Lin Yin, "Start." As the sound faded, the clanging of metal echoed across the training ground. Ding ding ding. Lin Yin quickly dismembered the pistol. A moment later, the pistol was gone from the table, only its parts remained. At this moment, the person looking at the watch stared at Lin Yin in disbelief, then looked at the watch in their own hand. Wow, less than 4 seconds. How is that possible? The sound had already attracted the attention of the surrounding team members, and none of them believed it. No way, disassembling a pistol this quickly. Yeah, it usually takes me 8 seconds to disassemble a handgun, but this guy did it in 3 seconds. What's there to be afraid of? It's quick to take apart, but difficult to put back together. At this moment, Lin Yin once again stunned everyone. In his hands, the originally scattered parts quickly transformed into a pistol. At this point, 9 seconds had passed, meaning he had spent 6 seconds assembling the pistol, twice as long as he had taken to disassemble it. Of course, the pistol's magazine is still empty. It must be loaded with bullets before the magazine is put on and the bullets are chambered. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Yin quickly loaded the bullets into the magazine, as if he could see everything on the table. Click. A moment later, Lin Yin had loaded 15 bullets and chambered them. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yin did not stop and fired 3 shots at the target 20 meters away, all 3 bullets hitting the bullseye. When Lin Yin stopped firing, the team member who was keeping time also stopped. When he saw the numbers on the screen, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. 16 seconds. Upon hearing this, the other team members couldn't believe it. You should know that they are all elites in the military, and assembling pistols is a required course for them. The fastest person takes 18 seconds to disassemble and assemble a pistol. However, Lin Yin only took 16 seconds, and he was blindfolded. Everyone was instantly thrown into a frenzy, even though it was only 2 seconds faster. For a quick draw shooter, 2 seconds is enough to kill everyone present. Wow, this guy is absolutely terrifying. He's a monster. No, he's a prodigy. Otherwise, how could he be so fast? If he's this good with handguns, is he just as proficient with other weapons? At this moment, Chen Jiangwo and Wu Jingwa's gazes towards Lin Yin changed. They both knew that Lin Yin could masturbate, but they didn't expect him to be so perverted. Viewers level of shock plus 666. Viewers level of shock plus 666. Viewers level of shock plus 666. At this moment, a series of system notifications appeared in Lin Yan's mind, but Lin Yin just smiled slightly. However, Lin Yin did not stop, but instead took off the black cloth covering his eyes. He then grabbed a rifle from the side and fired a burst at the target. Click, click, click. As the gunshot rang out, the entire training ground erupted in a deafening roar. A moment later, the training ground fell silent. At that moment, a team member ran up to the target and was immediately alarmed. Lin Yin fired a total of 20 shots, and the 20 bullet holes were arranged in order inside the bullseye. This is unbelievable. How could this be? At this moment, the other team members also came over and were immediately stunned by what they saw. How is that possible? All 20 bullets were bullseyes. I've never seen anything like it in my life. More than that, in my opinion, there's never been such insane marksmanship in the entire history of rifles. A master. He's an absolute master. It seems we're the ones dragging him down, not the other way around. Upon hearing these words, Chen Jiangwo and Wu Zhengguo exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. At this moment, Lin Yin put down his gun and slowly walked over, quietly looking at Chen Jiangwo. Chen Jiangwo was still in shock, and simply patted Lin Yan's shoulder forcefully. Return to the team. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin knew that he had won over both of them. Teammates shock level plus 666. Chen Jiangwo's level of shock plus 999. Wu Jing shock level plus 999. At this moment, system prompts continued to appear in Lin Yan's mind. Watching the shock value rise continuously, Lin Yin remained unmoved. After all, the real feast had not yet begun. All right, you all go and get ready. After Chen Jiangwo finished speaking and was about to leave, Lin Yin called him back. Minister, I have another idea. Chapter 103, A Crazy Idea, A Clash of Forces. Police Station, Chief's Office. Chen Jiangwo sat upright, looking at Lin Yin with a serious expression and his brows furrowed, while Wu Zhengguo looked at Lin Yin with disbelief. Unexpectedly, Lin Yin, who looks like a handsome young man, has a mind that is truly astonishing. Lin Yin, you should know what the consequences will be if this is broadcast live. If this operation fails, it will be a huge blow to the prestige of our Xia kingdom. Can you guarantee that the mission will be completed successfully? At this point, even though Lin Yin had an unusual identity, Chen Jiangwo had to think things through carefully. At first, he was completely shocked by Lin Yan's crazy idea. The entire mission was broadcast live. This is no joke. You have to understand that this operation can be considered a provocation against the Xia kingdom by external forces. Once the broadcast is live, this operation absolutely cannot fail. Otherwise, the dignity of the entire Xia kingdom will be trampled underfoot. Yes, Lin Yin, your idea is absolutely insane. You have to understand that once something is revealed, it won't be a simple matter. At this moment, Wu Zhengguo also offered words of advice from the side. Lin Yin smiled faintly, then lit a cigarette for himself on the table. Minister, Director, I know you are afraid of the failure of the operation, and I also know how much impact it would have on the people of the country if the live broadcast operation failed. At this moment, Lin Yin sat down directly opposite the two of them and leaned closer to speak. But have you ever considered what would happen if this operation were to be completed perfectly under the watchful eyes of the entire nation? Therefore, this is definitely a great opportunity for the Chinese people to boost morale. Such opportunities are rare. Lin Yan's words echoed throughout the office. Chen Jiangwo frowned as he looked at Lin Yin, muttering to himself. As expected of someone from the Lin family, they have such crazy ideas and they dare to think and act, just like that old man back then. Back then, when the whole world had no faith in him, that old man single-handedly pulled the Xia kingdom out of the abyss, and even his enemies had to give him a thumbs up. At this moment, Chen Jiangwo felt conflicted, as he only had a little over a year left before retiring. However, he knew that his performance in the few years since he took office had been mediocre, and there was nothing to boast about. However, he was unwilling to give up. After all, in this life, people either like fame or they like fortune. A moment later, Chen Jiangwo gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Yin with a serious expression. Smack! He slammed his right hand on the table and said to Lin Yin, All right, I've lived for over 60 years. This time I'll go crazy with you, kid. Hearing this, Lin Yin smiled knowingly, while Wu Zhengguo looked incredulous. In his view, the minister would absolutely not agree to Lin Yan's crazy idea. However, to his surprise, the minister actually agreed. At this moment, Wu Zhengguo quickly stepped forward to try and dissuade him. Minister, you must think this through. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiangwo waved his hand, signaling Wu Zhengguo to be quiet. Pretend you're not here today. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. Hearing this, Lin Yin felt a pang of emotion. Although there are often corrupt officials at the lower levels, the Xia Kingdom's top leadership is still politically upright and dedicated to the country and its people. Lin Yin felt increasingly that he should change his mindset. All right, now go and get ready. Chen Zhangwo smoked a cigarette, his deep eyes gazing out the window. Lin Yin knew that the minister was under even more pressure than Lin Yin because he was able to make such a big decision to support his idea. If this operation fails, it will be a stain on Minister Chen's political career, and he will certainly be dismissed early. Lin Yin looked at the two elderly people in the office and slowly closed the door with a determined look in his eyes. Don't worry, no matter how many they come, they'll all die. Shanghai, suburbs, single-story houses. At this moment, the entire bungalow was searching for that group of about 20 people of various skin colors. Moreover, it's obvious at a glance that this person is no ordinary person. Everyone earns their living through their own abilities. Why should we listen to you? In English. At that moment, a muscular black man shouted. Yes, that's right. Whether or not you can save the young master depends on your own abilities. In English. Exactly. Even if we manage to get the money, how are we going to divide it? Why don't we just give it all to me? In English. Humph, just a bunch of lowly cops. I can take them all out with one rocket. In English. There were more than 20 people, divided into 4 groups. The first group was all white, blonde and blue-eyed, and they were the ones who proposed this collaboration. The second wave consisted of a group of black men, mostly bald, all burly and strong, who would be among the best in close combat. The third group consisted of people with yellow skin, who appeared to be from Southeast Asia based on their skin color. In the corner of the bungalow, a young man held a Japanese sword in his hand, his whole demeanor unusually cold, as if he disdained to hide in it. Upon hearing this, the white leader looked furious. I kindly organized everyone to work together and ensure the success of the operation. After all, trying to rescue someone in Xia Kingdom is like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Listen to me, everyone. Saving lives is not a simple matter. If you fail, at best you'll be caught, at worst you'll die on the spot. In English. The white leader wanted to persuade him again, since more people meant more strength. At this moment, the black man smiled and walked towards the door, giving the white man the middle finger before leaving. We're all in this together. Life and death don't matter to us anymore. In English. That's right, what we lack most is money. Everything else is secondary. In English. Then, the group of people with yellow skin quickly left. They figured it was better to gather some information than to listen to him talk. A moment later, only a group of white-skinned people and a Japanese man carrying a samurai sword remained in the bungalow. The white leader looked at the Japanese who had not left and felt a surge of joy. After much persuasion, I finally managed to get someone to be my scapegoat. Well, something is better than nothing. Just as the white man was about to strike up a conversation, the Japanese man suddenly spoke up. You white people, why don't you stay in your own country and come to Xia Kingdom to starve? In English. Hearing this, the white people were furious. What right did a tiny Japanese person have to lecture them? Besides, we're in China now, not Japan, so what gives you the right to say that? The white leader looked at the Japanese with a gloomy expression and stopped his impulsive subordinates. Also, I thought I didn't know what you were thinking. In English. You just want everyone to be cannon fodder so you can reap the benefits. In English. There's a saying in the Xia Kingdom, when the clam and the river mussel fight, the fisherman benefits. That's exactly it. In English. After saying this, the Japanese man vanished in a flash. Bang! The white leader slammed his fist on the table in anger, glaring fiercely outside. Originally, I thought I could drag a few cannon fodder down with me. Unexpectedly, none of the people who came were fools, and not a single one paid him any attention. If this were in the West, they would have been buried long ago. There's no point in wasting time talking to them. Let's go. In English. Chapter 104 Debt Slave, Lin Yin. The night was deep, and twinkling stars twinkled in the dark sky. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and its rays shone down on the courtyard, creating a peaceful scene. Call. In the study, Lin Yin took a deep breath and quietly looked at the information on the computer. Intelligence indicates that no fewer than a dozen mercenaries have entered the city of Shanghai through various channels. However, Lin Yin found it hard to believe this number. Logically speaking, with a population of nearly 8 billion on the entire planet Earth, and such a large bounty, how could only a dozen or so people have come? A voice inside Lin Yin kept telling him that the number of people was far greater than the intelligence figures. Lin Yin knew how crazy it was to say this idea today. In order to ensure the successful completion of the mission, and of course, to increase the horror value. Only by successfully completing the task can the terror level skyrocket. Bite! A light blue interface appeared in front of Lin Yin, and this interface was much richer than the previous one. Wow, it's been upgraded. It's a color TV now. Lin Yan's eyes lit up as he looked at the interface that was both unfamiliar and familiar. The first few times I opened the interface, the entire interface was gray and white, just like a black and white television set from the 1990s. Now the entire interface of the Male God Skill Tower has turned into color. There are 7 layers in total, from top to bottom. The bottom 4 layers are visible, while the top 3 layers are still shrouded in mist. The skills Lin Yin exchanged for have already been activated and can be clearly seen. Lin Yin stretched out his right hand and slid it across the skill tower. A row of skills appeared in front of Lin Yin, and a crisp sound came from the interface. Ring ring. Hearing this voice, Lin Yin smiled knowingly, not expecting that the system was also improving. However, Lin Yan's most important task now is to find the skills suitable for tomorrow's actions. With over 2 million, shouldn't we use that to acquire some useful skills? Lin Yin started looking at the 7th floor, but all he saw were skills for everyday life, so he slowly shook his head. These skills might be somewhat useful for flirting with girls, but for the average robber, do you think they're there to watch you cook or grow flowers? Then, Lin Yin turned his attention to the 6th floor again. The skills on the 6th floor were more advanced than those on the 7th floor. However, it wouldn't help with tomorrow's operation, so Lin Yin skipped it. While the 5th level possesses skills rarely seen by ordinary people, it is no longer surprising to Lin Yin. The shooting skills he currently possesses were obtained here. However, they still didn't have the skills Lin Yin needed. The most crucial operation tomorrow, although there will be firefights, is unlikely to involve tanks or warships. Therefore, these skills are completely useless to Lin Yin at the moment. The most crucial thing is that it's ridiculously expensive. A single skill costs 500,000 shock points. Lin Yin has only managed to scrape together 2 million after 2 months of getting the system. At this moment, Lin Yin looked at the 4th floor again, but when he saw the icon on it, he felt like dying. Various large space stations and space carriers, each skill costs 1 million horror points. Seeing this gives me goosebumps. You can't exactly pilot a space station into an operation, can you? It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, a huge waste of resources. At this moment, Lin Yin felt more frustrated than ever before, having a treasure trove of resources but being unable to use it. Although he has 4 skill tiers that he can exchange for, none of them can help him with his current actions. Looking at the dazzling array of skills, Lin Yan's desire to find a skill cooled down, and he let out a sigh. As expected, the system isn't omnipotent after all. Just as Lin Yin was about to look away, a blurry icon caught his eye. Lin Yin slowly leaned closer to take a closer look, but still couldn't see it clearly. Then, he picked up the magnifying glass on the table and looked at it again. This time, Lin Yin finally saw it clearly. The icon had 3 arcs on it, just like a Wi-Fi icon, but it didn't have a dot in the middle. Then, Lin Yin put down the magnifying glass, slowly backed away, and finally saw clearly the floor number where the icon was located. This, the 3rd floor. It's actually the 3rd floor. Bite! Lin Yin stretched out his right hand and clicked on it. The shock value displayed on it completely stunned Lin Yin. Hiss, 3 million, and only 7 days. Looking at the shock level above, Lin Yin was speechless. I originally thought the 4th tier skill required 1 million shock points, so the 3rd tier skill would require at most 2 million. But it actually costs 3 million. Lin Yin looked at the pitiful 2 million shock points in the upper right corner. Suddenly, all pride vanished from my heart. However, to Lin Yan's surprise, details about the skill could actually be found on it. Name, the wind blows. Function, it can sense the movement of all objects within a 100-meter range. which is of great help to the host. Horror value, 3 million, 7 days, 10 million, permanent. Looking at the effects shown above, Lin Yin felt a surge of excitement. This is the skill he's been searching for. This skill would be incredibly helpful to Lin Yin right now. Imagine if Lin Yin could acquire this skill. Wouldn't he be invincible within 100 meters? However, looking at the shock level above, Lin Yin was speechless. Even the minimum 7 days would cost 3 million, which is beyond his means to exchange. Lin Yin stared at the skills listed, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. But looking at his pitiful 2 million, he sighed inwardly. What a crappy system. It's Valentine's Day today. Shouldn't they be having a discount event? After saying that, Lin Yin was about to close the interface when a small interface appeared in front of him. Lin Yin stared wide-eyed at the system above and immediately burst into curses. Damn system, you're not only a bandit, you're also a loan shark for me. Black, fucking black. That's right, the system gave Lin Yin a loan this time, but the interest rate is shockingly high. This skill can be exchanged for 3 million shock points over 7 days, but the system charges an astonishing 2 million in interest. In other words, if Lin Yin were to redeem the points now, not only would he lose 2 million shock points, but he would also owe the system 2.5 million. Because Lin Yin's shock value is now exactly 2.5 million, no more and no less. At this moment, Lin Yin was in a state of great inner turmoil, constantly struggling with his feelings. Moreover, a 10-second countdown appeared on the interface, and the number kept decreasing. Lin Yin looked at the skills listed and felt very eager, but when he saw the final repayment amount of 2.5 million, he felt a pang of heartache. As the countdown dwindled, Lin Yin grew increasingly nervous. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as the number was about to reach 0, Lin Yin's eyes turned bloodshot, his right finger pointed at the interface, veins bulging on it, and he said through gritted teeth, "You win, I'll buy it." As Lin Yin finished speaking, a horizontal bar appeared in front of the shock value on the interface. Looking at the horizontal bar above, Lin Yin felt a chill run through him. His heart was bleeding. Horror level, 2,500,000. Chapter 1054 Armored Vehicles to Confuse the Robbers. Police station, detention cell. Haha, my dad sent people to rescue me. I urge you to release me immediately, or you will all die. At that moment, a boastful voice came from the corridor. A man dressed in yellow, with handcuffs on his hands, looked at everyone arrogantly, especially Lin Yin. Young Master glared fiercely at Lin Yin. Especially you. If you let me go now, I might spare your life since I'm in a good mood. Lin Yin smiled faintly. He had become numb to this kind of danger. It was of no use to him. However, the young master's next words directly enraged him. I heard your sister is still alive? Don't worry. I'll take good care of him after I get out. As the young master spoke, a lewd smile spread across his face, showing no regard for his own predicament. Bang! Immediately, Lin Yin expressionlessly grabbed the butt of his rifle and smacked the young master in the mouth. Puff! The blow stunned the young master, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the young master looked at Lin Yin with a fearful expression. Unexpectedly, this guy actually made a move, but when he thought about someone coming to save him, he hardened his stance. Pooh! Wait till I get out of here. I'll make you pay. Lin Yin looked at the young master with icy eyes, grabbed a piece of tattered burlap from the window, and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, she whispered softly in his ear, "Don't worry, you can never go back." Upon hearing these chilling words, the young master immediately felt a murderous intent gripping his heart, which he could not shake off. At this moment, Lin Yin had already added him to his death list in his mind. Lin Yin will never let anyone who threatens his family live. Once this play is over, his death will be imminent. At this moment, the other 6 team members did not stop Lin Yin from doing anything. After all, a criminal is always a criminal, and Lin Yin is young and promising. There are already rumors in the police station that Lin Yin will be the youngest police chief since the founding of Xia Kingdom. This kind of person will definitely become a big shot in the Xia Kingdom in the future. We should befriend him now, not try to stop him. Tap tap tap. There were 7 team members and 1 criminal in the corridor. Lin Yin and the captain walked at the front. Two team members escorted the criminal in the middle, and the three-person team came at the back. A moment later, the 8 people arrived at the garage, but what they saw surprised Lin Yin. There were 4 armored vehicles, all identical from the outside, even with the same license plates. Moreover, there were 8 people standing next to the escort vehicle, and crucially, they were all wearing the same uniform, with 3 of them wearing yellow vests as criminals. Seeing this, Lin Yin couldn't help but applaud his leader's idea. At this moment, Chen Jiangwo and Wu Zhenghua slowly walked over. Today, they were also wearing police uniforms and walked in front of everyone with serious expressions. I won't waste any more time with pleasantries. Best of luck to everyone. After saying that, he waved his hand and even glanced at Lin Yin. Seeing the looks in Chen Jiangwo and Wu Zhenghua's eyes, Lin Yin nodded heavily and then got into the car. At this point, each person has a miniature camera on their shoulder. Because of Lin Yan's audacious plan, the content captured by the camera had already been spread online. Headline news: Shanghai police confront foreign robbers. At this moment, everyone in the Xia Kingdom was watching the live stream on their phones. Wow, I can't believe it. They're going to go all out. Damn, 4 armored trucks suddenly appeared. Looks like they're trying to mislead the enemy. Humph, they dare to cause trouble in our Xia Kingdom. Let them never leave alive. At this moment, a wave of excitement swept across the entire Xia Kingdom, with everyone hoping that Lin Yin and his group would thwart the bandits' plot. Otherwise, allowing a few foreigners to openly abduct criminals within Xia's borders would be a provocation against Xia's laws. At this moment, many netizens cheered for Lin Yin and his group online. Boom! In the police station's garage, 4 armored vehicles left one after another, each heading in a different direction. Meanwhile, Lin Yin and his group were in the 3rd car, looking at the birds singing and flowers blooming outside, each of them feeling very heavy-hearted. At this moment, 4 groups of informants at the entrance of the police station had already observed everything. The police's actions only caused the robbers a little trouble. For them, it wasn't a major difficulty. Unexpectedly, the police in Xia country are quite clever. They know how to use this method to mislead us. It's just a little trick. Don't you think you can fool us with that? You're too naive. Now let's see who gets it best. Whoever can grab it keeps it. Afterwards, the informants all went back to their respective posts, since this was the city center and there were quite a few police officers. If we cannot evacuate in time, not only will we fail to rescue people, but we will also lose our own lives, which would be a huge loss. The armored trucks slowly drove out of the city, and Lin Yin and the others sat inside the vehicle without saying a word. The criminal, nicknamed Young Master, couldn't speak because his mouth was stuffed with a rag. He could only groan incessantly. At this moment, the captain spoke. It seems they won't make a move in the city center. Next up are the suburbs. That's very possible. After all, we're heading towards the mountains. The higher we go, the calmer it gets, and we'll also be passing through a dock. There's definitely a group of people waiting for us at the dock. We have 4 cars. We can definitely take some of the robbers. At that moment, Lin Yan's voice rang out from inside the car. It's not that simple. Since they dared to come to rescue people, they can't possibly be fooled by our little tricks. Everyone, let's be on our guard. No one objected to Lin Yan's words. After all, they had also learned from others about Lin Yan's recent heroic performance and his marksmanship demonstration yesterday. This caused everyone to stop questioning Lin Yan's words. By this time, as time had passed, the number of online viewers had exceeded 100 million. Lin Yan's mind remained silent. He guessed that no one had seen his demonstration yet, so they had no shock value. However, the thought of the 2.5 million debt energized Lin Yin like he was on steroids. After all, Chinese people don't like being in debt. Every day when they wake up, they have to worry about mortgage payments, car loans, and even dowry loans. Now, Lin Yin is in the same boat. He too has become a debt slave. By this time, the armored truck had left the city and was gradually heading towards the suburbs, and the surrounding houses were becoming fewer and fewer. Just as everyone sat up straight, the car slowly came to a stop, and a dialect that wasn't quite a local dialect rang out from the front of the car. My car tire has blown out. Can you help me? Chapter 106: Lin Yan's debut, a one-man battle. Upon hearing this sound, everyone in the vehicle immediately grabbed their rifles and defended their surroundings. However, I saw an old farmer-looking, yellow-skinned middle-aged man in his 40s standing helplessly on the road. In front of him was a farm tractor, loaded with an extra-long aluminum alloy. Originally, 2 cars could drive freely on the road, given its width. However, the aluminum alloy parts on both sides of the tractor extended beyond half the road surface. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads. The captain looked wary and then directed 2 team members to go up and help. The other 3 people, including Lin Yan, got out of the car to stand guard. At this moment, the entire country road was quiet, as if it were dead silent. Apart from the clattering of the tractor, there was not a sound. Since Lin Yan acquired the wind blows and grass moves skill yesterday, his senses have become exceptionally sharp, and nothing around him can escape his notice. It's too quiet. It's absolutely abnormal. Lin Yan looked around at everything and murmured to himself. Upon hearing this, the captain looked at him suspiciously. You said it's too quiet? Yes. Didn't you notice there wasn't even a bird chirping or an insect buzzing? Lin Yan continued to explain. Upon hearing this, the captain's heart tightened. Yes, this is the suburbs, with rice paddies in front and mountains behind. How come there's not a sound? At this moment, 2 team members had already walked over to the old farmer and were helping to check the condition of the tractor. The 2 team members are quite helpful to farmers in need. Both of them bent down to help check the condition of the tractor. Just then, the old farmer's face turned fierce, and a dagger quickly appeared in his right hand. A gleaming glint of light flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the old farmer fell to the ground. Upon hearing the gunshot, the other 6 men drew their guns in alert, and at that moment everyone understood. The robbers have really come to take people away. At this moment, the Southeast Asian leader, who was hiding in the deep ditch, saw everything on the highway, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Superior. Then, 4 or 5 people emerged from the bushes outside the road and opened fire on Lin Yan and his group. Bang, bang, bang. Intense gunfire erupted on the highway, accompanied by the sounds of bullets colliding with truck bodies. Meanwhile, 3 robbers appeared on the mountain inside the highway. Lin Yan and the others fired back, with Lin Yan leading the charge. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots, killing the 3 robbers who were close to the road, with each shot hitting them squarely between the eyebrows. At this moment, the Southeast Asian gang leader was shocked by what he saw. He had never seen such accurate marksmanship before, especially under duress. It was incredibly difficult. Even he himself doesn't have such accurate marksmanship. Shock level from the Southeast Asian gang leader plus 666. A pleasant system notification sound appeared in Lin Yan's mind, and Lin Yan smiled slightly upon hearing it. At this moment, because it was being broadcast live, the firefight that broke out on Lin Yan's side had already been shown across the entire internet. As the live stream continued, the number of viewers reached 500 million. The live stream chat was flooded with comments faster than fireworks, one after another, without ever stopping. Wow, this guy looks familiar. His aim is even better than mine in Crossfire. 1 shot, 1 kill. TCH, you upstairs are so ignorant. That guy had a real gun. You were just clicking a mouse. If you die, you can just restart, but when he dies, he's really dead. How can you compare them? That's incredible. As a former soldier, I've never seen such accurate marksmanship, not even in major military competitions. I remember now, this guy's name is Lin Yan. I saw that video of him doing Wang Shiji calligraphy, and he can also play the suona, a traditional Chinese wind instrument. I never imagined he was a special police officer. Seeing this comment, everyone went crazy, and some even went to Douyin to find videos of Lin Yan's calligraphy. Subsequently, more people confirmed the authenticity of the matter, and some girls even sent private messages to the comments section. Hey bro, do you have a girlfriend? Can I be your girlfriend? Officer, your gun is really accurate. I wonder when you'll shoot me. Honey, let's get married. My dowry is 10 million. A villa in the city. I don't need anything from your family. Your parents will be my parents, and I can have 4 children for you. At this moment, Zhao Zhejia stared at the private messages on Douyin with a livid expression. The videos about Lin Yan's calligraphy were posted from her own Douyin account. Therefore, many girls sent all their private messages to Zhao Jejia. While watching the live stream, Zhao Jejia frantically deleted private messages, but the more she deleted, the more there were, eventually reaching tens of thousands. Humph, Li Chuyao hasn't even been dealt with yet, and so many admirers have already appeared. It's infuriating. Bang! With another shot, Lin Yan killed the fourth robber. The dense flames on both sides of the road meant that although everyone was firing their guns, no one had a chance to retaliate. Lin Yan dealt with the 4 robbers in one go, which really relieved everyone's worries. At least the direction towards the mountains inside the highway was safe. At this moment, the other 6 team members looked both relieved and delighted, thankful that Lin Yan had participated. Otherwise, even if they managed to deal with these robbers, some of them will likely get injured. At this moment, Lin Yan had already noticed the people below the road. He pulled out 3 grenades from his waist, ripped off the pins, and threw them down. The Southeast Asian leader saw 3 grenades falling in the sky at different positions and cried out in his heart, "Holy shit!" Boom! 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 After 3 loud bangs, the entire highway fell silent. There were no more gunshots or bullets coming from the bushes. Reporting, Captain. The enemy has been completely annihilated. At this moment, the team members who went to check ran back excitedly to report. Upon hearing this news, everyone exchanged smiles but said nothing more. However, the way he looked at Lin Yan had changed. If it was surprise and disbelief before, it was now pure admiration and respect. Men don't waste time with small talk. The captain patted Lin Yan's shoulder heavily. Everyone boarded the car one by one, and it drove forward. At this moment, the criminal's gaze towards Lin Yan had changed. He couldn't believe that the guy who couldn't even fire a gun when they first met could now take on a small squad single-handedly. His growth rate was simply too fast. At this moment, the entire internet exploded with excitement as everyone watched the police wipe out all the robbers. He's too strong. Is this Lin Yan a Special Forces soldier? My husband is so handsome. All the handsome guys are now nationalized. Wah. No way. I'll pay $1 million for anyone who knows his Douyin, TikTok, account. At this moment, Chen Zhangwo, Wu Zhenghua, and others were all sitting in the police station's conference room. Great. Lin Yan is quite skilled. With Lin Yan around, we have nothing to worry about. Wu Zhenghua laughed heartily. He had been worried that Lin Yan might make a mistake in actual combat, but he seemed to be doing a perfect job. He was practically a veteran. It's still early. This is just the beginning. Chen Zhangwo looked at the large screen above and spoke slowly, but a hint of a smile could be seen in his eyes, mixed with a trace of worry. Clearly, he was very satisfied with Lin Yan's performance. Viewers level of shock plus 666. Viewers level of shock plus 666. Viewers level of shock plus 666. The system notifications kept ringing in Lin Yan's mind, and he had just glanced at the interface, where his shock value had risen from 2.5 million to 2.1 million. In other words, the firefight earned Lin Yan 400,000 shock points. However, Lin Yan was still not happy, since it was still a negative result. At this moment, the escort vehicle had arrived at a suspension bridge in a large mountain. Chapter 107: The Grim Situation, a Moment of Crisis. Boss, they're here. At that moment, a black man wearing a hat came to a secluded spot near the suspension bridge. Shut up. The black leader shouted, looking down the mountain through binoculars, a slow smile spreading across his face. Humph, those idiots in Southeast Asia are all useless. As the black leader looked around, there, a winding road rises from the foot of the mountain to the top, and between the 2 mountains, there is a suspension bridge. Below the suspension bridge is a drop of over 100 meters, with emerald green lake water flowing quietly. This is a reservoir that supplies water for the daily life of the city of Modu and the surrounding cities. Sizzle. At this moment, Lin Yan and his entourage's escort vehicle slowly arrived at the bridgehead, looking at the unusually calm surroundings. Looking at the suspension bridge spanning the 2 mountains, everyone became serious. Well, this is the only passage within a 50-mile radius. If we don't go through it, we'll have to take an extra 80 miles. If that's the case, we might not get to prison until dark, and darkness will be very disadvantageous for us. Several team members chimed in with their own opinions. Lin Yan looked at everything before him without saying a word. At this moment, the captain glanced around with a serious expression, then said to Lin Yan, "Lin Yan, what do you think?" At this moment, the captain had already placed Lin Yan on an equal footing with him, judging from Lin Yan's performance just now. He is definitely more outstanding than him. If it weren't for his age and rich experience, Lin Yan would definitely be the captain of this operation. Let's go? Even if it's a den of dragons and tigers, we'll brave it. Upon hearing this, everyone smiled. In fact, the others had already made preparations to sacrifice themselves for this operation, and had even written their wills and handed them over to their superiors for safekeeping. However, Lin Yan's series of clever moves just now ignited the hope in everyone's hearts. Boom! The armored truck slowly drove onto the suspension bridge. Although the suspension bridge looked quite old, Lin Yan didn't feel any shaking while sitting in the car. This fully demonstrates that it's not true that things that are older are necessarily worse. The car was moving at a moderate speed, and everyone was observing their surroundings with their guns drawn. In places like this, you have to be extra careful. If something blocks your way in front or behind, you'll have no choice but to jump off the bridge. Otherwise, there's really nowhere to go. Boom! The roar echoed throughout the mountains, like the prelude to a battle symphony. A moment later, the car reached the middle of the suspension bridge, meaning that everyone had safely crossed the bridge. Just as everyone's faces lit up with joy, Lin Yan suddenly exclaimed, "Go on, accelerate. Let's go." Upon hearing Lin Yan's call, the driver was startled at first, then immediately stepped his right foot into the gas tank. This is a bit of an exaggeration, but it's meant to emphasize the tension. Boom! Suddenly, the car accelerated and sped off towards the other side. But it was too late. A van drove out of the haystack and drifted across the bridge. Slap, slap, slap. Moreover, two black men slowly got out of the van, one of whom was holding a rocket launcher. The team members were stunned by what they saw. Reverse. At this moment, the captain calmly said, "Since we can't get through here, we have no choice but to reverse and take a detour. Although the journey is longer, at least we can avoid robbers." However, at that moment, another van appeared from behind and blocked the road. Meanwhile, a man in the passenger seat of the van, carrying a rocket launcher, climbed out of the window. Meanwhile, a more robust black man slowly stepped out of the van, looking at Lin Yan and the others with a smug expression. Click, click, click. Moreover, he was holding a Gatling gun in his hand, its dark barrel and densely packed bullets hanging on his shoulder. At this moment, 7 black men, holding guns, pointed them at Lin Yan and the others. There was widespread concern online, with everyone believing that the current situation was a hopeless predicament. Damn, blocked in front and behind. There's no way to escape. These robbers are truly vicious. Wah, my husband, I believe he will definitely get through this. Humph, no matter how many people come, there'll be no match for Lin Yan's marksmanship. At this moment, Lin Xian had already woken up and was watching the live broadcast on TV with a worried look on her face. Zhao Zhejia was also very worried, but she kept deleting private messages. She had already deleted 2,000, and her right hand was numb. Hey, if you release that person, we won't kill you. At this moment, the black leader looked at Lin Yan and the others with a smug expression. In his view, the situation was now foolproof. Unless he is a god, even if Rambo came, he would die on the spot. Of course, if you want to prove yourselves, then I will grant you the title of hero. After saying that, he slowly turned the Gatling gun in his hand, the dark muzzle pointing directly at Lin Yan's escort vehicle. At this moment, many team members in the car looked at their captain and Lin Yan. Lin Yan's sharp eyes scanned the two groups, one in front and one behind, whose numbers were roughly equal. However, the current situation is very unfavorable for Lin Yan and the others. It's like a sandwich filling. You can't move forward or backward. Wait. At this moment, Lin Yan slowly uttered a sentence, and upon hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Yan with confusion. Just as everyone was about to hear Lin Yan's further explanation, Lin Yan exclaimed in surprise. Get down. Lin Yan was the first to bend down, and in doing so, he pushed down the team members next to him, as well as the criminals. At that moment, a huge gunshot rang out throughout the mountains. In particular, the Gatling gun's unique sound is not only irritating but also terrifying. Click, click, click. A hail of bullets rained down on the armored truck, and the glass kept snapping. Four guns, plus a Gatling gun, were positioned on the suspension bridge, continuously firing at the escort vehicle. It was as if they wanted to kill the criminals as well. At this point, team members were being hit from time to time, and some were even hit right from the start. Although it is bulletproof glass, it still has its limits. If so many bullets hit the glass, even bulletproof glass would not be able to withstand it. At this point, 2 team members in the vehicle had already been shot, and another team member was unlucky enough to die on the spot. In other words, besides one criminal, there were only 4 combat-ready team members in the car. As bullets continued to strike the glass, the rear window of the car was the most severely damaged, covered with numerous cracks. Moreover, the Black Gang leader wielding the Gatling gun was positioned at the rear of the car, and the Gatling gun's power was fully concentrated on the rear window. Snap! Just then, the rear window of the armored vehicle shattered. Moreover, the bullets entered the carriage directly, but fortunately everyone laid down to avoid being hit. However, the seat wasn't so lucky. It was pierced by a bullet, and all the cotton inside flew out. At this moment, everyone online held their breath, looking at Lin Yin and the others with worry. What should we do? Shouldn't we fight back? How can we fight back? There are bullets in front and behind us. If we come out, we're dead. This is terrible. Are they really all wiped out? A moment later, the gunfire finally stopped, but the black leader's lips curled into a sinister smile. He snatched the rocket launcher from his subordinate and fired it at the escort vehicle. Call out. At this moment, everyone on the bus was shocked. If it hit them directly, everyone on the bus would die. People across the internet covered their mouths, and many women even quickly closed their eyes, unable to watch any longer. Police station, in a conference room. Chen Jiangwo held a cigarette between his fingers, his eyes fixed on the big screen, his lips twitching. Wu Zhenghua, on the other hand, looked ashen-faced, having already guessed the outcome without even thinking. At this moment, Lin Yan's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze sweeping over the incoming rocket, before he made a startling move. Chapter 108 Lin Yan's Operation, an Extreme Comeback. Bang! Lin Yan sprinted to the front row and kicked the cracked windshield with his right foot. The immense force struck the glass directly, causing the already cracked glass to collapse instantly and smash onto the bridge surface. Smack! Lin Yan ducked down, and the rocket behind him, trailing a huge plume of exhaust, flew past his scalp. Call out! At this moment, no one expected Lin Yan to use this move, and even the black leader was stunned. Then, the rocket flew away. At this moment, the 3 robbers in front of Lin Yan's face changed drastically. Boom! In an instant, the rocket hit the robbers' van, and a huge explosion echoed throughout the mountains. In an instant, the entire van shattered into pieces, with countless parts flying in all directions. Immediately afterwards, flames from the explosion raged wildly on the wreckage of the van, with scattered corpses nearby. Moments later, the entire bridge surface was covered with burning vehicle wreckage and corpses. The entire internet was stunned by what they saw. Because, apart from the deceased team members, the other team members were all lying inside the van, which the cameras couldn't capture. The only camera that could capture the scene was the one on Lin Yan's shoulder. It's like having 500 million people watching a battle from a first-person perspective. The level of excitement is almost as good as being there in person. Wow, that was so cool. I thought it was a sure death, but they pulled off an incredible comeback. His reaction and thinking abilities are those of a natural-born warrior. Even in the military, he would be a king among soldiers. Wow, my husband is so handsome. I have to marry him. I won't marry anyone else in this life. Little brother, your aunt owns 2 listed companies. If you marry me, they're both yours. The entire internet, all the women, went crazy. Although we can't see Lin Yan's face now, we can tell from the perspectives of other team members and his previous calligraphy videos that he is a very handsome guy. What woman wouldn't want a man who is both handsome and capable? Even a 40-year-old woman would swallow hard. Chen Jiangwo and Wu Zhenghua, who were sitting in the police station's conference room, were also shocked by Lin Yan's outrageous actions. Chen Jiangwo didn't even notice when cigarette ash burned a hole in his pants. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Wu Zhengguo was beaming with joy, clapping his hands incessantly, his whole body radiating happiness. At this moment, Chen Jiangwo's two old eyes shone brightly, and the cigarette he was holding had long since gone out, turning into ashes and scattering on the ground in his trembling hand. Excellent. This child is a dragon among men. After saying that, Chen Jiangwo lit another cigarette. At this moment, the black leader was also stunned. He never expected that Lin Yan would have such a move. Not only did they turn the tide of a seemingly hopeless situation, they also managed to eliminate their own subordinates. More importantly, although there are still car wrecks on the bridge ahead, they no longer affect traffic. At this moment, the black leader's eyes turned bloodshot, and he spun the Gatling gun in his hand again, saying something. One more shot. Upon hearing the sound, the henchman behind him immediately understood, picked up the rocket launcher from the ground, and began loading it. You guys drive off, I'll cover your retreat. Lin Yan left a message, grabbed his rifle, and jumped out of the car window. Hearing Lin Yan's words, no one said anything. The driver then accelerated and rushed towards the burning flames. After Lin Yan jumped out of the car, the guy with the rocket launcher had already loaded the rocket. The rocket launcher was already aimed at the van and was about to fire. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the man holding the rocket launcher fell to the ground. The bullet hit him right between the eyebrows, and he fell backward, rocket launcher in hand. Moreover, Lin Yan did not stop shooting. He fired 2 shots at the other 2 black robbers. Bang bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 robbers fell to the ground. At this point, the situation on the suspension bridge had completely reversed. Moreover, only Lin Yan and the black boss were left. The elderly black man stared at the scene before him, utterly bewildered as to how what had been a seemingly insurmountable victory had turned into this. Moreover, he was now all alone, and the black leader was furious at the thought. Click, click, click. The Gatling gun in his hand, its dark muzzle pointed at Lin Yan, was about to bend his right index finger. Slap, slap, slap. The Gatling gun's muzzle flashed instantly, and a dense barrage of bullets flew towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan's gaze sharpened, and he dodged behind a steel pillar of the bridge, pressing himself firmly against the cold steel. A barrage of bullets kept hitting the steel pillar, occasionally flying off from either side of it. Due to the density of the bullets, Lin Yan's sleeves were torn apart by the air as the bullets flew. Come out now. The black gang leader, holding a Gatling gun, arrogantly roared at Lin Yan. Originally, he already possessed 2.5 billion, and the thought of this only fueled the black boss's anger as he looked in Lin Yan's direction. At this moment, everyone on the internet tensed up again. Keep in mind that Lin Yan was pressed against the steel pillar with no cover around him, so he had no chance to shoot and kill the black man. What should we do? Is there really no chance? Impossible. He was able to resolve the previous doomed situation, let alone this one. Yes, I believe in my husband. He can definitely kill him. At this moment, Lin Yan was holding a grenade in his hand, but then frowned and pulled out 4 smoke grenades. He forcefully ripped off the pull tab and threw it between himself and the black leader. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 4 smoke grenades were seen continuously emitting smoke, and after a short while, neither side could see the other's location anymore. Upon seeing the smoke bomb, the black gang leader instantly guessed Lin Yan's intentions. This guy was trying to avoid his sight. Thinking of this, the black leader increased the firing rate of his bullets and widened the firing range. Bang, bang, bang. Loud and chaotic gunfire rang out continuously on the suspension bridge. A moment later, the Gatling gun had finally run out of 200 bullets, but he still couldn't see Lin Yan. Just as he was about to reload, a cold voice sounded from behind him, and a dark gun barrel was pressed firmly against the back of his head. If you want to die, try moving again. Chapter 109 Lin Yan's Doubts. Shocking news. Shock level from a black person plus 1,000. Viewers level of shock plus 666. Viewers level of shock plus 666. At this moment, system notifications kept ringing in Lin Yan's mind, and the shock value on the interface was increasing wildly. Of course, Lin Yin couldn't care less about these things right now. He was troubled by some doubts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared the black boss's life. A moment later, the black leader slowly turned around and looked at Lin Yin with an incredulous expression. Lin Yan's appearance surprised him greatly, and his first words left Lin Yin stunned. "How old are you?" "Oh." Lin Yin stared at the black boss with a puzzled look on his face. Was this guy a little out of his mind? He's the one being held at gunpoint by Lin Yin. Shouldn't he be begging for mercy? Why is he asking such a strange question? 25. Lin Yin said casually, but his right hand never relaxed. Upon hearing Lin Yan's reply, the black gang leader's eyes glazed over, and he kept muttering to himself. At only 25, he already possesses such skills. He's practically born to be a mercenary. Come on, work with me, and we'll split the bounty. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin looked at the black man with disbelief. Is this guy suffering from hysteria? Why is he talking nonsense? Lin Yin pressed the dark muzzle of the gun against his face, looking at the black boss with a serious expression. Shut up. Now I'll ask you a question, and you'll answer it. Tell me, why did you kill him? Upon hearing this, the black leader raised an eyebrow and glanced at Lin Yin with a surprised look. At this moment, Lin Yan's words caused confusion among people across the internet. Why did Lin Yin ask this question, and who is the he is referring to? What kind of conspiracy is behind this? Or is Lin Yin just confused? Why is Lin Yin asking that? Aren't these people here to rescue criminals? Exactly. Why does saving a criminal turn into killing a criminal? My husband must have figured something out. That's why he asked that question. He's so smart. Then, the black leader calmly said, We came to save him. Why are you saying I'm going to kill him? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's gaze sharpened, and he fired a shot into the black leader's thigh. Bang! Ah! A gunshot rang out, followed by a scream from the black gang leader. The black leader collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding thigh, staring at Lin Yin in disbelief. Originally, it was thought that with the support of the laws in Xia State, Lin Yin, as a policeman, would not dare to lay a hand on the prisoners. However, Lin Yan's actions were far beyond his expectations. He was unusually ruthless and, without any words, fired a shot. At this moment, the black gang leader trembled as he looked at Lin Yan's cold eyes and the dark muzzle of his gun. The cold words rang in the black leader's ears once again. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. If you don't talk, I'll send you to meet your God. Besides, I'm sure you're not the only one who knows this. Snap. After saying that, Lin Yin reloaded the gun and looked at him with an unusually cold expression. At this moment, the black leader no longer harbored any ulterior motives and slowly spoke. A mysterious person approached me and offered me 1.5 billion to kill him. This statement shocked the entire internet. Lin Yin guessed right. We heard someone was going to be rescued, but now it's turned into killing them. It seems these mercenaries have also received money from another group of people. My idol, I'm dying. I absolutely have to marry him. Upon hearing this news, Chen Jiangwo and his colleague, who were sitting in the police station during the meeting, suddenly stood up. This news was truly shocking to them. According to the original plan, the other party was there to rescue the criminal, so they would definitely be concerned about the criminal's life and dare not come out casually. However, if criminals are to be killed now, then the situation will only become more brutal and severe. If things go wrong, the entire squad could be wiped out. What should we do? Should we send reinforcements? At this moment, Wu Zhenghua came to Chen Jiangwo's side and asked in a low voice. If things are really that serious, then it would be even more difficult for the 4 team members than the 81 tribulations. Call. Chen Jiangwo exhaled a puff of smoke, staring intently at the screen, just as Wu Zhenghua was about to pick up the phone to send someone. Wait. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhenghua looked at Chen Jiangwo with a puzzled expression. We cannot send anyone, even if they all die. Smack. Wu Zhenghua slammed the phone on the table in anger, staring at Chen Jiangwo with bloodshot eyes, his aged right hand trembling as he pointed. You need to understand that the whole situation has changed dramatically. We just had rockets, and we don't even know what other heavy weapons are coming next. Moreover, the children only had rifles, these light weapons, and they also had to protect the criminals. If we don't send anyone, are we just going to let them die? After saying that, Wu Zhenghua touched his heart with his right hand, slumped weakly into a chair, and was panting heavily. I know, but you know what? On the surface, this contest looks like a battle between the police and the robbers. But thinking about it more deeply, isn't he also the Xia kingdom vying with the world's major powers? Do you really think they're just a few mercenaries? According to our intelligence, many of them have backgrounds in various countries around the world. If we send reinforcements now, it means we have already admitted defeat. Therefore, for the entire nation of China, defeat is absolutely unacceptable. Even if they are all wiped out, we cannot send anyone. Otherwise, where is the dignity of the nation? Chen Zhengwo slowly revealed his true feelings, and at that moment, Wu Zhenghua finally understood Chen Zhengwo's helplessness. Although it's just a difference in job title, their perspectives are on completely different levels. Chen Zhengwo slowly stood up, picked up a poster on the table, which featured a portrait of Lin Yan. This was a publicity campaign prepared by the police after Lin Yan helped them crack down on a counterfeit money gang. Chen Zhengwo gently stroked Lin Yan's portrait. Seeing Lin Yan's appearance, it was as if he were seeing his grandfather when he was young. So dashing, so naturally extraordinary. Then, Chen Zhengwo took a deep drag on his cigarette and gently exhaled a smoke ring. Besides, I believe they will win. Chapter 110. The third wave of people encounters danger at the dock. Boom! A van riddled with bullet holes was speeding down the highway. All the front and rear windows were gone, leaving only the side windows. At this point, there were 5 people in the van, including the criminal. The young master, who was the criminal, was terrified by the fight and kept shouting in the car. However, his mouth was tightly stuffed with a rag, and he couldn't open his mouth at all. Seeing his injured and dead teammates in the car, one of the team members angrily ripped the rag out of the young master's mouth. It's all because of you that so many of us have died. After saying that, he was about to hit him when the captain grabbed the teammate's arm. Stop! Take me away! Take me away now! At this moment, the young master shouted frantically, and everyone looked puzzled. Previously, this guy had been shouting wildly in the police station that he was going to kill them all. But why does he look so fearful and pleading at this moment? Someone wants to kill me. Someone wants to kill me. The young master shouted frantically again. They are truly depraved. They actually came to the Xia kingdom to kill me. Upon hearing this, the other 3 team members fell into deep thought. Having experienced 2 battles, it was clear that the second battle was far more brutal than the first. Could someone really be trying to kill him? That's very possible. That guy just launched a rocket right off the bat. If it weren't for Lin Yan, we would all be finished. So in that case, the person who saved him has become the one who killed him. At this moment, the 4 team members in the car looked much more serious. They all knew that the situation had completely changed. The person who wanted to save the criminal has now become the person who wants to kill him. The key point is that the young master is still alive and well, which means that the real killing has only just begun. Moreover, the battles to come will be far more ferocious and brutal than those before. At that moment, one of the team members turned around and looked behind him, muttering to himself. I wonder how Lin Yan is doing now. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, and after a moment, the captain let out a heavy sigh. Don't worry, Lin Yan's marksmanship and skills are superior to ours. There will be absolutely no problem. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and even the young master, who was a criminal, showed a hint of excitement in his eyes. Even he never expected that the person he had always hated would actually want him to live at this moment. At this moment, the van rounded a large bend, and the sight before them put everyone in a great mood. An endless sea, a clear blue sky. On the sea, waves rolled incessantly, while birds soared freely in the sky. Not far from the crowd, a large container terminal came into view. This dock was extremely bustling at the end of the last century, but as ships increased their draft, the situation changed. This dock has gradually been abandoned, and hardly anyone comes here anymore. Alert! At the captain's command, the other 3 team members looked around warily. They knew that there were only 4 of them left, and whether Lin Yan was still alive was another matter. As the last 4 members of the team, they had absolutely no way out at this point. They know that they now represent not only themselves, but also 1.5 billion Chinese people. When fighting the enemy on your own territory, Even if it's to the last man, you must never back down. The car slowly drove along the dock, and there was not a sound around it. The silence was eerily profound. Squeak! At that moment, a rough, deafening sound rang out on the dock, and even above everyone's heads. The captain climbed out of the window and looked up. The object in front of him stunned him. A massive shipping container appeared on top of the van, held firmly in place by a huge suction cup. Further up is a thick steel cable that extends all the way to the tower, where you can vaguely see a person operating it. Based on this height, the distance is approximately 50 meters. If we calculate based on a floor height of 3 meters, that would be the height of a 17-story building. The key point is that even a small pebble thrown by Shikalu can break the car window. So, the container hanging over everyone's heads now weighs at least 10 tons. If it were to fall, everyone would definitely be smashed into mincemeat. Quick, accelerate. The captain returned to the van and, without having time to explain, immediately urged the driver to speed up. Upon hearing this, the driver floored the accelerator, and the van sped off into the distance. At that moment, a white man slowly appeared on top of the container. That's right, it's the same white boss from before. At this moment, he looked at the van driving below with amusement. Run, that'll make it more exciting. Then, the white leader blew a whistle, and the sound echoed throughout the entire dock. Upon hearing this sound, everyone inside the van immediately tensed up. Click, click, click. The sound of machinery began to ring out, and the massive container was rapidly approaching the group. However, its speed could never catch up with that of the van. At this moment, everyone's faces lit up with smiles, except for the captain, who remained expressionless and looked solemn. Upon seeing this, the white leader's lips curled into a slight smile. Trying to escape? Then my $1.5 billion will just fly away. Then, the white leader fired a shot into the sky. Bang! Then, gunshots rang out. A heavy truck suddenly darted out from the front and blocked the van's path. Sizzle! Faced with a sudden heavy truck, the driver had to brake suddenly to bring the vehicle to a complete stop. Reverse! At this moment, the captain shouted loudly. The van reversed quickly, but the speed was worlds apart from its running speed. Moreover, the enormous shipping containers in the sky were already above everyone's heads. The white leader looked at everything before him with a smug grin, a wicked smile playing on his lips. It's all over, bye-bye. Smack! The massive shipping container came crashing down on the van. The descent point was exactly where the van was reversing. Even worse, there is still a certain braking distance even if you brake now. The van is too small for the container. It will get hit no matter what. At this moment, everyone inside the van looked ashen-faced, and even the criminals gave up on using needles. The white boss smiled as he watched the container about to smash into the van. But at that moment, a car sped out from the corner. Boom! The car crashed directly into the rear corner of the van. The immense impact force pushed the van several meters forward. Just then, the huge container crashed down, landing firmly on the ground, its body pressed tightly against the car's body. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the car's exterior had been completely stripped away by the shipping container. Upon seeing the scene before him, the white man went berserk. Chapter 111 Perilous Situation, Lin Yan arrives. Fuck! At this moment, the white leader was extremely angry, stomping hard on the container with his right hand, looking at the car with a surprised expression. Who on earth possesses such perfect drifting skills? They're practically a god. At this moment, everyone in the van showed expressions of relief and looked towards the car. They wanted to know who it was, and whether it was Lin Yan. At that moment, the window of the black sedan quickly rolled down. Suddenly, an arm holding a dark-colored hand grenade quickly extended out, with a clear police badge on the arm. Upon seeing this, everyone in the car broke into joyful smiles. It's Lin Yan. I knew that petty bastard would do it. That's him. Looks like that black boss is dead. Definitely. I just don't know where he got his car, and his drifting skills are so amazing, it's absolutely incredible. At this moment, Lin Yan glanced sharply at the white leader, then easily removed the pull ring with his right thumb and tossed it in that direction. Then, he shouted loudly at the people in the van. Get on the bus! Upon hearing this voice, everyone was immediately puzzled. After all, Even though modern vans have been hit by bullets, they are still sturdy and durable. Besides, there are 6 people in the car, so there's no way the car can fit them all. However, out of trust in Lin Yan, the captain was the first to get out of the car and then spoke. "Hurry up." "Then what about him?" One of the team members pointed at the criminal and said, "After all, a car can only seat 5 people, and now there are 6 people including the criminals, so there's simply not enough room. Moreover, they were all burly men, so even if you tried to squeeze into the back row, you couldn't get in." Lin Yan pressed a button under the seat, and the trunk door opened quickly. "Put him in the trunk." Upon hearing this, the criminal immediately looked displeased. "Hey, I'm a human being too. Is this how you treat criminals? I want to see your manager. I want to file a complaint against you." At this moment, Lin Yan gave him a cold look and said in a chilling tone, "Shut up if you don't want to die." Hearing this, and seeing the look in Lin Yan's eyes, the criminal knew it was better to behave himself now. Boom! Lin Yan floored the accelerator and suddenly started moving. The white boss standing in the container frowned slightly as he watched the grenade flying towards him. It flipped over and rolled towards the containers below. Bang! The grenade exploded directly above the white leader's head, creating a tremendous burst of destruction in the air. The entire container was instantly blasted open, and the air around it was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Fuck! At this moment, the white leader looked at his left arm, which had been cut by a piece of metal. Although the wound wasn't deep, it was still an absolute disgrace for a mercenary. Originally, I thought this would be a very easy mission, and that I could kill the target with just a little effort. However, unexpectedly, instead of killing the target, he was blown up by a grenade thrown by a small policeman. For a mercenary in the mercenary world, this is an absolute disgrace. Lin Yan, who threw the grenade, has already earned the wrath of the white boss. Kill them. At the command of the white leader, 6 mercenaries appeared from the surrounding containers, armed with AKs, and opened fire on the car. The bullets rattled and clattered, instantly turning the car into a pincushion. Strangely enough, this vehicle was even more sturdy than the van. Although it was covered in bullet holes, they couldn't penetrate it at all. Sizzle. Lin Yan stared sharply at the heavy truck in front of him, noticing the empty space below. In an instant, I made up my mind. Boom! The car reversed rapidly, and due to the excessive speed, all 4 wheels started smoking, leaving 2 obvious tracks on the ground. At this moment, Lin Yan was driving a black sedan at breakneck speed through a hail of bullets, and his intentions were quickly seen through by the white boss. Boom! At this moment, as Lin Yan was retreating, another heavy truck suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Moreover, the large disc that had previously dropped the container was now hurtling towards Lin Yan's car at high speed. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Yan still did not stop the car and continued to reverse frantically. At this moment, everyone raised their rifles to fight back, trying to relieve the pressure on Lin Yan. Bang bang bang. Gunfire continued to ring out, and every now and then 1 or 2 mercenaries would be shot dead on the surrounding containers, their bodies falling to the ground. Boom! The roar of cars, mixed with the gunshots, seemed to form a beautiful melody. Lin Yan continued reversing, and by this time the sedan was very close to the heavy truck, less than 10 meters away. As they drew closer, everyone's hearts were in their throats. As the car's trunk was about to collide with the heavy truck, everyone felt a chill. Originally, the intention was to protect the criminal, but now they might end up killing him. If I told anyone, no one would believe me. Just as the car was 3 meters away from the heavy truck, Lin Yan slammed on the brakes, pulled the handbrake, and turned the steering wheel to the left. The entire black sedan performed a 360 degrees drift on the spot. Instantly, plumes of car exhaust rose from the ground. The massive exhaust fumes completely enveloped the car, making it impossible for the people standing on the container to see it anymore. All that could be heard on the ground was the constant roar of car engines. Moments later, the car's engine continued to roar, but the exhaust fumes had spread to the nearby shipping containers. Some mercenaries were even standing in containers that were positioned low enough that exhaust fumes were already reaching their feet. At this moment, everyone inside the car gripped the handrail tightly, staring at Lin Yan in disbelief. He had already witnessed Lin Yan's marksmanship. It was extremely accurate, one shot after another, never missing a target. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Yan's driving skills were actually quite amazing. It's like a heifer coming down the mountain, absolutely awesome. Boom! Lin Yan slammed on the brakes, driving straight out of the smoke. And directly in front of him was the position of the heavy truck, meaning that if he didn't change direction, then it will definitely collide with a heavy truck. At this moment, everyone on the bus stared intently at Lin Yan, wanting to know how he had led them to safety. Boom! Lin Yinsong braked and floored the accelerator, and the car sped towards the heavy truck. At this moment, people across the internet watched the live stream with expressions of horror. What is Lin Yan doing? There's no road ahead. Why are you still driving forward? Yeah, does that mean they're already prepared to die? No way, my idol will be alright. Everyone looked at Lin Yan's actions with confusion, since the camera was on Lin Yan's shoulder. It's fair to say that everyone on the internet experienced all of this from a first-person perspective, and you can imagine how they felt. At this moment, the sedan was already very close to the heavy truck, and Lin Yan was completely focused with no expression on his face. Then a voice came from inside the car. Lower your head. Boom. Chapter 112. Sorry, the game is over. Boom. Accompanied by a series of ear-piercing sounds of steel being squeezed. Everyone on the bus lowered their heads, almost burying them between their knees. Click, click, click. The car's entire roof was completely snagged and torn off by the truck's suspension beam. The entire interior of the car suddenly became bright, as if it were outside. At this point, the entire car had undergone a complete transformation. The front of the car was slightly deformed, but the damage was not serious, and the rear of the car was also fine. However, the entire roof of the car was missing. Yes, it looks as if it has been shaved off, like a dilapidated convertible. At this moment, the white leader's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his eyes were wide open. He never expected that Lin Yan would use such an extreme maneuver to escape the encirclement. He spent several days devising what he considered a perfect plan. In his view, even if Lin Yan had extraordinary marksmanship, he would still die on the spot if faced with bullets from 7 or 8 people. However, to his surprise, Lin Yan managed to escape right under his nose. This was a blatant slap in the face for him, and he felt a sharp pain in his cheek. Beat them. The white leader ordered his men to fire on Lin Yan again. Faced with Lin Yan's incredible maneuver, the entire internet was shocked. It was simply a divine operation. Wow, that was so cool. I want to become his apprentice. It's simply unbelievable that we actually managed to break out of that dangerous place. Wow, my husband is so amazing. I love you so much. I want to have your babies. I'm putting on my winter shoes now. Wow, this is the car my crush drove. It has to have something special about it. I'd like to know if it's for sale. The shock level from the white boss plus 999. Viewers level of shock plus 666. Viewers level of shock plus 666. The prompt had been running through Lin Yan's mind non-stop since it appeared, and Lin Yan hadn't had time to check it at all. At that moment, bullets rained down on him relentlessly. To make matters worse, the car no longer had a roof. Without the protection of the roof, everyone would be like little lambs. In an instant, they will turn into a hornet's nest, completely destroyed. Sizzle. Lin Yan continued to roam the dock, but due to the dock's long-standing disrepair, no one paid him any attention. There was no road at all. You had to keep ramming the containers to carve out a path. Bang, bang, bang. Violent crashes, mixed with a barrage of gunfire, echoed incessantly on the dock. At this moment, Lin Yan caught a glimpse of a dilapidated and cruel place, and upon seeing it, he uttered a cold whisper. Humph, this is where you'll all die. Bang! Suddenly, the sound of a tire exploding rang out. Anyone who hears this sound knows it's a tire blowout. Moreover, the car had a flat tire and was wobbling. Lin Yan steeled himself, slammed on the brakes, turned the steering wheel, and the car drifted right behind the warehouse. Get off! Lin Yan grabbed his rifle and jumped out of the car, knowing that the robbers had already sneaked in from the outside. If you don't get off the bus in time, any single grenade could blow up the entire vehicle, wiping out everyone inside. Just as everyone opened the trunk, they were immediately shocked by a foul odor. The criminal was foaming at the mouth, and the food from last night slowly dripped into the carriage through his mouth. Despite their own nausea, the group carried him out. At this moment, everyone felt even more nauseous. They discovered that he had soiled himself, both urinating and defecating, and his entire pants were wet. With such audacity, they actually dared to sell counterfeit money, really. It's utterly rubbish. It's just a ride, and it's turned into this mess. Humph, a complete waste. Let them kill him. It'll save us trouble. Several team members were furious with this guy, and some even wanted to draw their guns and kill him. At this moment, the criminal heard their discussion and cried out. Was he driving a car? I thought it was a fighter jet. Just then, Lin Yan's voice came from the roof of the warehouse. They arrived, and all hid on the rooftops. I've planted a time bomb under the car. I want them all to die here. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, everyone began to climb onto the roof, but they were also quite cautious. After all, the person on the crane might still be alive. If you stand up, you're very likely to be seen by those above. Search them thoroughly. Their tires are flat. Don't let them get too far away. After saying that, the white man angrily fired a shot at the old, broken oil drum next to him. The fight has escalated to this point, which is an insult to his 30 years of experience in the industry. It's practically rubbing his head on the floor. I ask you, when has his operation abroad not been executed flawlessly? In less than 10 minutes, they took the money and left so convenient. However, once they entered the territory of Xia Kingdom, everything seemed completely different. It was as if they were from two different worlds. Previously, he thought his plan was perfect, with so many cannon fodder ahead of him. In his view, once the escort vehicle entered the dock, it was practically certain that it would die. However, what he saw before him shattered his preconceived notions. Lin Yan's outrageous actions once again shattered his worldview. He didn't expect that the Chinese would have such a tactic, and according to intelligence, this Lin Yan was only in his 20s. There's no sign indicating his driving skills yet. He's practically a 20-year veteran driver. By this time, the group had gradually entered the vicinity of the warehouse. Boss, we've spotted their car. At that moment, a mercenary came to report for duty, and the white leader immediately ran over to him. I saw a car riddled with bullet holes, without a roof, lying there quietly. Did they run away? The white leader looked at the car suspiciously and asked a question. Just then, a voice attracted everyone's attention. Beep, beep, beep. Upon hearing the sound, the white gang leader immediately realized it was a time bomb. He grabbed a mercenary and used him as a shield, then fell face first to the ground. Boom! A huge explosion rang out on the dock, followed by several screams. A moment later, the smoke and dust dissipated. The car was no longer visible, and there were several more corpses around it. More importantly, the white leader was clutching the clothes with both hands, leaving only the upper body underneath, and the mercenary's head had been neatly sliced off by a piece of iron. It looks absolutely terrifying. The white leader, utterly disgusted, threw away the body parts in his hand, his entire being filled with extreme rage. He realized that ever since he fought Lin Yan, he had been at a disadvantage and had not gained any advantage at all. More importantly, the target has not yet been killed. Just as the white leader was about to search again, a cold voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of a bullet being chambered. Sorry, the game is over. Chapter 113, The Mastermind, The Mysterious Pattern. The cold words echoed around the warehouse, as if one were in an extremely cold world. The white gang leader stared in disbelief at Lin Yan on the roof, his right hand gripping the pistol, which trembled incessantly. He was extremely frustrated and thought about retaliating. He was very confident in his reaction ability and marksmanship. At this moment, Lin Yan coldly looked at the white boss, frowned, and directly shot and killed the mercenary next to him. Bang! The sudden gunshot caused the white gang leader to finally throw away his gun, looking at Lin Yan with a defiant expression. Seeing that their leader had thrown away his gun, the 4 or 5 mercenaries below him also threw away their guns. However, Lin Yan's next move not only baffled the white leader, but also his teammates. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out continuously, and the mercenaries around the white leader fell one after another. In the end, only the white leader was left standing there dumbfounded. How could you kill people so easily? We've already surrendered. The white leader angrily addressed Lin Yan, expressing extreme shock and dissatisfaction with Lin Yan's actions. Even the other team members looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. In the Xia Kingdom, prisoners who have laid down their weapons are generally treated with leniency. They are usually not killed if they do. However, Lin Yan killed all the other mercenaries without saying a word. Humph, since you've come to China, you must be prepared to die. As the Chinese proverb goes, when friends come, we offer wine and meat. When wolves come, we prepare clubs. At this moment, Lin Yan smiled slightly, his eyes darted around, and he fired a shot directly at the crane with his right hand, followed by a scream. Oh right, I forgot there's one more above. Seeing this, the white gang leader was extremely shocked. He never expected that Lin Yan, as a police officer, would act so recklessly. Wasn't he afraid of being held accountable? At this moment, Lin Yan's series of actions were seen by people all over the internet. Many people have expressed their opinions on this matter. This isn't what Lin Yan did wrong. After all, the other side has already surrendered. Killing prisoners of war has always been considered an ominous sign. I like it this way. Both sides are exchanging fire, so why can't we kill each other? What kind of logic is it that they're allowed to kill us, but we're not allowed to kill them? That's right. In our China, people can shoot and kill without restraint. Even if they surrender, we shouldn't let them go. Is it up to them whether to fight or not? They killed our people, and now that they've lost, they say they're not fighting anymore, and they just walk away. There's no such thing as a free lunch. At this moment, the vast majority of people on the internet raised their hands in support of Lin Yan, and they strongly approved of Lin Yan's actions. Bang! Lin Yan went straight up to the white boss and looked at him with icy eyes. The two locked eyes, neither willing to back down. At this moment, the white gang leader felt extremely humiliated, knowing that the young man in front of him was about the same age as his son. However, looking at his series of flamboyant actions, he didn't seem like a novice at all. He was practically a seasoned fighter. It seemed as if nothing could stump him. Who exactly are you? The white gang leader stared intently at Lin Yan, unable to believe that Lin Yan was just an ordinary policeman. How could an ordinary police officer have such strong skills and abilities? You should know that he was a special forces soldier who had previously distinguished himself in battle. He was a veteran with extensive combat experience. Unexpectedly, she fell into the hands of a young man. Who I am is none of your concern. I'm sure you accepted the 1.5 billion deal too, so tell me who it was. Lin Yan's question surprised the white gang leader. He hadn't expected this guy to know. Thinking of this, a slow smile appeared on the white leader's face. That's right, I took a 1.5 billion job. Killing him will get me 1.5 billion. After saying that, the white gang leader glanced at the criminal with contempt and continued. There's no use keeping this kind of trash around. Why not just sell it to me for 100 million? What do you think? That's a great deal. At this moment, the white leader had transformed into a businessman, and in his view, this deal was practically free for China. Upon hearing this, the criminal panicked, originally thinking that Lin Yan would kill the white boss. Surprisingly, Lin Yan didn't make a move. What's even more infuriating is that this white gang leader, unable to kill anyone, actually started doing business. Crucially, this deal is absolutely a guaranteed profit for Xia Kingdom. Lin Yan, I'll give you 100 million, just don't sell me to him. The criminal ran straight to Lin Yan's side, nervously grabbing Lin Yan's sleeves with both hands, clearly terrified. However, Lin Yan remained unmoved, ignoring his request, and instead looked at the white leader again. 500 million. I'll give you 500 million, okay? After saying that, the criminal knelt down next to Lin Yan, tears streaming down his face like a 3-year-old child. Let go, or I'll shoot you dead. Lin Yan looked over coldly, which terrified the criminal, who quickly let go of his hands and stood obediently to the side. Bang! Snort! Suddenly, gunshots rang out from the crowd, accompanied by screams. At this moment, the white leader was clenching his teeth tightly, staring at Lin Yan in disbelief. He never expected Lin Yan to suddenly shoot him. Was he really going to abandon his business? You need to face this reality. You are the defeated, and the defeated have no right to make demands. Upon hearing this, the white leader finally saw Lin Yan's true character. He was difficult to get along with and loved to act arbitrarily. What's most infuriating is that he was powerless to refute what Lin Yin said. Tell me, who exactly wants him dead? At this point, Lin Yin had lost his patience. In fact, for him, knowing who wanted to kill the criminal was no longer of much significance. After all, he planned to take care of him once this operation was over. At this moment, the white leader looked at Lin Yan's expression and knew that if he couldn't provide useful information, he would be in trouble. Then, like the other mercenaries, I will die in China. Lin Yan looked at his watch. It was almost 4 o'clock, and there was still an hour before sunset. If the criminals cannot be sent to prison before dark, then the night will be very disadvantageous for them. Moreover, they have no idea how many people are still there. Snap! Lin Yin chambered another round, pointing the dark muzzle at the white boss. Upon seeing this, the white leader panicked. He now had no doubt that Lin Yin would fire the gun. He waved his hands frantically and mumbled something incoherently. I don't know who it is. I've never seen their face before. Hearing this, Lin Yin was unhappy. It turned out that all that talk was just a bunch of nonsense. Brother Yin, why waste words with him? Kill him, deliver the criminal to us, and our mission will be complete. At that moment, a teammate next to him, holding a rifle, pointed it at the white leader and casually said something. Upon seeing this, the white man quickly squatted down and drew a symbol on the ground. Chapter 114, The Last Wave of People, Japanese Samurai. This symbol consists of a circle with a cross in the middle. Upon seeing this, everyone looked puzzled, clearly not understanding what the symbol was or what it meant. Bang! Suddenly, a teammate grabbed the butt of his rifle and slammed it into the white man's chest. Are you fucking tired of living? We're asking you a question, and you're trying to fool us with this thing. Brother Yin, let's just kill him. After he finished speaking, the other 2 team members raised their rifles and aimed them at the white man. Police station, conference room. Quick, bring up that symbol for me. Chen Jingwo urged the police officers beside him, and a moment later, the same symbols appeared on the computer screen on the table. So that's it. At this moment, Chen Jingwo was wearing reading glasses and staring intently at the symbols on the computer screen. Wu Zhengguo looked at the symbols on the screen, then at the minister's expression. He knew that this symbol must contain a secret that ordinary people were unaware of. Go, tell Lin Yin to spare his life and send him back with guards. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhengguo immediately contacted Lin Yin. At the dock, the white man heard that these people actually wanted to kill him, but he had already told the truth. Lin Yin squinted at the symbols on the ground, then looked at the white man with a pitiful expression. Although Lin Yin didn't know what the symbol represented, judging from the guy's current state, he probably wasn't lying. Just then, Lin Yan's earphone rang, and his expression changed rapidly. After a moment, Lin Yin gave the white man a cold look and then said, "Tie him up, let's go." Hearing this, the team members didn't say anything. After all, anyone could tell from his actions just now that Lin Yin had been given orders from his superiors. Otherwise, given Lin Yan's personality, he would have easily taken care of him with a single shot. The 2 team members then hoisted the white man onto the steel frame to prevent him from escaping. Just then, the white gang leader laughed at Lin Yin and the criminals. Ha. Do you really think that just the 3 of us want 1.5 billion? That's ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin and the others' expressions changed slightly. I originally thought that after dealing with the 3rd wave of people, there wouldn't be anyone left. However, judging from the tone of those words, there were others behind them. Lin Yin and the others stared grimly at the criminal. It was all because of this guy that so much trouble had happened. At this moment, the young master, who was a criminal, squatted on the ground, looking at the symbols on it with a depressed expression. He was just a small-time counterfeit money ringleader, yet someone came to kill him. At this point, he already felt like he was going crazy. I originally thought that these people were here to rescue me, and that I would definitely leave this awful place. Previously, he had even boasted that he would teach them a lesson, especially Lin Yin. But now these 3 groups of people are actually here to kill me. It's simply unbelievable. If it weren't for Lin Yin and the others escorting me today, then it's very likely that I'm already a corpse. Bang! He had heard what the white man said, and he never imagined that someone would want his life. He knelt directly in front of Lin Yin. kowtowing repeatedly, his voice trembling with sobs. Lin Yan, please save me. I don't want to die, and now only you can save me. Lin Yan coldly looked at the guy who was kowtowing on the ground and casually said, Get the car, let's go. Seeing this, everyone understood that they could only move forward and could not retreat. A moment later, at the dock road, a bullet-riddled armored vehicle sped along. At this moment, the emotions of people across the internet remained unsettled for a long time. Lin Yan, in particular, had amazing and extraordinary driving skills that everyone admired from the bottom of their hearts. It was absolutely amazing. From taking down the Southeast Asian squad with just a few shots, to using their strength against the Black Gang, and then killing the white robbers, it was just incredible. I think this is much more exciting than a novel, and it feels like I'm actually there. I'm so excited, and I haven't stopped yet. My husband is so handsome. I suddenly realized that no man around me can match his skills. Oh no, if I can't marry Lin Yan, I'll never get married in this life. I want to become a police officer, an outstanding officer like Lin Yan, to protect the safety of the people. At this time, because of Lin Yan's outstanding performance, a wave of people applying to police academies swept across the entire Xia Kingdom. Moreover, many young people in society who disdained going to school were impressed by Lin Yan's agile skills. They all secretly resolved to return to school, grow up, and become police officers like Lin Yan. Boom! The armored truck was speeding along the mountain road, and the atmosphere inside was very heavy. Although there were no casualties in this battle, it was because Lin Yan arrived in time. Furthermore, together with everyone else, they successfully resolved the issue. Otherwise, they might all have died at the dock. At this moment, many team members looked at Lin Yan with a hint of guilt and respect in their eyes. At this moment, the captain spoke first. Lin Yan, I apologize for mocking you before. After saying that, he took off his hat and bowed his head heavily towards Lin Yan. As the captain lowered his head, the other 3 team members followed suit. Originally, the other 3 team members were also left at the dock to wait for someone to pick them up and take them directly to the hospital. Seeing this, Lin Yan smiled with relief and didn't dwell on it too much. After all, they had fought 3 battles and could be considered comrades in arms. It is said that male friendships are the easiest to build. Once you've been through a few life or death crises, you can become inseparable. Upon seeing this, the others burst into laughter. At this moment, the captain patted Lin Yan on the shoulder and spoke to everyone. I propose that Lin Yan be the team leader. Raise your hand if you agree. Shua shua shua. The team captain raised his hand first, followed by the other 3 team members. Okay, unanimously approved. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at Lin Yan with smiles. But I haven't voted yet. At this moment, the young criminal suddenly voiced his opinion. Upon hearing this, one of the team members retorted with a comment. You are deprived of your political rights for life, including the right to vote. Upon hearing this, the criminal deflated. Lin Yan was quite surprised by the captain's last-minute decision. After all, he wasn't originally the designated captain. Moreover, given the current situation, the mission is very likely to be completed. So even if Lin Yan deserves the credit, the captain's contribution is definitely undeniable. However, the captain actually handed over command to Lin Yan so easily. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Yan didn't say anything else. After all, at this moment, no other statement could compare to it. Just then, there was a sudden stop, and everyone almost yelled at the driver. The driver simply stretched out his right hand and pointed ahead. Following the direction of the finger, everyone finally saw a person standing in the middle of the road. Lin Yan's gaze sharpened, his keen eyes fixed on the man. He was dressed in a full black samurai outfit, had a buzz cut, and a ribbon tied around his forehead. Directly in front of the center of the forehead, there is a red circle resembling a plaster. A black katana stood silently in front of him, his hands resting on the hilt. The eyes of the 2 sinister pigeons were fixed on Lin Yan and the others, or more precisely, on Lin Yan. Bakayaroi, Kokomadada. Trash, stop here. Chapter 115 Come here. What did he say? At this moment, one of the team members asked in confusion, since not everyone understands Japanese. Immediately, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Clearly, none of these people knew Japanese. None of you speak Japanese? At this moment, Lin Yin looked at everyone calmly, and one of the team members said weakly, I know a little, but I only know one word. What? At this moment, everyone became curious. Didn't this guy not understand anything just now? How come he knows a little bit now? Press the tourniquet. Puff. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the team member with disdain. Sure enough, men, regardless of their profession, all share the same hobby. At that moment, another weak voice came from the criminal's mouth. If that's the case, I can speak Japanese too, for example. Shut up. Then, Lin Yin and the other three shouted in unison. Hearing this, he dared not speak, his eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly pitiful. However, looking at the Japanese samurai opposite them, they could only hope that Lin Yin and his group could defeat them. Tap tap tap. Lin Yin slowly walked forward, looked at the Japanese samurai standing on the road, and then asked, Hello, what's your name? You're also after 1.5 billion? Upon hearing this, the Japanese samurai gave a cold laugh, and then spoke in broken Chinese. Money is of no use to me. Lin Yin was puzzled when he heard this. If it wasn't for money, then why was he blocking the road? Was he begging? The other team members were also puzzled. Wasn't there supposed to be another group of people? Could it be him? That shouldn't be the case, but it's strange that this Japanese samurai isn't after money. At this moment, the Japanese samurai slowly walked up to Lin Yin, looking at him with disdain. I came to Xia Kingdom this time to challenge your Xia Kingdom's masters and defeat all of China's masters. I never expected that you would be able to get through the interceptions time and time again. It really surprised me. Therefore, I plan to defeat you before challenging other masters. As he spoke, the Japanese samurai laughed heartily at Lin Yin. Hearing this, Lin Yin frowned slightly, thinking that this guy was still a lone swordsman. Moreover, there are not many people in Xia Kingdom who know martial arts now, and they are rarely seen in ordinary times. Don't believe the stories in movies about flying over walls, throwing leaves and knives, or even walking on water. They're all fake. Lin Yin never believed in such a thing. After all, in an era that revered science, talking about these things was just too mysterious. I don't know any martial arts. You can leave now. Smack. Lin Yin threw several thousand yuan at the feet of the Japanese samurai and walked towards the escort vehicle. Here's some money for your travel expenses to get home. Go home and take good care of your mother. Don't wander around aimlessly all day. She'll worry about you. Everyone laughed upon hearing this. I never expected the usually refined Lin Yin to be so sarcastic. The entire internet found it amusing to watch the Japanese samurai, who was momentarily speechless. Damn, what was supposed to be a magnificent battle was actually defeated by a few $1,000s. That's cruel. That's hilarious. Someone came to take on the challenge, and the male god actually told them to go home and find their mother. That's so mean. I absolutely adore my husband's personality. When he needs to be a man, he doesn't waste a single word. And now he's so adorable. I'm swooning. At this moment, the Japanese samurai was so angry at Lin Yin's words that he choked up. According to his calculations, as long as he put on airs, 90% of people would immediately admit defeat. However, Lin Yin in front of him was beyond his expectations. He showed no excitement or fear. Everything seemed so peaceful. Looking at the several $1,000s on the ground, the Japanese samurai was furious. I'm here to challenge him, not to beg for food. His tactic was clearly meant to fob off beggars. He was practically saying it out loud. Go away, I don't have time to play with you. Thinking of this, the Japanese samurai stared intently at Lin Yin. He picked up the samurai sword with his right hand and slashed it across the ground. Ryuzawa Ichiro, please enlighten me. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin stared intently, not expecting this guy to actually mean it. Captain, how about we test his strength first? At this moment, one of the team members spoke up, and the other two team members nodded in agreement. Bang! At this moment, a thin team member quickly got off the vehicle and walked towards Ryuzawa Ichiro. Ryuzawa Ichiro looked at the team member indifferently and smiled contemptuously. You are no match for me. Hearing this, the team members became furious. He clenched his right fist and punched Ryuzawa Ichiro. Ryuzawa Ichiro merely smiled slightly at the oncoming fist, a wicked glint in his eyes. Bang! He kicked the player directly in the stomach with his left foot, and with the force of the kick, the player was sent flying backward. Bang! He fell to the ground, panting heavily. At this moment, everyone noticed that Rizawa Ichiro was actually wearing wooden clogs. These shoes are worn by many Japanese people, but nowadays they are mostly worn at home or for important events. However, judging from the luster of the wooden clogs, you could tell that this guy had been wearing them to practice his skills for over 10 or 20 years. Lin Yin stared intently at Rizawa Ichiro, never expecting that this guy would actually do it for real. What's most terrifying is that this guy actually came to Xia Kingdom wearing wooden clogs. It should be noted that these wooden clogs are extremely inconvenient for ordinary people to walk in, and they have to walk slowly and in small steps, otherwise they are prone to falling. However, this guy kicked an adult away with one foot in the air, and the adult was firmly nailed to the ground like a steel nail, without the slightest tremor. Clearly, this guy is quite capable. The other two team members, seeing their teammate get kicked, quickly helped him up and prepared for the three of them to take action together. What? Do you Xia people like to use a war of attrition to bully others? At this moment, Rizawa Ichiro looked at everyone with a contemptuous expression. After all, he came here to find Lin Yin, and he didn't care about any other Tom, Dick, or Harry. You. One of the team members angrily pointed at Rizawa Ichiro, as if he wanted to say something. Just then, Lin Yin walked in front of the crowd, stopped them, and slowly said, "You're no match for him. Go back and keep an eye on that guy. He might try to escape." Upon hearing this, the three team members exchanged glances, and two of them immediately returned to the car and sat on either side of the criminal. Seeing this, the criminal looked gloomy and was just looking for a chance to escape. Unexpectedly, Lin Yin didn't give him any chance at all. It was like an unlucky mother opening the door for unlucky people. His bad luck had reached its peak. At this moment, Lin Yin slowly unfastened his equipment and looked at Rizawa Ichiro without saying a word. Slap, slap, slap. As a result, his pistol, grenades, and dagger fell to the ground one after another. Lin Yin was wearing a white shirt and a pair of pants. His bronze skin was exposed to the air, and his streamlined muscles were on full display. It has to be said that Lin Yin had a very good physique, without an ounce of excess muscle. Lin Yin coldly looked at Rizawa Ichiro, rolled up his sleeve with his left hand, and gently hooked his right hand. "Come here." Chapter 116, People who live a comfortable life are truly insidious. At this moment, Lin Yin and Long Xiaolang faced each other across the desolate highway. They both knew that neither of them could afford to lose this challenge, and they both had to prove themselves. After all, the entire internet is watching, and it's very likely that it's already being broadcast live globally. Since the two people come from different countries, they represent their respective countries. Especially Lin Yin, with millions of Chinese people watching behind him, and on his home turf. Therefore, we absolutely cannot lose. Otherwise, they would definitely be drowned in the spittle of millions of people. Lin Yin knew that he absolutely could not back down this time. If he did, his reputation would be ruined and his honor would be tarnished. However, Lin Yin was not worried about this. He was thinking about how to gain even greater benefits. After all, Lin Yin didn't particularly like Japan. With such a great opportunity to extort money, how could I miss it? At this moment, Rizawa Ichiro's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze filled with fighting spirit, and his unwavering belief in victory was evident on his face. In his opinion, Lin Yin's skills were remarkable and quite impressive. However, that's only not bad. In Rizawa Ichiro's view, they are still far from being as good as he is. Moreover, in his eyes, Lin Yin is just a stepping stone for him to conquer Chinese martial arts, and he will step on Lin Yin's head to challenge various masters one after another. Finally, he ascended to the throne of the world's #1 martial arts master. From then on, the entire Chinese martial arts world will submit to him. Thinking of this, Rizawa Ichiro's fighting spirit grew even stronger. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Rizawa Ichiro was about to charge at Lin Yin stood there quietly and blocked him with his right hand. "Aren't you ready yet?" "No, I'm in a rush to deliver the goods. Isn't it a bit against the rules for you to challenge me like this?" As Lin Yin spoke, he made a gesture as if counting money. Upon hearing Lin Yin refer to him as goods, the young criminal could only shed 2 tears and draw circles in the car. The entire internet was stunned upon seeing this. No one expected that Lin Yin would turn around and try to blackmail Rizawa Ichiro at this point. Wow, I never knew my idol had such a cute side. Wow, he really is a male god. He actually thought of this. I love you. Honey, you'll always be the best. At this moment, Chen Jiangwo, who was in the police station's conference room, looked at Lin Yin and chuckled while smoking a cigarette. That kid, he never forgets to ask for a reward. When Rizawa Ichiro heard Lin Yan's words and saw Lin Yan's gesture, he was stunned for a moment, but then he realized what was going on. You want something in return? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan sneered. No, 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 you've misunderstood. This is payment for services. If you want me to fight you, you should pay me a service fee. It's perfectly reasonable and only right that I fight you. Lin Yan spread his hands and explained in a serious tone. Seeing this, the other team members burst into laughter, never expecting that the usually serious Lin Yin would have such a trick up his sleeve. Just then, Rizawa Ichiro pulled a check out of his pocket, held it between his hands, and shot it rapidly toward Lin Yin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The checks jingled in the air, and Lin Yan's eyes narrowed instantly as he saw Rizawa Ichiro's purpose. This guy is trying to test his strength with the check, or he might suddenly launch an attack. Lin Yin watched the check fly towards him at high speed, his right toe stepping on the muzzle of the pistol. The pistol flew into the air, and Lin Yan's right hand held it firmly. Without any hesitation, Lin Yin fired a shot directly at the check. Bang! The loud noise echoed throughout the highway, and everyone stared at Lin Yin in shock. Even Rizawa Ichiro's eyes flashed with a glint of light. In a split second, the check landed steadily in Lin Yan's hand. Lin Yin looked at the check with a missing corner, waved it in his hand, and smiled at Rizawa Ichiro. Thank goodness, it's just missing a corner. I can still withdraw money. He then tossed the check to the teammate next to him. Here, distribute these to the brothers down below. 1 million. At this moment, the other 3 team members looked at Lin Yin with surprise and delight, never expecting that Lin Yin wouldn't even care about 1 million. They just gave it to me like that. They're so damn generous. Upon hearing this, Rizawa Ichiro's face turned green with anger. So Lin Yin is using my money to be a good person? Rizawa Ichiro felt like he'd been tricked. Come on, let's see who's stronger. Tap tap tap. The heavy wooden clogs creaked on the ground as Rizawa Ichiro, filled with rage, charged toward Lin Yin. Call. He kicked Lin Yin directly in the head with his right foot, and the force of his kick was many times greater than when he kicked the teammate earlier. It's easy to imagine that Lin Yan's actions had completely enraged him. Lin Yin coldly stared at the wooden clogs with athlete's foot, then dodged Rizawa Ichiro's attack with a quick movement. Smack! Rizawa Ichiro's right foot landed firmly on the ground, crushing the pebbles beneath his foot. However, Lin Yan's dodge was somewhat unexpected. He hadn't expected Lin Yin to be able to dodge it. It seemed Lin Yin was much stronger than he had imagined. However, the more this was the case, the happier Rizawa Ichiro became. Only in this way can we prove that Lin Yin is a worthwhile challenge. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time? It is impolite not to reciprocate. Bang! Lin Yin clenched his right fist and punched Rizawa Ichiro in the chest. The immense power, combined with the incredible speed, created a faint sonic boom that seemed to echo through the air. Rizawa Ichiro's gaze sharpened as Lin Yan's fist loomed larger and larger in his eyes. He felt that Lin Yin was actually a little faster than him. The thought of this intensified my anger. Immediately, he clenched his right fist and charged directly at Lin Yan's fist. Bang! The 2 fists met in the air, their powerful force colliding to produce a dull thud, with a faint sound of bones breaking mixed in. Instantly separate. Both of them took dozens of steps back and looked at each other with serious expressions. Lin Yin remained unfazed. The system had altered his physical attributes, making them absolutely top tier. At this moment, Rizawa Ichiro's right hand was slightly red and swollen, clearly indicating that he had lost the contest of strength just now. However, Rizawa Ichiro did not retreat. After all, his specialty was swordsmanship. He believed that under his swordsmanship, even if Lin Yin was a stone, he would still be shattered to pieces. You're great. Rizawa Ichiro gave a slightly wicked smile and charged at Lin Yin again, this time holding a katana in his right hand. Lin Yan looked at Rizwa Ichiro rushing towards him, and, without the slightest hesitation, went to meet him head-on. Just as the two were about 2 meters apart, Rizwa Ichiro suddenly drew his katana and looked at Lin Yan cruelly. Upon seeing this scene, everyone shouted that it was insidious, and they were more likely to resort to violence than words. Chapter 117: Defeating the Opponent in His Strongest Area. Whoosh! The gleaming samurai sword, its blade radiating a chilling aura, slashed toward Lin Yan's shoulder. Without a doubt, if the knife had actually struck Lin Yan's shoulder, it would have severely injured him instantly. Seeing this, everyone watched nervously. Many people online couldn't bear to watch anymore, and most of the girls even covered their phones. That Rizwa Ichiro is absolutely shameless. Shameless. I protest. How can a fight be conducted like this? Humph, if the Japanese can't beat us with fists and feet, they'll use swordsmanship. Yay, I believe in my idol. He can definitely beat this guy. At this moment, Lin Yan had already noticed Long Xiaolang's little tricks. After all, the wind and grass movement skill he redeemed from the skill tower could detect the movement of objects within a range of 100 meters. Rizwa Ichiro suddenly used a katana to slash at him. A cold smile appeared on Lin Yan's lips, and her voice was icy as she spoke to his ear. Since you're trying to play tricks, then I won't be polite either. Bang! Lin Yan used his right foot to lift the dagger at his feet, and then used his right hand to block it on his shoulder. Just then, the katana reached Lin Yan's shoulder, and the sword and dagger clashed. A crisp metallic clanging sound spread through the air, even sparking a few tiny sparks. After the collision, the two quickly separated. Rizwa Ichiro looked at Lin Yan with surprise. The other party's reaction surprised him. He did not expect that this guy could block his attack in such a short time. It's worth noting that Rizwa Ichiro's attack speed is already among the top 10 of the younger generation in Japan. Most people would find it difficult to withstand his attacks, let alone defeat him. A fierce glint flashed across Rizwa Ichiro's face. Lin Yan's reaction had indeed taken him by surprise. However, it was simply unexpected. He believed that if he sped up, Lin Yan would definitely fall at his feet. More importantly, I absolutely cannot lose. This is my first battle since setting foot on the land of China, and I absolutely cannot allow myself to lose. Otherwise, wouldn't all the grand ambitions he once made in Japan be a joke? Lin Yan stared blankly at Rizwa Ichiro, even though the guy's sudden attack hadn't harmed him. However, Lin Yan was determined to teach him a lesson for his shameless behavior. Come on, come on. Lin Yan glanced at Rizwa Ichiro with disdain and beckoned to him with the middle finger of his right hand. From the outside, this looks like a provocation, something no man would tolerate. Hearing Lin Yan's words and his gesture, Rizwa Ichiro took a deep breath. He gripped his katana tightly with both hands, raised it above his head, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace, and his eyes glaring wide. Ah! Tap tap tap. He rushed towards Lin Yan, his wooden clogs making a screeching sound on the ground, as if to show off his strength. Whoosh! The gleaming samurai sword, accompanied by a strong wind, slashed down towards Lin Yan's head once more, this time with Rizwa Ichiro increasing his attack speed. In his view, Lin Yan had absolutely no chance of resisting him this time. Moreover, how could a small dagger possibly withstand a samurai sword? It's a joke. Lin Yan's gaze sharpened as he observed the direction of the attack and the sonic boom in the air. He knew that this guy was really serious this time. Moreover, this attack speed was even faster than before. Faced with such a fierce attack, Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. He dodged the samurai sword slash with a quick movement. When Rizwa Ichiro saw that Lin Yan had actually dodged his attack, his expression remained unchanged. Clearly, Lin Yan's ability to dodge his attack was within his expectations. Rizwa Ichiro missed his first strike, but his katana swept across, aiming a blow at Lin Yan's waist. At this moment, viewers across the internet, witnessing the scene unfold before them, were all holding their breath for Lin Yan. If you were actually hit by a samurai sword, you would at least suffer a minor injury. Although it won't be a big problem for Lin Yan, it will definitely hit the morale of the whole team. Oh no, what do we do? This is going to cut him in two. It's over. Is Lin Yan really going to be defeated by the Japanese samurai this time? This is unforgivable. Absolutely impossible. How could my husband lose to anyone else, let alone Rizuo Ichiro? Even if 10,000 wolves came, he'd still kill them all. At this moment, a wicked smile appeared on Rizuo Ichiro's lips. In his opinion, Lin Yin would definitely be defeated by him this time. Then, he turned and left with the air of a victor. The gleaming katana was almost touching Lin Yan's body when Rizuo Ichiro revealed a victor's smile. Lin Yin made a move that stunned everyone. It was simply unimaginable. Lin Yin touched the ground with both feet and leaned back from the knees up, forming a 90-degree angle between his body above the knees and his lower legs, perfectly avoiding Rizuo Ichiro's attack. Seeing the scene before him, Rizuo Ichiro was completely stunned. He couldn't understand why Lin Yin knew this move. It was simply divine skill. Just as he was about to attack again, a sudden, sharp pain shot through his chin, and he was sent flying backward. Bang! A moment later, Rizuo Ichiro fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, he couldn't figure out how Lin Yin had retaliated. The entire internet was shocked by Lin Yan's outrageous actions. Although Rizuo Ichiro didn't know how Lin Yin attacked, he saw everything else clearly. After Lin Yin leaned back to avoid the katana attack, his left foot followed closely behind the katana, kicking Rizuo Ichiro directly in the chin. Wow, that's so cool. I've never seen this guy strike that pose before. It's on par with a Hollywood blockbuster. No, it's even more exciting than that. Haha, I knew the boys would never lose. You guys saw it. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. At this moment, Rizuo Ichiro slowly got up from the ground, his face contorted in a ferocious expression and his eyes bloodshot. He never expected that Lin Yin would dodge his attack in this way. Rizuo Ichiro brandished his katana once more and charged toward Lin Yin. Lin Yin coldly watched Rizuo Ichiro rushing towards him. In fact, given his marksmanship, he could have taken him down with a single shot. Even if he couldn't kill him, with a pistol in hand, Rizuo Ichiro would never dare to take a step forward. However, Lin Yin had a deeper consideration. In his view, this Rizuo Ichiro was a stubborn swordsman whose only belief was the way of the sword. The best way to eliminate an opponent is to defeat him in his strongest area, crush him completely, and utterly destroy his belief. Chapter 118 Broken Blade, Broken Path, Broken Blade Way. Tap tap tap. Bang bang bang. On the highway, Rizuo Ichiro's wooden clogs continued to make a grating noise, while Lin Yan's leather shoes made an even louder noise. The two clashed again, and this time Rizuo Ichiro was even more frenzied, attacking the entire time without a single defensive move. Lin Yin remained on the defensive throughout, and the two fought and retreated simultaneously. Of course, it was Rizuo Ichiro advancing while Lin Yin retreated. At this moment, Rizuo Ichiro's attacks became faster and more frequent. In Rizuo Ichiro's opinion, his attacks were already very fast, and based on his current strength, he was qualified to be ranked among the top 5 in Japan. Ordinary people are no match for him. However, the person in front of him made him very nervous. No matter how fast he drew his knife, the other party was able to block it in time, and he was using a dagger. Rizuo Ichiro grew increasingly violent and enraged as the fight progressed. Yes, it's rage. He never expected that Lin Yin could withstand his attack. Lin Yin remained expressionless, his right hand wielding a dagger to continuously parry attacks from Rizuo Ichiro. Throughout, he remained expressionless, as if he were doing something trivial. Clang clang clang. The sound of the dagger clashing with the samurai sword vibrated through the air, interspersed with various sonic booms. At this moment, all the team members looked at Lin Yin nervously. Judging from the current situation, Lin Yin is on the defensive, and Rizuo Ichiro's attacks are becoming increasingly sharp. People across the internet are worried about Lin Yin. This Long Something Lang is fighting so fiercely, and Lin Yin is still retreating. If this continues, will Lin Yin lose? What are you saying upstairs? My idol, how could he possibly lose? Absolutely not. Yes, Lin Yin, keep going. Lin Yin, keep going. Police station meeting room. Chen Jiangwo had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his old eyes fixed intently on the screen. Lin Yin, this can't go on. Wu Zhenghua looked at the screen with worry and slowly said. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhengguo smiled slightly and then stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. No, he hasn't retaliated yet. What's the rush? I believe in him. Once he retaliates, the fight will be over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the highway, Lin Yin and Long Zhilang kept exchanging blows, one attacking and the other defending. The two sides exchanged blows, constantly fighting back and forth. All you do is defend, you trash. As Rizawa Ichiro fought, he shouted angrily. If you're so capable, then attack. Hiding like a turtle in the sand makes you nothing but a sick man of East Asia. These words caused an uproar online, with everyone glaring at them angrily. Humph, this wolf is too arrogant, daring to speak nonsense. Beat him up, beat him so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Let him know how powerful we are. Lin Yin, hit him, you piece of trash from Japan. At this moment, Lin Yin heard Long Zhilang's words. His entire aura instantly turned icy, and a surge of malevolence erupted from his heart. When Rizawa Ichiro saw Lin Yin's gaze, he was immediately startled. Suddenly, I felt as if I were being stared at by something terrifying. At that moment, Lin Yin parried with a move, using his dagger to block Rizawa Ichiro's samurai sword. Moreover, Lin Yin did not retreat this time as he had before. Instead, he held his right hand with his left. He raised his right foot in mid-air, aiming it directly at Rizawa Ichiro's chest. Bang! The immense power caused Rizawa Ichiro to feel dizzy for a moment. However, his right wrist was gripped by Lin Yan's hand like a giant pair of pliers, and he couldn't move an inch. Bang, bang, bang. One kick. 2 legs. 3 legs. Lin Yan kicked Long Zhilang 3 times in the chest, and finally used his left hand to throw him flying. Bang! Rizawa Ichiro was slammed to the ground, lying there like a dead dog. Seeing this scene, everyone was overjoyed and elated. Hiss! This Lin Yin is really ruthless. He kicked that wolf away with just 3 kicks. Haha, my idol is still my idol. Yes, that's how you fight. These lowly Japanese samurai dare to come to our great China and act so arrogantly? It's utterly outrageous. A moment later, Rizawa Ichiro slowly got up from the ground, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that Lin Yan's 3 kicks had really injured him. At this moment, Rizawa Ichiro clutched his chest, looking at Lin Yan in disbelief. He never expected Lin Yan's counterattack to be so fierce. The 3-legged attack, in particular, caused him to experience intense pain, resulting in internal bleeding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have vomited blood. Bakayaro, you Xiagua pig, how dare you hurt me? After saying that, Rizawa Ichiro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his left hand. At this moment, Rizawa Ichiro was furious to the extreme. He couldn't understand how the guy he thought he could easily defeat had managed to injure him. At this point, Rizawa Ichiro already harbored murderous intent. Say it once and try it. Lin Yin showed no politeness whatsoever towards Rizawa Ichiro's words. He pointed the dagger at Rizawa Ichiro with his right hand, looking at him with a cruel expression. Lin Yin felt no pity for Rizawa Ichiro whatsoever. After all, if you want to take on a challenge, you have to be prepared to be taught a lesson. Do you really think God is your father, that you can just go along with everything? If you challenge me, I'll get beaten up. What kind of logic is that? Come on, try again if you dare. Lin Yin beckoned to Rizawa Ichiro with his right hand, which was holding the dagger, his eyes filled with disdain. Upon seeing this, Rizawa Ichiro went completely insane. His eyes were fixed on Lin Yin, and he charged towards Lin Yin with his knife raised in both hands, shouting wildly. Bakayaroi! Lin Yin coldly watched as Rizawa Ichiro lunged at him. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and then he gripped his dagger tightly in his right hand and charged forward. A moment later, the two separated. Clang! A metallic clang occurred between the two. Then, the two switched places, facing each other back to back. At this point, no one could tell who had won or lost. Just then, a voice came from Rizawa Ichiro's katana. Snap! Suddenly, Rizawa Ichiro's katana snapped in two, the blade falling to the ground with a dull thud. At this moment, everyone could see that Lin Yin had won. Lin Yin, with only a dagger, actually managed to cut through Rizawa Ichiro's samurai sword. It's important to know that Japanese samurai valued their katana more than their own lives. I may die, but my katana must never break. At this moment, Rizawa Ichiro stood there blankly, his face ashen and an air of decay about him. You win, kill me now. Rizawa Ichiro knelt on the ground with his eyes closed, as if he were about to die. Lin Yan glanced at him indifferently, then walked towards the car, saying something. I really dislike you Japanese. If you didn't have the blood of the Xia people on your hands today, you would already be a corpse. Go back, your mom is waiting for you to eat. Boom. The armored truck started up again and slowly drove away. Boom. The entire internet was shocked, and everyone was talking about Lin Yan. Viewers level of shock plus 666. Viewers level of shock plus 666. Shock level from Rizawa Ichiro plus 999. Chapter 119 The Dust Settles, A Journey to South America. Viewers level of shock plus 666. Viewers level of shock plus 666. Viewers level of shock plus 666. Lin Yan sat in the car with his eyes closed, leaning back in his seat, the system's prompts constantly echoing in his mind. At this point, the shock value had skyrocketed to 3 million, meaning that after Lin Yan's series of outrageous actions, Lin Yan has paid off all his debts, achieving a debt-free period, which can be considered a major breakthrough. At this moment, the shock value displayed above was 700,000, and in the blink of an eye, it had already approached 800,000. Lin Yan believed that as things unfolded, the level of shock would definitely rise further. Based on this explosive growth rate, Lin Yan estimates that the shock value will eventually be around 2 million. As the sun set, the group finally arrived at the prison. Looking at the high walls and large courtyards of the prison, the group exchanged smiles, finally concluding that their mission had been successfully completed. Police station, conference room. Chen Zhangwo and Wu Zhengwo watched as the escort vehicle slowly entered the prison gate. In an instant, both of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Wu Zhengwo was all smiles, looking as if he had become several years younger. Minister, this operation was a great success. Not only were the criminals safely delivered to their destination, but the robbers were also wiped out in one fell swoop. Congratulations. Should we hold a press conference now? Let's give it a good push. At this moment, Chen Zhangwo slowly stood up. Perhaps because he had been sitting for too long, he couldn't straighten his back for a moment. At this moment, Wu Zhengwo quickly stepped forward to help him up. Chen Zhangwo then slowly stood up, a cigarette but between his right fingers, his brows furrowed. Publicity is essential. We must publicize it, and we must intensify our efforts. Such a great opportunity, we absolutely must take advantage of it. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhengwo nodded in agreement, but then frowned instantly. However, that kid Lin Yan doesn't really like holding press conferences. Last time, I had to really push him to go up there. Chen Zhangwo slowly walked to the window, looked at the white clouds outside, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Fine. If he's unwilling, then forget it. I'm afraid of one thing right now. What? Chen Zhangwo walked back to his chair, forcefully stubbed out his cigarette, and then stared intently at Wu Zhengwo. What kind of person do you think he is? Upon hearing this, Wu Zhengwo naturally knew who Chen Zhangwo was referring to. That guy is very low-key. He usually doesn't show off. However, he's always reliable when it really matters. And he's also the kind of guy who always gets revenge. Yes, that's exactly what I'm worried about. Chen Zhangwo picked up where Wu Zhengwo left off. What do you mean? Then, Wu Zhengwo seemed to realize something. His whole body trembled, and he subconsciously said something. Impossible. Does he really dare go to South America alone? Upon hearing this, even Wu Zhengwo couldn't believe his own words. Based on his understanding of Lin Yan, this guy might actually go to South America. Thinking about this, Wu Zhengwo became nervous. You know, South America isn't like the Xia dynasty. As is often said, South America is controlled by governments during the day, but by gangs at night. It's easy to imagine how chaotic that place must have been. If you were looking for someone in South America, you wouldn't call the police, you'd go to the local gangs. If you need someone in the morning, I'll definitely find them for you by evening. Of course, All of this depends on money, and a lot of money at that. At the entrance of the First People's Hospital of Shanghai, four people looked at each other without saying a word. Originally, there were 7 people in the team, but now only 4 have returned, and one of them has died. If Lin Yin hadn't participated this time, there's a high probability that the entire army would have been wiped out. At this moment, the remaining 3 team members walked together and respectfully bowed to Lin Yin. Thank you, Lin Yin. Without you, we would never have gotten this far. Lin Yin watched the 3 of them quietly without stopping them. Aren't you coming back with us? Previously, Lin Yin said he would get off at the hospital, and everyone knew that. The incident was triggered by mercenaries trying to kill him. Lin Xian took a fatal shot for Lin Yin and is still in the hospital. However, they also knew. The entire police station is waiting for them to return. They've surely organized a grand welcome ceremony, and there might even be a press conference for them. Lin Yin gently patted the 3 of them on the shoulders and spoke slowly. I'm not going back. I have things to do. Please pass on a message for me. I won't be going to the station for the next few days. After saying that, Lin Yin went straight into the hospital gate. Hospital, VIP room. Lin Yin looked at Lin Xian sitting on the bed eating with a happy expression and planned to reach out and pat Lin Xian's head. However, seeing his hands covered in black ink, he immediately withdrew his arm. Brother, I've almost fully recovered. I want to be discharged. Listen to me. Rest for a few more days. Looking at her brother's expression, Lin Xian sensed that Lin Yin had something on his mind. But why didn't he tell her? She knew her brother well. He had things on his mind, but never said anything, always bearing them silently on his own. Even the things that happened at Jiangnan University were only told to her by others. Her brother never complained to her about them. She knew that her brother was doing it for her own good and didn't want her to worry. Lin Yin walked up to Zhao Jiejia and took a deep breath. Zhao Jiejia, you're Qianqian's best friend. I'll be away for a few days, and I hope you can take good care of her. After saying that, Lin Yin stuffed a bank card into Lin Xian's hand and walked straight out the door. I have $1 million in my account. I can spend it however I want. I'll be back in 3 days at the earliest, 7 days at the latest. Elder brother. Seeing this, Lin Xian guessed Lin Yan's idea. He wanted to kill the mastermind behind it all. Lin Xian hurriedly got out of bed, went to the door, and called out anxiously. However, Lin Yin was no longer in the corridor. Police station, at the main entrance. Many police officers stood at the door to welcome the 4 heroes, including Chun Jiangwo and Wu Zhenghua. However, when they saw that only 3 team members got off the bus, Lin Yin was nowhere to be seen. The 2 exchanged a glance, sensing that something was wrong. At that moment, a policeman rushed over anxiously. Oh no! The airport called and said they saw Lin Yin board a plane to South America. Upon hearing this, Chun Jiangwo sighed. Sure enough, the thing I was worried about happened, so I quickly called my secretary. Quickly, prepare the fastest plane for me. I need to go back to the capital. Chapter 120 The Old Master's Doubts. The capital city, the Lin family's villa. The Great Wall, like a long dragon, lies quietly across the land of China, stretching from east to west. At the foot of the mountain, nestled among lush forests, lies a quaint courtyard. Lin Dingtian kept watching the video replay, his eyes flickering as if he was pondering something. I've been thinking for ages, at least say something. At this moment, the white-robed old man sitting opposite Lin Dingtian asked with a look of disdain. This is so frustrating. I just don't understand you. When other families see their grandson is so outstanding, they want the whole world to know. But what about you? After a brief moment of excitement, you've been completely silent ever since, as if I owe you $200. The old man in white pursed his lips and poured a large cup of tea into his mouth. Upon hearing this, Lin Dingtian snapped out of his daze, looked at the white-robed elder with disdain, and said without any politeness, Humph, that summer when you were 25, you borrowed 200 yuan from me to go to a brothel, and you still haven't paid me back. Don't tell me you don't remember. I remember it perfectly clearly. Puff. Upon hearing this, the old man in white couldn't help but spit out the tea in his mouth. He humbly looked around and responded with embarrassment. You old codger, how can you remember something from so many years ago so clearly? You're really petty. Besides, I never said I wouldn't pay you back. Besides, We're talking about your grandson right now. How did this get dragged into me? Lin Dingtian slowly sat down, took a sip of strong tea, and frowned deeply. Old Liang, where do you think this kid learned all his kung fu from? I checked repeatedly, but I couldn't find a single clue. Where exactly is the problem? The elderly white man fell into deep thought upon hearing this. It's worth noting that the two of them had been watching the live stream from the very beginning, for an entire day without stopping. This kid, while not as striking to them as the crowd, still greatly shocked them. After all, Lin Yan's records show that he had no opportunity to come into contact with this kind of thing. His exceptional skills, precise marksmanship, and calm demeanor all demonstrate his extraordinary nature. Yes, I find it strange too. Logically speaking, how could a normal person growing up in an ordinary family come into contact with these things? So, where did he get all these things from? Could it be that someone mysterious is teaching him behind the scenes? After the old man in white finished speaking, he glanced at Lin Dingtian. After all, Lin Dingtian is more familiar with this matter and has a lot of authority to speak on it. Impossible. At least within Xia, I'm certain no one would teach him that. Judging from his fights with Japanese samurai, his style is very diverse, and he can be said to do whatever he wants without any specific style. Moreover, I am familiar with the methods of several old men in Xia, and none of them are like Yenner. After saying this, the two fell silent. If it's not domestic, then it must be overseas. It couldn't have just appeared out of thin air, could it? Could it be those old guys from abroad? Impossible. How could they possibly pass through China? The old man in white guessed, following Lin Dingtian's line of thought. That's impossible. How could they possibly know your grandson's true identity? Besides, you only found him recently. There was definitely no one, absolutely no one, who knew he was your grandson, Lin Dingtian. At this point, Lin Dingtian suddenly stood up, and a powerful aura emanated from him, disappearing in a flash. At this moment, Lin Dingtian looked sharply into the distance, as if he were a giant dragon awakening. Humph, the Western Papacy, African tribes, Southeast Asian sorcery. If they dare to come, I'll beat them to a pulp, just like I did 50 years ago. At this moment, Lin Dingtian exuded unparalleled aura, like a giant standing tall and firm. Standing proudly on the land of China, it blocks all enemies who attempt to invade China. Seeing his old friend in this state, the old man in white seemed to be transported back to the brutal battlefield 50 years ago. Thinking of this, a chill ran down his spine. It was horrific, utterly horrific. So, according to you, Lin Yan's skills either came from his own learning, or they appeared out of thin air. The old man in white spread his hands, indicating that he had no other choice. Even he couldn't understand this sudden ability. After a moment, Lin Dingtian withdrew his aura and slowly sat down. I don't know either, but fortunately, Yenner seems to be doing fine so far. No suspicious individuals were found around him. If he truly taught himself everything, then his talent is truly terrifying. After saying this, a look of horror flashed in the eyes of the old man in white. He stood up with lingering fear, then sat down again. Lin Dingtian stood up, his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the distance. I'm planning to find some time to take him up the mountain and let that old Taoist priest take a look at him. Upon hearing this, the old man in white immediately realized what was happening, and his eyes widened in shock. You mean that old Taoist priest, to help you look after your grandson? Lin Dingtian nodded slowly. When it came to fighting on the battlefield, he said that if he was second to none, no one would dare to claim to be first. However, when it comes to mysterious and unpredictable abilities, the old Taoist priest is undoubtedly number one in the Xia kingdom today. Even Lin Dingtian only managed to rescue the Chinese people from the abyss with the help of the old Taoist priest. After a moment, the old man in white nodded in agreement. That's fine. After all, that old monster does have some skills. By the way, he must be 100 years old this year. I just celebrated my 120th birthday last year. Upon hearing this, the old man in white curled his lip and said lightly, Humph, that old geezer, he's lived so long. Lin Dingtian glanced at the white-robed elder indifferently. How could he not know what the elder was thinking? It's just that he said you were going to wear a hat back then. Why hold a grudge for so many years? So many years have passed. At this moment, The old man in white suddenly stood up, slapping his right palm with the back of his left hand, and shouted angrily, "A green hat! A green hat! I wasn't even married yet back then." At this point, the old man in white suddenly choked up and shed 2 tears. Just then, the butler rushed in anxiously and said in a flustered manner, "Master, something terrible has happened. Young master has gone abroad." What? Chapter 121 Suspicion between father and daughter. South America, an isolated island. The weather was fine and sunny, with not a cloud in the sky. On a 3-story villa on a small island, a bald old man in his 50s stood on the balcony with a cane, facing 3 men. Standing next to the old man was a graceful woman, slender and with a beautiful figure. Thump. What are you all good for? I told you to find people, and all you found were useless people. You couldn't even save 1 person. What use are you to me? After saying that, the bald old man drew a pistol from his waist and pointed it at the 3 burly men. Seeing this, the woman next to him quickly stopped him. Dad, Xia country is a no-go zone for mercenaries, so it's understandable that they couldn't rescue them. The woman held the bald old man's arms with both hands and shook him. Upon hearing his daughter's words, the bald old man took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and slowly put away his pistol. At this moment, one of the burly men spoke in a trembling voice. "Boss, according to our intelligence, the people who were originally supposed to rescue the young master have all turned into people who want to kill him. The key is that we don't know who's behind this. The only lead we have now is in the hands of the police." Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in the bald leader's eyes, and the veins on his right hand, which was gripping his cane, bulged. After a moment, the old man slowly shook his head and said casually, "You 3 can go down now." After saying that, he walked towards the balcony, looking out at the distant sea. "Ah-ing, your brother may be a bit of a scoundrel, but he's not as capable as you. However, I hope you will assist your brother in the future." After saying that, the old man looked at his daughter calmly. He knew his daughter very well. She was capable, shrewd, and a perfect successor. To be honest, you are much better than your brother in every aspect. Besides, I had considered having you take over my job before. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes lit up slightly, but she quickly lowered her head again. "Dad, I know I will definitely help my brother. The most important thing now is to rescue my brother. Otherwise, he'll definitely suffer inside." At this point, the woman's face showed great sadness and grief. Seeing her daughter so well behaved, the old man felt comforted. "Actually, I also want to help you rise to the position, but what can I do? You're a woman. After all, you're going to get married eventually. It wasn't easy for me, Zhong Shan, to build this foundation over my lifetime. If I were to pass it on to you, then it will definitely fall into the hands of outsiders, and I'm not willing to accept that." After saying that, the old man sighed and spoke again. "So, I really hope to rescue your brother now, so that the 2 siblings can support each other in the future and things won't be too bad." At this moment, Zhongying didn't say anything, but simply quietly supported the old man. "I heard that kid isn't dead. Humph, go hire a few more assassins. I refuse to believe we can't kill him." Even Zhongying couldn't stop thinking about this. Who exactly is this Lin Yan? How could he have repeatedly managed to protect his brother's numerous mercenary subordinates? She even seems to be a little interested in Lin Yan now. At this moment, the old man suddenly asked a question, his old eyes fixed on Zhongying. "Tell me, who sent someone to kill your brother?" At this moment, Zhongying stared blankly at her father, who was staring intently at her. She knew her father suspected her, but whether it was a test or unintentional, she didn't know. After a moment, Zhongying suppressed her fear and spoke calmly. "Father, perhaps it's another gang. After all, it's not like my brother was kept secret. It's not impossible that they want you to have no successor." Zhong looked into his daughter's eyes, and after a moment, a look of joy appeared on his face. "Yes, you're very smart. They're highly suspicious in this situation. You should go back now." Upon hearing this, Zhongying bowed deeply to the old man and then slowly left. As he watched his daughter's departing figure, a cold glint flashed in the old man's eyes. He had seen his daughter clearly since she was a child. Smart, hard-working, capable, and most importantly, strong-willed. He was always first in his grade from elementary school to university and received scholarships every year after entering university. Within the gang, the tasks she was in charge of never required her to worry about, and her performance was steadily improving. However, the problem is that she is not a son. This is why Zhongshan tried every means to save his son. Zhongshan walked back to the hall, picked up his private phone, and dialed a mysterious number from the Xia Kingdom. "Help me save my son, and I'll give you 2 billion if you succeed." A moment later, a deep voice came from the other end of the phone. "Good." After hanging up the phone, Zhongshan looked at the sky outside. He would never have touched this secret line if he hadn't really had no other choice. A hidden line means it can only be used once. It can't be used again because it has been exposed. Gunshots could be heard continuously from the basement of a small courtyard within the villa. Bang, bang, bang. Zhong Ying, his face contorted with rage, gripped the pistol and kept firing at the beer bottles while shouting, "Humph, this old bastard. He still won't give up even at this point. That guy is a piece of trash. What's the point of having him? He's just a bastard. Just because he's a man, does that mean he's entitled to inherit such a huge business, and I'm destined to be subservient to him for the rest of my life? I'm not reconciled. And that Lin Yan, daring to interfere in my affairs, he'll pay for this sooner or later." Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots continued to ring out in the basement. The underlings patrolling the ground noticed that the young lady's marksmanship was unusually volatile today, perhaps because she was troubled by the young master's affairs. Luo Baosheng Airport. This is the largest city in South America, and also the largest airport in South America. A passenger plane from Xia country is slowly landing. A moment later, a man with stubble, wearing a baseball cap and a black cape slowly walked out of the airport. With a duffel bag slung over his shoulder, the man looked at the sunset over the mountain and tugged at his hat with his right hand. That's right, this is Lin Yan. Chapter 122 Xia Kingdom Embassy. Zheng Zhongyue's helplessness. South America, Xia Kingdom Embassy. To the west of Luo Baosheng stands a 3-story Chinese-style building surrounded by a fence. A bright red flag fluttered in the wind at the highest point of the embassy, as if declaring that it was the master within the fence. At this moment, Lin Yan got out of a taxi and saw the flag on the rooftop and immediately felt a sense of warmth. Lin Yan stepped forward, took out his ID card and handed it to the guard at the gate. A moment later, he was welcomed inside. Embassy, Ambassador's office. "Yes, Minister, I will definitely find Mr. Lin Yan. Don't worry, I will definitely ensure his safety." At this moment, a thin-faced, slightly dignified man was making assurances incessantly in front of the desk. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Zhongyue frowned, put his hands behind his back, and paced back and forth in his office. From the conversation just now, the minister vaguely told him that Lin Yan's identity was very unusual and that he must protect his safety. Zheng Zhongyue knew his own personality as the Minister of Foreign Affairs well. He simply looked down on the children of ordinary high-ranking officials. Not to mention he called personally. Zheng Zhongyue was well aware of the seriousness of the matter. Just then, a male secretary walked in carrying a stack of documents. "Ambassador, this is Lin Yan's personal information that has come from China. It's quite surprising. I never imagined that the live stream in China the other day was about him." Zheng Zhongyue took the document from his secretary, looked at it carefully, and then read it 3 times. 3 minutes later, he exhaled a heavy breath, praising the speaker repeatedly. "Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. I can't believe it. He was the one in the live stream a couple of days ago." At this moment, the secretary inquired, "Ambassador, shouldn't we check his entry records? We can find records of any Chinese citizen with a Xia passport once they enter South America." Upon hearing this, Zheng Zhongyue slowly lit a cigarette, put it to his lips, and took a deep drag. He learned from the minister that Lin Yan's purpose in coming to South America was to kill Zhongshan. At this moment, Zheng Zhongyue had to give Lin Yan a thumbs up for his courage. Just then, the secretary received a report from below and looked at Zheng Zhongyue speechlessly. "What are you looking at me for? Go do what you need to do." Zheng Zhongyue looked at his secretary with a puzzled expression. This guy was acting strangely today. "Hey, Lin Yan's here." At this moment, Zheng Zhongyue was thinking about how to find Lin Yan. After all, South America was too big and full of dangers, making it impossible to guard against. He hadn't heard the secretary's words clearly at all, and waved his hand impatiently, saying, "Let him register first, and then if he's willing to return to China, we'll help him book his plane ticket. If he doesn't want to go back to China, see what he's good at and help him find a job. That's it." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Zheng Zhongyue suddenly turned his head, looked at his secretary, and asked with a serious expression, "You mean Lin Yan? Is it the person in the file?" The secretary nodded very seriously in response. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be him." Just then, the office door slowly opened, and Zheng Zhongyue and his secretary looked angrily at the doorway. "You should know that you are not allowed to enter the ambassador's office without prior notice. After all, these are state secrets discussed here, and it would be a problem if just anyone could open the door to the ambassador's office. So, how to protect state secrets is simply a joke." At that moment, the door slowly opened, and a young man wearing a trench coat, a baseball cap, and a backpack stood in the doorway. Zheng Zhongyue was about to reprimand the security guard for letting a stranger into the embassy, and even into the ambassador's office. "I am Lin Yan." At this moment, Lin Yan slowly raised his head, took off his baseball cap, and a handsome face appeared in front of the two of them. Upon seeing this, Zheng Zhongyue swallowed back what he was about to say. "Quick, close the door." Zheng Zhongyue quickly called his secretary to pull Lin Yan inside, and slammed the office door shut. Lin Yan didn't stand on ceremony, and sat down on the sofa, without saying anything more. "I want to kill Zhong Shan." Boom. Even though Zheng Zhongyue was somewhat prepared, he was still taken aback by Lin Yan's words. He had barely entered the embassy, hadn't even had a sip of tea, and the words he uttered almost sent him packing. They're really something else. At this moment, Zheng Zhongyue exhaled a deep breath, sat down next to Lin Yan, and said very seriously, "I am Zheng Zhongyue, the South American ambassador. I don't think this matter can be accomplished so easily. You have to believe me. I won't lie to you." At this moment, the secretary standing nearby also offered words of comfort. Zheng Zhongyue took a closer look at Lin Yan this time, and he had to admit that Lin Yan was very handsome. In addition, with his accurate marksmanship, agile movements, and calm mind, he will definitely be a pillar of the nation in the future. No, they are the pillars of the nation now. He did not approve of Lin Yan's plan to kill Zhong Shan. After all, a pillar of the nation like Lin Yan should absolutely not be allowed to do something so dangerous. If something really happens, even if he were an ambassador, he wouldn't dare take responsibility. Just now, the minister told him very seriously that he must bring Lin Yan back safely. However, Lin Yan has already gained attention from above. "Lin Yan, let me tell you honestly, the counterfeit money den you raided before was just a very small part of his business. Zhong Shan is one of the top 5 drug lords in South America. His drug trafficking network spans the entire southern hemisphere and even extends to the United States. Moreover, he sells weapons in secret. Just think about how powerful he is. You alone couldn't possibly kill him." Zheng Zhongyue's main purpose in saying this was to persuade Lin Yan to give up. After all, facing such a powerful enemy, and being alone, 99% of people would choose to abandon their goal. However, Lin Yan's next words stunned the two of them. "Fine, if it were a small, insignificant force, I wouldn't even bother coming here." Upon hearing this, Zheng Zhongyue and his secretary instantly felt their brains couldn't process what they were hearing. Is Lin Yan a normal person? How could a normal person say such abnormal things? At this moment, Zheng Zhongyue stood up with his hands on his hips, scratched his hair with his right hand, and finally let out a slow sigh of relief. Then, he took out a stack of documents from the safe and handed them to Lin Yan. "This contains all the information about Zhong Shan. Take it out and have a look. Xiao Yan, take Lin Yan to the black market later." "Black market?" Hearing this, Lin Yan asked suspiciously. After all, if they had the information, why would they need to go to the black market? At this moment, Zheng Zhongyue said very seriously, "You'll see when you get there. Xiao Yan will tell you." Hearing this, Lin Yan remained silent. Afterwards, they were arranged to stay in the dormitory. Chapter 123 Buying Information on the Black Market, a scroll delivered to our door. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky, and a cool breeze brushed against Lin Yan's face. At this moment, Lin Yan and Xiao Yan stood at the intersection of a market, watching the crowds coming and going. Both of them were covered from head to toe with cloaks, and even their heads were covered with hats. Apart from their eyes, it was impossible to tell who they were. This is the largest underground trading market in the entire Americas, and even the world, and a paradise for mercenaries. Gun, drugs, rare treasures, even women, you can find them all here. As long as you pay the price, it's all fine. Of course, the most important thing here is selling all kinds of information. You can buy information about anyone who's famous in this world here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was immediately shocked, never expecting such a tactic to exist. At this moment, Xiao Yan led Lin Yan inside while continuing to talk. Even if you wanted to know what color underwear the American president was wearing today, he'd have the answer. Puff! Lin Yan burst out laughing, almost bursting into laughter. As the two slowly ventured deeper into the market, it grew increasingly lively. Moreover, everyone was wearing black cloaks and hats, making it impossible to tell who they were. It's not just the customers who come here who do this. Even the roadside vendors do it, and some are even more careful by wearing gloves. Soon the two reached the end of the market, where a strange odor wafted towards them. Immediately, Lin Yan felt his stomach churning, and the next moment he felt himself vomiting. Give! At this moment, Xiao Yan handed him 2 nose plugs, gesturing for him to put them on. Lin Yan didn't stand on ceremony and stuffed it directly into his nose, immediately feeling much better. When he looked toward the source of the odor, he found it was a sewage pipe filled with excrement, which was all yellowed. Just as Lin Yan was about to turn around, Xiao Yan grabbed him and led him to a stall owner. And this location was right in front of that pipe. At this moment, Lin Yan felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. At this moment, Lin Yan saw a man in a black robe sitting in front of the stall. The man glanced at Lin Yan and the other person with his dim eyes, and then quickly lowered his head. We want to buy information. At this moment, Xiao Yan spoke in the local dialect. Previously, Lin Yan had also heard him mention that the price of a message could differ by 10 times if the speaker spoke a different language, which was outrageous. We want to buy information about Lin Yan. This was Lin Yan's idea. He wanted to know how many secrets the outside world knew about him. Upon hearing this, the stall owner raised his head and looked at Lin Yan and the other person with indifferent eyes. The police who's been making headlines in Xia country lately? Yes. Lin Yan glanced at those eyes and could tell that the owner of those eyes was at least 50 years old. 100,000. A hoarse voice suddenly came from within the black robe. Lin Yan was quite surprised, not expecting to find news about himself here. He then pulled out a wad of banknotes from his sleeve and slammed them onto the stall. Smack! The old man quickly put away the banknotes, took out a worn-out notebook from his backpack, and started typing away rapidly. A moment later, the printer next to me started beeping. Take it. A woman in long sleeves picked up the printed A4 paper and handed it to him without saying much. Lin Yan quickly took it and looked at it. It clearly recorded Lin Yan's date of birth and his school experience. Of course, most of the discussion revolves around his competitions and his recent live-streamed escort mission. Most importantly, there are reviews at the very bottom. Mysterious and unpredictable, a dragon among men. However, Lin Yan was relieved that his identity had not yet been exposed. This shows that the people who traded information didn't understand him well enough. In fact, it could be said that their influence in Xia Kingdom was not as great as in other places. After a moment, Lin Yan nodded slightly to Xiao Yan, and then Xiao Yan spoke again. We need information about Zhongshan, and it must be special. Don't bring out any ordinary information available on the market. Upon hearing this, the stall owner trembled slightly, though only slightly, but Lin Yan still noticed it. Even if an ordinary person hears the name of a high-ranking official, they wouldn't act like this, unless he is a member of his own faction or an enemy. Thinking of this, Lin Yan's wariness towards the stall owner increased once again. At this moment, the stall owner slowly searched in his notebook and suddenly uttered a sentence. You want to kill him? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled slightly and then replied in the local dialect. No, we were just asking out of curiosity. The stall owner didn't ask any further questions after Xiao Yan's answer, but a glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. 5 million. At this moment, the stall owner directly stated the price, and upon hearing it, Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed. It's usually 2 million. How come it's increased so much? The stall owner wasn't angry. His eyes smiled slightly. You're asking for special information, so of course it'll cost more. Lin Yan looked at the stall owner and directly took out his bank card to swipe it. Bite. With the transaction completed, the stall owner now had a piece of paper smaller than the previous A4 paper, about a quarter of its original size. Lin Yan frowned as he looked at the small piece of paper handed to him. Unexpectedly, 5 million was spent on such a small piece of paper, about the size of a palm. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan became unhappy. It should be noted that Lin Yan's identity is very mysterious. Before he came out, the ambassador repeatedly reminded him to protect Lin Yan and to take good care of him. Lin Yan has now spent 5 million to buy a small piece of paper. If the ambassador gets his hands on it, he'll be furious. Just as Xiao Yan was about to speak, Lin Yan stopped him. At this moment, Lin Yan was truly shocked by the message on the piece of paper. Zhongshan's chosen successor is Zhong Xiong, the guy Lin Yan captured. However, his abilities were not great, while his daughter, 30 Yung, was exceptionally capable and had a strong desire for power. I have always been very dissatisfied with Zhongshan's approach. Some even suspect that Zhong Ying might be behind Zhong Xiong's absence this time. At this moment, Lin Yan was also shocked by the news from above. Keep in mind, even the embassy didn't have this information, so coming to the black market this time was definitely the right decision. Lin Yan then turned and left, just as the two were about to leave. Then, the stall owner took a scroll out of his sleeve and threw it at Lin Yan's feet. Grandpa, you've dropped something. No, those are yours. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan understood the stall owner's meaning perfectly and quickly picked up the scroll and left. Chapter 124 Scroll Analysis, Lin Yan's Plan. South America, Xia Kingdom Embassy. At this moment, Lin Yan, Zhang Zhongyue, and Secretary Yin were looking at the architectural drawings on the table. That's right. This is what the stall owner just threw at Lin Yan's feet. The three of them stood around the architectural drawings on the table, their brows furrowed incessantly. Do you think that guy is crazy? But this thing doesn't explain what it is. There's not a single word on it. At this moment, the secretary said, puzzled. No, there must be something wrong. According to what you said, he asked about your purpose before finally throwing the scroll to you. Could this scroll be related to Zhongshan? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out information about Zhongshan from his pocket, from which he took out 2 photos. The 3 men's eyes lit up immediately when the 2 photos were placed next to the architectural drawings. The 3 exchanged a smile, each guessing what the other was thinking. It seems that this architectural plan is a map of the entire Zhongshan Island. Zhang Zhongyue pointed out with his right hand. Look, there's a golden roof here, and the architectural drawings also have a pattern of a golden roof. He then pointed to the watchtower above and continued. And here, the 5 watchtowers are the outermost defense. They're practically identical. As he spoke, Lin Yan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He had previously been worried about how to get his hands on the information inside. After all, Zhongshan's private island is an armed base. Without someone to guide you, you'd be completely in the dark. Now that we have this map, it will be a huge boost for Lin Yan. But who is that person? Why would he have the architectural plans for Zhongshan's private island? Does he have a grudge against Zhongshan? At this point, the secretary's series of questions inevitably aroused suspicion. Upon hearing this, both Lin Yan and Zhang Zhongyue fell into deep thought. At this moment, Zhang Zhongyue slowly recalled. When I first took over as ambassador, I heard a rumor from the previous ambassador, but I don't know if it's true or not. Zhang Zhongyue's words immediately piqued their curiosity. It is said that 20 years ago, Zhongshan bought that private island and spent a lot of money to invite skilled craftsmen to build it for him. Neither of them understood what was going on. Hiring someone to build a house is a normal thing. Nothing strange about it. Could something weird have happened afterward? Lin Yan continued the conversation. That's right. Zhongshan spent 5 years building the most solid fortress for himself. However, All the craftsmen who participated in building the island later disappeared without a trace, which caused a sensation at the time. However, in the end, no one knows what methods Zhongshan used, but the local government did not investigate, and the matter was eventually dropped. At this point, the entire office fell silent. No one spoke, their eyes filled with deep thought. After a moment, Lin Yin took a deep drag on his cigarette and slowly expressed his thoughts. If I'm not mistaken, most of the craftsmen who participated in building the island are probably dead. Lin Yin touched the rough blueprint with his hand, and his first impression was that it was different from what he had imagined. It was as if it were made of something like leather. This is probably a human skin. Upon hearing this, Zheng Zhongyue and the other looked at Lin Yin in disbelief, then touched the blueprints on the table. That's unlikely. Yes, who would use human skin to paint these days? Lin Yin sighed softly and spoke again. To be honest, I can't believe it either, but if what you said is true, then it's very likely to be true. As you know, in ancient China, the craftsmen who built the imperial tombs were also buried alive. Upon hearing this, the two instantly lost their composure. Sizzle. Zheng Zhongyue used a knife to cut a corner off the drawing and handed it to Xiao Yin. Go get it tested. Xiao Yin took a corner of the blueprint and went out. At this moment, both of them remained silent. A moment later, Xiao Yin returned, his face showing a hint of shock, and then he said heavily, "As expected, it's human skin." Hiss. The three of them gasped in shock. They hadn't expected their guess to be true. It seems that the person is very likely the craftsman who escaped when the island was built, or someone who has a great connection with the craftsman. Zheng Zhongyue slowly revealed his thoughts. Lin Yin carefully examined the architectural plans and found a net-like object near a reef. Moreover, this thing has a passage that extends all the way into the interior of the island. Lin Yin tapped the drawing a few times and then spoke. Knock, knock, knock. It seems that the stall owner wants to use us to kill Zhongshan. Zheng Zhongyue was startled when he heard what Lin Yin said. However, Lin Yin's next words stunned him once again. There is another possibility. That person was sent by Zhongshan to deliberately give me the blueprints so that I would be helpless when I entered the island. Hiss. Zheng Zhongxiu was shocked by Lin Yan's conjecture, if that were really the case. Therefore, Lin Yan's attempt to kill Zhongshan would be a certain death. However, I think the possibility is very small. He probably doesn't even know I've arrived. At this moment, an unusual confidence shone from Lin Yan's eyes. So what do we do now? I still stand by my opinion and give up the idea of killing Zhongshan. Zheng Zhongyue reiterated his statement, dissuading Lin Yan. You don't need to try to persuade me anymore. Now that I'm here, Zhongshan must die. Lin Yan spoke with conviction, his tone leaving Zheng Zhongyue no room for doubt. So where should we start? You know, as a stranger, you have no way of getting into the island. Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled slightly and picked up Zhong Ying's photo. I will go to see her tomorrow. A woman who craves power will make a wise choice. The two exchanged a glance, and both guessed what Lin Yan was thinking. He's planning to team up with Zhong Ying to take down Zhongshan. But they are father and daughter. How could they kill each other? Yes, how could that be? Zheng Zhongyue and his companions still couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. Hearing this, Lin Yan slowly walked to the window, looked at the twinkling stars outside, and murmured something. Throughout history, there have been far too few cases of fratricide and patricide for the sake of power. On the deserted island, in Zhong Ying's room. At this moment, Zhong Ying, wearing a black lace-trimmed see-through nightgown, stood by the window, slowly combing her hair with her right hand. His gaze was fixed on the moon in the sky, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, as he muttered to himself. Brother, don't blame me. Blame yourself for being so useless. Your father has such a vast fortune. If it's handed over to you, it'll be squandered sooner or later. At this point, Zhong Ying forcefully snapped the comb in her hand in two, a murderous intent welling up from within her. Father, you are too biased. No matter how well I do, my heart will always belong to my eldest brother. Since you're biased, then don't blame your daughter for being unfilial. Just then, a noise came from the doorway. Miss, the 10 major gangs are holding a conference tomorrow, and the master wants you to attend. New. Chapter 125 I want to try. Luo Shungbao suburbs. This is a large slum where a great many poor people live. This place is a melting pot of all sorts of people, including all sorts of weirdos. You could say that if an outsider came here alone, they might just disappear without a trace. Beep, beep, beep. Car horns blared incessantly from the streets, as luxury cars sped through the streets from all directions. Have you heard? Today is the day that 10 major gangs are redistributing their territories. Yeah, I wonder which gang we'll be assigned to. I hope it's not the Black Gang. Those guys are ruthless and heartless. Not necessarily. Do you think other gangs are better? Aren't they all pretty much the same? At this moment, Lin Yin was still wearing a cloak and a baseball cap, eating his breakfast slowly with his head down, and collecting various intelligence. Boom! The roar of a car engine echoed down the street as a black Hummer approached, its domineering aura spreading through the crowd. Look, this is Zhong Ying's car, the young lady of the Panshan gang. It's fucking cool. This Zhong Ying is really capable, many times more capable than her brother. She might become the leader of the Panshan gang in the future. If you put it that way, it's possible. Lin Yin listened quietly to the conversation, glancing indifferently at the car. He knew his target for today had appeared, but now was not the time for him to make his move. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, Zhong Ying stepped off the Hummer, took off her sunglasses, and revealed that she was wearing a tight-fitting outfit. The entire body curves are highlighted, making it virtually perfect. Even Lin Yin was momentarily stunned after just one glance. He hadn't expected this woman to be even more beautiful than in the photos. Especially her figure. It's like a snake's waist. Even Li Chuyao, who is known as the school beauty of Jiangnan Conservatory of Music, is a notch above her. Lin Yin could also tell that Zhong Ying was definitely a skilled martial artist. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get along so well in the gang. At this moment, Zhong Ying felt someone was watching her, but when she looked towards the roadside stalls, she found that there was no one there. Then, Zhong Ying shook her head with a self-deprecating smile and quickly walked into the building. After all, today's events are still very important. Lin Yin held a cup of coffee in his hand on the street, sipping it leisurely while looking at the building not far away. According to intelligence, today is the day that 10 major gangs are redistributing their territories, and these 10 gangs have always been at odds. Therefore, Lin Yin concluded that today's meeting was not a good one and that a conflict was very likely to occur. In the conference room of the hotel, 10 people, 9 men and 1 woman, were sitting at a huge oval table. At this moment, the white man in the lead looked around and casually said something. Everyone, do you have any questions about the allocation agreement we just discussed? If there are no problems, let's do it this way. Upon hearing this, the other 8 men all turned to look at Zhong Ying. As everyone knows, the Panshan gang suffered the most from the previous agreement, with their interests being severely damaged. At this moment, Zhong Ying looked at the 9 men. She knew last night that she would definitely be harassed if she came to such a meeting alone as a woman. He then pulled the dagger from his thigh and stuck it directly into the table. Thump. I disagree with the above distribution agreement. Upon hearing this, the other 8 men burst into laughter, unsurprised. After all, no one else would agree to such a distribution method. Slap, slap, slap. At this moment, the white leader, while clapping, stood up and looked at Zhong Ying with a smile. He was extremely eager to get his hands on Zhong Ying. However, the other party is Zhong Shan's daughter, and she is excellent in both cunning and skill. Without absolute certainty, I wouldn't dare to make a move. It could easily provoke a battle between the 2 major gangs. In that case, it would be a losing proposition. Alright, since Ms. Zhong agrees, then we can only decide on the allocation in the traditional way. I'm ready to play along. Zhong Ying showed no politeness, let alone fear. If he had enough power, he would have wiped them out sooner or later. The so-called traditional method of distribution is to resolve it by force, though of course it doesn't involve risking one's life. After all, this matter hasn't reached the point where it's unsolvable. This method involves each gang sending 1 person, for a total of 10 people. The party that disagrees with the resolution sends 1 person to challenge the other 9, and the person who challenges the other 9 must defeat them one by one. Therefore, whoever defeats it will have the most profitable territory. However, to accommodate the opposing side, Zhong Ying has 3 chances. She can send 3 people to compete, and as long as one person passes the test, she wins. Below the conference room, there is an open-air martial arts arena, which was built specifically for this rule. At this moment, the other gang members had arrived at the training ground, and everyone looked at Zhong Ying. In particular, the leaders of the 9 gangs looked at Zhong Ying with smiles on their faces. Zhong Ying looked at the 9 people below, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. She felt that this assignment might not be so simple. "Miss, why don't you let me do it?" At this moment, a young man behind Zhong Ying walked up to Zhong Ying and said something. Zhong Ying didn't reply, and kept her eyes on the 9 people below before speaking. "Uncle Qian, you go? You must take it down in one fell swoop." As soon as Zhong Ying finished speaking, a man in his 50s slowly walked out from behind her. This person had a full head of white hair without a single black strand, and wore a very ordinary set of linen clothes. He was the kind of person who would go unnoticed in a crowd. Boom! Uncle Qian leaped and landed steadily on the arena stage, looking at the other 9 people with disdain. At this moment, several gang leaders looked at the old man on the stage, and the corners of their mouths immediately turned up slightly. Clearly, Zhong Ying sending Uncle Qian to the stage was within their expectations. The battle began quickly, and Uncle Qian, as expected of someone Zhong Ying valued, had already defeated 6 people in a row. However, after the 7th person, the opponent displayed great strength, forcing Uncle Qian to retreat repeatedly, and he was unable to defend himself several times. Judging from the other party's age, he was only in his 30s, while Uncle Qian was almost 50 years old, and after the fight just now, he was already exhausted. As the saying goes, youth has the upper hand in boxing. A moment later, Uncle Qian was defeated by his opponent. "Haha, sorry, Miss Zhong. Our people are definitely more capable." The white leader smiled slightly at Zhong Ying, as if he were showing off something. At this point, Zhong Ying realized that this allocation was a trap set by the Panshan gang. From the opening of the meeting to the allocation of meeting minutes, and then to the contest, everything was within the opponent's calculations. "Miss, oh my God!" The young man jumped off the training ground without Zhong Ying's permission. Zhong Ying knew that this guy had definitely lost again. His strength was not even as good as Uncle Qian's, let alone defeating everyone. A moment later, Zhong Ying defeated 2 more people, meaning she had 1 more chance. Although Zhong Ying brought a lot of thugs this time, none of the other thugs were any good. "Miss Zhong, how about we leave it at that? You don't really have anyone else you'd be willing to give anything special?" "Yes, we're all neighbors after all. If it doesn't work this time, we'll try next time." "Yeah, why don't we go back now and ask that old guy Zhongshan to come over? He's over 60. He should still be able to throw a few punches." Ha ha ha. At this moment, the entire conference room was filled with mocking voices. Zhong Ying's eyes turned slightly bloodshot. She was unwilling to accept defeat so easily today. However, he found that none of his men were capable of fighting. Immediately, he went to the balcony and shouted down, "I need a thug, 1 against 9, and I want 1,000,000. At this moment, everyone on the street was eager to try it out. However, Zhong Ying's next words dampened the enthusiasm of most people. "If you lose, you die." Upon hearing this, the entire street fell silent. Everyone who could live here was a shrewd and calculating person. Everyone cherishes their lives. How could they possibly go up there? At this moment, Zhong Ying was somewhat disappointed. Was she really going to lose today? Just then, a young voice rang out from the crowd. "I want to try it." Chapter 126, I said everyone here is trash. Everyone turned to look at who had made the sound, wondering who was so fearless as to want to take their place. Many people have already realized that this was a trap set for Zhong Ying by the other 9 gangs. Whoever goes up to fight for Zhong Ying now will directly offend the 9 major gangs, making it difficult for them to move forward in South America, and they might not even survive tonight. At this moment, Zhong Ying also looked over, looking down at Lin Yin from the balcony. The man in front of her felt completely unfamiliar. She was certain she didn't know him at all. But in the next moment, Zhong Ying decided in her heart that this guy would definitely succeed. At this moment, Lin Yin slowly raised his baseball cap, revealing his entire face to Zhong Ying. Then, a bright smile appeared on his face, revealing a set of white teeth to Zhong Ying's eyes, and then he quickly pulled down his baseball cap. Although Lin Yan only made this one move, he knew that it was enough. He knew that Zhong Ying must be looking at all the news about him, so she would definitely remember what he looked like. At this moment, Zhong Ying's eyes lit up, and she was even a little surprised. Although it was only for a fleeting moment, she was certain that the person was Lin Yan. She never imagined that Lin Yan would come to South America and be so close to her. At this moment, onlookers who witnessed this scene all offered words of advice. Young man, you'd better not get involved in the affairs of the top 10 gangs. You might not see the sun rise tomorrow. Exactly. The top 10 gangs are ruthless and merciless. With your small frame, you die without even knowing how. Yeah, even if you win, you'll offend the other 9 major gangs. In this South America, you'll be a dead man. At this moment, the leaders of the 9 major gangs were all puzzled by the sudden appearance of the young man. Clearly, Lin Yan's appearance was a great surprise to them. At this moment, the white leader looked at Lin Yan and spoke slowly. Young man, I don't think you're from around here either. Eat well and sleep well here, and don't get involved in anything else, otherwise you might not be able to get back. At this moment, the other 9 gangs looked at Lin Yan with mockery upon hearing this. Although the white leader's words were plain, every sentence was full of threats and could be said to be a warning to Lin Yan. Tell him to mind his own business, or he'll die without even knowing how. Lin Yan merely glanced at the crowd indifferently, without saying a word. He then pushed off with his right foot, performing a 720 degrees backflip in the air and landing steadily on the arena stage. By now, many discerning readers have already realized that Lin Yan is no ordinary person. It should be noted that although the training ground is right next to the main street, the surrounding wall is nearly 2.5 meters high. Normally, people need to use a rope ladder to climb over a wall, but this guy actually climbed over it directly. It is evident that Lin Yan's jumping ability is truly astonishing, even surpassing that of his peers. Just then, the other 9 people all looked at Lin Yan with murderous intent. After all, if Lin Yan didn't come out, then they would have won the fight. Beforehand, the gang leader had promised them that everyone would receive a bonus if they won the fight. However, Lin Yan, that guy, actually stepped forward, so naturally he became their enemy. Moreover, this guy is from out of town, so it's hard to control how hard he hits. If you accidentally kill someone, it can only be considered an accidental injury. At this moment, the 9 thugs were pushing and shoving each other, all wanting to go up and beat Lin Yan up. Because Lin Yan looked rather thin, he would be easy for outsiders to deal with. Just as they were deciding who should go first, Lin Yan said something that angered everyone. Have you made your choice yet? I'm in a hurry. Lin Yan looked at the group with a smile, especially at one of the big guys. At this moment, the big guy looked at Lin Yan with a face full of anger. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to fight me? No, I was just looking at a huge pile of trash. Upon hearing this, the big guy flew into a rage and walked directly in front of Lin Yan, looking down at him from a height of nearly 2 meters. A huge fist was pressed against Lin Yan's face, accompanied by a threatening roar. What? You treat me like trash? Lin Yan smiled slightly, brushed aside the big guy's fist, and glanced around. No, I'm not targeting you personally. I'm saying everyone here is trash. Boom! These words shocked the entire audience. Even the onlookers nearby were stunned by Lin Yan's words. Damn, this guy is practically asking for it. Saying something like that will get him kicked out of this building. That's right. I think he went in vertically and came out horizontally. There's another corpse in the sea tonight. Ugh, what a greenhorn. He really thought some big shot had arrived. At this moment, the leaders of the 9 major gangs looked at Lin Yan with amusement. Originally, looking at Lin Yan's handsome movements, I was still worried about whether this guy really had the skills. But this guy, of all people, did something stupid. He took on 9 people at once, which was practically suicide. However, they were also happy with this situation. The sooner they killed them, the sooner it would end. However, Zhong Ying looked at Lin Yan with a worried expression. I originally thought this guy was very composed, taking it one step at a time, one-on-one. However, to my surprise, this guy actually made some outrageous claims, saying he could take on 9 people at once. He was simply courting death. However, it's no use for her to say anything now. Once she's on the arena stage, She's not allowed to leave until the outcome of the fight is announced. Roar! At this moment, the 9 men were furious. They never expected that the skinny bamboo pole in front of them would dare to provoke them. This was simply intolerable. Boom! On the entire arena, 9 people had surrounded Lin Yin, each demonstrating their best stance. There was also an invisible competition, seeing who could kill Lin Yin in the shortest amount of time. Bang! At this moment, Lin Yin simply smiled slightly and forcefully swung his backpack. The backpack was hanging securely on the hook on the wall. At this moment, the big guy from before threw a punch at Lin Yin. In the blink of an eye, the huge fist arrived in front of Liang Lin Yin. At this moment, the enormous fist continued to grow larger in Lin Yan's eyes, but Lin Yin was not afraid. He grabbed the fist and kicked the big guy in the chin. The big guy suddenly felt a sharp pain and was completely stunned. However, Lin Yin stepped directly onto the big guy's knee with his right foot, and his whole body was lifted into the air. Using the large head as a support point, the person is suspended horizontally in the air with their feet pointing outwards from the circle. He spun around in the air, using tremendous force to kick and punch the other 8 people in the face. Suddenly, the entire building was filled with the wails of people. Chapter 127. Lighting a cigarette with $1 million check feels so good. At this moment, the sounds of several thugs wailing and fists colliding could be heard continuously from the arena. In the blink of an eye, he killed all 8 people who had been surrounding Lin Yin. At this moment, the big guy was furious. He never expected Lin Yin to be so agile. In the blink of an eye, they actually used him as a stick to attack others. This is absolutely intolerable. The burly man roared in fury, his 2 enormous hands reaching out to grab Lin Yin, intending to tear him to pieces. At this moment, Lin Yin pressed down hard with his right hand, which was supporting the big guy's head. The enormous force caused the big guy to freeze in place for a moment. Lin Yin leaped into the air, his right knee striking out sharply at the big man's chin. Bang! A tremendous noise echoed throughout the street, and everyone was stunned by Lin Yan's power. At this moment, everyone on the stage except for the big guy fell to the ground. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. Zhong Ying's shock level plus 999. System notifications kept popping up in Lin Yan's mind. As he watched the shock value rise rapidly, Lin Yan smiled. After a period of fermentation, Lin Yan's shock value had reached about 3 million, which was beyond his expectations. Everyone who witnessed this was amazed. Wow, I didn't realize this guy was actually so capable. He's practically invincible. I can't believe it. It seems there's always someone better in this world. This guy is no ordinary person, but if that's all the strength he has, it's probably not enough. What he's doing has ruined the plans of the other 9 major gangs. At this moment, the leaders of the 9 major gangs all looked at Lin Yin with dark faces and then glanced at Zhong Ying. It's unbelievable that the person she randomly shouted for on the street actually possessed such formidable strength. At this moment, the white gang leader looked at Lin Yin, then took out a check from his side and threw it directly at Lin Yan's feet. Here's $1 million. Take the money and go. Otherwise, you're not leaving today. Seeing this, Zhong Ying became nervous. Anyone would choose the $1 million offered to them if offered $1 million. After all, if they stayed any longer, even if they won the fight, they would still have offended the 9 major gangs. If you choose to back down in time and give face to the 9 major gangs, the $1 million will be yours. At this moment, Zhong Ying looked at Lin Yin indifferently, without saying much, and without offering to give Lin Yin more money. Although Zhong Ying wasn't sure if Lin Yin would accept $1 million, she was certain that Lin Yan's trip to South America wouldn't be that simple. At least, it's definitely not for the money. At this moment, the 9 people he had beaten to the ground stood up, each glaring at him angrily. Lin Yin glanced at it indifferently, not caring at all, then picked up the $1 million check from the ground and looked at it in his hand. Wow, it really is $1 million. Everyone beamed with joy when they saw Lin Yin take the money. Once the other party has received the money, things will be much easier. Zhong Ying felt a chill run down her spine when she saw Lin Yan's actions. She couldn't believe that Lin Yin had actually accepted the money. Did he come to South America just to make money? That didn't make sense. At this moment, her face had darkened. Lin Yin accepted their money, but he had no one on his side, so the outcome was already obvious. However, Lin Yan's next move stunned everyone once again. Hey, got a cigarette? At this moment, Lin Yan asked the big guy next to him. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the big guy was stunned for a moment, and first glanced at his boss. At this moment, the white leader was in a very good mood. As long as Lin Yan did not help the Panshan gang, then he was a friend. He then gestured to the big guy to give it to him. Lin Yan, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a lighter in his hand, lit the check. Immediately, the check continued to burn. Lin Yan used the check to light a cigarette and took a deep drag. He exhaled a huge smoke ring and smiled slightly. Sure enough, lighting a cigarette with money feels completely different. Seeing this, everyone was stunned by Lin Yan's boldness. Damn, this guy's really ruthless. $1 million check, just like that. Damn, I thought this guy had surrendered to the 9 major gangs, but it turns out he was just playing them for fools. It's over. This guy ripped off 9 major gangs in front of so many people, he won't even know how he's going to die. Bang! At that moment, a loud bang came from upstairs, and everyone looked over. All 9 leaders of the 9 gangs stared at Lin Yan with grim expressions. They never imagined that Lin Yan would dare to play tricks on them, especially on their own turf. He was simply courting death. Humph! Young people like you have no sense of propriety. Don't blame us for being impolite. Superior. Boom! At that moment, a package was thrown down from the 2nd floor, and the 9 people rushed forward to take it out. Seeing this, Lin Yan realized that it was actually a watermelon knife. 9 people, each with a watermelon knife, surrounded Lin Yan again. Whitebeard, you've broken the rules. At this point, Zhongying refused to give up, knowing that Lin Yan was helping her. Now that all 9 of them are using watermelon knives, he's still unarmed. He's bound to suffer. Humph, he's not one of your Panshan gang members. Letting him fight in your place is already giving you face. At this moment, the white leader pointed at Zhongying and roared angrily. Originally, the plan was supposed to end in their victory, but unexpectedly, it was ruined by a young man. That's why he gave weapons to a few of his henchmen. As long as they weren't guns, it wouldn't be considered breaking the rules. Upon hearing this, Zhongying was speechless. Lin Yan watched the two arguing above, gave Zhongying a comforting look, and then slowly spoke to the 9 people. Trash is trash. Does he really think he's something special just because he has a watermelon knife? Upon hearing this, the 9 men instantly flew into a rage and raised their watermelon knives to slash at Lin Yan. At this moment, Lin Yan moved through the crowd like an eel. Moreover, Lin Yan's movements were exceptionally swift as he continued to make moves. People were falling down from time to time, and some even had their limbs broken. Lin Yan never shows mercy to his enemies, at least ensuring they lose the ability to act again. After all, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. At this moment, shouts from the thugs echoed continuously from the arena. This time, the shouts were even more brutal than the last, utterly heart-wrenching and hysterical. Seeing everything before them, everyone was once again astonished by Lin Yan's strength. Zhongying's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Yan, her gaze filled with a sweet, romantic feeling. Chapter 128: The Battle Between Men and Women. Bang bang bang. The battle continued, but judging from the situation on the stage, there was no need to say more. At this moment, apart from the big guy, the other 8 people on the stage were lying on the ground groaning in pain. Some people clutched their arms and wailed, some clutched their legs and wept, and some had already fainted from the pain. Seeing the horrific scene on the stage, the other thugs instinctively touched their own hands and feet. I'm so glad I didn't go on stage, otherwise I would have ended up like them. At this moment, Lin Yan held a watermelon knife in his hand, pointing it at the big guy on the stage, with a slight smile on his lips. Are we still going to fight or not? Upon hearing Lin Yan's question, the burly man subconsciously shook his head and then threw the watermelon knife in his hand on the ground. Lin Yan glanced at the big guy indifferently, and then said, I won't hit you because you gave me a cigarette earlier. Roll. Finally, Lin Yan roared at the big guy, and the huge roar scared the big guy so much that he jumped off the stage. At this moment, the members of the 9 major gangs all fell silent. Meanwhile, the leaders of the 9 gangs had faces as black as the bottom of a pot, glaring at Lin Yin with resentment. Originally, this guy was just a pretty good thug. He could be defeated with just a little effort. However, to their surprise, this guy turned out to be a master, a very master at that. It's important to know that the people they sent out were definitely among the top 3 in their gang. 9 top 3 contenders were taken down by one person with remarkable ease. What's even more infuriating is that this guy hasn't broken a sweat yet, which shows that his strength is even greater than what we've seen so far. At this moment, the leaders of the 9 major gangs all looked at Zhong Ying with regret. Originally, the plan was to use this opportunity to gradually erode the Panshan gang, but unexpectedly, a young man appeared today. Let's go. Finally, the leaders of the 9 gangs all left. They knew that with Lin Yin around today, they wouldn't get the better of him, and they couldn't make a move without figuring out Lin Yan's true strength. A moment later, a Hummer quickly disappeared down the street. Zhong Ying did not initiate conversation with Lin Yin along the way, and the car quickly arrived at the coast. This was the first time Zhong Ying had seen Lin Yin up close. His handsome face, agile movements, and calm mind all indicated that the man beside her was extraordinary. "Did you kidnap my brother?" Lin Yin glanced at Zhong Ying indifferently, her eyes showing no emotion, and simply responded calmly. "Yes. He sold counterfeit currency within the territory of Xia Kingdom, violating the laws of Xia Kingdom." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhong Ying gave a wry smile. "Originally, I thought Lin Yan would deny what I said, and then say all sorts of nice things to me. However, she didn't expect Lin Yan to admit it so readily. Moreover, the lack of further words aroused Zhong Ying's curiosity about Lin Yan once again. "You should know that there are many people around you who want to pursue you and do things for you." However, this was the first time she had encountered Lin Yan's attitude, and she had to admit that she was now very interested in him. "So you didn't come to South America just for tourism, did you?" Zhong Ying probed again, wanting to find out Lin Yan's purpose in coming to South America. After all, Xia Kingdom is a long way from South America, so it couldn't have come here for no reason. At this moment, Zhong Ying's right hand slowly reached for the pistol at her waist. If Lin Yan's answer doesn't satisfy her, she wouldn't mind killing the man she's interested in. Lin Yan glanced at Zhong Ying's right hand and knew what she was thinking, but he wasn't afraid. Then he looked at Zhong Ying very seriously, and then slowly approached. "I came to South America to kill your father." Whoosh! Upon hearing this, Zhong Ying raised her gun without hesitation and pointed it at Lin Yan's temple, then glared menacingly at Lin Yan. "Humph, you wanted to kill my father? Today you'll die right here." Upon hearing Zhong Ying's words, the thugs within a 50-meter radius all raised their guns and aimed them at Lin Yan. At this moment, more than a dozen guns were already pointed at Lin Yan on the shore. It was believed that as long as Zhong Ying gave the order, Lin Yan's body would be riddled with holes in an instant. Seeing such a large commotion, Lin Yan smiled slightly and turned to look at Zhong Ying. As Lin Yan turned around, Zhong Ying's pistol was already pointed at Lin Yan's forehead. However, Lin Yan's next words stunned Zhong Ying once again. "I can't get into your island, so I'm hoping you can take me there." Hearing this, Zhong Ying became even more furious. Was this guy out of his mind? It's utterly absurd that he would come to kill her father and then openly tell her, even asking her to lead the way. Snap! At this moment, Zhong Ying looked at Lin Yan with resentment, and the safety of her pistol was slowly released. "Humph, you want to kill my father? You believe I won't just shoot you right now?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan smiled slightly, raised 2 fingers of his right hand, and gently deflected Zhong Ying's pistol. "If you wanted to kill me, you would have shot me already. You haven't fired yet because you don't know how to fire a gun." Lin Yan looked at Zhong Ying coldly, as if she could see through Zhong Ying's thoughts. At this moment, Zhong Ying felt a pang of panic, as if Lin Yan knew what was on her mind. Although she had put down the gun, Zhong Ying looked furious. "Humph, I'll let you go since you helped me win one game. Forget about killing my father. You can't do it." Zhong Ying's expression softened somewhat, and she tried to dissuade Lin Yan from leaving. Lin Yan did not leave after hearing Zhong Ying's words, but instead looked at the surging sea. "I heard your father has always favored sons over daughters and wanted to pass the position to that coward Zhong Xiong." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhong Ying's pupils contracted, and her entire body trembled involuntarily. Then, he stared intently at Lin Yan and said, "Mind your own business. The Panshan gang was founded by my father, and he wants to pass it on to my eldest brother, so I have no objection. Besides, I have always respected my eldest brother." Zhong Ying's chest heaved uncontrollably, and the words she uttered were not even believed by herself. Upon hearing Zhong Ying's words, Lin Yan laughed heartily and then turned and left. "All right, then I'll go back and release that guy Zhong Xiong. Furthermore, I escorted him all the way back. Your elder brother will definitely return safely." Lin Yan slowly walked away. At this moment, Zhong Ying heard Lin Yan's words and was completely stunned. She went to great lengths to have Zhong Xiong killed in order to prevent him from returning. Although Zhong Xiong is not dead now, he has not returned either. If Lin Yan releases her older brother, and then her father finds out that she was the one who did it, then Zhong Ying would definitely believe that her father would kill her. At this moment, Lin Yan knew without turning around that Zhong Ying was making a choice, and Lin Yan kept silently repeating it in his heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just as Lin Yan took the 5th step, a voice came from behind him. "Wait a minute. How are you going to kill him?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's lips curled up slightly, clearly indicating that Zhong Ying had made up her mind. Chapter 129 Agreement reached. Successful entry to the island. At this time, the sky was somewhat dark, and occasional rumbles of thunder could be heard, as if an explosion had occurred. Waves churned and rolled on the sea surface, while a white horizon rapidly approached the shore. Lin Yan stood quietly on the ship, looking at the outside world, carefully calculating the time in her mind. The wind blows and grass moves skill has a total of 7 days. 1 day was spent in Xia Kingdom, 1 day was spent on the plain, 1 day was spent planning yesterday, and today is the 4th day. In other words, there are only 3 days left before the skill disappears. Therefore, I must kill Zhongshan within these 3 days and return to the Xia Kingdom. At this moment, Zhong Ying sat in the cabin, her fair right hand supporting her chin, her eyes fixed on Lin Yan. Did she initially agree to Lin Yan's plan? You should know that in addition to the 4 bodyguards, the father also had a top-notch expert by his side. Although my father has been ill for years, his health has deteriorated, and he has grown old. However, a tiger is still a tiger, and its majesty remains inviolable. However, when she saw Lin Yan defeat her dozen or so armed thugs with his bare hands, Zhong Ying finally made up her mind to follow Lin Yan's plan. If she succeeds this time, she will become the first female leader in South America. She also believed that the Panshan gang would grow stronger under her control as long as she controlled the gang. Therefore, there will be no more 10 great gangs in the future. They will all be eliminated. However, looking at Lin Yan's strong back, Zhong Ying felt a flutter in her heart for the first time and wanted to keep this man by her side. Bang! At this moment, the ship slowly docked. Lin Yan looked around and indeed saw 5 watchtowers on the island, used to defend against enemy invasion. Moreover, the island has multiple firing positions equipped with various machine guns, as well as several bunkers. Upon seeing this, Lin Yan was immediately alarmed. If he hadn't known this was Zhongshan's stronghold, he would have thought he had stumbled upon some secret military base. This can be seen from what we see here. Zhongshan is really rich and powerful. He's practically a nouveau riche. If Lin Yan were just an ordinary guy, I'd really like to be his son-in-law. Let's go. At this moment, Zhong Ying swayed her hips and spoke to Lin Yan, then walked directly towards the shore. Lin Yan didn't say much, picked up his backpack with his right hand, and followed behind Zhong Ying. Just as Lin Yan was passing by the guards on the shore, he was stopped by 2 guards. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the island. Lin Yan's expression changed slightly, but he just looked at Zhong Ying calmly. After all, I'm now considered one of Zhong Ying's people, so it's better for her to handle this kind of thing. Zhong Ying looked at the 2 guards with a normal expression, slapped the guard who had spoken, and then casually said, "Since when do I have to report to you when I bring a man home? If this happens again, may I sink to the bottom of the sea." Upon hearing Zhong Ying's words, the 2 guards trembled. The guard who was hit didn't dare to cry out, and could only stammer in response. Yes, it was the gang leader who said that. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ying did not continue, and then told the guard, "Dad, I'll explain that myself." Then, everyone entered the island one by one. Seeing this, Lin Yin was truly glad that he had been wise. If I were to insist on going my own way and trespass on the island, even if I had extraordinary abilities, I would at least lose half my life if I didn't die. As he walked forward, Lin Yin finally arrived at the center of the island, the villa. Looking at the thugs stationed every 5 steps and every 10 steps, Lin Yin couldn't help but sigh. There are so many thugs in Zhongshan, they're so damn rich. Take him to the guest room. I'll go to my father's first. At this moment, Zhong Ying gave an order to one of his men and then walked toward Zhongshan's study. Zhongshan held a cane and a pipe, gazing at the sea outside, his face expressionless. At that moment, a thug came in. "Boss, Mrs. brought back a strange man." Zhongshan slowly turned around, put the pipe in his mouth, and took a puff. "Oh, I heard this man single-handedly defeated 9 masters from 9 major gangs at today's meeting." Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Zhongshan's eyes. He knew that the people who participated in the top 10 gangs were all ruthless characters, not only extremely strong, but also vicious. When Zhongshan was young, he once took on 7 people at once. But now someone is actually taking on 9 people at once. I have to say, this guy is really strong. Do you have any information on him? Upon hearing this, the thug slowly shook his head. Clearly, Lin Yan's appearance had taken everyone by surprise, and none of them had any information about him. "All right, you can get out now." Silence fell in the study once more. Zhongshan smoked his pipe, gazing into the distance as if he could see the eastern continent, and murmured to himself, "It's time to make our move." Just then, the door to the study rang. "Knock, knock, knock." "Dad, it's me." Upon hearing this voice, Zhongshan's face instantly lit up with a smile as he looked towards the door. "Ying, come in." Zhong Ying slowly pushed open the study door and walked in with a happy expression. Then, he placed the contract on the desk and said happily, "Dad, our Panshan gang got some of the best plots of land this year." Zhongshan picked up the contract on the table, glanced at it, and then casually hummed in agreement. I heard you brought a man back, and that man won the duel." At this moment, Zhong Ying's expression froze, then she gave an awkward smile. "Yes, Dad." However, her joy once again plummeted to freezing point. "Originally, I thought that since I had made such a great contribution, even if my father didn't give me any reward, he would at least give me some verbal praise. But today, all I've said since I came in has been a lukewarm and that's it." Moreover, they even questioned him. Smack! A sudden jolt came from the table. Zhongshan slammed his fist on the table in anger, glancing disdainfully at Zhong Ying with his old eyes. "Why weren't you informed beforehand? Besides, who gave you the audacity to bring strangers to the island like this? Didn't you consider that this might be a trap set by the other 9 gangs? And do you know his background? Is your brain filled with shit?" Zhongshan angrily pointed at Zhong Ying and cursed, thinking that Zhong Ying was completely confused today. At this moment, Zhong Ying lowered her head deeply, and resentment flashed in her eyes. She gripped the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands, as if she were about to tear it to shreds at any moment. 10 minutes later, Zhongshan sat down in a chair, pointing at the door and shouting angrily, "Get out of here! Then, prepare the banquet for tonight. I want to see just who he really is." Zhong Ying didn't say anything, but obediently closed the door, glanced back at the study, and murmured softly, "In your eyes, everything about your older brother is good, but everything I do is wrong. Since that's the case, don't blame me." Chapter 130, The First Meeting Between Two Men. Guest room. Lin Yin pushed open the window and looked out at the clear blue sky and the surging sea. At this moment, he felt incredibly calm, as if the impending carnage had nothing to do with him. At that moment, the door was slowly pushed open. Zhong Ying walked in slowly, dressed in an evening gown, but her mood and expression didn't seem as good as before. "My dad said he'll host a banquet tonight to thank you." "Oh." Lin Yin calmly turned her head and glanced at Zhong Ying, clearly finding the banquet novel. Zhong Ying slowly walked to the window, looked at the waves outside, and continued speaking. "I think he's suspicious of your identity, which could be detrimental to you." After saying this, Zhong Ying, whether intentionally or unintentionally, flicked her hair. Lin Yan's nose immediately detected a faint minty scent, mixed with a hint of hormones. Instantly, a surge of passion welled up in Lin Yan's heart, and another version of himself instantly rose up. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, this woman is absolutely deadly. However, the thought that this woman had actually agreed to partner with him to kill his father was still a shock. Lin Yan felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, and he no longer had the impulsiveness he had before. Holy crap, this woman is absolutely unacceptable. She's even capable of killing her own father. If he really had a relationship with her, he wouldn't even know when he died in bed. Disadvantageous? Isn't this perfect? It saves me trouble. Lin Yan smiled faintly, showing no surprise. In fact, he had already learned about Zhongshan from Zheng Zhongyue before he came. Zhongshan's ability to carve out his own territory in South America, a land teeming with bones, is no small feat. Lin Yan's sudden appearance would definitely arouse his suspicion. However, Lin Yan did not intend to gain Zhongshan's trust. In his view, the best way was to get rid of Zhongshan within 3 days. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhongying turned around abruptly and looked at him. You mean to make your move at tonight's banquet? That's right. Lin Yan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and answered affirmatively. What we need is to catch people off guard. Otherwise, things might get complicated. Upon hearing this, Zhongying's delicate eyebrows furrowed deeply. Then, she slowly voiced her concerns. I have very few people, and a few of them are working outside and definitely won't be back tonight. More importantly, the 4 bodyguards who were with my father are still here, and I'm not even sure if the expert next to him is here. Hearing this, Lin Yan smiled faintly, seemingly not caring at all. In fact, he didn't care at all how many people Zhongying had. Zhongying was never considered in his plans. His reason for cooperating with Zhongying was simply to have Zhongying take him to the island. Moreover, through that mysterious scroll, he had already gained a clear understanding of the entire island. Therefore, whether or not we need Zhongying's help is no longer important. It doesn't matter. We'll make our move tonight. I'll deal with those 5. You just need to take care of the others. Upon hearing this, Zhongying felt a surge of excitement mixed with fear. What's exciting is that Lin Yan really has the confidence to take on 5 top masters single-handedly. It should be noted that these 5 individuals, even considering only 4 of them as Vajras, are all a level above the previous 9. The last master was even able to fight all 4 Vajra warriors single-handedly without being defeated. Lin Yan dared to challenge 5 people, which shows that he was extremely confident. What I fear is how to keep Lin Yan, who has such great strength, to serve me. Before arriving at Lin Yan's room, Zhongying took a shower and sprayed on some perfume. She wanted to use this to seduce Lin Yan, hoping that Lin Yan would fall at her feet. Therefore, Zhongying had a way to control Lin Yan and make him her first henchman. However, Lin Yan's reaction just now was beyond her expectations. She had clearly felt a surge of masculine energy suddenly rise around her, but it vanished in an instant. Zhongying even checked Lin Yan's crotch, but there was no reaction, which made Zhongying suspicious. This guy isn't some silver spear on a waxy, 3-second Kojiro, is he? A moment later, Zhongying secretly withdrew her gaze, as if she had made a tremendous decision. Okay, whether we can turn things around tonight depends on you. After saying that, Zhongying turned and left. A faint scent of perfume still lingered in the room. Lin Yan pursed his lips, thinking to himself, holy crap, she's a real enchantress, trying to subdue me with her beauty. You wish. I'm more concerned about my life. Night gradually fell. Enjoying the sea breeze and watching the twinkling stars outside is quite a unique experience. At this moment, servants came to invite Lin Yan. Clearly, preparations for the dinner party were about to begin. Lin Yan followed the servants' guidance and slowly made his way to the main hall. As he walked, Lin Yan kept taking in his surroundings, although he had already memorized the blueprints. However, more than 20 years have passed, and there have been some local changes on the island. Observing more and paying more attention is a way of respecting your own life. A moment later, Lin Yan was led to the hall. The entire hall was made of white jade, making it extremely beautiful and magnificent. Lin Yan stared blankly at everything in front of him. It's unbelievable that there's such a luxurious house on a deserted island. Mr. Lin, over here. Zhong Ying, who was seated, waved and pointed to the seat directly in front of her, indicating that Lin Yin should sit down. Lin Yin nodded, slowly walked to his seat, and sat down without any hesitation. However, Lin Yan's outfit remained unchanged. He was still wearing a trench coat and a baseball cap, and unless he looked up, it was almost impossible to see his face clearly. At that moment, footsteps came from the second floor. Thump, thump, thump. A hearty voice came from Zhongshan's mouth. "Thank you so much for your kind help today, sir." "Thank you." After saying that, Zhongshan was already standing in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan raised her head slightly, and finally saw Zhongshan clearly. He was 1.7 meters tall, had a shaved head, and used a cane in his right hand. He looked quite ordinary. However, its eagle-like eyes are quite unique and leave a deep impression. "Boss, you're too kind. I'm just trying to make money." Lin Yan lowered his head again and spoke slowly. A glint flashed in Zhongshan's eyes, and he immediately sat down in the head seat. After several rounds of drinks, Zhongshan suddenly made a request that made Zhong Ying very nervous. "I don't know, sir. May I take a look at you?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Ying instinctively tightened her grip on the wine glass with her right hand. Lin Yan showed no surprise and continued picking up food with her chopsticks. "Good." Then, Lin Yan took off his hat and looked at Zhongshan with a smile. At this moment, Zhongshan was stunned for a moment, and then a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 131 The Dagger Revealed, the Four Vajras. Whoosh! Zhongshan stood up abruptly from his seat, staring intently at Lin Yan as if trying to see right through him. "Who are you?" Zhongshan stood there straight, his right hand, gripping his cane, veins bulging. Lin Yan simply smiled slightly, then took a sip of wine and slowly asked in return, "Don't you already know the answer in your heart? You are Lin Yan." At this moment, Zhongshan finally realized that the calm and collected man in front of him was the person he had always wanted to kill Lin Yan. "Dad, do you know each other?" At this moment, Zhong Ying looked at the two of them in astonishment, as if she had no idea about Lin Yan's identity at all. "Guards!" Zhongshan ignored Zhong Ying, but in reality, he had already guessed that Zhong Ying was in cahoots with Lin Yan. Otherwise, given her shrewd personality, how could she possibly trust a stranger so easily? Moreover, Zhongshan had a vague premonition deep down that something bad was about to happen. However, the thought that the mysterious expert beside him was on the island finally put Zhongshan's mind at ease. Upon hearing Zhongshan call for help, Zhong Ying simply smiled and remained silent. Lin Yan remained unfazed, sitting there eating and drinking heartily. After all, there was still a battle to come, and it was good to fill his stomach now. A moment later, Zhongshan frowned. Logically speaking, if he just gave a shout, his men outside would definitely come in immediately, but today there was no movement at all. At this moment, Zhongshan's gaze towards Zhong Ying turned angry. On the entire island, there are only 3 people who can mobilize the villa's staff: Zhongshan, Zhongxiong, and Zhong Ying. He himself had not been transferred at all, and his son Zhongxiong was in Xia state. Neither of them were here. Therefore, the only suitable candidate is his daughter, Zhong Ying. "Dad, you don't need to call anymore. I've already told them to go and rest." Zhong Ying spoke casually, as if it were a trivial matter. Snap! A faint sound came from Zhongshan's left hand, and it was clear that the wine glass he was holding had cracked. Upon hearing Zhong Ying's words, Zhongshan glanced at Zhong Ying with his sinister eyes, then turned to Lin Yan. He already had the answer in his heart, and then looked at Zhong Ying again, without looking at Lin Yan. In reality, in his eyes, Lin Yan was already dead. He was just letting him live a few more minutes. "It's not too late for you to back down now. I can pretend nothing happened." An aged yet powerful voice resounded throughout the hall, as if he were the master of this place. Upon hearing this, Zhong Ying gripped the chopsticks tightly with her right hand, and they snapped with a crack. Then, Zhong Ying smiled slightly, looked directly at Zhongshan, and slowly said, "Father is joking. There's no turning back now. I'm doing this for the Panshan gang." Upon hearing this, a fierce look appeared on Zhongshan's face. He slammed his left hand on the table, causing the cups and bowls on the table to shake violently. Bang! Have you no shame? I'm the gang leader. How dare you say it's for the sake of the Panshan gang? That's utterly outrageous. Then, Zhongshan pointed at Lin Yin and continued speaking to Zhong Ying. Where do you get your confidence from, this kid? I admit he's pretty good at taking on 9 opponents, but that's all. If you really think you can climb to the top just because of him, aren't you being incredibly naive? After he finished speaking, 4 people entered through the side door behind Zhongshan. When Zhong Ying saw the 4 people, her heart skipped a beat. Clearly, these 4 men are Zhongshan's 4 great generals. Lin Yin glanced at the 4 of them indifferently, said nothing, and continued eating his food. The 4 stood expressionless in the hall, tightly protecting Zhongshan behind them. Among them were 3 men and 1 woman, each exuding a menacing aura. At that moment, Zhong Ying's voice rang out in the hall. The first one on the left is called Jia Yi. His marksmanship is incredibly accurate, and he never misses a shot. Next to A1 is B2. This guy's got a really fast knife. He's incredibly skilled at it. That woman's name is Bing San. I heard that she has a strange fragrance that can bewitch any man who gets close to her. The last one, a big, dumb guy, is named Ding Si. He's incredibly strong. He once pried open a bank vault door with his bare hands. At this moment, Zhongshan also realized that Zhong Ying was revealing the truth to Lin Yin by saying this. However, he didn't say anything. In his eyes, Lin Yin was a dead man. Why bother arguing with a dead person? At this moment, Zhongshan slowly stood up, his face very serious, and his eyes looking deeply at Zhong Ying. Zhong Ying, I'm asking you one last time as the leader of the Panshan gang. Are you willing to surrender? Zhong Ying also stood up, looking directly at her father. Father, from childhood to adulthood, you have always favored my brother. No matter what he does, he is always right. And me? No matter how well I do, all I get from you is a single never a word of encouragement. At this moment, Zhong Ying became increasingly agitated. More importantly, my brother is a good for nothing. Ever since he started working in the gang, what has he done that I'm better at? And me? Every task you assign me, I complete flawlessly, but in the end, you don't utter a single word of praise. Do you think this is fair to me? They're your children too. Why are you treating me like this? Just because he's a son. At this moment, Zhong Ying was in tears, pointing at Zhongshan with extreme indignation, as if she wanted to vent all the emotions that had been pinned up for more than 20 years. Shut up, you rebellious daughter. You rebellious daughter. Zhongshan was furious when he heard his daughter criticizing him. Since founding the Panshan gang, he has always been the one with the final say in the gang, and no one has dared to defy him. I never imagined I'd get old. For Zhongshan, the idea that his own daughter was going to rebel was absolutely intolerable. Smack! Zhongshan walked straight up to Zhong Ying and slapped her across the face. You unfilial daughter. After being slapped by Zhongshan, Zhong Ying quieted down, without wiping away the 2 lines of tears on her face. He stared at Zhongshan expressionlessly, then spoke in a cold voice. Consider this slap as me repaying a debt of gratitude I've owed you for over 20 years. From this day forward, we're severing all ties. Then, Zhong Ying bowed deeply to Lin Yin. Zhong Ying earnestly requests Mr. Lin's assistance. A generous reward will be given upon success. Lin Yin did not respond, but slowly stood up. Even if Zhong Ying did not participate, he would still kill Zhongshan today. Lin Yin never shows mercy to his enemies. At this moment, Zhongshan exhaled the pent-up frustration in his heart and pointed at Zhong Ying and Lin Yin, saying, Okay, excellent. Today, I'll show you what death tastes like. Superior. At his command, the 4 heavenly kings charged straight toward Lin Yin. Chapter 132 The 4 Vajras? No, the 4 useless ones. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out in the hall, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Lin Yin gently blew on the pistol in his hand and looked at Zhongshan with a smile. Your subordinate's marksmanship isn't good either. He's not as accurate as me. At this moment, Zhongshan turned his head and saw a corpse lying on the floor of the hall. Level 1. Hiss. Zhongshan stared blankly at Lin Yin, then gasped. He knew Jia Yi's marksmanship. He was definitely the best in the entire Panshan gang. If he dares to claim second place, then no one dares to claim first. But now, Lin Yan has taken him away with a single shot, without even giving him a last word. At this moment, Zhongshan looked at Lin Yan with slightly serious eyes. However, simply having good marksmanship is not enough. Not bad. The people you invited today are a bit better than those crab soldiers and shrimp generals you had before. Zhongying showed no smile at her father's cold praise, because she knew that the one Jia Yi that Lin Yan killed was actually the weakest of the four. Ah! 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 3 angry roars echoed in the hall. The other 3 were furious at Jia Yi's sudden death. Whoosh! A man holding a sharp military knife in his right hand slashed at Lin Yan. Lin Yan dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a collision. Just then, a fist the size of a sandbag came hurtling toward Lin Yan's face. Lin Yan did a backflip, stepping back a full distance to avoid the attack. At this moment, Lin Yan looked at the 2 men strangely, not understanding why they were both wearing masks. Just then, a strange fragrance wafted around Lin Yan. A woman dressed in a red ancient costume, waving a red ribbon, danced around Lin Yan. Before long, Lin Yan felt dizzy and lightheaded. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the strange fragrance was coming from this woman. Lin Yan quickly covered his nose with his sleeve and fired a shot at the woman. Bang! Then, another gunshot rang out, and the woman fell to the ground. Jump, 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 jump your sister. At this moment, everyone in the hall was once again shocked by Lin Yan's marksmanship. It should be noted that there were 2 people between the woman and Lin Yan, and the 2 were still attacking Lin Yan. It's unbelievable that this guy could react so quickly in such a short time. No! Zhongshan glared and roared. The 4 heavenly kings were his top henchmen, who had fought alongside him for over a decade. I can't believe that 2 of us died at the hands of that kid today. 2 of the 4 heavenly kings died in a short time, which was a huge blow to Zhongshan. At this moment, a hint of joy appeared on Zhongying's face. Kill him! Zhongshan roared angrily at Lin Yan, wishing he could kill Lin Yan immediately. As the fate of the 2 men loomed, a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. After all, Lin Yan's marksmanship was even more accurate than that of a Class A soldier. He was practically unerring. They knew that this couldn't go on, or they would all die at Lin Yan's hands. Boom! Call out! The 2 exchanged a glance, then attacked Lin Yan from both sides. Especially Yi, who was skilled with a knife, aimed every strike at Lin Yan's vital points. Meanwhile, the big idiot on the left was swinging his fists toward Lin Yan's head with every punch, as if he was about to smash Lin Yan to pieces at any moment. Lin Yan dared not slack off. Now that they were close by, even a pistol couldn't be aimed for a moment. Bang! The sounds of fighting continued to echo in the hall, but Lin Yan remained unfazed. Although they didn't find an opportunity to fire, the 2 men's attacks were not difficult for Lin Yan. 5 minutes later, Lin Yan seized the opportunity and fired a shot at Yi's right hand, which was holding a knife. Bang! Ah! A deafening gunshot echoed throughout the hall, followed by pitiful screams. Yi knelt on the ground in agony, his left hand tightly clutching his right wrist. Blood flowed rapidly from between his fingers, quickly pooling on the ground. At this moment, Zhongshan was completely stunned. He just couldn't understand how Lin Yan could accurately hit Yi's wrist in such a chaotic situation. It's simply a miracle. However, Zhongshan was not happy about this miracle. This miracle came at the cost of those who harmed him. How could he possibly be happy about that? At this moment, a brighter light gradually appeared in Zhongying's eyes. She knew that today's success or failure rested entirely on Lin Yan's shoulders. When Lin Yan wins, she becomes a queen. When Lin Yan loses, she becomes a bandit. Therefore, Zhongying's whole heart belongs to Lin Yan. Although Lin Yan had demonstrated his abilities before, we hadn't actually seen him defeat the 4 heavenly kings. Zhongying was still worried. After all, it concerned his life and fortune. However, seeing this, Zhongying's heart relaxed a little. Of course, it's only a slight victory. After all, it's not a true victory until the very end. At this moment, the big, clumsy guy was fighting right up against Lin Yan. Seemingly provoked by Lin Yan's gunshot, the big guy's eyes turned bloodshot, and his muscles twitched uncontrollably. 2 fists, each the size of a sandbag, relentlessly bombarded Lin Yan's head. Bang, bang, bang. A tremendous noise echoed continuously throughout the hall. At that moment, Lin Yan seized the opportunity and kicked the big, clumsy guy. With tremendous force, his right foot slammed into the big, clumsy man's chest. However, to Lin Yan's surprise, the big fool didn't make the slightest move. Lin Yan, on the other hand, was directly blasted back several meters. However, this also gave Lin Yan the opportunity to fire. Don't move. Lin Yan stood steadily in the hall, the dark muzzle of his gun fixedly aimed at the big, clumsy man. The big, clumsy guy froze the moment he saw Lin Yan's pistol pointed at him. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yan fired the shot, and the big guy fell backward. Slap, slap, slap. Zhongshan looked at Lin Yan with admiration and clapped his hands repeatedly. Not bad, you're very good. You are even stronger than the 4 heavenly kings. I admire you very much. Come and do my work. I'll let bygones be bygones for what happened earlier. At this moment, Zhongshan actually set his sights on Lin Yan, wanting Lin Yan to work for him. Then, Zhongshan pointed at Zhong Ying. I think you should be interested in my daughter. If you swear to follow me, I will give her to you. At this moment, Zhong Ying felt a tremor in her heart. Unexpectedly, the ginger is still the same old chili pepper. With just a few simple words, he dismantled her reliance on others. Lin Yan smiled slightly, and then said something that greatly angered Zhongshan. Are you senile? I came all the way from the Xia Kingdom to kill you. Do you think I'd do anything for you? You're getting more and more senile as you get older. Upon hearing this, Zhongshan was instantly furious, but calmed down in an instant. Okay, I used to admire you quite a bit. But if you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. Superior. Then, an elderly man in his 50s slowly walked down from the second floor. He gave off an unusually bloody feeling, as if he had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Chapter 133 Legendary Soldier King, Zhongshan's Last Stand. Thump, thump, thump. A series of footsteps, some light and some heavy, slowly descended from the second floor. There stood an elderly man in his 50s, with disheveled hair and wearing a worn-out military uniform. When he walked into the hall, Lin Yan realized that he was a cripple. His left foot was noticeably a beat slower than his right, but his hands were empty. He had no cane in his hands, only the hilt of a knife protruding from his waist. This old servant greets master. At this moment, the lame old man came to Zhongshan and bowed respectfully. Haha, get up. Zhongshan's face immediately lit up with a smile. He stroked his beard with his left hand and looked at Lin Yan and Zhong Ying with a smug expression. Lin Yan, I admit that your strength has exceeded my expectations. But you're no match for Aqing. At this moment, Zhong Ying interrupted. Mr. Lin, don't listen to him. Uncle Chung is just a useless old man in our family. I've never seen him lift a finger since I was born. You old fool. Don't even think about trying to fool us with this. Zhong Ying didn't hold back at Zhongshan, calling him an old man repeatedly. Since they had already broken off all pretense of civility, it didn't matter anymore. At this moment, Zhongshan was not angry because Zhong Ying had scolded him, but continued to speak. When he was young, Aqing was a war king, and tens of thousands of his soldiers died. 20 years ago, I saved his life by chance. At this moment, Lin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he continued Zhongshan's words. Therefore, to repay the life-saving grace, he chose to follow you for the rest of his life. Hearing Lin Yan say this, Zhongshan nodded. That's right. In the past 20 years, it was Aqing who dealt with every life or death enemy. She just never knew it. As he said this, Zhongshan glanced at Zhong Ying with disdain. Clearly, he had never told anyone else about Aqing, not even his own daughter. At this moment, Lin Yan couldn't help but admire Zhongshan's shrewdness. Unexpectedly, this old man's cunning is so deep, it's practically bottomless. Upon hearing Zhongshan's words, Zhong Ying's expression changed drastically. Having grown up in the Panshan gang for over 20 years and controlled most of its business, I had never even heard of Aqing. At this moment, she looked at Lin Yan, wanting to know if Lin Yan had any way to deal with this old man. Lin Yan spread his hands and smiled slightly. What's there to be afraid of? The worst that can happen is death. Go, kill him. Zhongshan roared, and a massive killing intent erupted from his eyes. Call out. Suddenly, the cripple launched himself into a flying attack towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan instinctively fired a shot at the cripple and staggered backward. Bite! Suddenly, a metallic clanging sound echoed clearly throughout the hall. Zhongying was very surprised. She never expected that the cripple would actually block the bullet with his knife. This was unheard of. Lin Yan was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the cripple to be so fast. To be able to block a bullet with a knife is something that ordinary people cannot do. Haha, Ah Cheng has fired more bullets than you've seen women. Moreover, he is naturally very sensitive to bullets. The sound of bullets is deeply imprinted in his muscles. As long as he hears the sound of a bullet, he can easily dodge it, or even block it. Hiss! Upon hearing Zhongshan's explanation, Lin Yan gasped. This is not a special edition of The Wind Blows and the Grass Moves. At this moment, Lin Yan felt a pang of jealousy. That person has a natural special ability, while I need to earn shock points to exchange for it, and I only have 7 days left. Lin Yan discovered that this system was exactly the same as Tencent's. At this moment, Zhongying's face was ashen. Hearing her father say those words, she felt like dying. This cripple is so strong, he can block bullets with ease. How can we play like this? Call out. A sound like a blade scraping through the air rang out in the hall. The cripple quickly approached Lin Yan and slashed at his forehead. The sharp longsword suddenly appeared on Lin Yan's forehead. At that moment, Lin Yan seemed to see a tragic battlefield, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and severed limbs everywhere. Whoosh! Lin Yan narrowly avoided the attack with an extremely strange posture. Snap! The lame man's longsword struck the white jade stone heavily. Sparks flew everywhere, and countless fragments of stone shot out in all directions. The entire hall seemed to be raining down pebbles, and after a few moments, the hall was filled with pebbles. Your reaction time is pretty good. At that moment, a hoarse voice came from the lame man's mouth. However, before Lin Yan could even rest, the cripple's attack came again. The attack was aimed at Lin Yan's abdomen. The cripple rolled over and slashed at Lin Yan's abdomen with his long sword. Lin Yan stepped back, preparing to dodge the long sword. Hiss! A clear sound came from Lin Yan, and Zhongying quickly looked over. Wow, your knife is pretty long. Lin Yan looked at the huge tear in the belly area of his clothes, exposing his bronze skin to the air. Looking at his tattered clothes, Lin Yan felt a lingering fear. This old man was the first man to leave a mark on his clothes. At this moment, Lin Yan looked at the cripple with a serious expression. The fact that a man in his 50s could have a reaction ability that was no less than his own surprised Lin Yan. Bang! Lin Yan used his right foot to lift the knife at his feet. The knife was of the 2nd grade and was quite handy for Lin Yan. Okay, now it's my turn. Lin Yan gave the cripple a strange smile. Since he was so sensitive to bullets, then they could just not use a gun. Without a gun, his abilities are useless. He's like a tiger without claws, utterly vulnerable. At this moment, Zhongshan saw that Lin Yan had actually started using a cold weapon, and then he sneered. He knew how fast Ah Cheng's knife was. Lin Yan was actually showing off his skills in front of Guan Yu. He was simply courting death. Zhongying slumped weakly into the chair, her eyes only glancing at Lin Yan. Although she now knows how formidable Ah Cheng is. However, once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. She knew how severe her father's punishment for traitors was. If that was the case, she would rather die. Boom! Lin Yan brandished his sharp knife in his right hand and slashed at the cripple. The cripple, wielding his long sword, clashed with Lin Yan's swift blade. Bang! The two swords clashed swiftly, then quickly separated. At this moment, Lin Yan and the cripple had switched places and were standing back to back. The hall fell into an eerie silence, without a single sound. Smack! A clear dripping sound echoed in the hall. The Zhong family father and daughter both looked in the direction of the sound. Zhongying's eyes slowly brightened, while Zhongshan immediately cried out in surprise. How is that possible? Chapter 134, I never show mercy to my enemies. At this moment, a drop of bright red blood slowly dripped onto the white jade stone from the cripple's right hand, which was holding the knife. In contrast, Lin Yan's right hand, which was holding the knife, trembled slightly, but no blood flowed out. This reveals a problem. In a direct confrontation, the cripple is no match for Lin Yan. The cripple slowly turned around, his dim old eyes staring at Lin Yan in disbelief, a hint of disbelief still lingering in them. The hoarse voice rang out again in the hall. For 30 years, no one has ever been able to withstand a single move from me. I can't believe you actually blocked it. And you even injured my hand. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. The cripple sighed slowly, licking the long knife in his hand with his tongue as he muttered to himself. Old brother, it's been a long time since you've drunk blood. Today, I'll show you how to try it. Then, a murderous intent flashed in his dim old eyes as he spoke to Lin Yan. You're great. Unfortunately, those who oppose the master shall die. Boom! The cripple's speed increased dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Lin Yan. Each strike was a fraction faster than the last, and in just 1 minute, Lin Yan had exchanged blows with the cripple 100 times. Jingle bells. The entire hall was filled with the sound of swords clashing, like a beautiful melody playing incessantly. Faced with the fierce attack, Lin Yan simply smiled slightly, even though the cripple's attacks were exceptionally fast. However, Lin Yan miraculously caught every single blow, and with the exact same precision, it was truly a miracle. Of course, all of this is thanks to the wind blows and the grass moves. 10 minutes later, the two separated again. At this moment, the cripple was panting heavily, looking at Lin Yan in disbelief, his dim eyes filled with horror. He asked himself if his attack speed was the fastest he had ever experienced, but Lin Yan managed to catch his knife every time. Moreover, the timing was perfect, not a fraction more or less, and even the timing itself was just right. Who are you? A loud shout came from the lame man's mouth. At this moment, the cripple absolutely could not believe that a young man in his early 20s could have such skillful knife work and seemed to be handling it with ease. Hearing the cripple ask this question, Lin Yan smiled slightly and didn't say a word of nonsense. I will kill Zhongshan. Anyone who stands in my way shall die. Zhongshan, being an old fox, had already seen through the clues. This Lin Yan was no simple man, definitely not simple. It should be noted that in the past, Ah Cheng had never said a word to any enemy, nor had he ever even looked at them directly. But today he actually said so much, and this Lin Yan is still alive and well. At this moment, Zhongshan exhaled a deep breath, admitting that he had underestimated this young man. Unexpectedly, I had unwittingly provoked such a powerful enemy. Moreover, even Ah Cheng hadn't killed the other party by now, while Ah Cheng was already injured. However, he knew he couldn't afford to lose today. Otherwise, not only would he die, but the Panshan gang, which he had painstakingly built, would also fall into the hands of this rebellious woman. In his view, it was absolutely unacceptable. He absolutely could not agree to it. At this moment, Zhongshan shouted hysterically, Ah Cheng, kill him! Hearing the master shout like that, Ah Cheng's eyes darkened slightly. He could tell from the master's shout that he was determined. At this moment, the cripple looked at Lin Yan with a serious expression. He knew that even if he managed to kill Lin Yan today, he would definitely not survive. He wasn't confident he could kill Lin Yan, and more importantly, he was getting old. As the saying goes, youth has the upper hand in boxing. How could an old man in his 50s, covered in injuries, possibly be a match for a young man? What's even more frightening is that this young man is still stronger than him. At this moment, the cripple looked deeply at Zhongshan, a death wish emanating from his eyes. When Zhongshan saw Cheng's eyes, he instantly understood his determination. After all, the two had been together for over 30 years, and a single glance was enough. At this moment, Zhongshan did not say a word, but simply closed his eyes slightly. The cripple looked at Lin Yan again, his face hardening, and muttered something under his breath. Master, let Ah Cheng help you one last time. After saying that, he ran towards Lin Yan with a death wish. However, to everyone's surprise, his long sword was positioned with the tip pointing behind him and the hilt facing Lin Yan. Lin Yan's expression changed slightly. Without thinking too much, he twirled his swift knife in his right hand and quickly prepared to fight. Sizzle! Lin Yan's swift knife pierced the cripple's body without any resistance. At this moment, Lin Yan was also puzzled. Given the cripple's skill level, how could he have stabbed him so easily? However, before Lin Yin could think any further, a cruel smile appeared on the cripple's lips. Sizzle. There was another sound of a long knife piercing a body, but this time it surprised everyone. The cripple's long knife pierced directly into his back and continued to plunge deeper. You'll die with me. The cripple shouted loudly at Lin Yin, who was standing close by, and slammed his bleeding right hand fiercely on the hilt of his knife. The long knife was about to plunge into the cripple's body. If the long knife were to completely penetrate the cripple's body, given its length, it would definitely pierce Lin Yin's body, and might even pierce through him. At this moment, the cripple's left hand was tightly holding Lin Yin, clearly indicating that he intended to die together with Lin Yin. However, a clear voice rang out between the two of them. Bite! The long sword could no longer penetrate. No matter how hard the lame man pounded on the hilt, the long sword simply wouldn't go in. A moment later, the cripple could no longer hold on, and Lin Yin took the opportunity to break free from the cripple's left hand. The cripple looked at Lin Yin, spitting out blood. He couldn't understand why Lin Yin was all right. However, when he saw what was on Lin Yin's pants, he was so angry that he vomited blood and lay motionless on the ground. There was a deep dent on Lin Yin's belt buckle, clearly caused by a knife tip. Lin Yin touched the belt buckle and sighed softly. As expected, it's made in China. The quality is guaranteed. Aching. Zhongshan was extremely angry, staring incredulously at the dead cripple. He couldn't understand how Aching, who had been with him for over 30 years, had died like this. At this moment, Zhongying was also stunned. She had already given up hope, but Lin Yin miraculously killed the cripple. You see, this cripple was Zhongshan's last hope, but now that hope is gone. That means Zhongying has won this time. Bang! Zhongshan knelt directly in front of Lin Yin and kept kowtowing. Lin Yin, I beg you, please let me go. If you promise to let me go, the Panshan gang is yours, and I'm giving you all the treasures of my life. Bang bang bang. The only sound in the hall was Zhongshan kowtowing repeatedly. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yin raised his pistol, pointed it at Zhongshan, and said coldly, From the moment you sent assassins to kill me, your death was already destined. I never show mercy to my enemies. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Zhongshan fell to the ground. You handle this yourself. I'm going to take a break. Lin Yin walked straight out of the hall and headed towards the swimming pool. At this moment, Zhongying looked at Lin Yin, who was walking away, with a complicated expression, and then looked back at Zhongshan's corpse. Guards! Chapter 135 Zhongying's Temptation. Splash! A light drizzle fell slowly from the sky, as if mourning what had happened on the island. On the third-floor rooftop, there is a huge outdoor swimming pool. A man, shirtless, leaned against the pool, his lower body submerged in the water. His arms were draped over the edge of the pool, his head resting on a rock, his eyes closed, as if he were asleep. Only the occasional twitching of his ears proved that he was resting. Hearing the shouts of battle and the sound of gunfire below, Lin Yan's lips curled up slightly. Since participating in the counterfeit money case a month ago, Lin Yan hasn't had a proper rest. Especially after the assassination attempt, Lin Yan was on edge. Moreover, seeing his sister almost die because of him drove Lin Yan completely insane. Therefore, after escorting Zhong Xiong, Lin Yan rushed to South America and killed Zhongshan in one fell swoop. It wasn't just because his skills time was almost up, but more importantly, he wanted it to end as soon as possible. This kind of life was simply unbearable. Although it gained immense popularity during this period due to the huge amount of horror it garnered. However, he still enjoys his simple life, going to classes, flirting with female students, and spending money. This is the life Lin Yan has always wanted to pursue. A moment later, the various noises finally stopped, and a faint smell of blood permeated the air throughout the island. Just as Lin Yan was about to take a break, a light footstep came from the opposite side. Hearing this voice, Lin Yan did not open his eyes. He knew that if anyone else on this island could come here, it would only be Zhongying. Zhongying was wearing a pink bikini, and her long, black hair was flowing in the wind. Her watery eyes were fixed on Lin Yan, as if she was about to devour him whole at any moment. Zhongying walked over with a cat-like gait, looking at Lin Yan lying quietly. Her bronze skin and strong muscles seemed to have a magical power that attracted her, and she couldn't stop looking at him. At this moment, Zhong Ying recalled Lin Yan's heroic demeanor in the hall, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Call. Zhong Ying exhaled a heavy breath, clenching her teeth tightly, as if she had made a firm decision. Then, he slowly sank into the water towards the steps. Splash! At this moment, Lin Yan already knew that the person who came was Zhong Ying. After all, this is their territory. They can come whenever they want, even in the middle of the night. However, Lin Yan did not open his eyes to greet him. In his view, he and Zhong Ying were just strangers, and their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. Lin Yan used Zhong Ying to enter the island, while Zhong Ying used Lin Yan to seize power. Therefore, the two of them cannot even be considered the most basic friends. Moreover, Lin Yan plans to leave South America early tomorrow morning and return to the place where he was born and raised, where there are still people who love him and people he loves. Just as Lin Yan was lost in his longing for his hometown, Zhong Ying emerged from the water beside him without him noticing. Moreover, she deliberately puffed out her breasts, as if trying to attract Lin Yan. However, her plan failed. Lin Yan never opened his eyes and lay there quietly. Seeing Lin Yan's unmoved expression, Zhong Ying felt a little dejected. It's worth noting that Zhong Ying's beauty is among the best in South America, and her ability to handle gang affairs is absolutely unparalleled. Many people hope to marry Zhong Ying. After all, such a virtuous and capable wife is rare. Seeing that alluring body, Zhong Ying bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, a determined glint in her eyes. She had previously considered what she could offer to persuade Lin Yan to stay. Power, but she couldn't see any desire for power in Lin Yan's eyes or his actions. Money? At first, Zhong Ying thought Lin Yan was greedy, but when she saw Lin Yan burn a check for 1 million without hesitation, she knew that Lin Yan was not greedy. So, the only thing Zhong Ying can use to keep Lin Yan here is her body. In Zhong Ying's view, no man in the world is lustful, and more importantly, she is both a slender figure and a beautiful face. Moreover, she is still a virgin, and I suppose every man has a virginity complex. At this moment, Zhong Ying secretly glanced at Lin Yan and saw that he still had his eyes closed. Then she took a deep breath. A slender hand slowly emerged from the water and reached out to touch Lin Yan's chest. Just as her jade-like hand was a hair's breadth away from his chest, Zhong Ying involuntarily swallowed. At this moment, Zhong Ying felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Previously, many gang leaders had pursued Zhong Ying. Each of them was either rich or powerful and influential. However, Zhong Ying was cold and unfriendly to people. When she encountered someone she couldn't refuse, she would cheat and make excuses to slip away. But today, she seems to have found the feeling of being in love with Lin Yan. Zhong Ying seemed to see her own glory, with Lin Yan standing quietly behind her, and she becoming the most powerful female boss in all of South America. Just as Zhong Ying was about to lower her slender hand, a sharp gaze fell upon her, accompanied by a cold voice. "Get your filthy hands off me." These words, coupled with Lin Yan's icy gaze, caused Zhong Ying to falter, momentarily stunned. However, when Zhong Ying thought of Lin Yan's agile skills, she knew that if she wanted to keep Lin Yan, she would have to give something in return. So, Zhong Ying hardened her heart and hugged Lin Yan, preparing to use her body to keep him. Splash! Suddenly, a splash was heard, and Lin Yan jumped out of the water and stood steadily on the edge of the pool. At this moment, Lin Yan was already wearing a bathrobe, but his face remained cold. Lin Yan had already seen through Zhong Ying's thoughts. This woman actually wanted to keep him by using her body. She was truly courting death. "Don't waste your time. I'm not staying in South America." Zhong Ying stared blankly at Lin Yan standing by the pool. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, she immediately flew into a rage. "What's wrong with South America? As long as you stay. If we join forces, all the gangs in South America will be under our feet. Then, we can have whatever we want." At this moment, Zhong Ying clenched her fists and stood up. At some point, she had taken off her bikini, exposing her white skin and alluring body to the air and to Lin Yan's eyes. At this moment, a fiery glint flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. However, The cunning Zhongying saw all of this and continued. If you promise me you'll follow me, not only will the Panshan gang be yours, and I am yours too. After saying that, Zhongying slowly walked out of the pool and looked at Lin Yin generously. In fact, all of this was within her calculations. She believed that no man could resist the temptations of power and beauty. At this moment, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. A man and a woman stood facing each other by the pool. The man was wearing a bathrobe, and the woman was naked. Lin Yin stared at Zhong Ying with icy eyes. He couldn't believe that Zhong Ying would resort to such a tactic to keep him, which disgusted him even more. We only have a relationship of mutual exploitation. We're not even friends. I'm leaving tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Yin turned and left. Zhong Ying stared blankly at Lin Yin's back, unable to understand why Lin Yin wasn't moved at all. She bit her red lips tightly with her pearly teeth again and whispered slowly, "If I let you leave like this, I'm not Zhong Ying." Chapter 136, Swords Clash. The next day, in the morning, Lin Yin stood at the window looking out at the brand new island, knowing that it had been cleaned up overnight. There was no trace of unrest on the island. Zhong Ying had already eliminated Zhong Shan's henchmen. At this moment, Lin Yin couldn't help but admire Zhong Ying's talent. A woman was actually capable of leading a gang and preserving the Panshan gang's foundation intact. This ensured that the Panshan gang would not suffer serious damage after the turmoil. Lin Yin had to admit that he was not even as good as Zhong Zhongying. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from the door, followed by a voice. "Mr. Lin, are you awake? Our gang leader is waiting for you downstairs. He said he'd give you a ride." Lin Yin was immediately puzzled upon hearing this. Could it be that this woman has changed her ways and is letting go of what she knows she can't have? As soon as Lin Yin thought about this, he felt something was wrong. A woman who dares to kill even her own father must have an incredibly strong desire for power. And he was the one who helped her achieve her desires. So how could she let him off so easily? So, Lin Yin silently reminded himself and muttered to himself, "I hope you don't try any tricks, or I'll make sure your Panshan gang disappears from this world." In the living room, Zhong Ying, dressed in a black suit, sat quietly at the head of the table. Below them were all thugs dressed in suits, 10 in one row and 20 in two rows, carrying rifles and swords at their waists. Lin Yin looked at everything in the hall from the stairwell. The hall, which had been broken, had been restored to its original state, and there was no trace of the tragedy of yesterday. "Mr. Lin, please come down." Zhong Ying glanced at him generously, showing no embarrassment at having stood naked in front of Lin Yin yesterday. Instead, she remained calm and even enthusiastic. Lin Yin slowly walked down the stairs, inwardly praising the scenery. This woman is truly destined for great things. If she were an ordinary woman, she might not dare to leave the house for 10 days or half a month. But she acted as if nothing had happened, greeting and welcoming guests as usual. "Mr. Lin, I knew you were leaving today, so I prepared a sumptuous meal. This table of dishes is to thank you for your help, and also to bid you farewell." At this moment, Zhong Ying looked on with a smile and pointed to the seat opposite her with her right hand, gesturing for Lin Yin to sit down. Lin Yin didn't stand on ceremony, but he still kept a watchful eye on her. After all, this woman was very cunning. Lin Yin was stunned for a moment when he looked at the long table in front of him. There were probably about 5 meters between him and Zhong Zhongying, with 10 people standing on each side of them. Judging from this situation, Lin Yin had a vague sense of unease. After all, if it were truly a sincere farewell, there would be no need to keep so many people here. Moreover, each of them was fully armed and had a sword hanging at their waist, as if they were ready for a major battle. Upon thinking of this, Lin Yin's heart tightened. Just then, a maid brought a bowl of millet porridge and placed it in front of Lin Yin. "Mr. Lin, I know you don't like the food here. So, I specially asked the servants to cook millet porridge for you. I hope you like it." After saying that, Zhong Ying smiled, picked up the small bowl, and began to eat the millet porridge in front of her. Lin Yin narrowed his eyes, looking at the millet porridge in front of him, and then at Zhong Ying eating so happily, reminding Lin Yin to drink more porridge from time to time. However, at this moment, Lin Yan's stomach started growling uncontrollably. "I didn't get to eat at the dinner party last night, and it took a lot of my energy. I must be hungry after a whole night." Lin Yin picked up the small bowl and prepared to eat. When Zhong Ying saw Lin Yin pick up the small bowl, a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Last night, Lin Yin rejected her by the pool. She didn't sleep at all that night, but instead thought about how to keep Lin Yin here. After all, experts as skilled as Lin Yin are very rare. If I could keep Lin Yin here, it would be of great help to me. The fact that Lin Yin was able to force the cripple to commit suicide shows that Lin Yan's strength is definitely higher than the cripple's. She overheard her father say something like this one time. Becoming one of the top 10 gangs would be great. It's lonely at the top. During this time, Zhong Ying carefully considered the meaning behind her father's words. In other words, the father originally had the ability to wipe out the other 9 gangs, but he did so in order not to become a thorn in the side of the South American government. Therefore, the father kept the other 9 gangs around, creating the illusion that the 10 gangs were roughly equal in strength. So where did the father get the confidence to speak so confidently? It was naturally from the cripple. It is clear that Lin Yin was able to kill the cripple. With his strength and his own strategies, Lin Yin could definitely wipe out the 9 major gangs and unify the South American underworld. At this moment, Zhong Ying watched as Lin Yin scooped up a spoonful of rice porridge and slowly brought it to his lips, a slight smile playing on her lips. If the gentle approach doesn't work, I'll have to resort to the force. You're a formidable fighter, but if I drug you, let's see how you fight back. Just as Lin Yin put the spoon to his lips, he saw Zhong Ying's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. He then put down the spoon, stood up, and said, "It's getting late. I need to get going." Then, Lin Yin picked up his backpack and walked out the door. At this moment, Zhong Ying stood up angrily, judging from Lin Yan's reaction. This man must have seen through her scheme. Otherwise, why would he suddenly stop drinking the porridge? "Surround it!" Zhong Ying shouted sternly, his face revealing a fierce expression. Shua shua shua. 20 thugs stood there, rifles in hand, their dark muzzles pointed at Lin Yin without the slightest hesitation. Lin Yin looked at everything before him with disdain. "Zhong Ying, don't push your luck. I only spared you because you brought me to the island. If you continue like this, don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Yin slowly placed it in her backpack and looked coldly at Zhong Ying. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhong Ying felt a pang of pain in her heart. Thinking of the scene of being humiliated by Lin Yin by the pool last night, she hardened her heart. "As long as you agree to stay and assist me, then everything in the entire Panshan gang, including me, is yours." At this moment, Zhong Ying was making a final attempt to persuade him to stay, but she knew that Lin Yin would definitely not agree. If I had really agreed, then what happened last night wouldn't have happened. Hearing Zhong Ying's words, Lin Yin looked at her disdainfully, then at the more than 20 thugs. "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Let's begin." Zhong Ying immediately opened her mouth and shouted, "Go! Grab him!" With countless gun barrels pointed at him, Lin Yin unleashed a barrage of shots, only to find that what came out of the gun barrels were not bullets, but needles. Chapter 137 The 9 major sects besiege the island. Luo Baosheng, an underground casino. 9 gang leaders sat around a large round table. Yes, they were from 9 major gangs. The leader was none other than the White Gang leader from that day. He held the highest prestige and was, of course, the strongest among them. The White Gang leader, whose real name is unknown, is known in the underworld as White Tiger. White Tiger touched the fruit knife in his hand, and a set of yellow teeth slowly appeared. "You've already gathered the information, haven't you?" Upon hearing this, the other leaders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "That's right. According to our scouts, a huge gunfight did indeed take place in the Panshan gang." "Yes, I've also found out about this. Could it be that the Panshan gang is really in internal strife? But I'm afraid it's just a trick by that old fox Zhongshan. You all know how cunning that guy is." Upon hearing this, the other 8 bosses smoked their cigars and remained silent. They had tried several times to jointly attack and annihilate the Panshan gang. However, each time, he was defeated at the crucial moment by the mastermind behind Zhongshan. This left an indelible shadow on Zhongshan in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the entire underground casino was silent, except for the sound of cigars being smoked everywhere. Just then, Baihu chuckled and looked at everyone with an arrogant expression. I have great news to tell you. Upon hearing what the White Tiger leader said, everyone turned to look. They wanted to know what news could make the White Tiger boss, who feared Zhongshan like a tiger, so happy and arrogant. Zhongshan is dead, and so is the mastermind behind him. Boom! Upon hearing this, the entire underground casino erupted in disbelief. Everyone turned to look at the White Tiger, wanting to know if the news was true or false. Boss White Tiger, this is no joke. Yes, you know how many men we've lost over the years trying to deal with the experts behind Zhongshan. Seeing that Baihu remained unfazed, the crowd gradually came to believe his words. Could it be that Zhongshan is really dead? But who killed him? Could it be a master from outside? Exactly, they couldn't just die for no reason. At this point, everyone began to speculate about how Zhongshan had died. Do you remember that young man from that day? The White Tiger leader said smugly, as if it were his own discovery. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly remembered. That day, during the meeting of the 10 major gangs, a young man defeated 9 opponents single-handedly. It must be said that young people are no ordinary people. You couldn't find this kind of person in any gang. Baihu glanced around casually and knew that the time was almost right. You don't need to guess anymore. According to the intelligence my spies brought from the island, Zhongshan and the expert behind him were killed by that young man. Moreover, and more importantly, Zhongying has now fallen out with that young man and is already fighting him. Upon hearing this, the other gang leaders all beamed with joy. With Zhongshan dead, Zhongying, though talented, was no longer able to command respect. More importantly, Zhongying has already broken ties with that expert, so the Panshan gang is finished. Alright, let's seize this opportunity and wipe out the Panshan gang in one fell swoop. That's right, all of Panshan gang's resources will be ours then. Okay, let's go together. At this moment, everyone was overjoyed, as if they could see themselves personally destroying the Panshan gang. However, the 9 gang leaders fell into deep thought, and then looked at the others with grim expressions. Joining forces to destroy the Panshan gang is feasible, but how will the profits be divided? Exactly. You absolutely can't handle this alone. At this moment, one of the black leaders said to White Tiger, obviously, you can listen to Boss White Tiger when it comes to external matters, but when it comes to interests, you have to make things clear, otherwise you can't play along. Upon hearing what the black leader said, the other leaders nodded in agreement. Clearly, they were all eyeing the profits of the Panshan gang and wanted a fair share of them. At this moment, a cold smile appeared on the lips of the White Tiger leader. In fact, he had already received the news, otherwise he would have needed to use these idiots. Do you really think he's stupid enough to reveal the news? Wouldn't it have been better for him to bring his own people to the island? Previously, when the White Tiger leader heard this news, he knew that with the strength of his gang alone, he would not be able to take down the Panshan gang, let alone with a young man involved. Therefore, Baihu summoned the leaders of the other 8 gangs to prepare for a joint operation. Of course, he also had another ulterior motive. I won't take advantage of you. The Panshan gang's territory is being fought over by various other gangs. Whoever takes it keeps it. Use the signal flare on the island as a guide. Once the signal flare is fired, stop fighting, or the other 8 gangs will join forces to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, the other 8 gang leaders all nodded in agreement. Ultimately, everything comes down to ability. The rest of you, come with me to the island. Together we'll kill Zhongying and rescue the hero. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up, raised their right hands, and shouted, kill Zhongying and rescue the hero. Kill Zhongying and rescue the hero. Kill Zhongying and rescue the hero. Looking at the formidable alliance, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the White Tiger leader. The purpose of doing this is to make them fight Zhongying, deplete their strength, and in the end, he will be the biggest beneficiary. At this moment, Baihu had a vague vision of himself unifying the 10 major gangs and becoming the strongest gang leader in South America. Island, Villa Lobby. Call out! Call out! Call out! One after another, gleaming needles were fired from the dark muzzle of the gun, heading towards Lin Yan's body. At this moment, Lin Yan's expression changed. His entire body moved swiftly to dodge, while the pistol in his right hand continuously spewed fire, bullets flying towards the thug. Bang bang bang. Lin Yan never expected this. Zhong Ying, that woman, actually resorted to such despicable means to keep him. It's simply outrageous. At this moment, Zhong Ying looked at Lin Yan, who was surrounded in the middle, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. Let's see how you escape from my grasp this time. Chapter 138. Zhong Ying's second appetizer. Whoosh! Lin Yan stomped his right foot hard on the white jade stone, and the sound of the white jade stone splitting echoed throughout the hall. Centered on Lin Yan's right foot, countless cracks spread out in all directions. Moments later, the white jade stones in the entire hall began to crack. Lin Yan was lifted into the air, causing all the needles to miss and even collide with each other in midair. It produced a series of crisp, clashing sounds that were extremely jarring to the ears. Bang bang bang. As gunshots rang out, the thugs around them were shot and killed one after another, falling to the ground. A moment later, Lin Yan landed steadily, the dark muzzle of his gun firmly pressed against the last thug. Lin Yan stared coldly at Zhong Ying without saying a word, and pulled the trigger with his right index finger. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, the last thug fell to the ground. Knock knock knock. At this moment, Zhong Ying's face was ashen, and she stared blankly at the entire hall. In the hall, corpses lay on the cracked floor, each with a gunshot wound to the forehead. Seeing this, Zhong Ying looked at Lin Yan with extreme shock. You should know that she came up with this idea after thinking about it all night. In order to keep Lin Yan by his side, he loaded the gun with needles, all of which contained anesthetic. Any needle can knock an adult ox to the ground and make it unable to get up within 5 minutes. However, Lin Yan had completely shattered her understanding. 20 guns, each with 20 needles, totaling 400 needles, yet not a single one hit him. Lin Yan looked at Zhong Ying with icy eyes, then looked at the millet porridge on the table and spoke. I bet you put sleeping pills in your millet porridge too. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhong Ying's expression changed. After a moment, Zhong Ying's complexion gradually returned to normal. She gently twirled her hair with her slender right index finger and said casually, Lin Yan, it's not too late for you to change your mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's lips curled into a sneer. Just then, the doors to the hall slowly opened. Squeak! As the door opened, a ray of sunlight shone in from outside. The light shone into Lin Yan's eyes, forcing him to shield them with his hand so he could see a little bit of what was happening outside. However, what happened next stunned even Lin Yan, who had seen a lot. All that could be seen was a large, dark crowd of people crammed together in the lobby. These people were all thugs on the island, and each of them stared at Lin Yan without moving an inch. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes, noticing that there were at least 100 people outside. Moreover, Lin Yan saw something in their eyes, desire, naked desire. Upon seeing this, Lin Yan immediately realized that it must have been Zhong Ying who was behind it. Lin Yan turned to look at Zhong Ying and asked casually, What exactly did you say to them? Upon hearing Lin Yan's question, Zhong Ying crossed her arms in front of her chest, her large breasts distorted by her arms, and said calmly, It's nothing. I told them that if they catch you, the reward is 100 million. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan gasped and immediately cursed. Are you fucking insane? Just then, people outside the gate began to squeeze in. Moreover, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Yan, as if afraid he would run away. At this moment, Zhong Ying shouted loudly towards the outside of the gate. What I said last night still stands. As long as you capture Lin Yan alive, you'll receive a reward of 100 million, and you can leave the island if you want. Upon hearing this, everyone outside the hall went into a frenzy. Snap! The entire door frame had been broken by the crowd, as everyone rushed towards Lin Yan like madmen. Lin Yan glared at Zhong Ying through gritted teeth, then looked at the crowd and spoke. You want money, I want freedom. Well then, I'm sorry. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out continuously at the entrance of the hall, and one by one, the thugs were shot and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 people had died under Lin Yan's gun. Lin Yan thought that as long as he killed a few people, he could bring everyone back to their senses. After all, no matter how good money is, you need to be alive to enjoy it. However, what happened next once again refreshed Lin Yan's understanding of desire. The corpses throughout the hall did not frighten the crowd. On the contrary, they fueled their frenzy. At this moment, many people had already stepped over the corpses of their companions and rushed into the hall, heading towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan's eyes widened, and he ran straight to the second floor, not forgetting to complain as he left. Holy shit. Unbelievable. These people are really crazy. All for 100 million. They actually risked their own lives. You know, what good is 100 million if you don't have a life? Zhong Ying laughed wildly. At that moment, she felt she was not far from success. In reality, the 20 thugs in the hall were just an appetizer. Zhong Ying didn't expect to win Lin Yan over so easily. If she could, she would look down on Lin Yan. Therefore, Zhong Ying prepared a second appetizer, a reward for Lin Yan's capture. With hundreds of thugs on the entire island, even if they can't capture Lin Yan, they'll eventually wear him down. Once Lin Yan is exhausted, he will be Zhong Ying's prey. Bang bang bang. Lin Yan went up to the second floor, but Zhong Ying's cunning was revealed once again. This crazy woman actually welded the door leading to the roof shut. Looking at the fresh welds on the surface, Lin Yan immediately knew that they must have been welded this morning. Call. Lin Yan exhaled a heavy breath, looked at the dark mass below, discarded the empty pistol, and slowly drew a sharp knife from his waist. At this moment, he knew that the only thing he could do was fight his way out and carve a bloody path through the enemy lines. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Lin Yan slowly walked to the top of the stairs, raised his knife, and brought it down. With each strike, someone died. As Lin Yan continued his slaughter, the entire staircase was stained red with blood. Meanwhile, Lin Yan also rushed down from the second floor to the first floor. Zhong Ying looked at Lin Yan, who was still as valiant as ever, her eyes filled with satisfaction. After all, such thugs are truly rare, practically 1 in a million. However, Zhong Ying never looked at the corpse on the ground. After all, these people are nothing compared to Lin Yan. Moreover, such thugs are too cheap. In South America, you can easily recruit hundreds of thugs as long as you pay a high price. Lin Yan, covered in blood, stood in the middle of the hall, drops of red blood continuously dripping from the blade of his right-hand dagger onto the white jade stone. At this moment, Zhong Ying looked at the few remaining thugs, and seeing that they were afraid of Lin Yan and dared not move forward again. They're preparing to raise the price again to further fuel public desire. At that moment, a thug rushed in from outside. Reporting to the leader, the 9 major sects are besieging the island. Chapter 139 Drama, Queen Zhong Ying. The sky was foggy, with layers of dark clouds drifting endlessly across it. Every now and then, thunder rumbled in the sky, as if foreshadowing something ominous. At this moment, thousands of sails have passed by on the Azure Sea, and hundreds of boats are racing. Speedboats sped towards the Panshan gang at maximum speed, racing to get to the top. Various speedboats, each adorned with 9 different flags. These flags are gang flags. Each flag represents a gang. Judging from the appearance, a rough estimate suggests that each gang has about 100 people. On the largest speedboat, a total of 9 flags were hanging. The leaders of all 9 gangs were on the island, their eyes shining as they looked at the island less than 100 meters away. Everyone says that Zhongshan sacrificed many key personnel to build this island, and it seems that's true. Exactly. If I were to kill the craftsman, I would do it even more decisively than him. Haha. From now on, there will be no more Panshan gang. This place will be the headquarters of our 9 major gangs. At this moment, the leaders of the 9 major gangs, each holding a glass, looked at the island right in front of them with joy on their faces. Don't let your guard down. Zhong Ying is not a simple woman. Just then, the most prestigious White Tiger leader spoke up, directly pouring cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, everyone looked on with suspicion. Didn't they say Zhong Ying and Lin Yan got into a fight? That's right. Lin Yan even took down Zhongshan, so Zhong Ying is no match for him. That's right, that's right. The other leaders chimed in, their words clearly showing their disdain for Zhong Ying. A flash of anger crossed the White Tiger leader's face, and he said forcefully, "Humph. If you all have this kind of mentality, I'm just turning back on my own. Do you really think it's a good thing that Zhong Ying was killed by Lin Yan? Do you know Lin Yan? Do you know what kind of person he is? If he's going to stay there permanently, then no matter how many of us go, it's just suicide. We'd rather not go at all. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Yes, if Zhong Ying is really defeated by Lin Yan, and Lin Yan intends to stay. So, can so many of us really defeat Lin Yan? If we can't defeat them, even if we don't wipe them out completely, at least 80% of them will die. This was unacceptable to the group, and it was completely contrary to their purpose in coming to the Panshan gang. Then what do we do? At this moment, one of the black leaders spoke up and asked a question, while the other 7 men all looked at the white leader. The white tiger leader looked at the group with a serious expression, his heart filled with extreme contempt. With such limited intelligence, they dared to dream of becoming the leader. They were all just stepping stones for him to become the overlord. Therefore, we brought 90% of our experts here precisely to prevent either of them from winning. So, we absolutely can't hold back now. Everyone has to attack together. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded subconsciously, agreeing with his words. Moreover, according to my spies, the 2 of them are still fighting in the villa. The situation is extremely dire. Both Zhong Ying and Lin Yan have undoubtedly suffered significant losses, which is actually a good thing for us. As soon as the words were spoken, the other leaders beamed with joy. All right, since Boss White Tiger has said so. Now it's our turn. We must capture that bitch Zhong Ying alive. Yes, I've wanted to taste that woman's flavor for ages. At this moment, one of the leaders revealed a lewd smile, which made everyone laugh. The moment these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. The crowd was already terrified by Lin Yan's killing prowess, and now, hearing that a powerful enemy was attacking, they looked left and right in dismay. What are we going to do? The 9 major gangs have joined forces to attack our Panshan gang. My 100 million. I almost touched Lin Yan's clothes just now. It's over, it's over. With the 9 major sects making their move, our Panshan gang is doomed. At this moment, the entire hall fell into a deathly silence, and everyone turned to look at Zhong Ying. Upon hearing this news, Zhong Ying's expression changed slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. Then, Zhong Ying's beautiful eyes slowly turned to Lin Yan, and her charming words once again filled the hall. You can still agree now, but what if all 9 gangs attack together? We're all going to die here. Hearing this, Lin Yan was displeased. He was already angry, and this woman had been pestering him for so long, using one trick after another. It was practically a vicious cycle. Moreover, Zhong Ying clearly looks down on Lin Yan's skills now. Lin Yan's eyes were filled with rage, and the blood-stained knife in his hand was pointed at Zhong Ying, only a centimeter away from her face. At this moment, Zhong Ying's eyes were filled with contempt, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised as she spoke disdainfully. What kind of man are you, flaunting your power in front of a weak woman like me? If you're truly capable, go out now and face thousands of people from 9 major gangs all by yourself. That's what a real man does. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was speechless. They acted as if it was their fault, even though it was that crazy woman, Zhong Ying, who wanted to keep him here. Lin Yan looked at Zhong Ying's confident smiling face and nodded repeatedly. Fine, you've done it. Roll. Lin Yan slashed at the thug beside him with a knife. With one slash, everyone retreated, looking at Lin Yan with fear on their faces. Lin Yan picked up his backpack, walked directly out of the hall, and headed towards the dock. However, Zhong Ying's next words startled Lin Yan so much that he almost fell to the ground. A soft, sobbing woman's voice came from the hall. How can you bear to leave me here alone? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan almost turned around and rushed in. Thinking that now was the perfect time to leave, he strode away quickly with firm steps. 10 minutes later, Lin Yan, dressed in white, stood on the dock, looking at the hundreds of speedboats quietly moored on the sea. That's right, Lin Yan changed her clothes. After all, she was going home, so she wanted to dress nicely. At this moment, hundreds of speedboats and thousands of people stared blankly at Lin Yan, who was dressed neatly. Wasn't it said that the fighting was exceptionally fierce? Yeah, but he was completely clean from head to toe. It wasn't a fight. He looked like he was just on vacation. The boss must have made a mistake. This guy is ruthless. The 9 bosses looked at Lin Yan on the dock with surprise, and puzzled expressions. Just as the group was about to discuss their strategy, a beautiful figure appeared at the end of the dock. Zhong Ying had changed her clothes. She was wearing pajamas with the neckline open, revealing a glimpse of her cleavage. She was wearing slippers on her left foot and was barefoot on her right. His expression was very affectionate. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his right hand kept reaching forward, as if he was trying to persuade Lin Yin to stay. What Zhong Ying said next shocked everyone present. "Are you really willing to leave, leaving me all alone on this deserted island?" At this moment, Lin Yin turned to look at Zhong Ying and almost fainted from anger upon hearing these words. Just moments ago they were locked in a life-or-death battle, and now he's making a heartfelt plea to stay. Lin Yin thought to himself, "Wow, this woman is a complete drama queen, an absolute drama queen." Chapter 140: Zhong Ying's one-man performance. A vast island, an endless sea, and a light drizzle falling from the sky. More than 100 speedboats, 1,000 heads, and more than 2,000 pairs of eyes were all staring at the dock. Lin Yin, dressed in white and carrying a backpack, walked ahead, heading towards a distant place. Zhong Ying, wearing pajamas and barefoot, ran behind as if chasing after him. Anyone who sees this image will immediately make that connection. A couple deeply in love. The woman wanted the man to stay, but the man, for the sake of his ideals, decided to leave for a distant place to realize his ambitions. The entire scene froze for a moment, and even the 9 gang leaders were stunned and at a loss for what to do. What's going on? I don't understand. Didn't they say they've been fighting for a long time? Why is this happening? Could it be that they'll resolve things as they fight? Yes. Could this be what people mean by quarrels at the head of the bed are reconciled at the foot of the bed? At this moment, many gang leaders were discussing the matter. According to their plan, this was definitely not the scenario they were in. When they arrived, Zhong Ying's men were engaged in a fierce battle with Lin Yin, to the point of life and death. Their arrival was ostensibly to rescue Lin Yin. However, they were actually there to clean up the mess, and ended up taking care of Lin Yin and Zhong Ying as well. Then they will be the biggest winners. However, what they saw left everyone bewildered about the situation. "Boss White Tiger, should we still make a move?" At this moment, the White Tiger leader looked at everything in front of him with a gloomy expression. All of this was completely contrary to the information his spies had given him, and quite different from what he had learned. At this moment, the White Tiger leader's hands, gripping the railing, were bulging with veins, and his eyes were sharp as he stared at the dock. When asked questions, Boss White Tiger began to feel conflicted. The scene before me was completely different from what I had imagined. He then waved his right hand, and a hoarse voice slowly came through. "Wait a bit longer. The situation is unclear." Hearing this, the other leaders breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Lin Yan's strength had exceeded their expectations. If they really wanted to fight Lin Yan, they might be completely wiped out. At this moment, Lin Yan looked nonchalantly at the speedboats covering the sea, then turned to look at Zhong Ying, who was still running. Bang! Lin Yan angrily slammed the backpack in her hand to the ground and looked at Zhong Ying with an icy expression. He wanted to know what tricks this woman was up to. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Lin Yan's action, and their bodies trembled. Everyone's expressions weren't too good either, especially when Lin Yan threw down his backpack. In their view, it was simply a case of a man who couldn't bear to leave a woman, but had to leave for some special reason. Especially the way Lin Yan threw down his backpack and turned to look at Zhong Ying. It's clear that Zhong Ying holds a very important place in Lin Yan's heart. Upon realizing this, everyone was startled. Their purpose in coming here today is to capture the island and take Zhong Ying alive. However, judging from the situation on the ground, the goal was to capture the island and capture Zhong Ying alive. First, we need to defeat Lin Yan. Only then will we have a chance to continue. However, who is Lin Yan? Not only did he defeat 9 people single-handedly, but he also killed the mysterious expert next to Zhong Shan. I knew this guy was definitely not a kind soul, but a ruthless one. At this moment, Zhong Ying was still running, but the speedboat standing on the sea really startled her. Although his subordinates had previously reported that the 9 major gangs were jointly attacking the island. However, when he actually saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, changed into her pajamas, and gave her subordinates some instructions. Otherwise, today would be the end of the Panchon gang. So, for her, this was definitely a huge blow. It's important to know that Zhong Ying's goal is to become the boss of the biggest gang in South America. This is only the beginning of her path to becoming a king, and she absolutely cannot allow herself to lose. Therefore, Zhong Yingkai came up with the only plan. She knew that the reason the 9 gangs had come here was because they had learned about the situation on the island. In other words, there are spies from 9 different gangs on the island. Otherwise, they would never rashly send a large number of troops near the island. In her memory, the 9 major gangs had besieged the Panchon gang no less than 5 times, and each time her father had easily repelled them. Therefore, as long as the father is alive, the Panchon gang is as stable as a rock and indestructible. At this moment, Zhong Ying looked at Lin Yan, whose face was cold, and suddenly felt a little fond of this man. Previously, the reason she seduced Lin Yan was entirely because she was attracted by his skills and wanted to keep him by her side and make him work for her. But now, for some reason, I feel a slight flutter in my heart. Lin Yan was furious when he saw Zhong Ying running towards him, but Zhong Ying's next move shocked everyone present. Even Lin Yan was surprised that Zhong Ying would make such a shocking move in broad daylight, in front of everyone. At this moment, everyone in the room held their breath. Zhong Ying rushed to Lin Yan and kissed him directly with her alluring red lips. Under the sky, a man and a woman locked eyes and their lips met. Lin Yan froze, completely at a loss. At that moment, someone made a sarcastic remark. They're kissing. They're kissing. Boss, they're kissing. At this moment, the White Tiger leader looked at everything in front of him with a gloomy expression and responded impatiently. I know. The other 9 leaders turned pale, completely at a loss, and some even felt their legs go weak. The quick-witted ones immediately grabbed a chair. What do we do now? It seems they've really teamed up. Yeah, at this rate, they might already be sleeping together. Whether we sleep together or not, I don't care. What I care about right now is whether Lin Yan is leaving or not. Lin Yan was completely stunned. He never expected this woman to be so crazy. Bang! Lin Yan pushed him away, but Zhong Ying unexpectedly hugged him tightly. Then, Lin Yan heard Zhong Ying's words. They're all here to kill me. Please have mercy and do me a favor. If you help me get through this difficult time, I'll give you 100 million, and I promise I won't stay here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan let out a cold laugh in his heart, but did not reply. After all, given the Lin family's background, he was not short of money, and Lin Yan was confident that if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. However, what Zhong Ying said next made Lin Yan have to think about it carefully. Chapter 141: 2 People in Love. Perhaps you don't know this, but before father died, he had people arranged to get that good-for-nothing Zhong Xiong out of prison. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan frowned. A moment later, his brows suddenly relaxed. Do you think I'd be afraid of a mere piece of trash? The icy tone, carrying waves of heat, brushed against Zhong Ying's earlobe, sending a shiver down her spine and leaving her legs too weak to stand. She could only cling to Lin Yan with her 2 arms. However, Zhong Ying's voice was unusually calm, and there was a hint of coercion in it. I know. Of course you won't be afraid of a piece of trash. I know Zhong Xiong well. He's a vengeful guy. If we really let him out, even if you're not afraid, aren't the people around you afraid? Zhong Ying looked at Lin Yan with deep affection, tears welling in her eyes, her right hand constantly stroking Lin Yan's face. At this moment, Zhong Ying gazed at Lin Yan's handsome face with infatuation, like a love-struck woman. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan trembled, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he stared intently at Zhong Ying. Although the woman's words were very unpleasant and made him feel very uncomfortable. However, I must say, she is absolutely right. Since Lin Qian took a bullet for him last time, Lin Yan felt even more guilty towards her. At this moment, he absolutely could not let Lin Qian get hurt again. Therefore, he absolutely cannot let Zhong Xiong escape from inside. Give me that person's information. Lin Yan stared at her with burning eyes, gripping her shoulders tightly with both hands, her expression extremely agitated. At this moment, everyone from the 9 major gangs stared blankly. This looks like they're serious. Zhong Ying's expression might be acting, But Lin Yin couldn't possibly be acting along with him. Could he? Yeah, it seems like those two really did end up sleeping together after playing cards. They definitely slept together while playing cards. So what do we do? Should we fight or not? The gang leaders were all talking amongst themselves, and all their eyes were on White Tiger, hoping he would say something. At this moment, the White Tiger leader watched the two showing their affection with a livid face and slammed his right hand hard on the railing. Bang! Call. Half a day later, the White Tiger leader let out a deep breath of pent-up frustration. Wait a little longer. The powerless words echoed all around. Although they say they are still persisting, everyone can see that even the White Tiger leader doesn't have much confidence anymore. Everyone could hear the surprise, helplessness, and frustration in his tone. Then we'll wait a little longer. Yes, wait a little longer. Okay, wait. The other gang leaders echoed this sentiment, for at this moment, everyone needed to work together. Otherwise, if Lin Yanchao attacks them, they will all perish here. He. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhong Ying's lips curled up slightly. Clearly, her plan had succeeded. She successfully reassured Lin Yan by emphasizing the safety of those around him. Okay, but you have to help me keep them calm. Lin Yan was not surprised to hear this. Lin Yan had figured out what Zhong Ying was like. She was thinking 3 steps ahead for everyone she took. Today's main objective is to use Lin Yan to force back the 9 major gangs and stabilize the situation of the Panshan gang. Once she stabilizes the situation, then with Zhong Ying's intelligence and resourcefulness. Although we cannot expand outwards in the short term, we can certainly protect ourselves. All you need to do now is listen to me. Leave the rest to me. I'll give you that person's information as soon as they back out. Lin Yan quietly looked at Zhong Ying's words and casually said in a low voice. Fine, I hope you're telling the truth. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. At this moment, Zhong Ying held Lin Yan's cheeks in her hands and looked at Lin Yan with deep affection. Yan, please don't go. I made you some chicken soup. Come with me home. I'll feed you. Then, Zhong Ying wrapped her arms around Lin Yan's arms, her large breasts rubbing against his arms, which aroused a lustful desire in Lin Yan. At this moment, Zhong Ying nestled beside Lin Yan, the morning sun shining on the two of them. Their shadows were instantly stretched long and merged into one. The entire sea was silent. Everyone stared intently at the two figures as they walked away, as if they were watching a loving couple returning home together. Boss, they've gone back. At this moment, one of his subordinates was so excited that he could hardly speak. The White Tiger leader's lips twitched slightly as he slammed his hand on the railing in anger and said impatiently, I saw it. Smack. The other gang leaders then spoke up, wanting to know what everyone was thinking. Yeah, are we going to fight or not? I have a really bad feeling about this, especially since Lin Yan is still on the island. No, I want to quit. I'm not playing anymore. White Tiger, the gang leader, was furious when he looked at the other gang leaders. If Lin Yan doesn't leave, even if they make a move, their chances of victory are very slim. Just as the White Tiger leader was struggling with his decision, a bold voice rang out across the island. Hey, Boss White Tiger, you're already at my doorstep. Come on in and have a seat. Zhong Ying held Lin Yan's arm with her left hand, waved her right hand vigorously, and smiled broadly, as if she were seeing an old friend she hadn't seen in a long time. She was very enthusiastic. Give me a smile. Zhong Ying whispered to Lin Yan, asking him to give her hints on how to cooperate in the acting. Lin Yan glared fiercely at Zhong Ying, and a forced smile instantly appeared on his handsome face. Upon hearing Zhong Ying's greeting, the White Tiger boss suddenly trembled, especially when he looked at Lin Yan standing next to Zhong Ying. His right eyelid kept twitching. White Tiger, the leader, quickly smiled and waved. No, maybe next time. My wife made me tiger penis and goji berry soup. I have to go home and drink it. Then, White Tiger, the gang leader, quickly ordered his men to start the speedboat, and the other gang leaders followed suit. Yes, I haven't put my clothes in yet. Yeah, my grandma seems to be going on a blind date today. I'm going to see my future grandpa. I remember now, my little uncle is due to be born today. I have to get to the hospital right away. As they talked, they directed their men to drive the speedboats away, and in no time the boats were visible on the sea. However, Zhongming did not let go, but instead pulled Lin Yan's arm and slowly walked towards the villa. At this moment, deep down she even hoped that this road would never end, and that the two of them could just keep walking like this. However, she knew that this male god did not belong to her, and that the two of them were just acting. Chapter 142. Grandpa, I'm back. Under the clear sky, fluffy white clouds drifted by, and waves rolled and churned on the sea. Flocks of seagulls soar freely in the sky, singing joyful melodies as they fly. On the most precipitous cliff of the island, Lin Yan leaped onto the speedboat below. Zhongying stared blankly at Lin Yan's retreating figure, biting her red lips tightly with her pearly teeth. Though she had 1,000 words in her heart, she couldn't utter a single one at this moment. Lin Yan turned around and looked at Zhongying with a complicated expression, her right hand tightly gripping a file folder. He knew that Zhongying was an ambitious woman, with aspirations even greater than Zhongshan's, and in terms of ruthlessness, she was probably less than many men. You should know that when Lin Yan killed Zhongshan, she didn't shed a single tear, as if the person she killed wasn't her father. Moreover, this woman is exceptionally intelligent. Especially during the daytime, it would be a certain death situation for an ordinary person. However, Zhongying, this woman, managed to come up with a brilliant plan using only her own brain. He shielded Lin Yan in front of him, helping her out of trouble. Moreover, it suffered no damage whatsoever and easily shattered the ambitions of the 9 major gangs. This gives him time to prepare a defense. He believes that even without Lin Yan, Zhongying can withstand the attacks of the 9 gangs thanks to the island's defenses. More importantly, Zhongying revealed Zhongxiong's current situation to Lin Yan for one purpose only. That is to use someone else to do the dirty work, to use Lin Yan as a tool to kill Zhongxiong, thus avoiding future trouble. Otherwise, once Zhongxiong comes out and learns about all this, he will definitely seek revenge on Zhongying. Zhongying succeeded because she knew Lin Yan's weakness, her younger sister, Lin Qian. Therefore, Zhongying dared to threaten Lin Yan under those circumstances, which shows that this woman is incredibly audacious. Boom! Lin Yan deftly pressed the start button, gripped the steering wheel with both hands, and looked intently at Zhongying. No illegal activities are allowed within the territory of Xia Kingdom, otherwise, I will still arrest you. Originally, Zhongying wanted to say something sentimental to adjust to the atmosphere. However, Lin Yan's words directly triggered her nerves. Puff! Zhongying smiled directly at Lin Yan, lifted her bangs with her right hand, and looked at Lin Yan seductively with her beautiful eyes. Hey, Lin, you're really into your role. You need to understand that your primary responsibility is to be a student. Going back and studying hard is what you should be doing. Lin Yan didn't say anything, then turned the throttle, and the speedboat shot off the island in a flash. As Zhongying watched Lin Yan's departing figure, a single tear slowly rolled down her cheek. At this moment, Zhongying had to admit that she had been attracted to this little guy. However, she knew that she was ultimately not good enough for him. According to the information, Lin Yan's family is extremely prominent in the Xia Kingdom, a level that ordinary people simply cannot reach. Even Zhongying himself only had a guess. He couldn't find any information about it, and he couldn't even buy it from the largest black market in South America. As for himself, a gang leader, compared to Lin Yan's identity as a police officer, he was just a thief. Officials and thieves can never truly coexist. Moreover, Lin Yan was completely indifferent to her, even though she could sense his hormonal aura on several occasions. However, she knew that it was just physical attraction, and the two had no emotional connection at all. Zhongying waved subconsciously, watching the figure disappear into the sea, and murmured to herself, "Let's go, but we will meet again eventually." A villa in Shanghai. At this point, it had been 4 days since Lin Yan left Xia Kingdom. In the hall, Lin Qian and Zhao Jiejia huddled together, looking somewhat worried, while an elderly woman in her 70s sat beside them. At this moment, the old lady was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and the needle and thread in her hands were constantly moving up and down with her fingers. A pair of slippers was almost finished. Seeing the two women's unhappy expressions, the old lady remained completely unconcerned. "Don't worry, Yenner will definitely come back safely." Back then, his grandfather got a huge hole in his chest, and he still lived a perfectly fine life. The men of the Lin family are like cockroaches, they just can't be killed. At this moment, the two women were amused when they heard their aunt say this. Girl, how can you say that? I still have some self-respect in front of my child. Lin Dingtian walked over with his cane, looking embarrassed and helpless. Then, he pulled a piece of paper from his hand and placed it on the table, sitting down on the sofa with a smug look on his face. Haha, this kid's something else. He actually dared to go to South America all by himself. Moreover, he actually killed Zhong Shan of the Panshan gang. I have to say, this kid is incredibly bold. Hearing the old man say this, Lin Xian quickly picked up the note on the table and read it carefully, and Zhao Jieji followed suit. On that day, Lin Yin single-handedly defeated 9 top gangsters. The next day, one man ventured deep into the lion's den, alone against the Panshan gang. That night, one man single-handedly fought off 4 powerful warriors, and they all perished. After that, he single-handedly fought a mysterious master and killed him with a single strike. In the end, one man single-handedly repelled the attack of 9 major gangs. At this moment, everyone gasped in astonishment upon seeing Lin Yan's impressive record. Lin Xian and Zhao Jieji were speechless for a moment, only 2 clear tears streaming down their faces. The old lady instantly became agitated and started cursing at Lin Dingtian. Brother, aren't you worried about Yenner going to such a dangerous place alone? You must understand, our Lin family has only had one son for 9 generations. If anything were to happen to Yenner, how would you face our ancestors? The old lady kept making a lot of noise, and her loud voice filled the entire hall. At this moment, Lin Dingtian looked at his younger sister with a helpless expression. I've never been able to handle this younger sister since she was little. I can't hit her or scold her. Now that he's over 80 years old, he can still hear his sister yelling at him. Is this a kind of pain or a kind of happiness? Finally, Lin Dingtian said helplessly, Don't worry, how could I let him go alone? And he should already be off the plane and on his way home. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian and Zhao Jieji immediately stood up, intending to wait at the door. Just then, the villa door slowly opened, and a tall, imposing figure appeared in the doorway. A cheerful voice rang out from the doorway. Grandpa, I'm back. Chapter 143, 500 yuan and 76 eggs. A familiar voice echoed throughout the villa, and everyone who heard the voice and saw the person in front of them showed excited expressions. Elder brother. Lin Xian immediately ran and threw herself into Lin Yan's arms, greedily inhaling the familiar scent. At this moment, Lin Xian felt completely relaxed and at peace. Lin Yan looked at Lin Xian, who was hugging him, with a smile on his face, and kept stroking Lin Xian's head with both hands. It felt like everything had returned to childhood. Whenever there was thunder, Lin Xian would hold him while they slept, and that was when she could sleep soundly. Lin Yan looked at Lin Xian in his arms and thought to himself slowly, Don't worry, just be happy for the rest of your life, and leave the rest to me. At this moment, Zhao Jieji looked at Lin Xian with envy. How she wished she could have a legitimate reason, a legitimate identity, to hide in Lin Yan's arms. However, she discovered that Lin Yan was a blockhead and still didn't understand her thoughts. Zhao Jieji pouted, looking at Lin Yan with a depressed expression, her 2 delicate hands constantly twisting together as if she were making a great decision. Then, Lin Xian consciously released Lin Yan, who immediately knelt down in front of Lin Dingtian, kowtowed 3 times, and solemnly said, Grandpa, Auntie, I'm back. I'm so sorry to have worried you. At this moment, Lin Dingtian sat on the sofa with a stern face, leaning on his cane, seemingly unaware of Lin Yan's presence or his words. Clearly, Lin Dingtian was angry about Lin's private situation. After all, Lin Yan went to South America without saying a word. You should know that South America is a den of thieves, with drug trafficking, guns, human trafficking, and everything else. If something really happens to Lin Yan, Lin Dingtian will die with regrets. Good child, get up quickly. The old lady quickly came to Lin Yan's side, helped him up, and kept muttering to herself. Thank goodness you came back, otherwise we would have all gone to South America to look for you. But at least you're back now. That's good. That's good. Then, the old lady spoke to Lin Dingtian. Brother, you have that deadpan face again. You should be happy now that Yenner is back. Then, the old lady spoke to Lin Yin again. Don't be fooled by your grandfather's stern face now. These past few days, he's been watching the door every night, hoping to be the first to see you come home. Originally, Lin Dingtian was waiting for Lin Yin to apologize, but now, after hearing this, he was instantly devastated. You're mistaken, I didn't. Lin Dingtian immediately defended himself, as if he hadn't said anything about himself at all. Grandpa, please forgive my brother. Besides, he did it all for me. At this moment, Lin Xian walked to Lin Dingtian's side, squatted down, and shook Lin Dingtian's arm, pleading. Lin Dingtian was shaken by Lin Xian and immediately broke into a big smile, then waved Lin Xian's little hand. Fine, for Qian'er's sake, I'll forgive you. If this happens again, I'll break your legs. Then, he glared at Lin Tian. Lin Yin was intimidated by Lin Dingtian's imposing aura, and then seriously agreed. Don't worry, Grandpa, I won't do it again. Seeing how well-behaved Lin Yin was, Lin Dingtian nodded unconsciously. Their attitude is pretty good. This time, I only spared you from punishment because of Qian'er. Otherwise, according to our Lin family rules, you would be punished by copying the standards for being a good student and child 100 times, plus facing the wall in the ancestral hall for 10 days. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin was immediately shocked and looked at her younger sister with great gratitude. Her sister was the best to her. Hey, brother, I don't remember our Lin family having such a family rule. The old lady looked at Lin Dingtian suspiciously. Clearly, she didn't know when the Lin family had this family rule. Oh, I just created it. Lin Dingtian gave an indifferent reply. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin felt a row of crows fly across his forehead. It turned out they were just messing with him all along. At this moment, Lin Yin looked at Lin Xian and suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute, Grandpa. Bang! Lin Dingtian slammed his cane on the ground and glared at Lin Yin. What's wrong with that? I am the head of the Lin family, and my words are the family rules. Lin Yin was speechless at the old man's words. What kind of logic was that? He then tried his best to explain. But I'm your own grandson. You're making it sound like I'm not even as good as Qian. Lin Dingtian watched Lin Yan's argument with great interest, and then spoke to Lin Yan. It's not just a seem, it's definitely. Lin Xian is now my granddaughter. In this family, you're second to last. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was speechless. He subconsciously held up 2 fingers in front of him and casually asked, who is in last place? With Lin Xian's support, Lin Dingtian stood up and walked towards the restaurant, leaving Lin Yan with a casual remark. Your father. Lin Yan slowly shook his head and said nothing more. After all, there's no use saying anything in the face of power. You can only obey. At the dining table, Lin Yan ate his food like a starving ghost. During my 3 or 4 days in South America, not a single meal was enjoyable. Lin Yan had to be on guard against others at all times, especially on the island, where he hadn't slept at all. After a moment, Lin Dingtian put down his bowl and chopsticks and slowly said, Qingming Festival is in 2 weeks. Take Qianqian back to your hometown. Visit your parents' graves and thank the villagers. Do whatever you can to help. In short, remember those who helped you, and do whatever you can to help. Hearing his grandfather speak, Lin Yan quickly put down his chopsticks and bowl and listened attentively. At the dinner table, when elders speak, younger people should put down their chopsticks and bowls and listen quietly. This is true respect. Grandpa, don't worry. Even if you hadn't said anything, I was already planning to go back. Qianqian and I haven't been home for a year, and I really want to go back and visit. At this moment, Lin Xian also fell silent, clearly thinking of her deceased parents. Don't be sad. I'll go with you. Sitting to the side, Zhao Jiejia seized the opportunity to speak, her eyes constantly glancing at Lin Yan. Clearly, this woman was already preparing to make a move against Lin Yan. At night, Lin Yan lay in bed gazing at the moonlight outside, lost in memories. He still clearly remembers that when he went to university, the whole village pooled together 500 yuan and 76 eggs to come to Shanghai to study. Back then, all 500 yuan were in 1 mao and 2 mao notes. Lin Yin sewed them into the pocket of her underwear to prevent them from being stolen by pickpockets when she traveled by train. Chapter 144 Linjiang Village. The lush, verdant mountains, like a sleeping earthen dragon, quietly coil up on the land of China. A winding road continues to advance along the mountainside. On the highway, 10 cars were driving continuously, with the Alfred minivan at the front. At this moment, Zhang Jianren was driving, and Qian Xiaohao was sitting in the passenger seat. The two of them, having heard the news from somewhere, rushed to the villa that afternoon, saying they wanted to visit Lin Yan's hometown. Behind them sat Lin Xian, Zhao Jiejia, and Li Chuyao, but what Lin Yan found strange was the three women somehow ended up playing together. Moreover, Zhao Jiejia and Li Chuyao no longer seemed to be enemies. They're like best friends now. Lin Yan felt a pang of frustration. Had the whole world changed in the few days he had been away? It's not the same world I knew before. 9 large trucks followed behind, loaded with all sorts of supplies, most of which were intended for distribution to the villagers. After the car passed, dust filled the entire highway, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Boss, this road is difficult to drive on. Look, the windshield is completely covered in dust. At this moment, Zhang Jianren frowned and said, Stop talking nonsense. You can't do it yourself, so don't blame the road. How about I do it? Sitting next to him, Qian Xiaohao said impatiently. At this moment, Lin Yan glanced at the familiar road. He used to walk more than 20 miles of mountain road to go to school every day, and this was the road he took. Looking down at the rushing river, it surged forward with overwhelming force, heading into the distance. This road is old and needs to be rebuilt. Hearing this, everyone knew that Lin Yan wanted to change his hometown. 3 hours later, Lin Yan finally saw something familiar. A huge ginkgo tree stands quietly at the entrance of the village, as if guiding wanderers home. Brother, look, a ginkgo tree. Lin Xian excitedly stood up from the skylight and pointed excitedly at the big tree at the entrance of the village. At this moment, Lin Yan also peeked out, looking excitedly at the familiar ginkgo tree. Once upon a time, as the king of children, he even peed on a ginkgo tree. Opposite the ginkgo tree, a huge plaque stands there, bearing the name of the village. Linjiang Village gets its name from the large river that flows nearby. Knock, knock, knock. Clang, clang, clang. Wipe, rub, rub. At that moment, a deafening sound of gongs and drums suddenly came from the village. A large number of people were standing at the entrance of the village, looking at Lin Yan's vehicle with excitement. A huge banner stood at the entrance of the village, during which an old man in his 60s led the shouting. A warm welcome to Lin Yan home. A warm welcome to Lin Yan home. A warm welcome to Lin Yan home. A tremendous sound wave echoed throughout the mountains, as if it were singing. Everyone watched silently as Lin Xian burst into tears, unable to contain her emotions. Snap! Lin Yan was the first to open the car door and jump out. She didn't say a word, and tears kept welling up in her eyes. Looking at the familiar ginkgo trees, the familiar villagers, and the familiar home, Lin Yan secretly vowed to repay the villagers and build a better home for them. At this moment, an old man in his 60s slowly walked towards Lin Yan, rubbing his hands together incessantly. He was clearly very excited and at a loss for what to do. Yin'er Tui, look at my foul mouth. Old Lin. The old man prepared to slap himself, wanting to apologize to Lin Yan. Uncle Zhang. Lin Yan immediately grasped the old man's hands, which were wrinkled like tree bark, and greeted him affectionately. Hearing the old man call Lin Yan as he did when he was a child, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Don't worry, I'm still Lin Yan in your hearts. Hearing this, the old man finally felt relieved. Because he knows that many people become ruthless and heartless after they become rich, as if they can give up everything else once they have money. Holding Uncle Zhang's hand, Lin Yan walked step by step towards the village. Looking at the familiar face, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. Grandma, Aunt Li, Brother Zhang. Lin Yan called out to each person one by one, leaving no one behind, not even those standing outside. Lin Xian followed behind Lin Yan, calling out to each of them one by one. Everyone saw that Lin Yan was still the same as before. He hadn't become arrogant or looked down on others just because he had money. Finally, the entire village gathered in front of an old house. Lin Yin and Lin Xian looked at everything familiar before them and burst into tears. Brother, I miss Mom and Dad. Lin Xian collapsed into Lin Yan's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Looking at the tiled house with earthen walls in front of him, Lin Yin suddenly had a picture of his parents still being alive in his mind. After you left, it rained heavily several times. So, I took it upon myself to gather the villagers and repair the house. That way, you'll have a place to stay when you come back, and you'll have something to look forward to. Lin Yin heard Uncle Zhang's words and looked at the enthusiastic villagers around him. Then, Lin Yin turned around and faced everyone, bowing deeply, and Lin Xian followed suit. Thank you all. Hearing Lin Yin perform such a grand gesture, Uncle Zhang quickly helped Lin Yin up and said, Look at what you're saying. I've watched you all grow up, and Yud is also from our village. Your family's affairs are the village's affairs. How can we just stand by and do nothing? The other villagers chimed in. That's right, Yinner. We're all family. You don't need to be so polite. Yes, your politeness is treating us like outsiders, and we're not happy about that. We're all from the same village. You're all children from our village. How can we let our children go home without a place to stay? Lin Yin looked at the enthusiastic villagers with red eyes, and at this moment he could no longer hold back his tears. Call. Lin Yin exhaled a deep breath, and then said solemnly, I, Lin Yansheng, am a native of Linjiang Village, and I will die a ghost of Linjiang Village. Upon hearing this, the entire village clapped and applauded, clearly showing that they all liked Lin Yan's attitude. They were afraid that once Lin Yin became famous, he would turn his back on his family and never return to his hometown. In short, it's gone. Then, Lin Yin pulled Uncle Zhang aside and said something. Uncle Zhang, let's gather all the villagers in the ancestral hall. Hearing Lin Yin say this, Uncle Zhang saw that the sun outside was almost at its zenith, and then said, It's almost noon. Did you know that the meeting wouldn't be held until after lunch? Lin Yin waved his hand without hesitation and said decisively, Before setting off, I had already ordered several tables of food from a 5-star hotel. Everything was ready-made, and there were tables and chairs in the ancestral hall so we could eat and chat at the same time. Hearing this, Uncle Zhang had nothing more to say. Good. Afterwards, the notice was given, and 10 young men were taken to the ancestral hall to make arrangements. Chapter 145 Lin Yan's Heartfelt Promise. Linjiang Village Ancestral Hall. A village ancestral hall built by all 56 households in the village. In other places, ancestral halls are usually only for people with the same surname, such as the well-known Kong Clan Ancestral Hall and Li Clan Ancestral Hall. However, Linjiang Village is different. Its ancestral halls contain many different surnames. This also proves from another perspective that the villagers of Linjiang Village are one family. People have lived in Linjiang Village since the time of Lin Yan's adoptive father, Lin Yud's grandfather. At this moment, the ancestral hall was packed with people, men, women, and children from the entire village, as long as they were able-bodied, had all come to the ancestral hall. Everyone sat at the table, staring at the rare dishes they had never seen before, barely suppressing their drool as they looked at the table. The children, in particular, were drooling and eagerly reached out to grab a piece of roast duck, but their hands were slapped away by the adults. Lin Yin looked at the children below who were stealing food, his eyes filled with tenderness, not reproach. Quiet, quiet. At this moment, Uncle Zhang, the village chief, shouted loudly from the platform. As Uncle Zhang's voice echoed throughout every corner of the ancestral hall, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the platform. Today is the proudest moment in the history of our Linjiang village, so we. Just then, a villager stood up and spoke. Village chief, you said the same thing when Yinhua got into university. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Uncle Zhang blushed. Although he was an elder in the village and had been to the provincial capital, he was embarrassed. However, when asked to speak, he can only repeat 2 or 3 sentences over and over again. He can't say anything else. Okay, listen to me now. Uncle Zhang's dark, old face hardened, and the room fell silent once more. Yinhua, you brought back so many things for us this time. So we should thank Yinhua. Therefore, everyone stand up and bow to Yinhua. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of the more than 100 villagers stood up, and even the playful children stopped to watch. Thank you, Yanhua. Thank you, Yanhua. Thank you, Yanhua. At this moment, Lin Yan panicked and quickly stepped off the stage to help up several elders, calling out to them. Okay. No need to thank me. It's nothing. Lin Yan ran up to the stage again, waved for everyone to sit down, and then took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I, Lin Yansheng, am a native of Linjiang Village, and I will die a ghost of Linjiang Village. Upon hearing this, the entire ancestral hall erupted in enthusiastic applause, and everyone looked at Lin Yan with delight. From Lin Yan's words, we can tell that Lin Yan has not forgotten his roots and is a child who knows how to be grateful. I especially want to thank all the villagers for helping to repair my house. With that, Lin Yan bowed deeply to all the villagers. This time, none of the villagers tried to dissuade him. They had watched Lin Yan grow up and knew his character well. Then, he waved to Zhang Jianren, signaling him to come up. Lin Yan patted Zhang Jianren on the shoulder and addressed the crowd. I think everyone is familiar with the Zhang Group. The Zhang Group owns the Zhang Plaza in the provincial capital. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhang Jianren responded with a smile, and the crowd began to whisper amongst themselves. Zhang Square, I've been there. It's so big and beautiful. Yes, they have everything inside, clothes, food, and lots of toys for kids. Oh, I never have a chance to go. I really want to go and see it. At this moment, all the villagers looked on with hope, eager to see what Zhang Square looked like. And he is the general manager of the Zhang Group. Starting today, the Zhang Group will be investing in our Linjiang village. These words shocked everyone present. Everyone was in disbelief. It was true. You should know that Linjiang village is located in a poor and remote area. It is extremely poor and lacks everything. At this moment, Zhang Jianren spoke up to confirm. That's right. Our Zhang Group will be investing in Linjiang village, and the inspection team will arrive in Linjiang village tomorrow. We'll need the help of villagers familiar with the area to guide our research team. At this moment, many villagers volunteered to raise their hands. I grew up here. I know this place well. Bullshit, Zhang Dego. You got lost in the back mountains when you were a kid. How could you know it as well as I do? Don't try to take it from me. I haven't been through that grove of trees nearby. Quiet. Seeing the chaos at the scene, village chief Uncle Zhang quickly waved to calm things down. Lin Yan watched this scene with a smile on his face. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? His wish is for the people in his hometown to live better and be happier. Now that he has the ability, he definitely has to help. Lin Yan held the microphone, his voice slightly low, and his words slowly echoed in the ancestral hall. Back then, I was admitted to university, but I wasn't planning to go. Because I know my family is poor, and my parents simply don't have the means to support a college student. At this point, everyone in the village lowered their heads, and some of the elderly even secretly wiped away tears. However, Uncle Zhang and all the villagers wholeheartedly supported my decision to go to university. Back then, the whole village raised 500 yuan and 76 eggs for me to take to Shanghai. At this point, Lin Yan's eyes were already red, and Zhang Jianren, Qian Xiaohao, and the others looked at Lin Yan in disbelief. It seemed like the first time I'd ever seen Lin Yan so heartbroken and sad. After saying that, Lin Yan took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, on which was clearly written who donated how much money each household had donated. The prices range from as high as 100 yuan to as low as a few cents. More importantly, the supplier clearly recorded which of the 76 eggs came from. Lin Yan placed the crumpled white paper in front of everyone, and everyone could see it clearly. The entire ancestral hall was filled with sobs, and everyone was wiping away tears. Lin Yan didn't stop, but continued speaking. I know that back then, Grandpa Zhang at the village entrance secretly sold his coffin to raise 50 yuan for my college education. Also, Uncle Li from the village entrance gave me his dowry for his wife. I said then that I would definitely repay everyone, and today is the day I fulfill that promise. Then, Lin Yan called out to Zhang Jianren and Qian Xiaohao. Bring the stuff up. The two of them naturally knew what Lin Yan meant. A moment later, the two men, each carrying a very large suitcase, came onto the stage. Smack! Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yin opened both suitcases. Then, stacks of red banknotes appeared before everyone. Everyone in the ancestral hall looked towards the stage, and those who couldn't see from the back stood on benches to watch. Today, I will compensate everyone 100-fold according to the list above and the amount of donations. Chapter 146. A 60-year-old man earns 10,000 yuan a year. Linjiang Village Ancestral Hall. Everyone craned their necks, their eyes fixed on the 2 boxes of banknotes on the ground. The entire ancestral hall was silent, with only the sound of everyone breathing. After all, no one in the entire Linjiang village had seen so much money. Even when the village chief, Uncle Zhang, saw the money, his first reaction was that Linhua must have robbed a bank. At this moment, Uncle Zhang grabbed Lin Yan's hand, took a step back, and whispered something. Linhua, I watched you grow up. You absolutely cannot do anything illegal. You're a college student. You're bound to have a bright future. You absolutely can't ruin your life for a moment of pleasure. Uncle Zhang became more and more excited as he spoke, his 2 old arms gripping Lin Yan tightly, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. Seeing Uncle Zhang like this, Lin Yan felt a warmth in her heart. There are some people in this world who, when they see you take out something good, their first reaction isn't to want to claim it for themselves. Rather, they are worried that you have done something illegal, and that all these good things are illegally obtained. Before Lin Yan could explain, Uncle Zhang continued to offer his advice. Linhua, I've already thought it all out for you while you were in college. Once you graduate from university, I'll find a way to get you a job at the town's grain bureau. At this moment, Uncle Zhang secretly whispered in Lin Yan's ear. Old Li, who looks after the warehouse at the town's grain bureau, is getting old. I've calculated that you'll graduate in June, and he'll retire in July. So, if you feel you really can't make it out there, just come home. That guy's always been eyeing my family's heirloom pipe, and I'm willing to give it up for you. You'll take his place. Working as a warehouse keeper at the grain bureau, that's a secure job. At this moment, Lin Yan stared blankly at Uncle Zhang's aged face, and tears involuntarily fell down her cheeks. He really didn't expect that Uncle Zhang had even thought of his job. Although this job is not even as good as being a doorman in Shanghai, in Linjiang Village it is definitely a cadre position. You know, food is the most important thing for people. They live just to eat. Anyone with a brain wouldn't offend the warehouse keeper. At this moment, Lin Yan took a deep breath, patted the village chief's shoulder forcefully, and said in a very serious tone, Uncle Zhang, don't worry, this money is all from clean sources. Please believe me. Seeing Lin Yan's serious expression, Uncle Zhang felt relieved. Lin Yan was someone he watched grow up. Although he was a bit mischievous when he was young, he was absolutely decisive when it came to important matters. Uncle Zhang even discussed some things with Lin Yan, since he was the only college student in the whole village. He was the only one who had witnessed the prosperity and development of big cities. Then, Lin Yan pulled Zhang's shoe to the front, looking at the eager eyes of everyone below. Lin Yan handed the paper in his hand to Uncle Zhang, clearly intending for Uncle Zhang to read it aloud. Uncle Zhang looked at the crumpled paper and neat handwriting in his hand, took a deep breath, and slowly muttered to himself. Zhang Ergu, donate 10 yuan, get 1,000 yuan back. Li Wen, you donated 8 yuan, and you'll get 800 yuan back. Lu the cripple, you donated 90 cents. Now you get 90 yuan back. As Uncle Zhang called out each name, people came up one after another to receive their money. At this moment, Lin Yan took the money that Lin Qian handed over from behind, and then personally handed it to the villagers. Moreover, they called out each other's names affectionately, each call filled with sincerity. Many people, holding the money and seeing Lin Yan like this, secretly wiped away their tears, calling him Lin the Kid repeatedly. Linjiang Village has only 56 households in total. To save time, they simply distributed the supplies to each household one by one. Even so, only 50,000 yuan was distributed. For 2 large boxes of money, it's just a drop in the ocean. An hour later, all the villagers had received their money, and Lin Yan returned the money to everyone. At this moment, the entire ancestral hall was filled with enthusiasm, and everyone's faces were flushed as they looked at the stage. They never imagined that a decision they made 4 years ago would bring them such huge benefits. Linhua, well done. You're really capable. I'll definitely make sure my little rascal learns from you. I noticed that Linhua was different from other children when she was little, and now look how successful she has become. That's right. The neighboring Nyoja village opened a cattle farm last year and even drove their cattle to graze in our village's fields. They're just showing off. That's right, that's right. Having cows isn't everything. Our village has Linhua. At this moment, the entire ancestral hall was bustling with activity, which made Lin Yin very satisfied. Quiet, quiet. At this moment, Uncle Zhang stretched out his hands and waved them continuously. After a short while, the ancestral hall finally fell silent. Lin Yin picked up the microphone and addressed the crowd. First of all, let me state that these are all rightfully everyone's, so all fellow villagers should not feel guilty. Then, Lin Yin picked up a wad of money from the box and addressed the villagers. Now I announce the second activity. I will give every household 100,000 yuan in cash. These words immediately caused an uproar. Everyone stared at Lin Yin in disbelief, but no one stepped forward. Linhua, we understand you're rich now, but you can't just squander money like this. That's right. We have enough to eat and sleep in. That's enough for us. We won't take money that isn't ours. Linhua, listen to your aunt's advice. We know you're doing very well now, but we also know that it's not easy for you out there. You have many other expenses, so you should put this money away. Yes, you should just put it away. The entire ancestral hall was filled with admonitory voices, which made Lin Yin feel uneasy. At this moment, he became even more determined to repay his fellow villagers and lead them out of poverty and onto the road to prosperity. After that, Lin Yin didn't say anything, but just pulled Uncle Zhang and distributed the goods to each household. One household receives 100,000, so 56 households would receive 5.6 million. At this point, there was less than 1 million left in the box. Lin Yin stood on the stage and shouted loudly to the villagers. I am now announcing one last important decision. Starting this year, every surviving villager over the age of 60 will receive 10,000 yuan in cash annually. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Originally, everyone was already numb from Lin Yan's constant surprises, but Lin Yan's announcement really surprised everyone. It's important to understand that this isn't a one-time event, but rather a permanent one. Then, without waiting for everyone to say anything, Lin Yan directly stuffed the money into the hands of the old people, 10,000 yuan for each of them. Some elderly people were even taken home by their families when they did not attend. Chapter 147 Shocking News, Reunion with Haiyun. The next day, as dawn was breaking, suddenly, the entire Linjiang village was filled with the sounds of chickens and dogs barking and people talking. Bang, bang, bang. The door to Lin Yan's house was being pounded on incessantly, and other sounds could be heard from outside. Brother Lin Yan, something's happened. Linhua, come out quickly. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Yan jumped out of bed, put on his pants, grabbed his coat, and went to the yard. The scene before him truly shocked him. In front of the courtyard gate, 7 or 8 people stood there, shining flashlights and calling his name. Although Linjiang village has electricity, there are no streetlights installed, so everyone is holding a flashlight and shining it on Lin Yan's house. Uncle Zhang, has something happened in the village? Lin Yan asked in confusion, looking at the villagers around him. The village chief looked very angry, but then didn't know how to speak. He then grabbed Lin Yan's arm and walked outside. Go check on Haiyun's house now. Upon hearing the long, unheard name, Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat, and his pace quickened involuntarily. At this moment, Lin Yan's childhood friend Lu Ming explained. Brother Lin Yan, last night, Zhang Laoba stole 100,000 yuan from Sister Haiyun's house, and Aunt Lu couldn't catch her breath. Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately ran towards Lu Haiyun's house. Lu Haiyun is Lin Yan's childhood sweetheart. She is exceptionally beautiful and can definitely be considered the village beauty in the entire Linjiang village. Lin Yan and she have been playing together since childhood and have developed feelings for each other. However, Lu Haiyun's father, Old Man Lu, was a gambler by nature and would go to town to indulge in his gambling whenever he had a little money. Just when Lin Yan was a freshman in college, Old Lu lost his mind gambling and gambled away Lu Yulan to Zhang Laoba, who was notorious in town. So, with no other choice, Lu Haiyun married Zhang Laoba. However, this year, Zhang Laoba met a ruthless man who gambled away all his family fortune. So he moved to Linjiang village to live. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Yan's heavy footsteps echoed on the muddy road, his eyes burning with fury. Back then, when he learned that old Lu had married Haiyun off to old Zhang, he even went to old Lu's house to ask for help. However, back then, the entire village used all their savings to send Lin Yan to university, and there was no extra money to pay off the debts. Besides, people only borrow money to buy houses, go to school, or see doctors. They never borrow money to pay off gambling debts. Moreover, he is an incorrigible person with a gambling addiction. Even if everyone sells everything they own to pay off their gambling debts this time, what about next time, and the time after that? However, what puzzled Lin Yan was that Lu Haiyun and Zhang Laoba had been married for 3 years but had no children. A moment later, Lin Yan saw a light on in an old house in the distance, and the sound of weeping came from inside. "My dear wife, how could you leave us like this? That damned Zhang Laoba. I'll never let you get away with this." Moreover, Lin Yan could hear Lu Haiyun's faint sobs, which made his heart tremble. Squeak! Lin Yan stretched out his right hand and pushed open the door, the wooden door making a creaking sound. A light bulb covered in cobwebs hangs from the beam of the old house, its yellowish light illuminating the entire house. Lin Yan stared blankly at everything before him. He used to come here often. Looking at Lu Haiyun sitting in a chair, head bowed and crying, Lin Yan felt a tightness in his chest, as if he was about to explode at any moment. This was the first time Lin Yan had seen Haiyun in 3 years, and she was very different from the person Lin Yan remembered. At this moment, Lu Yulan's hair was a mess. 2 lines of clear tears hung on her dry face, and her ponytail was tied back with a hair tie. Seeing Lin Yan felt a pang of sadness. It had only been 3 years since they last met, but the once pure and lovely Lu Haiyun was gone, replaced by a rural auntie. Old Lu sat on the ground, rubbing his feet against the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, and cursing Zhang Laoba incessantly. "Haiyun!" A calm and collected voice echoed throughout the old house. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Haiyun trembled all over. She quickly turned around, stretched out her sleeve to wipe away the tears on her face, and even tidied her hair. Finally, he slowly turned his head, a slight smile on his face, and said in a hoarse voice, "Word." After uttering a single word, Lu Haiyun suddenly realized something was amiss and quickly corrected himself. "Lin Yan, you're here." Lin Yan realized that Lu Haiyun had suddenly changed her tune, and felt that the distance between them had grown even greater. "Take me to see Aunt Lu one last time." Lin Yan knew this wasn't the time to discuss personal matters, so he immediately spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Haiyun quickly lifted the curtain leading to the inner room, preparing to take Lin Yan inside. Just then, old man Lu, who was sitting on the ground, saw Lin Yan come in. He quickly stood up from the ground and went to Lin Yan's side. "Lin Yan, Zhang Laoba stole my money. You must help me get it back. That's our family's savings for our funeral." Lin Yan turned around and looked coldly at old man Lu. If it weren't for Haiyun's sake, he would have slapped the guy long ago. He was lazy, addicted to gambling, and even dared to use his own daughter as a gambling stake. It was only because Lu Haiyun was filial that she was willing to marry Zhang Laoba in order to pay off the family's gambling debts. Snort. This must be your betting stake. Lin Yan bluntly exposed old Lu's idea, without any regard for the fact that everyone in the village was present. After being exposed by Lin Yan, Lu Laitu was immediately embarrassed, but the thought of the 100,000 yuan pained him deeply. Then, he forced himself to speak to Lin Yan. "You should know that you ate at my house the most when you were a child. My wife and Haiyun doted on you and would always save the best food for you. If you don't find that 100,000 yuan for me, how can you face your Aunt Lu?" At this moment, Lu Haiyun quickly spoke to old man Lu. "Dad, how could you say such a thing? Come on, I'll take you inside." Lu Haiyun pulled Lin Yan by the sleeve and led her into the inner room. The villagers all understood what old Lu was thinking. He wanted to get some money out of Lin Yan so he could gamble it away. 10 minutes later, Lin Yan slowly came out of the inner room. Lin Yan calmly glanced at everyone in the room, then looked at Uncle Zhang and said, Uncle Zhang, please ask the villagers to help arrange Aunt Lu's funeral. We can't let her die without peace. Good. Uncle Zhang nodded without hesitation, knowing that now was not the time to worry about money. As the saying goes, the dead should be respected. Then, Lin Yan looked towards the young men in the village. Does anyone know where Zhang Laobai usually gambles? Let me there. Upon hearing this, several young people raised their hands in agreement. At this moment, village chief Uncle Zhang was about to say something. Lin Yan patted Uncle Zhang's shoulder forcefully, then calmly said, Don't worry, Uncle Zhang, I know what I'm doing. Besides, I also want him to kowtow at Aunt Lu's grave. Seeing Lin Yan say this, he didn't say anything more, and then spoke to a few young men in the village. You guys take your weapons and go there. You have to do everything Lin Yan says. Lin Yan was about to leave when he glanced at Lu Haiyun, who was standing beside him trying to suppress her grief, and then said to Lin Xian, You stay here with Haiyun, I'll be right back. Lin Xian looked at the heartbroken Lu Haiyun without saying a word, and then nodded. However, Zhao Jiejia and Li Chuyao had already figured something out by this time. They had never seen Lin Yan care about a woman like this before, except for Lin Xian, of course. Then, Lin Yan let a few people out the door, while Lu Laoda's voice came from inside the house. Lin Yan, you absolutely must bring my 100,000 yuan back. Chapter 148 I still have a wife. I treat her here. Qinghe Town, underground gambling dens. Gambling has always been a key target of crackdowns, but in recent years, policies have become more relaxed, leading to the emergence of many gambling dens that make a living from gambling. The entire underground gambling den was built near the street and the vegetable market, which effectively masked the gambling sounds inside the den by using the noise. At this moment, in the very center of the gambling den, there was a man wearing an earring and with tattoos on his face, who was holding a microphone and shouting incessantly. Take a chance, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Take a gamble, and your motorcycle might turn into a Jeep. Take a spin, and a Land Rover becomes an aircraft carrier. Want to get rich? Bet big. Don't be afraid of the pain of losing. The only thing to fear is giving up gambling. Small bets support your family. Big bets make you rich. No child cries every day. No gambler loses every day. No pain, no gain. Dare to take the plunge, and you'll succeed. As the man continued his brainwashing, coupled with the atmosphere, everyone in the gambling den had red eyes and kept placing bets. Hey, Zhang Laoba, did you strike it rich today? You have so much money. Yeah, I thought Zhang Laoba would never have a chance to get rich in his life. I heard you're so poor you don't even have a place to live anymore, and you're living with your father-in-law. A large group of people were gathered around the table, constantly making sarcastic remarks about Zhang Laoba. Bang! A dark right hand threw 5,000 yuan in cash onto the table and shouted arrogantly. Stop talking nonsense. I've got plenty of money today. Come on, place your bets. Zhang Laoba looked disdainful, as if having 100,000 yuan made him the king of heaven. His left hand kept touching the mole on his chin, or more accurately, touching a single hair on the mole. Everyone was amazed by Zhang Laoba's generosity today, with stacks of banknotes piled up in front of the table, seemingly worth at least 100,000. At this point, someone took the opportunity to try and find out where Zhang Laoba's money came from. Hey, Zhang Laoba, did you go and steal from Boss Li's house in town? Upon hearing this, Zhang Laoba waved his hand impatiently. Go, go, go. Why would I need to steal money? Honestly, people will just deliver money to my door for me to spend. Besides, it's perfectly justified for me to spend this money. After saying that, Zhang Laoba touched the long hair on the mole and lit a cigarette for himself. Suddenly, smoke swirled in front of him, and his intoxicated and smug eyes scanned the crowd. He had already noticed the envy in the eyes of others, and his purpose in doing this was to show off and make himself more noticeable. On the second floor of the gambling den, a man in a suit with his hair slicked back was smoking a cigarette and staring sharply at Zhang Laoba. Go, try to get some information out of him. Where did the money come from? Today, I want him to leave all his money here. After he finished speaking, another person quickly came down and whispered a few words in the ear of the thug in charge of that gambling table. At this moment, Zhang Laoba looked smug. In just a short while, he had won nearly 20,000 yuan. At this moment, he was extremely excited, feeling that he had done the right thing by taking the money back from the old lady. I believe it won't be long before he makes a comeback, and no one in the entire Qinghe town will look down on him anymore. At this moment, everyone was envious when they saw that Zhang Laoba had actually won more than 20,000. After all, 9 out of 10 people who come here lose, and most will not leave the gambling den until they are left with nothing but their underwear. Hey Zhang Laoba, where did you get all this money? Yeah, if we get the chance, we should bring the guys along to get rich too. This is no small sum. It couldn't have fallen from the Tianshan Mountains, could it? The crowd began to discuss the matter, eager to know where the money came from. Call. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Zhang Laoba looked at the crowd with disdain. Seeing their envious expressions, he felt a surge of pride. This was exactly the effect and feeling he wanted. Splash! Zhang Laoba gathered the money he had won in front of him and looked at everyone triumphantly. Hey, you still don't believe me? This money just fell from the sky. After saying that, he threw another 20,000 on the table and shouted, Quick, place your bets. I'm going to turn my life around today. After saying that, Zhang Laoba stood up, rolled up his sleeves, put his left foot on the stool, and acted extremely arrogantly. Humph, you wouldn't believe me even if I told you, but yesterday every household in our village received 100,000 yuan in cash. Upon hearing this, everyone in the area was astonished. 100,000 yuan is nothing in Shanghai, but it's a different story in Qinghe town. It would make you a wealthy person. How could that be? Did someone from higher up issue this? We haven't heard anything about it. Yeah, did your village rob an armored truck? Brother Zhang, tell us. We're all curious. At this moment, many people gathered around, and some even offered Zhang Laoba tea, water, and cigarettes. At this moment, Zhang Laoba seemed to have returned to his former arrogant days. He then recounted the events of the previous day in detail to everyone, leaving them all astonished. At this moment, the man in the suit on the second floor was smoking a cigarette and looking at Zhang Laoba with a cold smile on his face and a slight upturn of his lips. Go and tell them they can close the net now. Since you brought money in, don't take it back. Half an hour later, old Zhang looked at himself and saw that he had lost his last 1,000 yuan, and there was nothing left in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot, his hands gripped his hair tightly, and he was panting heavily, muttering incessantly. Impossible. How could I possibly lose all 100,000 in one go? How is this possible? This can't be. At this moment, everyone watched the spectacle with disdain, and some even made sarcastic remarks. Zhang Laoba, you've lost all 100,000 yuan. You should just leave. Yeah, it only takes half an hour to go from rich to broke. Time really flies. If you don't have money, get out. Don't waste our time making money, you poor wretch. As they were speaking, others prepared to pull Zhang Laoba off the table. At this moment, Zhang Laoba gripped the table tightly with both hands, repeatedly saying, Second Master Yin, I humbly request that you lend me 10,000 yuan. If I win, I'll repay you 20,000. Old Zhang kept kowtowing towards the second floor, firmly believing that as long as he still had money, he would definitely win it all back with interest. At that time, not to mention 20,000, even 200,000 would not be a problem. Don't forget, you still owe me 30,000 from the gambling den. Even if you wanted to borrow it, what would you offer as collateral? Upon hearing this, Zhang Laoba's eyes flashed with lingering fear. Then, his eyes darted around, and he spoke to the people upstairs. I still have a wife, and I'm keeping her here. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room burst into laughter. Master Yin from Lushan let out a cold laugh, then said disdainfully, You want to give your wife to me? You're really something else. You've played with this junk yourself, and you still want to sell it for 20,000? Do you think I'm stupid, or do you think you're so clever you can fool me? After saying that, Master Yin took a deep drag on his cigarette and continued, Go rip off one of his legs and throw him out. If you can't pay me back, then give me your legs in exchange. 7 or 8 thugs surrounded Zhang Laoba, one of them holding a sharp axe. At this moment, Zhang Laoba was so frightened that he wet himself and shouted desperately, My Haiyun is still a virgin. I've never touched her. Upon hearing this, Second Master Een waved his hand, signaling the thugs to stop, and leaned out to speak. I hope you're not lying, otherwise you'll suffer a fate worse than death. At this moment, Zhang Laoba let out a long sigh of relief, raised his right hand, and looked sincere. I swear it's absolutely true. I can't do it. All right, someone bring him a pen and paper to sign and affix his fingerprint. Looking at the words in black and white on the paper, and then at the 100,000 yuan opposite, Zhang Laoba gritted his teeth and pressed his fingerprint directly onto it. Looking at the pledge, Master Yin's lips curled into a smug smile. Lu Haiyun's appearance was famous throughout Qinghe town, and even Master Een was drooling over her. Previously, he had heard that Zhang Laoba had actually managed to get his hands on him, and he had always looked down on that guy. Unexpectedly, after all the twists and turns, it still ended up in my hands. Okay, contract signed, no backing out. At that moment, the gambling den's door was pushed open with tremendous force, and a cold voice came from outside. Zhang Laoba, get out here right now. Chapter 149. You sold Haiyun. Upon hearing this sound, everyone inside the gambling den was startled and turned to look at the entrance. At this moment, Master Een, the owner of the gambling den, looked at the door with unfriendly eyes, and a trace of anger was surging on his face. Zhang Laoba looked at the door with a puzzled expression, but his eyes gradually brightened, and he even felt a little scared. At this moment, Lin Yin and his group of 5 or 6 people walked in from outside the gate at a leisurely pace. Lin Yin frowned as he looked at the smoky gambling den, feeling extremely disgusted by the environment. At this moment, childhood friend Lu Ming pointed at Zhang Laoba kneeling on the ground and explained, Brother Lin Yin, the man with the black mole on his chin is Haiyun's husband, Zhang Laoba. And the man in the suit upstairs is the owner of this gambling den. Everyone calls him Master Een. I heard he has connections, so this gambling den is still open. As Lin Yin listened to Lu Ming's explanation, he glanced at Zhang Laoba and felt a surge of disgust. Old Zhang had a buzz cut and extremely small eyes. When he smiled, his eyes were reduced to mere slits. A very noticeable black mole on the chin, unfortunately located on the left side of the chin, indicates a life of poverty and hardship. Even if they have money, they can't keep it, and without children, they won't even have anyone to see them off in their old age, so they are destined to die a tragic death. Lin Yin was filled with anger. He slowly walked up to Zhang Laoba and looked at him with icy eyes. He never imagined that Haiyun would marry such a man. It was an insult to her. I really don't know what kind of incredible luck this guy had to be able to marry Haiyun. Previously, Lin Yin had been trying to comfort herself in her heart. Even if Zhang Laoba is a gambling addict, the man who Haiyun is willing to marry must be excellent in at least one aspect. Perhaps this Zhang Laoba is very handsome. However, when Lin Yin saw the true face of Mount Lu, he was immediately furious. Just then, Zhang Laoba seemed to see a savior and rushed to Lin Yin, crying and shouting, Lin Yin, I'm Haiyun's husband. That guy swindled all my money. Lin Yin, you have to help me. After saying that, Zhang Laoba prepared to grab Lin Yan's pants. Bang! At that moment, a voice shocked the entire gambling den. A figure rolled several times on the ground, accompanied by screams of agony. Ah! Lin Yin, how could you kick me? I'm your sister Haiyun's husband. You need to understand that Haiyun has always treated you like a younger brother, and I'm still your brother-in-law. Bang bang bang. Lin Yin originally planned to kick once and then stop, but when he heard Zhang Laoba mention Haiyun, Lin Yin was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He mustered all his strength and kicked Zhang Laoba in the stomach several times. The entire underground gambling den was quiet, with only the sounds of hitting and Zhang Laoba's screams echoing in the air. Snort! Who are you to dare cause trouble in my gambling den? At this moment, Master Een, the owner of the gambling den, let out a cold snort and looked at Lin Yin with a sinister gaze. As Master Yin's voice fell, dozens of thugs around the gambling den moved closer to Lin Yin, forming a circle around him. Seeing this, the others retreated, knowing that Master Een was going to teach this guy who had barged in a lesson. Smack! When Qin Xiaohao saw that some unknown guy dared to openly challenge his master, He angrily pointed at Master Yin. Humph! A mere underground gambling den dares to openly challenge my master. In the Xia Kingdom, my master can go wherever he wants. My master's presence at your gambling den is a favor. Don't push your luck. At this moment, Zhang Jianren thoughtfully lit a cigar for Lin Yan, then glanced contemptuously at Master Yin and spat on the ground. Humph! It's just a run-down gambling den. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was a refugee camp. Just tell me the price. My young master will buy it. After saying that, Zhang Jianren lit a cigarette and exhaled a smoke ring with a smile. At this moment, everyone present was shocked by the remarks made by Lin Yan and the other two. Tell me, who are these three guys anyway? They don't even put second Master Yin in their eyes. I can't tell who it is, but judging from their clothes and expression, they are definitely not ordinary people. Humph, so what if he's just an ordinary person? As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. In Qinghe Town, Master Yin is the uncrowned king, and he even has people above him. At this moment, Master Yin's expression turned extremely ugly. Since his debut, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a tone. It was as if they didn't take him seriously at all. Just as Master Yin was about to make a move, Lin Yan looked at him with a normal expression. Moreover, Lin Yan bowed to Master Yin with his hands clasped and spoke very politely. I am Lin Yan from Linhe Village. I'm so sorry to be here today. The main thing is to find this guy. I want to bring him back. I wonder if second Master Yin will give me that kind of face. Lin Yan's words seemed polite, but his tone subtly gained the upper hand. He did this mainly for the sake of peace and tranquility in Linhe Village. After all, he knew that although he could teach Master Yin a lesson and make him afraid of him, today's matter was easily resolved. However, it seems unwise for Lin Yan to have a grudge against Master Yin over such a trivial matter. Of course, Lin Yan himself was absolutely not afraid of this old guy, but Linhe Village was. The village has 56 households, totaling over 100 people, and everyone needs to make a living. If this matter causes a grudge against Master Yin, then Linhe Village will probably find it hard to have peace in the future. Although we have such good public security now, what if the other party occasionally damages the houses in Linhe Village, sprays pesticides in the rice fields, and poisons the livestock? This kind of petty theft is something thugs are good at. It's not a big mistake. At most it's a minor error. Even if you call the police, at most you'll be a scapegoat, locked up for 10 days or half a month, and then you'll be released. They're stirring up trouble again. The villagers of Linhe Village, young and old, live in constant fear. Moreover, I'm about to invest in Linhe Village, and this kind of petty person would be a real headache if he wanted to cause trouble. Therefore, Lin Yan was willing to say a few kind words to Master Yin for the sake of the villagers of Linhe Village. At this moment, second Master Yin looked at Lin Yan with a strange expression. I originally thought that Lin Yan would be like the two young men behind him, pointing his finger at me and yelling insults. However, Lin Yan spoke some kind words to him, which changed Master Yin's attitude towards Lin Yan. You can take him away if you want, but what about the 40,000 yuan he owes me? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's gaze returned to Zhang Laoba, who was lying on the ground weeping. Unexpectedly, this guy lost 100,000 yuan in just one night and still owes others 40,000 yuan. At this moment, Zhang Laoba heard what Master Yin said and shouted directly. Second Master Yin, you're being unfair. I only owed you 30,000. When did it become 40,000? Upon hearing this, Master Yin smiled slightly, looked at Zhang Laoba with disdain, and spread his hands. Fine, don't pay him back, just break both his legs. At this moment, several thugs surrounded Zhang Laoba, who was so frightened that he kept crying and screaming. Lin Yan, please save me. I'm Haiyun's husband. You wouldn't want Haiyun to spend her whole life with a useless person, would you? Give them the money right now. Lin Yan looked at Zhang Laoba, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. If it weren't for Haiyun's sake, he would have thought that Zhang Laoba was dead. He really wanted to throw 100,000 yuan at Master Yin and tell him to break Zhang Laoba's hands as well. Stop. I'll give it to you. Lin Yan snorted coldly, and Qian Xiaohao behind him threw 40,000 yuan on the ground. Afterwards, several young men from the same village prepared to help Zhang Laoba leave. Just then, Second Master Yin raised the black and white paper in his hand and spoke towards the door. Zhang Laoba, bring your wife to me tomorrow, or you'll be sorry. Zhang Laoba's face was extremely embarrassed, but under the intimidation of Yin Eri, he could only nod in agreement. At this moment, Lin Yin suddenly turned around, looking at Zhang Laoba with icy eyes, and his chilling words echoed throughout the gambling den. The entire gambling den seemed to have suddenly entered a frigid world. Everyone who looked at Lin Yin felt that they were not far from death. You sold Haiyan out. Chapter 150, Let's make a bet. 1 round to decide the winner. Lin Yin turned around, his eyes bloodshot, and looked at Zhang Laoba. He grabbed Zhang Laoba's collar with his left hand and lifted him up. At this moment, Zhang Laoba panicked when he saw Lin Yin's terrifying eyes. His suspended body struggled in the air, kicking his legs hard. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Yin punched him directly in the mouth. Bang! Ah! Lin Yin clenched his right fist and punched Zhang Laoba directly in the left cheek, causing Zhang Laoba to scream in pain. Then, without further ado, Lin Yin directly threw Zhang Laoba out. Bang! Ah! Zhang Laoba fell heavily to the ground, his right hand tightly covering his left cheek. Puff! Zhang Laoba spat out a mouthful of blood, along with 2 teeth. Lin Yin, listen to me, listen to me. Zhang Laoba crawled to Lin Yan's side like a dead dog, begging incessantly. I can't do anything about it. I've already lost all my money. What am I supposed to do? Without money, there's no way to recover my losses. Zhang Laoba grabbed Lin Yan's trouser leg. His eyes lit up, and he said shamelessly, You're rich, why don't you give me another 100,000? Don't worry, I'll definitely win back my losses this time. After saying that, he looked at everyone in the gambling den with disdain, as if he had already won 100,000. At this moment, Zhang Jianren and Qian Xiaohao pulled Zhang Laoba away and said without any politeness, Have you no shame? You lost money, and you still want to borrow money. How can someone like you be his wife? The two were about to kick Zhang Laoba, but Lin Yin stopped them. What about the agreement? Lin Yin exhaled a breath of stale air and asked in an icy tone. At this moment, Zhang Laoba was already very afraid of Lin Yin. Unexpectedly, this pretty boy is not only rich, but also incredibly strong, and most importantly, ruthless and taciturn. He beat himself up as soon as he walked in the door, and now he beat himself up again as he walks out. It's with me. At this moment, Second Master Yin smiled slightly at Lin Yin, raised the contract in his hand, and slowly said. At this moment, Lin Yin glared fiercely at Zhang Laoba, and then spoke to Master Yin. Second Master Yin, name your price. I absolutely will not bargain. Lin Yin spoke with unusual calmness. Right now, he had only one thought in his mind, to get the contract back. Originally, he thought he was just here to take Zhang Laoba back, and that 100,000 yuan was nothing to him. However, this Zhang Laoba was simply a reincarnated gambler, who not only lost all 100,000 yuan. What's even more infuriating is that they treated Lu Haiyun like a stranger. This is simply intolerable. Seeing the wreath in Master Yin's hand, Lin Yin couldn't help but recall the time 3 years ago when Lu Haiyun learned that old man Lu had given her away to Zhang Laoba. Lu Haiyun's energy and spirit had completely vanished, leaving him looking like a walking corpse. A man walked to the cliff behind the village, intending to jump off and end it all. In the end, it took Lin Yin a lot of effort and persuasion to finally convince Lu Haiyun to stop. If Lu Haiyun finds out this time that she has been pawned by Zhang Laoba to Master Yin, then Lu Haiyun would completely collapse and would definitely not hesitate to commit suicide. Lin Yin knew Lu Haiyun well. This woman appeared very gentle and charming on the outside. However, she is extremely stubborn and will not change her mind no matter what she does. If she really found out, Lin Yin couldn't believe what foolish thing this woman would do. At this moment, Second Master Yin looked at Lin Yin with a strange expression. When he first came in, he had sensed that Lin Yin and his group were not simple. However, Lin Yan's words made him even more uneasy. Could this young man be someone important? Should I take this opportunity to get to know him? However, when he looked at the contract in his hand, he thought of Lu Haiyun's beauty, and a surge of lust rose within him. All he could see in his mind was Lu Haiyun struggling and begging for mercy on his body. Then, his expression changed, and he said smugly to Lin Yan, "I have two conditions. First, I want 10 million. Master Yin raised a middle finger at Lin Yan and smiled slightly. At this moment, the entire gambling den erupted in commotion, and everyone stared at Master Yin in disbelief. Wow, second master is making things difficult for Lin Yan. 10 million is a fortune even in Qinghe County. How could Lin Yan possibly come up with that? This guy's finished. He was talking big earlier. Let's see how he takes it back this time. What a show of bravado. Thinking a little money gives them the right to act tough in front of second master. They're definitely going to get their comeuppance this time. Lin Yan frowned as he looked at Master Yin, not expecting that the old man would ask for 10 million right off the bat. However, he also noticed it. This old guy had no intention of giving up the contract and wanted him to back down. However, Lin Yan's expression did not change at all. After pondering for a moment, he agreed. Okay, no problem. I don't know. Do you want cash, a check, or a bank transfer? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhang Jianren took out a check from his pocket and waved it at Master Yin. At this moment, Yin Er's lips twitched slightly. Surprisingly, Lin Yan agreed without the slightest hesitation. I need cash, and I need to gather the money within an hour. Lin Yan frowned and nodded. Okay. He then gestured to Zhang Jianren. Zhang Jianren took out his phone, said a few words, and then addressed Lin Yan. Young Master Lin, the 10 million will be raised in half an hour. Although Zhang Jianren was speaking to Lin Yan, everyone in the gambling den had already heard it. Who is this guy? Does he really think his family owns a bank? Exactly. If one phone call costs 10 million, then I could make calls 24 hours a day without stopping. Just watch. We'll see how they get out of this in half an hour. At this moment, Second Master Yin looked at Lin Yan with an uncertain expression, his right hand holding the contract unconsciously tightening its grip, as if afraid it would fly away. Now, this contract is worth 10 million, and he would be happy to exchange it for 10 of his gambling dens. Half an hour later, the roar of a car engine came from outside. The car was reversed directly into the gate, and 5 security personnel armed with shotguns came out. Bang, bang, bang. 10 yellow sacks were unceremoniously thrown off the train by security personnel. Some of the sacks weren't even tied tightly. After they were thrown down, stacks of cash rolled out of them. The entire audience was immediately shocked. Wow, real money. Bags and bags of money. I've never seen so much money in my life. I wish I had a bag of it. Where did they get this money? Did they rob a bank? Even then, it wouldn't be this fast. Zhang Laoba, lying on the ground, had his eyes wide open, almost bulging out of their sockets. At this moment, Master Yin was completely shocked, and the cigarette he was holding in his right hand involuntarily fell to the ground. Hey, each of these sacks is worth 1 million, and there are 10 sacks in total. Hurry up and state the next condition. We're in a rush. Zhang Jianren put his hands on his hips and said impatiently. Master Yin stared at Lin Yan in disbelief. He never imagined that this young man could secure 10 million in just half an hour. He's not stupid. He can tell from this that Lin Yan has a powerful background. However, considering Lu Haiyun's appearance and the fact that he had powerful backers, he didn't need to be afraid of him. Master Yin pressed his right foot firmly against the cigarette but on the ground and said to Lin Yan, when you come to a gambling den, you should naturally follow the rules of the gambling den. Let's make a bet. 1 round to decide the winner. Chapter 151. How could this be? This is impossible. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room looked at Lin Yan with amusement. Haha, this guy's done for. Looks like he can't gamble. I heard he's a college student, and he was the top scorer in our province back then. How could he possibly be like this? It seems that Master Yin is deliberately making things difficult for him. Indeed, no one can resist the charms of a beautiful woman. At this moment, a strange light flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as he looked coldly at Second Master Yin. In fact, it was clear from the beginning that this old guy had no intention of giving out a contract. The reason for imposing such harsh conditions was to legitimately prevent Lin Yan from taking back the contract. However, he still underestimated Lin Yan's determination. Good. I hope you keep your promise. Otherwise, there's no point in having this gambling den anymore. Lin Yan was clearly suppressing his anger when he said those words. Second Master Yin had successfully provoked him. Master, young Master Lin. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao and Zhang Jianren shouted to Lin Yin. They knew Lin Yin didn't gamble at all. They'd been together for so long and had never seen him play cards. From the way things have unfolded, it's clear to everyone that Lin Yin has special feelings for Lu Haiyun. Therefore, everyone is doing everything they can to help Lu Haiyun. Lin Yin extended his right hand to signal the two to be quiet. At this moment, Zhang Laoba, who was lying on the ground, stood up quickly and fawned over Lin Yin. Lin Yin, how about I gamble for you? I've been gambling since I was a kid. I definitely won't lose this time. Lin Yin glanced casually at the disgusting Zhang Laoba, then looked at Master Yin. How do you want to bet? At this moment, Second Master Yin slowly walked down from the second floor, came to Lin Yan's table, and sat down opposite Lin Yin. His aged right hand rested on the dice, and he looked at Lin Yin with a smug expression. There are 6 dice here. Let's compare them, and whoever has the highest score wins. How about it? Do you dare? At this moment, Second Master Yin looked at Lin Yin with a smile on his face, as if he had already won. Everyone looked at Master Yin in astonishment, never expecting that he would personally take the stage after so many years. Wow, Master Yin is the #1 gambling god in our Qinghe town, and he's #1 in the county too. That's right, I didn't expect Second Master Yin to actually be interested in taking a gamble today. So what if this guy has money? In the gambling den, everything is decided by gambling skills. Lin Yin looked coldly at Second Master Yin. Although he was not bad-looking, his sinister eyes were unsettling no matter how you looked at them. Okay. His calm words echoed throughout the gambling den, and everyone looked at Lin Yin, thinking they had misheard. Haha, what did he say? He means he wants to make a bet with Master Yin. TCH, what a greenhorn. He dares to gamble with Master Yin. He really doesn't know what death means. He'll be crying soon enough. What's a college student doing here instead of studying? At this moment, Second Master Yin looked at Lin Yin with a strange expression, his right hand unconsciously rubbing the smooth surface of the dice bucket. I originally thought that this condition was harsh enough to make Lin Yin back down. Unexpectedly, Lin Yin agreed without hesitation. You're a guest, you go first. Master Yin pushed the dice bucket in front of Lin Yin with his right hand, appearing very polite. Lin Yin glanced at the dice on the table, then looked at Master Yin again and said coldly, when in Rome, do as the host says, you go first. When Master Yin saw Lin Yan's expression, he smiled slightly. Good. He gripped the dice bucket with his entire right hand, and with a forceful swing, the bucket flew directly towards the dice lid. As the dice bucket approaches the dice, the first die is sucked into the bucket. Seeing everyone cheering, even Lin Yin and the others looked at Master Yin with surprise, never expecting that this guy had such a special skill. Then, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one. In less than 3 seconds, Master Yin had rolled all 6 dice into the bucket. Excellent. Second Master is still as sharp as ever. That's impressive, using 6 dice. I can only use 2 at most. Yeah, I'm curious about how Lin Yin will do it. Will he put them in one by one? Click, click, click. Inside the gambling den, as Master Yin kept shaking his right hand, the dice in his hand kept making clinking sounds in the bucket. At this moment, everyone stared at the dice bucket in Master Yin's hand, as if it were a magic power attracting their attention. Gamblers naturally envy this skill. Smack. Then, Master Yin slammed the dice bucket, which he had been shaking for 3 minutes, onto the table. At that moment, the dice bucket fell silent. There wasn't a sound. Seeing this, everyone knew the result was about to come out. Otherwise Grandpa Yin wouldn't have stopped. Master Yin smiled slightly at Lin Yin and then asked, "Guess how many points I have?" At this moment, Master Yin's face was full of confidence. He said this on purpose, mainly to scare Lin Yin away. "Stop talking nonsense. Just open it if you dare." Zhang Jianren immediately launched into a tirade, having learned his lesson before. A scene from the university campus still lingers in his mind. Moreover, he couldn't stand anyone being more arrogant than him. And what was even more infuriating was that they were so arrogant and domineering in front of his boss. It was simply courting death. Although he didn't know what methods Lin Yin would use to defeat Master Yin, He knew that Lin Yan had never lost. Whoosh! Enraged by Zhang Jianren's rebuke, Master Yin's lips twitched, and he directly lifted the dice bucket, revealing an astonishing scene to everyone. 6 sixes, amazing. I can hardly believe it. Master Yin's skills have reached the pinnacle. Haha, Lin Yan is doomed to lose. He has no chance. At this moment, Second Master Yin looked at Lin Yan with a smug expression. 6 sixes were a first for him, and he was full of confidence this time. After all, there's no dice bigger than 6 sixes. Master, young Master Lin. At this moment, Qian Xiaohao and Zhang Jianren were about to speak up and dissuade them. Bang! Lin Yan slammed his right hand on the table, sending 6 dice flying into the air. Everyone looked up and saw that the 6 dice had already flown more than a meter high. At this moment, Lin Yan picked up the dice bucket with his right hand and kept trying to slip the dice through the air. Click! When the first die entered the bucket, it made a jolt, instantly stunning everyone. Then, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth. Click, click, click. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Yan collected the dice one by one into the bucket in mid-air. The 6 dice kept hitting each other inside the dice box, or hitting the side of the barrel. At this moment, Master Yin's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, because, judging from his voice, Lin Yan was even more skilled and experienced than him. It seemed as if this guy had been immersed in gambling for decades, but when he saw Lin Yan's youthful face, Master Yin subconsciously shook his head. Moreover, his score was 6 sixes, and there was no one higher than him. Even so, Lin Yan rolled 6 sixes, and since both sides had the same number, the dealer won. Therefore, Master Yin was already certain that he would win. Smack! A minute later, Lin Yan slammed the dice bucket lid down on the table. At this moment, everyone started discussing it. Tell me, what time is this guy? Oomph. No matter how many points it has, it can't possibly be bigger than 6 sixes. Exactly. I refuse to believe he's any better than Second Master Yin. Everyone stared at the dice cup Lin Yan held under his palm, eager to see the result. Then, Lin Yan slowly opened the dice bucket, and an amazing scene appeared before everyone's eyes. Upon seeing the scene before him, Master Yin gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? This is impossible. Chapter 152 is only 6 points older than you. Shock level from Master Yin plus 999. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The system notification kept ringing in Lin Yan's mind. Listening to the beautiful music and watching the horror value rise, Lin Yan's mood improved slightly. At this moment, Lin Yan's shock value was approaching 5 million, enough for him to squander for quite some time. Everyone stared in disbelief at the dice on the table, for what they were witnessing had shattered their understanding of the world. Wow, that's unbelievable. What does this mean? Is it a win or a loss? I don't know. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. At this moment, everyone was completely stunned by Lin Yan's amazing skills. At this point, some people had already started counting. A 6, 2 sixes, 3 sixes, 4 sixes, 5 sixes. There are 6 more ones. Inside, each die was split in 2, with 6 six-sided faces and 6 one-sided faces. This scene completely shattered everyone's impression of gambling techniques. Hiss! Upon seeing this, everyone gasped in shock. At this moment, Second Master Yin clutched his chest, his right hand trembling as he pointed at Lin Yan, his lips twitching wildly. You cheated. Lin Yan looked coldly at Second Master Yin, a slight smile playing on his lips. In your gambling den, as you requested, with your dice, it's now 6 points higher than yours. I've been accused of cheating. At this moment, Zhang Jianren was laughing wildly, his hands on his hips, looking smugly at Master Yin. Admit defeat, you old fool. You want to have a match with my young master? To tell you the truth, my young master has been skilled in everything since his debut, whether it's music, chess, calligraphy, painting, or martial arts. If he claims to be second, then no one dares to claim to be first. Upon hearing this, Master Yin's eyes widened, and he almost collapsed to the ground as if he couldn't support himself. Fortunately, someone behind him quickly helped him sit down. Zhang Laoba, squeezed into the crowd, stared at Lin Yin with shining eyes. He never expected that Lin Yin would have such skill. At this moment, Second Master Yin sat in a chair, his old eyes fixed on Lin Yin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He opened his mouth wide and gasped for breath. Today, this scene was the biggest blow he had suffered since he learned to gamble. He had lost before, and he admitted it. This time he clearly had 6 sixes, and he was also the dealer, so in theory he should have won everything, taking as many as came. However, Lin Yin's unconventional actions completely stunned him. 6 dice split in half, totaling 42 points. How is he supposed to play that? Kid, is this how you play dice? Have you never learned how to play dice? I've never heard of anyone breaking dice. Master Yin was furious and started yelling at Lin Yin. This was the most he had spoken since becoming the second master. Bang! At this moment, Qian Xiaohao slammed his right hand on the table, drawing everyone's attention. That old man. He wanted 10 million, and we gave it to him. They said they wanted to have a gambling contest, so we did. My master is only 6 points older than you now, and you're actually cheating. Do you think you have a lot of influence over my master? You're so naive. As he spoke, Qian Xiaohao leaned forward and patted his face. You, second Master Yin, are quite a figure in the county. Can't you stop being so petty? If you try to back out now, believe me, your heroic deeds will be all over the county this afternoon. Qian Xiaohao proudly swung the lighter in his hand, looking at the crowd without any fear. At this moment, Master Yin was angered by Qian Xiaohao's words. He stretched out his aged right hand, pointing tremblingly at Lin Yin and the others. Excellent, excellent. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. He hunted geese all day, only to have one peck his eye out. Master Yin looked at Lin Yin again with his old eyes, exhaled a deep breath, and then changed the subject. You're quite good. However, I'd like to know, what's your relationship with this Lu Haiyun? Her husband treats her like she's mine. What are you, an outsider, meddling in? At this point, Second Master Yin looked at Lin Yin with disdain. These words reignited Lin Yin's anger. You son of a bitch, you old bastard. Are you trying to renege on your promise? If you want to renege, feel free to say so. But don't try to have your cake and eat it too. That's fucking shameless. Zhang Jianren retorted without hesitation, indicating that he was no longer willing to tolerate this old man. Yeah, you old man. My master is being polite and negotiating with you. He's giving you face. Don't be so ungrateful. Believe it or not, I'll tear down this dilapidated gambling den. You think you're some kind of king just because you run a run-down gambling den. At this moment, Master Yin was so angry by the two men's words that his face turned pale and his mustache trembled incessantly. Okay. I'm telling you right now, I'm not giving it to you. Try and lay a finger on me. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen thugs carrying knives and clubs slowly surrounded Lin Yin and his group. Lin Yin looked at everything in front of him with icy eyes, and finally looked at Second Master Yin and said coldly, Second Master Yin, for the sake of us being from the same village, I don't want to make our relationship so strained. I'm giving you face by calling you Second Master Yin, and I hope you'll keep your promise and give me the contract. Otherwise, what else can I do? Come and bite me if you dare. At this point, Master Yin had already decided to renege on his debt. He had made up his mind. On his own turf, Lin Yin would never dare to do anything to him, and he also had more than a dozen thugs by his side. Those few guys aren't even enough to warm up our own people, and even if something happens, we still have people above us. What's there to be afraid of? It boils down to one word. Dry. At this moment, Lin Yin suddenly calmed down and looked at Master Yin with a smile. When Zhang Jianren and Qian Xiaohao saw that Lin Yin actually had a smile on his lips, they exchanged a glance, and both felt sorry for Master Yin. Then, the two of them, in perfect unison, pulled the village lad back. At this moment, his childhood friend Lu Ming said anxiously, Shouldn't we go help Lin Yin? Can he handle so many people by himself? Hearing this, Zhang Jianren and Qian Xiaohao exchanged a smile and comforted each other. Lin Yin's abilities are like the vast universe, unfathomable. Bang! At that moment, a loud explosion resounded throughout the gambling den. Chapter 153 The Power of Money is Great. Lin Yin, then went up and kicked the nearest thug. Bang! The thug was kicked hard in the stomach by Lin Yan's right foot, and his whole body instantly bent into an arc shape and flew backward. It slammed hard against the gambling table behind it, shattering the entire table into pieces. Hiss! Everyone was shocked by Lin Yan's kick. How is that possible? Was his kick just luck or a fluke? Isn't he a college student? How could he know how to fight? That doesn't make sense. Good heavens! Judging from this situation, is Second Master Yin in danger? Although Lin Yan's kick was powerful, Second Master has the advantage in numbers, and it's their home turf. It's hard to say what will happen. Originally, Zhang Laoba, who was squeezed in the crowd, saw Lin Yan's ruthless scene. They pushed their way out. It was terrifying. At this moment, Master Yin's mouth twitched wildly, and his right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Go get them. Add 10,000 to each person. Upon hearing this, all the thugs went berserk. 10,000 yuan is considered a very high salary in Qinghe Town, and their henchmen only earn 5,000 yuan a month. Now you can get 10,000 yuan just by beating someone up, which is a great deal no matter how you look at it. Although Lin Yan's kick looked ferocious, with so many people on their side, they could wear him down with a war of attrition. A dozen thugs, wielding knives and clubs, their eyes bloodshot, charged toward Lin Yan. Lin Yan remained expressionless and unusually calm. For him, such small-scale scenes were simply child's play. He didn't care about being hit by bullets. A few small-time thugs weren't even enough to warm him up. Bang, bang, bang. Slap, slap, slap. As Lin Yan continued to make his moves, the thugs couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Every thug who approached him was immediately taken down by Lin Yan. A moment later, half of the thugs had collapsed to the ground in pain, howling incessantly. Everyone was afraid of even minor injuries and looked at Lin Yan with fear. At this moment, Lin Yan looked down at everyone like a king. Seeing how skilled Lin Yan was, the thugs involuntarily retreated. After all, they certainly didn't want to be the one lying on the ground. Haha, go for it. You guys go for it. They all really think there's something special. Zhang Jianren sneered from the side, his contemptuous gaze constantly sweeping over Master Yin. At this moment, the young men in the village were also stunned by Lin Yan's skills. You should know that these people are all of Lin Yan's generation. You could say they all grew up wearing open-crotch pants. In their impression, Lin Yan seemed to have no other special talents besides being good at studying and being sensible at a young age. However, this time was different. After returning from Shanghai, he seemed to have changed completely. First, they took out a large pile of banknotes and distributed them to every household. With such amazing skills, he's truly a winner in life. Okay, you're very good. Master Yin looked at Lin Yan with a twitching mouth, the cigarette he was holding in his hand having been stubbed out at some point. Superior. Whoever beats him, I'll give him 300,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining 7 or 8 thugs, their fear overcome by desire, surrounded Lin Yan once again. However, at this moment, Lin Yan turned around directly, and Zhang Jianren readily handed him a chair. Smack! He tactfully lit a cigarette for Lin Yan, who then gestured to Zhang Jianren. Seeing Lin Yan's actions, Zhang Jianren instantly understood and snapped his fingers at the guards. Smack! Then, several security guards carried several large sacks off the vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Jianren patted the sack, picked up the red banknotes inside, and said triumphantly to everyone, My young master Lin is tired of playing and doesn't want to play anymore. But, I just don't like this Mr. Yin. At this point, the gamblers, all shrewd as they were, looked at Zhang Jianren with bright eyes. To be precise, it was the money in his hand. So, we're hiring thugs right here, 100,000 each. Beat up Master Yin, and you'll get 200,000. Steal or break the contract, and you'll get 500,000. Upon hearing this, the entire gambling den fell silent instantly. Everyone stared at Lin Yan with envy, but no one dared to step forward. After all, Master Yin had been entrenched in Qinghe Town for many years, and his interpersonal relationships were deeply entrenched and extremely complicated. Moreover, although these gamblers rarely have families, they are mostly locals. If you offend Master Yin because of this money, you'll never have peace for the rest of your life unless you flee to another place. Haha, go ahead and yell. Do you really think I, second Master Yin, have been wasting my time in Qinghe Town all these years? Master Yin looked at Lin Yan smugly, as if he were mocking a group of fools. At this moment, Zhang Jianren was furious. This was the first time he had handled a task since following Lin Yan, and he absolutely could not mess it up. Snort! Zhang Jianren dumped the money from 5 sacks onto the ground and shouted loudly at the gamblers. My words still stand. I am the general manager of the Zhang Group. A reward of 1 million will be given for either stealing or breaking the contract. At this moment, all the gamblers in the room erupted in cheers. Previously, the price wasn't high, and no one dared to approach due to Master Yin's tyrannical power. But things are different now. Zhang Jianren revealed his identity. The Zhang Group was a large enterprise in the entire Qinghe Town. Compared to the Zhang Group, Master Yin is like a fly compared to a tiger. They are incomparable. I want it. Me too. Don't try to take it from me. The million is mine. At this moment, everyone crowded around Master Yin, whose eyes were bloodshot. Moments later, the situation took a dramatic turn. At this moment, Master Yin's face was extremely ugly. He never expected that these gamblers would turn their attention to him for money. Second Master Yin, you can't blame us brothers. We're just trying to make a living. That's right. As long as you obediently hand over the contract, the brothers will definitely not fight you. That's right, Second Master Yin. You should just admit defeat. You can't beat the Zhang Group. Everyone urged Master Yin to hand over the contract voluntarily. After all, at this time, Master Yin still had a few thugs by his side, and his brothers still wanted to make a living in Qinghe Town. Come on then. When have I, Yin Heir, ever been afraid of you? At this moment, Master Yin stood angrily on the chair, looking down at the many gamblers. You filthy soldiers, a bunch of poor bastards, you've really gone too far. In his view, these poor bastards were all guys who were giving him money. It was I who provided them with the space to find happiness in their lives. They should thank him, not attack him. At this moment, Zhang Jianren chuckled slyly and then shouted at his thugs. Hey, you and a few others can join too. Report to my Zhang Group tomorrow. Monthly salary 10,000, plus 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, meals and accommodation included. Whoosh! These words were like the last straw that broke Master Yin's back. The leader of the thugs said apologetically to Yin Heir. Second Master, sorry, the brothers need to eat too. At this point, the situation inside the gambling den was completely clear. Under Zhang Jianren's powerful financial offensive, Master Yin was now all alone. Master Yin looked at everything in despair. By now, he had no one he could rely on. 10 minutes later, Lin Yan and his group slowly left. Zhang Laoba also left with them. This time, the guy was completely obedient and voluntarily followed the group. Master Yin gritted his teeth, glaring hatefully at Lin Yan's departing figure, then picked up the phone and burst into tears. Brother, someone bullied me. Chapter 154. Personally carrying the coffin. The difference in status is immediately clear. Linjiang Village. Everything was white. The ground was covered in mourning clothes, and the Suona played a mournful tune over and over again. A large procession is slowly making its way from the village to the village entrance. Leading the group was the village chief, Uncle Zhang, followed by 8 strong men dressed in white carrying a coffin. Behind the coffin, Lu Haiyun, wearing a mourning cap and mourning clothes, cried incessantly, calling out repeatedly. She had no strength left and could only move forward with the help of her 2 companions. Wah! As the loudspeaker blared, the entire Linjiang village was filled with mournful cries. Village chief Uncle Zhang looked up at the village entrance. He knew how much Aunt Lu held in Lin Yan's heart. If Lin Yan doesn't return by then, he won't make it in time for the funeral. Lin Wazi, why haven't you arrived yet? I'm so worried. Everyone looked towards the village entrance, and the burly men carrying the coffin subconsciously slowed their pace. At this moment, Lu Haiyun had tears streaming down her face, her eyes fixed on the village entrance, hoping that Lin Yan would appear. Just then, the roar of a car engine came from the village entrance. Lin Yan sat in the passenger seat and saw the funeral procession as soon as they turned the corner. Parking. Lin Yan took a deep breath, quickly got out of the car, and walked towards the group. The others quickly followed Lin Yan's footsteps, afraid of falling behind. Wherever you are, if you encounter a funeral procession, you should stop and proceed, as this is the greatest respect you can show to the deceased. At this moment, Zhang Laoba secretly glanced at Lu Haiyun in the group, hesitated for a moment, and then followed. Whoosh! Lin Yan quickly walked to the coffin and lifted the crossbeam on it. At this moment, everyone exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. Lin Yan, no way. You're the pride of our village. How can you carry a coffin? Yes, our Linjiang village is counting on you, so you can't be tainted by bad luck. Yeah, you should just give up and let us old guys handle it. After saying that, several men in their 50s tried to grab the crossbeam from Lin Yan's shoulders. Lin Yan reached out to stop them, then looked at everyone with unusual determination. I, Lin Yan, grew up on the charity of many families. Everyone in Linjiang village is my family. Moreover, Aunt Lu treated me like a son or nephew. She loved me the most when she was alive. Now that her family member from her hometown has passed away, as her junior, it is only natural that I should carry her coffin. Besides, although I've achieved some success now, in front of you, I'm still just that Lin kid. Everyone looked at Lin Yan with tears in their eyes, and upon hearing his words, they all looked at him with relief. It's unbelievable that the little guy who used to go from house to house begging for meals has grown up so much. The key thing is that what he said was still so warm and heartfelt. This kid, he's still so talkative and so eloquent. That's right. She's always been bright, and now she's starting to give back to our Linjiang village. When you picked up Linhua, I saw that the child's eyes were blinking and seemed to be able to talk. I knew then that this child was not ordinary. At this moment, Lin Yan's hands, veins bulging, gripped the crossbeam tightly as he shouted at the young man. Bring it on. Haven't you ever eaten Aunt Lu's cooking before? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, several young men from the same village took the coffin beam from their father's shoulders. In a short time, the pallbearers, who were in their 50s, were replaced by young men in their 20s. They were all young men. At this moment, all the villagers, seeing the scene before them, wiped away their tears and nodded repeatedly. Dear uncles and aunts, you've always protected us and helped us grow up healthy. From now on, we will protect you. We've grown up. Just then, a voice rang out from the crowd. Wait a minute, when it comes to carrying the coffin, I think I'm the most qualified. Hearing this, Lin Yan knew without even realizing who it was. Zhang Laoba's initiative to step forward at this moment clearly indicated ill intentions. Zhang Laoba walked up to Lin Yan with an arrogant expression, but when he saw Lin Yan's cold eyes, he instantly felt scared. Then, he came up to Lu Ming, clearly wanting Lu Ming to give him the place to carry the coffin. Stop it. I won't allow you to touch Aunt Lu. Lin Yan saw Zhang Laoba about to reach for the crossbeam and shouted sharply. At this moment, Zhang Laoba was startled by Lin Yan's rebuke. However, looking at the villagers around him, he quickly mustered up the courage to defend himself. I'm her son-in-law. If it's my turn to carry the coffin, I'm the most qualified one. Fellow villagers, come up and judge this matter. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Logically speaking, since Aunt Lu only had one daughter, Haiyun, and no sons, Zhang Laoba, as her son-in-law, was definitely qualified to carry the coffin. At this moment, Uncle Zhang, who was the village chief, stood up and pointed at Zhang Laoba, shouting angrily. Zhang Laoba, you'd better have some shame, or don't blame me for being impolite. At this moment, Zhang Laoba glanced at the village chief with disdain, a slight smile playing on his lips. I'm her son-in-law. How dare you lay a hand on me in front of the dead? After saying that, Zhang Laoba deliberately brought his face close to Zhang Shu's, looking at him with disdain. At this moment, village chief Uncle Zhang raised his right hand, glanced at the coffin, and hesitated to make a move. The villagers glared angrily at Zhang Laoba, wishing they could all go up and slap him. Just then, a cold voice rang out. I dare. Smack. Lin Yan swung his right hand and slapped Zhang Laoba across the face. Zhang Laoba was whipped so hard he rolled on the ground several times before stopping. He then looked at Lin Yan with a terrified expression and pointed at the coffin, saying fiercely, Lin Yan, today is Aunt Lu's funeral day, and you actually dared to hit her son-in-law in front of her coffin. Is this how you repay Aunt Lu? At this point, relying on his status as Aunt Lu's son-in-law, Zhang Laoba became increasingly unscrupulous in front of Lin Yan. Especially in front of Aunt Lu's coffin, he was even more arrogant. Zhang Laoba, if you didn't anger Aunt Lu to death, then you can take the 100,000. For Aunt Lu's sake, I won't hold it against you. But the biggest mistake you ever made was angering Aunt Lu to death. If it weren't for Haiyun's sake, I would have chopped you to pieces today. Get out of my way. Lin Yan's cold voice rang out at the village entrance, and everyone could sense that Lin Yan was suppressing the anger in his heart. At this moment, Zhang Laoba looked at Lin Yan with fear and subconsciously stepped back to the side of the road. He sensed that if he continued to argue and make trouble, Lin Yan would really chop him up with a knife. Haiyun, say something. Zhang Laoba quickly called out to Haiyun, hoping that Lu Haiyun would put in a good word for him. Lu Haiyun glanced coldly at Zhang Laoba, then disappeared from his sight. A moment later, Lin Yan shouted loudly, Aunt Lu, may you rest in peace. Rise. As the sound faded, the entire coffin rose from the ground, and the funeral procession moved forward again. A long funeral procession continued its journey along the mountain road, its destination the high mountain opposite Linjiang village. Standing there, you can see Linjiang village as soon as you open your eyes. Many of the cemeteries here are where the village's ancestors are buried. Chapter 155 Zhang Laoba's explanation at the grave, unrepentant. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening crackling of firecrackers echoed across the mountainside, and everyone orderly offered incense and paid their respects to Aunt Lu. Lin Yan didn't care about the mud on the ground at all. He knelt down heavily on both knees and kowtowed 3 times to Aunt Lu's tombstone. Originally, the village elders wanted to tell him that he didn't need to perform such a grand ceremony. However, recalling Lin Yan's words before he went up the mountain and his determined gaze, they all fell silent. However, all the villagers' eyes shone with relief. After Lin Yan finished kowtowing, he looked at Lu Haiyun kneeling beside him, crying bitterly, and felt very sorry for her. Then, he turned to look at Zhang Laoba, who was standing far away, and shouted coldly, Are you coming here yourself, or should I go over and break your legs and carry you here? As soon as he said this, everyone in the village turned their attention to Zhang Laoba. Everyone could see it. Zhang Laoba was terrified of Lin Yan, but what they couldn't understand was, is Lin Yan really that scary? He seems like a nice guy. Upon hearing Lin Yan's chilling words, Zhang Laoba shuddered. At this moment, Lin Yan had already cast a shadow over his mind, and any casual remark from Lin Yan would make him tremble with fear. I'm coming. I'm on my way. Zhang Laoba waved his arms and ran towards Lin Yan, as if afraid that Lin Yan would not see him. A moment later, Zhang Laoba finally arrived at the grave, grinning at Lin Yan, completely unaware of what he should be doing. Bang! Lin Yan stared coldly at him, and seeing that he didn't react, she kicked him in the shin. There, Zhang Laoba was kneeling in the mud, staring in horror at the photo on the grave. Don't you realize you've made a mistake? Don't you realize where you went wrong? Doesn't your conscience bother you at all? Lin Yan's voice grew louder and louder, and he roared hysterically at Zhang Laoba. At this moment, Zhang Laoba was yelled at by Lin Yan. Suddenly, I felt a sense of disorientation. However, his face gradually contorted into a ferocious expression, and he stood up, ready to speak. Bang! Lin Yan didn't say anything, and kicked Zhang Laoba again, causing Zhang Laoba to kneel on the ground once more. Then, Lin Yan angrily said to Zhang Laoba, Try standing up again, and believe me, I'll break your legs right now so you'll never be able to stand again. After being yelled at by Lin Yan, Zhang Laoba knelt on the ground in fear and dared not move again. However, his words angered Lin Yan again. I borrowed it from her in the first place, but she keeps refusing to give it back to me. What are you talking about? This money is being kept for you, to be collected when you come to collect it. Can you believe how a mother-in-law acts like this? I'm her son-in-law. Old Zhang would spout his own grand principles to the villagers, as if he were the one who had suffered a loss. Upon hearing this, everyone began to criticize Zhang Laoba. What are you saying? If they don't want it, then don't take it. Why are you trying to steal it? That's right. Aunt Lu's health hasn't been good these past 2 years, and she has heart disease, so she can't stand being upset. Wah! Aunt Lu must have seen him robbing her money. That's why she was so angry she died. Unexpectedly, this Zhang Laoba still shows no remorse, as if he has done nothing wrong. At this moment, Uncle Zhang, the village chief, couldn't stand it anymore and pointed his trembling right finger at Zhang Laoba, scolding him. You're a complete beast. That day, I and several other villagers specifically entrusted the money to Aunt Lu for safekeeping, instructing her to keep it for Haiyun when she returned that evening, just to prevent you and Old Man Lu from having any evil intentions. I can't believe you. You beast actually drove Aunt Lu to her death over 100,000 yuan. Are you even human? At this moment, Uncle Zhang was panting heavily, and after he finished speaking, his whole body was trembling. Hey, old Lu, you're wrong about that. I'm part of the Lu family, so I'm entitled to a share of that 100,000 yuan. Therefore, I did not do anything wrong by taking 100,000 yuan. Zhang Laoba was intimidated by Lin Yan's imposing presence and dared not stand up, but his words were still an attempt to defend himself. Besides, I'm gambling away 100,000 yuan just to make my family's life a little better. But who knew we'd lose in the end? Can you blame me for that? Zhang Laoba spread his hands, indicating that he was also innocent. Seeing Zhang Laoba like this, everyone in the village gritted their teeth, wishing they could all go up and slap him. At this moment, Lu Haiyun cried while coldly looking at Zhang Laoba, as if he were a stranger and nothing concerned her. Lin Yan coldly watched as Zhang Laoba innocently defended himself, as if he had never made a mistake. However, Lin Yan had already figured it out by now. Zhang Laoba is beyond redemption. Lin Yan has no intention of making him admit his mistakes anymore. Lin Yan looked at Lu Haiyun, who was kneeling there crying, with a complicated expression, and felt deeply saddened for her. He wanted to know how Lu Haiyun had spent the past 3 years. Having a gambling father and a gambling husband, life was worse than death for her. Lin Yan planned to have Lu Haiyun divorce Zhang Laoba after Aunt Lu's 7-day mourning period, otherwise Lu Haiyun's life would be over. Lin Yan looked at Zhang Laoba again, not in the slightest mood to wait for him to repent, and kicked him. Bang! Zhang Laoba was kicked to the ground by Lin Yan, and then Lin Yan's cold voice rang in his ears. I don't want to hear your nonsense right now. Kneel down 10 times for Aunt Lu. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Whoosh! Lin Yan pulled up the crossbeam used to carry the coffin beside him, held it in his hand, and glared fiercely at Zhang Laoba. At this moment, Zhang Laoba was once again astonished by Lin Yan's strength. The crossbeams used to carry the coffin weigh at least 30 or 40 pounds, and even an adult would have to lift them with both hands. However, Lin Yan is now holding it in one hand, as if it doesn't require much effort. If a beam weighing 30 or 40 pounds were to fall on his thigh, it would definitely break instantly, without a doubt. Bang, bang, bang. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Laoba knelt down in the mud and kept kowtowing towards Aunt Lu's grave. Lin Yan coldly observed everything before him. He knew that Zhang Laoba had only knelt down and kowtowed because of his strength. And there will always be a time when I have to leave, if I don't handle Haiyun's matter properly. After I leave, Haiyun will suffer even greater pain. Is that all? After Zhang Laoba kowtowed 10 times, he glared at Lin Yan and then quickly left. As the sun set, after a busy day, everyone finally slowly descended the mountain. Looking at the distant sunset and Haiyun's still painful figure, Lin Yan made a decision in secret. After dealing with Zhang Laoba, take Haiyun to Shanghai. Perhaps that's a better place for her. Zhang Laoba, who had run down the mountain, stared fiercely at the mountainside, spat out a mouthful of saliva, and said harshly, Lin Yan, I'll make you pay sooner or later. Chapter 156 The Father-in-Law and Son-in-Law's Conspiracy, Haiyun's Deter. The night was deep, and occasionally a strange cry could be heard in the darkness. The entire Linjiang village was quiet, with only a few lights still burning occasionally. Smack! How could that bastard Lin Yan have so much money? I wish it were mine. Zhang Laoba took a small sip of wine, put down the glass, reached out and touched the hair on the mole, his eyes shining as he looked out the window. At this moment, old Lu picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth, chewing it incessantly with his yellowed teeth, responding with displeasure. Who knows? Maybe he's been doing some shady business outside, made some money, and is coming back to show off. I saw several sacks of money in his car that day, and I was immediately tempted to buy it. Upon hearing Lu Laoda's words, Zhang Laoba's breathing became rapid and his eyes turned red. Clearly, Zhang Laoba really wanted that money. If all that money were mine, then from now on, the entire Qinghe town wouldn't have to depend on anyone else. Thinking of this, Zhang Laoba felt a surge of excitement. Moreover, he thought about how many times Lin Yan had beaten him up during the day, and he knew he had to get revenge sooner or later. Otherwise, they would really think that Zhang Laoba was just a nobody. Then, his eyes darted around, and he prepared to speak. Just then, Lu Haiyun walked in from the kitchen with a stern face, carrying a plate of green vegetables. Zhang Laoba glanced at Lu Haiyun with disdain in his eyes, but said nothing. Even the words he was about to say remained unspoken. Come on, let's have a drink, you two. Bite. At the dinner table, old Lu and old Zhang clinked their glasses together in midair and downed their drinks in one gulp. Then, Lu Haiyun turned and went into the kitchen. At this moment, Zhang Laoba walked over and whispered to Lu Laotu. You say Lin Yan is rich? He couldn't possibly spend all his money. It makes me anxious just watching him. Hearing his son-in-law say that, old man Lu smiled knowingly. What? Do you want to get some money to spend? At this moment, Zhang Laoba gave Lu Laotu a strange smile. Don't you want to? After saying this, the father-in-law and son-in-law looked at each other and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. After a moment, old Lu took another swig of baijiu and said with a worried look in his eyes. It's difficult. Lin Yan can't just give it to us for nothing. The 100,000 yuan from the previous 2 days was only given out because the village had given him a meal back then. Now that we've basically paid back the favor, and he doesn't owe us anything, why should he give it to us? Besides, he never had a good impression of either of us from the beginning. Old Lu pointed to himself, then to Zhang Laoba. Upon hearing this, Zhang Laoba frowned deeply and unconsciously placed his wine glass on the table. He touched the mole on his chin with his left hand, his eyes lost in thought. I know that. He definitely won't give it to us if we go to his door. But if... Zhang Laoba paused for a moment, glanced at the kitchen, and nodded to Lu Laotu. Seeing Zhang Laoba's expression, old Lu immediately understood and shook his head. You mean to send Haiyun? Haiyun, don't you understand? She'll help us ask Lin Yan for money. This woman is just like her mother. She likes to save the good stuff for Lin Yan. Now you want her to get money from Lin Yan for us to spend? Don't even think about it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Laoba suddenly snorted. I really don't know what kind of bewitching potion Lin Yan gave Haiyun. It's been 3 years, and she still hasn't forgotten him. After saying that, Zhang Laoba grabbed the wine bottle and filled it to the brim. At this moment, Lu Haiyun, who was cooking in the kitchen, stood quietly at the back of the kitchen listening. When Lu Haiyun went out just now, she vaguely heard the two mention Lin Yan's name. So she decided to listen more closely, wanting to know what kind of tricks the two of them were up to. However, when she overheard their conversation, Lu Haiyun became furious. Unexpectedly, this Zhang Laoba is still unrepentant. He just angered his mother-in-law to death, and now he actually wants to make a move on Lin Yan. What angered her even more was that her own father also wanted to get involved. Most importantly, they actually wanted to ask Lin Yan for money on their behalf. Upon thinking about it, Lu Haiyun immediately picked up the plate and walked out. Smack! Lu Haiyun slammed the plate down on the table and addressed the two men. Don't even think about me helping you get money from Lin Yan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Laoba flew into a rage and stood up, slapping Lu Haiyun across the face. Bang! When we men talk business, when did it become your place as a woman to speak? Go. Cook another dish. I need to drink a few more glasses. At this moment, Lu Haiyun covered her flushed cheeks, glared at Zhang Laoba, and then turned to look at Old Man Lu. Old Lu had always disliked Lu Haiyun because the whole region favored sons over daughters. Because Lu Haiyun is a girl, Old Man Lu never treated her like a daughter when she was a child. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been the one to gamble with Zhang Laoba. What are you looking at? Why did you have to be so nosy? Old Lu glanced at it coldly and casually scolded. Upon hearing this, Lu Haiyun felt utterly hopeless and ran straight into the kitchen. It's all right. I doubt she'd dare do anything outrageous. Old Lu picked up his wine glass and said casually. At this moment, Zhang Laoba chuckled softly and continued drinking. Since she's unwilling, then we'll have to resort to force. Heart. Old Lu looked at Zhang Laoba with a puzzled expression, unable to understand what he meant. At this moment, Zhang Laoba looked towards the kitchen and slowly said, I heard that Lu Haiyun was Lin Yan's first love. Upon hearing this, Old Lu picked up a peanut and put it in his mouth. That's true. Lin Yan and our Haiyun grew up together and they like each other. If I hadn't given Haiyun to you back then, they might be together now. Back then, that kid was just average, except he was a good student. His entire fortune was less than a tenth of yours. But who would have thought that fortunes change so drastically, and this kid has become successful? At this point, Old Lu downed a glass of baijiu in frustration, now somewhat regretting his actions. If we hadn't stopped him back then, he would definitely have more money than he could ever spend now. At this moment, Zhang Laoba felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Judging from everything that had happened today, it seemed that the two of them still had feelings for each other. You should know that Haiyun is now Zhang Laoba's wife, but his wife actually has another man in her heart. Isn't this tantamount to cuckolding Zhang Laoba? No man could tolerate that. Yes, actually, we can do it like this. Then, Zhang Laoba talked about his plan at the dinner table. Upon hearing Zhang Laoba's plan, Old Lu's eyes widened at first, then he nodded firmly in agreement. At that moment, Lu Haiyun overheard their plan in the kitchen and instantly felt the whole sky darken. They actually wanted to kidnap him and blackmail Lin Yan for money. You have to understand, one is her husband in name only, and the other is her biological father. The two of them actually wanted to use Lu Haiyun to extort money from Lin Yan. At this moment, Lu Haiyun felt as if the sky was about to collapse, as if his entire life had entered darkness. Then, Lu Haiyun stared blankly at the roof beam. She missed her mother, and 2 lines of tears flowed unconsciously from her eyes as she murmured, I absolutely will not allow you to use me against Lin Lang. If nobody wants to live like this anymore, then nobody wants to live like this either. Chapter 157 Visiting the Grave, Hearing Devastating News. About 3 kilometers southwest of Linjiang Village, on the mountainside. The winding mountain road stretches upwards along the mountainside, like a road to the heavens. Lin Yan carried the basket and walked at the front, followed by Lin Qian carrying paper money, and then Zhao Jijia, Li Chuyao, Qian Xiaohao, and Zhang Jianren. Lin Yan didn't say a word throughout the entire process, making the atmosphere in the team somewhat somber. A moment later, the group finally reached the mountainside and immediately felt a sense of openness and relief. The entire Linjiang village, including the cemetery opposite the village, is clearly visible. However, the most striking feature is the road that stretches from the village to the outside world. It is clearly visible, and even the people on the road can be seen very clearly. I remember when my dad was lying in bed about to pass away, he was panting heavily and said to me, he asked me to bury him with my mother. He said he had never let his mother enjoy any happiness in his life and felt very sorry for her. Besides, his mother was very afraid of the dark. He wanted me to bury them together so they wouldn't be lonely on their way to the afterlife, and so he could take good care of his mother down there. Lin Yan looked at the grave not far away, and his father's words suddenly came to mind. Back then, Dad said he wanted to be buried here so that they could see us coming back at a glance. They wanted to see us return as soon as they saw us. At this moment, Lin Qian suddenly choked up, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Zhao Jijia and Li Chuyao quickly stepped forward to support her, afraid that she might lose her footing. 5 minutes later, the group finally arrived at the grave. It's more like a pile of rubble than a tomb. At that time, the Lin family was very poor. They could only afford to buy a coffin for their parents, which was made from a few planks nailed together. At this time, the entire perimeter of the tomb was made of piled-up stones, overgrown with weeds. However, directly in front of the tomb, a half-meter-high blue stone tablet stands quietly. The inscription reads, Tomb of Mr. and Mrs. Lin Yud, and the signature in the lower right corner is Lin Yan. However, these few words are too immature and childish, as if they were carved with great effort. Lin Yan stepped forward, knelt directly in front of the grave, and looked at the tombstone with a serious expression. Dad, Mom, I brought Qianqian to visit you. Lin Qian knelt directly in front of the grave, crying and shouting. Dad, Mom. Lin Yin stared blankly at the inscription on the tombstone. At this moment, Zhang Jianren spoke cautiously. Young Master Lin, the handwriting on this tombstone is really bad. It's crooked and messy. How about I find some craftsmen to do a major overhaul of old Master Lin's tomb, and then find a master sculptor to carve a new inscription? We'll make sure it looks really impressive. We'll build a road that goes all the way to the foot of the mountain, and then pave it all with asphalt. At this moment, Lin Yin ignored it and instead touched the horizontal and vertical lines on it. The scene from that time flashed through my mind. I had carved this tombstone myself, stroke by stroke. At that time, the whole village was very poor and could not afford to hire a sculptor to carve a tombstone for their parents. So Lin Yin spent a day and a night carving this tombstone. His hands were covered in blisters, which caused him pain for half a month. At the time, the entire village was shocked by Lin Yin's actions. They never imagined that a high school student would personally erect a tombstone for his parents and work tirelessly for a day and a night. At this moment, Lin Qian said through tears, My brother carved this inscription himself over a day and a night. Even if my brother were willing to change, Mom and Dad wouldn't agree. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Lin Yin in shock. Unexpectedly, Lin Yin has such a loving and filial side, with a tombstone half the height of a person, made of bluestone. Engraving words on it is a very difficult task, especially for a novice. You can imagine how difficult it was for him. At this moment, Zhang Jianren felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly, and prepared to apologize to Lin Yin. At that moment, Lin Yan's voice rang out from in front of the grave. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not protecting Qianqian properly. She got hurt because of me. As she said this, tears slowly streamed down Lin Yan's face, dripping onto the soil. Elder brother. Upon hearing this, everyone knew it referred to the incident where Lin Qian was shot. Lin Qian grabbed Lin Yan's arm and cried as she spoke. Brother, it's not your fault. If I hadn't walked ahead of you, you would be the one who died. I would be more than willing to trade my injury for a healthy brother. If you had really died that time, how would I have survived alone? Upon hearing this, everyone offered their comfort to Lin Yin. I think this must be because Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin are protecting you from the afterlife. It's actually a good thing. Yes, don't let him be too sad. I believe your uncle and aunt also hope that you are living well. That's right, life is getting better and better. We should look forward. Half an hour later, Lin Yin watched as the last stack of paper money burned, and then paid his respects to his parents. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving. I will come to see you again when I have time. Don't worry, I will definitely lead Linjiang Village to prosperity. You taught me from a young age that we should never forget those who dug the well when we drink the water, and I will never forget that. After speaking, Lin Yin turned to look at Zhang Jianren. What you just said is right. Our parents' graves must be built big and expanded. They didn't enjoy life while they were alive, so they must enjoy life well after they die. But that tombstone must be kept. Zhang Jianren originally thought that Lin Yin did not like his suggestion. However, now that Lin Yin actually agreed with his idea, Zhang Jianren immediately patted his chest and solemnly promised. Young Master Lin, rest assured, I will definitely satisfy you. Just then, the voice of his childhood friend Lu Ming rang out from the foot of the mountain. Brother Lin Yin, come quick. Sister Haiyun is dying. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's head buzzed, and his feet moved uncontrollably, running down the mountain. Lin Yin knew that Lu Haiyun still held a place in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so upset upon hearing this news. At this moment, Lin Yin was extremely anxious. However, he could understand Lu Haiyun's feelings. Fate plays such cruel tricks on people. She encountered a father who favored sons over daughters and was addicted to gambling, as well as a husband who was good-looking but useless and gambled all day long. Even Lin Yin didn't have the courage to live on, let alone a woman. Lin Yin knew Lu Haiyun's personality well. She appeared very gentle and charming on the outside, but was actually very strong-willed on the inside. When she first learned that she was to marry Zhang Laoba, She was even prepared to jump off a cliff if Lin Yin hadn't stopped her. Moreover, Aunt Lu was also angered to death by Zhang Laoba this time, and Lu Haiyun had no more courage to live. Chapter 158 Haiyun's Determination. Let's go back to the night before. Lu Haiyun tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Every time she closes her eyes, a scene appears in her mind. She was tied to a chair, and two demons beside her were constantly threatening Lin Yin to extort money from her. Thinking about this made Lu Haiyun feel like she was going crazy. I originally thought that after Lin Yin returned, Zhang Laoba would restrain himself and behave himself. However, this guy went even further and tried to kidnap her in order to use her to threaten Lin Yin. The most tragic thing is that even his own father, Old Lu, colluded with Zhang Laoba. A death wish gradually appeared in Lu Haiyun's eyes as she stared fiercely at the room next door. Mom is dead, and Lin Lang is doing well now, so I have nothing to miss. I'd rather die than let you use this to threaten Lin Lang. The next day at noon, to the astonishment of the two, Lu Haiyun prepared a table full of delicious dishes. Haiyun, what a day it is today! So many delicious dishes and fine wines. At this moment, Zhang Laoba sat down on the stool, his left foot on the other end of the stool, his left hand touching the mole, and asked unexpectedly, "Yes, daughter. Tell me about it." Old Lu was also surprised, not understanding what was wrong with his daughter today. At this moment, Lu Haiyun placed a plate of braised pork on the table and poured himself a glass of baijiu. I steeled myself and downed it in one gulp. Then, he looked at the two of them with a serious expression. "Dad, I've thought it through. Your suggestion is great. I want to team up with you guys to pull off a big heist." Upon hearing this, Old Lu and Old Zhang exchanged a glance, and their faces lit up with joy. "Daughter, are you telling the truth? Are you really willing?" "Yes. Haiyun, can you really let go of Lin Yin?" Zhang Laoba probed again, wanting to know if Lu Haiyun was really there. Bang! Lu Haiyun slammed her wine glass heavily on the table, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she was naturally beautiful and had an outstanding appearance. Seeing this, Zhang Laoba swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. I get angry just thinking about it. Lin Yin and I grew up together as childhood sweethearts, and I still had feelings for him before. But what about him? He never came to see me after he went back to the village. I only called him when my mother died. He's so heartless. After saying that, Lu Haiyun poured another glass of baijiu and gulped it down her throat. A strong burning sensation instantly spread from her throat throughout her body, as if her whole body was being roasted by fire. When the two heard Lu Haiyun say this, their eyes showed joy, but they weren't overly surprised. After all, Lu Haiyun had expressed her feelings last night. How come things changed after just one night? And besides, he brought so much money, but he didn't even give me a single penny. I thought that as his first love, he would take special care of my family. But he still has 100,000. Lu Haiyun pointed a slender finger at the two of them and continued speaking. Tell me, is the bond between him and me worth less than a penny? My heart aches whenever I think about this. It's all for nothing that I've been thinking about him all this time. But what about him? He went away for 3 years and brought back 2 vixens. That just shows he doesn't care about me at all. At this point, Lu Haiyun collapsed onto the table and burst into tears. Wah! Heartbreaking cries echoed throughout the old house as the two men stared at the scene before them. Some even felt sorry for Lu Haiyun. Haiyun, don't worry. At this moment, Zhang Laoba reached out and touched Lu Haiyun's shoulder, gently rubbing it. At this point, Zhang Laoba had already come to believe Lu Haiyun's words. Although he was a gambler, he knew how terrifying a woman's jealousy could be. 1 second she might be dying for a man she loves, and the next she might wish he were dead 1,000 times over. Let's squeeze every last penny out of Lin Yin, and then the 3 of us will run away together. Go to a big city and live a good life. Yes, Laoba is right. Stop thinking about that Lin Yin. That heartless man isn't worth your love at all. As long as we get money from him, we'll be rich. At this point, Old Lu and Old Zhang clinked their glasses smugly, as if they had already swindled a lot of money from Lin Yin. After several rounds of drinks, just as the two were about to drink their 4th cup, a sharp pain came from Old Lu's stomach. Smack! Bang! Ah! Mr. Lu, who was in his 50s, was the first to give in due to his physical condition and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Zhang Laoba instantly regained consciousness and was about to say something when a sharp pain shot through his stomach. "Oh no, what's going on? What happened? My stomach hurts so much. I feel like I'm going to die." The two men clutched their stomachs in pain, rolling on the ground and screaming. At this moment, Lu Haiyun slowly climbed up from the table, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, and looked at the two of them with a pale expression. Looking at Lu Haiyun's expression, Zhang Laoba suddenly felt a chill of fear and then pointed at Lu Haiyun, questioning her. "Did you put something in the food? Speak up. Tell me." Hearing this, old man Lu looked at his daughter in confusion. I absolutely will not allow you to make a move on Lin Lang." After speaking, Lu Haiyun slowly took out a small glass bottle from his pocket and displayed it in front of the two of them. Despite the pain, the two looked up and were immediately shocked when they saw the words on it. "You crazy woman. Is this how you treat your own father? Lu Haiyun, you're murdering your husband." The two men used their last bit of strength to hurl insults at Lu Haiyun. At this moment, Lu Haiyun collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the sky outside, muttering to himself. "Lin Lang, how I long to see you one more time. I miss you so much. I long to be held in your arms. That feeling is like spring." At this moment, Lu Haiyun seemed to have returned to the past, spending every day with Lin Yan. The days spent with him were the happiest time of her life. Just then, the door of the old house opened, and Lu Ming and the others rushed in. Seeing the terrible scene before them, they quickly went to call for help. Chapter 159. Lin Yan collapses. At this moment, Lin Yan was extremely anxious and ran straight towards the foot of the mountain. Seeing Lin Yan like this, everyone tried to follow suit, but they could never catch up with him. Seeing Lin Yan so flustered and nervous, Zhao Zhejia and Li Chuyao exchanged a glance, seeing tension and jealousy in each other's eyes. Since they met Lin Yan has been extremely nervous whenever Lin Qian had an accident. In other matters, he had never seen Lin Yan with such a tense expression and hurried pace. Lin Yan ran the 3-mile distance in just 5 minutes, while Lu Ming, bent over and panting heavily, watched incredulously as Lin Yan disappeared into the distance. "Brother Lin Yan, did he take hormones?" Bang! Lin Yan pushed open the door with his right hand and stared in horror at what was in front of him. There, 3 people were lying on the ground of the old house. Lu Haiyun stared intently at the gate, but when she saw Lin Yan, a hint of life appeared in her eyes. Seeing the traces of blood at the corner of Lu Haiyun's mouth, Lin Yan's heart instantly collapsed. Lin Yan held Lu Haiyun in his arms. He, who had never shed a tear before, could no longer hold back at this moment, and 2 lines of clear tears quickly flowed down his face. Looking at that familiar face, Lu Haiyun smiled slightly and said slowly, "Those 2 want to use me to get you to pay money. So I took care of them." After saying that, Lu Haiyun slowly loosened her left hand, and a glass bottle the size of a palm slowly rolled out of her hand. Lin Yan looked at the glass bottle that had rolled on the ground, and 3 conspicuous characters appeared on it in front of everyone. "Paraquat. Ouch. Get him to the hospital quickly. This pesticide is extremely poisonous. This is incredible. This kid looks so gentle, but he's so ruthless. It's better that he's dead. A rotten person like him shouldn't be alive." That's right. Now Linjiang village is finally peaceful. At this moment, everyone pointed at Old Man Lu and Old Man Zhang, their expressions full of disgust. Lin Yan carried Lu Haiyun as he walked outside, calling out to her as he went. "Sister Haiyun, you can't fall asleep. You must live. I'll take you to town now. You'll get better." Just as Lin Yan was about to step out of the gate, village chief Uncle Zhang asked anxiously, "What will happen to the 2 of them?" Uncle Zhang pointed at old Lu and Zhang Laoba, who were lying on the ground. After all, if the outside world found out about this, someone would definitely come down to investigate. At that point, it will be difficult to handle. Lin Yan walked outside without looking back, uttering a cold sentence. They both died from accidentally ingesting pesticide. Just find a place to bury them. Old Lu and old Zhang, who were lying on the ground, had hoped that the crowd could save them. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan actually said such a thing. which made him so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and his breath slowly dissipated. Upon hearing this, the elderly man showed no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he seemed to take it all in stride. After all, in the early years, transportation was underdeveloped, and occasionally outsiders would come here to commit crimes. The village's solution was to beat the person to death and bury them in the back mountain. This is both simple and convenient. However, in today's society, with convenient transportation and easy access to information, such matters can easily be exposed if not handled properly. Furthermore, each household will receive 100,000 yuan. From now on, these two individuals will no longer exist in Linjiang village. Hearing Lin Yan's words, the villagers did not show much joy. First of all, Old Lu and Old Zhang were a menace and a disgrace to the village. Now that they're gone, it's like they've made a contribution to Linjiang village. Furthermore, Lu Haiyun was someone they had watched grow up. This child had a hard life from a young age. If it weren't for Aunt Lu taking care of her, Lu Haiyun might not have lived to this age. Therefore, both emotionally and rationally, Lin Yan's decision today is in line with the thoughts of the entire village. Boom! The van sped along the rural roads, passing through rice paddies and over mountains, heading towards the town. Hurry up! Lin Yan's deep voice rang out in the car. Hearing this voice, Zhang Jianren knew that he was suppressing his emotions. At this moment, Zhang Jianren also realized the urgency of the situation, and that Lu Haiyun was extremely important to Lin Yan. Zhang Jianren wished he could stomp his feet into the gas tank and speed the car to 10,000 miles per hour. Sister Haiyun, listen to me. You absolutely can't sleep. Lin Yan shook Lu Haiyun vigorously, afraid that if she fell asleep like this, she would never wake up again. At this moment, blood was flowing continuously from Lu Haiyun's mouth, but fortunately, she had only drunk 2 cups of wine, so the poison was much less than that of the two of them. Is this real? You're really back. Lu Haiyun stared blankly at Lin Yan, who was so close to her, and tried with all her might to touch Lin Yan's face with her left hand. But she doesn't have that much strength right now. Lin Yan wiped away her tears, grabbed Lu Haiyun's arm, and pressed it against her cheek, crying as she spoke. Yes, I'm really back. Why are you so stupid? Why? At this moment, Lin Yan cried her heart out, as if something important had slipped away from her. He knew Lu Haiyun's temper, but he was still shocked by her. Unexpectedly, this foolish woman was willing to poison 2 people for him. What a foolish woman. Lin Yan pressed Lu Haiyun's pale left hand against her cheek. She had little strength left. However, she still tried her best to move her fingers to feel Lin Yan's warmth. Seeing Lin Yan crying, Lu Haiyun smiled slightly. You're still the same as before. You always cry in front of me. It's so good to see you. You must take good care of yourself and live on for my sake. After I die, bury me in the grass where we used to play house when we were kids. There, every spring I will see rapeseed flowers covering the hillsides, and I can also see you returning to the village. Hearing this, Lin Yan burst into tears. This silly woman was still thinking of him even when she was about to die. It was like this before, and it's still like this now. Originally, Lin Yan only came back this time to see if she was living a happy life. If things really aren't going well, Lin Yan wouldn't mind providing some financial assistance. However, what is happening now is beyond Lin Yan's imagination. He never imagined that Lu Haiyun would be pushed into a fire pit by old man Lu. If Lin Yan hadn't come back, he didn't know how much suffering she would have endured. Lin Yan even regretted not bringing Lu Haiyun with him to Shanghai. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Lin Yan held Lu Haiyun's delicate hand tightly, looking at her with tears in her eyes, and didn't let go for a moment. Sizzle. At that moment, Zhang Jianren slammed on the brakes and drove the car directly to the entrance of the emergency room. Lin Yan quickly grabbed Lu Haiyun and shouted inside. Doctor, help. Hurry. Chapter 160, An Unacceptable Reality. Operating room at Qinghe Town People's Hospital. Points of white light emanated from within, creating a hazy, indistinct white expanse that made it impossible to discern what it was. Just like Lin Yan was unaware of Lu Haiyun's situation at the moment. Lin Yan sat on a chair in the corridor, her hands clasped together in front of her mouth, her eyes staring blankly at the tiles on the floor. At this moment, He still hadn't recovered from the shock of Lu Haiyun's poisoning. Tears welled up in his eyes as Lin Yin prayed incessantly that Haiyun would survive. When everyone saw Lin Yin like this, they wanted to go up and persuade her, but Lin Qian stopped them all. You'd better not try to persuade him anymore. You don't know how deep my brother's feelings for Haiyun are. They grew up together. Haiyun is 3 years older than my brother and takes care of him and me like an older sister. Whenever there's something delicious, it's always the first thing they bring to us to eat. Haiyun never went to school, but my brother would teach her to write while herding cattle every time he came home from school. Their feelings for each other were built up little by little in this way. Lin Qian went on and on about Lin Yin and Lu Haiyun's love story, which can be described as childhood sweethearts. However, this perfect couple was ruined by the gambling old man Lu, which was simply outrageous. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhejia and Li Chuyao exchanged another glance, both seeing worry in each other's eyes. Lu Haiyun is their greatest enemy. They have no chance of winning against her. Most importantly, Lin Yin had never treated them like that before and had never even considered being close to them. However, Lin Yin changed completely when facing Lu Haiyun. However, neither of them showed any intention of withdrawing. They had witnessed firsthand how outstanding Lin Yin was, and even their grandfather encouraged them to pursue him. It's clear how popular Lin Yin is in their family. Last time, when Li Guoxing heard that Lin Yin had gone to Zhao Desheng's house to attend Zhao Zhejia's birthday party, he was so angry that he beat his feet and pounded his chest. He boasted that he would invite Lin Yin to Li Chuyao's birthday party as well, and that the scale and pomp would be bigger than Zhao Desheng's, just to prove himself. Before coming here, they had all received orders from their families to take Lin Yin down, or at the very least, for something to happen. But when they witnessed it all with their own eyes, Lu Haiyun was willing to commit suicide for Lin Yin, which deeply moved the two of them. If it were any one of them, they would never have been able to do this. At this moment, Lin Yin tossed her hair back with both hands and slowly closed her eyes. Lin Yan's entire consciousness seemed to have entered another space. Looking at the shock value of over 5 million in the upper right corner, Lin Yin composed himself. Then, turning his gaze to the male skill tower, Lin Yin silently prayed as he looked at the skill tower, emitting a blue glow. Lin Yin came here just in case. If the hospital really couldn't save Haiyun, he would still have this to rely on. It can be said that this is Lin Yan's greatest asset. Everything Lin Yin has now is the result of his own hard work. Although he had already guessed that the Lin family was a very powerful force in Xia country. However, at least 70% of everything Lin Yin has now is the result of his own hard work. And all of this is rooted in the male god skill tower. Looking at the dazzling array of skills, Lin Yin felt even more confident. That wasn't enough. Lin Yin didn't go to check the 7th to 5th floors below, because he knew that even with amazing skills, it wouldn't be useful in the current situation. Lin Yin set his sights on the 4th level and above, having previously exchanged for the incredibly powerful skill, Wind Blows and Grass Moves, on the 3rd level. Although it was for 7 days, it was extremely useful for Lin Yan's situation at the time. However, it's outrageous that it costs 3 million for 7 days. Why not just rob someone? However, Lin Yin no longer cares about how many shock points he has now. After all, Haiyun's life is the most important thing. Even if it means taking on hundreds of millions of debts to save Haiyun, he is willing to do so. Lin Yin looked at the skill options on the 4th level, such as Space Station and Space Carrier, each requiring 1 million shock points. However, there are no skills that Lin Yin needs to know on this level. After all, it's meant to save people. The things on the 4th floor and above have absolutely nothing to do with saving people. Lin Yin could only focus his attention on the 3rd level, as the top 3 skill towers had always been grayed out. More importantly, the skill in the last position of the previous 3 layers can be vaguely seen. But now, not a single gray patch can be seen. Lin Yin had originally hoped that the system could give him some help, but it seems that the system hasn't given him any special treatment. Grass. Lin Yin was furious. This was a crucial moment, and the system had messed up. Just then, a system notification sounded throughout the virtual space. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your shock value has reached 5 million. The 3rd level of the God of War skill tower has been unlocked. Buzz. A tremendous sound echoed throughout the virtual space, as if a massive tremor had occurred. A blue light emanated from the third layer, illuminating the entire virtual space. Lin Yin quickly closed her eyes instinctively and covered them with her hands, afraid that the blue light would harm her. However, blue light comes and goes quickly. In an instant, it weakened. Lin Yin slowly opened his eyes and saw the third layer emitting a blue fluorescence through the gaps between his fingers. At this moment, Lin Yan's face lit up with wild joy, and he pressed himself directly against the skill tower. Fortune-telling, feng shui, ancient medicine. Lin Yin was completely stunned. He never expected that there would be such good things on the third floor. If the next 4 layers are all about technological skills, then the third layer is all about humanity's skills. Once upon a time, a great scientist said this: "The end of science is philosophy, and the end of philosophy is theology." At this moment, Lin Yin felt a surge of excitement. He clicked on the ancient medical techniques directly, and the shock value that appeared afterwards completely stunned him. 20 million shock points. Holy crap! Lin Yin was immediately terrified, his hands and feet turning ice cold. He never imagined that all his hard work to exchange for a skill would still be insufficient. However, just like last time, this skill can be paid for in installments. Just as Lin Yin was about to make the exchange, a sound came from outside. "It's out! It's out!" Lin Yin quickly stood up and looked towards the door, where he saw a doctor in a white coat walking out with a somber expression. Who are the family members? Lin Yin quickly stepped forward, looking at the doctor with longing in his eyes. The doctor patted Lin Yin on the shoulder and said heavily, "The person has been rescued." However, upon hearing this, Lin Yin quickly pressed for details. "But what? You should go and see for yourselves." Lin Yin rushed into the operating room. Chapter 161: The Vegetative State. Back to Shanghai. In the center of the huge operating room was a hospital bed, and from the shape of the blanket, it was clear that a woman was lying on it. Lin Yin went directly to the bedside and looked at Lu Haiyun lying there quietly. However, the silence was somewhat eerie. If Lin Yin hadn't had such keen hearing that he could feel her breathing, it would have been unbearable. "I thought Lu Haiyun was already dead at this moment." Haiyun. Lin Yin called Lu Haiyun softly, his 2 large arms wanting to touch her body, but he dared not, for fear of waking her. At this moment, Lin Yin was completely different from his usual self. A moment later, no matter how Lin Yin called out, Lu Haiyun seemed not to hear at all, lying there quietly like a dead man. Everyone gathered around the hospital bed, looking at everything in surprise. At this moment, Lu Haiyun seemed to be asleep. "Doctor, what's going on?" "Yeah, didn't they say they'd already saved him? Why isn't Sister Haiyun awake yet?" Everyone started asking the doctor questions all at once. The doctor frowned and waved his hand to explain. "Don't worry, the pesticide in her body has been washed out, so she's been saved." "Why hasn't my sister-in-law woken up yet?" At this moment, Zhang Jianren asked fiercely, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for taking action. Seeing Zhang Jianren like this, the doctor quickly explained. However, the patient's physical condition was not very good, and it seemed that he had already given up hope. In addition, the effects of pesticides have caused localized necrosis of her brain nerves. So, at this moment, upon hearing the doctor's words, Lin Yin quickly grabbed the doctor's hands and asked. At this moment, the doctor was frightened by Lin Yan's appearance, and Lin Yan's hands were like 2 huge clamps tightly gripping the doctor's hands. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." The doctor had a long face and kept muttering to himself. Lin Yin then realized what was happening and quickly let go of his hands. The doctor, fearing that Lin Yin would attack again, quickly said, "The patient is just alive now. He won't respond to anything else." Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately confused. "Speak like a human being." At this moment, Zhang Jianren roared at the doctor. "That means the patient is currently in a vegetative state." Buzz. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin felt as if he had been struck hard on the head with a heavy hammer. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Yin involuntarily took a few steps back, and the others quickly helped him sit down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Heavy breathing continued to come out of Lin Yan's nose as he looked at Lu Haiyun, who was lying quietly on the bed. Lin Yin gritted her teeth, her hands bulging with veins. gripping the edge of the bed tightly, her eyes filled with tears. "Don't worry. I will definitely make you better." After saying that, Lin Yin picked up Lu Haiyun and walked outside. "Go, prepare an ambulance. It has to be a good one." Zhang Jianren took out his phone and gave instructions, because he knew Lin Yin was talking to him. "Young Master Lin, everything's arranged. We'll be at the hospital in 5 minutes." In the corridor, Lin Yin carried Lu Haiyun slowly out of the operating room, with the others following behind him. "Haiyun, don't worry. I'll take you to Shanghai right now. There must be someone there who can cure your illness. At that time, you just need to obediently follow the instructions to get treatment, and you don't need to worry about money at all." Lin Yin muttered to himself as he walked. It seemed like she had endless things to talk about with Lu Haiyun. It felt like she had returned to her childhood. Lin Yin remembered that every time he came home from school, he would take advantage of the time while herding cattle to tell Lu Haiyun about what happened at school. Moreover, Lu Haiyun sat beside Lin Yin, gazing at him intently, as if she would never tire of his words. The ambulance kept driving through the mountains. Lin Yin planned to take everyone to Linjiang village to say goodbye to the villagers, and then rush to Shanghai. After all, the longer Lu Haiyun's condition is delayed, the worse it will be. Lin Yan's consciousness went directly to the male god skill tower, looking at the glowing skill tower. Deep down, he was praying that he could find a cure for Lu Haiyun here. Lin Yan carefully examined all the skills on the 3rd floor, and finally focused his attention on ancient medical arts. In his view, whether Lu Haiyun can be saved this time depends on this skill. After taking a deep breath, Lin Yan activated a skill. Bite. Sizzle. A blue interface appeared in front of Lin Yan. Name: Ancient Medical Techniques. Function: specifically treats difficult and complicated diseases, possessing rare and miraculous effects. Full payment: 20 million. Installment plan: down payment of 6 million, monthly payment of 800,000, for a total of 33 years, totaling 34.8 million. Upon seeing this, Lin Yan was completely stunned. He knew the system was shady, even more so than the bottom of a pot, after he bought a 7-day subscription to The Wind Blows and the Grass Moves. However, he still underestimated the extent of the system's shady nature. The skill, which costs only 20 million in full, can be purchased in installments for a total of 34.8 million. This is practically the resurrection of the ancestor of loan sharks. Even Tencent wouldn't dare to do something like this. Lin Yan stared blankly at the more than 5 million shock points shining in the upper right corner. Once upon a time, Lin Yan was somewhat proud. After all, through his own efforts, his shock points had finally reached 1 million. But now Lin Yan realizes that he is nothing but a beggar. No, they're worse off than beggars. As long as the beggar doesn't have to pay back the money, doesn't have to pay in installments, and doesn't have to repay the loan. But what about now? With just a light touch from Lin Yan, the more than 5 million shock points vanished instantly. Moreover, every day when I open my eyes, I am filled with 26,000 points of terror. It's a shock value of 26,000, not 26,000 yuan, and certainly not 2.6 million yuan. However, thinking of Lu Haiyun's condition, Lin Yan gritted her teeth and prepared to press the button. At this moment, Lin Yan felt the car slowly come to a stop. At this moment, everyone had returned to Linjiang village. All the villagers of Linjiang village stood at the entrance of the village, looking at Lin Yan with concern. "Linhua, how is Haiyun?" "Yeah, brother Lin Yan, what happened to sister Haiyun? Tell me." "Wah, Haiyun Jia wouldn't be." At this moment, the younger children all started to cry. Village chief Uncle Zhang pulled Lin Yan aside and looked at him with concern. "How did it go? Tell me already. This child is driving me crazy." Looking at the many concerned villagers, Lin Yan was genuinely happy and smiled slightly. "Don't worry, everyone. Haiyun is all right." Hearing this, everyone cheered, except for a few elderly people in the village who frowned slightly. "Speak up, is it Haiyun?" Uncle Zhang tugged hard at Lin Yan's sleeve, and the other old men all looked over. "No, but Haiyun is sick, and I plan to take her to a major hospital in Shanghai for a checkup." Upon hearing this, several elderly people in the village sighed and urged Lin Yan to set off. "Go quickly, getting treatment is the priority, don't delay." "Yes, We won't see you off. We've already loaded everything into your car. You can leave now. Finally, Lin Yin and the others were driven out of the village by Uncle Zhang and his men, who threatened that if they couldn't cure Haiyun, they shouldn't come back. Sitting in the car, Lin Yin looked at Linjiang village getting further and further away from him and made a silent vow in his heart. Don't worry, Haiyun will definitely get better. Chapter 162, heading to the capital. The capital of the Xia Kingdom. This place was once the capital of two great dynasties, and it boasts the world's largest palace, the Forbidden City. The Great Wall, winding and majestic, stretches across the land from east to west, resembling a long, giant dragon quietly coiled on the Chinese soil. At the foot of the Great Wall, a simple and elegant courtyard sits quietly deep in the mountains. In the courtyard, by a small pond, an old man was fishing with a rod. However, the fishhook he received was straight. Beside the old man, a man in his 50s held a piece of intelligence in his hand and spoke slowly. When the butler mentioned that Lu Haiyun had poisoned Lin Yan's family members, Lin Dingtian's right hand holding the fishing rod trembled slightly, and a ripple of emotion stirred within him. Even someone who had experienced life and death and had become indifferent to everything in the world couldn't help but be moved by Lu Haiyun's character. This girl is truly devoted to Yener. Not bad, not bad. Only a woman like her deserves to be in my Lin family. Those two girls are far inferior to her. Lin Dingtian stroked his beard and chuckled. At this moment, the butler hesitated and said, "But Lu Haiyu seems to have been poisoned and is now in a vegetative state." Upon hearing this, Lin Dingtian's relaxed brows instantly furrowed. It's just drinking pesticide. It shouldn't turn you into a vegetable, right? Could it be that the level of doctors in county towns has declined these days? At this moment, a woman in her 60s, a wealthy lady, strode in and called out directly, "Brother, who did you say became a vegetable?" "No way. That's terrible." Upon hearing this voice, Lin Dingtian looked helpless. It was clear that this woman was his younger sister, Lin Yan's great-aunt. "Why are you here again? Can't you just give me a few days of peace and quiet?" Lin Dingtian went home specifically to avoid his younger sister, thinking he could finally have a few days of peace and quiet. But to my surprise, after only 2 days of peace and quiet, this woman came again. "Oh, brother, what are you saying? I'm your own sister. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to come back to see you?" After saying that, the lady plopped down next to Lin Dingtian and picked up the tea on the table to drink. "I came here to tell you that I have met several girls from different families, and I think they are all quite good." "Hey, who did you just say was in a vegetative state?" Lin Dingtian looked helpless. Women are indeed gossipy. In the end, she still brought up Lu Haiyun's matter. An hour later. "Oh dear, this girl is truly devoted to our Yener. Moreover, they have a very clear understanding of right and wrong, which is excellent, very good. But it's such a pity that Hao Hao has become a vegetable." The lady looked at Lin Dingtian with a sympathetic expression, then grabbed his arm. "Hey brother, as Yener's grandfather, shouldn't you give Yener some help?" Upon hearing this, Lin Dingtian glanced at him with disdain. "If you keep talking, I won't love my grandson anymore. Besides, seeing how pitiful the girl is, I would also help her. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to invite the best neurosurgeon in the country. I guarantee she'll get better very quickly." At that moment, the noblewoman stared blankly at the pond and suddenly uttered a sentence. If Aing knew that Yener was already of marriageable age, she would definitely be very happy. After these words were spoken, the entire courtyard fell silent. Moreover, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees all at once. At this moment, Lin Dingtian's lips twitched slightly, and his aged right hand gripped the fishing rod, veins bulging. For many years, he had harbored a suspicion in his heart. More than 20 years ago, Yener's disappearance and Aing's coma were likely orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Over the years, besides searching for Lin Yan, Lin Dingtian has been investigating the truth behind what happened back then. However, as the only person involved at the time, Aing remained unconscious. Lin Dingtian once sought out both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine doctors in an attempt to revive Aing, but neither of them could awaken her. They even went to the temple's abbot, but it was completely useless. Lin Dingtian even went to beg the Taoist priest on the mountain. The Taoist priest simply said that the time was not yet right, and he would wake up naturally when it was. For so many years, Lin Dingtian had been waiting, unable to understand what the old Taoist meant by the right time. Then, Lin Dingtian looked calmly at the horizon and slowly said, "Let's tell Yenner about Ying when she gets back here. After all, he's grown up now and has the right to know." After saying that, Lin Dingtian suddenly stood up, and a majestic aura emanated from his body. "Go, tell Yenner to go straight home." Upon hearing this, the butler immediately turned and left. Lin Yin sat silently on the edge of the ambulance bed, watching Lu Haiyun without saying a word. At this moment, Lin Yin had 1,000 words to say to them, and she really wanted to share her university experiences and the bizarre stories of this period of time. Looking at Lu Haiyun lying quietly on the hospital bed, Lin Yin felt a pang of sadness. There was a time when Lin Yin had complained in his heart about Lu Haiyun's heartlessness. He complained that she gave up their years-long relationship for a contract. Lin Yin has worked hard in his studies and jobs over the past few years in college, hoping to make something of himself and show Lu Haiyun what he's made of. Tell her that her choice back then was wrong. But Lin Yin only understands now. Lin Yin is a bastard, a complete scoundrel. It turns out that Lu Haiyun had always had feelings for Lin Yin, but she just hadn't said it out loud. For Lin Yan's sake, Lu Haiyun even poisoned Old Man Lu and Old Man Zhang with pesticide. It is clear that Lu Haiyun's love for Lin Yin is much deeper than Lin Yan's love for Lu Haiyun. After Lin Yin learned everything, he realized that he had been misunderstanding Lu Haiyun all along. In Lu Haiyun's heart, she valued Lin Yin more than her own life. She was willing to give up her life for Lin Yin. "Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to cure you." Tears welled up in Lin Yan's eyes as he held Lu Haiyun's warm, jade-like hand, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from his palm. Then, Lin Yan's phone rang. Lin Yan frowned as he answered the phone. "Young master, you should go straight home. The old man has hired the best doctors in the country and is waiting at home to treat Miss Lu." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan immediately stood up, his eyes shining. "Okay, I'll go to the capital right away." Chapter 163: Competition between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. The capital city, a secluded courtyard, a side hall. The entire side hall looked very simple, built entirely of ordinary bricks and wood. Although it looks very simple, it exudes a grand and imposing aura. At this moment, the side hall was filled with 5 doctors. On the left are 3 Western doctors wearing white coats, who all appear to be around 60 years old. On the right are 2 elderly men dressed in coarse linen, without any uniform clothing, but they are well maintained, with white hair and youthful faces. At this moment, the Mediterranean-looking Western doctor sitting at the head of the table, wearing glasses, glanced disdainfully at the 2 traditional Chinese medicine practitioners opposite him. Unexpectedly, the 2 legendary TCM masters, Chun from the north and Li from the south, have also come here. This is completely unexpected. At this point, the other 2 Western doctors chimed in. "Yes, this place is the most sacred place in the entire Xia Kingdom. May I ask what brings you 2 here today? Could it be that you 2 are here for tourism?" At this point, the 3 Western doctors chuckled softly and glanced around. Upon hearing this, both traditional Chinese medicine practitioners frowned. Clearly, the 2 realized that the 3 Western doctors looked down on them. To be precise, they looked down on traditional Chinese medicine. There was no other way. China had been in chaos for over 100 years, with war raging everywhere, and even survival was a luxury. In this situation, the number of TCM practitioners has dwindled, and much of the traditional knowledge has been lost. These 2 individuals represent the highest level of traditional Chinese medicine in Xia State today. At this moment, Chen Xian, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, glanced indifferently at the man with the receding hairline. "Dr. Yin Fu, you're too old to run around like this. I see your forehead is white, your eyes are bloodshot, and you're having trouble breathing. I imagine you experience a dull ache in your lower back every morning when you are awake, and you also cough up thick phlegm. I still advise you to get yourself checked out." Upon hearing this, Yin Fu flew into a rage, gripping the chair tightly with both hands. However, this place is quite unusual, and as a nationally renowned doctor, one should still maintain a certain level of self-restraint. However, Nan Li's next words made him so angry, he almost jumped up and down. Old Chun, you always speak so tactfully, afraid of offending people. What's there to be afraid of? Nowadays, traditional Chinese medicine is being completely outclassed by Western medicine. Hey, you Mediterranean guy, I'll just say it straight, you're about to die. Li Kuei, a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from the south, looked at the three Western doctors in front of him with a defiant expression. Clearly, his temper was the exact opposite of Chun Xian's. If anyone provoked him, he would definitely fight back. Bang! At this moment, Yin Fu could no longer bear it. He knew his own body was in danger. Having been a doctor for over 40 years, how could I not know that my body needs reminders from them? That's practically a veiled insult to their medical skills. Those two must be cursing themselves. Humph, do you know where you are? You two had better get out of here right now. Otherwise, if we make a fool of ourselves, it will be difficult for everyone to handle the situation. It was obvious that Yin Fu wanted to get rid of them. He had already inquired about it with him beforehand. The main purpose of this visit to the villa is to treat a young woman who seems to have some kind of neurological problem. As a nationally renowned Western medicine doctor, his specialty is neurology. For him, such a good opportunity to make a contribution was seen as anyone else's participation being a steal of his credit. I knew I was here to rescue people today. Who do you think you are? I, Li Kuei, never suffer a loss. At this moment, Li Kuei from the Southern Medical University stood up abruptly, glaring at the Mediterranean-looking man with a stern expression. At this moment, the 5 people in the side hall were already on the verge of fighting. If it weren't for the fact that the owner of this place was of very high status, they would definitely have started a fight. At this moment, the butler standing outside the door couldn't stand it anymore. The old man came in to invite them to see Miss Lu Haiyun, not to have them argue. If they really got into a fight, he would definitely get a scolding from the old man. Bang! The wooden door to the side hall was suddenly opened, and the butler walked in with a serious expression, bowing to the 5 people. Gentlemen, this is quite a lively scene. The clinic hasn't even opened yet. Are you discussing medical conditions? Upon hearing this, the 5 men lowered their heads, their faces flushed. The butler's words implied a message to them. This is not their own territory. Here, if you're a dragon, you have to coil up. If you're a tiger, you have to lie down. Before the consultation even begins, they're already making such a racket. How can they be behaving like a respected doctor? At this moment, the 5 men clasped their hands in greeting and quickly said, No, Steward Lin, we are here to exchange medical knowledge. The others echoed this sentiment. Yes, we were discussing how to treat the patient. That's right, they're correct. At this moment, Butler Lin also knew that there was no need to dwell on such a trivial matter. After all, saving lives was the most important thing. All right, come with me. A separate courtyard, the inner quarters. This is a medical ward, equipped with various advanced medical devices. Lu Haiyun lay quietly on the hospital bed, while Lin Yin stood beside her, his eyes fixed on her. At this moment, the noblewoman touched Lu Haiyun's delicate hand with a pained expression. Oh, such a good girl. How did she end up like this? What a cruel twist of fate. Then, he turned his gaze to Lin Yin and offered words of comfort. Yinner, don't worry. Haiyun will definitely wake up. Grandpa, we've already hired the best doctors in the country to treat her. Lin Dingtian frowned as he looked at Lin Yin. He had already guessed Lin Yin's deep affection for Lu Haiyun. However, when he saw Lin Yin's appearance, he knew that Lin Yin had already been conquered by Lu Haiyun. As the saying goes, men conquer the world to conquer women, while women conquer men to conquer the world. At this moment, Lin Dingtian couldn't help but sigh. Lu Haiyun's feelings for Lin Yin were truly profound. Don't worry, they are all experts in this field. If Western medicine doesn't work, we'll use traditional Chinese medicine. There's bound to be a solution. After saying that, Lin Dingtian gestured to the butler. Everyone retreated to the backstage area, watching everything unfold in the ward. At this moment, 5 elderly men entered the ward one after another, and the butler beside Lin Dingtian began to explain. The first one, the one with the Mediterranean hairline, is Yin Fu, a nationally renowned Western medicine doctor who specializes in brain treatment. The second one is Zheng Dong, who specializes in heart disease while also working on brain disease. Third, Xiaoyu, majoring in neurology. The other two are the most famous practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, Shun from the north and Li from the south, but their main areas of expertise are unknown. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. At this moment, the 5 people in the ward had already seen Lu Haiyun lying there. Yin Fu glanced at Bei Chun and Nan Li lightly and let out a cold snort. Snort. Enough with the nonsense. Whoever cures the patient will kneel down and call me grandpa. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian frowned slightly, while Li Kuei's temper flared up. Let's bet. Who's afraid of who? Chapter 164 Tai Xuanjin. A separate courtyard, a hospital ward. At this moment, Yin Fu and 2 other Western doctors were busy at work. The 3 knew that they absolutely could not lose this bet with traditional Chinese medicine, and that the person behind them was definitely watching them silently. If they can't find anything wrong, then all 3 of them, and even Western medicine, will be questioned. At that time, with just a word from that person, all the Western doctors in the entire Xia Kingdom would lose their jobs. The 3 of them would become the targets of scorn and condemnation from millions of Western doctors, and there would be no place for them in the entire Xia Kingdom. All the equipment in the ward was turned on, since Western medicine relies on various advanced equipment to treat diseases. At this moment, Chun from the north and Li from the south quietly stood up and watched the 3 guys fiddling with the equipment. TCH, without these devices, their Western medicine skills are less than 10% effective. Li Kuei gave a mocking laugh. Quiet. At this moment, Chun Xian calmly looked back at the scene, and he could sense that someone was watching him. Lin Yin frowned slightly as he watched the group gamble with Lu Haiyun's life. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't disturb the doctor treating the patient, he would have rushed out and beaten several people to a pulp. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed by, and the entire ward was silent. At this moment, Yin, Fu, and the other 2 had beads of sweat on their foreheads, and their arms were trembling slightly. The 3 exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. Clearly, Lu Haiyun's situation was not optimistic. Most importantly, they haven't even awakened Lu Haiyun's mental constructs, let alone made her wake up. At that moment, the voice of Butler Lin came from the ward. So much time has passed. I wonder what progress the 3 of you have made. Hearing Butler Lin ask this question, the 3 of them nervously wiped the fine sweat from their foreheads, with 2 of them focusing their attention on Yin Fu. Clearly, Yin Fu was to answer Butler Lin's question. After all, Yin Fu was the leader of the 3, and it was he who proposed the bet with Alibaba. We'll need some more time with Butler Lin. Yes, please give us some more time. That's right, don't worry. The other 2 chimed in, looking quite serious. Butler Lin looked at the 3 of them with sharp eyes. Although he did not know medicine, he was good at reading people, and there were few people in the entire Xia Kingdom who could match him. Otherwise, how could he be the Lin family's butler? I'm telling you, 3 highly respected doctors. If you can't find the problem, you can't find the problem. Do you really think I'm easy to fool? Butler Lin spoke coldly and indifferently to the 3 of them. Although I don't understand medicine, I can still see it with my eyes. It's not shameful if we can't find anything. But you're using this as an excuse to delay. You need to understand that this is about saving lives. You can't even find the cause yourself, and you're wasting the patient's time. You're practically committing indirect murder. Boom. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them turned pale, and their eyes widened in shock. At that moment, an aged voice came from the ward. Let them go. Upon hearing this voice, Butler Lin bowed slightly towards the backstage area, then looked at the 3 people and pointed to the door. Clearly, this is an attempt to drive them away. Upon hearing this, Yin Fu felt a chill run down his spine and froze on the spot. Originally, I thought that coming to see a doctor was just a small problem that I could handle on my own. However, things didn't turn out as he had imagined. The patient still couldn't wake up. The key issue was that it aroused the host's disgust, causing them to lose face. Just then, a mocking voice rang out throughout the ward. Go home. You can't even cure this little problem? You Western doctors are really something. Li Kuei looked at the 3 of them with a mocking expression and gave them a thumbs up in praise. Seeing that the 3 people didn't move, Butler Lin immediately gave the bodyguard a look. 3 tall bodyguards entered and prepared to drag Yin Fu and the other two away. At this moment, Yin Fu was really anxious. He knew that if he were to be dragged away like that, his reputation would be ruined, even if this matter doesn't appear in the news. However, the news would spread throughout the upper echelons of the Xia Kingdom, which was a huge blow to his reputation. Wait a moment. Yin Fu shouted vigorously towards the backstage area. I admit I can't find out, but they might not be able to either. Yin Fu directly targeted Bai Chun and Nan Li. Clearly, Yin Fu is still preoccupied with the bet, otherwise he wouldn't have said something so thoughtless. You should know that we invited these 5 people here today to save lives. However, what was Yin Fu's intention in saying such a thing? He deliberately hoped that Chun Bei and Li Nan would be unable to cure Lu Haiyun. At this moment, a murderous intent flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, and the veins on his hands, gripping the railing, bulged. Lin Dingtian's face turned slightly cold, and his eyes showed a hint of disgust. Let those 3 watch. Upon hearing this sound, the ward instantly fell silent. At this moment, Chun from the north and Li from the south came to Lu Haiyun's side. They knew that now was their turn to step in. No, just stand to the side, you're in the way. Li Kuei is never one to suffer a loss. He'll seize any opportunity to retort. Yin Fu was so angry that he was practically fuming, but in this situation, he couldn't say anything and could only mutter to himself. Your traditional Chinese medicine is not as good as our Western medicine. At this time, the only 2 representatives of traditional Chinese medicine conducted a series of examinations on Lu Haiyun, including observation, auscultation and olfaction, inquiry, and palpation. After a moment, the 2 shook their heads slightly. Then, Chun Xian stood up and bowed to the people behind the curtain. We are truly sorry, but we are powerless to help. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin couldn't sit still any longer and came out from behind the curtain to question the 2 of them. You 2 are leading figures in traditional Chinese medicine, and now you're telling me you're powerless to help. When Bai Chun and Nan Li heard this, they couldn't argue. After all, if they couldn't save him, they couldn't save him. What was so shameful about that? I thought they had some skills, but it turns out they're just as useless. At this moment, Yin Fu was overjoyed, but he didn't say it out loud. Let them go. Lin Dingtian slowly emerged from behind the curtain, his face icy cold. Upon hearing this, Butler Lin immediately ordered his bodyguards to kick the 3 of them out. Chun Xian, I've always trusted your medical skills. Tell me about them. Lin Dingtian walked up to Chun Xian with a smile on his face. Chun Xian became excited when he saw Lin Dingtian. This is the leader who saved the people of Xia Kingdom. I've finally met him today. However, upon hearing Lin Dingtian's words, Chun Xian sighed slightly, then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and bowed in response. Master Lin, this young lady's condition is very strange and has exceeded my capabilities. However, it's not like there's no way. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited, and Lin Yin even grabbed Chun Xian's hands and asked, What method is it? I've heard my master say that there is a legendary acupuncture technique called Tai Xuanjun, which can definitely awaken the girl. Chapter 165 Lin Yin actually knows Tai Xuanjun. Tai Xuanjun. The people in the ward murmured about this seemingly very prestigious name. At this moment, Chun Xian explained again. That's right. It is said that the Tai Xuanjun acupuncture technique was first created by Bian Ke, the ancestor of Chinese medicine, and later perfected by Zhang Zhongjing, the medical sage of the Ming dynasty. This set of acupuncture techniques can be said to be the pinnacle of traditional Chinese medicine. Those with profound medical skills can even bring people back from the dead. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. And now, don't you know how? Butler Lin pressed for details, wanting to know whether they would actually do it or not. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian and Li Kuei shook their heads in embarrassment. Our medical skills are too shallow. We've only heard our master talk about it, but we don't know how at all. Upon hearing this, everyone looked dejected. However, Lin Yin was no longer calm. He remembered. He had a premonition that the treatment would not be successful, so he redeemed the ancient medical arts skill early on. The above also records the techniques and formulas of the Tai Xuanjun, Tai Qin Jun, but it does not mention the needles. You're saying that this acupuncture technique alone can wake her up? Lin Yin grabbed Chen Xian with both hands and excitedly questioned him. Chen Xian's arm ached slightly from Lin Yan's grab, but he still answered despite the pain. Yes, that's right. Legend has it that this set of needlework techniques is not made of ordinary iron, but is made of meteorite from outer space. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. According to modern understanding, meteorites are fragments that fall from asteroids that collide with Earth. However, for the Lin family, finding asteroid fragments is not a difficult task. However, Li Kuei's words made everyone's hearts jump again. However, according to legend, the meteorite from outer space used to make the Tai Xuanjin must be struck by lightning for 10 years before it can have a significant effect. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. I originally thought obtaining meteorites from outer space wouldn't be difficult, but now it seems extremely difficult. The last condition is simply impossible to meet. It can be described as extremely demanding. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. After listening for a long time, although I heard a little useful information, judging from the last condition, it seemed that 99% of the extraterrestrial meteorites would be wiped out. Don't worry, Grandpa will definitely find someone to get it back for you. Lin Dingtian was afraid that his grandson would not be able to handle the blow and would have other bad ideas. Yes, Yenner, isn't there still hope? Yes, we will definitely find meteorites from outer space. Everyone offered words of comfort to Lin Yin. Lin Yin gazed affectionately at Lu Haiyun on the hospital bed, his right hand gently stroking her cheek, a tear sliding down his cheek. Don't worry, I will definitely find a meteorite from outer space to save you. Just then, Lin Yan's aunt casually asked a question. Which of you two knows how to use the Tai mystic needle? Upon hearing this question, everyone turned to look. From the conversation just now, it seems that two things are needed to wake up Lu Haiyun. The Tai Xuanjin, a type of needle, and the person who knows how to use it are both indispensable. At this moment, Chun from the north and Li from the south exchanged a glance and gave each other an awkward smile. The Tai Xuanjin technique has been lost for nearly 500 years. Over the years, we have traveled all over the country and treated many people. But we don't know how to use the Tai Xuanjin at all. Boom. These words immediately plunged everyone into despair. They understood that even if they found or created the legendary Tai Xuanjin, it would be useless if no one knew how to use it. After all, treating and saving lives is not like chopping melons or vegetables. Even the slightest mistake in technique could cost a patient their life. However, I heard my master mention the incantation for the Tai Xuanjin, but I don't know if it's true. Just then, a cold voice came from Lin Yan's mouth. The sun meets the moon. The lily faces the temple. The head vein is divided into two sides. The glabella is 7/10 of the way in, and the cervical sac is 9/10 of the way in. At this moment, Lin Yan's voice echoed throughout the entire ward. Everyone stared at Lin Yan in disbelief, understanding what he meant. However, among these people, only Chen Xian and Li Kuei looked at Lin Yan with horror. This, how do you know the incantation of the Tai mystic needle? Yes, our master only said the first 12 characters. Did you create the rest yourself? At this moment, Chen Xian trembled all over, and his mouth was shaking uncontrollably. Li Kuei, on the other hand, completely disregarded his image, pressing himself right next to Lin Yan with a fawning expression. Young Master Lin, you definitely need a family doctor right now. I was apprenticed to the most powerful court physician of the 20th century, and was his second disciple, having received my master's true teachings. Therefore, I have decided to become your personal doctor from now on, and to be by your side 24 hours a day to serve your health. Li Kuei's behavior and words stunned everyone. You should know that Li Kuei is a very arrogant person, especially when it comes to medical skills. Aside from his master and senior brother Chen Xian, he never even glanced at anyone else in his life, let alone did something as outrageous as this. Dr. Chen, what's wrong with your junior brother? Yes, Dr. Li. Is there something wrong here? At this moment, Lin Yan's great aunt pointed to her head. Hearing this, Chen Xian was extremely embarrassed, but he was still stunned by Lin Yan's words. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Xian took a deep breath and looked at Lin Yin with a serious expression. Young Master Lin, may I ask a question? Do you know all the incantations of the Tai Xuanjin technique? At this moment, Chen Xian stared intently at Lin Yin with his old eyes wide open, not daring to move an inch for fear of missing a single detail. Li Kuei went even further, shoving his old face right in front of Lin Yin, as if afraid he wouldn't hear him clearly. Everyone understood. Lin Yin actually knows the legendary Tai Xuanjin formula. That's truly remarkable. That's right. I know all the incantations, Lin Yin said calmly, his eyes full of confidence. Hiss. These words utterly shocked everyone. In particular, Chen Xian and Li Kuei, as fellow disciples and physicians, had already realized how great a thing it would be for the entire Xia Kingdom's traditional Chinese medicine to have mastered the Tai Xuanjin. Good, very good. At this moment, Chen Xian kept stroking his beard in admiration, and then bowed to Lin Dingtian. Grandpa Lin, now that young Master Lin has mastered the incantation of the Tai Mystic Needle, only the extraterrestrial meteorite remains. As long as we search diligently, we will definitely find it. The patient's condition is relatively good right now. I will prescribe a few more doses of sedative medicine. Although he will not wake up, his condition will get better and better. Then, Chen Xian pointed at Li Kuei and continued speaking. My junior brother is very skilled at identifying meteorites from outer space, which will be of great help to you all. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, and Lin Yin did not object. Then, everyone dispersed. After all, this matter cannot be rushed. The primary task now is to find the extraterrestrial meteorite that has been struck by lightning 10 years ago. Chapter 166 First Meeting with My Birth Mother. Imperial Capital Villa. By this time, Lin Jigua had already returned, because the day after tomorrow was the Qingming Festival. As the head of state, holidays are never his own, so he pays respects to his ancestors a day early on Qingming Festival. Lin Yin followed his grandfather and father and slowly walked into a special courtyard. Before him stretched a vast expanse of golden flowers, seemingly without end. The sunflowers, facing the setting sun, proudly displayed their graceful figures, swaying gently in the breeze, like little elves. Lin Yin couldn't understand why there was a field of sunflowers in a place where only 2 grown men lived. Did his grandfather and father like them? At that moment, Lin Yin heard his father's old and hoarse voice. Speaking of which, this sunflower field is 30 years old. Every year I personally plant, weed, and harvest it. This is your mother's favorite flower. She said sunflowers are very sunny and very strong. Lin Yin was slightly taken aback at first, then stood there in a daze, muttering to himself. Mother. Since her father found her, Lin Yin had never asked anything about her mother, nor had her father mentioned her. In his subconscious, his mother may no longer be alive. However, today his father and grandfather took him to an unusual place, and his father even planted a sunflower field that was older than him. Lin Yin stepped forward, gently stroking the sunflower with his right hand, and slowly closed his eyes. He seemed to enter a state of ethereal tranquility, as if he had returned to his swaddling clothes and could smell his mother's scent. That taste was very familiar, very safe, and very comforting. Ta-ta-ta. The clear sound of footsteps echoed on the stone pavement, like a melodious tune. This stone-paved path was your mother's favorite. She especially liked to walk on the stone-paved road on rainy days, holding an oil paper umbrella, wearing a cheongsam and high heels. As Lin Yin listened to her father's words, she closed her eyes and imagined the scene he described, which looked so beautiful. However, no matter what, Lin Yin couldn't imagine what his mother looked like. It was as if the woman's image simply didn't exist in his mind. I'm sorry, I can't remember what my mother looks like. Lin Yin murmured with shame, like a child who had done something wrong, waiting for his father's scolding. At this moment, Lin Jigua and Lin Dingtian looked at Lin Yin's expression, smiled at each other, and said nothing. In their view, it was normal for Lin Yin not to remember his mother's appearance. After all, Lin Yin disappeared not long after he was born. Then, the 3 of them slowly walked along the stone path to a small hillside. The first thing you see is a small, 1-story bamboo house. Yes, a house entirely built of bamboo. It looked as if a life force was slumbering inside. Lin Yin stared in disbelief into the bamboo house. He could sense a person inside with a very faint but steady aura. Lin Yin looked at his father and grandfather with suspicion, wanting to know who was inside. The two men looked at Lin Yin without saying a word, and the father, Lin Jigua, simply gestured for him to go inside. Lin Yin walked briskly up the steps and arrived at the bamboo house a moment later, looking at the half-closed door. His palm unconsciously touched it, and when he subconsciously tried to push it away, he had a premonition that his mother was inside the bamboo house. Could it be that mother has been alive and well all along? Thinking of this, Lin Yin felt a surge of excitement and slowly pushed open the door with both hands. Squeak! The door was slowly pushed open, and Lin Yin walked straight in. Looking at everything before him, a tear slowly rolled down Lin Jigua's cheek. These past 20 years have been incredibly difficult for him. In fact, over the years, he has been the one who has suffered the most. His son is missing, his wife is in a coma, his father is old, and the entire Xia kingdom needs him to support it. For more than 20 years, Lin Jigua would secretly wipe away his tears alone late at night. He blamed himself for not protecting the mother and child, which led to the current situation. Lin Dingtian looked at his son, whose hair was streaked with white, with a complicated expression, and patted his shoulder heavily with his aged left hand. As a father, how could he not know the suffering his son had endured over the years, and that he had no way to tell anyone about his suffering, so he could only bury it deep in his heart? Okay, everything will be all right. Hearing his father say this, Lin Jigua wiped away his tears and smiled slightly. Inside the bamboo house, Lin Yin slowly walked in, and to his surprise, the interior of the bamboo house was extremely simple. Directly in front of the entrance, there is a bamboo table and 2 bamboo stools, with a teapot and teacups on them. To Lin Yin's left was a large window, from which a gentle breeze blew in, creating a very comfortable feeling. Finally, Lin Yin looked to his right and could sense that his mother was in that direction. Then, a bamboo bed came into view, with a white mosquito net hanging on it. Lin Yin tiptoed forward, slowly lifting the mosquito net with her right hand, and was instantly stunned. There lay peacefully on the bed a woman of unparalleled beauty. Looking at the woman in front of him, Lin Yin confirmed that this was his mother because he had seen a photo of her in his living room yesterday. In the photo, Grandpa is sitting in a chair, and Father is holding him and standing behind him. Next to Father is a woman who is naturally holding Father's arm. The woman in front of me looked exactly like the one in the photograph. Lin Yin was so excited that his teeth were chattering. After a long while, he slowly uttered a single word. Mom. However, to Lin Yin's great disappointment, the woman sleeping on the bed did not make any movement. At this moment, the usually calm Lin Yin suddenly became flustered and didn't know what to do. Just then, Lin Jigua and Lin Dingtian slowly walked in. No need to call her anymore. Your mother hasn't woken up in over 20 years. Lin Jigua gazed affectionately at the woman on the bed, slowly walked to the bedside, gently sat down, and gently stroked the woman's cheek with his right hand. Ah-ing, I found my son. I've kept my promise to you. Why don't you open your eyes and look at me? Finally, Lin Jigua roared, his eyes bloodshot, as he looked at Ah-ing in agony. Hearing this, Lin Yin had a vague idea. At this moment, Lin Dingtian took Lin Yan's arm and slowly walked to the window, looking at the sunflowers outside. 25 years ago on a stormy night. Chapter 167 Grandpa sheds tears during Qingming Festival ancestor worship. Buzz. At dawn, a deep bell rang out in the Lin family's villa. At this moment, a simple and massive ancestral hall stood quietly on the back mountain of the villa. Lin Yin looked at his family's ancestral hall in surprise. He had originally thought that it was like most ancestral halls, built with bricks and wood. However, the ancestral hall in front of him really surprised Lin Yin. Unexpectedly, the Lin family's ancestral hall was built inside a cave. Looking around, there is a huge stone mountain. The middle was hollowed out and then carved, eventually becoming the Lin clan ancestral hall. How about it? My idea is pretty good, isn't it? Lin Dingtian watched as his grandson was stunned by the ancestral hall in front of him, and he felt a surge of pride. Lin Yin has always given him the impression that no matter what happens, he can't let his emotions get the better of him. He's very rational and calm. Moreover, Even after recognizing their relatives, they still won't go home, dragging their feet until the Qingming festival before returning. In his view, his grandson lacked the impulsiveness and naivety of young people and had a more mature demeanor than his age. Lin Dingtian was, in the end, just an ordinary person. He also loved having his grandson around him and enjoying his grandson's affection and filial piety. However, Lin Yan has not asked him for a single favor so far, which makes his grandfather feel very invisible. So, seeing Lin Yan's appearance today made Lin Dingtian extremely happy, as if he had eaten honey. Regarding Grandpa's words, Lin Yan wasn't stupid. He could tell that his grandfather was in a very good mood. That's right, Grandpa. You have excellent taste. If it were me, building a house would look very tacky. Lin Dingtian chuckled as he listened to his grandson's flattery. At this moment, Lin Jigua looked at the grandfather and grandson with disdain and felt like he was just an extra. At this moment, the butler standing to the side became unusually serious and shouted loudly, "The time has come, offer incense." Upon hearing this, the entire ancestral hall fell silent instantly. However, there were only 4 people in the entire venue. There were no other people present. In fact, during the first Qingming festival after the founding of the People's Republic of China, many high-ranking officials and nobles wanted to use the Lin family's Qingming festival to curry favor with them. However, the old man scolded them all away. In the old man's words, "Our Lin family's ancestors don't need outsiders to worship them. Do you really think the Lin family has no descendants?" For nearly 40 years since then, there have always been 3 people at the ancestral worship ceremony every year. Before, it was 2 men and a daughter-in-law. Now it's 3 men. At this moment, Lin Dingtian solemnly accepted the incense from the steward and knelt heavily on the prayer mat. "I, Lin Dingtian, burn incense to worship my ancestors, wishing that the ancestors of the Lin family would bless China for thousands of years and protect my Lin family with peace and safety." Then, Lin Dingtian held 3 incense sticks and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the ancestral tablets. Then, forcefully insert the incense sticks into the incense burner. With his hands clasped together and a joyful expression on his face, he looked towards the ancestral tablets. "I'm here to report some good news to our ancestors. My grandson, who is also a descendant of the Lin family, has finally returned home. Thanks to our ancestors' protection, Yinner has returned home safely." At this point, Lin Dingtian trembled, and a warm tear slid down his cheek. Seeing her grandfather like this, Lin Yin felt a pang of sadness. In fact, after being reunited with his family for so long, he gradually learned about his grandfather's deeds. In his eyes, his grandfather was a man as upright and indomitable as his name suggests, and nothing could make him shed tears. However, what he witnessed today made him realize that his grandfather was also an ordinary person who hoped that his descendants could live in peace. He is also someone who cries easily. Men don't easily shed tears unless they're truly heartbroken, or more importantly, the person who protected them is no longer there. Otherwise, anyone would cry. The more Lin Yin thought about this, the more her heart ached. He quickly stepped forward to help Lin Dingtian up, but was met with an impatient remark from Lin Dingtian. "I haven't reached the point where I need your help yet." Then, he stood up abruptly. 3 minutes later, after seeing his father perform the ritual, Lin Yin knew it was finally his turn. Bang! Lin Yin knelt heavily on the prayer mat, holding 3 incense sticks in his hands, looking at the ancestral tablets with a devout expression. "I, Lin Yin, a descendant of the Lin family, burn incense to pay homage to our ancestors, wishing for the prosperity of China for billions of years, and for the reunion of the Lin family." At this moment, Lin Dingtian and Lin Jigua, the 2 fathers, looked at Lin Yin with tears of joy. For 25 years, I have imagined countless times the scene of Yinner paying respects to her ancestors, but every time I imagine it, it never comes true. Now he's finally back. Lin Dingtian wiped away his tears while looking at his eldest grandson with affection. Yes, Yinner is back, so Aang will definitely wake up soon. Lin Jigua, fighting back tears, spoke through sobs. Although he didn't have many interactions with Lin Yin, the bond of blood reduced the distance between them. In fact, before finding Lin Yin. He was also worried that Lin Yin might not be an ambitious person or even become a scoundrel after recognizing his relatives. Thinking about this gave Lin Jigua a headache. After searching for his son for over 20 years, he finally found a scoundrel. It's chilling to admit. Fortunately, Lin Yin's performance made them very happy. Judging from his behavior, Lin Yin was not a scoundrel or a spoiled brat. He is an exceptionally talented person whose excellence far surpasses that of his peers. More importantly, this child is loyal and devoted and has a very clear mind. This is something that Lin Jigua is very pleased about. We should thank Mr. and Mrs. Lin Yud. They raised Yenner to be such a successful person. Lin Dingtian looked at Lin Yin with a kind expression, as if he could never get enough of looking at him. Yes, I was worried that the child might go astray or become unmotivated after coming back. It seems I was overthinking it. However, do you think he's a bit too outstanding? He's proficient in everything from music and chess to calligraphy and painting, and he's skilled in all kinds of martial arts. There's nothing he can't do. This is something I just can't understand. Lin Jigua's eyes were filled with deep doubt. It's not just that it's a little too good, it's that it's too good. Then, Lin Dingan stood with his hands behind his back and slowly walked outside, gazing calmly at the distant mountains. I plan to take him up the mountain tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get some results. Hearing his father say this, Lin Jigua was deeply shaken. Unexpectedly, after 20 years, my father went up the mountain again. Longhu Mountain. At this moment, Lin Yin had already come out of the ancestral hall and was very curious about the whispers his father was making. Father, what kind of place is Longhu Mountain? Hearing Lin Yin ask this question, Lin Dingtian smiled gently. That's a really fun place. I'll take you there tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 168. This trip to Longhu Mountain was worthwhile. In the heart of China, there is an ancestral temple of Taoism. This place is very popular and attracts a constant stream of visitors from all over the country. Most people come here as tourists and then take the opportunity to draw a fortune stick, hoping for good health for their families, good fortune for themselves, and to find a partner. Looking at the mountains before him, so different from those in his hometown, Lin Yin was filled with awe. If the mountains of one's hometown are like a street urchin, then the mountains here are like a refined and cultured young master. This is Longhu Mountain. Legend has it that the founder of Taoism attained enlightenment and ascended to heaven here. At this moment, Li Kuei looked at the mountain peaks not far away with a lewd expression and spoke with great envy. Yes, I haven't been up Longhu Mountain for 20 years. Lin Dingtian stroked his beard, his eyes filled with nostalgia, as if recalling the past. Lin Yin looked at the mountain peaks not far away, but didn't feel much reluctance to stay. In his mind, the most important thing now is to find the meteorite from outer space and awaken Lu Haiyun. Then, we'll try to find a way to save my mother's life. Although there are so many tourists going up Longhu Mountain, it's practically a sea of people, especially on the main road leading up the mountain. However, once they reached the halfway point, Lin Yin and the others headed towards the neighboring mountain behind the main mountain via a small path. The stone-paved path here is exclusively for visitors to Longhu Mountain. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. As the stone path slowly extended, the group finally arrived at the adjacent mountain peak. This is the back mountain of Longhu Mountain. Only when you enter this mountain can you be said to have truly entered Longhu Mountain. As Lin Dingtian walked, he explained to everyone, Lin Yin. There weren't many people who came this time. Besides the grandfather and grandson, Li Kuei had a few bodyguards, and finally Qin Xiaohao. In addition, none of the women, including Lin Qian, came along. Hearing his grandfather say this, Lin Yin understood. It turns out that the real Longhu Mountain is not open to the public. Should we go up the mountain now? Looking at the blazing sun in the sky, Li Kuei urged everyone on, and took the lead to step onto the path. At this moment, Butler Lin pulled Li Kuei back and said with a wry smile, Dr. Li, this is Longhu Mountain. Let's wait a bit. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin turned to look at his grandfather, wanting to know his attitude. Grandpa looked very calm, as if waiting was something he should do. At this moment, Lin Yin was extremely curious about who lived on Longhu Mountain that could make his grandfather wait without any temper. In the few days since he returned, he has become very clear about the Lin family's status in the Xia Kingdom. and that his grandfather was the first person to establish the entire Xia kingdom. Such a figure is someone that almost no one in the entire world would dare to leave behind. After all, his status as a grandfather is undeniable. However, it is right at the foot of Longhu Mountain. At this moment, Grandpa, just like an ordinary person, quietly waited for the host's invitation. A moment later, a lithe figure came running down the mountain. Upon closer inspection, it was a young Taoist priest. At this moment, Lin Yin was extremely shocked. You should know that this mountain peak looks almost 90 degrees, but that young Taoist priest actually ran down it with his hands in the air and only his 2 feet. This is the first time in all of Lin Yan's years in the industry that he has truly admired someone. At this moment, a little thought suddenly came to Lin Yan's mind. If this young Taoist priest is already so strong, then is the one from Longhu Mountain even stronger? Could we ask him to help Haiyun and her mother? Lin Dingtian glanced at Lin Yin briefly and instantly guessed what Lin Yin was thinking. Lin Dingtian pondered for a moment, then looked helplessly at the mountaintop. 25 years ago, right after you disappeared, your mother fainted and could not be woken up no matter what we did. However, I also brought your parents to Longhu Mountain specifically to ask the Taoist priest to help and see if he has the ability. But guess what the Taoist priest said? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's heart sank, and he vaguely guessed that it was definitely not good news. Otherwise, my mother would still be in a coma for over 20 years. However, deep down, Lin Yan was still curious about what the Taoist priest had said. Seeing Lin Yan's eagerness, Lin Dingtian spoke directly. However, the Taoist priest smiled helplessly and said he didn't know either. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was shocked, and his mood instantly plummeted. However, the Taoist priest also said something else. He said that your mother will wake up in time. Grandpa, can you please just finish what you said in one go? At this point, Lin Yan became impatient, not expecting his grandfather to be such a playful old man. Just as Lin Yan was about to ask what those words meant. At this moment, the young Taoist priest arrived in front of everyone and bowed to them. The patriarch foresaw that distinguished guests would be coming to the mountain today, and specially instructed me to wait here. Gentlemen, please follow me up the mountain. Then, the young Taoist priest took the lead and headed up the mountain. Perhaps considering the pace of the others, his speed was about the same as that of a normal person. Because of the large number of people and the fact that going up the mountain takes longer than going down, Lin Yin and the others spent 5 hours finally reaching the top of the mountain. The sight that came into view immediately stunned everyone. A magnificent palace sits quietly atop the mountain, as if a powerful aura flows within it. All around the mountain peaks, waves of clouds surged and churned, echoing the palace. Lin Yin couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. If he hadn't come this far, he would have thought he had arrived in a fairyland. Master, this place is simply a wonder. Qian Xiaohao was filled with excitement, never expecting that Longhu Mountain would have such wonderful scenery. Hee, I heard that there is a prescription for treating leukemia in Longhu Mountain. I wonder if I will have the chance to see it. Li Kuei looked at the palace with a lewd expression. For a legendary doctor, the greatest wish in life is to acquire more medical knowledge and conquer intractable diseases. Upon hearing Li Kuei's words, the young Taoist priest turned around and smiled gently. Benefactorly, the patriarch said that your skill level has reached its peak, so this prescription is of no use to you. Hearing this, Li Kuei was a little annoyed, but he didn't say anything out of consideration for everyone else. Lin Yin had also heard the implication that with your level of understanding, you wouldn't be able to figure out the prescription at all, so you shouldn't waste your time. Just then, Li Kuei kept tugging at Lin Yan's sleeve and pointing to the highest point of the palace. Lin Yan looked around and saw a 10-meter-tall iron pole standing quietly at the highest point of the palace. However, he didn't understand why Li Kuei was so agitated, and then asked casually, "May I ask, Master, what exactly is that atop the palace? It certainly doesn't look like an ordinary object." Hearing Lin Yan say this, the young Taoist priest smiled smugly. "This is the lightning rod of our Longhu Mountain Palace, used to protect against lightning strikes. Legend has it that it was forged by our patriarch 500 years ago using a meteorite from outer space. Since then, our Longhu Mountain has never been disturbed by heavenly lightning again." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin and Li Kuei exchanged a glance, and Li Kuei nodded to himself. Lin Yin was extremely excited. He never expected that he would find something he had been searching for so long, only to have it come to him so easily. It was practically delivered to our doorstep. Lightning protection must be quite important to you, right? The young Taoist priest gave Lin Yin a strange look. If his master hadn't told him that everyone who came today was an honored guest, he wouldn't have wanted to say another word. So he gave a perfunctory answer. It's all right, nothing special. Hearing this, Lin Yin felt relieved. He knew he had made the right decision to come to Longhu Mountain. Just then, a bell rang throughout Longhu Mountain. Thump. Chapter 169, The Old Taoist Priest Spits Blood. Thump. A leisurely and deep bell tolled throughout Longhu Mountain. Just when Lin Yin and the others thought it was over, the young Taoist priest reached out and stopped them with a smile. At that moment, another bell rang, and this time it rang continuously. Thump. 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 The 6 leisurely chimes, carrying a grand sound, resounded throughout the entire scenic area and could even be heard more than 20 miles away. Haha, it's actually the 6 paths. I never expected that. However, given Old Master Lin's status, he certainly deserves the 6 chimes. Li Kuei stroked his beard, looking on with envy. Lin Yin was very puzzled. Did the number of chimes represent different meanings? At this moment, the young Taoist priest turned around and looked at Lin Yin. Benefactor Lin, our sect's bell tolls 9 times in total. The more times it tolls, the more important the matter is. 9 rings represent the destruction of the entire family. 8 rings represent the death of the Mountain Lord. 7 rings represent the succession of the new Mountain Lord. And 6 rings represent the arrival of the most important guest of our sect. Hearing what the young Taoist priest said, Lin Yin finally understood. Then, the young Taoist priest stepped aside and gave Lin Dingtian a slight bow. Elder Lin, please. Lin Dingtian's entire body became unusually upright, and he looked very energetic. With my left foot on the step, I steadily walked up step by step. Looking at his grandfather's thin back, Lin Yin couldn't help but admire him. It was this back that braved the flames of war and bathed in blood to save the Chinese nation, leading the Chinese people to stand up again and stand tall among the nations of the world. However, Lin Yin's feet were not idle. Instead, he followed his grandfather's steps and slowly walked up the steps. There are 11 steps in total. Throughout history, steps have generally had 11 steps, as if there is some kind of symbolism. As you ascend the steps, a massive palace comes into view. In front of the palace, an old Taoist priest wearing a white robe embroidered with Tai Chi and Bagua patterns stood there with a smile on his face. Lin Yin looked closely and realized that the old Taoist priest in front of him was not simple. He seemed to be very close, but he couldn't sense his location even with his eyes closed. He was shocked. Since his debut, Lin Yin had relied on the system to support him, and on the surface, he still appeared humble and polite. However, as he continued to defeat one opponent after another, his arrogance also grew stronger. Today, for the first time, he felt that he was still very insignificant. The old Taoist priest in front of him felt very ethereal, as if he were a non-existent being. At this moment, Lin Dingtian, with a serious expression, clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and said, I pay my respects to Master Qingshu. May I ask how you have been lately? Upon hearing this, Master Qingshu laughed heartily, flicked his whisk with his left hand, and stepped forward with his right hand to offer a helping hand. Haha, Xiao Tian, you're really vigorous for your age. Master Qingshu patted Lin Dingtian on the shoulder and said kindly. Upon hearing this address, Lin Yin almost burst out laughing, but was immediately silenced by a glare from her grandfather. This must be Lin Yin. Master Qingshu smiled slightly at Lin Yin, looking very happy. That's right, this little brat is my grandson who has been missing for more than 20 years. Master Qingshu slowly walked up to Lin Yin, his 2 old eyes shining as he looked at him. He has a full forehead, remarkable bone structure, and an excellent face. Good, very good. But, upon hearing Master Qingshu's words, Lin Dingtian felt a sudden surge of tension. But what? He is a Taoist master who has seen much and is very knowledgeable. Many problems are not problems at all in front of him. However, Once his words take a turn, it means something is definitely wrong, and it's not a small matter. At this moment, Master Qingxiu, holding Lin Dingtian's arm, casually said something. Let's go inside and talk. Then, everyone followed into the hall. Lin Yin understood the Taoist priest's words. He was simply praising himself, but he didn't know if the priest had seen something. At this moment, Lin Dingtian had no interest in savoring the tea in his hand. The Taoist priest's words kept replaying in his mind. Taoist master, what were you saying just now? At this moment, Lin Dingtian could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked. His face was very tense, and his left hand holding the teacup was trembling slightly. Master Qingxiu laughed heartily when he saw Lin Dingtian's expression. Ha ha. Xiao Tian, this isn't the way I know you. Back then, you fought an entire enemy squadron single-handedly, and you remained calm and your hands didn't tremble at all. But you embarrassed yourself today. After being told this by Master Qingxiu, Lin Dingtian was immediately put in an awkward situation. His relationship with Master Qingxiu was one of both teacher and friend. Their bond had been tested by war and was unbreakable. Otherwise, Master Qingxiu wouldn't have joked with Lin Dingtian so casually. However, Lin Dingtian would not ask questions without any restraint. All of this is based on the deep affection between the two. Then, Master Qingxiu looked at Lin Dingtian with a serious expression. I know why you came up the mountain today. Lin Dingtian was not surprised to hear this. After all, given their more than 40 years of relationship, he was quite familiar with Qingxiu's abilities. It's divination, where one can gain insights from the hexagrams. The Xia Kingdom was established with the help of Qingxiu. However, it's not as exaggerated as some people say, like knowing 500 years into the past or 500 years into the future. Come here. Then, Master Qingxiu said something to Lin Yin. Lin Yin looked at the Taoist priest with a puzzled expression, then at his grandfather, before slowly sitting down at the Taoist priest's table. Looking at Lin Yin in front of him, Master Qingxiu felt a vague sense of disbelief about this guy. Then, he picked up a worn-out bamboo tube from the table with his right hand, and as he picked it up, there was a faint metallic clanging sound. Master Qingxiu placed the bamboo tube horizontally between his palms and raised his hands above his head. His expression was serious and solemn, and his hands were rhythmically waving above his head. As he shook it, the metal inside made a constant clanging sound, as if it could influence one's mind. Splash! A series of metallic clanging sounds echoed throughout the hall, and everyone held their breath, afraid of disturbing the Taoist priest. After a moment, Master Qingxiu finally stopped shaking the bamboo tube, grasped the tube with his right hand, and slowly poured the contents onto the table. 1, 2, 3. 3 copper coins lay quietly on the table, lined up in a row. At this moment, everyone was curious about what the 3 copper coins could represent. However, when Master Qingxiu slowly opened his eyes, he looked at the copper coins on the table in disbelief. His pupils gradually dilated, veins bulged on his temples, and his hands gripped the table tightly. How is this possible? This is unbelievable. Puff! Master Qingxiu spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 170. When a man dies, he flies to the sky. If he doesn't die, he lives for 10,000 years. At this moment, everyone in the hall was in a panic and stood up to look at Master Qingxiu with concern. Master, what's wrong? Don't scare us. Master, don't frighten Mingchun. Quick, call someone. That Dr. Li, hurry up. Everyone was in a flurry of activity, and for a moment, no one knew what they should do. At this moment, an old and weary voice rang out in the hall. I'm fine, everyone don't panic. Then, with the help of the young Taoist priest, Master Qingxiu slowly sat up. His face was pale, devoid of any color, his eyes were lifeless, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Everyone felt heartbroken seeing him like this. Lin Dingtian, in particular, felt extremely guilty. Seeing his brother, who was both a mentor and a friend, actually vomit blood after consulting a fortune teller for the sake of his grandson. Qingxiu, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Lin Dingtian, with a mournful face, slapped himself hard, tears almost streaming down his face. Seeing his grandfather and the Taoist priest like this, Lin Yin felt extremely guilty. After all, both elderly people ended up in this state because of their own actions. Bang! Lin Yin immediately knelt on both knees and lowered his head. I'm so sorry, Taoist master. It's all because of me that you got hurt. When Master Qingshu saw Lin Yin kneeling down and admitting his mistake, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha. You're pretty good. Do you know what I just saw? Master Qingshu, who had been pale just moments before, now had a ruddy complexion and looked at Lin Yin with a smile. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what the Taoist priest meant by those words. Seeing Master Qingshu's expression, Lin Dingtian felt relieved and patted Qingshu's shoulder forcefully with his left hand, laughing heartily. Ha! You old man, you made me worry to death. When did you learn this trick? When Lin Dingtian patted him like that, Master Qingshu's lips twitched slightly, and then he forced a smile. Taoist master, please tell me, what did you see? Yes, we all want to know. Master, I also want to know. Everyone asked curiously, wanting to know what Master Qingshu had seen in Lin Yan's gossip. Seeing everyone's reaction, Master Qingshu stroked his beard with his left hand and smiled slightly, while pointing to the 3 copper coins on the table with his right hand. Born into nobility, yet enduring countless hardships. Reborn from the ashes, soaring above the heavens. Master Qingshu pointed to the first 2 copper coins and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone glanced at the copper coin, not understanding what he meant. At this moment, the young Taoist priest stepped forward to explain. The copper coins that the patriarch is now displaying are the innate bagua of King I of Zhou, Ji Chong, during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Through divination, one can predict a person's entire life. Of course, those who have a profound understanding of the Book of Changes can calculate people, heaven, and earth. At this moment, the young Taoist priest continued speaking in a low voice. It could even be considered the great Tao. Rumble. No sooner had he finished speaking than a bolt of lightning suddenly and inexplicably struck directly above the main hall of Longhu Mountain. Upon hearing this voice, the young Taoist priest shrank back, disappearing into Qingshu's shadow. At this moment, Master Qingshu immediately reprimanded the young Taoist. Mingchun. Upon hearing the patriarch's rebuke, the young Taoist priest said no more. The 8 trigrams of the primordial heaven encompass everything and are ever-changing. My Longhu Mountain has only mastered one of the methods of divination. These 3 copper coins represent a person's past, present, and future, respectively. What I just described is Lin Yan's past and present. After hearing the Taoist priest's explanation, everyone finally understood. At this moment, Li Kuei pointed to the 3rd copper coin on the table and asked, Master, what is the future of this 3rd copper coin? Hearing Li Kuei ask this question, everyone became curious. Especially for Lin Dingtian, his biggest concern was his grandson's future. At this moment, his 2 old eyes were fixed on Master Qingshu. Master Qingshu saw the curiosity on everyone's faces, especially his old friend's anxious expression. Then, he let out a deep sigh. Why? I don't know either, but... Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was astonished. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone held their breath, eager to know what the Taoist priest would say next. However, I saw a bloody light. The whole world was bright red, and the smell of blood permeated everywhere. After saying that, the Taoist priest's face turned pale again, and he was breathing heavily with great difficulty. Everyone lowered their heads in thought, wanting to know what the Taoist priest meant. Blood everywhere, blood everywhere. This doesn't signify anything. That's very possible. At this moment, Lin Dingtian felt a surge of shock. He genuinely believed in the Taoist priest's divination. After all, the two had known each other for over 40 years, and he knew that the Taoist priest's divination was incredibly accurate and had never been wrong. However, today's divination made him feel uneasy, and he would rather the divination was wrong and the prediction failed. At this moment, the Taoist priest hesitated for a moment and then spoke again. At the same time as I saw the blood, I also saw a peach blossom. Immediately, everyone looked at the Taoist priest with bewildered expressions. Peach blossoms? Why would there be peach blossoms amidst the bloodshed? Yes, what do these peach blossoms signify? Does it represent good fortune in love or misfortune? That's impossible. Seeing Peach blossoms amidst the bloodstains means that Peach Blossom is already dead. Everyone was speculating about what exactly this was about. Even Lin Dingtian couldn't understand it. The fate of his grandson was simply too strange. At this moment, the entire hall was quiet, and everyone was thinking about what the Taoist priest had said. Lin Yin stood up, glanced at everyone, and then laughed heartily. I said, there's more to it than that. It's just a divination. There's no need to take it seriously, and nothing has even happened yet. Besides, even if the divination comes true. At this point, everyone looked at Lin Yin with surprise. Lin Yin slowly turned around and looked out of the main hall, leaving only his back to everyone. Then I too will carve out my own place in this crimson world, carve out a bright and clear future. A deep, confident voice filled the entire hall and continued to echo in everyone's ears. At this moment, Master Qingshu looked at Lin Yin with a smile, his eyes gradually brightening. Lin Dingtian was extremely satisfied and slapped his thigh. Good grandson, you have ambition. You are a true member of the Lin family. Everyone looked at Lin Yin with admiration, never expecting him to have such a bold spirit. Lin Dingtian stood up and patted Lin Yin's shoulder forcefully. Yeah, what's there to be afraid of? When a person dies, they fly to the sky. If they don't die, they live for 10,000 years. Night fell, and the darkness deepened. The lightning rod on the roof of the main hall swayed gently in the breeze, and a dark figure slowly appeared on the roof. Chapter 171 Stealing the Lightning Rod, Master Qingshu's Thoughts. The bright moon hangs high in the sky. The entire Longhu Mountain was silent except for the occasional roar of beasts and calls of birds. Hurry up, I can't take it anymore. I'm putting in the effort right now, don't rush me, or I'll run out of strength. At this moment, a strange scene appeared on the roof of the main hall. There, an old man of about 60 years old was seen clinging tightly to a very long iron pole. He looked strained, clenched his teeth, and all the muscles in his face were squeezed together. He muttered to himself, glancing up every now and then. Following the old man's gaze, we looked up along the iron pole. A muscular figure could be seen climbing steadily up the iron pole. In no time, he climbed to the top of the iron pole. That's right, these two are Lin Yin and Li Kuei. Lin Yin gripped the iron bar tightly with both feet and held on very tightly with his left hand. Because the iron rod was very thin, only as thick as his two middle fingers. Therefore, it was very difficult to pick it up. Moreover, this is already the highest point of the entire Longhu Mountain. In addition, the temperature is low at night and there are often strong winds. Even though Lin Yin is in good physical condition, he can't take it for long. Lin Yin took a deep breath and looked at the lightning rod with a serious and apologetic expression. Senior, I'm really sorry. I wouldn't have hurt you if it weren't to save someone. After all, you have stood on Longhu Mountain for more than 500 years, so you can be said to be the guardian of Longhu Mountain. However, on the other hand, since you've been struck by lightning for 500 years, there shouldn't be any major problems if I take a segment now. After speaking, Lin Yin looked around and nodded toward the pavilion in the distance. That's right. Qin Shuho was keeping watch for the two of them in the pavilion. Then, Lin Yin quickly reached out his left hand and pulled out a hacksaw from his waist. This hacksaw is specially made so that it can cut through meteorites from outer space. Spit. Lin Yin spat into his palm and aimed directly at the iron bar from a fist's distance. Sizzle. A spark suddenly appeared in the pitch-black night sky, followed by an extremely piercing friction sound. It stood out so clearly in the quiet darkness of the night. Lin Yin subconsciously looked around, and after confirming that he hadn't been discovered, he made his move again. At this moment, Lin Yin's right hand continued to stretch. Throughout the night sky, above the main hall, sparks flew and piercing sounds echoed. At this moment, in a study next to the main hall, the old Taoist priest stared intently at the ceiling. The young Taoist priest standing to the side looked out angrily. Master, we treated them as guests, but they actually stole our sect's lightning rod. This is simply outrageous. Grand disciple, go and catch them red-handed now, and see what Elder Lin has to say. After saying that, Mingchen prepared to storm out. Come back, be quiet. At this moment, Master Qingshu called out in a low voice, stopping him. Can't you think about why I didn't stop them? Didn't you notice anything different about Lin Yan? You should think about what the real meaning behind my actions is. Master Qingshu's 3 consecutive sentences resonated deep within Mingqian's heart. At this moment, Mingqian was lost in thought. I was shocked the moment I saw him on the mountain. I have never seen such a face before. According to normal facial features, this person has already reached the pinnacle of becoming the #1 person in Xia Kingdom. But do you know what I saw? At this moment, Master Qingshu leaned forward slightly and looked at his grand disciple. At this moment, Mingqian was also stunned. He has been following his master ever since he was old enough to understand things. However, he had never seen the patriarch with such an expression: fear, longing, and profound contemplation. Master, what did you see? At this moment, Mingqian asked cautiously. Qingshu stood up and walked to the window, looking through it at Lin Yan's hard-working figure on the roof. He turned around and looked at Mingqian very seriously. There is chaos behind this person. I have never seen anyone like this before. You must remember this. Everything except people is external, including the lightning rod on the roof. We cultivators can give up all of these. Upon hearing this, Mingqian hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped himself. However, that lightning rod was obtained by our ancestor, and it belongs to our Longhu Mountain. Immediately, Master Qingshu waved his hand and shook his head slightly. Even if you gave him the entire Longhu Mountain, what would it matter? Cultivation is about cultivating one's inner self. Moreover, his future is definitely not just about the Xia Kingdom, but about the stars and the vast starry sky. At this point, Master Qingshu's face flushed, and he appeared extremely excited. To be honest, I have a very good relationship with old Master Lin. But when a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. When he was alive, Longhu Mountain was able to survive normally. But what if he's gone someday? Upon hearing this, Mingqian was deeply shaken, but he remained silent. You should know that to Lin Yan, Longhu Mountain is still just an ordinary person, someone he only knows. We have not done him any favors, so how can we predict what will happen in the future? Hearing this, Mingqian's mind gradually cleared. Then, this time we are going to do Lin Yan a favor. Seeing that Mingqian understood so quickly, Master Qingshu nodded slightly. You're not stupid for thinking of this. Just give him whatever he wants. A mere lightning rod can win his favor, which is entirely beneficial to Longhu Mountain. Upon hearing this, Mingqian understood the patriarch's intention. However, what Master Qingshu said next shocked Mingqian. This time, you will go down the mountain with them. From now on, you will stay by Lin Yan's side and do your best to assist him. Although Mingqian was shocked by the patriarch's words, he still agreed. Yes, master. Smack. After more than 10 minutes of relentless effort, Lin Yan finally sawed through the fist-sized iron bar. Lin Yan looked at the section of iron rod in his hand with a happy expression, carefully put it in his pocket, put away the hacksaw, and quickly slid it down. He then exchanged a glance with Li Kuei, and the two quickly descended. Just as the two were about to return to their room, a figure suddenly appeared behind them. Ah, you, Benefactor Lin, do you also get up at night? Mingqian was wearing pajamas, stretching, and looking at Lin Yan with sleepy eyes. At this moment, Lin Yan was almost scared to death. Seeing Mingqian's expression, he nodded slightly. No, I can't sleep at night, so I came out for a walk. Oh, then you should go to bed early. It gets a bit cold up on the mountain at night. Okay, I'll head back now. After saying goodbye, Lin Yan left directly. Mingqian looked at Lin Yan as she entered the room, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Just then, a loud bang resounded throughout the entire Longhu Mountain. Chapter 172 Mysterious Body. Rumble. The enormous sound reverberated throughout Longhu Mountain, even causing the mountain itself to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, everyone's doors opened quickly, and one by one, people in their pajamas came out to ask questions. What's that sound? Why is it so loud? Did someone set off firecrackers? That can't be right. How could a scenic area set off fireworks? Were they shells? What was that sound? It seemed to be coming from the back of the mountain. At this moment, everyone gathered around Master Qingshu, wanting to know his opinion. Master Qingshu, dressed in a white robe that fluttered even without wind, then looked sharply toward the back mountain. Gentlemen, a thief has infiltrated our sect today. Follow me to capture the thief." After saying that, Master Qingshu nimbly ran towards the back mountain, and Lin Dingtian followed without hesitation. Upon hearing this, everyone was no longer sleepy and followed. "Hurry up." Okay. At this moment, two dark figures flickered incessantly in the cave, aided by the dim firelight, as if they were two ghostly figures drifting aimlessly in the night. There, a fat man and a thin man were seen repeatedly striking the head of a huge stone statue with heavy hammers. Not far behind them, there was a hole about the size of a person. There were many pebbles scattered near the cave entrance, and there were traces of gunpowder explosions on the stone walls. "Big brother, we've struck it rich. How much would such a large, venerable stone head cost?" The skinny man stared greedily at the stone statue in front of him, which weighed a full 20 kilograms, drool dripping from his mouth. Hearing his brother's lack of ambition, the fat man was furious and smacked the skinny man on the head. "Stop talking nonsense and get to work. You know, we must have alerted them by blowing up the cave. We must speed things up and take Shursho away before they get here. This is Longhu Mountain. It's practically a den of dragons and tigers, not a place for just any Tom, Dick, or Harry to come here. Those who used to come to Longhu Mountain to steal things have all disappeared without a trace." Upon hearing the fat man's words, the skinny man immediately felt a cold wind blow across his neck, and he quickly pulled his neck back into his clothes, his hands unconsciously moving faster. Bang ding! The sounds of metal colliding with stone echoed continuously in the cave. Lin Yin and his group continued running towards the back mountain. "Grandpa, is there anything different about this back mountain?" Lin Yin asked curiously, since he had rarely seen Daoist Qingshu in such a hurry since he arrived this morning. At this moment, Mingchen spoke up to explain, remembering the instructions his master had given him. "The place we went to was the back of Longhu Mountain. The back mountain is a forbidden area of Longhu Mountain. Under normal circumstances, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Only the mountain lord can enter." At this moment, Li Kuei asked a question. "What exactly is hidden inside the forbidden area that makes you so nervous?" At this moment, Mingchen also looked bewildered and shook his head slightly. Master Qingshu, who was walking ahead, was also on his way, but he could hear everything very clearly. "To be honest, the body of our sect's founder from 500 years ago is stored in this forbidden area. 500 years ago, our Longhu Mountain Patriarch ascended to heaven in broad daylight, leaving behind a physical body." Everyone was stunned by these words. It's the 21st century, and people are still talking about ascending to heaven in broad daylight. Isn't that nonsense? Even Lin Dingtian's eyebrows trembled slightly. At this moment, Li Kuei and Qian Xiaohao looked incredulous. After all, it was too far-fetched to say such a thing in this era. Mingchen, on the other hand, looked on with an expression of adoration. He grew up in Longhu Mountain and had heard the legend of the Patriarch ascending to heaven in broad daylight countless times. Unexpectedly, today the Patriarch said that the body of the Patriarch from 500 years ago is in the forbidden area. However, apart from a slight change in his eyes at the beginning, Lin Yin did not change much. After all, he already had a system attached to him, so it's understandable that someone could ascend to immortality in broad daylight. After traveling for 10 minutes, the group could vaguely see a cave appearing before them. However, as the group approached, Lin Yin whispered a warning. "There's movement inside." Hearing Lin Yan's words, the crowd couldn't believe it, but they subconsciously slowed down. As everyone quieted down, those at the stone gate next door could clearly hear sounds coming from the cave. "That's the sound of a heavy hammer. It sounds like they're smashing something." "Yes, judging from the force, it must be two people. It must be thieves trying to steal the Patriarch's remains. We must stop them immediately and absolutely not let them take them away." At this moment, even Master Qingshu was no longer calm. It should be noted that, apart from the 8 trigrams of the primordial era in his possession, the remains of the Patriarch are the most precious treasures in the entire Longhu Mountain. If thieves steal the Patriarch's remains right under his nose, so how could he face the many disciples of Longhu Mountain? And how could he face the ancestors of Longhu Mountain? At this moment, Master Qingshu turned to look at Lin Yin with a serious expression. "Young friend Lin, I hope you can help Longhu Mountain." Lin Yin was quite surprised to hear this. Logically speaking, this is Longhu Mountain's home ground, so why would Master Qingshu ask him for help? A thought flashed through Lin Yan's mind. Unless Master Qingshu had already foreseen this calamity for Longhu Mountain. Hey, Qingshu, look at what you're saying. We've known each other for over 40 years. It's only right that Yenner helps. Yenner, don't you think so? Lin Dingtian patted his chest and finally looked at Lin Yin. In truth, even if the Taoist priest didn't say it aloud, Lin Yin would still go to help without hesitation if needed. Even disregarding the more than 40-year friendship between Grandpa and the Taoist priest, just because he just sawed off a section of the lightning rod, we should still help. Lin Yin clasped his hands together, looking unusually serious. Master, please rest assured, Lin Yin will not hesitate to do his duty. Upon hearing this, Master Qingshu nodded in satisfaction, then took out a key and opened the cave door. As the stone door trembled, the two people inside stopped what they were doing. The fat man glanced at the 3 centimeters of the connection that was about to be completed. Pull the rope. Get ready to leave. The skinny man didn't say anything. He simply put a wire mesh over the stone head, and the 2 wires on both sides stretched and extended towards the broken hole. Boom! With a loud rumble, the stone gate finally opened slowly. Chapter 173: The Northwest Duo's Deadly Moves. Lin Yan's backup plan. Slap, slap, slap. As the stone gate opened, a straight passage appeared before everyone. Suddenly, oil lamps were lit on the stone walls on both sides of the passage. At this moment, the entire passageway was brightly lit. At the end of the passage was a huge hall, where 2 figures could be vaguely seen moving about. You scoundrel, how dare you? At this moment, Master Qingshu let out a loud shout and rushed towards the hall, and everyone followed him. After all, at this time, there is strength in numbers. At this moment, the fat man and the thin man did not panic when they heard Master Qingshu's angry shout. The 2 men exchanged a glance, then each grabbed a steel wire and pulled hard. With a burst of strength, the stone head snapped off at the neck, revealing the dried flesh and blood in the air. However, the 2 of them couldn't care less about that now, and dragged the stone head to the cave they had been in before. I'll stop them, you wrap up the stone head. Then, the fat man turned around and walked towards the passage. Seeing this, the skinny man did not hesitate at all, and tied the wire in a knot with both hands. Bang! The fat man stood directly in the passageway, looking at everyone with a smile. Master, I'm so sorry. My brother and I are a little short on money lately, so we have to come to Longhu Mountain to borrow some things to cover our expenses. At this moment, everyone finally saw what the fat man looked like. You 2 are the 2 heroes of the Northwest. I never thought you'd steal from our Longhu Mountain. At this moment, Master Qingshu looked at the 2 men with a furious expression and directly revealed their identities. Everyone glared angrily at the fat man and the skinny man who was wrapping the stone head in the distance. At this moment, Lin Dingtian explained calmly. The Northwest duo rose to fame 10 years ago. Rumor has it that they are one fat and one thin, with the fat one being the older brother Qindong and the thin one Qin West. At that time, they robbed the treasury of the richest man in the Northwest and stole jewelry worth nearly 30 million yuan. It caused a sensation throughout the entire Xia Kingdom, and the entire police force has been investigating it for a year without any results. I never expected to meet you 2 here. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. Then, this one who looks so fat must be the older brother, Qindong. At this moment, Lin Yin slowly walked forward and used his body to block Master Qingshu. His grandfather reminded him on the way. Don't be fooled by Master Qingshu's good health. He is still 120 years old and doesn't know any martial arts at all. Lin Dingtian always regarded Master Qingshu as his elder brother, so he specifically instructed Lin Yin to protect the old master. I am Lin Yin. Put down the stone. Lin Yin stared coldly at the fat man, but kept an eye on the skinny man, who had almost finished wrapping up the stone head. Hee, where did this Tom, Dick, and Harry come from? They don't know how powerful the 2 heroes of the Northwest are. The fat man looked at Lin Yin with disdain, clearly not taking Lin Yin seriously. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, or I won't be so polite. The fat man pulled a dagger from his waist, placed it to his lips, and licked it with a bloodthirsty lick. Lin Yin smiled slightly, realizing that his reputation was still not high enough. Otherwise, why haven't they heard of me? Lin Yin slowly rolled up his sleeves, a smirk playing on his lips. It's okay. It's normal that you haven't heard of my name. After tonight, I'm sure you'll all remember my name vividly. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yin kicked the fat man in the chest. At this moment, the fat man's expression changed, and he muttered something under his breath. Damn, they're playing dirty tricks. Then, he took a deep breath, as if a suction force in his stomach was firmly holding Lin Yan's right foot in place. At this moment, Lin Yan's expression changed. The fat man's actions surprised him greatly. Unexpectedly, the force of his right kick was at least 300 pounds, but it seemed to have no effect on the man's chest. Moreover, it seems that my right foot is now immobile. Haha, I really thought they were some kind of formidable character, but all they know is this trick. Chen Dong laughed triumphantly at Lin Yan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes hardened. Using his chest as a fulcrum, the man lifted his left foot off the ground and kicked him solidly in the face. In an instant, the two were separated. Hiss! The fat man clutched his left cheek in pain, and a trickle of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Pooh! The fat man glared at Lin Yan with resentment, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva mixed with 2 teeth. Great job, you're very good. Second brother, are you done yet? Upon hearing this, the skinny Chun West quickly responded. Big brother, that's enough, let's get out of here. At this moment, the fat man glared at Lin Yan and slowly retreated backward. I have important business to attend to today, I'll play with you next time. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Just then, Lin Yan kicked out from mid-air again, aiming for the fat man's head. At this moment, the fat man stared in horror at Lin Yan's right foot. He knew that if he didn't fight back, he would definitely be kicked down by Lin Yan. Even if they don't die, they'll be seriously injured. However, if he were to fight back, he would only delay his escape. After weighing the pros and cons, Fatty Qindong immediately gripped the dagger in his right hand and slashed at Lin Yan's right foot. Upon seeing this, everyone tensed up. Even Lin Dingtian looked nervous. Damn, if I got slashed like that, even if I didn't die, I'd be a bloody mess. That's impossible. We must believe Lin Yan. That's right. That's exactly right. My master has never lost a fight. Lin Yan watched the fat man brandishing the dagger and smiled slightly. Whoa! Suddenly, Lin Yan had a wooden stick in his hand and struck the fat man's right hand hard. Bang! Ah! Just as the dagger was an inch away from Lin Yan's right foot, the wooden stick in Lin Yan's hand struck his wrist in time, accompanied by a powerful thud and the sound of bones cracking, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Lin Yan landed steadily on the ground, pointing the wooden stick in his right hand at Chen Dong, who was sitting on the ground. Hee, now you should recognize me, right? At this moment, seeing his brother's appearance, the skinny Chen Shi's eyes flashed with anger. He pulled out a black cylinder from his waist and slowly walked to a spot not far from the group. Don't move. I have a bomb in my hand. If I release my thumb, the entire Longhu Mountain will be razed to the ground. Upon hearing this, everyone stepped back. Lin Yan looked at the bomb in Chun West's hand with surprise. It was obvious that the explosion just now was caused by them. As long as you abandon Shishou, I can guarantee you'll leave this place. Lin Yan looked at Master Qingxiu and, after receiving the master's approval, made a promise to the 2 heroes of the Northwest. Hearing this, the skinny man looked reluctantly at the already packed stone head. You should know that someone offered 2 million for this stone head. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to Longhu Mountain to steal it. They couldn't understand why anyone would pay such a high price for something that was just a rock. With this thought in mind, the skinny man steeled himself and took a step forward with his right foot. No way. I'm taking Shishou today. Otherwise, my brother and I would have died on Longhu Mountain. Anyway, we 2 worthless lives have lived long enough, and we'll die with you guys, so we haven't lost out. At this moment, the entire cave was completely silent. Lin Yan couldn't understand why these 2 would risk their lives to take Shishou away. Moreover, they still haven't seen the ancestral master's body that Master Su mentioned, and the 2 of them just stole a stone head. You can leave now. At this moment, Master Qingxiu ruthlessly waved his sleeve. Upon hearing this, the two quickly helped him up, because at this moment, Fatty Chindong's right wrist was injured, and he could no longer control the parachute. So, Chun Shijiang entrusted the bomb to his elder brother for safekeeping, in case Lin Yin suddenly launched a sneak attack, and also secured his brother to his chest. He jumped straight off the cliff. "Thank you, we're leaving now." At this moment, Fatty Chindong smiled smugly at Lin Yin. Lin Yin stood at the cave entrance and took out a small, black box from his pocket, no bigger than the palm of his hand. They threw it into the bag containing the stone. Chapter 174. Only you can deal with him. Ugh, they just got away like that. Yes, if we go down the mountain to block them now, we might still make it in time. We absolutely cannot let them escape. They still have our Longhu Mountain's treasures in their hands. At this moment, everyone stood at the entrance of the blasted cave, watching the two people carrying a parachute fly rapidly into the distance. After saying that, the group prepared to turn around and go down the mountain. "Stop chasing them." Just then, Master Qingshu called out to everyone, turned around, and knelt down on both knees in front of the stone statue. "Master, your disciple is incompetent and has no ability to protect your body." After saying this, Master Qingshu devoutly kowtowed 3 times to the stone statue. At this moment, Mingchen looked bewildered, but still bowed respectfully. However, Lin Yin and the others couldn't understand it. This was clearly a stone statue, so how could it be called the ancestral master's body? Master Qingshu turned around, stroking his beard and smiling at everyone. "I know you have many questions. Let's go back to the main hall first and then talk about it." At this moment, Mingchen, emboldened by some unknown source, muttered to himself, "Grandmaster, how can you still laugh? Even your physical body has been stolen." Upon hearing this, Master Qingshu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly. "Let's go. I'll explain it to you in detail." Longhu Mountain, the main hall. Master Qingshu appeared completely calm, as if he wasn't worried at all about the stolen stone head. Everyone took their seats in turn, and seeing that the Taoist priest was not nervous, they all felt relieved. However, Mingchen, a young Taoist priest, looked extremely anxious. If it weren't for his master holding him back, he would have already gone down the mountain. "I know you are all very curious about where the ancestral master's body is. Looking at this, don't you all think that the Northwest duo stole a fake?" Master Qingshu and the crowd were all smiling. At this moment, everyone nodded subconsciously. After all, no one present was a fool. Seeing that even the Taoist priest was nervous, why should I be nervous? However, Master Qingshu's next words shocked everyone. "That's right, they stole the head of our sect's founder." These words immediately caused an uproar in the main hall. Ming Chen, being a grand disciple, immediately stood up and was about to go down the mountain to chase after them. "Come back and sit down." Master Qingshu rebuked Mingchen, his brows furrowed. Clearly, they were very dissatisfied with the impetuous Mingchen. So careless and sloppy, what kind of behavior is this? It's important to stay calm in all situations. That's the best way to resolve problems. At this moment, Lin Yin glanced at the Taoist priest thoughtfully. "May I ask, Master, what I just saw was clearly a stone. Is there some hidden secret within it?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's question, Master Qingshu gave Lin Yin an appreciative look, and then glared at Mingchen. I couldn't help but sigh. The two of them weren't that far apart in age, so how could there be such a big difference between them? Moreover, Mingchen has been by his side since childhood, so he should be smarter than Lin Yin. However, thinking of Ming Chen's actions and recalling the divination he had performed for Lin Yin, he thought to himself, "Sigh, he's not even human, you can't compare." That's a good question. Master Qingshu first praised Lin Yin, then looked around at everyone. After the patriarch ascended to heaven 500 years ago, he left behind a physical body. That caused a sensation throughout the entire martial arts world, and his body was almost stolen by thieves several times. After that, the entire Longhu Mountain racked their brains over how to protect the ancestor's body. Hearing this, everyone knew that the important part was about to be discussed. After discussion among the elders, they came up with a brilliant plan. That is to wrap the patriarch's body in hemp cloth and cover it with mud, thus turning it into a stone statue. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized what was happening. Oh, So that stone statue was the body of the patriarch. Yes, no wonder there's only one stone statue in the entire cave. Now, I just don't understand. The patriarch's body has been hidden for so long. Why would they still come here to steal it? How did they know it was there? Finally, Li Kuei's question attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, Master Qingshu looked somewhat somber and sighed softly. This story goes back 80 years. At that time, I had a fellow disciple named Qing Yuan. He is exceptionally talented, especially in learning the 8 trigrams of the primordial chaos. His abilities are already very close to those of his master. My master often says that Qing Yuan will be able to carry forward and promote the innate bagua of our school. Hearing this, everyone was still confused. What did this have to do with the ancestor's body? At this moment, a glint appeared in Lin Yan's eyes. Did that Qing Yuan do something utterly heinous? Lin Yan guessed that Master Qingshu nodded slightly in agreement. That's right. My junior brother is arrogant and proud, and at such a young age, he has become the second most skilled fortune teller in our sect after our master. However, he was determined to surpass the ancestor who had ascended to immortality. On a dark and stormy night, he actually sneaked into the forbidden area, intending to steal the ancestor's body for research. Later, when his master discovered this, he even tried to argue that this body held the secret to ascension. In the end, the master was so angry that he expelled him from the sect. Hearing this, everyone understood what was going to happen to this guy. Qingshu, are you saying that your junior brother was behind this theft of the body? Lin Dingtian frowned and angrily rebuked. Humph, this unfilial descendant. Kill him as soon as possible. That's right. Leaving them behind would be a disaster. That's right. This guy, out of gratitude for the training he received from his sect, actually stole the ancestor's body. He's utterly depraved. Moreover, he even wants to become an immortal and ascend to heaven. That's just wishful thinking. The crowd unleashed a torrent of curses at the air, each one indignant. Taoist Master, did you foresee this calamity? Lin Yan looked at Master Qingshu again, wanting to know what he would say. Master Qingshu nodded at Lin Yan with a slight gleam in his eyes and slowly spoke. That's right. 7 days ago, I had a sudden inspiration and cast a divination. I knew Longhu Mountain would face this calamity. Hearing Master Qingshu say this, everyone felt relieved. Since they've already figured it out, they must have a backup plan, so what do I have to worry about? However, the Taoist priest's next words made everyone's hearts leap into their throats again. My junior brother is even better than me in the field of the 8 trigrams. Therefore, he can predict any of my moves. Hearing this, Lin Yan felt a pang of sadness. Then you can still have fun. This is like using cheats in a game. Others know your route, but you don't know where they are. How can you play like that? At this moment, everyone felt a wave of disappointment, realizing that they were facing a fortune teller. What should we do then? Should we call the police? TCH, even if the police come, do you think that guy wouldn't know? So, does that mean no one can defeat him? Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Master Qingshu smiled slightly and pointed to a person in the main hall with his right hand. Only you can defeat him. Chapter 175 Conditions he couldn't refuse. At this moment, everyone in the hall looked at Lin Yan. That's right, the person Master Qingshu was referring to was Lin Yan. Lin Yan pointed at himself with a surprised look on his face. Even he believed that Master Qingshu actually thought highly of him. Taoist Master, you must be mistaken. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't know any of your Taoist tricks, let alone fortune-telling. Holy crap, isn't this just delivering vegetables? Lin Yan quickly waved his hand to decline. How could he possibly get involved in such matters between Taoist sects? That's right, Qingshu. Yinner, you don't know your Taoist methods. Besides, your junior brother can't even beat you. How could he possibly be a match for your junior brother? Lin Dingtian also chimed in, saying that this was no joke. Although the battles between Taoist sects are not as direct as those between ordinary people, however, it kills silently, and one might not even know how they died. Master, you should think it over carefully. What if your junior brother hasn't improved his skills at all over the years? That's right. Why don't we go to another sect and hire a master? What are you saying? Is there something we don't know, Taoist Master? The crowd discussed among themselves. believing that Lin Yan was indeed agile and had excellent marksmanship. However, the struggles between Taoist sects are not based on these things. Sometimes a small mistake can be fatal. Bang! At that moment, a dull thud echoed through the hall. Mingchen knelt solemnly in the main hall, his hands clasped in prayer, his teeth clenched, tears welling in his eyes, his bones bent. Master, let Mingchen go. Although Mingchen's innate Bagua is not as good as yours, he is still a formidable opponent among the younger generation of Longhu Mountain. Even if Mingchen is not as good as that traitor, Mingchen will risk his life to retrieve the patriarch's head. His resounding words echoed throughout the hall, and everyone looked at Ming Chen with admiration. Don't let his young age of 17 or 18 fool you. He speaks with a strong voice and is very ambitious. At this moment, Master Qingxiu looked expressionlessly at Mingchen kneeling on the ground. Suddenly, a gust of wind struck Mingchen's forehead, accompanied by a scream. Bang! Ah! Everyone looked over in surprise, staring at Master Qingxiu in disbelief. I don't understand why he would throw a teacup at Mingchen for no reason. Isn't this the kind of behavior Mingchen is going to do? Master Qingxiu stared at Mingchen with a stern look in his eyes, his voice very low. For so many years, I have devoted myself to nurturing you, and you actually want to die. Is this how you repay me? Repay Longhu Mountain? Do you want Longhu Mountain to decline forever? Is the legacy of Longhu Mountain really that unimportant to you? Master Qingxiu's roar echoed throughout the entire hall, sounding like thunder and lingering for a long time. Even Lin Dingtian looked at his old friend with disbelief. The old Taoist priest, who used to be able to destroy enemy ships with a laugh and always had a smile on his face, actually got angry. You have to understand that Lin Dingtian and he have had a relationship for 40 years. No matter what happens, it can't make him angry, let alone see him get angry. However, just because Mingchen volunteered to deal with the traitor, Master Qingxiu got so angry today. Qingxiu. All right, Mingchen meant well. He's determined. I think you should be happy. Maybe he really can bring back the patriarch's head. Lin Dingtian comforted her from the side, saying that everyone in the hall was watching. Upon hearing this, Master Qingxiu finally suppressed his anger and spoke again. He's practically courting death. Then, Master Qingxiu sighed softly. My junior brother's innate Bagua will only be stronger than before, I'm certain of that. More importantly, when he was expelled from the sect, he stole the sect's heirloom, the 8 trigrams plate. Hearing this, everyone became curious. What exactly is the Bagua compass, and what are its unique functions? Yes, it's just a plate. There's no need to be so serious about it. What are you guessing for? Listen to what the Taoist priest has to say. At this moment, Mingchen's eyes lit up slightly. Master, I saw a book in the attic that seemed to be about the Bagua compass. I've heard that the highest level of cultivation of the primordial 8 trigrams, combined with the 8 trigrams plate, can change the fate of a nation. Is that true? Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent instantly. Everyone stared at Master Qingxiu in disbelief. After all, Mingchen's words were too alarmist. In this day and age, most people don't believe in fortune-telling at all. At this moment, Master Qingxiu shook his head slightly. Seeing the Taoist priest's action, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Mingchen's words were truly terrifying. However, Lin Yan remained calm. His male god skill tower also includes fortune-telling. I wonder which is stronger, the innate Bagua or the divination method. However, Master Qingxiu's next words once again put everyone's hearts in their throats. The combination of the 8 trigrams of the primordial era and the 8 trigrams plate can not only change the fate of a country, but even change the world. However, all of this was told to me by my master. Moreover, since my sect obtained the primordial 8 trigrams, no one has been able to cultivate it to a high level. The highest was Liu Bowen of the Ming dynasty, who assisted the Hongwu Emperor in overthrowing the tyrannical Yuan dynasty and establishing a Han Chinese dynasty. Hearing this, everyone felt a slight sense of relief, as there was always some fear in their hearts towards the unknown. At this moment, Li Kuei asked a question out of the blue. Since you know that Ming Chen will surely die if he goes, why do you still send Lin Yan? Lin Yan doesn't know anything about fortune-telling, so how can you be so sure he can bring the item back? At this moment, Everyone in the hall looked at Master Qingxiu. This is the most important question right now. If we don't answer it well, it might be seen as an attempt to harm Lin Yan. This matter can be considered a big deal or a small deal. At this moment, Lin Dingtian smiled slightly. I have known Qingxiu for over 40 years, and he never does anything he is not sure about. Since he said Yenner should go, he must have his reasons. Upon hearing this, Master Qingxiu nodded slightly and looked at Lin Yan. That's right. After I cast that divination, I cast another one, hoping to avert this calamity at Longhu Mountain. Therefore, I saw a very blurry human figure in the divination, and the character, in speech, appeared in the middle. Therefore, I'm absolutely certain that you're the one who can save Longhu Mountain. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Yan after hearing Master Qingxiu's analysis. Lin Yan frowned slightly. He hadn't originally planned to get involved. After all, this is his own business, and he already owes a lot of shock points because he exchanged for ancient medical techniques. Although he said he was confident in dealing with that Qing Yuan guy, he couldn't exchange for skills without having enough shock points. Just then, Master Qingxiu made a condition that he couldn't refuse. Chapter 176, Qing Yuan's Ambition. The capital of the British Empire. On a high mountain in the suburbs, there stands a grand hall in Chinese style. It is majestic and magnificent. Every visitor who comes here stops to take pictures. If Lin Yan were here, he would definitely see it. This main hall is exactly the same as the main hall of Longhu Mountain. If it weren't for the Western-style buildings around it, you would definitely think that this is Longhu Mountain. Once you enter the main hall through its main gate, the interior feels like another world altogether. For dragon-carved pillars, each as thick as an adult's waist, stand silently in the four directions of the main hall, supporting the grandeur of the entire hall. However, the atmosphere in the entire hall was very gloomy, making it hard to breathe. On either side of the main hall, 2 rows of candles burned quietly, crackling occasionally. At this moment, a figure sat cross-legged on a prayer mat in the very center of the main hall. He was dressed in black, his face was very old, and his many white hairs were mixed with a lot of black strands. Whoosh! At this moment, the old man slowly stood up, leaning on his cane, and looked triumphantly at Dongfang. "Ha! Idaozi, you old codger, weren't you going to stop me? Then come out of your coffin if you dare." Bang! 80 years. A full 80 years. I've finally gotten what I wanted. The old man raised his hands, facing the sky, as if he had gone mad. His eyes were wide open, bloodshot, and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. As long as I can understand its secrets, I can become the second person to ascend to heaven in broad daylight after the patriarch. The old man slowly walked to the entrance of the main hall. Whether by accident or design, the entrance of the main hall faced east. When that time comes, I will return to Longhu Mountain, and who will be able to stop me then? At this point, the old man revealed a strange smile, which, combined with the gloomy atmosphere, made him look somewhat eerie. "My most beloved senior brother Qingxiu, you must live well and wait for me to return." Just then, a servant quickly came from outside the main hall. Reporting to the imperial advisor, "We have succeeded." Upon hearing this, Qing Yuan stroked his beard with a smug look on his face and responded softly, "Oh, where are they now?" Although Qing Yuan already knew from the divination that he had succeeded, he still couldn't hide his excitement upon hearing the news. Reporting to the imperial advisor, the 2 heroes of the Northwest are preparing to leave the Xia Kingdom, take the Southeast Asian route, detour through Central Asia, reach Europe, and finally arrive at the Empire. At this moment, Qing Yuan's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded slightly. Not bad." At this moment, the servant hesitated for a moment, then offered a reminder. This imperial advisor's route passes through bustling areas. With so many people watching, he might attract unwanted attention. Upon hearing this, a dark glint flashed in Qing Yuan's eyes. I'm afraid no one will care. The more people care, the safer it is." Upon hearing the Grand Preceptor's confident words, the servant was immediately terrified and spoke again. "May I ask, Imperial Preceptor, what is it that you are so concerned about?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a strong gust of wind suddenly appeared in the hall without warning. Bang! Then, Qing Yuan kicked the servant away. He lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. However, he dared not linger for a moment, and felt himself getting up again, kneeling obediently on the ground. With his hands on the ground, forehead pressed against the floor, and buttocks sticking up high, he kept kowtowing. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Bang, bang, bang. Qing Yuan glanced indifferently at the servant begging for mercy on the ground, and slowly walked out of the main hall. A hoarse and aged voice echoed throughout the hall. You should be thankful I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise you'd already be a corpse. At this moment, the servant kneeling on the ground had his entire back soaked with sweat. Upon hearing this, he fainted in the main hall. Meanwhile, the two Northwest heroes have arrived at the Delta. Brother, if we go another 10 miles, we'll reach the border. When the time comes, we'll find a boat to cross the river, and they'll definitely not be able to find us. After saying that, the skinny Chan West carefully put the fat Chin Dong down, walked to the big rock in front, and looked out at the border. Meanwhile, fatty Chin Dong struggled to move his body, staring at his right wrist with hatred. At this point, his right wrist was already in a cast and wrapped in gauze. Damn, I didn't expect that kid to be so fast. After finishing his sentence, the fat man spat a thick wad of phlegm onto the ground. 5 days have passed, and the fat man still hasn't recovered from the trauma. He simply couldn't understand how Lin Yan could be so skilled and so incredibly fast. It was almost unbelievable. Pooh, don't let me see you again, or I'll kill you. At this moment, the skinny Chun West got off the rock and helped the fat man up. Brother, let's hurry up and travel while it's still daytime. Maybe we'll be able to cross the river before dark. Hearing this, the fat man perked up and patted the stone head on his back. The items inside are very valuable. They could be considered the brothers' life savings for the rest of their lives. When the mysterious man first approached them, he immediately offered them $1 billion. The two brothers thought they had been scammed, until the mysterious man casually gave them a tip of $2 million, and then they believed it. Only then did the two of them make up their minds to do this job. Moreover, the mysterious man promised them that if they safely delivered the goods to the British Empire, he would not only pay them $1 billion, but also provide them with a large villa. Thinking of this, the two brothers quickened their pace unconsciously. An hour later, Big brother, the boat, the boat. Skinny Chun West excitedly pointed at the small boats on the riverbank and kept shouting, Okay, let's get on the boat. The two brothers frequently traveled between China and other countries via this ship, and they both knew that this ship was specifically used for smuggling people across borders. Not only that, the boat was small in size, just a wooden boat with an engine at the back, that's all. However, the price is ridiculously high. It costs 10,000 yuan per person to cross the river once. Without saying much, the two brothers threw 20,000 yuan at the boatman. After that, the fat man sat on the small boat, and, wanting to leave as soon as possible, prepared to call the boatman to set sail. At that moment, a deep voice slowly rose from the woods, followed by a gust of wind that landed steadily on the boatman. Smack! Here's 100,000. Take me across the river. A young figure quickly boarded the ship and plopped down opposite the two Northwest heroes. At this moment, the fat man Shin Dong frowned as he looked at the young man wearing a baseball cap opposite him. Although he couldn't see his face, his intuition told him that he seemed to have seen this guy somewhere before. Rumble. A small boat moves slowly across the river. Chapter 177. You must be very curious about who I am. Splash. Slap, slap, slap. A small boat, a large river, 3 passengers, and a boatman. These elements combine to create an eerie scene at sunset. At this moment, the two heroes of the Northwest sat quietly on one side of the boat, their bodies slightly tense. In particular, the fat man Shindong's chubby eyes looked at the young man opposite him with an uncertain expression. The two brothers remained somewhat wary of the unexpected arrival of passengers. After all, when you're out in the game, your life is hanging by a thread. Don't think about yesterday, don't look to tomorrow, just focus on today. Otherwise, a slight oversight could lead to being robbed, or worse, losing both money and life. However, under normal circumstances, the two brothers have never been afraid of anyone. However, today, Fatty Chindong looked at the man opposite him with a strange expression. The man opposite was wearing a black cloak, a black baseball cap, and sunglasses. Moreover, He looks very young, probably only in his early 20s. Of course, none of this was a reason for Chen Dong to pay attention to him. From the moment the man boarded the ship, Chen Dong had a gut feeling that he had seen this guy somewhere before. Seeing the man's figure gave him a faint sense of familiarity. Yes, it's very light. If he hadn't seen the man in person, Chen Dong wouldn't have dared to say he'd seen him before. At this moment, Chen Dong nudged his younger brother Chen West slightly with his right arm and gave him a look. The two brothers have known each other for so many years, and they understand each other instantly with just a glance. Skinny Chen West glanced at the young man casually, then shook his head slightly at Chen Dong. Clearly, Chen West had no recollection of this young man. Just then, a young voice rang out from the river. "Hey, you two brothers, don't you know this is dangerous? You're out in the world, freely observing others. You must know the consequences." The words drifted out of Lin Yan's mouth in a soft voice. That's right, this person is Lin Yan. Lin Yan threw his phone into the package when the two of them parachuted away from Longhu Mountain. His phone had a built-in GPS location function, which Lin Yan was able to track along the way. Finally, they caught up with the two by the river at the border. At this time, there were only 4 people on the boat, and as a seasoned boatman, he had encountered this kind of situation dozens of times. So he simply ignored it and filtered it out. After all, the people who get to ride on his boat are no pushovers, so don't pay attention to what they say or do. Only if a person is safely transported to the other side can their life be preserved to the greatest extent possible. However, when the two heroes of the Northwest were described in this way, it was as if a thief had been caught red-handed stealing something. However, the two brothers did not panic. Fatty Chen Dong frowned, but then smiled innocently. "Brother, you look familiar. Have we met before? If it's someone you know, please let's meet." Chen Dong clasped his hands together, and the dagger in his sleeve slowly slid into his palm. Clearly, he was testing Lin Yan. Meanwhile, Chen West, the younger brother, placed his hands behind his back, ready to draw his gun. At this moment, Lin Yan looked at the two of them calmly, and then smiled gently. Who would have thought that even the mighty Northwest heroes would have moments of fear? Upon hearing this, Chen Dong smiled faintly. "Brother, we're just out here trying to make a living. Please forgive me if I have offended you in any way. Here's 100,000 yuan. Let's be friends." After saying that, Chen Dong generously placed 100,000 yuan between the two of them. At this moment, Chen Dong considered that the journey to deliver the goods to the Sunless City was quite long. Therefore, he decided to offer the other party some benefits to avoid any unforeseen complications. At this moment, Lin Yan glanced indifferently at the 100,000 yuan, then at the two brothers. "All right, since you're so straightforward, brother. If I don't give them face, I'll be ungrateful." Upon hearing this, the Chen brothers smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. When traveling, if you are not absolutely certain of success, you should avoid conflict if possible. Otherwise, everyone might have to die here. Lin Yan then put away the 100,000 yuan, just when the two brothers thought the matter was resolved. Lin Yan's next words made the two of them tense. "What's in your two brothers' packages?" Lin Yan pointed with interest at the packages in the two people's arms and smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, the two fat men instinctively prepared for a fight, with the fat man giving Lin Yan a wary look. Clearly, Lin Yan's words and actions had aroused serious suspicion in the two brothers. At this moment, Chen Dong looked at Lin Yan with a fierce expression, his left hand already inside his coat, ready to draw his gun. "Brother, I still advise you to stop asking about other people's business, or you won't even know how you died. This river carries countless corpses every year." At this moment, the boatman's body trembled, and he subconsciously stepped on the gas, wanting to get the 3 people to the other side as quickly as possible. Lin Yan looked at the two brothers calmly through his sunglasses, his words sharp and sarcastic. Just 2 thieves, yet they speak so grandly. I really don't know where you guys learned that from. Does stealing someone's things mean you can just run away?" At this point, Lin Yan had made his point very clear. All that was left was for him to reveal his true intentions. Snap! Fatty Chen Dong looked at Lin Yan with a sneer. He didn't expect that the guy in front of him would actually know the two brothers. The dark muzzle of the gun was pointed at Lin Yan, and his face was extremely arrogant. I never imagined that you would recognize us brothers after all these years of seclusion. What a pity. I was hoping to cross the river peacefully, finish this trip, and then go home. But today you're so curious. I really don't know what gave you the courage. Chun Dong held a pistol, pointing it at Lin Yan with an extremely arrogant expression, as if Lin Yan was already a corpse in his eyes. At this moment, the skinny Chun West just smiled faintly. After all, the two brothers had encountered this kind of thing quite often and had become indifferent to it. Just then, Lin Yan swiftly struck with his right hand, seizing Chun Dong's left wrist. After a sharp pain, the situation changed drastically. Lin Yan pointed a pistol at the two men and smiled faintly. How about that now? Do you submit? At this moment, the two brothers were slightly startled. Brother, who are you? Let's talk this out. Don't ruin our relationship. Lin Yan smiled faintly and continued. You must be very curious about who I am. Then, Lin Yan slowly took off his sunglasses. When the two heroes of the Northwest saw Lin Yan's true face, they were immediately shocked. Chapter 178. Sorry, I left my phone in the package. How could this be? How could it be you? How did you find me? What? The two heroes from the Northwest stared in disbelief, their eyes wide and mouths agape, their expressions extremely unpleasant. Lin Yan looked at the two brothers with interest, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Sorry, the game is over. Click. After saying that, the trigger of the pistol was pulled again. The dark muzzle and the cold river surface sent a chill down the spines of the Chun brothers. Wait a minute. At this moment, Fatty Chun Dong was covered in sweat and his mouth was trembling. We only stole a stone. You didn't need to kill us. The stone is right here. You can take it. That's right. We're returning your belongings. You have no reason to kill us. At this moment, Chun West, the younger brother, also spoke up. Lin Yan glanced at the stone head that was so close at hand, then looked at the two brothers again. It seems they still don't know that the stone in their hands is actually a human head. A fairy's head. This means that the buyer did not tell them the truth at all, but simply asked them to steal Shisho. Okay. Lin Yan responded casually, then lit a cigarette. Upon hearing this, the two brothers beamed with joy. After all, one's life is one's own, while the property belongs to the employer. Business can be abandoned, but life cannot be lost. However, Lin Yan's next words caused the two of them to explode. Add another 10 million for your trouble, otherwise, I'll kick you all down to feed the fish. Lin Yan glared fiercely at the two brothers, his right hand constantly aiming the pistol at them, making the two of them a little nervous. What? 10 million? Upon hearing this, the two brothers immediately cried out in shock. The two of them have only received 2 million in tips so far, but Lin Yan asked for 10 million. By this calculation, they'll actually lose 8 million. This is the first time they've ever made such a losing deal since their debut. Why don't you just rob it? At this moment, Fatty Chun Dong shouted loudly. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes, tilted his head to look at the fat man, and what he said next almost made the fat man vomit blood. The cold muzzle of the gun was pressed directly against the fat man's forehead, and he smiled slightly. I was just robbing them. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, the two brothers were speechless. They knew they were doomed today. They hadn't made any money, and were even losing money. Plus they had offended two groups of people. Stealing the stone head from Longhu Mountain will make anyone who sees people from Longhu Mountain avoid them in the future. Otherwise, they'll be badly injured even if they don't die. The most important thing was that mysterious employer. Just thinking about the employer's power and unpredictability sent chills down Chun Dong's spine. If he had to choose between offending Lin Yan and his employer, he would definitely choose to offend Lin Yan. Because he sensed that the employer was terrifying, practically a devil in the dark. But now the situation is beyond our control. With a gun pointed at his head by Lin Yan, he might be meeting his ancestor at any moment. At this moment, the fat man looked helpless. He knew that whether he could get through this hurdle today depended on this man's mood. Then, the fat man gritted his yellowed teeth and answered reluctantly. Okay, I'll give it to you. But before you give it to us, can you tell me how you found us? At this moment, the skinny man also leaned closer, wanting to know how Lin Yan had found them. It's important to know that for a seasoned thief, escaping is also one of their special skills. choosing an escape route, deciding when to leave, evading pursuit, and finally escaping successfully. It's all a whole set of techniques. After leaving Lunghu Mountain, the two brothers carefully avoided crowded places and tried to take shortcuts to leave Xia Kingdom as quickly as possible. Because of the fat man's wrist injury, the two brothers also had difficulty moving around, and they suffered a lot in life. However, they also took a closer look at Lin Yan's attire, a black cloak and shiny black leather shoes. They were dressed entirely in black from head to toe, and more importantly, they were very clean, making them seem unlike anyone tracking them. They seemed more like tourists. Lin Yan smiled slightly and said nothing, then took out an airplane ticket from his pocket. At this moment, the fat man snatched the plane ticket away, staring at it in disbelief. This plane ticket is for a direct flight from Longhushan to a border city, which is the city they are currently in. Direct route. It's actually a direct route. The fat man's hands, holding the plane ticket, trembled involuntarily, his face filled with grief and indignation. How is that possible? How could you possibly know we were here? At this moment, the two brothers were filled with grief and indignation. They never imagined that their arduous long journey, which they thought had evaded his pursuit, would lead them to this conclusion. Unexpectedly, this guy actually used a plane to track me down. It's simply outrageous. Lin Yan fully understood the two brothers' frustration. To be honest, I completely understand how you both feel. Just then, a cell phone rang on the ship, or more precisely, it came from a package. At that moment, the three of them looked at the package simultaneously. The two Chun brothers looked at the package with a sense of unease, listening to the unfamiliar ringtone of a cell phone inside. At this moment, the fat man looked at the thin man. When did you change your ringtone? Didn't we say we'd use the same ringtone? At this moment, the skinny guy was also frustrated. Isn't this your phone? My phone doesn't have this ringtone at all. Just then, Lin Yan awkwardly touched his nose. Excuse me, you two, could I say something? Shut up. The two brothers, disregarding the current situation, roared in unison. At that moment, the phone in the package was still ringing. The fat man glared at the thin man and angrily pulled out the phone. Isn't this your phone? The black phone was waved in front of the three people, as if reminding them that it was the main character. Bro, your phone looks black too. Upon hearing this, the fat man unhesitatingly pulled his phone out of his pocket. Immediately afterwards, the skinny guy also took out his phone from his pocket. For a moment, the two fell silent, staring at the phone in front of them, wondering why there was an extra phone. At that moment, an awkward voice rang out from the ship. Sorry, I left my phone in the package while I was tracking you. As Lin Yan explained, he picked up his phone and turned off the alarm. Two shrill voices echoed across the icy river. The two heroes of the Northwest have dominated the world for decades, always proceeding with extreme caution, yet every move they make is guaranteed to succeed. But today they actually lost to a young man, which is a disgrace. Stop shouting, it's over. This day next year will be the anniversary of your deaths. Lin Yan coldly looked at the two of them, never intending to let them go from the beginning. Just then, the roar of an airplane propeller, accompanied by the sound of machine gun fire, appeared around the bend in front of the small boat. Rumble. Smack. 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 Chapter 179 The Sudden Battle. Rumble. At that moment, a military green helicopter flew out from around the bend, its deafening roar echoing across the entire river. A series of strong winds blew so hard that Lin Yan and the others couldn't open their eyes. A strong wind blew across the river, creating waves that caused the small boat to rock from side to side. Lin Yan quickly grabbed the railing tightly with her left hand to steady herself. At this moment, the others also tried to steady themselves and prevent themselves from falling into the water. However, what happened next shocked everyone. Slap, slap, slap. Suddenly, the helicopter's fuselage turned sideways, the cabin door swung open, and a black Gatling gun was mounted on it. The dark muzzle of the gun emitted blinding sparks, and a familiar yet frightening voice rang out above everyone's heads. Lin Yan looked up and cursed inwardly. Fuck your mother. He quickly grabbed the package with his left hand, trying to escape. At this moment, the skinny Chun West stared fiercely at Lin Yan, his hands also gripping the package. Lin Yan, our people are here. If you don't let go, you'll die here. At this moment, Fatty Chindong looked at Lin Yin with a smug expression. The appearance of the helicopter drastically changed the situation for both sides, and Chindong regained his former glory. Lin Yin didn't hesitate either, glancing briefly at the helicopter. According to his estimate, there were 3 seconds left before the Gatling gun was pointed at them. In other words, you only have 3 seconds to escape. Sizzle. Lin Yin grabbed the package tightly with his left hand, trying to snatch it away. At this moment, Chun West also realized Lin Yan's purpose, and he also pulled hard with both hands. Previously, the packages were wrapped in wire mesh to prevent them from falling through the air. Nowadays, to make it easier to travel, the Northwest duo wraps their packages in bed sheets, making them easier to carry and less likely to attract the attention of passers-by. However, Shersho was now wrapped in a bed sheet and was forcefully pulled off by 2 strong adult men. Sizzle. The 2 men tore the entire package in 2, and the huge stone head fell onto the boat, rolling once. Just then, the Gatling gun was already pointed at the group. The muzzle of the gun, glowing with fire, carried bullets with extremely penetrating power, raining down on the crowd like a storm. Lin Yin looked at everything in front of him helplessly. He knew that he would not be able to get the stone today, so he jumped into the river. At this point, only the boatman and the Chun brothers remained on the entire boat. Gatling shot the boatman first, and his body plunged into the water. At this point, the gunfire not only did not stop, but became increasingly rapid. We're on the same side. We're on the same side. The fat man waved his hands and shouted loudly towards the helicopter. However, the roar of the helicopter, combined with the furious gunfire, completely drowned out his voice. However, the Gatling gun remained pointed at the 2 men. Brother, watch out. Just then, Chun West threw himself on top of Chindong, and the 2 fell onto the boat. The bullets, still carrying sparks, pierced several holes in Chun West's body. The moment Chindong was tackled to the ground, he had a bad feeling. However, gunfire continued to sweep across the river, as if searching for Lin Yan's figure. The Gatling gun swept across the river for a full 5 minutes, billowing thick smoke. At this moment, Chindong felt his younger brother's breathing becoming increasingly weak, as if he were about to leave at any moment. The fat man sat up abruptly, hugged his younger brother tightly, and wept bitterly. Cece, don't die, you'll be all right. The skinny man narrowed his eyes, blood continuously flowing from the corner of his mouth, and looked at the fat man with a trembling expression. Brother, I'm cold. At this moment, the fat man took a deep breath and wrapped the thin man in his coat. Don't be afraid. I'm here. A moment later, the skinny man was no longer alive. Cece. The fat man looked up to the sky and roared angrily. He never imagined that stealing a stone would lead to his younger brother's death. Just then, a blond, blue-eyed man stepped off the helicopter. The man, dressed in a mercenary uniform, looked at the fat man with disdain. What's the use of crying when someone's dead? Then, the man picked up the stone from the boat and looked at it in his hand with a puzzled expression. I really don't know what the Imperial advisor was thinking, that he would be interested in a stone. The most ridiculous thing is that they even had 2 useless people escorting them. What a joke! Fatty Chindong was already grieving, and when he heard the man say these words, he could no longer control himself. She stood up, grabbed the white man, and glared at him angrily. You killed my brother. I will make you pay with your lives. After saying that, he prepared to fight the white man. At this moment, the white man smiled faintly, and several rifles on the helicopter quickly aimed at Chindong. Go ahead and kill me. Kill me all you want. Do you dare? The white man looked at Chindong arrogantly, showing no fear whatsoever. At this moment, Chindong glanced at his younger brother with grief, helplessly put down the dagger in his hand, squatted on the boat, and burst into tears. The white man glanced at Chindong indifferently. Don't worry, you've already stolen the stone head, so our Grand Preceptor will definitely reward you. Now that your brother is dead, the billion is yours. Wouldn't that be better? Ha ha. After saying that, the white man climbed the rope ladder, and before leaving, he didn't forget to say something to Chindong. You can hitch a ride, I won't charge you. The fat man held his younger brother in silence, as if he hadn't heard the white man's words. The white man on the helicopter spat when he saw the fat man's appearance. Oomph, I really don't understand what's there to cry about. Isn't it better to have one less cent? Let's go. After saying that, the helicopter, accompanied by strong winds, flew westward. On the river, the fat man roared angrily to the sky. A head slowly emerged from the water plants not far away. It was Lin Yan. Longhu Mountain. Dead. Master Qingshu looked at the 3 copper coins on the table and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Dingtian couldn't sit still any longer, and the others gathered around him. Master, what exactly happened? Who died? Yes, please explain clearly. We were so worried. Yeah, what exactly happened? What's wrong with him? Seeing everyone's worry, Master Qingshu smiled slightly. Gentlemen, don't worry. The one who died was the second in command of the Northwest duo. Lin Yan is alive and well. Hearing the Taoist priest say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the situation is very bad now. Shishou has already been taken back to the British Empire. Upon hearing what the Taoist priest said, everyone fell silent. Previously, the Taoist priest had said that Qing Yuan, the traitor of Longhu Mountain, was in the Sunless Land. Getting the stone head back from him is harder than climbing to heaven. Seeing the dejected expressions on everyone's faces, Master Qingshu smiled slightly, his eyes filled with confidence. We must trust Lin Yan. He's the only person I can't see through. Chapter 180. The Oscar belongs to the fat guy. Lush green forest, drizzling rain, and low, mournful sobs. On a small hill, a new grave stands quietly, its tombstone made of a single piece of bluestone. The work was very rough, with many sharp edges and corners, and a few words were written on it in a crooked manner. At this moment, a fat man knelt on one knee on the ground, his face expressionless, as if the grave in front of him had nothing to do with him. The icy rain kept soaking his body, and in an instant, a small waterfall formed on his face, blocking his vision. Wah! A grown man was weeping bitterly in the rain, his whole being filled with extraordinary sorrow. CC, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken this job. I'm the one who ruined you. The fat man kept crying and shouting as he slammed his head against the ground, creating a crater. The sounds of weeping and wailing echoed continuously through the forest. A moment later, the fat man raised his head with a look of hatred, staring intently at the grave mound. Little brother, the one who killed you was someone from the mysterious employer, and you know how powerful that person is. Even 10 of me combined wouldn't be a match for them. You have to understand your brother's feelings about that. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan, who was standing not far away, frowned. What the heck? His younger brother was murdered, and the older brother actually said these things at his grave. Doesn't he have any responsibility as an older brother? Moreover, this guy was just shouting on the ship that he would avenge his brother, but he actually said such cowardly things. If that's the case, then Lin Yan's plan will fall through. However, the fat man's next outrageous move completely stunned Lin Yan. Little brother, it's not that I don't want to avenge you. The opponent is simply too powerful. You should have heard that he is the Grand Tutor of the British Empire. We're no match for him at all. I might not even get to see him before they kill me. So that people will offer incense to you every year in the future. Little brother, I'm so sorry. After saying that, the fat man suddenly stood up and stabbed himself in the hem of his clothes. The knife rose and the clothes fell. A piece of clothing fluttered to the ground and landed right in the puddle where the fat man had just bumped into, where it was quickly soaked by the rain. The fat man stared intently as the dagger fell to the ground. From this day forward, we brothers sever all ties. From this day forward, we have no relation whatsoever. Lin Yan was completely stunned. He never expected there to be such a way of handling things. For a moment, Lin Yan didn't know how to describe the fat man's methods. Is it that he was heartless? Yet he still helped his brother bury the body. You might say he was a man of deep affection, but he severed ties with his brother at his grave, something no ordinary person would do. His own younger brother was killed in front of him, and instead of seeking revenge, the older brother severed ties with him. It's simply unbelievable. At this point, Lin Yan couldn't stand it any longer and prepared to speak up. After all, he still needs to use this fat guy. But at that moment, The fat man's vow stunned Lin Yin once again. The fat man stared intently at the grave mound, his right hand outstretched with 2 fingers pointing towards the sky. But don't worry, I'll take good care of your family. Your son will be my son from now on, and your wife will be my wife. I will definitely take good care of them for you. And your assets, you can absolutely rest assured. I will manage them very well. Every penny will be spent on me. In the end, the fat man cried so hard that he was almost in tears. If it weren't for his earlier words and actions, it would have been absolutely hilarious. At this moment, Lin Yin looked amazed and murmured to himself, "What a talent!" Lin Yin would be dissatisfied if he didn't receive an Oscar. His outrageous actions and witty remarks are truly impressive. I admire him more than anyone else. A moment later, the rain finally stopped. The fat man looked at the clear sky, wiped away his tears, and took a deep breath. Yesterday's battle was extremely dangerous for him. If it weren't for the skinny guy shielding him, he would definitely be the one lying in the grave right now. The thought of this made the fat man's hands and feet turn cold, and his back feel chilly. If he had a choice, the fat man would rather not take this job. It was incredibly dangerous for him. "Okay, I'm leaving." After saying that, the fat man prepared to get up and leave. Just then, a faint voice came from the woods. That was truly spectacular. Who knew the leader of the Northwest duo was also a top-tier actor? Upon hearing this, the fat man trembled violently, quickly regained his senses, and stared at Lin Yin in disbelief. You're not dead." The fat man's eyes widened, and he quickly grabbed the dagger from the ground, looking very wary. Lin Yin twirled the pistol with his right index finger, looking at the fat man with a playful expression. "What a joke. You really think you can take me down with a Gatling gun? You're being incredibly naive. Besides, you're not dead. So how could I possibly be?" At this moment, the fat man looked at the pistol in Lin Yan's hand and recognized it as his own. The fat man slowly backed away, looking extremely nervous. After all, he had a knife, while Lin Yin had a gun. Given the disparity in strength, survival was the priority. "You don't need to follow me anymore. They've already taken the things, and they killed my brother. Please, just let me go out of pity." At this point, the fat man squeezed out a few tears, though it was unclear whether they were from his hair or from his own tears. At this moment, Lin Yin looked at the fat man with disdain, if he hadn't seen what had just happened. Lin Yin was truly moved by the fat man. After all, he went out to steal, but he didn't get the money, and his younger brother was gone. It was a complete waste of time and effort. It's really pitiful. Don't you want to avenge your brother and get $1 billion or even more money? Upon hearing this, the fat man slowly stopped and paused. To be honest, it was impossible for him not to think about it. After all, his original intention was to make $1 billion. However, given this turn of events, he absolutely dared not go to the Sunless City alone, for fear of losing his life there without getting the money. Although Lin Yan's words successfully stirred his ambition, they were not enough to drive him to take the risk. At this moment, Lin Yan also saw through the fat man's thoughts, and then said slowly and deliberately, "The Imperial Preceptor of the Sun Never Sets is named Qing Yuan. He is the junior brother of Daoist Qingxiu of Longhu Mountain, and of course, he is also a traitor of Longhu Mountain. I came down the mountain this time to clean house, so you don't need to worry. You should know that Master Qingxiu is the #1 fortune teller in Xia Kingdom. Dealing with traitors from his own sect is not an easy task for him. As long as you listen to me, not only $1 billion, but even $2 billion is no problem." At this moment, the fat man looked at Lin Yin with surprise, not expecting there to be this inside story. Think again about what Lin Yin just said, $2 billion. Then, the fat man gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Yin with a fierce expression. "Fine, I'll do it with you this time." Chapter 181: An Ominous Premonition in Qingyuan, the capital of the British Empire. On a particularly conspicuous high mountain, a Chinese-style hall sits quietly, looking very majestic and imposing. The main hall was brightly lit by candles, yet it still exuded a gloomy atmosphere. A gentle breeze, seemingly from nowhere, caused the candlelight to flicker and dim. At this moment, Qing Yuan was wearing a black cloak and sitting on the high platform, with a hood over his head, making it impossible to see his appearance. Before him lay an object that resembled neither wood nor iron. This item has 8 sides, is about 10 centimeters high and is densely covered with numerous symbols and patterns. He raised his hands high, and between his hands was an old bamboo tube. Is there a metallic clanging sound coming from inside? Ding ding ding. A moment later, Qing Yuan held the bamboo tube in his right hand and slowly placed the 3 copper coins inside onto the mysterious object. When he saw the hexagram above, Qing Yuan frowned and his eyes narrowed. Why is it this kind of divination? At this moment, Qing Yuan looked at the divination chart above with a puzzled expression. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a divination chart in his life. Whoosh! Qing Yuan quickly stood up and went to the back. Behind him was a huge bookshelf, densely packed with all sorts of books. After searching for a long time, Qing Yuan finally found a bamboo slip in the bookshelf. Yes, that's right, it's bamboo slips. Splash! Qing Yuan blew a breath onto the bamboo slips to remove the dust, and then spread them all out. At this moment, Qing Yuan looked at the description of the divination above with a solemn expression. The golden dragon entangling the body, hexagram, is initially inconspicuous and appears quite ordinary. However, as time goes by, one will gradually fall into it and eventually die without a burial place. Bang! Qing Yuan's face was contorted with rage, and he flipped the bamboo slip to the ground with his right hand, his voice low and terrifying. How is that possible? I've been fortune-telling my whole life. I'm 108 years old. How could I possibly encounter such a divination? At this moment, a clear, distant roar echoed throughout the entire hall. Just last night, Qing Yuan was meditating and resting, but he was unable to calm his mind several times. An ominous premonition seemed to linger in his heart. So, I had my fortune told today. As a fortune teller, he is a staunch believer in fate and has been studying the 8 trigrams for nearly 90 years. However, today's divination slightly shook his nearly century-old Taoist resolve. If the divination is true, does that mean he will die a terrible death? However, his dream was to ascend to heaven in broad daylight and become the second person to become an immortal after his patriarch. However, if he doesn't believe in this divination, then what's the point of his lifelong dedication to fortune-telling? Does this mean that the patriarch who ascended to heaven at Longhu Mountain might be a fake, someone who never existed and was simply made up by everyone? At this point, Qing Yuan showed signs of going a little crazy. Although he has been fortune-telling for nearly a century, when he speaks about others, whether the divination is good or bad, he does so with such nonchalance. After all, that's someone else's business, not yours. But things are different now. The matter has now involved him, and it's completely contrary to his dreams. He wanted to ascend to heaven in broad daylight and become an immortal, but the divination showed that he would die without a burial place. After a moment, Qing Yuan finally calmed down. After all, he was over 100 years old, and his inner strength was unmatched by ordinary people. Call. No matter who you are, if I find out, you're dead. Even if you're a golden dragon, I'll turn you into a worm. At this moment, Qing Yuan's face was contorted with rage, his eyes were bloodshot, and he stretched out the middle finger of his right hand, placed it on his lips, and bit down hard. Then, he extended his bitten middle finger toward the mysterious object. Tick-tock. A drop of bright red blood slowly dripped onto the mysterious object. Click, click, click. Qing Yuan slowly rotated his hands on the mysterious object, and as he continued to rotate it, the mysterious object actually began to rotate automatically. Seeing the scene before him, Qing Yuan gradually smiled. No matter who you are, opposing me means certain death. You're quite honored to be a small pebble on my path to immortality. However, a moment later, a loud bang resounded throughout the entire hall. Bang! The mysterious object shot directly toward the roof of the main hall, and after hitting the roof, it crashed heavily onto the ground. Bang! Another voice. At this moment, Qing Yuan was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that this thing was so powerful, yet it couldn't even calculate the number of people. He wondered where the problem lay. How is that possible? They can't even calculate it using the Bagua compass. At this moment, Qing Yuan picked up the Bagua plate on the ground and examined it carefully. After a moment, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the Bagua compass was still intact. Qing Yuan calmed down again. He couldn't believe it was all real. The Bagua compass was obtained unintentionally by the founding patriarch of Longhu Mountain and has always been shrouded in mystery. In Qing Yuan's view, the patriarch's ascension to heaven in broad daylight is likely closely related to the Bagua compass. Moreover, over the years, Qing Yuan has gradually figured out some of the functions of the Bagua compass. It can be said that the Bagua Pan deserves at least half the credit for his achievements today. However, what happened today was truly beyond his expectations. Then, Qing Yuan bit her finger again and dripped her blood onto the Bagua plate. However, this time the Bagua plate did not absorb the blood, which puzzled Qing Yuan greatly. At this moment, Qing Yuan, not believing in superstition, prepared to spin the Bagua plate. However, the Bagua compass seemed to be stuck by something and couldn't be turned at all. Just then, a servant walked in from outside the main hall. "Imperial advisor, what you requested has been brought back." Upon hearing this, Qing Yuan smiled again and then put away the Bagua plate. "Okay, huh? Once I obtain the secret within, what can even a golden dragon do to me?" The British Isles International Airport. A tall and slender figure slowly appeared on the stairs leading to the cabin entrance. This person was wearing a white shirt and had a pair of refined glasses. He looked like a cultured and gentle person. Holy crap, the air quality in this place is terrible. Chapter 182, I was hit on by a socialite. Look this way, everyone. This is our Eiffel Tower. At this moment, a blonde, blue-eyed tour guide from the British Isles was explaining this famous historical site in her fluent language. Behind her were a dozen or 20 tourists from Southeast Asia, whose purpose was to visit the scenery of the everlasting sun. As the female tour guide explained, she looked at the numerous tourists with disdain, her mind racing with thoughts of resentment. These Asians, I'll definitely make them pay later. In her view, it was already an immense favor that the British Empire allowed these people to visit. In reality, the confidence of many British people remains rooted in the last century. His eyes were filled with disdain for some non-European people. Just as the female tour guide looked at the last tourist, she was stunned by the man's appearance and physique. "Oh my God! What do I see? The gods have come down to earth." Lisa couldn't believe that there were such handsome men in the world. It completely overturned her worldview. The man was wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses. He looked very refined and talented, as if he exuded an aura of scholarly elegance. At this moment, Lin Yin carried the Eiffel Tower on his back, his eyes calmly fixed on the grand hall on the mountain. That's right. Lin Yin joined a tour group and disguised himself as a tourist in order to avoid being recognized. Lin Yin looked at the main hall not far away. This main hall was exactly the same as the main hall on Longhu Mountain. It even felt like the scale of this hall was much larger. Moreover, in terms of altitude, the main hall is actually much taller than the Eiffel Tower. This shows that Qing Yuan is proud and arrogant, and absolutely will not allow himself to be inferior to others, not even the Iron Tower. At this moment, the old fox is really showing no mercy. Lin Yin smiled faintly and muttered to himself. Just then, a slender hand landed on Lin Yan's shoulder, and Lin Yan's nose was instantly enveloped in the scent of jasmine perfume. This gentleman looks so familiar. Haven't we met somewhere? This gentleman looks familiar. Have we met somewhere before? At this moment, the female tour guide Lisa flicked her bangs in front of Lin Yan. This charming gesture has captivated countless nobles and royalty. She was very confident that as long as she gave the slightest hint of flirtation, the man in front of her would wag his tail at her like a lapdog. Lin Yan frowned and let out a heavy sigh, as if blowing away the perfume scent in front of her. He slowly turned around and looked calmly at the foreign woman in front of him. Then he gently pinched Lisa's wrists with both hands, put her hands down, and then gave an apologetic smile. "No." Furthermore, Lin Yan pointed to his ear, making a gesture indicating that he couldn't understand what was being said. At that moment, Lisa felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through her mind. She had encountered a tourist who didn't speak the foreign language. However, seeing Lin Yan's handsome face, Lisa smiled again. So he spoke again in familiar Chinese. "Hello, my name is Lisa, and I'm your tour guide." Lisa politely extended her right hand, her eyes gleaming with confidence. She believed this man would be eager to take her hand. Her delicate hand remained still in mid-air between the two of them, but Lin Yin did not make any move. Lin Yin looked at the woman in front of him, and he could see the beauty of peach blossoms in her eyes. "Excuse me, could you please let me pass?" After Lin Yin finished speaking, he walked directly to the side. After all, he didn't come to the British Isles to pick up girls. He had serious business to attend to. Besides, do you really think he's a lecherous man who wants to sleep with every woman he sees? Isn't that underestimating him? At this moment, Lisa was also stunned. She stared at Lin Yan's retreating figure in disbelief, unable to understand why this man wouldn't even glance at her. Had her charm diminished? Or was this man simply attracted to Eastern women and uninterested in Western women like her? However, looking at Lin Yan's tall and slender figure, Lisa bit her red lips hard. Then, he shouted loudly at Lin Yan, "You want to go in?" Furthermore, Lisa pointed in the direction of the palace. At this moment, Lin Yan finally stopped and turned to give Lisa a charming smile. "What? Do you have a way?" At this moment, Lisa was overjoyed and slowly nodded. Unexpectedly, this man was actually interested in the palace. "Why do you want to go inside that main hall?" Hearing Lisa ask this question, Lin Yan smiled slightly. Then, in a nostalgic and affectionate tone, he slowly told a story that moved Lisa. "In my hometown, there is a palace exactly like this one. My first love and I pledged our lives to each other in the square of that palace. But then she got into a car accident and left this world." At this moment, Lin Yinjiang finished telling his story and tried hard not to let his tears fall. Upon hearing all this, Lisa was immediately overcome with kindness and quickly took out tissues to wipe Lin Yan's tears. "I never imagined that the handsome guy I casually flirted with would turn out to be such a loyal and affectionate person." At this moment, Lisa felt even more sorry for Lin Yan. You see, the men she encountered were all the kind who were heartless once they were out of bed, and who would turn their backs on their family once they got out of bed. However, Lin Yan in front of her made her eyes light up. For the first time, she, who had never believed in love, felt a longing for it. "You are a good man. I can take you to see the outside of the main hall." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt a surge of excitement, having initially thought it would take some effort. "I can't believe it was done so quickly." At this moment, Lin Yan tried her best to suppress her sobs and quickly said thank you. However, what Lisa said next almost made him nauseous. "No one's home tonight. I'll cook you Western food." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan felt a jolt of fear. Wow, are Western women all so casual? They just grab any man off the street and bring him home. "Let's go." At this moment, Lisa took Lin Yan's arm and walked towards the parking lot. Lin Yan glanced back at the main hall, muttering words only he could hear. "Damn, do we really have to sell our asses just to get into the main hall?" After saying that, Lin Yan steeled himself and got into Lisa's car. At that moment, a figure appeared at the foot of the mountain where the palace is located. The fat man looked up at the palace on the mountain and recalled Lin Yan's words. "Let's do it, for 2 billion. Chapter 183, The Fat Man's Plea. Palace. Ha ha ha. Booms of wild laughter echoed throughout the palace. At this moment, Qing Yuan, dressed in a black robe, stood in the center of the hall, holding a human head in his left hand. A human head is just a human head. The head had its eyes closed and looked peaceful, but for some reason, it had no hair. What's even stranger is that after so many years of storage, the head still looks full of life and has a rosy complexion. If you cover your neck and below with a sheet, you'll look like you're asleep. At this moment, Qing Yuan stared wide-eyed at the severed head in his hand with a confident expression, then turned to look eastward with a fierce look on his face. "Old man, you stubbornly stick to the rules instead of trying to comprehend them, and you actually want to stop me from ascending. Now, if you're so capable, climb out of your coffin and stop me. Don't worry, I will definitely become the second person to ascend to heaven in broad daylight after the patriarch. Furthermore, I will definitely carry forward the glory of Longhu Mountain." After saying that, Qing Yuan examined the severed head in his hand again, his heart surging with emotion. He still remembered that when he became the #1 person under his master at Longhu Mountain, his feelings were exactly the same as they are now. However, when he learned that there was actually a patriarch's body in the mountain gate, and that it was the remains of the patriarch who ascended to heaven in broad daylight. From then on, he always wanted to study that body. 80 years, a full 80 years, and he finally got it. Although it's a bit of a shame that I didn't get the whole body, getting the head is already pretty good. At this moment, Qing Yuan held the severed head, preparing to enter the secret room to study it. He couldn't wait to find out what secrets were hidden inside. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. Report, a fat man named Chun Dong wants to see you. Qing Yuan frowned slightly. He thought the fat man wouldn't come, but unexpectedly, he actually did. However, he is not a stingy person. Money was nothing to him. It was completely useless, let alone a mere billion. Give him the money, and the villa in the suburbs too, then send him away. Qing Yuan waved his sleeve impatiently and turned to walk inside. However, the servants outside the door did not move an inch. But he said he wants to follow you. Hearing this, Qing Yuan was delighted. 80 years ago, after being expelled from his master's school, he traveled westward and settled in Europe. With his innate Bagua, 8 trigrams, skills, he gained a great reputation throughout Europe, and those who wanted to follow him stretched from the British Isles to the Strait of Gibraltar. He's just a petty thief, yet he wants to follow me? That's wishful thinking. Just as Qing Yuan was about to send the servant away again, the servant said something. He said he brought the latest intelligence about Longhu Mountain. Upon hearing this, Qing Yuan tensed up and seemed to freeze in place for a moment. 80 years, a full 80 years. It's been so long since I've heard the words Longhu Mountain. At this moment, Qing Yuan suddenly had a desire to learn more about Longhu Mountain. Bring him in. A moment later, led by his servant, the fat man cautiously approached the palace gate. However, the atmosphere inside the palace made him uneasy. The entire palace was dimly lit, with only a few candles flickering occasionally. If it weren't for the fat man's good eyesight, which allowed him to see the shelf below, he would have thought it was a will-o'-the-wisp. The fat man secretly looked towards the high platform of the main hall and saw a figure sitting cross-legged on a futon. Just as he was about to speak, a hoarse and cold voice rang out in the hall. I heard you have news about Longhu Mountain. At this moment, Qing Yuan slowly raised his head, his old eyes fixed on him. At this moment, the fat man was startled by the sudden sound, coupled with the chilling atmosphere. However, the fat man was also someone who walked at night, and after a brief moment of distraction, he took a deep breath, knelt down, and slammed his head heavily against the ground. Reporting to the Imperial Preceptor, I do indeed have matters concerning Longhu Mountain. At this moment, Qing Yuan slowly stood up and leaned forward to look at the fat man. Okay, if what you said satisfies me, I'll take you in. Hearing this, the fat man felt a pang of bitterness. In fact, if it weren't for Lin Yan's temptation, he would never have come to this den of dragons and tigers. That's absolutely terrifying. This place is no place for humans to live. It's hell. Reporting to the Imperial Preceptor, I encountered a man at the border who claimed to be from Longhu Mountain. He is a young man in his 20s. Upon hearing this, Qing Yuan frowned and walked down from the platform. As the saying goes, in prosperous times, monks are revered. In chaotic times, Taoist priests are impoverished. Qing Yuan had lived in Longhu Mountain before, and he knew that in times of peace and prosperity, Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain rarely descended the mountain. He told me personally that he was coming. Why is that? Tell me. Qing Yuan looked at the stammering fat man with disdain. This guy didn't even deserve to shine his shoes. At this moment, the fat man was extremely nervous, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans were slowly streaming down his cheeks. He was terrified that if he said the next word, Qing Yuan would kill him. However, thinking of the enormous temptation, the fat man gritted his teeth and said, he said he was there to clean the entrance for Master Qingxiu. After saying that, the fat man tightly closed his eyes, cursing Lin Yan countless times in his heart. Upon hearing this, Qing Yuan was slightly taken aback. Then, he turned to look east and burst into laughter, completely unconcerned. Ha! I thought that old guy Qingxiu had hired some powerful expert, but I didn't expect it to be a young guy in his 20s. What? Does Qingxiu want to use me to get rid of that guy? When did the self-righteous Qingxiu become so insidious? At this moment, Qing Yuan's eyes narrowed and his mind raced. He and Xiu had been fellow disciples for over a decade, and no one knew this senior brother better than him. Yuan said this as he pondered. Great, interesting. Things are getting more and more interesting. My senior brother always plans 3 steps ahead for every 1 step he takes. You can go down now, stay here. Yuan waved his hand, signaling the fat man to step back. At this moment, the fat man breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. With the help of his servant, the fat man went out as if possessed. Yuan slowly walked up to the high platform, his mind constantly pondering the fat man's words. Senior brother, what exactly are you trying to do? Do you really think you can clean house with just a little kid? Aren't you being incredibly naive? However, at this moment, Yuan suddenly remembered an accident from yesterday. In reality, for those who cultivate the Tao, all accidents are preordained. As the saying goes, there is a destiny in the dark, which is exactly the point. Thinking of this, Yuan flashed into the secret room. Lin Yan stepped out of the car in a daze, staring at the villa in front of him. Before he could come to his senses, Lisa pulled him inside. Chapter 184 The Sword of Emperor Yongle. Lin Yan looked at the villa in surprise. The villa was very large and was a typical European-style building. This surprised Lin Yan, who thought that a small tour guide would at most own a small apartment. However, unexpectedly, this woman named Lisa actually owns a detached villa, which suggests that she has a very unusual background. Come in here. At this moment, Lisa had changed into a red halter dress and was leaning against the door frame, looking at Lin Yan with a charming smile. Lin Yan stared speechlessly at the foreign woman in front of him, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Who would have thought that someone as capable as myself would one day rely on women to get things done, especially by selling my body? I wonder how people in China would feel if they knew. Lin Yan took a deep breath and stepped into the doorway with his left foot. Bang! The gate was slammed shut by Lisa. At this moment, Lisa smiled slightly at Lin Yan, turned around, and walked towards the wine rack, her 2 pert buttocks swaying rhythmically. Lin Yan looked at everything in front of him calmly, without feeling the slightest excitement. After all, the women he had met were comparable to Zhao Zhejia and Lisa, not to mention Li Chuyao, Zhong Ying, and Lu Haiyun, all of whom were far superior to Lisa in both appearance and temperament. Moreover, Lin Yan didn't seem to be interested in foreign women. If it weren't for the need to enter the palace, Lin Yan would never have said a word to this woman. Tap, tap, tap. Lisa had long, golden hair, and her captivating eyes seemed to devour Lin Yan. She was holding 2 wine glasses in her hands, each filled with about a third of red wine. Come on, let's have a drink. Lisa handed one of her wine glasses to Lin Yan, and the 2 glasses clinked together lightly. Lin Yan looked at the red wine in his hand, then glanced at the large red bed in the inner room, and felt a pang of regret at what was about to happen. Drink it. Seeing that Lin Yan was holding a wine glass but didn't seem to want to drink, Lisa immediately urged him to drink. Lin Yan reluctantly picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Just then, Lisa put her hands on Lin Yan's shoulders. A jasmine fragrance wafted into Lin Yan's nostrils, and Lin Yan subconsciously wrapped his arms around Lisa's waist. A groan escaped Lisa's throat, and the room was filled with an aura of hormones. The 2 of them pounced on the bed. Lisa lay there completely relaxed, her eyes closed, waiting for Lin Yan's blessing. Lin Yan shook his head slightly and murmured to himself, "No, I can't do anything to betray Haiyun." After saying that, he took a red pill out of his pocket and fed it to Lisa. This red pill was given to him by Li Kuei before he left. There were 3 in total. It is said that anyone who takes this pill will be in a state of illusion, just like someone who has taken hallucinogenic drugs. As soon as Lisa ate the pill, her expression changed drastically, and she began to make low, guttural sounds. Lin Yan looked at Lisa lying on the bed, wondering how effective the pills Li Kuei had given him would be. Just in case, he decided to take extra precautions. Afterwards, Lin Yan walked out of the villa and headed towards the street. At night, homeless people can be seen everywhere on most of the streets of the city. Lin Yan looked at the homeless people along the way, took out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket, and left with the homeless people. Inside the villa, in the main hall, Lin Yan leaned back on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, while a woman's voice could be heard coming from the room upstairs. Half an hour later, the door opened and a figure came out. Lin Yin smiled slightly, then took out 200 yuan bills from his pocket and stuffed them into the homeless man's hand. The homeless man happily accepted the money and walked towards the door. The next day, early morning, Lin Yin sat at the dining table drinking milk, with 2 slices of bread on the plate in front of her. At this moment, Lisa walked down the stairs with a satisfied look on her face and looked at Lin Yin, who was having breakfast. "I never knew you were so amazing in bed, and you can even make breakfast. Great, I like you very much." Hearing this, Lin Yin smiled faintly. "Really? Thank you." Lisa sat down next to Lin Yin, took a bite of bread, and then looked at Lin Yin. "However, compared to your bread, I prefer your skills in bed. Tell me, how much for a year? I'll keep you as my sugar daddy." Puff. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin spat out the milk in his mouth and stared at Lisa in disbelief. In her eyes, she was nothing more than a gigolo who lived off women. Lin Yin paused for a moment, then smiled slightly again. He didn't respond to the question, but instead said something casually. "I can't stay here for long." Hearing this, Lisa frowned slightly. She had been planning to keep this man as her sugar daddy for a long time. Unexpectedly, this man didn't intend to stay here permanently, and then he asked, "Fine, then why do you want to go to the Imperial Advisor's palace? You want me to take you in, so you need to explain why." Lin Yin finished the last sip of milk, then stood up and walked to the windowsill. He could just see the magnificent palace on the mountain, and then he said in a low voice, "I have an enemy in that palace, and I've been chasing him all the way here from the Xia Kingdom. I just found out a couple of days ago that he's inside there, so I'm determined to go in." Lin Yin turned around, placed his hands on the table, and pressed his face against Lisa's. At this moment, Lisa was stunned by Lin Yin's imposing presence. Unexpectedly, Lin Yin came to the British Isles to find his enemy. However, that was none of her business. She only wanted to enjoy the man for a short time. "Your enemy is in the Imperial Advisor's palace, which means the person you need to kill is one of the Imperial Advisor's people. This is a bit tricky." Lin Yin was not surprised to hear this. After all, if the palace were easy to enter, they could just send an assassin in and kill Qing Yuan. Why should Master Qingxu wait so long? As long as he gives the order, someone will surely be willing to kill Qing Yuan. "I know this, so I hope you can help me with this." Lin Yin gripped Lisa's shoulders tightly with both hands, and a masculine aura wafted towards her. Suddenly, Lisa felt incredibly intoxicated and wished she could stay there forever. Then, Lisa stared at Lin Yin with fascination and slowly said, "I heard that the Imperial Advisor is from your Xia Kingdom and is very fond of Xia Kingdom's antiques, especially the Yongle Emperor's sword. As long as you can obtain the Yongle Emperor's sword and present it to the Imperial Advisor, he will definitely grant your request." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing slightly as he looked at Lisa. "Where can I get the Yongle Emperor's sword?" The Round Table Altar. Chapter 185. How can outsiders be allowed to lay a finger on things belonging to China? The Museum of the British Empire is the most important place in the entire British Empire. It houses a vast collection of artifacts and rare books from around the world, a collection so rich and diverse that it is unparalleled among museums worldwide, with over 8 million items in its collection. Lin Yin stood outside, calmly looking at the massive museum in front of him, a cold smile creeping across his face. It's worth noting that this museum was virtually unknown before the 18th century, but it gained fame later with the expansion of the British Empire. It has brought back a vast collection of historical artifacts and works of art from all over the world, making it one of the most famous museums in the world. "I'll make you pay me back sooner or later." Just then, a large crowd surged at the entrance of the museum, heading towards the back hill of the museum. "Hurry, someone's gone to the altar, and it looks like they're about to draw their sword." "Yes, really? That's great. I hope he can pull it out." "It's difficult. Since it was inserted more than 200 years ago, no one has been able to pull it out." Lin Yin listened to the conversation, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Lisa walked over, took Lin Yin's arm, and gave him a charming smile. "Weren't you curious about where the Yongle Emperor's sword is? Let's go take a look together." After saying that, he pulled Lin Yin toward the back of the museum. Although it was said to be the back mountain, the two of them followed the crowd for 3 kilometers before arriving. At this moment, Lin Yin was stunned by the scene before him. Before Lin Yin lay a vast valley, with 6 knight statues on each side. They were all handsome and extraordinary, each holding a different weapon, and each of them had a different look in their eyes. A tall statue is carved directly in front of the valley, looking down on all living beings like a king. In the very center of the valley, there is a large round table carved from a huge stone, and the utensils on it are just enough for 12 people. However, a sword was quietly stuck in the very center of the round table. The sword is entirely golden, with a dragon head hilt in the shape of a dragon's head, inlaid with gemstones as eyes, and a relief pattern engraved on the pommel. It is both magnificent and classic, with an extraordinary air. At this moment, everyone looked at everything before them with pride, including Lisa. The 12 knights of the round table? Lin Yin glanced at the group of knight statues and said casually, "You know, I thought you didn't." Lisa looked at Lin Yin in surprise. She was a little surprised that a pretty boy would know this. However, it is only natural that our British Empire is renowned worldwide, and you know about the 12 knights of the round table. Lin Yin did not respond to this. After all, everyone knew whether the British Empire had a good or bad reputation in the world. Just then, a tall, handsome young man stepped out from the crowd. He bowed respectfully to the 12 knights of the round table, then walked up the stairs to the round table. Indeed, this round table is enormous, standing 5 meters tall and with a radius of about 10 meters. Wow! Look, this is Lei Luo, the president of the student union at the University of the British Empire. I didn't expect it to be him. I didn't expect him to draw his sword. I heard that his ancestor was one of the 12 knights of the round table. He has a very impressive background. Yeah, this guy is a powerhouse too. Lin Yin frowned as he looked at the pale-faced young man above. It was clear at a glance that the man's body had been ravaged by alcohol and women. At this moment, Lisa was also watching curiously and was explaining to Lin Yin as she did so. Do you know why your Chinese Emperor Yongle was placed on the round table? Hearing this, Lin Yin frowned slightly. Of course, he knew why the Yongle Emperor's sword was here. Of course, it's also because the authorities at the time were incompetent and their power was taken away. However, Lin Yin took this very lightly. Since the other party was able to take it, then we can just take it back. Fortunes will turn. Next year, it'll be my turn. At this moment, Lisa also noticed that Lin Yin's expression was a little unpleasant, but the quick-witted Lisa guessed what it was. It is said that when the general of the British Empire presented the Yongle Emperor's sword to the king at that time, someone suggested that they use a knight's sword to fight the Yongle Emperor. I want to see whether the sword of the West is sharper or the sword of the East is superior. At this moment, Lin Yin also became interested. Then what? Lisa continued, frustrated. Then, 5 of the 12 knights of the round table's weapons broke, and they dared not even try the last 7. Even King Arthur's sword was dented when it clashed with Emperor Yongle's sword. Oh! Upon hearing this, Lin Yin let out a faint snort, his voice brimming with disdain. Just then, a dull thud came from the round table. Laughter echoed throughout the valley, and everyone burst into laughter. The warrior who had drawn his sword sat down on the ground, staring incredulously at the sword that was now stuck diagonally into the round table. Sigh, another failure. Yes, for 2 centuries, this sword from the East has stumped many knights. I've seen it. If all else fails, we might as well just blow it up with explosives. At this moment, everyone looked at the person who said this with disdain. Are you out of your mind? You can't pull it out, so you want to blow it up. You think you can just blow up the sword? You might blow up the entire valley too. Then you'll be a sinner against the British Empire. That's right. If you can't speak, no one will think you're mute. Subsequently, many young people tried to pull out the sword, but none of them were able to do so. Just then, another radical spoke up. I think we should use a hacksaw to saw it off. It's really hateful to have a sword stuck in it like that. I think so too. It's been over 200 years and no one has pulled it out. They might as well tear it down. I think so too. You see, it's an Eastern sword, and to have it stuck on our round table is an insult to us knights of the round table. We should destroy it. At this moment, the crowd's emotions were ignited, and they shouted that they wanted to dismember the sword. Even Lisa, who was standing next to him, shouted to destroy the sword and give the knights of the Round Table some peace. The voices of the crowd rose and fell like waves. At this moment, Lin Yin frowned as he looked at everything before him, as if he were witnessing a grand parade. Since modern times, Europeans have given the impression that they will destroy what they cannot have. At this moment, Lin Yin knew it was time for him to step forward and take back what belonged to his ancestors. Before Lin Yin could react, some radicals had already gone up with weapons, ready to destroy it directly. Some even brought out giant excavators. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the crowd. How dare outsiders lay a finger on things that belong to China? Chapter 186. Your ancestor's sword was broken by my ancestor's treasured sword. The solemn, unquestionable voice echoed throughout the valley, as if possessing a magical power, causing everyone to turn their heads to look. Of course, that look is definitely not a good look. At this moment, everyone turned to look at Lin Yin. Judging from his words and his skin color, it's not hard to tell that he is from the Xia kingdom. He's from Xia. When did a person from Xia dare to say such things at the Round Table altar? What right does the offspring of a loser have to say such things? He's asking for a beating. I think we should kick him out. The Round Table altar is such a sacred place that outsiders should not be allowed to enter, lest they defile this place. Several radicals in the crowd began to express their opinions. These remarks immediately drew unanimous approval from the crowd, who raised their hands and shouted for Lin Yin to leave. Lin Yin gave a cold smile in response. These people are all talk and no action. Throughout modern history, Europeans have either been in protest or on their way to protest. Lin Yin looked at the crowd with disdain, then scanned the crowd with his right hand, finally pointing to the Yongle Emperor's sword. Are you such rubbish, afraid that I will pull it out and make you lose face? Are you all so trashy that you're afraid I'll pull you out and make you lose face? The words came out of Lin Yan's mouth in a clear, mellow tone and in perfect foreign language. Everyone was amazed. How could this Xia person speak such a standard foreign language? If you didn't see his face and judged solely by his voice, you would never believe he was from the Xia kingdom. At this moment, Lisa looked like she had seen a ghost. She could tell that Lin Yin spoke a foreign language better than she did. I had previously thought he didn't know any foreign languages, but I never expected this guy to be so taciturn. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, everyone's emotions were ignited. It felt as if the British Empire was about to undergo a revolution. Get him out. Xia people, get off this altar. Expel them from the country and ban them from entering permanently. Don't they know what kind of people they are, daring to run wild in our British Empire? What kind of nonsense is this? His words are an insult to our knight. He should kneel on the ground and repent to our knight. These words resonated with many. Seeing the stares of everyone, Lin Yin felt an urge to skin him alive. At that moment, a clear, cold voice rang out from the crowd. Xia people, I don't know what your background is, but you have the audacity to say such a thing. Lei Luo stood with his hands behind his back, glancing sideways at Lin Yin with disdain. Judging from Lin Yan's attire, he is not a nobleman's son at all, much less a prince or nobleman. At this moment, everyone watched quietly as Lei Luo spoke. Senior Lei Luo has spoken. This kid is finished. Let him be arrogant. You should know that Senior Lei Luo's ancestor was one of the 12 knights of the Round Table, and this sword cut his ancestor's sword in half, which is equivalent to meeting an enemy. In that case, this kid's really in trouble today. At this moment, Lisa slowly retreated, disappearing completely into the crowd. She didn't want to be implicated because of Lin Yin. Lin Yin slowly walked forward, looked at Lei Luo calmly, and smiled. I've heard that your ancestor's sword was broken by my ancestor's precious sword. Upon hearing this, Lei Luo's eyes turned bloodshot, his hands clenched into fists, and veins bulged. It should be understood that having his ancestral sword broken was a huge disgrace to his family. But today, this unknown kid exposed it in public, which is simply outrageous. You're courting death. Say it again if you dare. Lei Luo angrily pointed at Lin Yin. If it weren't for the need to maintain gentlemanly conduct in public, he would have definitely started a fight. Your ancestor's sword was cut in half. At this moment, Lin Yin continued to state the facts calmly. Lei Luo was furious. He couldn't believe that this Xia Guoren was so shameless, repeating the same thing over and over again. Ah! Lei Luo roared at the sky, pointing angrily at Lin Yan. I admit your ancestor's sword is powerful. If you're so capable, go and draw it now. If you can't pull it out, all your skills are useless. Lei Luo looked at Lin Yan with a mocking expression, his eyes full of contempt. Tell me, how can you, a descendant of the Chinese people, not even be able to draw the sword of your ancestor? That's utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing Lei Luo's words, everyone expressed their admiration. Hiss! No wonder they are descendants of the 12 Knights of the Round Table. Their intentions are simply murderous. It's unbelievable. No wonder he's the student council president. His mind is just different from ours. This is going to be interesting. If he can't pull it out, he's just asking for trouble. Lin Yan glanced indifferently at the crowd. He knew that everyone was watching his show and waiting for him to make a fool of himself. Charge! Superior! Superior! At this moment, someone started shouting at Lin Yan, urging him to quickly draw his sword. Lin Yan curled his lips into a sneer, then walked toward the round table. A moment later, Lin Yan stood in front of the Yongle Emperor's sword, looking at the surging crowd below, and felt a surge of heroic spirit. At this moment, Lin Yan finally saw the true face of the Yongle Emperor's sword. It has to be said that this sword is definitely the pinnacle of craftsmanship during the Ming Dynasty. The sword has a rich and luxurious appearance, exquisite and unique. The animal on the hilt is the Buddhist auspicious beast, Qiong, which is the snow lion. The scabbard is engraved with interlocking patterns and exquisite relief carvings. The blade is inlaid with many precious gold gems as decoration, and there is a spine in the middle to enhance the strength of the sword. The hilt is shaped like a dragon's head, with gemstones inlaid as eyes, and the pommel is engraved with a relief pattern. Lin Yan was instantly captivated by the sword's appearance. If he hadn't looked closely, he wouldn't have believed that the sword was so unique. His large right hand slowly rubbed the hilt of the sword. When his index finger touched the eye made of gemstones, a cool sensation traveled to his palm, making him feel ethereal. Then, he gripped the hilt of the sword directly with his right hand. Regardless of size, it fit perfectly. Lin Yan felt as if the sword had been tailor-made for him, and he felt exceptionally relaxed and refreshed. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he seemed to relax completely, quietly savoring this unique feeling. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Yan and began to discuss among themselves. What the hell is this Xia person doing? Is he trying to stall for time? Stalling for time. If you can't pull it out, you can't pull it out. No one in the British Empire has been able to pull it out for over 200 years. You think he can? That's right. Everyone just watch. If he can't pull himself out, let's see how he gets out of this mess. At that moment, Lin Yan's eyes snapped open like lightning, veins bulging on his right hand, and he clenched his teeth, letting out a furious shout. Oh! Chapter 187 Drawing the Sword shocks everyone. Seeing Lin Yan like this, everyone was overjoyed. After all, everyone who came here to try and pull out their sword had this expression, but none of them could pull it out. Pretending. Do you really think that just because you put on a good show, you can draw your sword? That's right. The Xia kingdom has been weak for over 200 years. It's finished. What a pity, this pretty boy. I think he was brought by that Lisa. Turns out he's a prostitute. Just then, the round table trembled, and the sound of metal rubbing against stone came from under Lin Yan's feet. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, a series of piercing and loud sounds quickly spread throughout the entire valley. Everyone was stunned by Lin Yan. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. The shock level from the crowd plus 666. A series of system notifications rang in Lin Yan's mind. At this moment, Lin Yan was completely oblivious to the sound, his mind completely absorbed in drawing his sword. In everyone's eyes, the veins on Lin Yan's right hand looked like coiled dragons, unusually thick. Then, the Yongle Emperor's sword was slowly pulled from the round table by Lin Yan. At this moment, everyone was stunned. For a moment, everyone stared blankly at Lin Yan. Lei Luo stared at Lin Yan on the round table with a gloomy expression. He couldn't believe that this Xia man would actually draw his sword. However, What made Lei Luo feel a little better was that although Lin Yin had moved the sword, he was still a long way from actually pulling it out. At this moment, everyone finally came to their senses. The sword is really moving, it's moving slowly. This Xia Kingdom man is really strong. That's right. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that someone could pull out a sword. It's too early to say that now. You should know there's still a part to come around the round table. At this moment, a bespectacled man standing next to Lei Luo stepped forward and said, "The Yongle Emperor's sword was a gift from Emperor Yongle, Zhu Di, of the Ming Dynasty to a Tibetan living Buddha. The sword is 90.3 centimeters long and weighs 2.6 jin, 1.3 caddies, with the scabbard weighing a total of 4 jin, 2 caddies. The exposed part of the sword is less than 30 centimeters, which means that the Xia man still has 60 centimeters to pull out." Upon hearing this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If this Xia kingdom were to draw its sword on the round table altar in front of everyone, that, in a way, proves that there are no real men on the British Empire. After all, how can a real man be incompetent? At this moment, Lin Yan also heard the discussion among the crowd. Given Lin Yan's personality, he wouldn't care about such discussions. But now the situation is different. This is like taking things from someone else's house when the sun never sets. Now that he had such a great opportunity to bring his own things back home openly, how could Lin Yan miss it? Moreover, at this moment, even if it means death, Lin Yan absolutely cannot retreat even half a step. He knew that if he took even half a step back, China's face would be thrown to the ground and trampled to pieces. At this moment, Lin Yan vaguely felt that he had almost run out of strength, and he was sweating profusely, especially his right hand, where drops of sweat fell onto the round table. The sword's movement slowed down, until finally only Lin Yan could feel it still moving. The others couldn't even tell. Upon seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. "Haha, this Xia countryman is done for, he's out of strength. It just won't work out in the end. I thought he was a really tough guy, but it turns out he's just all talk and no action." At this moment, most people were waiting for Lin Yan to make a fool of himself. Compared to watching a joke told by someone from one's own country, a joke told by a foreigner is more exciting and stimulating, especially since he is from the Xia Kingdom. Lisa breathed a sigh of relief and was deeply grateful for her wise decision. Otherwise, if Lin Yan fails, she will definitely be criticized by everyone, and she herself will not know what to do. What a pity. I wanted to experience your prowess again. At this moment, Lin Yan, who was standing on the round table, heard the mocking voices of the crowd. With a determined mind, the right foot, with the toes as the center, turns backward with the heel, and the entire body's strength originates from the waist. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp, and the bony fingers of his right hand were clearly visible. He roared, With a loud shout, Lin Yan's voice echoed throughout the entire valley. Just as everyone was about to mock them again, a miracle occurred. The Yongle Emperor's sword was slowly emerging from the round table, gradually increasing in speed as it went on. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the friction sound spreads, observant people can even hear that the frequency of the sound is becoming more and more frequent. As everyone looked at what was happening before them, a sense of disbelief arose in their minds. This guy isn't actually going to pull out his sword, is he? Yes, judging by the speed at which the sword is drawn, it will definitely be out in less than 30 seconds. Even if he draws his sword, so what? Our senior Lei Luo has mastered the family's knight sword technique. Yes, then he'll have his day to cry. At this moment, Lei Luo's eyes darkened slightly. Judging from this trend, this Xia Guoren was really going to draw his sword. However, he was also a little excited. From a young age, he practiced his family's knightly swordsmanship, making him the foremost among the descendants of the knights of the Round Table. They can also be considered the cream of the crop among the younger generation of the British Empire. Moreover, my ancestor's sword was broken by the sword on the Round Table, and today I have such a good opportunity here. Lei Luo wanted to test whether the legendary Yongle Emperor's sword was really that powerful, or if it was just a rumor. Moreover, Lei Luo wanted to use this opportunity to further enhance his reputation. As long as we defeat this Xia man, or more accurately, the sword in his hand, then he would definitely become the #1 among the younger generation of the British Empire, and at that time, he was absolutely confident that he would obtain the position of family head. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin Yin finally pulled the Yongle Emperor's sword from the round table. Lin Yin raised his sword high in his right hand, his gaze sharp as lightning, calmly looking at everyone, like a king in the mortal world looking down on all living beings. At this moment, rays of sunlight streamed down from the sky, making Lin Yin appear even more mysterious. Lin Yin's actions have already caused an uproar in the valley. This Xia man has really drawn his sword. Yes, I can hardly believe it. How could that be? Are we really going to let him take the sword? You know, this sword was brought back with great difficulty by our general of the British Empire. Lin Yin glanced indifferently at the crowd, then prepared to turn and leave. Just then, a voice rang out. You're being incredibly naive to think you can take this sword away. Chapter 188, Defeating a Supporting Character with One Sword and One Kick. As soon as Lei Luo spoke, everyone began to discuss with dissatisfaction. That's right. How can we let him take away our ancestors' spoils of war so easily? That's right. Although it belonged to his ancestors, it is now ours. This is blatant robbery of our British Empire's property. We absolutely cannot allow it. Everyone raised their right hands, glaring angrily at Lin Yin. Clearly, no one was happy that Lin Yin had drawn his sword and wanted to take it away. Lin Yin glanced around indifferently, looking at the ugly faces of these people with contempt in his eyes. Call. Lin Yin held the sword in his right hand, pointed it at the crowd, and sneered. Come on, if you don't agree to me taking the sword, then come and stop me. I don't care how many of you there are. However, those who come to power should be prepared to die. Snort. Of course, Lin Yin wouldn't actually kill someone in front of so many people. He was just saying that to scare them. The arrogant words echoed throughout the valley. Everyone stared at Lin Yin in disbelief. They couldn't understand why, when the entire valley was inhabited by people from the British Empire, he was the only Chinese person there. Where does his confidence come from? Can he really take on everyone by himself? At this moment, Lei Luo slowly walked onto the round table with his sword in hand, looking at Lin Yin with a slight smile. Xia people, I really don't know whether to praise your confidence or mock your arrogance. Do you really think that obtaining a precious sword makes you the best in the world? You need to understand that this is the British Empire. As a Chinese citizen, you should keep your tail between your legs, or you won't even know how you died. At this moment, everyone watched as Lei Luo walked onto the giant stone round table, and they all became smug. Look, Senior Lei Luo is coming up on stage with his ancestral sword. He looks like he's about to start a fight. It seems that Lei Luo's ancestral sword was indeed broken by the Xia Kingdom's sword. Lei Luo is trying to avenge his ancestors. Even if this Xia countryman doesn't die, he'll leave here strangled today. At this moment, Lin Yin looked at Lei Luo calmly. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, with fair skin and eyes like stars, it has to be said, this guy is truly blessed with good looks. Lin Yin was even a little envious. How could someone be so handsome? Lin Yin planted the sword on the round table, raised his right index finger, and shook his head at Lei Luo. I hate people who are more handsome than me. You can't do it. Upon hearing this, Lei Luo objected. The game hasn't even started yet, and you're already saying they're not good enough? Can't we go through the proper procedures first? The key is, you can say whatever you want to people, but you absolutely cannot say no. Tell me, which man wouldn't be furious upon hearing these words? Clang! Lei Luo assumed a stance, drew his sword, gripped it with both hands, and held it upright in front of his chest. Swearing won't work. Let's see what we've got. Today, in front of everyone, I will defeat you, you thief. Hearing this, Lin Yin was stunned. Lei Luo is really good at framing people. It was clearly Lin Yin who drew the sword in front of everyone. However, in his mouth, it turned into a thief. Does touching a woman's shoulder on the street automatically make you a rapist? Without receiving a response from Lin Yin, Lei Luo raised his sword and charged towards Lin Yin. Everyone's eyes followed Lei Luo's figure, and even their emotions were stirred. See? Senior Lei Luo has made his move. This guy is finished. Of course, Senior Lei Luo learned his family's swordsmanship, which is the swordsmanship of the 12 Knights of the Round Table. I bet this Xiaogua guy doesn't know martial arts. He'll get knocked away by Senior Lei Luo in a second. At this moment, Lin Yan's gaze sharpened, and he frowned as he looked at Lei Luo, who was charging towards him. He couldn't understand whether foreigners fought like this, charging forward without thinking twice. In the blink of an eye, Lei Luo had already raised his sword and charged towards Lin Yan. At this moment, Lei Luo looked at Lin Yan, who was not moving at all, and was overjoyed. This guy was definitely stunned by his aura, and stood there dumbfounded. At this point, everyone seemed to have already foreseen the outcome. Just then, a crisp metallic clang rang out, followed by a dull thud. Lin Yan swiftly grabbed the sword from the ground and parried Lei Luo's sword. Then he quickly extended his right foot and kicked Lei Luo in the stomach. The immense force sent Lei Luo flying, staggering back dozens of steps before finally rolling over to stop. Everyone turned to look at the round table, and what they saw there stunned them. Lei Luo stared at Lin Yan in disbelief, while he himself sat on the ground without any regard for his image. However, Lei Luo immediately reacted and stood up from the ground. His eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace as he glared at Lin Yan with gritted teeth. You actually resorted to a sneak attack? Don't you have any shame? To lack any gentlemanly manners is truly shameful. Lei Luo stood up and, without saying a word, turned the tables on him. At this moment, many people in the valley fell silent. After all, in the eyes of the Ming people, it was Lei Luo who launched the attack first. So, Lei Luo is simply unable to accept defeat and is trying to blame others. Wow, is this Senior Lei Luo really that easy to defeat? I can't believe it, we failed like this? It seems this Xia person is really skilled in martial arts. What should we do? Should we really let him take the Yongle Emperor's sword? That's a treasure. Yes, I heard that this sword is valued at over $1 billion on the market. Lin Yan dragged his sword and slowly walked towards Lei Luo, the tip of the Yongle Emperor's sword rubbing against the ground, creating sparks and sounds. At this moment, the entire valley was silent, as if only the sound of the sword tip scraping against the ground could be heard. Lin Yan walked towards Lei Luo with a calm expression, a slight sneer appearing on his lips. If you can't handle losing, don't play. Even if we lose, it's okay to admit it. I really can't believe what kind of big family could raise such a shameless descendant like you. I heard your ancestors were the 12 Knights of the Round Table. If they knew they had a descendant like you, wouldn't they be so angry they'd climb out of their coffins? Lin Yan ruthlessly peeled off Lei Luo's face and stomped on it. He saw through this guy from the beginning. He liked to show off and wanted Lin Yan to be his stepping stone, using Lin Yan's head to achieve his own success. Unfortunately, Lin Yan was too hard a rock, and he had already hurt himself. At this moment, Lei Luo gripped his sword tightly with both hands, looking at Lin Yan who was right in front of him. His whole body trembled. He wanted to move, but dared not. He was afraid, just like before. Making a fool of yourself once is enough? You can simply say it was due to your carelessness. However, if someone makes the same mistake twice, it means that person is very stupid. As a member of a prominent family, he couldn't afford to lose face. Lin Yan glanced indifferently at the people around him, then shouldered his sword and prepared to step down from the round table. At that moment, someone said something. We absolutely cannot let him take the sword. Everyone, stop him. At this moment, everyone surrounded Lin Yan, and after a short while, they blocked Lin Yan's path. Lin Yan frowned as he looked at everything before him. He felt that things were getting worse and worse, as if he were witnessing the wave of strikes in 16th century Europe. Looking at the surging crowd below, Lin Yan smiled coldly, then looked out of the valley. What? Aren't you going to show up yet? Don't you want the sword anymore? Then, a voice rang out from outside the valley. Congratulations, sir. The Imperial Advisor invites you in. Chapter 189, First Meeting. Palace. Qing Yuan sat cross-legged on a futon, his hands on his knees, palms facing the sky, in front of him. On a square table, a human head rests quietly. Qing Yuan, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and looked at the human head on the table with a suspicious expression. At this moment, Qing Yuan reached out his left hand and gently stroked the head of the patriarch, while his right hand stroked his beard slightly. He looks full of energy. Even after all these years, he looks like he just died. Logically speaking, there's absolutely no way he's mistaken. At this moment, Qing Yuan's gaze swept across his head and looked outside the main hall, which was in the east. Could it be that my senior brother killed someone and switched their head to prevent me from stealing it? Then, Qing Yuan pulled his left hand back, patted his knee, and frowned. Impossible. Qing Shu is arrogant and loves fame. Moreover, having aspired to become as great as his master from a very young age, how could he possibly kill someone for the remains of his ancestor? At this point, Qing Yuan became solemn and looked towards the east with a deep sense of respect. Although he had a great deal of disagreement with his master about attaining immortality. However, Qing Yuan still admires his master's character and has always regarded him as his role model. Back then, Master led a group of disciples down the mountain to save the country, but in the end, the disciples only brought back Master's ashes and clothes. Master, you are the person I respect most in my life, and I have always been learning from you. But is this all you've ever pursued in your life, the Tao? In the end, you still died under the invaders' bullets. Your path is not right. At this point, Qing Yuan slowly stood up, walked down from the platform, and held the head in his left hand, looking triumphant. Just you wait and see. In less than 10 years, I will become the second person to ascend to immortality after the patriarch. At that time, I will personally go to your memorial tablet and tell you what the true Tao is. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a confident laugh echoed throughout the entire palace. Just then, a figure flashed out from outside. Upon seeing this, Qing Yuan's gaze turned cold, and a hoarse voice came from his mouth. What? Haven't they found out yet? Upon hearing this, the servant kneeling on the ground trembled and hesitated for a moment. Reporting to the imperial preceptor, your subordinate is investigating with all his might, and we believe we will have news soon. Bang! Just then, Qing Yuan casually grabbed the teacup beside him and slapped the servant on the forehead. The teacup slammed heavily onto the servant's forehead, and bright red blood flowed down rapidly, visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the servant gritted his teeth in pain, but dared not utter a sound. Just 2 days ago, another servant was hit by the imperial advisor with a teacup and instinctively cried out. He has been missing ever since. Bang, bang, bang. Ignoring the blood on his forehead, the servant hurriedly kowtowed repeatedly, admitting his mistake. Imperial preceptor, please rest assured, I will find the person as soon as possible. Qing Yuan returned to the high platform, his face extremely grim. As he prepared to smash the teacup again, he discovered that there was nothing left to grab. Then, he waved for the servant to leave. Seeing this gesture, the servant finally breathed a sigh of relief, grabbed his sleeves with both hands to wipe the blood off the ground, and then slowly retreated. Who are you? Where are you? Are you really here to kill me? Qing Yuan stroked his mustache with his right hand, his mind racing with thoughts. Previously, because of what the fat man said, Qing Yuan even had his fortune told. After all, it's unpleasant to be someone's target, especially when you don't even know where that person is. Therefore, Qing Yuan specifically consulted a divination master to find out Lin Yan's location. However, after several attempts, the result was either complete chaos or he vomited blood. Qing Yuan was terrified. This incident reminded him of the first divination his master performed for him when he first started learning the craft. At that time, he and his senior brother Qingshu were sitting cross-legged in the main hall of Longhu Mountain, with their master sitting in front of them. The master looked at him meaningfully, then said to him in a slightly somber tone, Qing Yuan, if you ever encounter someone whose identity you can't fathom, go as far away as you can. At that time, Qing Yuan, who was still young, did not understand what these words meant. Master, why? To this day, Qing Yuan still clearly remembers the look in his master's eyes, a mixture of affection and disappointment, a blend of pride and regret. Then, the master sighed and slowly said, because you will die after you see him. Looking back now, I realize that my master must have known he would become what he is today. Qing Yuan closed his eyes, shook his head violently, then opened his eyes and muttered to himself, Don't worry, master. I will not die. I will prove to you that your path is no good, but mine is absolutely viable. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the palace. Reporting to the imperial preceptor, the person who drew the Yongle Emperor's sword has been brought here. Hearing this, Qing Yuan was overjoyed. You should know that when he first arrived in the British Empire, he had his eye on the Yongle Emperor's sword, but he never managed to obtain it. The main reason was that no one could pull it out, and since the Yongle Emperor's sword was in the British Museum, he couldn't just take it for himself. But, unexpectedly, someone actually managed to pull the sword out. Okay, let him in. In the square outside the palace, Lin Yin frowned as he looked at the palace that was very similar to Longhu Mountain. Originally, I thought it would take a lot of effort, and I would have to contact the fat man and rely on his power to enter the palace. But to my surprise, I got in so easily today. Lin Yin carried the sword and slowly walked up the steps. What came into view was a huge palace, which was pitch black except for a few candles. Even Lin Yin, who possessed exceptional composure, was shocked by this arrangement. This palace looks exactly like the palace on Longhu Mountain, but the atmosphere is completely different. If we were to describe the palaces of Longhu Mountain as magnificent, grand, majestic, and righteous, so this palace was cold, dark, oppressive, and sinister. At this moment, Lin Yin finally saw the Taoist sitting on the platform clearly. He was dressed in black, with a hairpin in his hair, and white strands mixed in with his black hair. Qing Yuan also got a clear look at Lin Yan's appearance. To his surprise, Lin Yin was so young, looking to be only in his early 20s. Inside the main hall, an old man and a young man faced each other. Who are you? And who are you? Chapter 190 Killing you is just a side effect. The soft words echoed throughout the palace. Qing Yuan looked at the young man opposite him with great interest. He was surprised that someone would dare to look him in the eye without showing any tension or panic. You should know that he was famous throughout Europe, and from royalty to commoners, no one dared to look him in the eye. But the young man in front of me was surprisingly calm. You're quite good. You were actually able to pull out the Emperor's sword. This surprised me greatly. Qing Yuan walked slowly onto the platform, clapped her hands lightly a few times, and looked at Lin Yin with admiration. Lin Yin smiled slightly and responded without any politeness. I've always been great. I was able to draw the Emperor's sword, which is my own skill, and you don't need to worry about that. Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Qing Yuan's eyes. For so many years, no one has dared to speak to him like that. Over the years, everyone who has seen him has knelt down to greet him, not even daring to raise their heads. However, this young man, whose origins were unknown, actually confronted him directly, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. However, when Qing Yuan lowered his eyes and looked at the great Emperor's sword in Lin Yan's hand, his anger subsided. Tell me, how much do you want? Qing Yuan pointed to the sword in Lin Yan's hand with his right hand and asked casually. Money was the most useless thing to him, but this sword was still somewhat useful. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms over his chest, and glanced indifferently at Qing Yuan. Not for sale. What? At this moment, Qing Yuan was starting to feel a surge of anger. Normally, as long as he lets out a hint, he knows what he needs. Soon, members of the royal family and nobles would prepare the items and present them to him, so he didn't have to worry about it personally. Today he personally purchased the sword, and the price was up to Lin Yin to decide. However, this young man was completely ungrateful. However, Lin Yan's next words instantly enraged Qing Yuan. A traitor to the Taoist sect dares to covet the Emperor's sword? That's utterly delusional. Upon hearing this, the temperature in the entire palace seemed to plummet to below zero, and a chilling feeling permeated every corner of the hall. Qing Yuan narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. For so many years, no one has dared to call me a traitor. Those who called me a traitor back then, their bones are rotting away now. I never expected to hear those two words again today. A deep, hoarse voice echoed throughout the palace, like a series of demonic sounds, disturbing Lin Yan's peace of mind. At this moment, Qing Yuan had already realized what was happening and looked at Lin Yan with disbelief. So you're the one my senior brother sent to kill me. Lin Yan looked calmly at the old man in front of him. If Master Qingshu gave people the feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze, then Qing Yuan gave people the feeling of being uncomfortable all over and not daring to get close to him. No. This time, it was Qingshu's turn to be confused. Could it be that this guy wasn't sent by his senior brother to kill him, or that this guy had changed his mind? Lin Yin found a table, plopped down on it, and didn't give Qingyuan any face at all. Do you have any tea or anything like that? I've been here for so long, I'm dying of thirst. Upon hearing this, Qingyuan was speechless for a moment, then waved for a servant to serve tea. However, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Yin. After all, Lin Yin wasn't there to kill him. What was she there for? Was she just here for a vacation? What exactly are you here for? Qingyuan, suppressing his curiosity, asked again. Lin Yin took a big gulp of tea and let out a burp. Then he pointed to something covered by a black cloth on the high table. Look, that's what I came for. Qingyuan looked in the direction Lin Yin was pointing, his eyes instantly darkening, a hint of murderous intent flashing across them. Anything else? And then there's the trip, and finally, helping Master Qingshu clean house. At this moment, Qingyuan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After all this fuss, it turns out the order of things was wrong. My life is worth less than a trip to him. At this moment, Qingyuan smiled slightly at Lin Yin. You don't actually believe you can succeed, do you? Leaving aside whether you can kill me, do you really think you can take that head with your abilities? Qingyuan pointed at the human head on the table and looked at Lin Yin with disdain. In his opinion, Lin Yin, a grown man, was really ignorant of his own limitations, daring to come here and steal his things. Lin Yin placed the teacup in his hand on the table and said casually, How will you know if you don't try? Just like back then, when you secretly sneaked into the forbidden area behind your master's back to steal the ancestral master's remains, you almost succeeded, didn't you? Hearing this, Qingyuan felt a surge of anger. This was a disgrace to him. However, it is extremely infuriating that a junior has said this to my face in public. Qingyuan stretched out his aged right hand, pointing tremblingly at Lin Yin, and kept saying, Good, good, you're truly fearless like a newborn calf. You're great. But you're not leaving now that you're here. Slap, slap, slap. Qingshu returned to the high platform and clapped 3 times in the void. Suddenly, 10 figures appeared at the entrance of the main hall and filed in, surrounding Lin Yin. Lin Yin glanced at the group of people, then looked towards Qingyuan. You really think these few small fry can stop me? Lin Yin held the sword in his right hand and slowly walked to the center. With a wave of his right hand, the sword rang softly. Buzz! The sword rubbed against the air, producing a series of sword-singing sounds. I have many followers. Even if you can kill them, I still have more. Superior! Qingyuan's cold words echoed throughout the entire palace, and as his voice fell, 10 servants attacked Lin Yin one after another, each wielding their own weapon. Lin Yin didn't hesitate and immediately retaliated. After all, this is no laughing matter. If you're not careful, you might get injured even if you don't die, which would be terrible. At this moment, outside the main hall, a figure was lying on the outside, secretly watching everything inside. That's right, this person is the fat man. He has been here for 2 or 3 days, and with his silver tongue, he has successfully gained the trust of the people here. These past few days, he had been waiting for news from Lin Yin. After all, this operation was extremely dangerous. Lin Yin definitely needs to lead the charge, otherwise, Fatty would never have been exposed. Boom! 5 minutes later, the battle ended. Chapter 191 The Fat Man's Sneak Attack. Bite! Lin Yin casually stuck the Yongle Emperor's sword into the ground. Around him lay 10 corpses, each with a hole in its stomach or a bloody gash on its neck. 5 minutes ago, the 10 people were still lively and energetic, but in an instant, they were all dealt with by Lin Yin. Lin Yin looked at Qingyuan with a cold smile. Bring on whatever other tricks you have. At this moment, Qingyuan looked at the 10 corpses on the ground, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. Originally, 10 people could have killed Lin Yin. Unexpectedly, he was so easily defeated and killed by Lin Yin so quickly. Qingyuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly. Indeed, my senior brother never misjudged anyone. It seems I underestimated you after all. But do you think that's all I've got? Aren't you being incredibly naive? Bang! Then, all 3 doors of the main hall were opened. That's right, besides the main gate at the front, there are also 2 other main gates on the left and right sides of the hall. There was a large, dark mass of people outside the gate. At this moment, everyone held rifles, their dark muzzles pointed at Lin Yin. Lin Yin was genuinely shocked when he saw this scene. On the surface, there were at least 20 people, and more importantly, there was a large group of people behind them. Qing Yuan saw a flash of shock on Lin Yan's face and was overjoyed. He reached out his left hand and stroked the human head, his mustache twitching slightly. Do you really think you can kill me so easily? You're still too young. I really don't know if my senior brother sent you here to kill me, or to send you to your death. At this moment, Lin Yin raised an eyebrow and unconsciously tightened his grip on the sword with his right hand. That old fox is fucking cunning. Even at this point, they still haven't forgotten to sow discord. It's truly despicable. At this point, Lin Yin was speechless, looking at the sword in his hand, and then at the weapons in other people's hands. This is not a martial arts world where a single sword strike can change the color of the sky and destroy everything. I'm just an ordinary person, and what's worse, I'm still in debt to the system, so I can't even exchange for skills. Lin Yan's eyes kept scanning the palace, not missing a single corner. Looking at Lin Yan's appearance, Qing Yuan smiled coldly to himself and mocked him out loud. You think you're so great. Aren't you supposed to be amazing? Didn't you say you could take on 10 people at once? If you're so capable, then come at me now. I have plenty of men, and I don't believe I can break through all laws with a single sword strike. They really think they're gods. Qing Yuan relentlessly berated Lin Yin, instantly clearing away the pent-up frustration in her heart. My whole body felt much refreshed immediately. From the moment Lin Yin entered the main hall, it was Lin Yin who was showing off. What was even more infuriating was that Lin Yin didn't take him seriously at all, which made him extremely angry. You should know that even his senior brother Qing Shu didn't dare to fight him. This little guy, who hasn't even grown his hair yet, actually wants to cleanse the sect. He's just delusional. Lin Yin looked at Qing Shu speechlessly. He hadn't expected that this old man would have such a temper. Then, Lin Yan's eyes lit up. On the roof beam of the main hall, a chubby figure was constantly moving around. Lin Yin glanced at it briefly, then quickly left, before looking at Qing Yuan. Judging from his physique, he knew without guessing that the guy was fatty. The fat man was positioned directly above Qing Yuan, and the entire palace was poorly lit, with the roof still pitch black. Moreover, the fat man's black night clothes made him even more suitable to blend into the environment. At this moment, Qing Yuan seemed to notice Lin Yan's unusual behavior and suddenly looked up. The fat man noticed Qing Yuan's movements and quickly clung tightly to the roof beam, remaining motionless. Although Lin Yan showed no outward expression, he was inwardly panicking. A moment later, Qing Yuan looked at Lin Yan again, a slight smile playing on his lips. Your name is Lin Yan? How about this? You come with me, and whatever you want, I'll give you everything. See? I'm more sincere than my senior brother, right? At this moment, Qing Yuan looked at Lin Yan with a smug expression. In his view, given the current situation, unless Lin Yan wanted to die, anyone would agree to his request. At this moment, Lin Yan frowned slightly, looked at Qing Yuan calmly, and then nodded vigorously. Good. I'm fine with being with you, but I have one condition. At this moment, Qing Yuan was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan figured it out so quickly. Not bad, young man. You know how to seize the moment. Say it. I'll agree to anything you say. Lin Yan smiled slightly, but his next words infuriated Qing Yuan. I want your head. Upon hearing this, Qing Yuan became extremely angry and roared at Lin Yan. What? You're asking for it. Kill him. Qing Yuan angrily pointed at Lin Yan and shouted at his many followers. At this moment, upon hearing Qing Yuan's order, many followers prepared to pull the trigger. Just then, a voice rang out from the rooftop. You're the one who's going to die. Then, a figure leaped down from the roof beam and landed directly behind Qing Yuan. A pistol was pressed directly against his back, and a smug voice echoed in the hall. So, it seems you still have to rely on me. The fat man smiled smugly at Lin Yan, who nodded emphatically and gave him a thumbs up. You're awesome. At this moment, Qing Yuan finally realized what was happening and looked at Lin Yan with disbelief. Is he one of yours? No. No. Qing Yuan was puzzled. Why would someone who isn't yours talk to you? Do you think I'm stupid? I only promised him that after I killed you, I would give him 2 billion, and he could choose anything else he wanted. At this moment, Qing Yuan was covered in sweat. It turned out that the two were cooperating and had even discussed how to divide the property. Step back. The fat man, with a smug look on his face, roared at his many followers. However, the crowd simply pointed their guns at the two men without taking a single step back. The fat man forcefully thrust his right hand, which was gripping the gun, into Qing Yuan's back, startling Qing Yuan so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Get back! Get back now! Qing Yuan roared at his many followers, and with that roar, they all retreated to the entrance of the main hall. The outcome is decided, you've lost. Cold words came from Lin Yan's mouth. Upon hearing this, Qing Yuan deflated like a punctured balloon, utterly drained of energy. Although he was a fortune teller, he couldn't predict his own fate, and today's ending was something he never expected. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out outside the plaza of the main hall. Boom! Shells rained down on the square. Everyone stared in shock at what was happening outside, completely bewildered. A hint of displeasure flashed in Qing Yuan's eyes as he muttered to himself. They finally came, and they chose the perfect time. Chapter 192: The Old Man's End. The deafening roar of cannon fire echoed around the palace, making it feel like being on a battlefield. The entire palace seemed to be shaking. However, Lin Yin and the fat man exchanged a suspicious glance at the old man's words. Shouldn't the people outside be the old man's reinforcements? But judging from his tone, it seems he really doesn't want them to come in. 5 minutes later, the sound of shells finally stopped, followed by the sound of rows of neat, large footsteps. Immediately afterwards, a series of bullet shots rang out at the entrance of the hall, followed by screams from the crowd. Slap, slap, slap. Ah! Then, rows of soldiers from the British Empire appeared on the steps of the square, each holding a rifle. When they saw the large number of followers, the dark muzzles of the guns and the blinding flames instantly engulfed them. A minute later, apart from Lin Yin and his two companions, the rest of the followers were lying sprawled on the ground in the main hall. At that moment, a firm footstep, accompanied by a triumphant laugh, came from outside. "Haha, my dear Grand Advisor. The Queen has sent me to give you her greetings." A moment later, a blond, blue-eyed man appeared at the entrance of the hall. At this moment, he looked at Qing Yuan with a smug expression. Snap! The blond man pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Qing Yuan. "Grand Preceptor, if you don't want to die, hand over the primordial 8 trigrams and the 8 trigrams plate, as well as your collection from all these years. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." At this moment, Lin Yin was stunned. This isn't right. He's clearly the bad guy, so why is another one showing up? What's even more infuriating is that this guy has enormous ambitions. He actually wants the 8 trigrams of the primordial heaven? Doesn't he know that this thing is a treasure of China? Would a foreigner know how to do that? These barbarians dare to covet the Taoist arts of China? What wishful thinking! Qing Yuan spat fiercely in front of the blond man, his hoarse voice echoing throughout the hall. Pooh! Have your Western religions lost their power, or have you been neglecting your offerings? You dare to try and steal my Chinese Taoist arts. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin looked at Qing Yuan in surprise. Unexpectedly, a Taoist outcast has such high awareness. From the moment that blond man entered the main hall, Qing Yuan didn't seem to even glance at him. You! The blond man was furious, pointing his pistol at Qing Yuan, then smiled faintly. My dear Imperial Advisor, what right do you have to be arrogant now? Your followers are all dead. Do you think you can escape all by yourself? You'd better surrender and obediently hand over the primordial 8 trigrams and the 8 trigrams plate. Whoosh! At this moment, under the command of the blond man, all the soldiers pointed their guns at Lin Yin and the other two. Clearly, in their eyes, Lin Yin and his companion were just extras, and they wanted to eliminate them together to avoid trouble. At this moment, Qing Yuan glanced at the blond man indifferently and said arrogantly, Aren't you, the British royal family, afraid of being condemned by the people of the British Empire and even the people of Europe for doing this? By then, even if you have 1,000,000 mouths, you won't be able to explain it clearly. Upon hearing this, the blond man smiled faintly. We have already made arrangements for the Imperial Advisor's funeral. We will announce to the outside world that 2 Xia people killed the Grand Preceptor, and that we came to protect him. By the time we arrived, the Grand Preceptor had already passed away. However, we will kill 2 Xia people to avenge the Grand Preceptor. I believe that this will prevent any adverse consequences. The blond man spread his hands, looking extremely smug. Clearly, they had been planning this for more than just a day or two. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have come up the mountain in such a short time. At this moment, Lin Yan's face was unusually cold. It turned out that he had been used as a pawn all along. Good, excellent. Qing Yuan kept praising. Then his expression turned stern. Before the will of heaven, all schemes and tricks are futile. Do you really think you can get what you want this way? Bah, barbarians. I'd rather die than hand it over to you. The blond man, who was already short-tempered, became even more furious upon hearing this. Bang! He fired a shot directly at Qing Yuan's chest, but the bullet landed just below his heart. Ah! Qing Yuan gritted his teeth and let out a muffled cry, trying hard not to make a sound. Lin Yan stared incredulously at the Taoist priest Qing Yuan lying in front of him, never expecting that he hadn't killed him. This old fellow actually collapsed right next to him. For a moment, Lin Yan felt a pang of melancholy. Logically speaking, Lin Yan should be happy. The old man's death was exactly what he wanted. At this moment, Lin Yan couldn't feel happy at all. He even felt a little sorry for the old man. Master, I finally understand. Qing Yuan wasn't afraid. Instead, he looked eastward and murmured something. Then, she grabbed Lin Yan's arm tightly with both hands and said unwillingly, My master said that if I meet someone who can't predict the future, I will die. I thought I was going to be killed by you, but now I finally understand what my teacher meant. So, I was going to die right in front of you. At this moment, a trickle of blood flowed from Qing Yuan's mouth. Then, Qing Yuan took out a book and a bagua plate from his pocket and stuffed them into Lin Yan's arms. He patted Lin Yan's shoulder with difficulty with his right hand, panting heavily as he continued. Please take these back to my senior brother. They've been away from Longhu Mountain for so long. It's time for them to go back. At this moment, the blond man looked enviously at what Lin Yan was holding. He came here today for these 2 things, and he absolutely cannot let them slip away from him. Go, grab him. We absolutely cannot let them get away. As soon as he finished speaking, all the soldiers rushed towards Lin Yan and his companion. At that moment, the fat man snatched the book from Lin Yan's hand, holding a grenade in his right hand. Come on, believe it or not, we'll all die together. When the time comes and you haven't gotten what you wanted, how are you going to explain yourself? The fat man glared fiercely at the blond man. After the fat man's actions, the blond man glared at Lin Yan and the others, and helplessly ordered the soldiers to stop. At this moment, Lin Yan held the old man's body tightly, his body temperature slowly dissipating. Finally, I have one last favor to ask of you, and I will repay you. At this moment, Lin Yan looked at the old man who was about to die and even felt a little sorry for him. Bury me at the foot of Longhu Mountain. As long as I'm at the foot of the mountain, that's fine. Someone like me, a disgraced disciple of Longhu Mountain, has absolutely no right to return to Longhu Mountain. After saying that, Qing Yuan slowly placed a map in Lin Yan's hand. Then, looking eastward, he murmured weakly, Master, your unfilial disciple has failed to find the way to become an immortal. I wish to be your disciple again in the next life. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yan's arm suddenly loosened, and Qing Yuan's left hand quickly slid off. He tilted his head and quietly left. At this moment, Lin Yan sighed. He never expected that the person he hated would die like this. It left him feeling helpless. What do we do? They're just surrounding us like this. We have to find a way to escape. At this moment, the fat man asked anxiously in a low voice. Lin Yan coldly raised his head and looked at everyone, then said in a chilling tone, Even if I am a disgraced disciple of Longhu Mountain, you are not allowed to insult me. Don't worry, someone will be here soon. Chapter 193 Young Master, we've arrived. The capital city on which the sun never sets, the Gulf. At this moment, the sea area was quiet, with many people playing in the water near the shore and a large number of people frolicking on the beach. Suddenly, a member of the public looked incredulously into the distance through binoculars. Suddenly, a red flag appeared at the horizon where the sky meets the sea, fluttering in the wind. As time went by rapidly, what happened next completely terrified the person. Look, what's that? Upon hearing this shout, those around him gradually began to notice everything on the sea. Suddenly, a colossal ship appeared on the sea, filled with a fleet of identical carrier-based aircraft. With the appearance of the behemoth, various warships appeared around it, including destroyers and cruisers. The sudden appearance of the aircraft carrier battle group at the doorstep of the British Empire shocked everyone. It's an aircraft carrier. It's actually an aircraft carrier. Could it be an American aircraft carrier? That shouldn't be the case. We're America's little brother. Why would they send an aircraft carrier to our sun never sets? No, I think I saw Chinese characters written on the aircraft carrier. On the other side, someone spotted a massive aircraft carrier battle group. At this moment, in the palace of the king of the sun never sets. Bang! What? Both of Xia's aircraft carriers have sailed into the Gulf. On the throne sat a woman with white hair and a youthful face. Yes, she was the Queen of the United States. Upon hearing this news, the Queen unconsciously dropped her coffee cup. Your Majesty, they are indeed two aircraft carriers from the Xia Kingdom, the Dongshan and the Ningliao. Upon hearing the news from her subordinates again, the Queen roared hysterically. Xia Guo, what is he trying to do? Does he want to start World War III? Where is our aircraft carrier? Upon hearing the Queen's question, the First Lord of the Navy slowly lowered his head and whispered, Our only aircraft carrier has been out of port for 6 months due to boiler problems. Conventionally powered aircraft carriers do have boilers. What? The Queen stood up in surprise, never expecting that her servants would keep even this from her. The Queen then stepped down from her throne and paced back and forth in the hall. Did they say anything? They said they want someone. Otherwise. Upon hearing this, the Queen turned and glanced at the First Lord of the Navy. What else will happen? Tell me. At this moment, the Minister of the Navy immediately lowered his head. They said, otherwise, they'd bombard the capital. At this moment, the Queen was so angry that she trembled all over. Her 2 rows of white teeth clenched tightly together. They dare. Once upon a time, the British Empire, as the most powerful nation on this blue planet, possessed the world's most powerful naval fleet, which was invincible. But now, the tables have turned. The only aircraft carrier is out of service at home and has been attacked by its former defeated adversary. However, once she said those words, she had lost all confidence. In the face of 2 carrier strike groups, everything else is futile. After a moment, the Queen took a deep breath and asked slowly, Whom do they want? Go find them for me right now. Where is that person? At this point, the reply came from below. The person they want is in the Grand Preceptor's palace. Upon hearing this, the Queen's expression changed, and she looked extremely conflicted. Inside the palace. Upon hearing this, a hint of suspicion flashed in the fat man's eyes. However, given the current situation, he had no choice but to trust Lin Yin. After all, the enemy would see them as a duo, and in this situation, survival is the most important thing. I advise you to hand over your things right now, or don't blame me for being impolite. If you hand it over, I will inform the Queen and let you go. The blond man threatened, brandishing a pistol. In his view, the situation was now in his favor, and any smart person would choose to hand over their belongings and leave. Lin Yin put down the old man's body and looked coldly at the blond man. Snort. Do you really think we're 3-year-old kids? I was tired of these kinds of tricks when I was a kid. Once we hand over the stuff, we'll be shot dead. This is also an order from your queen, isn't it? Upon hearing this, a strange glint flashed in the blond man's eyes. Unexpectedly, this Xia person is not easy to fool at all. He actually guessed his thoughts. That's right, before coming out. The Queen gave him a death order. After obtaining the item, eliminate everyone inside the palace, and do not allow a single person to leave alive. However, the current situation can only be described as a stalemate between the 2 sides. No one can do anything to anyone else. Lin Yin and his group were surrounded by soldiers and had no way to escape. The blond man, threatened by the grenades and the fact that the innate Bagua was in the hands of Lin Yin and his group, dared not make any rash moves. After all, The British monarchy has been plotting against the 8 trigrams for half a century. We've finally encountered such a favorable situation today. We absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away. Snort. Fine. You guys have guts. I'm going to stick here with you guys today. Go buy some food. We can eat while we watch them. A quick-thinking soldier then brought a chair to the blond man. The blond man leaned back in his chair smugly, crossed his legs, and looked arrogantly at Lin Yin and the others. At this moment, Lin Yin and his companion stared incredulously at the blond man below. Below, a group of soldiers were divided into 2 groups, one of whom was holding a rifle and staring at them. Another group started by setting up an iron pot, lighting a fire, and cooking something. At this moment, the fat man turned his head and looked anxiously at Lin Yin. What do we do? It depends on the situation. Are they planning to keep at it with us? Watching them eat meat makes me hungry. I didn't even have lunch because of today's operation. After he finished speaking, the fat man's stomach made a loud noise, as if in protest. Gurgle. Lin Yin calmly watched the British soldiers below feasting, especially the blond man. He held a glass of red wine in his hand and gestured smugly to Lin Yin. Lin Yin opened his phone, looked at the message on it, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Don't worry, someone will come to rescue us soon. At that moment, the blond man enthusiastically held up his wine glass and looked at the 2 of them. If you can't hold on any longer, don't force yourself. After all, things are inanimate, but people are alive. There is hope only when we are alive. As long as you hand over the goods to me, I guarantee you will have plenty to eat and drink. After saying that, the blond man took a sip of red wine and smiled smugly at the 2 of them. Just then, Lin Yin's phone beeped. Lin Yin smiled slightly as he saw the information above. Young master, we've arrived. Chapter 194 Target, St. Paul's Cathedral, launch. Then, Lin Yin gave a cold laugh to the blond man. My reinforcements have arrived. I urge you to let me leave immediately. Upon hearing this, the blond man looked at Lin Yin in disbelief and stood up from his chair. Yo-ho! You think you can just send me a text message? You're so arrogantly confident. Do you really think you're the crown prince of Xia Kingdom? That Xia Kingdom's aircraft carrier will sail all the way to our sun never sets just for you? You'd better wake up. I advise you to surrender now. In your Chinese parlance, it's like saying, better to die well-fed than starving. The blond man, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth from the soldier's hand, looked at Lin Yin and his companion with disdain. Clearly, he didn't believe Lin Yin's words at all. An unknown person from the Xia Kingdom was able to find reinforcements, even by offering a bounty and hiring mercenaries. How many shots could those mercenaries withstand from the British Royal Guard? Although he was a citizen of the Xia Kingdom knew that he was trapped in the land of the British Empire. However, unless Xia Kingdom deploys an aircraft carrier, rescuing him is virtually impossible. Do we really have reinforcements? At this moment, the fat man quietly asked in a low voice. After all, given the current situation, it's unlikely that many people internationally would dare to hire mercenaries for help. Moreover, behind those mercenaries are actually hidden forces in Europe. Lin Yin nodded secretly, and seeing Lin Yin's action, the fat man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, Lin Yin has a backup plan. Although he had never liked Lin Yin before, and even harbored some resentment towards him. After all, his brother's death was largely his fault, and he wouldn't have been injured if he hadn't intervened at Longhu Mountain. But now, Lin Yin and I are in the same boat. We'll die together and live together. Even if he parted ways with Lin Yin now, the British Empire would not let him go. Now he is a participant and witness to the event, and they absolutely cannot allow anyone to still be alive. After all, only the dead are truly safe. Damn it. Hurry up and get me some food. Otherwise, once our reinforcements arrive, even if we don't wipe you all out, your St. Paul's Cathedral will definitely take a hit from a shell. The fat man stomped the book under his foot, held a grenade in his other hand, and looked arrogantly at the blond man and the group of soldiers. Arrogant words echoed throughout the palace. At this moment, the blond man and a group of soldiers glared at him angrily, as if they were about to devour him alive. The blond man held a pistol in his right hand, pointing it tremblingly at the fat man. He had been a soldier his whole life, facing countless criminals, but he had never seen such an arrogant guy. The two were already in dire straits. One young man was still confident that someone would come to rescue them, while the other fat man actually asked him to bring them food. This is simply intolerable. The blond man's index finger was pressed tightly against the trigger, but he knew he absolutely could not fire it carelessly. The queen has been planning for half a century to obtain the 8 trigrams. Now that she has such a good opportunity, she absolutely cannot allow anyone to disrupt her plans. Otherwise, her position as captain of the royal guard will be over. Okay. The blond man paced back and forth, gritting his teeth, before plopping down in a chair. Go, bring a few beds. I'm going to stick here with you guys today. I'd like to know just how long you can hold out. At this point, the two sides in the main hall were once again locked in a stalemate, with neither able to gain the upper hand. The sun never sets, the royal palace. What? At this moment, the queen looked at her ministers with surprise. Could it be that the Xia Kingdom's high-ranking officials had learned of her scheme involving the 8 trigrams? That's impossible. She was certain she had kept everything very secret. Although it has been planned for so many years, it has remained hidden from view. Moreover, today's operation was announced at the last minute, so it was impossible for anyone to know about it. Your Majesty, shall we release them or not? At this moment, a minister standing nearby asked a question timidly. After all, in the current situation, the attitude of the British Empire is extremely important. Should they choose to confront head-on or show weakness? Upon hearing this question, the queen was also deeply conflicted. Ever since she had a divination performed by a Taoist priest in Qingyuan half a century ago, the queen has been deeply fascinated by the 8 trigrams. However, thanks to his profound fortune-telling skills, Master Qingyuan not only enjoyed a great reputation among the common people, but also had a great reputation among the nobility. The queen dared not touch him lightly. Today was such a rare opportunity. How could she be willing to let it slip away? She believed that as long as she could obtain the 8 trigrams of the primordial heaven, she could use them to gain even greater authority. Snort. We don't need to pay attention to them. I refuse to believe that Xia Kingdom would dare to make a move. This would be the first to provoke a war, and they would be condemned and denounced by the entire world. At this moment, the queen suppressed her inner worries and uttered harsh words. Although what she said was so reasonable and well-founded, she was actually very uneasy inside. The Xia Kingdom of today is no longer the weak Xia Kingdom of 100 years ago. The Xia Kingdom's economy ranks second in the world, making it arguably the strongest country besides the United States. Moreover, at this time, the Xia Kingdom possessed 2 aircraft carriers, both equipped with new types of weapons. Even compared to the Xia Kingdom, the British Empire is no match in terms of economic size or naval scale. At this point, the queen could only hope that the Xia Kingdom did not want to escalate the situation and was merely trying to scare her. Haiwan Dongshan. Captain, there has been no response from the enemy. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a white military uniform, stood tall and slender in the command room, as still as an evergreen pine tree. With a solemn gaze fixed on the direction of the British capital, he spoke slowly. It seems that the British Empire is still basking in its former glory and really thinks that they are still the same as they were back then. Back then, they sailed their warships to our doorstep, forcibly opened our country's doors, and forced us to sign unequal treaties. Since they won't listen to reason, then, target St. Paul's Cathedral, launch. Yes. With a command from the captain, the cover of one of the launch wells on the destroyer was quickly opened. Boom! A roar came from the launch silo, and a huge missile, spewing blinding flames from its tail, flew toward its target. The enormous roar drowned out all other sounds in the entire bay, as if the whole world was just that one sound. Chapter 195. What? Release them. The capital city where the sun never sets. Boom! Suddenly, a huge cannonball, accompanied by blinding flashes of light, whistled past overhead. At this moment, everyone stared wide-eyed at the void. Everyone was stunned by what they saw, and some even took photos with their backs to the shells, seemingly unafraid of death. At that moment, someone noticed that the shells were getting closer and closer to them. Run! The shells are aimed at St. Paul's Cathedral. Upon hearing this, Everyone realized what was happening and quickly scattered and fled in all directions. At this moment, the queen, standing on the palace balcony, stared blankly at the cannonballs in the void. His eyes were lifeless, his whole body was trembling, and he was muttering to himself, "How dare they? How dare they?" A moment later, the queen finally came to her senses and angrily roared hysterically at the Minister of War beside her. "Activate the missile defense system immediately. We absolutely cannot let the shells fall." The Secretary of the Army did not move in response to the queen's roar. Instead, he lowered his head even further. "Our defense system can't lock onto the trajectory of the shells." Boom! Upon hearing this, the old woman involuntarily took a few steps back, but fortunately, a maid helped her up and she didn't fall. At this moment, the queen stared blankly at the cannonball that was about to crash down upon her. Time seemed to have turned back more than 100 years, when the British Empire, relying on its powerful navy, opened the gates of the Xia Kingdom with a single cannonball. But now, the tables have turned. At this moment, Lin Yin and the others in the palace also heard a rapid whooshing sound leaping over their heads. The blond man looked up at the roof in confusion. He knew it was the sound of artillery shells, but who would dare to fire artillery shells recklessly in the capital? Wouldn't that be courting death? At this moment, in the entire capital city where the sun never sets, it seemed as if only one voice remained, and everyone looked up and gazed at the sky. Boom! Moments later, a deafening explosion resounded in the capital, a sound that seemed to shake people's minds and sent shivers down their spines. The once magnificent St. Paul's Cathedral has vanished. It was replaced by ruins, filled with smoke and dust, broken walls, and exposed bricks. Occasionally, it is accompanied by 1 or 2 human calls. Fortunately, it wasn't the weekend, so not many people came to church to pray. At that moment, the streets centered around the church were filled with wails of agony, and everyone stared in disbelief at the sudden artillery shells falling from the sky. Then, city sirens blared across the capital, and everyone panicked. Royal Palace. The queen stared through gritted teeth at the ruins of the cathedral, her hands gripping the railings tightly, veins bulging. Then, he leaned tightly against the railing, panting heavily. They really did it. They actually blew up the cathedral. At this point, the queen was terrified. She couldn't believe it. They actually dared to start a war for a mere Xia person. This was a blatant provocation against the British Empire. "Go, blow up their aircraft carrier." The queen pointed indignantly at the Secretary of the Army. At this point, the Chancellor of the Exchequer responded weakly. "Your Majesty, our British Empire still relies on the Xia Kingdom for foreign trade. If we anger them and they stop doing business with us, we won't even have money for Christmas." The other ministers nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "Yes, let's feign weakness. Yes, that's right. The Xia Kingdom is growing stronger and stronger, and it's definitely not something we can mess with. It's just a church that collapsed. We can build another one next month." At this moment, the queen looked at her ministers in disbelief, realizing that in their eyes, nothing was more important than business than national dignity. The queen was still not prepared to give up, so she tried to use public opinion to overwhelm the crowd. "What about the people who died? We have to give them an explanation." At this moment, the Chancellor of the Exchequer stepped forward and spoke with an indifferent expression. "That's easy. We'll just say that St. Paul's Cathedral was attacked by terrorists. Those people were all killed by terrorists. Then, give each of the deceased a compensation of 100,000, and that will be the end of it." At this moment, several ministers in the palace effortlessly covered up the entire incident. It seems that this kind of thing is all too familiar to them. The queen looked at her ministers, knowing that even if she wanted to assert the might of the British Empire, the other ministers would not agree. At that moment, a sense of powerlessness welled up inside me. It is not only a powerlessness against the Xia Kingdom, but also a powerlessness against the status quo of the sun never setting. However, the thought of the 8 trigrams of the primordial heaven filled the queen with a sense of resentment. Just when it was about to be in their hands, the Xia Kingdom suddenly interfered, like a Cheng Yaojin appearing out of nowhere. "Are we just going to give up like this?" The queen roared at her ministers, trying to ignite their ambition at the last moment. However, these ministers have all been cunning old foxes for decades. Seeing that the queen was holding on to the people in the Grand Preceptor's palace and wouldn't let go, it was clear that she had a secret she was hiding. Now, it's a good opportunity to use Xiaoguo's influence to dispel her thoughts, thus keeping the old woman under their control. At that moment, a servant handed a note to the queen. The queen opened the note in frustration. The information on it truly disoriented her. How is this possible? How could he be here? The queen looked incredulous and kept muttering to herself. After a moment, the queen sighed deeply and waved her hand weakly. Release them. At this moment, inside the palace, after hearing a whooshing sound as it flew over the roof, Lin Yin and the fat man sat arrogantly on the table, looking at the blonde man. Hey, I advise you to let us leave now. Otherwise, even if you ask us to leave, we won't leave. The fat man revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth and was picking his nose when he launched himself towards the blonde man. Thump! The booger landed steadily on the blonde man's leather boots, looking utterly disgusting. At this moment, the blonde man almost fainted from anger. He couldn't understand why these two guys were so arrogant. Snort! Let's see how long you can stay arrogant. When you're starving and weak, you'll be lambs to the slaughter. After saying that, the blonde man picked up a cow hoof and started gnawing on it. At that moment, a figure quickly entered from outside the palace. Then, the newcomer quickly ran to the blonde man's ear and spoke slowly. A moment later, the blonde man looked on incredulously with a puzzled expression. What? Release them? Chapter 196. Lin Yan's feelings were complicated. Inside the palace, the blonde man stared at the newcomer with disbelief, as if trying to confirm whether the man was spreading false information. However, the person's face looked very familiar to him, and the person nodded very seriously. The blonde man exhaled a heavy breath and looked at the two people above him with a complicated expression. Then, the blonde man gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and uttered a few words. Just let them go like that. At this moment, the fat man heard the conversation below and immediately grinned from ear to ear, becoming even more arrogant. Haha. I say, you foreign devil, hurry up and release your grandpa. Otherwise, the next shell will land in your queen's palace. Don't blame us then. The fat man's words were not only extremely sarcastic, but also incredibly vicious, even more venomous than a gossip. You should know that our Xia Kingdom shells are extremely accurate. They'll hit your bathroom, but they definitely won't hit your kitchen. And you better let us go right now. Otherwise, you will lose your official hat. Also, if we're hungry, hurry up and get us something to eat. Once we're full, we can leave. At this moment, the blonde man was so angry at the fat man's words that he was practically fuming, and his face turned bright red. Two streams of hot air kept escaping from his nostrils, and the veins on his right hand, which was gripping a pistol, bulged, and a faint cracking sound could be heard. At this moment, Lin Yin glanced at the soldiers below with a blank expression. Then, he slowly picked up the body of Taoist Qingyuan and said slowly, Master, I'll take you back to Longhu Mountain. Lin Yin, carrying Qingyuan's body, slowly walked down the steps, one at a time. At that moment, the fat man quickly grabbed something and followed behind. Just as Lin Yin and the others reached the bottom step, all the soldiers pointed their dark gun barrels at the two of them. Whoosh! Lin Yin coldly glanced at everyone, finally fixing his gaze on the blonde man. The fat man looked arrogantly at the blonde man again. Hey, I advise you to listen to your queen. Otherwise, we would not only offend us, but also disobey your queen's orders. In that case, you'll end up pleasing neither side and will be in deep trouble. Upon hearing this, the blonde man trembled, his eyes widened, and he glared at the fat man and his companion with hatred. Then, he slowly put down the gun in his hand, slumped into the chair, and waved his hand weakly. Release them. Whoosh! Upon hearing the captain's order, the soldiers, though puzzled, put away their weapons and made way for each other. At this moment, Lin Yin was carrying the corpse, with the fat man walking behind. As they were about to leave the palace, they were shocked by what they saw on the sea. The fat man stared incredulously at the aircraft carrier battle groups anchored in the bay, especially the two aircraft carrier battle groups. This is the reinforcement you were talking about. The fat man stammered as he looked at Lin Yin. At this moment, he still couldn't believe that what he was seeing was real. After seeing Lin Yin nod slightly, the fat man's entire demeanor instantly changed. Just as the fat man passed in front of the blond man, a contemptuous look came from the fat man's eyes. Then, the fat man forcefully poked the blond man's chest with his right index finger. Kid, you should keep a low profile. Don't even mention you. Even your British Empire is utterly vulnerable before China. The sun never sets on Earth. It's not what it used to be. Do you really think you're still the world's #1 power? Your era is over. The future belongs to China. Then, the fat man arrogantly pointed at the behemoth in the bay and said again, See that? That's our Chinese guardian deity. Don't you even know your own limitations? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Pooh! The fat man spat out a thick phlegm, which landed heavily on the blond man's boots, exactly symmetrical to the previous phlegm. The two then arrogantly headed down the mountain. At this moment, the blond man looked at the two men's backs and was instantly enraged. However, looking at the fleet anchored in the bay, a sense of powerlessness welled up inside me. It wasn't that he didn't work hard, or that he was afraid of death, but that the British Empire was weakening. Or to put it another way, China has become stronger. In the face of overwhelming trends, individual efforts are futile. By this time, the foot of the mountain was already crowded with people, all wondering what had happened up the mountain. Why hasn't that guy come down yet? Is he supposed to be dead? That's possible. The Imperial Advisor has never failed to get what he wants. That's right, he's just a Xia citizen. The Grand Preceptor can kill him with a flick of his wrist. It's no big deal. At this moment, Lisa stood in the crowd with a smug look on her face, feeling happy about her choice. Fortunately, he was smart enough to abandon Lin Yin. Otherwise, he would definitely be drowning in everyone's scorn right now. More importantly, Lin Yin might already be dead. At this moment, Lei Luo, who was in the crowd, also looked relaxed. In his opinion, this kind of person should die. Even if you beat him, do you really think you can live? That's wishful thinking. Just as Lei Luo was about to burst into laughter, he froze, even rubbing his eyes again, unable to believe what he was seeing. At this moment, at a bend in the mountainside, Lin Yin, carrying the corpse, slowly appeared before everyone. The scene before them stunned everyone. Hiss! How come that guy is still alive? And there's that sword on his back. Yeah, that's really strange. Who is he hugging? He looks kind of familiar. I saw that the Imperial Advisor's eyes were closed and blood was flowing from his chest. He seemed to be dead. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, staring at Lin Yin in shock and fear. At that moment, the fat man casually tossed his camera into the crowd. A moment later, a gasp came from the crowd. What? The captain of the Royal Guard killed the Imperial Advisor. How could that be? Why would he kill the Imperial Advisor? Let's go find them and reason with them. We'll definitely get justice for the Imperial Advisor. At this moment, the golden-haired man walking behind Lin Yin was startled by what he saw. Hundreds of people surged toward them, instantly engulfing them. Bei. Lin Yin held the Taoist priest's body, stood on the aircraft carrier, looked eastward, and murmured, Master, I'm taking you home. At this moment, Lin Yin's feelings were extremely complicated. Lin Yin initially thought it was just a simple matter of cleaning house, but after seeing what the Taoist priest did, he couldn't tell whether he was a good person or a bad person. He was said to be a good person, but he actually stole the remains of the sect's founder. He was a bad person, but he would rather die than hand over the treasures of China. Perhaps the world is just that complicated, and everyone has two sides. Chapter 197 Return to Longhu Mountain, Master Qingshu's Repayment. Longhu Mountain is a unique mountain in the world, and it is said to be the ancestral home of Taoism. Surrounded by clouds and mist, with towering peaks and treacherous roads, it has now become a popular tourist destination. Inside the main hall, Master Qingshu sat cross-legged on a prayer mat with his eyes closed. He was dressed in the robes of a sect leader and looked very solemn. At this moment, Ming Chun, who was standing next to him, had a hint of suspicion in his eyes. He knew that the founders usually didn't wear the sect leader's robes, except for New Year's or sect ceremonies. But today is neither the New Year nor a sect ceremony, so why is the patriarch dressed so formally? At this moment, Lin Dingtian sat quietly at the lower end of the table, glancing outside from time to time, his eyes revealing a hint of worry. The atmosphere inside the main hall was very quiet, even a little oppressive. At this moment, Master Qingshu slowly spoke. "Don't worry, he'll come back safely." Hearing this, Lin Dingtian breathed a slight sigh of relief, but the worry in his eyes did not diminish. "Master, are you saying that benefactor Lin Yin is coming back? It seems he has succeeded?" At this moment, Mingchen asked excitedly, glancing at the door every now and then. Upon hearing this, Qingshu slowly opened his eyes, his dim gaze fixed on the entrance of the main hall, with a hint of tears glistening in his eyes. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be faintly heard from below the steps of the main hall. At this moment, several people in the hall suddenly stood up, their eyes fixed on the steps outside the hall. Tap, tap, tap. Clear footsteps echoed from outside, one step at a time, as they ascended the stairs. After a moment, everyone was finally able to see the faces of the newcomers clearly. At this moment, Lin Dingtian looked at his long-lost grandson, tears welling up in his eyes, his hands gripping his cane tightly, his whole body trembling slightly. Lin Yan, holding Qing Yuan's body, calmly observed everything in the main hall. When he saw his grandfather, Lin Dingtian, his eyes flickered slightly. At this moment, everyone finally saw clearly the person in Lin Yan's hand. Qingshu was extremely excited, and his aged right hand slowly stretched forward. He looked at Lin Yan questioningly, even though he had already figured out that this person was his junior brother Qing Yuan. However, he still couldn't believe what he was seeing. At this moment, Lin Yan nodded vigorously and slowly placed Qing Yuan's body in the main hall. Master Qingshu tried hard not to cry, but when he saw his junior brother's cold body, he couldn't hold back his tears any longer. "Junior brother, how I wish you could come back. But this is how you come back. Tell me, are you looking down on me?" After saying that, Qingshu trembled as he pulled out a piece of yellow paper from his bosom, on which a passage was written. Smack! He slammed the yellow paper onto Qing Yuan's corpse and spoke slowly. "In the second year after you left, your master died of illness caused by overwork. Before he died, he revoked the sect leader's order expelling you from the sect. Moreover, he instructed me to find you and bring you back to his grave to tell him about your achievements over the years. He knows that the path you've chosen is 100 times more difficult than ours. It's practically impossible. However, before he passed away, his master still hoped that you could succeed. He knew that you were exceptionally talented and had a deep-seated obsession." At this moment, only the sound of Master Qingshu's weeping remained in the main hall, and everyone stared in disbelief at what was happening before them. Logically speaking, Master Qingshu should hate him intensely and wish Qing Yuan would die outside. However, what they saw before them left them bewildered. However, Lin Dingtian understood and sighed deeply. At this moment, Lin Yin looked at Master Qingshu with a complicated expression. "I originally thought that reclusive masters were no longer of this world and had little emotional fluctuation. But then I saw what was happening before my eyes." Lin Yin understood. The two brothers became disciples together, cultivated the Tao together, and meditated together. It could be said that this relationship is even closer than that of blood brothers. Moreover, the two brothers had not seen each other for nearly 90 years, and when they met again, they were separated by death. Half an hour later, Master Qingshu finally calmed down. Lin Yin solemnly handed the package on his back to Daoist Qingshu. "Master, I brought the items back." Master Qingshu solemnly accepted the package, his heart heavy. "Thanks." Inside the main hall, everyone took their seats in order. Qingshu looked at Lin Yin with satisfaction, then took out an item from his pocket. "Lin Yin, you did a great job this time. On behalf of Longhu Mountain, I thank you. You not only helped me bring back my junior brother, but also retrieve the primordial Bagua and the Bagua plate, which are extremely important to our Longhu Mountain." Then, he gestured to Mingchen, who was standing to the side. "Mingchen, come out here." Lin Yin glanced at Master Qingshu and Mingchen with a strange look. He knew that before he set off, Master Qingshu had promised him something, but why was Mingchen stepping forward? Could it be that we should give him a man? Thinking about this, Lin Yin immediately felt goosebumps rise all over his body. "Mingchen, you will be following Lin Yin from now on. Lin Yin, Mingchen is yours from now on." "Oh." At this moment, Lin Yin and Mingchen both exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Yin quickly stood up, waved his hand vigorously, and said in refusal, Taoist priest, I don't need a man. Seriously, I'm perfectly normal. At this moment, Lin Dingtian was so angry at Lin Yan's words that he was practically fuming, his eyes bulging as if he wanted to slap Lin Yin on the back of the head. I feel like my grandson is a bit of a simpleton. After so many days of contact, he had heard from Qingshu how formidable Mingchen was. Mingchen can be said to be the next leader of Longhu Mountain, whom Qingshu is cultivating, and his fortune-telling skills have reached 90% of Qingshu's level. In the entire Chinese nation, among the younger generation, he could at least rank in the top 3. In other words, having Ming Chun by Lin Yan's side from now on will help him avoid a lot of danger and trouble. Moreover, as the future leader of Longhu Mountain, Mingchen has already mastered most of Longhu Mountain's intelligence network. If Lin Yan is used properly, it will be like adding wings to a tiger, allowing him to soar to great heights. At that time, Lin Yan's words will carry weight in the entire Chinese cultivation world. Despite the respect Lin Dingtian enjoys when he's out and about, in the eyes of true cultivators, he's merely someone they look up to. At this moment, Master Qingshu was slightly taken aback, then laughed heartily. Don't worry, I just want Mingchen to work for you. I don't mean anything else. Moreover, as the next successor of Longhu Mountain, Mingchen's fortune-telling skills have already reached 90% of my level. With him by your side, your path will be much smoother. At this moment, Lin Yin finally understood what Master Qingshu meant. Originally, he wanted Mingchen to stay by his side and do things for him. Thank you so much, Taoist Master. Lin Yin looked at Master Qingshu with a joyful expression. Lin Yin was truly delighted with Master Qingshu's generous gift. Imagine starting tomorrow, you'll consult a fortune teller before going out, hoping to turn bad luck into good and avoid any real danger. In this way, the safety factor increases dramatically. Then, Master Qingshu took out a package from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yin. These are silver needles crafted from your meteorite. Lin Yin slowly unwrapped the white cloth, glanced shyly at the Taoist priest, and was secretly very excited. Chapter 198 Reunion with Lu Haiyun. The capital city, in the suburbs. Here, at the foot of the Great Wall, the Lin family villa sits quietly amidst the mountains. In one of the courtyards of the villa, there was a guard every 5 steps and a sentry every 10 steps, making it look very strict. Inside the room, Lu Haiyun lay peacefully in her pajamas. Opposite her, Lin Yin looked extremely serious and meticulous. He washed his hands several times in the copper basin, dried them with a towel, and then let out a long sigh of relief. Call. Lin Yin turned to look at Lu Haiyun lying on the hospital bed, his expression unusually affectionate. Sister Haiyun, I promise I'll wake you up. After speaking, Lin Yin took out a packet of silver needles from the workbench. That's right, this silver needle was made from a lightning rod he stole from someone in Longhu Mountain. Lin Yin pressed his right thumb on the silver needle and flicked his index finger, and a crystal-clear silver needle swayed in his hand. This silver needle is half an inch longer than a regular silver needle, and it looks as thin as a cow's hair. If you don't look closely, you can't tell that Lin Yin has something in his hand. Lin Yin nodded in satisfaction, and gently flicked the tip of the silver needle with the index finger of his left hand. Buzz. A series of soft chirping sounds came from the silver needles. Only people with very good hearing could hear this sound, because it was very low. Lin Yin held the silver needle in his right hand, and slowly looked at Lu Haiyun. Although he was able to use the skills he obtained from the system proficiently, the person he was facing was the one he loved most. Even Lin Yin himself felt a tremor in his heart at this moment, fearing that his arm would become unsteady and he would prick the wrong spot, which would have serious consequences. He knew that now was not the time to hesitate. Whether Lu Haiyun can wake up or not depends on himself. If you want Lu Haiyun to wake up, you absolutely cannot be soft-hearted. Lin Yin closed his eyes tightly, then suddenly opened them, his eyes flashing like lightning, his forehead furrowed into a deep frown. Call out. Lin Yin suddenly stuck the silver needle in his hand into Lu Haiyun's brow, penetrating 3/10 of an inch. Then Lin Yin pulled out 2 more silver needles. With both hands working together, they stabbed her temples. At this moment, Lin Yin was holding his breath, repeatedly performing the same action with both hands. Remove the needle, insert the needle, remove the needle, insert the needle. As time went on, Lin Yan's movements became faster and faster, to the point that they became invisible, leaving only the shadows of his arms in the air. Half an hour later. Call. Lin Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the cloth bag and finding that there were no silver needles left. He knew he had done his best, and whether he would wake up next depended on Lu Haiyun. Lin Yan moved a stool and sat on the edge of the hospital bed, gently holding Lu Haiyun's soft little hands. At this moment, everyone outside the courtyard waited anxiously. Moreover, she would occasionally stand on tiptoe to look into the room. So, what's the situation? Has it worked? Lin Dingtian frowned and looked at the two renowned doctors. At this moment, Chun Xian stroked his beard and said comfortingly, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. The Tai Xuanjin is the most extraordinary needle in the world, and young Master Lin has completely mastered the incantation. The silver needles also meet the requirements for treating the disease. As long as young Master Lin Yin calms down, there's at least a 70% chance he can cure Miss Lu's illness." At this moment, Li Kuei and the others also stepped forward to comfort them. Lin Dingtian breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. He knew that in the eyes of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, a 70% certainty of success was already quite remarkable, especially for such difficult and complicated diseases. No traditional Chinese medicine practitioner dares to say they have absolute confidence in curing the disease. They can only say they will do their best. After all, if you're always by the river, you're bound to get your shoes wet. In the medical profession, you can be right tens of thousands of times, but you absolutely cannot make a single mistake. If a doctor makes a mistake even once, the stain on their reputation will be indelible for life. Inside the room, Lin Yan pressed Lu Haiyun's palm tightly against his cheek. He stared blankly at Lu Haiyun's face, which was now covered with silver needles. "I really regret not taking you with me when I left the village. It's all my fault. If I had been more domineering and taken you away, you wouldn't be like this now." At this moment, tears and snot streamed down Lin Yan's face, and her sobs could be faintly heard from inside the room. Lin Yan forcefully wiped away her tears and snot, then looked at Lu Haiyun with deep affection once again. "I promise you, as long as you wake up, I will never leave you again." By the end, Lin Yan was completely choked up. Only now did he realize that Lu Haiyun held a very important place in his heart. Just then, a crystal-clear tear slowly slid down Lu Haiyun's cheek. Half a day later, just as Lin Yan was about to get up and leave, a cough came from the hospital bed. Lin Yan froze instantly, completely still. After a while, Lin Yan suddenly appeared on the hospital bed and looked at Lu Haiyun, who was slowly opening her eyes, with a happy expression. "Sister Haiyun, you're awake. You're finally awake." Lin Yan deftly pulled out the silver needles from her body one by one. At this moment, Lu Haiyun stared intently at Lin Yan and slowly asked, "Is what you're saying true?" "It's true, it's all true." Lin Yan nodded repeatedly in agreement, completely at a loss. "We'll get married when you're all better." Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Lu Haiyun threw herself into Lin Yan's arms and burst into tears. "So many years have passed. We were childhood sweethearts, and I never thought we would ever be together. But fate is so strange. After all the twists and turns, they came back together. From now on, I won't have to yearn for her anymore." Hearing the commotion, everyone pushed open the door and entered, looking at everything before them with delight. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Yan and his companion embracing each other without saying anything, but instead watched with amusement. However, Lu Haiyun was a little shy, while Lin Yan was not prepared to let go. At this moment, Lin Zhiguo muttered to himself, "Okay, you can hug me every day from now on. Shouldn't you go see your mother now? You're such an unfilial son." Chapter 199, the grand finale. That evening, to everyone's delight, Lin Yan finally cured his mother's illness. "However, my mother has been bedridden for over 20 years, and although many parts of her body have been well maintained. However, the ability to move still needs to be learned gradually, so for now we can only let it recover slowly. It will be able to walk normally after 6 months." The following month, the world-class competition for music, chess, calligraphy, and painting officially kicked off in Shanghai. Of these 4 competitions, 3 were the weak points of the Xia people, while the Dongying and Nanyue people were very strong. Just when the Chinese people thought that the Xia kingdom would be completely defeated, Lin Yin single-handedly withstood for top masters. Compete against the best players from 4 countries. This world-shaking competition has truly shocked the world. Throughout history, no one has ever been able to compete against 4 people in 4 events simultaneously. It's simply unprecedented and unparalleled. After 3 days and 3 nights of competition, Lin Yin won by a large margin, defeating the Korean master of Guqin, the South Korean master of painting, and the Japanese masters of chess and calligraphy. This directly propelled his popularity to its peak. 6 months later, Lin Yin and Lu Haiyun held a grand wedding at a villa in the capital, witnessed by their parents. This concludes the book. Thoughts on the completion. First of all, I feel grateful for the support from my friends who have always been there for me. Some of my friends have been encouraging me since the last book and the one before that, telling me to keep going. Thank you so much, really. I don't know if you've heard this saying that's circulating online. There's a saying that goes like this. Sometimes the people cheering you on aren't your family, friends, wife, or children, but strangers you've never met. This statement seems illogical at first glance, but upon closer examination, it is indeed true. Sometimes, when you want to do something to prove yourself, the first people to discourage you are always the ones around you. I told you not to keep going through all that trouble, that you can't do it, and that you shouldn't try to succeed just because others have succeeded. Doing this will only waste your time and money. It's pointless. I've heard it many times, but you guys keep encouraging me and cheering me on. It really touched me. Sometimes, what people need is really simple, just a word of encouragement or a hug. Actually, my decision to become a novelist was quite accidental. Seeing so many great authors write such wonderful novels, it's impossible not to feel envious. However, when it came to writing it myself, I realized that my level was truly rubbish. I was incredibly bad at it. However, on the other hand, we are just ordinary people, not on the same level as the experts. Overall, this book has achieved some success, at least in my opinion. However, now that I've written this far, I understand. I'm not good at writing light novels, and there are many flaws in them. Maybe it's because of my age, but sometimes I really can't understand the kind of thinking that when the protagonist is cheated on, they want to ruin the other person's reputation and even want to kill the other person's whole family. Actually, I know that what makes a feel-good novel is all about one word, feel good, and that everything should be done in a way that benefits the protagonist. Okay, that's enough of that. Finally, thank you to all the readers who have read this. I am truly grateful for your continued support. Of course, I won't leave. I'm currently working on a new book, and I don't know how much it will improve, but I'll try my best to write it. The new book is basically a traditional fantasy and urban fiction novel, that is, without a system, and it will be available to everyone within a month. Finally, thank you all.